Chapter 1, Beginning Self-Discipline. Yi Juanhao, you need to exercise, do you hear me? Yi Juanhao's mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. I see. Yi Juanhao felt helpless. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the express delivery he had just received in his hand. I opened the package and found a sports bracelet of unknown brand inside. Yi Juanhao smiled and said, "You don't think that buying me a sports bracelet will make me exercise every day, do you?" Although the sports bracelet is connected to the mobile phone to detect the wearer's exercise status. But isn't it easy to fabricate data? The main reason why Yi Juanhao's mother bought him a sports bracelet to monitor his daily exercise was that Yi Juanhao was too much of a homebody. Yi Juanhao's mother was worried that Yi Juanhao, who had just entered college, stayed at home all day and didn't go out for exercise. I bought a sports bracelet specifically for monitoring. Yi Juanhao took out the sports bracelet, looked at it, had no scratches and looked in good condition, so he put it on his left wrist. The only thing is I don't know what brand it is. Turn on the computer and the display is normal. In addition to normal heart rate monitoring, sleep quality, time display, and other regular applications. There was also a peculiar application that attracted Yi Juanhao's attention. Yi Juanhao took a closer look and found that the name of this application was actually Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. Driven by curiosity, Yi Juanhao clicked on this unique application. As soon as you come in, a series of pop-up windows will pop up asking you to verify your real name information. Yi Juanhao thought about it and decided that since this bracelet would be his in the future, there was no big deal in entering personal information, so he filled in the actual information. After filling it out, a pop-up window appears again. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to this system. From now on, the system and the host are inseparable and become a part of the host. Everything in the system is reasonable and legal. Please feel free to use it. Seeing this prompt message, Yi Juanhao was stunned and still didn't understand the situation. The next second, the sports bracelet strap on his left wrist suddenly shrank sharply and tightly wrapped around Yi Juanhao's left wrist. It looks like they are integrated into one. Yi Juanhao cried out in pain and subconsciously tried to take off the bracelet, but he tried his best but failed to get it off. Unable to solve the problem, Yi Juanhao did not worry about it and planned to go out and find a watch repairman to take a look. So the focus was once again on that app. The first thing that catches your eye is the various sports, with the labels above saying novice level. Yi Juanhao clicked on a sport at random and an introduction appeared. Complete 5 push-ups and have dinner with the beautiful schoolgirl Chen Yuning as a reward. Look at the name Chen Yuning who completed the reward at the back. Yi Juanhao thought about it. Isn't this the girl from my class who just changed her major to our class? Chen Yuning seems to be called the beauty of the School of Business Administration by many boys. The reward is to have dinner with her? Can this software also identify people around me? Thinking of the personal information he had just authenticated with real name, Yi Juanhao felt relieved and exclaimed that today's big data technology is really amazing. Yi Juanhao looked at the next sport. Complete a set of jumping jacks 10 and get a Supreme VIP King card from Chuixiangju, a top-class hotel. Note, this card is a limited edition card, which can be used to waive all bills for consumption at Quixiangju. Yi Juanhao knew that Quixiangju Hotel was one of the most famous top hotels in Mingzhou. The average per capita consumption is over 10,000 yuan, and most of the people coming in and out are well off. It is not a restaurant that ordinary people can afford to go to. The reward for the next sports event is what Yi Juanhao has always wanted since he was a child. Complete 20 squats and get a Porsche 911 as a reward. When Yi Juanhao saw this reward, his eyes lit up. It was this reward that made Yi Juanhao decide to try out the authenticity of this software. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao stood up from the chair in the dormitory. Since the later sports items could only be unlocked after completing the previous ones, Yi Juanhao had to start with 5 push-ups. Yi Juanhao supported himself on the ground with both palms, lay prone, and pressed down. Did 5 standard push-ups. The 3 roommates in the dormitory immediately looked at Yi Juanhao in surprise. Has this kid changed his personality? He actually started exercising, which doesn't fit his personality as a stay-at-home guy. A roommate next to him couldn't help but ask, "Junhao, why are you suddenly exercising?" At this moment, the reminder sound of completing the sports event appeared in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice-level sports event of 5 push-ups. The reward is to have dinner with the beautiful department flower Chen Yuning. This will be realized soon. Hearing his roommate's question, Yi Junhao answered casually, "Oh, my mother bought me a sports bracelet. I'm doing some exercise to record the data." After saying that, without waiting for his roommate's reply, Yi Junhao started doing jumping jacks. After a set of 10 is completed, the system prompt sound will sound again. Congratulations to the host for completing a set of 10 jumping jacks, a novice level sport. You will be rewarded with a Supreme VIP King card from the top-class restaurant Chui Xiangju. It has been placed on the desk in the dormitory. Please check it. Hearing the prompt tone again, Yi Junhao confirmed that the sound was transmitted directly to his mind and was amazed at the current high technology. Yi Junhao looked at his dormitory desk and saw a card actually appeared on it. When I took a closer look, I saw the words Quick Xiangju Supreme VIP King card clearly written on it. Yi Junhao knew very well that he did not have this card before. So given the current situation, wouldn't it be possible for the rewards of this software to become a reality? Thinking of this, Yi Junhao quickly started doing squats. 20 squats, completed successfully. Congratulations to the host for completing 20 squats at the novice level. The reward is a luxury Porsche 911, which is now parked in the school parking lot. And a car key appeared on Yi Junhao's desk. Looking at the car key, Yi Junhao was very sure that this was a Porsche 911. He would recognize his dream car even if it turned into ashes. Just as Yi Junhao was shocked by what was happening before his eyes. Another roommate suggested, "Guys, it's dinner time, let's go out for something to eat and drink?" The roommate who had just asked Yi Junhao agreed, "Okay, let's go." The roommate nudged Yi Junhao and said, "Let's go, Junhao." Affected by his roommates, Yi Junhao came back to his senses and nodded. He put the car keys and Quick Xiangju Supreme VIP King card into his pocket and walked out of the dormitory with his roommates. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory building, two people came towards me. One of the boys was the study committee member of Yi Junhao's class, and standing next to him was a girl of average looks and build. The boy's name is Wei Yangxia, and the girl next to him is his girlfriend. Wei Yangxia saw Yi Junhao and the others, stepped forward and said, "Oh? Aren't these people from dormitory 413? Are they going to have dinner together?" Then Wei Yangxia smiled and said, "Why don't you have a girlfriend to accompany you to dinner?" Chapter 2 Chen Yuning's invitation. As he spoke, Wei Yangxia put his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders. This scene made Yi Junhao's roommates envious. Although anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Wei Yangxia was just showing off, there was nothing he could do about it. Having a girlfriend was something worth showing off. So that these single guys can't refute it. They have just entered their freshman year and Haven T even recognized everyone in their class. As a result, Wei Yangxia already has a girlfriend. This makes them very envious. The reason why Wei Yangxia got a girlfriend so quickly was because of his identity as a study committee member. In the early stages of college, classes will elect class leaders. After a successful election, these class leaders will receive new member training. Wei Yangxia met his girlfriend at that time. His girlfriend happens to be the study committee member of the class next door. Among those who competed with Wei Yangxia for the position of study committee member was Yi Junhao. Wei Yangxia looked at Yi Junhao in dormitory 413, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Junhao, you are considered to be the most handsome in our class, why don't you have a girlfriend yet?" This shouldn't be the case. Your progress is too slow. Wei Yangxia called out Yi Junhao by name and confronted him sharply. In fact, the competitor is not just Yi Junhao, there are other classmates as well. But at that time, Yi Junhao was the only one whose voting score was not much different from his, and the difference was only 1 point. That point happened to be caused by the fact that Yi Junhao's roommate took a temporary leave of absence and was not present, so he was unable to vote. From then on, rumors spread in the class that Wei Yangxia's victory was unfair, and some people even suggested that the counselor call another vote. This made Wei Yangxia secretly hate Yi Junhao. Why should I claim that the election results were unfair when I earned the points on my own? He was dissatisfied with Yi Junhao, and now that he had the chance to criticize Yi Junhao, Wei Yangxia naturally would not miss this opportunity. Thinking of Yi Junhao's competitor's expression as if he had eaten shit, Wei Yangxia felt so happy. I told you to go against me, and this is what happens. Let me, Wei Yangxia, step hard under your feet, ha 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 ha. Just as Wei Yangxia was imagining Yi Junhao's embarrassed expression in his mind, the exclamation of one of Yi Junhao's roommates interrupted Wei Yangxia's thoughts. I am not seeing things, the beauty from the Chen school is walking towards us. Hearing the roommate's exclamation, several people immediately looked in the direction he pointed. they saw a beautiful figure walking slowly towards them not far away. Everyone saw the beautiful figure clearly. It was indeed Chen Yuning, the beauty of the Chen University. This discovery instantly stunned everyone present. Oh my goodness, the beauty from the Chen school is actually walking towards the boys' dormitory. Is he here to find me? Has my handsomeness been discovered so quickly? Oh, I'm so annoyed. You are just daydreaming. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see if you are worthy enough? Chen Yuning's appearance immediately caused everyone present to go wild. The other people living downstairs in the dormitory also looked surprised and astonished. Although Chen Yuning is also a freshman, her stunning appearance and graceful figure quickly made her name known to most people in the school. Even compared with the 3 most beautiful girls in the school, she is not inferior at all, and there are signs that she will become the 4th beauty in the school. Even Wei Yangxia was staring at the beautiful figure infatuatedly, ignoring his girlfriend beside him. Compared with Chen Yuning, the difference between his girlfriend is like heaven and earth. Although his girlfriend's figure and appearance are above average. However, what is most lacking in university is girls of this type. For girls who go to college, as long as they know how to dress themselves up and pay attention to body management, an above-average figure is considered normal. Not to say that they are seen in large numbers, but 6 out of 10 are still very common. Just as everyone was surprised, Chen Yuning had already walked downstairs of Xuehan's dormitory. Xuehan Dormitory Building is the dormitory building where Yi Juanhao lives. No matter why Chen Yuning came here, this is definitely a big news for the school. Chen Yuning looked around with her beautiful eyes, looking for someone she wanted to find. The people around me held their breath, feeling both excited and nervous. If Chen Yuning came to me, should I refuse or accept? Refusing is too rude, and accepting makes me seem too frivolous. Oh, it's so annoying. Finally, Chen Yuning's gaze stopped on Yi Juanhao and she walked over slowly. Here she comes, here she comes. The beauty from the department, Chen, is here with us. I just said that it was my handsomeness that attracted her. The roommate said with a smug look on his face. Unexpectedly, her arrogance lasted only 3 seconds, and the next second Chen Yuning's words stunned everyone present. Chen Yuning looked at Yi Juanhao and asked softly, "Brother Juanhao, are you free to have dinner together tonight? What is going on?" The most beautiful girl from Chen University came to find Yi Juanhao and called him brother? Not only were several roommates stunned, but Wei Yangxia standing next to them also had a look of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Things shouldn't be developing like this. Shouldn't I be the one trampling on Yi Juanhao's dignity as much as I want? How come a beautiful girl like Chen Di suddenly appeared? He also gently invited Yi Juanhao to dinner. This made Wei Yangxia unable to accept it for a moment, and he suddenly felt that his girlfriend was no longer attractive. Compared with the pretty girl from Chen University, my girlfriend is a complete loser. Yi Juanhao was also stunned when he heard Chen Yuning's invitation. Although this was a reward for the software start self-discipline, becoming the world's richest man is not a dream, Yi Juanhao was still very surprised. What Yi Juanhao didn't understand was how this software could influence a person's will and make someone who had nothing to do with him take the initiative to invite him to dinner. Although this software said that everything in it was reasonable and legal, Yi Juanhao was still very confused. In order to clear up the doubts in his heart, Yi Juanhao nodded and smiled slightly. Of course I am free. If a beautiful lady invites me, wouldn't I be called a straight man who doesn't understand romance if I refuse? Chen Yuning covered her mouth and chuckled, then let's go. Looking at the 2 people's backs as they left, many boys downstairs in Xuehan's dormitory were suddenly heartbroken. It's over, the goddess actually has someone she loves, which shatters the beautiful fantasies of many boys. Seeing the sarcastic smiles from the other people in dormitory 413, Wei Yangxiao's face turned red instantly. He was actually mocking Yi Juanhao for not having a girlfriend just now, but without Yi Juanhao saying a word, a group of beautiful girls from the school invited him to dinner and easily broke the deadlock. It's really ridiculous. It turns out that others have surpassed me so much. I also regard this position of study committee member as a treasure. It's useless. Can the position of study committee member be exchanged for the beautiful schoolgirl? Faced with the ridicule of several people, Wei Yangxia left in shame with his girlfriend. Chapter 3 Supreme VIP King Card. On the other side, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning walked side by side. Yi Juanhao was confused and wanted to ask Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning saw what Yi Juanhao was thinking and smiled gently. Brother Juanhao, I know you have doubts in your heart. I will answer them for you when we have dinner later. Hearing Chen Yuning say this, Yi Juanhao nodded and temporarily put aside the doubts in his heart. By the way, where are we going to eat tonight? Yi Juanhao didn't know where to eat tonight, so he asked curiously. Let's go to Quixiangju. I heard the food there is delicious. Chen Yuning thought for a moment and said. As he spoke, Yi Juanhao took out his mobile phone and searched for the address of Quixiangju. I found that it was not far from the school, only about 500 meters away. Originally, Yi Juanhao wanted to try out his newly acquired Porsche 911, but when he saw the short distance, he gave up the idea. The road to and from the parking lot is more than 500 meters. As the two of them walked towards Quixiangju, they attracted a lot of people's attention. Most of their attention was on Chen Yuning. This beauty from the School of Business Administration, who is comparable to the three most beautiful girls on campus, receives no less attention from boys than them. Now, when people see her walking side by side with a boy on the campus, they all have an expression of disbelief. There were even quite a few people who took photos of them and posted them on school forums, confession walls, and other places. It caused a wave of heated discussions. Yi Juanhao looked at the eyes of the boys around him, and they seemed to wish they could kick him away and let me take over, with a bitter smile on his face. It's really stressful to walk on the same road with you. Chen Yuning smiled helplessly and said, I've gotten used to it a long time ago. Escorted by many envious and jealous gazes, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning left the school. Not long after, they arrived at the door of Quixiangju. Led by the waiter at the gate, the two came to a place in the hall and sat down. After we ordered, the waiter left. Okay, Miss Chen, it's time to tell me why you invited me to dinner. I'm very curious. Yi Juanhao directly expressed the doubts in his mind. Chen Yuning smiled sweetly and said, Okay, I'll tell you. Chen Yuning is a sweet type of girl with a quiet personality and a temperament as elegant as a lotus. It seems that nothing can cause her mood to fluctuate. Seeing that Chen Yuning was about to explain the reason, Yi Juanhao sat up straight and listened carefully. Brother Juanhao, do you remember that you saved a girl a year ago? Chen Yuning asked a question first. Yi Juanhao was stunned. Saving someone? A girl? Yi Juanhao fell into deep thought. Chen Yuning was not in a hurry either. She took a sip of tea and waited. It seems like that happened. There was a large truck speeding at that time. I saw a girl in danger in front of me, so I rushed over and pulled her up. I still remember that I had quite a few scratches on my hands and legs because of this incident. After thinking for a while, Yi Juanhao finally remembered. Could it be that the girl is you? Yi Juanhao stared at Chen Yuning, who was smiling in front of him in amazement. This was too much of a coincidence. Yes, it was me. You finally remembered. I was so scared at the time that I didn't even say thank you or ask your name. I only remember your face, and I didn't find you later. It wasn't until I went to college and saw you on the playground that I found out you were in the School of Business Administration, so I switched my major to your class. After Chen Yuning explained the whole story, Yi Juanhao understood everything. Yi Juanhao smiled and said, Then you don't have to change your major, just say thank you directly. But Chen Yuning said seriously, No, brother Juanhao, after you saved me, your image filled my mind, and I found that I kind of like you. As she finished speaking, Chen Yuning's voice became smaller and smaller, and her face suddenly turned red. Although Chen Yuning spoke softly, Yi Juanhao still heard it. Yi Juanhao's emotions were in turmoil at the moment. Was this the first time in his life that a girl confessed to him? Just when the atmosphere was ambiguous, a thin boy passed by and glanced at Yi Juanhao's table. When his gaze swept over Chen Yuning, who was opposite Yi Juanhao, his eyes lit up. There is such a beautiful lady in the hall of Quixiangju? The thin boy immediately walked to Chen Yuning's side and pretended to be polite and gentlemanly and said, How can such a beautiful girl sit in the hall? She should enjoy dinner in the box. Disturbed by the voice, the two of them withdrew from the ambiguous atmosphere. Chen Yuning frowned slightly, looking unhappy, but still asked, Excuse me, who are you? The thin boy introduced himself. My name is Nzi Yuan, I'm a sophomore at a nearby university, and I'm also a gold VIP member of Quixiangju. As he spoke, Nzi Yuan took out a golden card, which was Quixiangju's gold VIP membership card. To obtain a gold VIP membership card, one must spend at least 500,000 yuan. Nzi Yuan looked at Yi Juanhao with great pride, and actually said to Chen Yuning in front of him, Miss, please come with me to the box to enjoy dinner. This poor boy is not worthy of you. I can let you eat all the top-notch food in Quixiangju, why would you stay with this kind of bastard? Without waiting for Chen Yuning to refute, and Ziyuan called the waiter on his own. Help me settle the bill for this table, and then open a private room. However, the waiter said, I'm sorry sir, it's the dinner rush hour now and all the private rooms are occupied. You can wait in line for a while or dine in the hall. The waiter's words made Ziyuan look very ugly. Damn, can't you tell I'm trying to pick up girls? I was just so proud to show off that I'm a gold VIP member of Quixiangju, and the next second, I can't even get a private room? And Ziyuan looked unhappy and said directly to the waiter, I am your gold VIP member and have the right to use the box first. You tell me that I can't get a box? The waiter apologized, I'm sorry, sir, there are also gold VIP members in the box. Please be patient and wait. This made Ziyuan furious. The lobby manager who was not far away saw the noise and came over. The lobby manager asked the waiter about the situation and told Ziyuan that he was sorry that there were no extra seats in the private room. Chen Yuning looked at this scene, and her good mood was largely destroyed. Yi Juanhao thought of the gold VIP membership card that Ziyuan had just taken out, and immediately remembered the reward he had won in Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. I wonder which one is better, the Quixiangju Supreme VIP King card or the gold VIP membership card. Yi Juanhao was also fed up with Ziyuan, so he planned to take out the Supreme VIP King card and ask if he could change to a private room. The lobby manager who was negotiating with Ziyuan accidentally glanced in the direction of Yi Juanhao, and unexpectedly found the card in Yi Juanhao's hand. The lobby manager's eyes widened instantly in disbelief. Could this be? Chapter 4 New Reward, Building King Villa. Is this our Supreme VIP King card? The lobby manager bypassed Ziyuan and came to Yi Juanhao. Ziyuan was stunned, not understanding what was going on. He saw the lobby manager lean over and ask respectfully, Sir, can I see this card? Yi Juanhao nodded and handed the card in his hand to the lobby manager. After the lobby manager took it, he looked at it carefully for a while and confirmed the authenticity of the card. Then he returned the card to Yi Juanhao. No one present understood what had happened. Is there anything special about Yi Juanhao's card? The lobby manager said respectfully, Sir, you are the Supreme VIP member of Quixiangju, and you have the right to use a free meal and choose a private room at will. What? When the people present heard what the lobby manager said, they were all shocked. Ziyuan, in particular, looked as if he had seen a ghost and could not believe what he saw. What did he hear? Quixiangju's Supreme VIP King membership? Ziyuan once inquired about Quixiangju's membership system and learned that there was a tier of diamond membership above the gold VIP membership, which was a tier that only the children of truly wealthy people could have, and one had to spend at least 5 million to hold it. Above the diamond membership is the highest level of Supreme King membership. For the Supreme King membership, only 10 tickets were printed for the entire Quixiangju. Ziyuan was surprised that Yi Juanhao in front of him could actually hold one. He couldn't believe it. This Yi Juanhao who looks like a poor boy in front of him is actually a distinguished Supreme King member. Thinking of this, Ziyuan couldn't help but tremble. He just now actually wanted to seduce this big boss's girlfriend. I'm really tired of living like this, Ziyuan felt a little scared. After Yi Juanhao learned the purpose of this card, he immediately chose to go to the box. Otherwise, with Chen Yuning there, he didn't know how many Ziyuan would come to disturb him. Led by the lobby manager, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning went to the largest private room in Quixiangju for dinner. Ziyuan looked at the two people's backs as they left and felt that he had been really embarrassed just now. He had no face to stay here after showing off his sword in front of Guangong, so he left quickly when no one was paying attention. After they finished their ordered dishes in the private room, they left Quixiangju and returned to school. Along the way, the two remained silent, both knowing that there was still a layer of window paper between them that had not been broken. After sending Chen Yuning back to the dormitory building, Chen Yuning looked at Yi Juanhao reluctantly. Yi Juanhao smiled and said, Go up, we'll meet again next time. After hearing Yi Juanhao's words, Chen Yuning went upstairs contentedly. After watching Chen Yuning go upstairs, Yi Juanhao also returned to the Xuehan dormitory building. As soon as he entered the dormitory, 3 roommates surrounded him and looked at Yi Juanhao. One of my roommates laughed and said, How does it feel to have dinner with the pretty girl in the department? It must be great, tell us about it. Yi Juanhao helplessly spread his hands and replied casually, It's okay. Under the repeated questioning of his roommates, Yi Juanhao fended off for a long time before he finally got rid of them and climbed onto his own bed. I drew the bed curtains and it was already 10:30 in the evening. Yi Juanhao clicked on the sports bracelet and opened the software. Start self-discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. After what happened today, Yi Juanhao has determined that the rewards obtained from this software can affect the real world. I had dinner with Chen Yuning, and Quixi Angjua's Supreme VIP King card was perfectly realized. I will go and see the remaining Porsche 911 tomorrow, it's very late now. After entering the software, the display interface is still at the novice level sports project, but the first 3 have been completed and the 4th sports project has been unlocked. Complete a 400-meter lap and be rewarded with a luxury villa, number 888 Jinhui Tianxia, worth 80 million yuan. Note, villa number 888 of Jinhui Tianxia is one of the top villas here, covering a large area. Yi Juanhao's eyes lit up. The reward for the 4th sports event was actually a luxurious villa. This was great. Yi Juanhao was very satisfied. Now that he had this self-discipline and wealth-making software, he could do many things, and it was not very convenient for him to live with his roommates. He decided to move out after getting the luxurious villa tomorrow. There is a lot of freedom in college. As long as you arrive on time for class, no one will care about you at other times. There are many college students who do not return home at night. Yi Juanhao then looked at the entry-level tab next to the novice level. Presumably this was the advanced sports event after the novice level. Thinking that the rewards for the novice level are so rich, Yi Juanhao can't help but look forward to the entry-level rewards. How generous should the entry-level rewards be? Out of curiosity, Yi Juanhao tried to click on the gray entry-level button, but a prompt popped up. The host does not meet the comprehensive physical fitness requirements. Unable to unlock entry-level sports items? What? What physical fitness requirements? Yi Juanhao was confused. The software seemed to be able to understand Yi Juanhao's thoughts, and then the next prompt popped up. Physical comprehensive quality requirements can be viewed on the personal growth interface. Looking at this prompt, Yi Juanhao clicked on the personal growth interface. In an instant, a series of panels appeared. Host, Yi Juanhao. Novice comprehensive quality, 20%. Plus advanced when reaching 100%. Height, 172 centimeters a plus. Weight, 120 kgs. Vision, normal. Plus. Hearing, normal. Plus. Sense of smell, normal. Plus. Arm strength, 50 kgs. Plus. Leg strength, 200 kgs. Plus. Physical resistance, normal. Plus. Skills learned, none. Super rich points, 0 points. 1 point is awarded for every 100 million yuan spent. Note, the overall physical quality can be obtained by the comprehensive addition of the following items or by consuming 1 point of godly rich points to increase by 10%. Looking at the various values of his body, Yi Juanhao was stunned. This software actually discovered my true identity. After looking for a long time, Yi Juanhao came back to his senses. He looked at the plus signs behind each value curiously and clicked on the one behind his height. A prompt pops up. How to increase height, complete sports rewards, extra challenges, consume godly points. Seeing this, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but get excited. Could it be that my height can continue to grow? You know, there is no need to say more about how important height is to a boy's image. Many girls even require a tall man over 180 centimeters tall in their partner selection criteria, as tall men naturally have priority in choosing a partner. Yi Juanhao's height has remained at 172 centimeters for 3 years. He thought that he would never have the chance to grow taller in this lifetime, but he did not expect that he could continue to grow. Not bad, very good. Then, Yi Juanhao continued to study the software, and suddenly saw a function option, and clicked it out of curiosity. Chapter 5 Self-Discipline Motivation Model. Self-Discipline Motivation Model? Yi Juanhao looked at this function and clicked it curiously. A pop-up window suddenly appeared. Self-Discipline Incentive Mode. After turning on this function, you must follow the rules of life arranged by the software. If you follow them, you will receive massive rewards. If you violate them, the corresponding assets will be deducted. Note, once this function is turned on, it cannot be stopped. High risk, high reward, please choose to turn it on carefully. Open, close. Yi Juanhao looked at this brief introduction but still couldn't fully understand it. So click on the specific content of the function to preview it. The following is an overview of the regular life. Sleep before 2200 hours 2300 hours every day and get a reward of 500,000 yuan. Get up on time at 7 o'clock every day and get a reward of 500,000 yuan. Drink a cup of black coffee every day after getting up and get a reward of 500,000 yuan. After getting up every day, run 3 kilometers and get a reward of 500,000 yuan. For every additional kilometer you run, the reward will increase by 500,000 yuan, capped at 10 kilometers. Eat on time every day, don't eat greasy, spicy, or junk food, don't smoke, don't drink, and you will be rewarded 1 million. The following is a list of violations of self-discipline. Go to bed on time at 2300 hours every day, 1 minute late will result in a deduction of 100,000 yuan. Eating spicy, greasy, and junk food will result in a deduction of 100,000 yuan at a time. Smoking and drinking will result in a one-time deduction of 100,000 yuan. One shot of a sexy little pistol will result in a deduction of 1 million. Looking at these examples of clear rewards and punishments, Yi Juanhao felt a little scalp tingling at first, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was not impossible to do. After all, rewards are greater than punishments. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao became somewhat excited. As long as he turned on this function, it would only be a matter of time before he became the richest man in the world. So Yi Juanhao chose to open it without hesitation. The host has successfully started the self-discipline incentive mode. Please strictly abide by the conditions of a regular life. Violations will result in penalties. Current time is 22:50. Please enter the sleep state. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 500,000. When each regular life starts, the software's prompt sound will ring in your mind. Very good, very nice. This way you won't miss out on any rewards. Yi Juanhao quickly adjusted his sleeping position and began to fall asleep. After a while, Yi Juanhao's snoring could be heard in the dormitory. The 3 roommates in the dormitory looked at Yi Juanhao's bed in surprise. Something is wrong. Isn't this kid usually playing games? Did you go to bed so early today? This is so wrong. The 3 roommates looked at each other and found it incredible. The host has successfully fallen asleep, and the 500,000 reward has been received. However, Yi Juanhao couldn't hear the prompt sound for the time being. At this time, Yi Juanhao, who had just started the self-discipline motivation mode, did not know the seriousness of the matter. It is abnormal to have more rewards than punishments. After all, people are lazy and it is impossible for them to maintain self-discipline all the time. This is very tiring. I can only say that I am too young and don't realize the crux of the problem. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Yi Juanhao's mind, like a huge hammer hitting his mind, buzzing. Yi Juanhao was startled and woke up instantly. I looked at the time and it was exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. To be honest, Yi Juanhao had never gotten up so early before. When he didn't have early classes, he usually slept until 12 noon. I was really forced to exercise self-discipline this time. There was no other way. The software reward was too much, 500,000. Sure enough, the system's reward reminder sounded again. Yi Juanhao immediately opened the mobile banking app to confirm the arrival of the money. At a glance, adding the early bedtime last night and early rise this morning, a total of 1 million appeared exactly in Yi Juanhao's bank card balance. Yi Juanhao instantly felt energized, the sleepiness he had just felt from getting up early disappeared, and he now felt full of energy. Very good, all received. Now I am considered a millionaire. Next I have the task of self-discipline, so I will keep working on it. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao got up, washed and went for a run. Since he didn't have any black coffee at the moment, he had to give it up for the time being. It's just that since it was my first time running early in the morning, I couldn't run 3 kilometers. But it doesn't matter, I got the luxury villa. The 4th novice level sport was completed perfectly. Congratulations to the host for completing a 400-meter run, and the reward is the luxury villa number 888 Jinhui Tianxia, worth 80 million. Note, after the house purchase contract is signed, staff will contact the host later. Seeing this, Yi Juanhao smiled with some satisfaction. Just then, a pleasant female voice came, calling Yi Juanhao's name. Yi Juanhao, why did you get up so early? Your class doesn't have morning classes today. Yi Juanhao heard the voice and turned to look. A tall girl with a ponytail, a white t-shirt, and blue tight sweatpants ran over and stopped next to Yi Juanhao. Oh, it's Teacher Xiao. Looking at this tall girl, Yi Juanhao recognized her as Xiao Mengyu, the physical education teacher of his class. I get up early and exercise. I become obsessed with fitness recently. Yi Juanhao said seriously. Sure, let's run a few laps together. Xiao Mengyu invited. Yi Juanhao thought about it and realized that he was still 1.5 kilometers away from completing his daily self-discipline, so he agreed. At worst, I can just run slowly. Accompanied by the beautiful teacher, Yi Juanhao barely completed the last 1.5 kilometers. The last 400 meters were run with one breath. After running, Yi Juanhao felt dizzy. Looking at Yi Juanhao's embarrassed appearance, Xiao Mengyu burst out laughing. Yi Juanhao, it seems you still need more exercise. Yi Juanhao nodded and replied seriously. I will get up early and exercise every day from now on. After resting for a while, Yi Juanhao and Xiao Mengyu went to the school cafeteria together to have a nutritious breakfast. Combined with running 3 kilometers and eating a nutritious breakfast, Yi Juanhao successfully deposited another million yuan into his account. This was also the first time Yi Juanhao got up early to eat breakfast in the school cafeteria, and he found that the taste seemed quite good. In the past, I not only stayed at home, but also had a very irregular schedule. I rarely ate breakfast and usually went straight to lunch. Now with the supervision of the self-discipline incentive model, Yi Juanhao has also begun to live a self-disciplined and healthy life rhythm. After finishing breakfast, Yi Juanhao asked Xiao Mengyu. Teacher Xiao, are you going to class next? No, today I am going to a high school in the city to have an educational exchange with their teachers. Xiao Mengyu replied. Oh, I'll drive the teacher for a ride then. Yi Juanhao said after thinking for a while. It just so happened that the 5th novice level sport was unlocked, and this time the requirement was to complete a 5v5 basketball game. I guess it wouldn't be difficult to go to that high school and find a group of people to play a basketball game with during their physical education class. Xiao Mengyu was slightly stunned when she heard Yi Juanhao's words. Xiao Mengyu remembered that Yi Juanhao had only been a freshman in college for a short time. How could he buy a car so soon and own a car of his own? This couldn't help but make Xiao Mengyu curious about Yi Juanhao. Chapter 6 Who is the owner of the Porsche 911? After agreeing, Yi Juanhao and Xiao Mengyu went to the teacher's office. Xiao Mengyu still has some things to pack. When he arrived at the office, Yi Juanhao met other physical education teachers. There were 2 men and 2 women, and they looked like they were planning to set off. One of the female teachers with short hair saw Xiao Mengyu coming in and said with a smile, Mengyu, you are back. We are ready to set off. We are the only one missing. Okay, I'll get ready and leave right away. Xiao Mengyu replied quickly. No rush. I recently bought a new car, a BMW X5. I don't need to take a taxi. I have plenty of time. A tall male teacher said with great pride. Another capable female teacher with long hair said in surprise, Shui Yunpeng, you are rich now? You even bought a car, and it's a BMW among BBAs. Hearing the surprised voice of the long-haired capable female teacher, Shui Yunpeng looked happy and even more proud. He pretended to be relaxed and said, it's nothing. Recently, a house in my family was demolished. I have a little money on hand. A BMW X5 is not worth mentioning. It's only a few $100,000. Most of what Shui Yunpeng said was intended for Xiao Mengyu to hear. Shui Yunpeng had admired Xiao Mengyu for a long time, but he did not dare to pursue her due to his lack of financial strength. Now, he is different. He is a demolition household and has a considerable amount of assets. Wow, I'd like to take a ride in your BMW X5 and see it for myself. The capable female teacher with long hair said flatteringly. No problem. Shui Yunpeng said with a confident smile. At this time, Shui Yunpeng noticed Yi Juanhao next to Xiao Mengyu, and asked with a somewhat unfriendly look, Teacher Mengyu, who is this? Yi Juanhao stood next to Xiao Mengyu as soon as he came in, and he looked quite handsome, which made Shui Yunpeng feel hostile. At this time, Xiao Mengyu also packed up her things and replied, This is a student in my class, Yi Juanhao, who is going to that high school with us today for exchange and study. It turned out to be a student. Fortunately, Shui Yunpeng breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still wary of Yi Juanhao. Everyone walked out of the office together. On the way, Shui Yunpeng looked at Yi Juanhao, who was always standing next to Xiao Mengyu, and couldn't help feeling annoyed. We have to find a way to keep him away from Xiao Mengyu. So Shui Yunpeng pretended to say ouch and slapped his head. Everyone was confused and looked in the direction of Shui Yunpeng. I forgot one thing. My BMW X5 can only seat 5 people. The 4 of us plus Mengyu make 5, so there's 1 extra person. Shui Yunpeng said with some distress. He had no choice but to say to Yi Juanhao with regret, "Student Yi Juanhao, this time the teacher didn't think it through, so I have to inconvenience you. Please take a taxi." After listening to Shui Yunpeng's explanation, several people immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a big deal. Another male teacher with a resolute face nodded in agreement with Shui Yunpeng and said, "This is indeed a pity for student Yi." After all, Yi Juanhao was not included in the original plan. He came later, so several people agreed with Shui Yunpeng's words. At this time, several people also looked at Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao smiled and said, "It's okay, teachers. I have a car and can go there without taking a taxi." After hearing Yi Juanhao's words, several teachers present were stunned for a while. The words Yi Juanhao has a car echoed in the teachers' minds, and they were also in disbelief. They learned from Xiao Mingyu that Yi Juanhao is only a freshman this year. How can he own a car as a freshman? When the teachers thought about the fact that they were teachers but did not have a car of their own, their faces turned red. Teachers can't live as well as their students. Shui Yunpeng was a little surprised to hear that Yi Juanhao also had a car. This was somewhat different from what he expected. However, the final result should not be affected too much. After all, my car can seat 5 people, and it is the latest model of BMW X5 this year. Even if Yi Juanhao has a car, it probably wouldn't be very good. After all, he is just a student. He may have saved some money to buy a car for daily outings. In the end, Xiao Mingyu will definitely ride in her own BMW X5. After all, women would rather cry in a BMW, right? Thinking of this, Shui Yunpeng quickly calmed down and a confident smile appeared on his face again. Well, since Mr. Yi has a car, that would be great. After saying that, except for Yi Juanhao and Shui Yunpeng who went to get the car, everyone else went to wait at the school gate. After a while, a brand new white BMW X5 large SUV drove out of the school gate and stopped in front of the waiting crowd. It was Shui Yunpeng's new car. "Come on, everyone get in the car." Shui Yunpeng rolled down the window and invited everyone to get in. Except Xiao Mingyu, the other 3 got on the BMW X5. The 3 of them left the co-pilot seat to Xiao Mingyu, as they all knew that Shui Yunpeng had always liked Xiao Mingyu. Seeing that Xiao Mingyu didn't get in the car, Shui Yunpeng stuck his head out of the car, waved his hand and said, "Teacher Mingyu, hurry up and get in the car. We're about to leave." But Xiao Mingyu shook her head and said, "I'll just take classmate Ye's car later. After all, he doesn't know the way, and I agreed to take classmate Ye's car before this." Shui Yunpeng was stunned. He didn't expect that the two had made an appointment before. He was immediately furious and spoke anxiously. "Teacher Mingyu, Mr. Yi won't get lost. I gave him the location when I went to get the car just now. He will be able to follow the navigation." When the 3 people in the car saw that Xiao Mingyu was slow to get in, they began to persuade Xiao Mingyu to get in. The short-haired female teacher advised, "Yes, Mingyu, you should get in the car quickly. The seats of this BMW X5 are really comfortable. Come in and try it out. Mr. Ye's car must be very ordinary and you will not be comfortable sitting in it. If you are not in a good mood, it will affect the efficiency of educational exchanges, which is not good." The 3 of them also joined the persuasion team, but Xiao Mingyu remained unmoved. Just as Shui Yunpeng was impatiently preparing to get out of the car to pull Xiao Mingyu into it, a silver sports car drove out of the school and stopped not far from the white BMW X5. "Wow, this sports car is so cool, it's actually a Porsche." The capable female teacher with long hair said with her eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, it's actually the top-of-the-line version of the Porsche 911, my god." The usually calm and resolute male teacher also exclaimed in surprise. Then he added, "This top-of-the-line version is worth at least 3 million. Who is the owner of this sports car? I didn't even know there was such a luxury car in school." The short-haired female teacher was also shocked. Shui Yunpeng in the car also had a look of envy on his face. Even if his house was demolished, he would not be willing to spend millions to buy such a luxury car. Several people present immediately became curious about who the owner of this top-of-the-line Porsche 911 was. The driver's door of the silver Porsche 911 slowly opened, and a young and handsome figure stepped out. After seeing the owner of the Porsche 911 get out of the car, everyone took a closer look. The next second, everyone's expressions became petrified and stunned. Chapter 7 Get top basketball skills. An unexpected figure walked out from the driver's seat of the silver Porsche 911. It was the sight of this young and handsome figure that caused the people present to fall into a daze. And this young and handsome figure was none other than Yi Juanhao. This silver Porsche 911 is the reward Yi Juanhao received for completing the third novice level sports event, which can only be obtained by doing 20 squats. How is this possible? This is impossible. Shui Yunpeng murmured in disbelief. The most shocked person at the scene was Shui Yunpeng. He could never have imagined that Yi Juanhao's car was actually a top-of-the-line Porsche 911 worth more than 3 million yuan. This was completely different from what he expected. I originally thought that after Yi Juanhao's car drove out, after comparing the two cars, Xiao Mengyu would definitely choose to sit in his own car. After all, his BMW X5 is a luxury car brand with a landing price of 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, which is definitely better than the car of Yi Juanhao, a student. Unexpectedly, the slap in the face came so quickly. The other party actually drove a Porsche 911, which was far superior to the BMW X5. This was something Shui Yunpeng never expected. Even Xiao Mengyu was shocked. She didn't expect that Yi Juanhao's car was a Porsche 911. The three teachers who had persuaded Xiao Mengyu before also shut up at this moment. They finally understood why Xiao Mengyu insisted on not getting in Shui Yunpeng's car. It turns out there are better cars than the BMW X5. At this moment, everyone was a little envious of Xiao Mengyu for being able to sit in this Porsche 911. They also wanted to ride in it, because they had never ridden in such a nice car before. After Yi Juanhao got out of the Porsche 911, he waved to Xiao Mengyu and said, "Teacher Xiao, this way." Hearing Yi Juanhao's greeting, Xiao Mengyu finally came back to her senses from her shock. Xiao Mengyu hurried to Yi Juanhao's car. Yi Juanhao helped open the passenger door and asked Xiao Mengyu to get in the car carefully before returning to the driver's seat. Then we drove to the high school. In the car, Xiao Mengyu said with admiration, "Yi Juanhao, I didn't expect you to be so hidden." "It's nothing, just an ordinary car." Yi Juanhao answered casually. "This is normal. How on earth did you manage to own such a nice car in your freshman year?" Xiao Mengyu asked curiously. "Oh, well, I started my own business when I just entered college and made my first pot of gold." Yi Juanhao began to make up a lie and made up a reason. "You can't say that you got it through the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. Who would believe this if I told them? Do 20 squats and get a Porsche 911? If you tell others about it, they will probably laugh at you as a lunatic. Therefore, there is no way Yi Juanhao would reveal this software. It has become one of his unspeakable secrets." Along the way, Shui Yunpeng's BMW X5 was left behind by Yi Juanhao's Porsche 911. The two cars lost not only in price, but also in the speed experience brought by the price. The Porsche 911 is a luxury sports car, while the BMW X5 is at most a more luxurious family car. It is completely inferior to the luxury sports car in terms of speed. An hour later, we finally arrived at the high school. After getting off the bus, the high school leaders had been waiting for a long time. When they saw them coming, they went to greet them. "Teachers from your school are welcome to come and exchange and learn. This time, I can count on you to guide our senior high school students in physical education. I believe it will be of great help to their future college entrance examinations." The high school leaders warmly entertained Xiao Mengyu and other teachers. After taking them on a tour of the school, they came to the playground. At this time, it happened that two classes of senior high school students were taking physical education classes. Some of them were training for college entrance examination items, such as 1 kilometer for boys and 800 meters for girls, 3-step layups and shots for boys and football pole hopping for girls, etc. Some students are very confident in themselves and do not need additional training. They just do free activities, such as organizing basketball games. Most of them are athletes or people who exercise regularly. When Yi Juanhao saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. This is just enough to complete the 5th novice level sport, playing a 5v5 basketball game. Seeing that they were about to finish a round of basketball game and were preparing to make substitutions, Yi Juanhao greeted Xiao Mengyu and walked towards them. "Hello, can I add someone?" Yi Juanhao walked over and asked in a friendly manner. A tall boy who was the leader of Class 3 readily agreed to Yi Juanhao's request. He was the physical education representative of Class 3. "By the way, what's your name, classmate? Which class are you from?" the tall boy asked curiously. "My name is Yi Juanhao. I'm here to accompany a university teacher for exchange and study. I'm only a freshman this year." Yi Juanhao replied. "Oh, so it's you, senior. Let's play a game together." The tall boy continued, I am Zhang Yangcheng, the sports representative of Class 3. After introducing each other, Zhang Yangcheng began to greet his classmates. In the end, there were exactly 10 people, including Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao was assigned to Zhang Yangcheng's group. His team's basketball hoop was on the left, which was red, and they needed to attack the basketball hoop on the right, which was blue. A classmate acted as the referee and stood in the middle of the field. Each team sent a representative to kick off the game. The referee blew the whistle and threw the basketball in his hand. The basketball was first taken by Zhang Yangcheng from the red team. After all, he has a natural height advantage and is estimated to be around 178 centimeters tall. The representative of the blue team was not to be outdone. He quickly stepped forward, got close to Zhang Yangcheng, and instantly made a move, trying to snatch the basketball from Zhang Yangcheng's hand. Zhang Yangcheng was quick-witted and quick-handed. Knowing that his opponent was sure to win, he suddenly passed the ball to a student from the red team who was standing on the outside. The student on the outside lived up to everyone's expectations. The moment he got the basketball, he kept dribbling the ball between his legs, spotted the weak spot in the blue team's defense, sprinted in an instant, and made a standard 3-step layup, scoring accurately. Yi Juanhao exclaimed that it was amazing. It seemed that he had followed the right teammates. It was not bad to be a slacker. They kept going back and forth like this for nearly 40 minutes, and Yi Juanhao also paddled for 40 minutes. At the end of the basketball game, the red team narrowly defeated the blue team by 1 point, and the total score was 25-24. Among them, Yi Juanhao also contributed a point. Yi Juanhao accidentally picked up a ball under the basket and shot it casually, and it actually went in. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the 5th novice level sports event and playing a 5v5 basketball game and being rewarded with top basketball skills. The memory of top basketball skills is being transmitted into the host's mind. Yi Juanhao was stunned. He forgot to see what the reward was. Didn't he expect it to be a skill? Top basketball skills, quite interesting. Yi Juanhao muttered to himself. Chapter 8 Extra Challenge coming, Basketball God. After a while, Yi Juanhao felt a different memory flooding into his mind. After receiving the memory of top basketball skills, Yi Juanhao was immersed in it. At this time, Zhang Yangcheng came over and patted Yi Juanhao on the shoulder and said with a smile, Senior, thanks to your point, otherwise I'm afraid we can't beat the blue team. When Zhang Yangcheng called him, Yi Juanhao came back to his senses from his memory of top basketball skills and said with a smile, I'm afraid without my paddling, the red team would have defeated the blue team long ago. Yi Juanhao got along well with everyone in Class 3, they all got to know each other and completely integrated into the group. Just as everyone was joking and playing, and the atmosphere was extremely lively, an inappropriate voice was heard. Hey, who did I think he was? You're so happy just because you beat a bunch of rookies in your class? Zhang Yangcheng, it seems like you're really useless. Everyone in Class 3 immediately turned their eyes towards the direction where the sound came from, and their expressions all turned unpleasant. I saw another group of people coming. The one who just spoke was a tall boy with dyed yellow hair. Zhang Yangcheng looked at the tall, yellow-haired boy who was leading the group, and his expression did not look good. Lin Feiqin, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. The group of people who came were from Class 4, another class that was having physical education class. Class 3 and Class 4 have always been in a competitive relationship, with comparisons in study, life, and sports. Lin Feiqin, the physical education representative of Class 4, is also a sports student. He has done many things such as snatching basketball courts and bullying students with weaker physical constitutions. Lin Feiqin even has a group of younger brothers of his own, who bully others in school all day long. Zhang Yangcheng, who is also a sports student, can't stand his style and has always been at odds with him. One of Lin Feiqin's younger brothers rushed to say, Zhang Yangcheng, don't be so shameless. Our big brother Lin Feiqin wants this basketball court. You guys should go somewhere else. Lin Feiqin crossed his arms and looked at the people on Zhang Yangcheng's side with a teasing look, tacitly agreeing with what this younger brother meant. Zhang Yangcheng stepped forward and said, if it were someone else, I might have agreed, but not you. Zhang Yangcheng's attitude was very firm, and all the students in Class 3 also supported Zhang Yangcheng and stood by him. It seems that you guys don't know what's good for you. How about this? It won't be difficult for you. Let your strength speak for itself. How about playing a basketball game? The loser has to leave the court, and in the future, whenever the winner wants to use the court, the loser has to provide it unconditionally. Lin Feiqin looked confident, as if he had Zhang Yangcheng in his grasp. All of his younger brothers are sports students in the school. Their basketball skills are not comparable to ordinary people, and they have all received professional guidance and training. They are definitely not comparable to the people on Zhang Yangcheng's side. Lin Feiqin was sure of this, which was why he was so unscrupulous. Zhang Yangcheng was unable to make a decision for a moment. After all, the stakes were too high. Once he lost, Lin Feiqin's people and even the entire Class 4 would have to suppress Class 3 in the future in school. This is something Zhang Yangcheng cannot accept. Lin Feiqin was not in a hurry. He crossed his arms and waited for Zhang Yangcheng's reply. Anyway, Lin Feiqin, had reserved the basketball court for today. At this time, Yi Juanhao, who originally did not want to participate in the struggle between the two classes, received a system prompt. Yi Juanhao turned on the sports bracelet and entered the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. A prompt popped up instantly. Host, please note that an additional challenge is coming. The additional challenge content: use top basketball skills to help Class 3 defeat Class 4. You will be rewarded with 51% of the shares of Shengshi Meiyan International Company, become the chairman of Shengshi Meiyan International Company, and receive a 5% bonus to your overall physical fitness. Looking at the content and rewards of this extra challenge, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. Then, Yi Juanhao's mouth corners curled up. With such a generous reward, there is no reason not to take it. Yi Juanhao immediately chose to accept the additional challenge. Just when Zhang Yangcheng was about to refuse this unfair duel, a sudden voice came. Team 3 has accepted this challenge. After saying this, everyone present immediately looked in the direction of the person who made the voice. The person who spoke was Yi Juanhao. Senior, what are you doing? Zhang Yangcheng looked at Yi Juanhao in surprise. He didn't understand why Yi Juanhao did this. It was obvious that the other party came prepared. Even if he didn't understand the situation of the two classes, he would not rashly accept the challenge. Don't worry, I am sure that Class 3 can defeat Class 4. Yi Juanhao said confidently. But Zhang Yangcheng thought of Yi Juanhao's slacking performance in the friendly basketball game just now, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He was embarrassed to say that Yi Juanhao's performance just now was so poor. But in the blink of an eye, seeing Yi Juanhao's confident look, Zhang Yangcheng gritted his teeth and said, since Senior is so confident, I will risk my life to accompany you. Zhang Yangcheng has already made a decision in his mind. No matter whether he wins or loses in the end, he will accept it. The worst that can happen is that after losing, he can win it back later. Lin Feiqin looked at Yi Juanhao in surprise. He felt that Yi Juanhao looked unfamiliar and he had never seen such a person in Class 3 before. But it may also be that it is not common, so there is no impression, but no matter what, Class 3 just accepted the challenge. Only in this way can I, Lin Feiqin, firmly trample Class 3 and Zhang Yangcheng under my feet. Thinking of this scene, Lin Feiqin had already revealed a winner's smile in advance. Soon, both sides had selected their players to participate in the battle, all of whom were top-notch basketball players. The only variable at the scene was Yi Juanhao. But the arrow has been put on the string and has to be shot, so everyone can only pray that Yi Juanhao can perform normally. This time, Class 3 is the red team again, and Class 4 is the blue team. After the referee served the ball, Lin Feiqin instantly grabbed the basketball and dribbled past the opponents so quickly that the people on the red team couldn't even find him. Just as Lin Feiqin was about to jump up and shoot a three-pointer, a figure appeared in front of Lin Feiqin. The figure also jumped up, raised his hands high, and knocked the basketball out of Lin Feiqin's hand. The basketball also fell into the hands of the figure. Lin Feiqin was stunned. I was blocked? Who is it? Who has this ability? Zhang Yangcheng? Lin Feiqin looked closely and saw an unexpected figure snatching his basketball away. It's actually him? The person who snatched the basketball from Lin Feiqin was Yi Juanhao. The moment Yi Juanhao got the basketball, he immediately turned around and dribbled straight towards the blue team's basket. The people on the blue team naturally wouldn't let him succeed, so they all came over to launch a defensive counterattack, trying to snatch the ball from Yi Juanhao. When Zhang Yangcheng saw Yi Juanhao got the ball, he immediately called out, Senior, this way. Zhang Yangcheng, who originally wanted Yi Juanhao to pass the ball to him, suddenly froze in place, his face full of disbelief. What did he see? Yi Juanhao dribbled the ball outside the three-point line and made a very standard three-pointer. The red team successfully won 3 points. This scene stunned the people present, who could not believe what they saw. Zhang Yangcheng opened his mouth wide and murmured, "Senior, is he a hidden basketball god?" Chapter 9: Organizing a Class Party. Seeing the red team score the first goal, and it was a 3-pointer, Lin Feiqing's face suddenly turned dark. "That's impossible. This must be luck." "That's right. That kid must have been lucky to make the shot." Lin Feiqing comforted himself in his heart. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this school who could beat their team. After calming down, Lin Feiqing once again directed his younger brothers to take their positions. After Yi Juwenhao made the shot, a younger brother of Lin Feiqing under the basket got the ball. He dribbled out of his own area and passed the ball to Lin Feiqing. Lin Feiqing successfully got the ball and was ready to make a 3-step layup, but unexpectedly Yi Juwenhao seemed to have predicted it, interrupted Lin Feiqing's rhythm, and snatched the basketball from his hands again. This made Lin Feiqing instantly furious. He quickly caught up with Yi Juwenhao, trying to stop him with his height advantage. Everyone thought Yi Juwenhao was going to jump up and shoot the ball again. Lin Feiqing was delighted and looked like he knew it. He also jumped up and tried to block Yi Juwenhao's ball. Unexpectedly, Yi Juwenhao, who was about to jump, dribbled the ball with his backhand and left Lin Feiqing's blockade. This surprised Lin Feiqing. Was this guy actually faking a move? In the end, the result was as expected. Yi Juwenhao made another 3-pointer into the basket. The red team scored 3 points again. Only 5 minutes had passed and the score was 6 o'clock, which made Lin Feiqing realize that something was wrong. This kid is actually a hidden master. Lin Feiqing quickly adjusted his strategy. He had originally sent strong men to stop Zhang Yangcheng, but now he was forced to join the forces to stop Yi Juwenhao. However, no matter how Lin Feiqing operated or adjusted his strategy, he was fooled by Yi Juwenhao again and again and scored goals again and again. From beginning to end, the blue team had very few chances to get the ball. Yi Juwenhao not only has outstanding personal basketball skills, but is also extremely good at cooperating with the team, making everyone in Class 4 run around in circles. After 40 minutes, the referee blew a whistle and the game ended. The final score was 50-0 for the red team over the blue team. The red team won a crushing victory, and the blue team got 0 eggs. Looking at the result, Lin Feiqing was distraught. As a sports student, Yi Juwenhao actually brought his most proud project to its knees. He felt a sense of frustration in his heart. Lin Feiqing's proud and arrogant look just now disappeared, and he looked at Yi Juwenhao's figure as if he was looking at a mountain peak with no end in sight. He is so strong. With this kind of strength, it is no problem for him to enter the national team. I just tried to challenge such a big shot in front of him, and challenge Class 3. It was so scary that Lin Feiqing felt regretful and scared at this moment. I actually offended such a big shot. Thinking of this, Lin Feiqing brought a group of his younger brothers to Yi Juwenhao. At this time, Zhang Yangcheng and his team were also very excited. They didn't expect that they could defeat the strong team of Lin Feiqing in the end. This was all thanks to Senior Yi Juwenhao. Senior Yi, thank you so much this time. Without you, our Class 3 would never have been able to defeat Lin Feiqing and the others. Zhang Yangcheng said with emotion. Lin Feiqing was stunned when he heard Zhang Yangcheng's address to Yi Juwenhao. Senior? Thinking that there were university teachers coming to exchange and study today, Lin Feiqing suddenly understood everything. The Yi Juwenhao in front of him was actually a college student. No wonder he could defeat himself so completely. This made Lin Feiqing start to admire Yi Juwenhao. He walked up to Yi Juwenhao and said, Senior Yi, I admit defeat. I hope you won't bear a grudge against the people in Class 4. I promise that I will never bully the weak again. Yi Juwenhao nodded, as if forgiving them. Without them, there would be no additional challenges. At this moment, the system prompt sound echoed in my mind. Congratulations to the host for using top basketball skills to help Class 3 defeat Class 4. You will be rewarded with 51% of the shares of Shengshi Meiyan International Company, become the chairman, and increase your overall physical fitness by 5%. All funds have been credited. Seeing the system prompt that the rewards had arrived, Yi Juwenhao nodded with satisfaction and decided to take a closer look at the rewards when he had time. Chairman of Shengshi Meiyan International Company? It seems quite interesting. In the end, Lin Feiqing left in disgrace with the people from Class 4, and personally promised that the previous bet was valid. The winner this time belongs to Class 3. After resolving these issues, Yi Juanhao said goodbye to the people in Class 3 and went to look for Xiao Mingyu and others. It was already noon. After lunch, we rested for a while in the afternoon and continued to communicate for a while before starting our journey back. Xiao Mingyu stretched lazily in Yi Juanhao's car and said lazily, "Today is really a fulfilling day." Looking at Xiao Mingyu's curves as she stretched, Yi Juanhao swallowed hard. I sighed in my heart, who can resist such a figure? So Yi Juanhao answered absent-mindedly, "It is indeed quite fulfilling." By the way, what did you do this morning? Xiao Mingyu asked curiously. Nothing, just played 2 friendly basketball games to kill time. Yi Juanhao answered casually. What Yi Juanhao didn't know was that Xiao Mingyu was also watching Yi Juanhao's performance on the basketball court. Now Xiao Mingyu was full of curiosity about Yi Juanhao. How many secrets does he have? Not long after, Yi Juanhao drove a Porsche 911 back to school. After sending Xiao Mingyu back to the teacher's office, he left. During this day, the school forums, confession walls, BBS and other places were all blown up. It was rumored that Chen Yuning, the freshman beauty in the School of Business Administration, had a crush on someone, and that Chen Yuning had even invited the other person to dinner together. This piece of news briefly became the school's hot news, overshadowing the news about the school's 3 most beautiful girls. Many of Chen Yuning's admirers went crazy and couldn't believe that this was true. My goddess actually took the initiative to invite a boy to dinner. They just couldn't believe it, but it was the truth and many people saw it that day. Many people began to inquire about Yi Juanhao's information. When they found out that Yi Juanhao was in the same class as Chen Yuning, they felt a sense of crisis. Were they actually classmates? The first people to know the news were the classmates, especially the class monitor Jiao Buotao, who was one of Chen Yuning's top pursuers. Jiao Buotao recently bought a villa of nearly 300 square meters near the school. He plans to transform it into a party villa, invite classmates to play, and organize a class party. But the main purpose of organizing the class reunion is still Chen Yuning. If Chen Yuning is invited alone, she will definitely not agree, but if it is a class activity, she will have to come. He could also take the opportunity to show off his wealth in front of Chen Yuning and achieve his original plan. Now that Yi Juanhao had encountered such an unexpected situation, Jiao Buotao had to make arrangements in advance. Otherwise, when Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning develop further, what will be left for me to do? So Jiao Buotao decided to take advantage of the fact that the two of them were just starting out and immediately start implementing his plan, so that Chen Yuning could then know the gap between Yi Juanhao and himself. I can buy a villa, can Yi Juanhao do it? After knowing the gap between the two sides, Chen Yuning will surely know who to choose. Thinking of this, Jiao Buotao showed a triumphant smile. Chapter 10 House Purchase Contract. When Yi Juanhao returned to the dormitory and heard what his roommates said, he was stunned. Class monitor Jiao Buotao organized a class party tonight and invited everyone to a party villa for a night? A roommate said, Class monitor Jiao Buotao said that this is our class's first class reunion, and everyone must be present. Another roommate continued, I heard that this party villa belongs to class leader Jiao Buotao. I'm so envious. When I first entered college, I had my own house, a villa, and it was near the school, which made my roommates very envious. A roommate who was close to Yi Juanhao reminded him, Juanhao, you have to be careful about Jiao Buotao trying to steal your girl. It is said that Jiao Buotao is the #1 suitor of Chen Da's beauty. Recently, forums, confession walls, and other places have been full of posts discussing your dinner with the beauty from Chen's department. You never know when Jiao Buotao will attack you. After hearing the reminder from his roommate, Yi Juanhao realized that the news that he and Chen Yuning had dinner together had become known to the whole school. He was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I sighed in my heart that these people are so idle. It's just having dinner with the school beauty, a very ordinary thing. Yi Juanhao couldn't understand the psychology of these perverts. However, after this roommate's reminder, Yi Juanhao became more cautious. Thinking of the villa, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but think of the Jinhui Tianxia 888 villa that he had received as a reward for completing the 4th novice-level sports project. I think the relevant staff should deliver the house purchase contract soon. Suddenly, Yi Juanhao's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was a WeChat message from Chen Yuning. The news roughly said that she and Yi Juanhao would go to a party villa tonight. Of course Yi Juanhao had no problem with that and immediately replied Chen Yuning with an okay. Soon it was night. After Yi Juanhao picked up Chen Yuning downstairs of the girls' dormitory, he got in his Porsche 911 and drove straight to the party villa that Jiao Buotao mentioned. On the way, Chen Yuning was also very surprised that Yi Juanhao actually had a luxury sports car as his means of transportation. This made her feel a little proud. He was worthy of being her brother Junhao. Thinking of this, Chen Yuning's face turned red. What was she thinking? Now she and brother Juanhao are still good friends. After a while, the two arrived at the party villa. After entering, Yi Juanhao found that most of the people in the class had already arrived. Although Yi Juanhao did not recognize everyone in the class, it did not prevent him from knowing the exact number. The moment the two men entered the party villa, squad leader Jia Buotao noticed them. When Jia Buotao saw that Chen Yuning actually came with Yi Juanhao, his face looked unhappy. It seems the rumors are true. This couldn't help but make Jia Buotao jealous. How could his goddess be picked up by a poor boy like Yi Juanhao? But Jia Buotao quickly put his thoughts aside, took 2 glasses of red wine, and came to the two of them. The only person he didn't get a cup for was Yi Juanhao. Here, Yuning, have a glass of red wine to moisten your throat. This is a fine red wine that has been treasured for decades. Have a taste. As he spoke, Jia Buotao took a sip of his glass of red wine, pretending to be very gentlemanly. Looking at the glass of red wine, Chen Yuning didn't really want to drink the wine handed to her by the opposite sex. This was due to the strict upbringing she received since childhood. Yi Juanhao also noticed Chen Yuning's embarrassment, so he took the glass of red wine and drank it all. Good wine, worthy of being a red wine that has been collected for decades, not bad. Yi Juanhao said with his eyes lighting up. Seeing Yi Juanhao looking like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, Jia Buotao sneered. You are indeed a poor boy. Do you think you can snatch Yuning from me? You really don't need to look in the mirror and see how poor you are. Although he thought so in his heart, Jia Buotao would not say it out loud. He still had to establish himself as a gentleman in front of Chen Yuning. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Yi Juanhao's mind. It was detected that the host drank a glass of red wine, violating the rules of the self-discipline incentive model, and deducting assets of 100,000 yuan. Yi Juanhao was subconsciously stunned and hadn't reacted yet. When he reacted, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn, that's cruel. He lost 100,000 yuan just by drinking a glass of red wine. At this moment, Yi Juanhao's heart was bleeding. 100,000 yuan, how many good things could this buy? And it was gone just like that? On the other side, seeing that Chen Yuning was not interested in red wine, Jia Buotao began to introduce his villa. Yuning, let me introduce my villa to you. The price of this villa is 15 million. I added another 5 million and transformed it into the current party villa. The idea behind it is this. When Chen Yuning heard the idea for the villa, she became a little interested and started listening. When Jia Buotao saw that Chen Yuning seemed to be interested, he immediately increased his boasting and showed off his villa in a very proud manner. I deliberately decorated the interior in a luxurious retro style, a perfect combination of history and modernity, and the entertainment configuration is also complete, with billiards, KTV, board games, large-scale arcade games, etc. Even the hottest VR games are included. Jia Buotao talked eloquently, and the classmates around him heard him and immediately tried to please him. As expected of our squad leader, he is indeed arrogant. Thanks to you being our squad leader, we can enjoy such good benefits. Yes, it must be very happy to be with a man like the squad leader. Listening to the flattering voices of his classmates around him, Jia Buotao felt satisfied and became even more proud. These words were said with a purpose. The purpose was to let Chen Yuning see his wealthy family background so as to compare it with Yi Juanhao. Seeing that the effect was almost there, Jia Buotao looked at Yi Juanhao and said, Juanhao, I guess you don't have a house of your own yet. You can come live with me when you have time. I have more than a dozen empty houses here. You can live in any of them. Jia Buotao is still bragging about his villa. Yi Juanhao recovered from the feeling of losing 100,000 yuan and said with a calm smile, I do not have a house for the time being, but I will have one soon. Yeah, you're right. After you graduate and work for a few years, you can make a down payment and take out a loan to buy a house. It really won't take too long. Jia Buotao nodded in agreement, deliberately saying words like loan or something like that. Before Jia Buotao could continue his taunting, Yi Juanhao's cell phone suddenly rang. Jia Buotao's face turned ugly instantly. Who was so ignorant as to call Yi Juanhao at this critical moment? Now is the time for him to press on and make the most of his victory, letting Chen Yuning know that Yi Juanhao is just a useless poor boy. Yi Juanhao picked up the phone, and the voice of Jinhui Tianxia Villa sales manager came from the other end of the line. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm at the door of the place you mentioned. I've brought the purchase contract and I need your signature. When Yi Juanhao heard this, he became excited and replied, Okay, wait a moment, I'll come out. Since Jiao Buotao was standing next to Yi Juanhao, he could clearly hear the voice on the other end of the phone. House purchase contract? Jiao Buotao didn't understand the situation for a moment. Chapter 11 The King's Villa is in hand. Before coming to the party villa, Yi Juanhao received a call from the sales manager of Jinhui Tianxia Villas. Since there was a class reunion here tonight, Yi Juanhao simply asked the sales manager to send the house purchase contract here. After completing the formalities, you can go directly to the villa to stay at night. Yi Juanhao immediately walked out of the party villa and came to the entrance of the villa. Seeing this, Chen Yuning also followed. After all, if Yi Juanhao hadn't come here, she wouldn't have come here. Jiao Buotao couldn't resist his curiosity and followed him. When the other students saw the class monitor Jiao Buotao leave, they were also curious and wanted to see what was going on. Everyone followed Yi Juanhao to the entrance of the villa. I saw a man in a suit and tie standing at the entrance of the villa. The man in the suit was actually the sales manager of Jinhui Tianxia Villa. When the sales manager saw Yi Juanhao, he immediately greeted him enthusiastically. Mr. Yi, this is your house purchase contract. Please sign on it and the villa at number 888 Jinhui Tianxia will be yours. The sales manager said respectfully. What? Jiao Buotao rubbed his ears, unable to believe what he heard. What did he hear? Could it be that the man in the suit is talking about the Jinhui Tianxia Villa, the largest villa complex in Ningzhou? Villa number 888, the king of buildings, isn't this the largest and most spacious villa there? Jiao Buotao didn't believe this was true and stepped forward to question the sales manager. Are you talking about the largest Jinhui Tianxia Villa in Ningzhou? Since Jiao Buotao came out after Yi Juanhao, the sales manager thought he was Yi Juanhao's friend, so he politely replied, Yes, it is, and it is the king-level villa at number 888 Jinhui Tianxia. Hearing the sales manager's affirmative answer, Jiao Buotao was struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief. He never expected that Yi Juanhao could actually afford to buy a villa, and it was a Jinhui Xiangxia one. The price of the villas there was so high that it was not easy for even him to buy one. The cheapest villa in Jinhui Tianxia costs 30 million, which is far more expensive than his party villa, not to mention the king of the buildings there. I heard it's worth 80 million. Not long after, Yi Juanhao signed the house purchase contract. This villa, number 888, Jinhui Tianxia, the largest villa in Ningzhou, now officially belongs to Yi Juanhao. The sales manager congratulated Yi Juanhao, handed him the key to his villa and a purchase contract, and then left, leaving everyone standing there in shock. Chen Yuning was also very surprised, but when she thought that it was her brother Junhao, she felt it was natural. After all, Yi Juanhao is omnipotent in her eyes. The other students didn't know the exact value of the Jinhui Tianxia villa, but they were still shocked. After all, there are very few people who can afford to buy a villa. A girl curiously searched the price of villa number 888 in Jinhui Tianxia. The next second, she screamed out loud. This villa is actually worth 80 million. When the classmates who followed her heard the price the girl quoted, they were shocked and could not accept this fact at all. A villa worth 80 million, what a concept! Even if an ordinary person works hard throughout his life, he may only be able to afford a house worth 2 or 3 million yuan. Even if he works a little harder, it is not impossible to reach a price of 10 million yuan. But a house worth 80 million, especially a villa, was something they had never heard of or seen before. For a moment, all the students present cast envious glances at Yi Juanhao. Some girls even had stars in their eyes and did not hide their admiration for Yi Juanhao. After all, who doesn't tea like a rich and powerful guy? This is almost every girl's dream. Seeing the look the girls gave Yi Juanhao, Chen Yuning couldn't help but move closer to Yi Juanhao, almost sticking to him. Seeing that the most beautiful girl in the department, Chen De, was still following Yi Juanhao closely, the male classmates became even more envious and jealous, while the female classmates came to their senses. How could I possibly compare to Chen Da's beauty? For a moment, they all restrained their little thoughts. Jiao Buotao was probably the only one present with a dark complexion. This was completely different from the result he had expected. Shouldn't I be the protagonist of this class party? How come all this has happened to Yi Juanhao? Not only did he buy a villa worth 80 million yuan in front of Chen Yuning, but even his classmates are trying to please Yi Juanhao. Now none of these classmates gathered around Jiao Buotao anymore. They all gathered around Yi Juanhao, constantly trying to please him, hoping to become familiar to Yi Juanhao. Each one of them is extremely flattering. Thinking of his own party villa, which was worth at most 20 million yuan, and comparing it with Yi Juanhao's 80 million yuan villa, Jia Buotao felt powerless. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Just now he had mocked Yi Juanhao for having to work for a few years after graduation before he could get a down payment and loan to buy a house. But the next second, Yi Juanhao turned around and bought a villa worth 80 million yuan, which slapped him in the face. His face was now burning with pain, he had lost all his face, and this huge gap had made Jia Buotao lose the confidence to pursue Chen Yuning. He looked distraught. Who on earth was he competing with? Yi Juanhao, who was surrounded and flattered by many classmates, couldn't stand the feeling of being the center of attention. He was a otaku and usually liked to be alone. I feel uncomfortable when I encounter crowded places. Yi Juanhao didn't want to be surrounded anymore, so he found a gap and found Jia Buotao. Class monitor, is there anything else to do in your class party? If not, I will leave first. Yi Juanhao asked directly. It's gone. Jia Buotao said weakly. His self-confidence was dealt a severe blow today and he has not yet recovered. After receiving Jia Buotao's reply, Yi Juanhao said goodbye to the classmates present and was about to leave early. Before leaving, he asked Chen Yuning if she wanted to go with him. After all, they came here together. In the end, Chen Yuning definitely left with him. After a while, a silver Porsche 911 driven by Yi Juanhao came, picked up Chen Yuning, and sped away. The students present were shocked once again. There are even luxury sports cars, so cool. After a busy night, it is now 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Juanhao plans to go to Xiangju for dinner before going to see his villa. With the Supreme VIP King card, Yi Juanhao directly booked a private room and had another dinner with Chen Yuning. This time, no one disturbed them and they both enjoyed the meal very much. After eating and drinking, Yi Juanhao asked Chen Yuning for her opinion and whether they wanted to go together to see his newly bought villa. After getting Chen Yuning's affirmative answer, Yi Juanhao took Chen Yuning and drove the Porsche 911 to the Jinhui Tianxia Villa. Chapter 12 Rewards. Jinhui Tianxia Villa is one of the largest villa areas in Mingzhou. It is close to the Silver Sand Bay on the beach and is a villa with beautiful sea views. In particular, villas number 178, number 520, number 666 and number 888 are the four most luxurious villas in Jinhui Tianxia Villa District. The location of the four building king villas is closest to Silver Sand Bay, and you can have a panoramic view of the entire Silver Sand Bay from the villas. The air in the green areas and courtyards outside the villa is extremely fresh, and there are dedicated people to take care of the flowers and vegetation every day to ensure the beautification of the villa area. Not long after, Yi Juanhao drove to the Jinhui Tianxia Villa area. The journey was smooth and the security guards at the door would not be so tactless as to stop people from passing through when they saw a luxury sports car like the Porsche 911. If they accidentally offend the owners here, they might lose this good job. After all, it is easy to earn over 10,000 yuan a month by working as a security guard in a luxury villa area. Soon, Yi Juanhao found out the location of villa number 888 through the sign and parked his car in the garage of his villa. Before entering the villa, the first thing you need to pass through is a courtyard, which is planted with various precious green plants. Although it is not clear at night, the overall feeling it gives is very comfortable. There was a corresponding introduction next to the green plants. Yi Juanhao went forward to take a look and was stunned. This cedar tree is priced at $1 million. There is also a large koi pond next to it, which houses nearly 100 koi and is regularly maintained by the garden staff. Yi Juanhao was amazed and took Chen Yuning into the villa. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Juanhao was stunned by the luxurious interior decoration. The whole house is equipped with specially customized mahogany furniture. The entrance hall is decorated with an exquisite double-sided Suzhou embroidery screen that took the embroiderer 3 years to embroider. The living room with a height of more than 7 meters has a colorful glazed entrance hall screen, a 2-ton gold inlaid jade chandelier, and a background wall carved with golden namu. In the side hall, there are 4 porcelain paintings from the Qing dynasty. In short, it is so luxurious that it dazzles the eyes. This is a luxurious retro-style villa. Although it is retro, it still has all the necessary entertainment facilities. There is a super large swimming pool, bar, KTV, golf course, etc. On the first floor. There is a private cinema, gym, game room, etc. on the second floor. Chen Yuning watched all this, and although she was also surprised, her expression remained calm. It seemed as if everything in front of her was very common to her. Yi Juanhao was different. He looked around everywhere like a naughty child. Chen Yuning was happy seeing Yi Juanhao happy, and she also became happy. Yuning, sit down and look around. Just treat it as your own home. I don't have so many rules. Yi Juanhao greeted. Aha! Hearing Yi Juanhao talking about his own home, Chen Yuning's face turned red and she sat down on the sofa. The two were alone in a villa, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. In this environment, Chen Yuning's face became even redder, and Yi Juanhao was the first to speak. It's so late tonight, stay here for one night. I'll take you back to school tomorrow. Chen Yuning's heart suddenly started beating rapidly. It was the first time in her life that she spent the night at a boy's house. As soon as he said this, Yi Juanhao felt that he had said the wrong thing. He hadn't confirmed his relationship with Yuning yet, so how could he keep the girl? The scene returned to silence. After a long while, Chen Yuning said in a low voice. Good. Good. This reply was indeed beyond Yi Juanhao's expectations. I thought he would reject me, that's why he didn't speak for so long. In fact, Chen Yuning was also struggling in her heart. On one hand, there was the person her savior liked, and on the other hand, there were the strict constraints of her family education. This really made Chen Yuning think for a while. Oh, okay, you go wash up first. Yi Juanhao became a little flustered. Looking at Yi Juanhao's flustered look, Chen Yuning burst out laughing. Looking back at Chen Yuning's smile, Yi Juanhao was stunned for a moment. Soon, the sound of water running came from Chen Yuning's bathroom, which made Yi Juanhao start to think wildly. He pinched his arm hard to sober himself up. Then Yi Juanhao took this time to open his sports bracelet and clicked on the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. He is going to count the rewards he received today. First of all, there are rewards for the self-discipline incentive mode. Today is the first day of enabling this function. After entering the corresponding functional module, Yi Juanhao looked at the specific amount. Today's balance, 3.9 million. Today's deduction, 1.1 million. Deduction details, 100,000 yuan for drinking a glass of red wine, 1 million yuan for driving after drinking. It didn't matter if I took a look at it, but it almost made Yi Juanhao's blood pressure soar. This is too cruel. More than 1 million yuan will be deducted for drinking a sip of wine and driving? This made Yi Juanhao stand up from the sofa suddenly. He remembered that he would be charged for sitting for a long time. Then he realized something. If he developed bad habits, the system would continue to deduct money. Wouldn't that mean he would be deducted money and become the first loser? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Juanhao did not dare to be careless. It seems I need to be more careful next time. But if you think about it from another angle, it's actually not bad. As long as you behave yourself every day, you can earn up to 5 million a day. 5 million a day, that's 150 million a month. I guess only when your wealth is truly abundant enough will you no longer care about deductions. Then Yi Juanhao stopped hesitating and looked at the reward for today's extra challenge. The first thing to look at is the 5% increase in overall physical fitness. Yi Juanhao clicked on the personal information panel, and a series of information appeared in front of him. The comprehensive physical fitness of novices has reached 25%, and 20% is the previous foundation. Then Yi Juanhao looked down. I found that my arm and leg strength have increased significantly. My arm strength increased by 20 kilograms, and my leg strength increased by 100 kilograms. There have also been some good increases in the data of various body organs. Arm strength is 70 kilograms, leg strength is 300 kilograms, plus some other physical data bonuses. Shi Hui's skill column currently only has top-level basketball skills. The super rich points are still 0 at the moment. After all, Yi Juanhao's current assets added up to only about 90 million, not even 100 million, let alone spending it. It seems that the improvement of comprehensive physical fitness will average out various values of your body, making you stronger. Not bad, very good. Yi Juanhao smiled with some satisfaction. Looking at the final reward, 51% of the shares of Shangshur Meiyan International Company, he became the chairman of the company. Yi Juanhao curiously looked up the information of this company. Chapter 13 Arrogant Distributor. Not long after, the query information came out. Shangshur Meiyan International Company has a market value of approximately 1 billion. Its main business is the sales of various cosmetics and skin care products for women, such as liquid foundation, lipstick, eye cream, facial masks, etc. Looking at a series of introductions about Shangshur Meiyan International Company, Yi Juanhao was also shocked. I didn't expect the rewards for the extra challenges to be so generous, even a billion-dollar company could get them. At first I thought it was just a small company with a market value of tens of millions at most. Yi Juanhao continued to carefully check the information of this company. After all, he is now the chairman of this company, so he can't be ignorant of everything. On the other hand, the top management of Shangshur Meiyan International received a notice from the former chairman that he had transferred all his shares, which means they had a new boss. Su Yuantong, general manager of Shangshur Meiyan International Company, convened a meeting specifically for this matter. She sat at the head of the meeting. When the chairman was not there, she was the most influential person in the company. At this moment, a group of senior executives of Shangshur Meiyan gathered in the conference room to discuss the matters concerning the new chairman. How could this happen? Why did the chairman change? I just got the news too. There was no sign of this before. I don't know if this new chairman is easy to get along with. As the saying goes, a new official will do his best to start with his first move. Please don't use us as a target. The senior executives of Shangshur Meiyan present immediately started a heated discussion in the conference room. Su Yuantong listened to what the senior executives were discussing and decided that it was time to speak up to stabilize the situation. Everyone, please be quiet. Su Yuantong paused and continued, I think we need to contact the new chairman first and try to make a good impression before he comes here. Yes, that's right, we can hold a grand welcome ceremony. A senior executive echoed. Su Yuantong consulted with many senior executives and they unanimously decided to hold a grand welcome ceremony to welcome the new chairman so as to make a good impression in front of the new chairman. After everyone agreed, Su Yuantong took out her cell phone, found the number of the new chairman left for her by the former chairman, and dialed the number. When Yi Juanhao was checking the relevant information of Shangshur Meiyan International Company in Jinhui Tianxia Villa, his cell phone suddenly rang. Who could it be who calls at night? Yi Juanhao answered the phone curiously. Hello, is this Chairman Yi Juanhao? I am Su Yuantong, the general manager of Shangshur Meiyan. I am sorry to bother you so late. Su Yuantong asked nervously on the other end of the phone. When Yi Juanhao heard the other party reveal his identity, he suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that he is someone from my own company. Well, I'm Yi Juanhao. What's going on? Yi Juanhao probably guessed why the other party called, but he deliberately didn't say it. It's like this. The company has unanimously decided to hold a grand welcome ceremony for you. I wonder when Mr. Yi will be free to come to the company? Su Yuantong asked. After hearing this, Yi Juanhao thought about it and decided that tomorrow was Saturday and he had no classes, so he could go and take a look if he had time. So he replied, I'm free tomorrow morning. After Su Yuantong exchanged a few polite compliments with Yi Juanhao, he hung up the phone. In the conference room of Shangshur Meiyan International Company, as soon as Su Yuantong hung up the phone, an executive couldn't help but ask. How about it, General Manager Su, what does Director Yi say? Su Yuantong took a deep breath and said, Mr. Yi will come to the company tomorrow morning. Everyone must be well prepared tomorrow morning to give Mr. Yi a good impression. On the other side, after Chen Yuning finished washing up, Yi Juanhao arranged a room for her to rest. He also finished his work before 10:30 in the evening and went to bed. After all, there is a self-discipline motivation model, so you have to go to bed early. A new day arrived, and Yi Juanhao drove a Porsche 911 to take Chen Yuning back to school. During this period, many people took photos of me and posted them on the school bulletin board, forum, confession wall, and other places. It triggered a new round of heated discussion. Most of the titles are something like Chen Dashi stayed out all night and did not return home, suspected of living with Yi Juanhao, which are specifically designed to attract people to watch. However, Yi Juanhao didn't know all this, and even if he did, he would just smile indifferently. Now he is driving to Shangshur Meiyan International Company. After a while, Yi Juanhao arrived at the building where Shangshur Meiyan International Company was located. After parking the car, he walked straight towards the building. Unexpectedly, at this moment a black Maybach S480 drove over from not far away, stopped sideways at the entrance of the building, and stopped in front of Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao frowned slightly. A fat middle-aged man got out of a black Maybach S480. He threw the car keys to the security guard and told him to park the car. Then he looked at Yi Juanhao. You are the staff member who was here to greet me at the door. Lead the way. The fat middle-aged man said to Yi Juanhao with a haughty look on his face. I'm not a staff member and I don't know you. Yi Juanhao shook his head. Hearing what Yi Juanhao said, the fat middle-aged man was stunned and asked subconsciously. Aren't you from Shangshi Meiyan International Company? Yi Juanhao was also stunned for a moment, then said, I am indeed from Shangshi Meiyan International Company. Before Yi Juanhao could finish, the fat middle-aged man interrupted him and said, That's enough. You are a beautiful lady, so take me in quickly. Don't dawdle here and waste my time. Seeing that Yi Juanhao still did not take any action, the fat middle-aged man's face suddenly turned dark. Boy, you probably don't know who I am. Let me tell you, I am Huang Haitu, the manager of Shangshi Meiyan's largest regional distributor in Mingzhou. I contribute 50 to 60 million yuan in sales every year. Without me, your entire Shangshi Meiyan will be finished. After saying that, Huang Haitu looked at Yi Juanhao very proudly and arrogantly, trying to see shock on his face. Knowing his identity, he, a small employee, would probably try his best to please him. After all, no one wants to lose their job. Thinking of this scene, Huang Haitu's arrogance increased even more. He pointed his finger at Yi Juanhao with disdain in his eyes, and said, Now, lead the way for me, or you will have to pick up your bag and leave. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Yi Juanhao still did not take any action and just looked at him coldly, Huang Haitu suddenly became angry and was about to teach Yi Juanhao a lesson. A figure suddenly appeared and stopped Huang Haitu's next move. Sir, please don't force others to do things they don't want to do, said a middle-aged man in a white shirt. Yi Juanhao didn't know this middle-aged man in the white shirt, which surprised him a little. Is there anyone who would help me? Chapter 14 I am Mr. Yi. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Huang Haitu asked with a bad look on his face. I'm Lu Lishuan, a sales consultant at Shangshi Meiyan International Company. I don't think you should make things difficult for this young man. Lu Lishuan said seriously. I don't want your opinion, I want my opinion. Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm Huang Haitu, the manager of the largest regional distributor of Shangshi Meiyan in Mingzhou. How dare you, a mere sales consultant, teach me how to do things? Huang Haitu was so angry that he laughed. How could anyone dare to meddle in other people's business? Yi Juanhao also frowned. He didn't understand why Shangshi Meiyan would have employees with such quality. In the past, he didn't care about Huang Haitu, but now he is the chairman of Shangshi Meiyan. Now that we have encountered this today, there is no way I can just let it go. On the other side, Su Yuanton and other senior executives arranged the company's facade and prepared to welcome Mr. Ye's arrival. Su Yuanton looked at the time on her watch and had a feeling that Mr. Ye's time would be almost up as well. So he said, Everyone cheer up, Mr. Yi should be here soon, let's go downstairs to welcome him in person. All the senior executives agreed with Su Yuanton's proposal. Then they went to the bottom of the building in a mighty procession to welcome Mr. Yi. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the building, they saw Huang Haitu arguing with two people. The reason why Huang Haitu came to the company today was to receive the award for advanced work model in recognition of his contribution to the company. Huang Haitu heard that the company's new chairman would also be here today, so he came to make himself known. Otherwise, with his status, why would he come in person? He could just ask a secretary to collect the reward on his behalf. Su Yuantong frowned as she watched Huang Haitu arguing with someone. She didn't like Huang Haitu's style very much, but the company was still in its development stage, so it was not easy for her to take action against him. Otherwise, she would have assigned him to a remote area as a distributor. Also, Mr. Yi is about to arrive, but this guy is still making trouble downstairs of the building. Is he really not afraid of death? Zheng Ping, go check out what's going on and handle it. Don't let Mr. Yi laugh at him later. Su Yuantong instructed an executive next to him. Zheng Ping is specifically responsible for managing these distributors and is the boss of these distributors. Huang Haitu was still shouting at Yi Juanhao and the other man. You two are committing crimes against your superiors. You have turned a deaf ear to the words of your superiors and are still trying to educate them. You really don't know what you are talking about. I will submit you two to the Human Resources Department and you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Huang Haitu was venting his anger at the two of them crazily. He saw Zheng Ping walking towards them from the corner of his eye and was startled. Zheng Ping is the boss of their distributors and has enormous power, so even Huang Haitu has to please him. The reason why Huang Haito can contribute huge amounts of revenue to the company actually has nothing to do with his personal ability, but is all due to the good location he was assigned. If he were to move to a remote place, he would probably be left with nothing. This has a lot to do with the fact that he is very good at flattering his superiors. Seeing Zhang Ping coming, he immediately smiled flatteringly. "Brother Zhang, why did you come down? I should have been the one to go up myself." Huang Haitu thought that Zhang Ping had come down specially to pick him up to receive the award. After all, he felt that he had made a great contribution to the company. Thinking of this, Huang Haitu suddenly felt a little elated and became even more boastful. "Even a big shot like Zhang Ping came down to pick me up in person. You two lowly people, wait and see how you end up." "Huang Haitu, what happened here?" Zhang Ping asked after walking over. "Here's what happened." Huang Haitu immediately began to exaggerate and tell Zhang Ping what had just happened, focusing on blaming Yi Juanhao, saying that he couldn't even do such a simple task as leading the way and even had to educate the leader. After hearing the whole story, Zhang Ping roughly understood it. Zhang Ping also knew Huang Haita's character and knew that he could only trust 50% of what he said. "Brother Zhang, you have to make the decision for me. These two people must be fired." Huang Haitu was the first to complain. Lu Lishuan immediately retorted, "It was you who took advantage of your power to bully others, but now it's us who are wrong. Manager Zhang, you have to seek justice for us." Zhang Ping suddenly felt a headache, and then thought that Mr. Yi would be here soon and there was no time to argue with them here, so he said, "I know about this matter, Huang Haitu, you go up and receive the award first. I will punish these two people, but I won't fire them for now. I will observe them later." Zhang Ping came up with a compromise. But it is obvious that Zhang Ping still leans towards Huang Haita's side. Just when Lu Lishuan was about to express his opinion, Zhang Ping waved his hand. "Don't make a scene here, it's so disrespectful. Our new chairman will be here soon, we can talk about anything later." Zhang Ping solved the matter in no time. He also felt that he handled the matter fairly by not directly firing the two people. However, what was unexpected was that Yi Juanhao suddenly stepped forward and said, "Is this how your leader handles things?" Seeing this, Huang Haitu immediately started to show off again, wanting to show off in front of Zhang Ping. "It seems like you haven't learned your lesson yet. You dare to question the way Brother Zhang handles things. It seems like you really don't want this job." Zhang Ping frowned. He didn't expect to be questioned by his subordinates. He spoke. "What's your name? You can go to the finance department to get your salary later. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. People who don't follow the rules are not what our company needs." Yi Juanhao smiled and said, "I'm afraid you'll be shocked if I tell you my name." Next to him, Su Yuanton looked at Zhang Ping and saw that he hadn't gotten things done in such a long time, and suddenly became anxious. It would not be good if Director Yi saw this. So Su Yuanton also walked over to see what was going on. Seeing this, the executives around him followed suit. "It's okay, just tell me your name," Zhang Ping said with a calm smile. "Then listen carefully, my name is Yi Juanhao." Yi Juanhao said his name very seriously, and he planned to handle it personally. "Yi Juanhao?" Zhang Ping was stunned for a moment when he heard the name. He felt that the name was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. However, Su Yuantong, who was walking over, was very familiar with this name because she had just talked to Yi Juanhao on the phone last night. "Isn't Yi Juanhao the name of the new chairman of their Shangshi Meiyan International Company?" At this moment, Su Yuantong did not dare to delay, and quickly stepped forward, looked at Yi Juanhao respectfully, and asked, "Hello, are you Yi Juanhao, Chairman Yi?" "Chairman Yi?" When Zhang Ping heard Su Yuantong's question, his eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. He asked in a lost voice, "Are you Director Yi?" Yi Juanhao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am Mr. Yi." At this moment, Zhang Ping felt as if the sky was falling. What stupid thing had he done? He actually wanted to fire the chairman of his own company? Chapter 15 Expulsion. Huang Haitu didn't react at first when he heard the name Yi Juanhao. He thought the name was quite ordinary. He didn't know the name of the new chairman. But now, hearing the conversation between Su Yuantong and Yi Juanhao, he froze in place for a moment. The junior employee in front of him whom he looked down upon was actually the new chairman Yi of Shangshi Meiyan International Company? This made Huang Haitu unbelievable. Who would have thought that the new chairman was so young and looked to be only about 20 years old? Lu Lixuan, who was standing by, was also shocked when he learned Yi Juanhao's identity. The chairman is right next to me? I just spoke up for him. Thinking of this, Lu Lixuan blushed a little. He thought that even if he didn't speak up, Yi Juanhao would be able to solve the problem smoothly in the end. Zhang Ping realized that he had made a serious mistake. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said tremblingly, "I'm sorry, Director Yi. My way of handling the matter was unreasonable. I made a judgment without understanding the cause. I was wrong." At this moment, Zhang Ping hated this guy Huang Haitu. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have to be so humble. Seeing that his big brother Zhang Ping admitted his mistake, Huang Haitu's previous arrogance disappeared, leaving only endless regret. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on you. It's all my fault. I apologize to you and brother Lu Lixuan. I'm sorry." As he spoke, Huang Haitu slapped himself hard several times. Su Yuantong looked at this scene and immediately understood what was going on. It was probably Huang Haitu who provoked Mr. Yi first, and then Zhang Ping went to deal with it. However, he didn't know Mr. Ye's identity and sided with Huang Haitu. As a result, after knowing Mr. Ye's identity, both of them regretted it. "Do you know you are wrong now? Why didn't you admit your mistake just now? If I were not the chairman, would I have been fired by you today?" Yi Juanhao asked harshly. He had to show the authority of the chairman. If he appeared too weak the first time, his subordinates would not respect him, which would be detrimental to his subsequent work. "I dare not. Even if we were given the courage, we would not dare to fire you." Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu were both trembling with fear, not looking like the big shots they were before. At this moment, in front of Yi Juanhao, he was like a child who had made a mistake. Then Yi Juanhao turned and looked at Su Yuantong. "General Manager Su, I don't want to see these two people again. Do you understand what I mean?" After hearing this, Su Yuantong immediately understood what Mr. Yi meant. She looked at a female executive next to her, who was the head of the Human Resources and Administration Department. The head of the Human Resources and Administration Department stepped forward and pronounced in a cold voice, "Zhang Ping, Huang Haitu, you two can hand over your work and then go to the finance department to collect your salary. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be employees of Shangshi Meiyan International Company." Yi Juanhao then added, "Originally, Lu Lixuan will take over the position of Distribution Regional Manager of Huanghai Investment, and will also temporarily take over Zhang Ping's position." After saying this, some were happy and some were sad. Lu Lixuan looked surprised. "No, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." "It's okay, I believe in your ability, do a good job." Yi Juanhao patted Lu Lixuan on the shoulder and gave him an affirmative look. With Yi Juanhao's encouragement, Lu Lixuan suddenly became full of motivation. He decided not to disappoint Mr. Ye's expectations and strive to do better than Huang Haitu. Upon hearing the news that he was fired, Huang Haitu immediately knelt in front of Yi Juanhao, hugged his thighs, and spoke with tears and snot. "No, Mr. Yi, as long as you don't fire me, you can ask me to do anything, even assign me to a remote area. Yes, Mr. Yi, please give me a chance and let me start from the grassroots level. Don't fire me." Zhang Ping also pleaded. The two of them were not as majestic as they were at the beginning. The more glorious it was before, the more miserable it is now. Yi Juanhao shook off Huang Hai's hand that was holding his thigh. There is no need to show mercy to those who bully others by taking advantage of their power, otherwise they will be arrogant again next time. Where's the security? Yi Juanhao didn't want to see these two people again. Seeing this, Su Yuantong immediately called the security guard over. Several security guards dragged Huang Haitu and Zhang Ping out together. Only after the two were taken away did the scene return to a quiet atmosphere. Su Yuantong stepped forward and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I will take you up to visit the interior of Shangshi Meiyan. There is also a welcome ceremony prepared there." Yi Juanhao nodded, and under the guidance of Su Yuantong and a group of senior executives, he entered the building. The entire building houses not only Shangshi Meiyan International Company, but also other companies. They also only rented 3 floors, the 10th to the 12th. As soon as Yi Juanhao entered the company, many employees of the company welcomed Mr. Ye's arrival. There were all kinds of fireworks, afternoon tea, etc. It was very lively. Moreover, most of Shangshi Meiyan's staff are women, and only women know more about cosmetics, skin care products, etc., which will be required during recruitment. In addition, girls who know how to put on makeup are generally good looking. Looking at the fat and thin, beautiful female employees in the company enjoying their youth, Yi Juanhao felt deeply moved. This is the kind of company he wants. Start self-discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. This software is always awesome. Then Su Yuantong brought Yi Juanhao to the chairman's office. Looking at this huge office, Yi Juanhao sat directly on the chairman's leather chair. You can see the hard-working employees through the glass door, and when you are tired from work, you can also look at the bustling city scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. This office is truly the best location in the entire company. Sitting in the leather seat, listening to Su Yuantong report the company's earnings for this quarter. Shengshi Meiyan International Company, Limited is one of the top medium-sized cosmetics and skin care product sales companies in Minnesota. The company's current main sales product is a highly moisturizing hydrating face cream, which is extremely effective and is currently very popular in the market. Secondly, some foundation, lipstick, etc. occupy another part of the sales. All of the products sold are directly supplied by the cooperating source factories, so we can get first-hand prices. After appropriately marking up the prices, the profits earned are very lucrative. After all, the sale of cosmetics and skin care products is a well-known highly profitable industry, and as long as there are women, the demand for it will never cease. Moreover, Shengshi Meiyan International Company is currently expanding its sales channels and has initially entered overseas markets. Perhaps the only shortcoming is that we don't have our own cosmetics or skin care products, which is our current shortcoming. Yi Juanhao listened to the report and felt that it was pretty good, except that self-developed products might be an area that needs to be tackled in the future. After all, relying on others is not a long-term solution, and problems will arise sooner or later. Chapter 16 Commoner School Beauty Tang Fair. Yi Juanhao continued to listen to Su Yuantong's report for a while, and when it finished, he went to the meeting room. The purpose of going to the conference room is simple. As the new chairman, Yi Juanhao needs to make a speech and encourage everyone not to slack off and to keep working hard. Then Yi Juanhao briefly talked about the company's future plans, strategic policies, etc. These are all small conclusions drawn from the research last night in Su Yuantong's report just now, and they are now being applied. Yi Juanhao felt that he still had some leadership talent. After the meeting, Yi Juanhao looked around for a while, then briefly instructed Su Yuantong on some work and left Shengshi Meiyan International Company. I drove a Porsche 911 back to school. As soon as I returned to school and parked the car, the system software prompt sounded. Limited time additional challenges coming. Please go to the pedestrian street behind the school immediately and help the school beauty Tang Fair bargain and buy the clothes she likes. Reward, 1,000 fold amount refund card and 10% comprehensive physical fitness. Note, 1,000 fold amount refund card, that is, spend 1 yuan and get 1,000 yuan back, valid for 1 day, with a maximum limit of 100 million yuan. Looking at the reward for this extra challenge, Yi Juanhao was still calm. After all, it happened once before. But this does not mean that Yi Juanhao will not take on this challenge. These two rewards are still very important to Yi Juanhao at the moment. One is to increase the cash flow on hand, and the other is to enhance one's own strength. Next, let us look at the content of the challenge. School Beauty Tang Fair? Since Yi Juanhao usually stays at home, he has never paid attention to the school beauties and is not familiar with Tang Fair at all. But fortunately, Yi Juanhao still has the school's Tieba forum and other websites to check. Since she is a school beauty, I believe you can find photos of Tang Fair shared by others on it. Yi Juanhao immediately took out his mobile phone and went to the school's Tieba forum and other places to search. After a while, Yi Juanhao found a post specifically introducing the school beauty Tang Fair. The post contains some brief information about Tang Fair and a few photos. Looking at Tang Fair's photo, Yi Juanhao was also briefly shocked. Tang Fair is indeed a school beauty, and is at the same level as Chen Yuning. Both of them can score a full 10 points. Chen Yuning is the type of girl who is quiet, elegant, and sweet. I wonder what kind of personality Tang Fair has. Looking at Tang Fair's charming face and graceful figure, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but think. It took a while for Yi Juanhao to recover and continue checking. According to the information, Tang Fair is currently a sophomore. She comes from an average family and has applied for a student loan from the school. She has excellent academic performance and has won a national scholarship. She is a kind person and has won an award for helping others. Because of her simple dress, she is called a civilian school belle. Tang Fair, a commoner school beauty, is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. Who would have thought that Tang Fei is not only beautiful, but also an excellent student with both good character and good academic performance? This made Yi Juanhao marvel. After knowing what Tang Fei looked like, Yi Juanhao immediately went to the pedestrian street behind the school. After all, this is a limited time challenge. It would be bad if you go too late and Tang Fei is gone. On the other side, Tang Fei was shopping in the pedestrian street behind the school. Today is Saturday. She has been studying in the library for the whole morning and decided to relax in the afternoon and go out for a walk. Due to her poor family background, Tang Fei's living expenses are not high, only 800 yuan a month. She cannot go shopping in big shopping malls like her other sisters, and can only go shopping in street shops such as pedestrian streets. 800 yuan is too little for a college girl, especially for Tang Fei, who is a school beauty. But she just relied on this 800 yuan to get by every month. You know, girls need to put on makeup and dress up, and take care of their skin, which is a huge expense, not to mention eating. 800 yuan is really not enough. Tang Fei wasn't just wandering around this afternoon, she was planning to buy clothes for herself. The clothes she was wearing had been worn for 2 years. She washed and put them on over and over again, and she only had 3 or 4 sets of clothes to change. This is far from enough for girls of this age who love beauty. At this time, Tang Fei was looking around, searching for the clothes she wanted to buy. She went into several stores to check the prices. Due to the current economic downturn, most clothes in physical stores have increased in price. The price is basically around 500 or 600 yuan to get one that suits your taste. In the end, Tang Fei was discouraged by the prices in the physical store. She strolled along the pedestrian street and saw a stall operated by a tricycle. The stall was filled with all kinds of beautiful clothes, and an aunt was selling them. This immediately attracted Tang Fei's attention. "Beautiful lady, come and have a look. These are the latest styles of clothes for the season. I just got some too. Come and have a look." When the aunt saw Tang Fei, her eyes lit up. She knew at first glance that a college student like her would be the easiest to deceive, so she quickly called Tang Fei over. Sure enough, Tang Fei was attracted over there. She looked at the various clothes displayed on the tricycle with curiosity, and she picked out several nice ones at once. So she asked, "Auntie, how much are these clothes?" Seeing the fish taking the bait, the aunt rolled her eyes and grinned. "Not expensive, I'll pack these 3 clothes for 400 yuan. $400? Tang Fei was very conflicted. She liked these 3 pieces of clothing very much, but 400 yuan was half of her living expenses. Although it is the middle of the month, spending these $400 means that she will have to be very frugal in the last week in order to get through the month. Then the aunt saw the hesitation in Tang Fei's expression, and she suddenly felt more confident. If one has money, who would buy goods from street stalls? The aunt grasped Tang Fei's psychology at this time, and then said, "Girl, don't hesitate, my goods are very popular. You know, now in physical stores, clothes like this style are not 500 or 600 yuan, and you can't leave the store at all. Now, while I have just opened my stall and not many people know about it, hurry up and buy it. I believe you will never regret it." The aunt had already decided on Tang Fei. Her goods were the latest models of the season and the quality was also good, but her purchase price was only 20 yuan per piece. If she could sell this order, she could make a net profit of 340 yuan. Make a fortune. Thinking of this, the aunt smiled unconsciously and tried even harder to persuade Tang Fei. Tang Fei was a kind person, and seeing the aunt being so enthusiastic, she was also tempted. After all, she really likes these clothes. If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid I can only buy one in a physical store, and I may have to rely on help from my roommates for the rest of this month. So, after thinking about it, Tang Fei decided to pay for it. If you don't buy it, it may be difficult to buy a suitable one later. Chapter 17 Bargaining Master? Just as Tang Fei took out her wallet, a figure walked to the tricycle stall. The figure was Yi Juanhao. He walked around the pedestrian street behind the school before he finally found Tang Fei. Just now, when Yi Juanhao saw Tang Fei was about to take out money, he was shocked and hurried over here. Fortunately, it was still in time and Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. When the aunt saw another young man who looked like a college student coming, she immediately smiled. She was ready to continue deceiving people and make every deal she could. "Handsome guy, take a look. These clothes are of very good quality. You are so handsome, they will look good on you." Tang Fei, who was standing by, saw that someone else came to look at the clothes, so she was not in a hurry and gave herself time to think about it. Yi Juanhao had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. He looked at the 3 pieces of clothing that Tang Feier had chosen and asked the aunt curiously. How much are the 3 dresses she chose? Yi Juanhao pointed at the 3 pieces of clothing in Tang Feier's hands. It's not expensive. 3 sets of the latest fashions of the season are only $400. It's a good deal. The auntie emphasized the words latest models of the season. What I mean is that if you miss this place, you won't be able to find such an affordable place. Yi Juanhao reacted immediately. No wonder the system asked me to come over to help bargain. This auntie is really unkind. 3 pieces of clothes from a street stall can actually be sold for 400 yuan? If it is a physical store, it would be fine. After all, there are costs such as rent and labor, so it is understandable to sell it at a higher price. Moreover, physical stores have after-sales guarantee, so even if you don't like the product you bought or find some minor defects, you can exchange it. However, there is not such good service when buying goods at street stalls. It is common to find problems after making a purchase and not be able to find anyone. That's not right. I don't think these 3 pieces of clothing are worth 400 yuan. Yi Juanhao expressed his doubts. Why not, young man? Look at the fabric. The aunt's face turned unhappy after hearing Yi Juanhao's words. She took the clothes from Tang Feier's hand and showed her the fabric. This kind of fabric is very common and can be bought everywhere. Yi Juanhao continued. The auntie was so angry that she laughed. Can you buy it anywhere? The aunt thought that Yi Juanhao was not here to buy clothes but to make trouble, and she couldn't let him ruin Tang Feier's plan. Young man, if you don't want to buy anything, please move aside and let this girl pay first. Seeing that she couldn't deceive Yi Juanhao, the aunt wanted to drive him away and make money from Tang Feier first. Senior Tang, don't waste your money. 400 yuan is not worth it. Yi Juanhao looked at Tang Feier and said seriously. Tang Feier was stunned. Do you know me? Of course, senior sister Tang is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. I'm sure everyone knows her. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. When Tang Feier heard Yi Juanhao say this, her face turned red. These are just names made up by people in school. Don't take them seriously. By the way, why did you say that these 3 pieces of clothing are not worth 400 yuan? I think they are quite good. Tang Feier asked in confusion. Seeing this, the aunt immediately interrupted. Little girl, don't believe what others say. This young man is deliberately trying to attract your attention and win your favor. He is so young, what does he know? What evidence does he have to prove that my clothes are not worth $400? The aunt seized this opportunity and took the opportunity to attack Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao smiled and said, I don't understand? I dare say that the purchase price of clothes like yours is only 30 or 40 yuan at most, not worth 400 yuan at all. Don't talk nonsense here. It's only $30 or $40. Go buy me one and try it out. The old lady's psychology was exposed and she instantly got furious. 30 or 40 yuan may be a bit too much. I can buy it for about 20 yuan. Yi Juanhao said confidently. Auntie, I know it's not easy for you to run a business. How about this, for 100 yuan, you can sell these 3 pieces of clothing to my senior sister, and you can still make some money. $100? Tang Feier and the aunt were both stunned. How can you bargain like this? He cut the price by 3/4 in one go. The auntie reacted and said angrily, 100 yuan, I can't even get back the cost, I think you are here to cause trouble. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just don't want my senior to be cheated and spend extra money. Then Yi Juanhao continued, my mother is in the clothing wholesale business, I know the prices better than you. When the aunt heard that Yi Juanhao's mother was actually in the clothing wholesale business, she immediately became upset. But she still refused to give in. $100 is not enough to buy my clothes. I will lose money. Immediately, Yi Juanhao revealed a look of regret. Hey, auntie, why do you have to do this? It's too small to just leave the business alone. Then Yi Juanhao turned to look at Tang Feier and said, Senior sister, my mother is in the clothing wholesale business. She must have these 3 pieces of clothing. I can ask my mother to sell them to you at a lower price. When Tang Feier heard this, a look of joy appeared on her face. Really? Of course it's true, I promise. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Tang Feier immediately broke into a beautiful smile and said gratefully, in that case, thank you so much. When the aunt saw this scene, she felt very conflicted. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao suddenly appeared in the middle of the process. His mother was a clothing wholesaler. I was going to get 400 yuan, but now it has become 100 yuan. From earning a maximum of 340 yuan to only 40 yuan in the end? But if I don't do this business, I won't make any money at all. After all, her mother is a clothing wholesaler, so what kind of clothes does she need? After some ideological struggle in her heart, the aunt saw Yi Juanhao and Tang Fei were about to leave, so she hurriedly called out to them to stop. Hey, don't go. I'll pay you back if you're an auntie. I'll sell it to you for $100. After hearing this, Yi Juanhao, who was about to leave, revealed a meaningful smile. He turned around and said, I feel that 100 yuan is still a bit high, how about 80 yuan? Otherwise, I can ask my mom for it and it will be the same. After saying that, Yi Juanhao gave the aunt some time to think. The aunt was stunned. Another $20 was missing? The aunt thought for a while, and finally nodded with difficulty and said, 80 is 80, it's my bad luck today. Seeing that the goal was finally achieved, Yi Juanhao said to Tang Fei beside him, Senior Tang, go and pay. 80 yuan is not bad for 3 pieces of clothing. Tang Fei didn't understand what was going on for a moment. She asked in confusion, aren't we going to buy clothes from your mother? Looking at Tang Fei's dazed look, Yi Juanhao smiled and said, don't worry, it's all the same. Buy it here first, and come to me if you need it later. Finally, Tang Fei took out her wallet, paid 80 yuan in a daze, and got the 3 pieces of clothing she liked. When Tang Fei got the clothes she liked, the system software's prompt sound rang in Yi Juanhao's mind on time. Chapter 18 Jealous Chen Yuning. Congratulations to the host for completing the limited time extra challenge, helping the school beauty Tang Fei to buy the clothes she wanted, and being rewarded with a 1,000-fold amount refund card and 10% of comprehensive physical fitness, which has now been credited. Note, the 1,000-fold amount refund card has been placed in the backpack of the system software. Seeing the reward arrive smoothly, Yi Juanhao nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very good. It took Tang Fei a long time to finally come to her senses after buying the clothes she liked. As a top student who had received a national scholarship, after some thought, she almost understood what had just happened. Thank you, Junior. I don't even know your name. Tang Fei said with a sweet smile. Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao replied. Oh, it's you, Junior Yi. Thank you for helping me bargain just now. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Yi Juanhao replied casually. Junior brother Yi should be a freshman, right? Tang Fei asked curiously. After all, Yi Juanhao called her senior as soon as they met, and Tang Fei also knew that she was a celebrity in school, and many people could easily know her information. Yes, I have just entered the freshman year. I hope that you, the academic Master Tang, can give me more guidance in the future. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Of course. By the way, you just said that your mother is in the clothing wholesale business. Is this true? Tang Fei asked curiously. Yi Juanhao shook his head. I just made this up. I just can't stand that lady who maliciously raised the price and cheated students out of their money. It's just a little bargaining trick. After hearing this, although Tang Fei had already thought of it in her mind, she still couldn't help but praise. Brother Yi, you are really amazing. After being praised by this civilian school beauty, Yi Juanhao blushed a little embarrassedly. It wasn't that he couldn't stand the aunt's malicious price raising, he was just doing things according to the system's rewards. Next time I go out shopping, I will have to learn from you. I will bargain whenever I can and never be taken advantage of. Tang Fei said with a look of emotion. I was too obsessed with studying and neglected the details in life. Fortunately, I had my junior brother Yi with me this time, otherwise my future days would have been hard. Thinking of this, Tang Fei decided to learn from Yi Shuedi in the future. So she took out a smartphone from a few years ago, which could only be used to make phone calls and use WeChat, QQ, etc. Junior brother Yi, let's exchange contact information. I can still come to you if I have any questions in life in the future. Tang Fei said with a blush. I usually focus too much on studying and know nothing about things in life. It would be best if someone could guide me. Yi Juanhao looked at Tang Fei's old smartphone and sighed in his heart, Senior Tang is definitely a good girl. Okay, I'll scan you. Yi Juanhao also took out his mobile phone. Soon, the two added all the contact information, including phone, WeChat, QQ, etc. The two returned to the school and walked around the campus, talking and laughing. This scene was seen by many people, so they immediately took out their mobile phones and took a lot of photos, and posted them on the school's bulletin board, forum, confession wall, and other places. The two of them were completely unaware of this, and even if they did, they would not take it seriously. After Yi Juanhao sent Tang Feier back to the girls' dormitory, he returned to his own dormitory. He came back to school on Saturday just to get his things from the dormitory. After all, he would not live in the school dormitory in the future, but in his own Jinhui Tianxia villa. As soon as those people posted the photos of Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier walking around the campus on the forum, the whole school was immediately excited. How is it possible? Why is Tang Feier walking with a boy? Isn't she a top student who only cares about studying? Is the other party also a top student? Is Tang Feier asking questions? No, look carefully, this boy looks familiar. Many people who were browsing forums and other places fell into deep thought. Then someone remembered something and made comments on forums and other places. Isn't this guy the one who had dinner with Chinda's beauty and stayed out all night with her, and drove her back to school in a luxury car in the morning? It seems like, I remember his name was Yi Juanhao. After someone spoke, everyone's memory was suddenly refreshed. It was this guy again? Wow, he not only hooked up with the beauty from Chun University, but he even wanted to win over Tang Feier, the civilian campus beauty, in their hearts? You have to know that the three campus beauties have a much larger fan base than Chen Yuning. After all, Chen Yuning has just been a freshman for a short time, and her influence is not enough to reach the level of the three campus beauties. But among the three campus beauties, who has the largest fan base? I'm afraid it's none other than the commoner school beauty Tang Feier. This is the only campus beauty that many ordinary college boys hope to win over. She is also a top student with excellent character and academic performance. It is no exaggeration to say that her influence ranks first among the three school beauties. But now, the dream goddess of these ordinary college boys has actually been touched by someone, and that person is a boy who has an affair with the most beautiful girl in Chen's department. How can people not be angry? This is too much of a bully. Yi Juanhao is actually greedy for money. He is not satisfied with having the most beautiful girl in the department of Chen University, and he even wants to get his hands on the most beautiful girl in the campus of Tang University. This Yi Juanhao is a two-timing scumbag. We can't let him go on like this. We have to tell Chen Daxuewa the news as soon as possible. Yes, that's right. Let's go to the Weibo of Chen Da's beauty and leave a message. These perverted boys actually found out the Weibo and Weibo accounts of Chen Yuning and the three most beautiful girls on campus. The most intuitive way to see the influence of the four people is the total number of fans on their Weibo and Weibo. This is also the ranking that these people secretly divide the four people into in their minds. All of them immediately flocked to Chen Yuning's Weibo and left crazy messages below. Most of them criticized Yi Juanhao's behavior as a scumbag and posted photos of Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier talking and laughing. Everyone advised Chen Yuning to leave Yi Juanhao and see the true face of this man. After a nap, Chen Yuning opened her phone out of boredom, wanting to chat with her brother Junhao. After all, it was the weekend, and she wondered if they could go out and play together. As soon as she turned on her phone, Chen Yuning's phone started ringing with message alerts non-stop. Chen Yuning was stunned. Did her phone explode? Why was it ringing all the time? After turning on my phone, I found that it wasn't my phone that exploded, but my Weibo and Weibo messages that exploded. Chen Yuning looked curiously at every message left for her. Most of the messages in the comments were talking about Yi Juanhao's scumbag behavior. Chen Yuning only half understood what he meant until she saw the photo of Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier talking and laughing. Then she suddenly realized what was going on. Combining the information in the message, she roughly understood what had happened. Although she knew they were exaggerating the facts, Chen Yuning was indeed jealous. That's right, Chen Yuning was jealous. Looking at the photo of Yi Juanhao talking and laughing with Tang Feier, who was as pretty as her, Chen Yuning became extremely jealous. She felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 19 I don't care, you have to go shopping with me tomorrow. Chen Yuning thought with some dissatisfaction. Yesterday she asked Yi Juanhao if he was free on Saturday to go out and play together. Yi Juanhao also said that he had something to do on Saturday. It turned out that he was talking about accompanying the campus beauty Tang. Humph, men's words are deceiving. If Yi Juanhao knew what Chen Yuning was thinking at this moment, he would definitely cry out in injustice. He really had something to do, so he went to inspect his own company, Shengshi Meiyan. But Chen Yuning didn't know all this. She was a little angrily and cursed the man in a low voice. He's a bad man. Yi Juanhao, who went back to the dormitory to get his things, suddenly sneezed. He touched his nose and wondered why he was sneezing in broad daylight. Was someone thinking about him? Sure enough, Yi Juanhao's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Juanhao saw that it was Chen Yuning calling, so he picked up the call. As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Yuning's slightly resentful voice was heard. Brother Juanhao, what are you doing? It was originally a very normal question, but why did it sound so wrong to Yi Juanhao? I don't have anything to do right now. I just went back to the dormitory to get some things and prepared to put them at the villa. What's the matter? Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong? Chen Yuning's tone was a little sour. Of course not, I'm looking forward to having you come and play with me. Yi Juanhao said confidently. Really? Chen Yuning asked again. Of course, I won't lie to you. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Then why did you say you were busy when I asked you yesterday if you were free to go out and play today, Saturday? Chen Yuning was a little unconvinced. Well, I do have something to do today. Yi Juanhao couldn't just say, I just took over a company and I want to go and take a look. That would sound too pretentious and doesn't fit with his low-key personality. Are you talking about abandoning me and going on a date and shopping with Tang Feier, the campus beauty of Tang University? Chen Yuning asked, directly expressing the confusion in her heart. When asked by Chen Yuning, Yi Juanhao almost dropped his phone. How did this girl know that I was with Tang Feier in the afternoon? At this moment, Yi Juanhao felt like he was caught cheating in bed by his wife and didn't know what to say. How did you know? Yi Juanhao asked in surprise. Brother Juanhao, you underestimate the influence of campus beauties in the school. Their every move will be watched by many people. The photo of you walking together this afternoon has been posted on the school's Tieba forum and other places. Chen Yuning explained. So that's how it is. Yi Juanhao suddenly realized. At this time, Yi Juanhao also regained his composure and said with a smile, It's nothing, actually. I came back from work in the morning and saw Tang Feier on the pedestrian street behind the school. She was buying clothes and an auntie maliciously raised the price. I couldn't stand it and helped her bargain. After the matter was resolved, we went back to school together. I didn't expect that someone would take a photo of this and upload it to a forum. Yi Juanhao felt helpless. After figuring out the whole story, Chen Yuning felt relieved, but she was still wary of Tang Feier's appearance. It seems that she has to win Juanhao's heart. Otherwise, who knows how many wild winds and butterflies would pounce on him. But Chen Yuning still joked, Are you attracted to Tang Feier? Of course not. Senior sister Tang and I just met for the first time today. Yi Juanhao felt a little ashamed. Really? Am I prettier or is she prettier? Chen Yuning was in a playful mood and continued to tease Yi Juanhao. Of course they both, you are prettier. Yi Juanhao, who originally wanted to say that both of them were good-looking, changed his words immediately after hearing a slight snort from the other end of the phone. I'll let you off the hook. I forgive you. Chen Yuning resumed her normal tone of voice. Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. It's really hard to appease girls when they get jealous. Are you free tomorrow, Sunday? I want you to go shopping with me. Chen Yuning said expectantly. Sunday? Let me think about it. It seems like there's something going on again. This time it was Yi Juanhao's turn to tease Chen Yuning. Ha? Something else? Which girl are you planning to play with? Chen Yuning asked angrily. Ah, just teasing you. Yi Juanhao won back a game. Hee, you're so good, Juanhao brother. I don't care. You have to go shopping with me tomorrow. Without waiting for Yi Juanhao to reply, Chen Yuning hung up the phone first, leaving Yi Juanhao no chance to refuse. Yi Juanhao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. This girl has a really cute and nice personality. After picking up his things from the dormitory, Yi Juanhao drove his Porsche 911, left the school, and returned to Jinhui Tianxia Villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Juanhao turned on his sports bracelet and clicked on the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. After Yi Juanhao finished the 5th novice level sport, he did not click on the next sport. Now that we have time, we can see what the 6th novice level sport is. Yi Juanhao clicked on the introduction of the 6th novice level sport. Complete 5 pull-ups and you will be rewarded with becoming the owner of Tianrun Shopping Plaza, which is worth 300 million yuan. Seeing that the reward this time was to become the boss of Tianrun Shopping Plaza, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but open his mouth wide, somewhat shocked. He knew Tianrun Shopping Plaza, a shopping mall built in the central area of Mingzhou. The business atmosphere, flow of people, etc. there are extremely popular. There is even a snack street, and all these outdoor seating areas belong to Tianrun Shopping Plaza. Now Yi Juanhao can actually become the boss of Tianrun Shopping Plaza directly, which means that Yi Juanhao owns it 100%. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but licking his lips, becoming a little excited. The rewards become more generous as you progress in the later sports. The next moment, Yi Juanhao immediately took action and went to the fitness area of his villa. The fitness area here has all kinds of machines and equipment, so it's easy to find a place to do pull-ups. Soon, Yi Juanhao found the place. The system software requires forehand operation, which is much more difficult than backhand operation. Based on his previous sports experience, Yi Juanhao guessed that he could only do 2 forehand reps before becoming exhausted. What the system requires is that you do it in a series, rather than stopping halfway. Yi Juanhao also took a deep breath before doing it. In order to become the boss of Tianrun Shopping Plaza, he would try his best. As it turned out, the reality was far beyond Yi Juanhao's expectations. He actually completed 5 pull-ups with his forehand very easily. This made Yi Juanhao unable to recover for a while. When did I become so awesome? At this time, the prompt sound of the system software arrived as expected. Congratulations to the host for completing 5 pull-ups. The reward is to become the boss of Tianrun Shopping Plaza. This has now been achieved. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Juanhao suddenly realized. I'm a man with a system. The 10% bonus to comprehensive physical fitness that I gained from helping Tang Feier bargain last time must have been allocated to arm strength in the end. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The software starts self-discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is no longer a dream as awesome. Chapter 20 lease contract expired. Yi Juanhao took the opportunity to check his personal information panel. The comprehensive physical fitness of the novice level has reached 35%, and there is still 65% to reach the entry level. Looking at the improvement in arm strength, it has reached 100 kilograms, an increase of 30 kilograms. Leg strength reached 320 kilograms, an increase of 20 kilograms. However, what Yi Juanhao didn't expect the most was that his height had actually increased. Reached 172.2 centimeters, an increase of 0.2 centimeters. Increasing height means improving a boy's overall image, which is crucial. This means that the system software is helping Yi Juanhao become tall, rich, and handsome. Yi Juanhao was amazed. Although the improvement of 0.2 centimeters was minimal, it did not mean that there would be no further progress in the future. The remaining improvement is that the values of various aspects of the body have improved and become healthier. After doing all this, it was already evening. Yi Juanhao got up and went to the restaurant area in the villa area to eat. After eating, he washed up and went to bed early. No operations that violated the self-discipline incentive model were carried out today, so Yi Juanhao successfully received 5 million yuan. Soon, the next morning, Yi Juanhao got up at 7 o'clock as scheduled. After a simple wash, he got up early to exercise. Just as I finished my nutritious breakfast, Shen Yuning called me. Brother Juanhao, are you up yet? Don't forget that you have to go shopping with me today. Shen Yuning was afraid that Yi Juanhao might have something to do again, so she called him early. Get up, I'll pick you up from school. By the way, where are we going shopping later? Yi Juanhao asked curiously. Shen Yuning thought for a moment and said, let's go to Tianrun Shopping Plaza. I heard that there are a lot of people, merchants, goods, snacks, and delicacies there. Oh? What a coincidence! Yi Juanhao was also stunned. Isn't that the Tianrun Shopping Plaza that he just got yesterday? Well, it's also good to take a look at my own industry. After the two of them agreed, they hung up the phone. Yi Juanhao entered the villa garage and drove the Porsche 911 to school. Not long after, Yi Juanhao picked up Shen Yuning at the school gate and then went to Tianrun Shopping Plaza. When we arrived at Tianrun Shopping Plaza, it was indeed crowded with people, especially today was a Sunday with very good weather, which was very suitable for shopping. The two bought milk tea on the first floor and started shopping in Tianrun Shopping Plaza. They saw an arcade on the first floor. They went in and played for a while with great interest. Finally, they walked out after having a great time. The two of them strolled in Tianrun Shopping Plaza, and then Yi Juanhao suddenly said, "Yuning, what gift do you want?" Yi Juanhao felt sorry for not having time to hang out with Chen Yuning yesterday and wanted to buy her a gift to make it up to her. "Oh? Why do you suddenly want to give me a gift?" Chen Yuning asked curiously. "Didn't I make you angry yesterday?" Yi Juanhao was helpless. Chen Yuning chuckled and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Isn't it interesting to give gifts without others knowing about it? Okay, then I'll make my own decision. Follow me." After saying that, without waiting for Chen Yuning to reply, he took her hand and went upstairs. The second floor of Tianrun Shopping Plaza mostly sells luxury goods, such as precious jewelry, handbags, etc. As Yi Juanhao held her hand, Chen Yuning's face turned red unconsciously. This reminded her of the time when Yi Juanhao risked his own life to save her from a speeding truck. "It was because I held my own hand and pulled myself away like this that I was able to escape danger." While Chen Yuning was daydreaming, Yi Juanhao had already pulled her to a luxury jewelry store, Beauty's Heart. As soon as the two of them walked into the Beauty's Heart shop, a surprised female voice was heard. "Cousin, why are you here?" Hearing the female voice, Chen Yuning came back to her senses from her wandering thoughts and looked in the direction where the voice came from. "Cousin, why are you here?" Chen Yuning said in surprise. "I own this Beauty's Heart store." "Who is this?" Chen Yuning's cousin looked curiously at Yi Juanhao, who was standing beside Chen Yuning. She saw Yi Juanhao actually walked in holding her cousin's hand. Chen Yuning's face suddenly turned red and she temporarily let go of Yi Juanhao's hand. Then Chen Yuning began to introduce. "Cousin, this is Yi Juanhao, my classmate from school. He is here with me for a walk today." Speaking of this, Chen Yuning felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect to be discovered by her cousin here. Then Chen Yuning began to introduce her cousin to Yi Juanhao. "Brother Juanhao, this is my cousin Zhang Xiuying." "Hello." Yi Juanhao simply greeted Zhang Xiuying. "By the way, you came in to buy jewelry, right?" Zhang Xiuying looked at the two of them meaningfully with a smile on her face. "Ahem." Yi Juanhao cleared his throat awkwardly. He didn't expect to meet Chen Yuning's cousin again. "Yes, let me pick out a bracelet." Zhang Xiuying looked at him with an "I understand" look on her face, which made the two of them feel embarrassed. Walking to the counter, Zhang Xiuying took out several bracelets suitable for Chen Yuning. In the end, Yi Juanhao chose the most expensive bracelet and gave it to Chen Yuning. "Good vision." Zhang Xiuying looked at Yi Juanhao with admiration. "I didn't expect that cousin Yuning had such a good eye for people." Yi Juanhao was not only handsome but also so generous. At this moment, another surprised voice was heard. "Junior sister Yuning, why are you here?" Chen Yuning was also stunned when she heard someone calling her. "What happened today? I met so many acquaintances outside." Chen Yuning looked back and found that it was a tall and thin boy calling her. "It took me a while to realize who he was." "Senior Chen Junmo, it's you." Chen Yuning greeted. Chen Junmo was delighted that Chen Yuning actually remembered him, so he hurried forward and tried to get close to her. This Chen Junmo is also a suitor of Chen Yuning. Yi Juanhao glanced at Chen Junmo and asked Chen Yuning, "Who is this?" "This is a senior from the calligraphy club I join." Chen Yuning replied. Yi Juanhao nodded. But when Chen Junmo saw Yi Juanhao, his face suddenly turned dark. He had seen this person on the school forum. It was Yi Juanhao who had scandals with Chen Yuning in Tang Fair. Just when Chen Junmo wanted to meet Yi Juanhao, Chen Yuning's cousin Zhang Xiuying suddenly received a call. The voice on the other end said, "Ms. Zhang, the lease contract for your store is about to expire this month. It's time to renew the lease." Zhang Xiuying quickly said, "Okay, Manager Yang, I will go to you to renew the lease." But Manager Yang on the other side said, "But the location of your store is too good, and many people have their eyes on it. Some people are offering 20% more than your current rent. If you can't offer that price, then you have to give the store to someone else." Hearing this, Zhang Xiuying also became anxious, but no matter how she communicated with Manager Yang, the other party showed no intention of giving in. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiuying was extremely depressed. Seeing the scene, Chen Yuning asked curiously, "Cousin, what happened?" Chapter 21 Tianrun Shopping Plaza has a new owner? Zhang Xiuying sighed and said, "The lease of my shop has expired and I need to renew it." But now someone is interested in my shop and offers 20% more rent than my current price. If I don't accept it, I will have to find another place to open it. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiuying couldn't help but feel distressed. Because it was my first time opening a store and I lacked experience, I only signed a 3-year lease contract. But it was only this year that her beauty heart store began to slowly become profitable, with old customers bringing in new customers. Now is an important time for her store business. If we are forced to move to another location now, we will definitely lose a large number of customers. When I want to do it at that time, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. I don't know how long I will have to endure. Hearing that her cousin was in trouble, Chen Yuning was a little anxious. What shall we do? Zhang Xiuying smiled helplessly and said, I will personally find manager Yang later and think of a way to see if he can continue to rent it to me. If not, I will have to find another place. Seeing Chen Yuning's anxious and worried look, Yi Juanhao wanted to stand up and say that he was the boss of Tianrun Shopping Plaza and there was no need to worry about the lease renewal issue. Chen Junmo on the side stepped forward first. He was a little surprised when he heard Chen Yuning call the shop owner cousin just now, but when he heard that Chen Yuning's cousin was in trouble, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the chance to show yourself? He cleared his throat, stood up and said with a proud look on his face, this must be cousin Yuning, don't worry, I have a way to help you successfully renew your lease. Really? Hearing Chen Junmo's words, Zhang Xiuying looked at him expectantly. Senior Chen Junmo, do you really have a way to help my cousin successfully renew her lease? Chen Yuning couldn't help but ask. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two women, Chen Junmo felt extremely comfortable at this moment. Yes, that is right. Worship me and let you see what I, Chen Junmo, am capable of. This made Chen Junmo suddenly feel proud and he felt that his life had reached its peak. He said confidently, of course, renewing the lease may be difficult for others, but it is easy for me. As he said this, Chen Junmo glanced at Yi Juanhao intentionally or unintentionally. What I mean is that if you can't even help Chen Yuning with such a small matter, what's the point of you being so flattering around Chen Yuning? Yi Juanhao on the side ignored Chen Junmo's provocation. He was ready to see what tricks Chen Junmo had. Then, Chen Junmo continued to brag, to be honest, I came to Tianrun Shopping Plaza today to rent a few shops to start a business. Hearing this, the two girls couldn't help but become curious. How many shops should I rent to start my own business? The most shocked among them was Zhang Xiuying, after all, she ran a shop here. She knew very well how expensive it was to rent a shop here. Tianrun Shopping Plaza has a huge flow of people, and there are all kinds of consumer groups. As long as you open a store here, you will basically not lose money, so the stores here are very popular. As a result, the rents for shops here are extremely expensive. For example, her Beauty's Heart shop has to pay several million in rent every year. This senior from Yuning's cousin's school actually asked to rent a few shops to start a business? This shocked Zhang Xiuying. Watching the changes in the expressions of the two women, Chen Junmo was delighted and became even more proud. Because I know the son of the owner of Tianrun Shopping Plaza. He is my good brother. Renting a shop is just a matter of a word. Chen Junmo said pretentiously. As soon as he finished saying this, Yi Juanhao almost choked on his saliva. Nima, when did I have a son? Seeing this, Chen Yuning hurriedly asked worriedly, Brother Juanhao, what's wrong with you? Oh, it's okay. Yi Juanhao waved his hand. Chen Junmo thought Yi Juanhao was frightened by his connections, and immediately revealed a smile of victory. When this matter is over, Chen Yuning will owe me a big favor. Then I can use this favor as a basis to interact more with Chen Yuning and kick out the waste like Yi Juanhao. It is only a matter of time. It's your own fault that you have no ability to help the people around you. Chen Junmo, who imagined a series of scenes in his mind, became even more arrogant and boastful. Then can you help me talk about the renewal of the shop lease? Zhang Xiuying asked expectantly. Of course, no problem, it's just a matter of convenience. Chen Junmo said confidently. Wait for me for a moment. I'll call my good brother and tell him about it. After saying that, Chen Junmo took out his cell phone and called his good brother. After a while, the call was connected and a voice came from the other end. Hey, Junimo, what do you want to talk to me about? Is there any fun place? Of course there are fun places, Wenxing, do me a favor first. Su Wenxing on the other end of the phone was stunned. Tell me what you need help with. If it's too difficult, forget it. Don't worry, it's a very simple thing for you. All you need is a word. Chen Junmo said with a smile. Aren't you the young master of Tianrun Shopping Plaza? The lease of a store called Beauty's Heart here has expired. I want to renew the lease. Please talk to your people. This request made Su Wenxing, who was on the other end of the phone, feel troubled for a moment. Junimo, it's not that I don't want to help you. It was okay before, but it's really not possible this time. These words left Qin Junmo stunned for a moment, and he felt a little unhappy. Wenxing, I usually take you to fun places. Why are you shirking your responsibility for such a small favor? This made Qin Junmo confused. Su Wenxing did this to him at the critical moment. Wouldn't this embarrass myself in front of Chen Yuning and her cousin? Just now I patted my chest and said that there would be no problem. Junimo, you misunderstood me. I am no longer the young master of Tianrun Shopping Plaza. My father has transferred it. Su Wenxing explained. What? He is not the young master of Tianrun Shopping Plaza anymore? This made Qin Junmo dumbfounded. Such a good business district was actually transferred? Qin Junmo still wanted to fight for it, and hurriedly said, Is there really no other way? You can use your previous connections. Su Wenxing said unhappily, This is not the first day you've known me. I'm just a second-generation rich guy who does nothing. How can there be any previous relationship? Moreover, I'm not the young master of Tianrun Shopping Plaza anymore. People may not listen to me. At the end, Qin Junmo hung up the phone with a pale face. I'm afraid I'm going to be really embarrassed this time. Seeing Qin Junmo hung up the phone, Chen Yuning asked curiously, How's it going, Senior Qin Junmo, is it done? Qin Junmo forced a smile and said with difficulty, I'm sorry, Junior Sister Yuning, I just found out that the owner of Tianrun Shopping Plaza here has changed, and my brother can't do anything about it. Has Tianrun Shopping Plaza changed its owner? After hearing this, Zhang Xiuying's expectation turned into disappointment. It seems that her shop will have to move away, and she cannot afford the extra 20% rent. Chapter 22 Lease Renewal Successful. Seeing this, Chen Yuning hurriedly stepped forward and took her cousin Zhang Xiuying's arm. Don't worry, cousin, there is always a way to solve the problem. Qin Junmo looked embarrassed. Just now he said he wanted to rent a few shops here to start a business. Now even cousin Yuning's lease renewal issue cannot be resolved. It is conceivable that his impression will drop to the lowest point in junior sister Yuning's heart. Think he is a braggart. Qin Junmo is now in a state of being unable to advance or retreat. Zhang Xiuying sighed and then said, It doesn't matter. At worst, we can just move to another place and endure for a few more years. With this experience, we can avoid it next time. For now, this is the best solution. However, just when everyone was in a bad mood, a sudden voice rang out. Let me try. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned to a figure. This figure was Yi Juanhao. Zhang Xiuying thought Yi Juanhao was comforting her, so she said, It's okay, you don't have to comfort me. Without sufficient benefits, it is impossible for Manager Yang to change his attitude. It's okay, let me try. It's not the worst yet. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Chen Yuning also expressed her trust in Yi Juanhao and believed that he would not do anything without confidence. Qin Junmo, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard that Yi Juanhao actually took the initiative to take on this matter. He was worried that he had no way out. Now that Yi Juanhao asked him to give it a try, it meant that he was not absolutely sure. Even the former young master of Tianrun Shopping Plaza couldn't do it, so what could Yi Juanhao, an outsider, do? As long as Yi Juanhao fails later, Qin Junmo will not be the only one to fail. The two will stand on the same starting line again. Thinking of this, Qin Junmo regained his initial confidence and he was sure that Yi Juanhao would fail. Yi Juanhao, thank you for giving me the chance to turn things around. Ha 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 ha. Qin Junmo laughed wildly in his heart, knowing that he had not completely lost yet. So, he crossed his arms over his chest, ready to watch the show and see Yi Juanhao's miserable appearance after his failure. Yi Juanhao got Manager Yang's phone number from Zhang Xiuying and then called him. Hello, who is this? What's the matter? Manager Yang asked on the other end of the phone. I am Yi Juanhao. After Yi Juanhao gave his name, he stopped talking and waited for Manager Yang to respond. As a senior executive of Tianrun Shopping Plaza, Manager Yang must have known that the owner of Tianrun Shopping Plaza has been changed. He must also know the name of the new boss. Qin Junmo, who was standing aside, sneered in his heart. It's so hilarious. There has to be a limit to showing off. Is it enough to just say your name? Who do you think you are? After a few brief seconds, Manager Yang on the other end of the phone asked in a trembling voice, "Are you Yi? Boss Yi?" Hearing this name, Manager Yang was stunned. Manager Yang never expected that he would be called by the big boss, and he was immediately terrified. After all, he doesn't know what the new boss's temper is like. If he wants to use me as a scapegoat to establish his own authority, I will be in trouble. Manager Yang's only thought now is that he must curry favor with the new boss. "It's me," Yi Juwenhao said lightly. Hearing the other party's affirmative answer, Manager Yang immediately changed his tone and said in a flattering manner, "Boss Yi, I wonder what you want to talk to me about? As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. I heard that someone has taken a fancy to the beauty's heart shop on the second floor?" Yi Juwenhao asked. "That's right, Boss Yi." The other party offered a price that is 20% higher than the current rent. "This deal can be done," Manager Yang immediately said in a way of seeking credit. He now couldn't wait to let Boss Yi know how strong his work ability was. "Well, let's push the other party off and let Beauty Heart continue to renew the lease," Yi Juwenhao ordered. "Ah." Manager Yang could never have imagined this scene, and he suspected that he had heard it wrongly. "This is a deal that can earn 20% more rent, and you just push it like that?" Moreover, the other party is a brand that sells high-end cosmetics and has a directly operated store, which is much better than individual merchants like Beauty's Heart, so people will be willing to spend money. "Boss Yi, it will be difficult to find such a good brand to join if you refuse," Manager Yang still suggested. "No need to say more, just come here with the contract to renew the lease, I'll wait for you here." After Yi Juwenhao finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chen Junmo on the side was almost laughing to death. How could he talk to Manager Yang like this? It's as if you are the boss of Tianrun Shopping Plaza. It seems that Yi Juwenhao has failed. He jumped out and pointed at Yi Juwenhao's nose and said, "Yi Juwenhao, I think you don't want cousin Yu Ning to renew the lease. You actually spoke to Manager Yang like this." Zhang Xiuying, who was standing by, was also puzzled when she heard Yi Juwenhao speaking to Manager Yang in a commanding tone. Yi Juwenhao directly shook off Chen Junmo's finger and said with a calm smile, "Manager Yang is my subordinate, why can't I talk to him like this?" "Subordinate?" After hearing this, Chen Junmo burst into laughter on the spot. "Are you dreaming that you are the new owner of Tianrun Shopping Plaza?" Chen Junmo was really about to laugh to death. He didn't expect that Yi Juwenhao was better at pretending than him, and he was really pretending. But the next second, Chen Junmo's smile disappeared from his face. A middle-aged man in a neat suit, holding a contract, ran quickly to the door of Beauty Heart Store. "Manager Yang?" Zhang Xiuying said in surprise. Manager Yang is really here?" Chen Junmo's face was full of disbelief. "Boss Yi, I brought the lease renewal contract." Manager Yang handed the contract to Yi Juwenhao respectfully. Yi Juwenhao then gave the renewal contract to Zhang Xiuying. "Cousin Yu Ning, please sign it. If you have any questions, just come to me or Manager Yang." Zhang Xiuying's face was full of disbelief. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. I'm the new owner of Tianrun Shopping Plaza. It's very easy to renew the lease." In order to make Zhang Xiuying feel at ease to sign the renewal contract, Yi Juwenhao directly revealed his identity. In the end, Zhang Xiuying signed a renewal contract with the rent remaining the same, and this time she rented the property for 5 years. Then Yi Juwenhao said to Manager Yang, "Please help me take care of the Beauty Heart Store in the future." Manager Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded respectfully in agreement. He had just now not thought that Beauty's Heart was related to Boss Yi, and he almost did something wrong. Fortunately, it has been remedied now. The most shocked person was Chen Junmo, his prediction came true. Yi Juwenhao is indeed the new boss of Tianrun Shopping Plaza. It's over. I have completely lost. Just now, I was pointing at Yi Juwenhao and mocking him. I guess Chen Yuning has seen my mean attitude. Chen Junmo was now even more embarrassed and awkward than his previous failure, so he left in shame while everyone's attention was on Yi Juwenhao. He never wanted to face Yi Juwenhao again. This guy is just a pig pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, and he has tricked him to death. Chapter 23 I'm here to pick up the car. At this time, Manager Yang had already said goodbye and left with the renewal contract. I never thought you were the new owner of Tianrun Shopping Plaza. Zhang Xiuying looked at Yi Juanhao in amazement. Chen Yuning on the side also had a look of pride on her face. He is worthy of being my brother Juanhao. Nothing can stop him. Looking at her cousin's proud expression, Zhang Xiuying said to herself. It seems that cousin Yuning has fallen deeply in love with Yi Juanhao. Cousin Yuning has a good vision and can find a good man like Yi Juanhao. Zhang Xiuying was also very envious in her heart and also wished them well. In order to express her gratitude to Yi Juanhao, Zhang Xiuying took out another bracelet that Yi Juanhao had just given to Chen Yuning. This one is for couples and is much better than a single one. Zhang Xiuying only asked for the money for one of the bracelets and gave the other one to Yi Juanhao. At first, Yi Juanhao insisted on paying, but in the end he could not resist Zhang Xiuying's insistence and accepted the other bracelet. After both of them put on the couple bracelets, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning said goodbye to Zhang Xiuying and left. After the two left, they went to the snack street, bought various local delicacies as they walked, and strolled around for a long time before finally leaving feeling satisfied. Today's Sunday shopping ended perfectly, and both of them felt a little unsatisfied. Time flies by so fast, I haven't had enough fun yet. On the way back in the car, Chen Yuning muttered. It's okay. Just go out and play more when you have time. There will be plenty of opportunities. Yi Juanhao said casually. It's a deal then. Don't push me off if you have any problems in the future. Chen Yuning said in a somewhat coquettish tone. After spending time together today, their relationship has taken a step further. Although they are not lovers, they are better than lovers. Soon, Chen Yuning fell asleep from exhaustion. Looking at Chen Yuning's cute sleeping appearance, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but smile. After returning to villa number 888 of Jinhui Tianxia, Yi Juanhao carried the sleeping Chen Yuning to the room where she had slept before, and left. After Yi Juanhao left, he immediately opened his sports bracelet and entered the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. Now Yi Juanhao is looking forward to the rewards for the sports events to come. For example, if he doesn't get the reward from Tianrun Shopping Plaza today, he is afraid that his cousin Yuning will have to close the store soon. Yi Juanhao became increasingly aware of the importance of this software. Soon, the 7th novice level sport appeared in front of Yi Juanhao. Complete 50 rope skippings and get a 5-seater version of the luxury SUV Rolls-Royce Cullinan, worth 8 million yuan. After reading the content and rewards of the 7th sports event, Yi Juanhao was shocked once again. This time it was a top-of-the-line luxury car, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, worth up to 8 million. It just so happened that Yi Juanhao was in need of a luxury car that could seat multiple people. It was really a timely relief. Although his Porsche 911 is nice, it is a 2-seater version and can only carry one person. As long as I can get this Rolls-Royce Cullinan this time, it will be able to carry 5 or 6 people without any problem. When you go out to play in the future, you can pick up more people and bring them along. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao's heart became excited, and he was determined to buy this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Then Yi Juanhao walked to the fitness area of the villa, looked around, and got a jump rope. Given Yi Juanhao's current physical condition, jumping rope 50 times is a piece of cake. With the support of 320 kilograms of leg strength, it was completed in less than 30 seconds. System prompt sounds began to appear in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the 7th novice level sports event and obtaining the 5-seat version of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Note, you can choose to purchase additional services such as installation. After completion, you need to go to the 4S store to pick up the car yourself. Yi Juanhao thought about it and decided that since it was his first Rolls-Royce after all, it was necessary for him to select and install it himself, and it was worth paying attention to. Yi Juanhao followed the operating instructions of the system software and finally successfully selected his first Rolls-Royce. And the system software indicates that I can pick up the car tomorrow. Yi Juanhao thought about it and decided that he only had one class tomorrow, so it would be just right to go after class. Today was another safe day, and I successfully earned 5 million yuan in the self-discipline motivation mode. The next morning, Yi Juanhao got up early to exercise as usual and made his own nutritious breakfast. After Chen Yuning got up, she looked at the table full of nutritious breakfast and felt incredible. After praising Yi Juanhao, the two quickly finished their breakfast. Afterwards, Yi Juanhao drove his Porsche 911 and took Chen Yuning back to school, and the two went to the classroom to study together. After finishing this class, Chen Yuning said that she had made an appointment with her best friend for lunch and would not accompany Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao was just about to pick up his car, and he had been thinking about it the whole night. Now I can finally pick up the car. The first Rolls-Royce in my life was a 5-seater version of Cullinan, worth 8 million. I am even more excited than when I first got the king-level villa. After all, Yi Juanhao is also a boy who loves cars. He has a unique obsession with luxury cars, which cannot be compared with cold things like houses. Yi Juanhao drove the Porsche 911 all the way and soon arrived near the 4S store. After parking the car nearby, Yi Juanhao prepared to walk over. Because there are several 4S stores here, right next to each other, and brands such as Land Rover and Volkswagen are not far from Rolls-Royce. You need to go through the Land Rover 4S store and then the Volkswagen 4S store before you can reach the Rolls-Royce 4S store you want to go to. When Yi Juanhao was passing by the entrance of Land Rover 4S store, a surprised voice was heard. "Is that you? Yi Juanhao?" Hearing someone calling his name, Yi Juanhao turned around and was also stunned. The person in front of him seemed familiar to him, as if he was a high school classmate. "It's really you, Yi Juanhao, have you forgotten? I'm your old high school classmate Qi Mingxi." Looking at the thin and slightly dark boy in front of him, Yi Juanhao finally remembered that this was his former high school classmate Qi Mingxi. Qi Mingxi's family is in the engineering contracting business, and they are also contractors. They are in charge of multiple land engineering projects and have a lot of workers under them. As Qi Mingxi's father was a contractor, it was natural for him to become a rich second generation. Since his father was rumored to have often withheld workers' wages, Yi Juanhao did not have a very good impression of this person and naturally could not remember him. "Oh, it's you, Qi Mingxi." Yi Juanhao only remembered this person when he was reminded. "By the way, what are you doing here? Are you here to be an apprentice in car repair?" Qi Mingxi said this deliberately. Qi Mingxi likes to talk to other people in a way that touches their pain points, which makes him feel good. Especially since he was coming to pick up the car today and met Yi Juanhao, a poor classmate, he naturally wanted to show off. "No, I'm here to pick up the car," Yi Juanhao said lightly. "Pick up the car?" Qi Mingxi was stunned for a moment. Then Qi Mingxi saw the Volkswagen 4S store nearby, and a look of disdain suddenly appeared on his face. Qi Mingxi pretended to be relaxed and said, "What a coincidence, I am here to pick up a car today, but it is just an ordinary Range Rover." Chapter 24 Excuse me, who is Yi Juanhao, Mr. Yi? As he spoke, Qi Mingxi took out a car purchase contract from his pocket and showed it off in front of Yi Juanhao. "Junhao, I think you have never seen a purchase contract for a luxury car like this. Come, let me show you." Qi Mingxi was very proud at this time. "Forget it. I guess you won't understand it even if I show it to you. I'll read you some information so you can broaden your horizons." Qi Mingxi had extended his hand to hold out the car purchase contract, but then he withdrew his hand and continued talking to himself. "My Range Rover is this year's latest 4.4 V8 SV Grand Creation Extended Edition with 4 seats. The price is nearly 4 million yuan, and the luxury car tax is almost 400,000 yuan. The maximum torque is 750 Newton meters." Qi Mingxi specifically mentioned the various advantages and prices of the Land Rover Range Rover, as if he was afraid that Yi Juanhao didn't know. "The luxury car tax on my Range Rover is enough for you to buy 2 of these Volkswagen models, Juanhao. It looks like you have to work hard." Qi Mingxi spoke in a teaching tone. Before Yi Juanhao could reply. At this time, a staff member in a suit walked out of the Land Rover 4S store. "Mr. Qi, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The car delivery ceremony has been prepared for you." "Yeah, very good." Qi Mingxi nodded with satisfaction, a look of superiority on his face. "Juanhao, come along, I'll let you experience what a luxury car delivery ceremony is like." Qi Mingxi invited Yi Juanhao with great pride. "It's okay for me to ask you to take some photos later." "No, I still have to pick up the car." Yi Juanhao declined. "Hey, Juanhao, don't be so stubborn. You can pick up your Volkswagen anytime, but witnessing the delivery ceremony of a luxury car like the Range Rover is something that ordinary people will rarely see in their lifetime." How could Qi Mingxi let Yi Juanhao go so easily? Without Yi Juanhao as a supporting role to complement him, how could he continue to pretend to be cool? "I feel uncomfortable because I can't pretend to be cool, okay? The car I want to mention is not a Volkswagen." Yi Juanhao shook his head. "Ha? Not Volkswagen?" Qi Mingxi looked around and saw that there were only 3 4S stores here: Volkswagen, Land Rover, and Rolls-Royce. First of all, he ruled out luxury brands like Rolls-Royce. After all, even a rich second generation like him would not dare to buy it easily. It was a luxury car worth nearly 10 million yuan. If his father found out, he would be beaten up. Next, Yi Juanhao just said that the car he wanted to pick up was not a Volkswagen, so Volkswagen can also be ruled out. Then the only 4S store left is Land Rover. This thought suddenly made Qi Mingxi nervous. The car Yi Juanhao wants to pick up is also a Land Rover? How is this possible? Does he have the money? Even Land Rover has expensive and cheap models. For example, the Land Rover Discovery Sport, although also worth 4 or 500,000, is certainly far less than the price of his own Land Rover Range Rover, which is nearly 4 million. I can still suppress Yi Juanhao. Thinking of this, Qi Mingxi's face regained its confident and calm look. Qi Mingxi looked at the staff member and asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to buy a Land Rover today?" The staff member shook his head and replied, "No, Mr. Qi is the only one who will pick up the car today." Qi Mingxi was a little surprised by the staff's answer. This seems to be completely different from what he imagined. This is neither a Volkswagen nor a Land Rover, so could it be a Rolls-Royce? There is no possibility at all. Don't even think about it. The first thing Qi Mingxi thought of was that Yi Juanhao was bragging. In fact, he couldn't afford the car at all. He probably just came to look at the car, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he could only say that he would pick up the car himself. If you think about it this way, it makes perfect sense. Qi Mingxi had a look as if he saw through everything and was even more disdainful of Yi Juanhao. It doesn't matter if you're poor. The most important thing is not to pretend. Now you've been caught. Let us see how you can refuse me this time. I'm going to let you watch me show off. Yi Juanhao, my old classmate, just be good and let me step on you. Qi Mingxi thought with great joy in his heart. Juanhao, this is not nice. Just look at the car. Why do you have to talk about picking it up? Qi Mingxi said, pretending to be puzzled. Yi Juanhao was also speechless. Is this guy mentally ill? It has been preventing me from picking up the car. I am indeed going to pick up the car. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Yi Juanhao decided not to get entangled with Qi Mingxi anymore. Qi Mingxi looked at Yi Juanhao's reaction and immediately thought that he had touched Yi Juanhao's sore spot. He must have felt embarrassed because his thoughts were exposed by himself, so he wanted to leave quickly. But how could Qi Mingxi let Yi Juanhao get his wish? Now is the time for him to kick the dog when it's down. That's perfect. I'm not in a hurry to pick up my Range Rover. I'll go and show my support to my old classmate first. The more lively the event of picking up the car, the better. Qi Mingxi decided to follow Yi Juanhao and expose his true face. He really wanted to see how embarrassed Yi Juanhao would be after being exposed. It must be very fun, ha 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 ha. Qi Mingxi had already thought about how to humiliate Yi Juanhao when the time comes. I told you not to cooperate with me in showing off, well, I can only step on you first. Hearing that Qi Mingxi was going to catch up, Yi Juanhao didn't care. As long as it doesn't prevent me from picking up my beloved Rolls-Royce Cullinan, I don't care how he follows me. Okay, let's go. Yi Juanhao nodded. Yi Juanhao walked in front, and Qi Mingxi followed beside him, looking like they were ready to watch a show. The two passed by the Volkswagen 4S store. Yi Juanhao didn't even look at it and continued walking without looking back. Qi Mingxi thought to himself, he's quite pretentious. You came here to see Volkswagen cars, right? Now you're too embarrassed to go in, right? Watching Yi Juanhao slowly walking towards the door of the Rolls-Royce 4S store, Qi Mingxi sneered more and more in his heart. Qi Mingxi absolutely did not believe that Yi Juanhao could buy a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce. After all, even he did not dare to buy it easily. Yi Juanhao must have come here pretending to look at luxury cars, and then he would inadvertently reveal to the Rolls-Royce salesperson that Yi Juanhao was a pauper. Then let us see how Yi Juanhao's face gets swollen. It is not impossible that you might be forcibly driven away by the staff at that time. Thinking of this, Qi Mingxi smiled slightly. However, when the two walked to the door of the Rolls-Royce 4S store, Qi Mingxi unexpectedly discovered that the door was full of Rolls-Royce staff in suits. They all stood at the door, as if waiting for someone to come. At this time, the leading Rolls-Royce staff saw Yi Juanhao and Qi Mingxi walking towards them, and immediately greeted them warmly. Excuse me, who is Yi Juanhao, Mr. Yi? The leading Rolls-Royce staff member asked enthusiastically. When Qi Mingxi heard the other party calling out Yi Juanhao's name, his heart tightened and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Chapter 25 Second Shareholder. It's me. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Mr. Yi, we've been waiting for you for a long time. The 5-seater version of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan you purchased yesterday is now ready for you. The leading staff member said enthusiastically. What? 5-seat version of Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Xi Mingxi, who was standing by, froze in place for a moment. It felt too unreal. Yi Juanhao really came to pick up the car, and it was the 5-seater version of Rolls-Royce Cullinan. That value is as high as 8 million. It's enough to buy 2 Range Rovers of my own and some left over. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it was true. For a moment, Xi Mingxi stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Yi Juanhao also imitated Xi Mingxi's words and said, Mingxi, come together. I will let you experience what a Rolls-Royce delivery ceremony is like. This is a scene that ordinary people will hardly see in their lifetime. Hearing Yi Juanhao's sarcastic words, Xi Mingxi's expression suddenly became unnatural. He tried to show off but ended up getting slapped in the face. No, I was just curious about what kind of car you were picking up. Now that I know, I'll leave first. Xi Mingxi quickly waved his hands and said that he didn't want to be slapped in the face again. He was extremely embarrassed today. No, old classmate, didn't you say that the more lively the car delivery ceremony is, the better? I will go to support you later. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. I was short-sighted just now, Juanhao, I'm sorry, I'm leaving now and won't bother you picking up the car. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Juanhao's reply, Xi Mingxi turned around and left. He didn't have the face to stay any longer. Without Xi Mingxi, the annoying fly following him, Yi Juanhao picked up the car smoothly without any hindrance. A group of Rolls-Royce staff held a grand delivery ceremony for Yi Juanhao. After the delivery ceremony, Yi Juanhao officially received the 5-seat version of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Yi Juanhao's Rolls-Royce Cullinan 5-seater version is equipped with endless black exterior paint and Chavarro gray interior. It is equipped with lambswool carpet, front ventilated seats, massage seats, rear theater, panoramic sunroof, driving assistance system, 22-inch fully polished wheels, customized audio system, etc. It has everything you need. After checking that there were no major problems with the car, Yi Juanhao drove the 5-seater version of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan back to his villa with satisfaction. He called the Rolls-Royce staff to drive the Porsche 911 he drove at the beginning back to the Jinhui Tianxia villa. Just after parking the car in the garage and preparing to return to the villa, Yi Juanhao's cell phone suddenly rang. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Tang Feier calling. What does senior sister Tang want to talk to me about? Yi Juanhao couldn't think of anything, so he pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Junior Yi? Are you free now? Tang Feier's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm fine now. Is there anything wrong, Sister Tang? Yi Juanhao asked. It's like this, my laptop seems to have some problems, and I want you to help take a look. I think boys should be more knowledgeable about this, so I thought of you. Tang Feier told the reason why she was looking for Yi Juanhao. So that's how it is. Okay, I'll help you take a look. Yi Juanhao agreed directly. As a former otaku, Yi Juanhao not only loves cars, but also likes to study electronic products, including computers. He assembled his own computer, which has excellent performance. It can be said that Tang Feier found the right person. That's great, Junior Brother Yi, thank you. Tang Feier said gratefully. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. In the end, the two agreed to meet at a cafe on the school pedestrian street and then hung up the phone. At this moment, the prompt sound of the system software suddenly appeared in Yi Juanhao's mind. Extra challenge coming, help Tang Feier successfully repair the laptop. After completion, you will be rewarded with 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares and become the second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group. Note, the overall market value of Hongfeng Group is as high as 5 billion. 20% of the shares means that the host can obtain shares worth 1 billion. Upon hearing about this extra challenge, Yi Juanhao was stunned. He didn't expect that this could also trigger an extra challenge. This is the second time that an extra challenge has been triggered on Tang Feier. The first time was to bargain for clothes, and the second time was to repair my laptop. Moreover, the second reward is equally generous. Although there is no bonus to overall physical fitness this time, there are shares worth billions that can be obtained. The market value of Hongfeng Group is as high as 5 billion, which still shocked Yi Juanhao a little. Sitting in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Yi Juanhao took out his mobile phone and searched for relevant information about the Hongfeng Group. Hongfeng Group made its fortune by making electrical appliances. It produces all kinds of electrical appliances, such as fans, air conditioners, washing machines, and other daily use appliances. It is a large joint stock group. Hongfeng Group also has a major shareholder who holds 25% of the shares, but this shareholder is also a billionaire in Minnesota with a net worth of tens of billions. He has his own main industries and basically does not ask about the affairs of Hongfeng Group and only participates in dividends. Currently, the president who holds 8% of the shares is temporarily in charge of the group's affairs. The rest are small shareholders who hold 3% to 4%. Therefore, if Yi Juanhao can own 20% of the shares, he can become the second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group and have a transcendent position. After understanding all the information, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but smile. He was sure to get the reward. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao started the car and headed to the place he had agreed with Tang Feier. Before leaving, Yi Juanhao deliberately took a detour and went to Shangshi Meiyan International Company first. I took some cosmetics and skin care products and planned to give them to Tang Feier later. After all, Yi Juanhao had learned from their previous chat that Tang Feier only had 800 yuan in pocket money every month, and she probably didn't have any good skin care products, so he specially gave some to her this time. After returning to school quickly and parking the car in the parking lot, Yi Juanhao went to the pedestrian street behind the school. After walking a few turns on the pedestrian street, I arrived at the coffee shop that I had agreed to meet with Tang Feier. As soon as she entered the coffee shop, Tang Feier waved to Yi Juanhao. "Brother Yi, this way." Yi Juanhao looked in the direction where the voice came from and saw Tang Feier, wearing the new clothes she bought last time, standing up and waving at him. Yi Juanhao walked over and saw a laptop computer placed aside. "Brother Yi, please sit down and have some coffee first." Tang Feier handed a cup of coffee to Yi Juanhao, but didn't have any for herself. Obviously, she only bought one cup, which was for Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao noticed this situation and thought about Tang Feier's financial situation, and felt embarrassed to go drink. "Senior Tang, I'll go buy you a cup." Yi Juanhao was about to get up when Tang Feier called him. "No need, Junior Brother Yi, this is a special treat for you as a thank you for last time. It doesn't matter whether I drink it or not," Tang Feier said quickly. Yi Juanhao could see that Tang Feier had a strong self-esteem, and she didn't seem to like others asking her for things because of her own reasons. So he didn't get up to order another cup of coffee, but handed the thing in his hand to Tang Feier. "Senior Tang, these are some small gifts for you. They are not valuable." These were the cosmetics and skin care products that Yi Juanhao had specially brought from Shangshi Meiyan. Chapter 26 Tang Feier loves taking selfies. "What's this?" Tang Feier took the thing from Yi Juanhao's hand curiously and asked. "You'll know once you open it," Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Since Yi Juanhao said it was not worth much, Tang Feier opened it without any psychological burden. Then Tang Feier took out various cosmetics and skin care products. This is too expensive." Tang Feier covered her mouth with her hand, a look of disbelief on her face. She had only seen these brands of cosmetics and skin care products on TV and could not afford them in real life. The most expensive one is the highly moisturizing and hydrating facial cream that Shangshi Meiyan mainly sells, which is sold at a unit price of up to 3,000 yuan per piece. There were more than a dozen items inside, enough for a year. In addition to this highly moisturizing facial cream, there are also lipsticks, eyeshadows, perfumes, liquid foundation, etc. It is very complete and the quantity is sufficient, enough for a year. This was also what Yi Juanhao asked Su Yuanton to prepare. He asked for enough to last for a year. "It's not expensive. These are worthless," Yi Juanhao said casually. "Xiao Yi, don't lie to me. Although I can't afford it, I still know about these things. This moisturizing cream is quite expensive. I can't accept this gift." Although Tang Feier was very envious, her moral principles told her not to accept it. "It's okay, senior sister Tang, just accept it. I started a cosmetics sales company during college, and these are samples sent by the merchants. If you don't want them, I can only throw them away, which is such a waste." Seeing that Yi Juanhao spoke very convincingly, Tang Feier was unable to make a decision for a moment. "They are really all samples. You didn't lie to me?" Tang Feier wanted to confirm again. "If I lie to you, I'm a puppy," Yi Juanhao said solemnly. "Well, I'll pay you. I can't let you lose money." As she spoke, Tang Feier was about to take out her wallet to pay. How could Yi Juanhao let Tang Feier pay? He quickly stopped her. Senior Tang, if you treat me as your friend, just accept it. Otherwise, I want to come to see me again if you come next time. Yi Juanhao could only pretend to be threatening. Tang Feier hesitated for a while, struggling in her heart, and then said, okay, I'll accept it this time. Yi Juanhao felt relieved when he saw Tang Feier finally accepted it. It's really not an easy thing to give something to senior sister Tang. Senior sister Tang has too strong a self-esteem. Yi Juanhao sighed inwardly. By the way, you said your laptop broke down. What went wrong? Yi Juanhao turned the topic back to the original goal. This was his extra challenge and must be completed. I don't know why my laptop suddenly became silent. I don't know what went wrong. Tang Feier said with a frown. I can't even take the online classes I want now. There's no sound on the computer. Let me see. Yi Juanhao took Tang Feier's laptop. Tang Feier's laptop looked very old and the whole body was very heavy. There are heavier models, but they are gaming laptops. However, it is obvious that Tang Feier's is an office laptop. Yi Juanhao first checked the problem with the sound card driver, downloaded a driver wizard, repaired the software, and installed the latest sound card driver. Yi Juanhao clicked on QQ Music and randomly selected a song, but found that there was still no sound. Then I checked the volume settings, but it still didn't work. This made Yi Juanhao realize that the system might have been changed by something, or it might have been maliciously tampered with by a virus. What's going on? Is there any solution? Tang Feier asked nervously. If this laptop cannot be repaired, she doesn't have enough money to buy a new one for the time being, and maybe she can only find a part-time job to earn money to buy it. There is a way. Maybe we have to reinstall the system. Yi Juanhao said after thinking for a while. This is the best solution at the moment. That's good, as long as there's still hope. Tang Feier also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Juanhao heard that the computer needed to be repaired, so he took the USB flash drive needed to reinstall the system in advance, otherwise it would have taken a while to solve the problem. After some operations, Yi Juanhao turned to ask Tang Feier. Let me back up the files and other things in this computer for you. Yeah, that's great. Tang Feier nodded. Looking at Yi Juanhao's serious operation, Tang Feier was stunned for a moment. Is this what it feels like to have a boy helping you? It seemed pretty good, and Tang Feier was a little dazed for a moment. In the moment when Tang Feier was distracted, Yi Juanhao was operating the backup files and accidentally opened a folder. The moment he opened the folder, Yi Juanhao was stunned. The contents of this folder are all selfies of senior sister Tang, so beautiful. Yi Juanhao somehow clicked on a selfie and looked at it carefully. She is so beautiful, and there is no beautification effect. She is purely natural. She is worthy of being a school beauty. Yi Juanhao looked at it for a long time and was fascinated. At this time, Tang Feier came back to her senses from her trance. She wanted to see how Yi Juanhao was doing. As soon as Tang Feier looked at the computer screen, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Isn't this a selfie of yourself? What is Yi Shuedi doing? He was actually staring at his own selfie. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Tang Feier snatched the mouse angrily and closed the folder. Yi Juanhao was startled by Tang Feier's questioning and hurriedly explained. Senior sister Tang, I'm helping you back up your files, please don't misunderstand me. Yi Juanhao was extremely embarrassed at this moment. He didn't expect to be caught. Tang Feier's cheeks turned red and she spat lightly. Do you need to look closely at the contents of the backup file? You little rascal. Senior sister Tang, you really misunderstood. It turns out that senior sister Tang likes taking selfies. But your selfies are pretty good looking, this is true. Yi Juanhao said with emotion. You still said, has the computer been repaired? Tang Feier's face became even redder, like a ripe red apple, all the way to her ears. Yi Juanhao glanced at the computer and said quickly, okay. At this time, the computer had restarted and started up. Yi Juanhao opened QQ Music and played a song at random. Suddenly, sound came from the computer. Because of love, I won't be sad easily, so everything looks happy. Because of love, I grow simply. The computer had sound, but the songs being played made the atmosphere a little magical. After a while, Tang Feier snatched the mouse and turned off the music, and the atmosphere returned to normal. At this time, after completing the extra challenge, the system prompt sounded in Yi Juanhao's mind on time. Congratulations to the host for completing the extra challenge and helping Tang Feier successfully repair the laptop. You will be rewarded with 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares and become the second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group. The reward has been received. Note, the equity agreement will be sent out internally by Hongfeng Group, please check it carefully. Chapter 27 Rivals. The system prompts that Yi Juanhao has officially become the second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group, owning 20% of the shares. But the atmosphere at the scene was a bit awkward. Thank you this time, junior brother Yi, for fixing my laptop. Otherwise, I don't know what I would do. Tang Feier broke the awkward atmosphere and said gratefully to Yi Juanhao. It's just a piece of cake. I'm glad I can help senior sister Tang. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Yeah, next time I'll find time to come to my house for dinner to thank you. Tang Feier planned to invite Yi Juanhao to her house for dinner as a thank you. Okay. Yi Juanhao nodded and agreed. The two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Tang Feier still had online classes to finish and had to go back to make up for it. Yi Juanhao had nothing to do, so he drove back to the villa. On the other side, in the president's office of Hongfeng Group, Li Yangzhou sat in the president's leather chair and listened to his secretary reporting on some work. After the secretary reported some daily work and arrangements, the topic suddenly changed. Mr. Li, I just received news that 20% of our group's shares have been acquired by someone, and that person has officially become the group's second largest shareholder. As he spoke, the secretary handed a shareholding agreement to Li Yangzhou. Li Yangzhou was stunned and was unable to react. After reacting, Li Yangzhou said to his secretary in dissatisfaction, "Why did you leave such an important matter to the end?" Then Li Yangzhou grabbed the equity agreement and started reading it. The second largest shareholder of our group is called Yi Juanhao. Li Yangzhou murmured. Li Yangzhou fell into deep thought. He was analyzing whether Yi Juanhao's arrival would affect his position. After thinking for a while, Li Yangzhou shook his head. He only holds 8% of the shares, while Yi Juanhao holds 20% of the shares. Moreover, the person who can take out 1 billion at one time to buy shares is definitely not an ordinary person. Maybe he is a billionaire from Minnesota like the first shareholder, who has his own main business and acquired shares just to participate in dividends. Li Yangzhou decided to personally go to Yi Juanhao with the equity agreement to find out his background and also to leave a good impression on Yi Juanhao. The second largest shareholder of the group is worth Li Yangzhou's efforts to please and befriend him, so that he can rest assured about his position as president. After all, even if he, as the president, could unite with other small shareholders to fight against Yi Juanhao, the price to pay would definitely be high. It could even be said that there would be no benefit at all. It would be better to make friends with Yi Juanhao. If he could get support from Yi Juanhao, the second largest shareholder of the group, his career prospects would be smoother. The more Li Yangzhou thought about it, the more he felt that making friends with Yi Juanhao was the best choice. Li Yangzhou decided to find a time to personally hand the equity agreement to Yi Juanhao in person, and at the same time bring some gifts to befriend Yi Juanhao. In a private room of a high-end restaurant, two figures were sitting inside. The two figures were Huang Haitu and Zhang Ping, who had offended Yi Juanhao before at Shengshi Meiyan. Huang Haitu, who was sitting on the side, asked Zhang Ping a little nervously, "Brother Zhang, do you think we can successfully transfer to Meihai Tianlan?" Zhang Ping on the side said calmly, "It shouldn't be a big problem. With the customer base we have accumulated in Shengshi Meiyan before, it is enough for Meihai Tianlan to pay attention to it." As he spoke, Zhang Ping revealed a sinister smile. Yi Juanhao was so arrogant right after becoming the chairman of Shengshi Meiyan that he even dared to kick the two of us out of the company. I will make him pay next time. Without us, Shengshi Meiyan will not be able to survive. Thinking of Yi Juanhao, Huang Haitu was also full of anger. That's right. Yi Juanhao is just a young man in his early 20s. He doesn't know shit about being a chairman. He probably has to have some money in his family to be able to be the chairman of Shengshi Meiyan. Well, I have a feeling that Shengshi Meiyan is about to go downhill. As long as we send these large numbers of customers in our hands to Meihai Tianlan, Shengshi Meiyan will at least suffer an unprecedented blow. Zhang Ping said with a grim smile. Meihai Tianlan International Company and Shengshi Meiyan International Company have always been in competition with each other. The market capitalizations of the two companies are almost the same, both in the billions, and they occupy most of the market share in Ningzhou City. We previously controlled the best locations in Shangshur Meiyan's distribution area. Basically, 60% of Shangshur Meiyan's sales are in that area, and we have always been maintaining the distribution network in that area. The dealers there, big and small, only listen to us. After all, it was us who helped them earn their first pot of gold. Zhang Ping analyzed. Now, as long as we take away that distribution network, Shangshur Meiyan will be doomed. Am I right, brother Zhang? Huang Haitu understood and asked Zhang Ping. Yes, that's it. Zhang Ping took a sip of tea, his face showing a calm expression as if he had everything under control. By the way, who did we invite today? Huang Haitu asked puzzledly. Huang Haitu didn't know who Zhang Ping had invited today, but he said it was a very important person. Mr. Meng, the chairman of Mei Hai Tianlan. Zhang Ping said with a calm smile. Before Huang Haitu could be surprised, the door of the box was opened and a slightly fat middle-aged woman wearing a mink coat walked in. Seeing this middle-aged woman, Zhang Ping immediately stood up and called out respectfully, "Boss Meng, you are here, please sit down." Huang Haitu also reacted after hearing Zhang Ping's address to the middle-aged woman. "Hello, Mr. Meng." Huang Haitu then tactfully pulled out a chair for Mr. Meng and invited him to sit down. After Ms. Meng sat down, she put her mink coat aside, held a cigarette in her hand and started smoking, looking like a strong woman. This Mr. Meng is none other than Mr. Meng Haiwei, the chairman of Mei Hai Tianlan International Company. "Tell me, why did you come to see me today?" Meng Haiwei asked calmly. Zhang Ping spoke first. "Boss Meng must have investigated the two of us and should be very clear about the positions we once held in Shangshur Meiyan." And then? Meng Haiwei took a puff of lady's cigarette and continued to ask. "We can bring huge benefits to your company. We can poach the distribution network that we were previously responsible for to help Mr. Meng and help him deal with Shangshur Meiyan. As long as Mr. Meng can allow the two of us to work in Mei Hai Tianlan and have the same status as before, it would be great." Zhang Ping listed all the benefits and corresponding conditions that the two people's roles could bring in one breath. Then Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu looked at Meng Haiwei nervously. Whether all this would succeed depended on Meng Haiwei's attitude. Meng Haiwei smiled and said, "Very good. The reason I came here today is because I value the distribution network in your hands. If you can really recruit these distributors to work for me and help me deal with Shangshur Meiyan, I can agree to your conditions. I can even help you reach a higher level." Meng Haiwei acted like a strong woman who had everything under control, and she painted a big pie for Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu at the right time. Upon hearing Meng Haiwei's statement, Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu were overjoyed and spoke out. "We will definitely not let Mr. Meng down." Chapter 28 The Crisis of a Beautiful Face. After saying that, Meng Haiwei took out 2 contracts from somewhere and handed them to the two of them. "This is your employment contract. After signing it, you will be a member of Mei Hai Tianlan, and your position will be the same as the previous Shangshur Meiyan, and your monthly salary will be 300,000 more than before. If you can successfully weaken Shangshur Meiyan's strength, there will be more benefits waiting for you later." Meng Haiwei exhaled a smoke ring and said lightly. Meng Haiwei had long planned to recruit these two people into her Mei Hai Tianlan. After all, the reason she came here was for the distribution network customer base behind these two people. This will not only expand the sales channels of Mei Hai Tianlan, but also strike at and weaken its competitor Shangshur Meiyan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There is no reason for Meng Haiyu to miss this opportunity. This shows how scheming Meng Haiwei is. "We understand. Mr. Meng, just wait for good news." After Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu signed the employment contract, they both made assurances to Meng Haiwei. After doing all this, Meng Haiwei got up and left the restaurant box without dining with the two of them. These two people are not worthy of dining at the same table with her. Watching Meng Haiwei leave the box, Huang Haitu asked, "Brother Zhang, what should we do next?" Zhang Ping glanced at Huang Haitu and said coldly, "Needless to say, after tomorrow, Shangshur Meiyan sales channels in the southeast region must be completely paralyzed. We must let the man surnamed Ji know the consequences of angering us, hee. Okay, I'll toast to Brother Zhang." Huang Haitu laughed. As he spoke, Huang Haitu raised his red wine glass and clinked it with Zhang Ping's. The two of them ate and chatted, discussing how to deal with Shangshur Meiyan next. Soon it was the next day, Shangshur Meiyan International Company. As the general manager, Su Yuantong is required to review and handle all company matters in the absence of Chairman Yi Juanhao. She worked as usual today. Su Yuantong was working hard at her desk when the office phone on her desk rang. Su Yuantong reached out and picked up the phone, and the anxious voice of the warehouse manager came from the other end. Mr. Su, it's bad. Today, all the logistics vehicles sent from the warehouse to the southeast region have returned the same way. The distributors there have not accepted our products. Now these products are piled up in the warehouse. The warehouse is under great pressure now. What's going on? Don't worry. Su Yuantong didn't understand what was going on for a moment. We don't know either. Previously, these dealer owners were maintained by manager Huang Hedo and manager Zhang Ping. Now they are gone, and we are helpless. The warehouse manager said helplessly. Huang Haitu? Zhang Ping? When Su Yuantong heard these two names, he seemed to have guessed something, but he was not quite sure yet. Where is Lu Lishuan? He has temporarily taken over the jobs of these two people. Where are he? Su Yuantong asked. After learning about the situation, Manager Lu rushed to the southeast region to find out what happened from the dealer bosses. The warehouse manager replied. Okay, I understand the situation. I'll let you know if there's any new information. You just need to take care of the warehouse first. Su Yuantong hung up the phone and fell into deep thought, wondering what had happened. At this time, the phone rang again. Su Yuantong was stunned. Is there the latest news so soon? Su Yuantong quickly picked up the phone and answered it, and an unexpected voice came out. Mr. Su, how is it? Are you surprised? Did you receive the gift I gave to Shengshi Mei Yin? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded extremely arrogant and boastful. Zhang Ping? Su Yuantong was stunned for a moment, but when she heard what he said, her face turned ugly. Why are you doing this? Shengshi Mei Yin treated you very well before. Su Yuantong asked. Why? Blame Yi Juanhao if you want to blame anyone. He was the one who kicked me out of the company. The current situation is just the beginning. You will know later that the company cannot survive without me. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Ping said proudly. What good will this do for you? Su Yuantong asked puzzledly. I'm now working at Meihai Tianlan International Company. The salary is much better than what I had at Shengshi Mei Yin back then. The distribution network in the southeast region is just my token of loyalty. Zhang Ping said casually. Meihai Tianlan? You actually went there. You went there on purpose to go against Shengshi Mei Yin. Su Yuantong said angrily. You're right. I called you just to remind you that Shengshi Mei Yin is almost gone. President Meng is very optimistic about your ability. If you can come, the treatment will definitely be much better than Shengshi Mei Yin. Zhang Ping explained the reason for his call. You're dreaming. I won't leave Shengshi Mei Yin. I've been here since I graduated. This is where my youth and struggles are. I've gone through countless difficulties to get to this position. Even if Shengshi Mei Yin doesn't work out, I will stay with it until the last moment. Su Yuantong said in a resounding voice. Zhang Ping was stunned. He didn't expect Su Yuantong to be such a man of integrity. Well then, I wish you good luck with your beauty. Who made you have to deal with a chairman like Yi Juanhao? Ha ha ha. Finally, under Zhang Ping's extremely arrogant tone, Su Yuantong hung up the phone helplessly. Su Yuantong had not expected things to develop to this point. It was all her fault that she trusted Zhang Ping too much and handed over the most important southeastern regional distribution network to him to manage, neglecting the human relationships involved, which led to the company now facing a huge crisis. Su Yuantong felt very guilty. She was too embarrassed to face Yi Juanhao or explain the situation to him. Although the fault was not hers, it was also a dereliction of duty on her part as the general manager. Unexpectedly, just as Yi Juanhao took over Shengshi Mei Yin, such a big loophole appeared in her work. Su Yuantong decided to try to solve the problem with his own method first. If it didn't work, he could only tell Mr. Yi the truth. Let Mr. Yi see if there is any other solution. On the other hand, after learning about the situation, Lu Lishuan immediately rushed to the southeast area to learn the details. After Lu Lishuan went to see several local dealers, he found that the situations they encountered were similar. They all disapproved of Lu Lishuan, the new southeast regional manager, believing that he did not have enough ability to lead them to wealth. They all claimed that they only listened to manager Huang Hedo and manager Zhang Ping, and their reasoning was that they made their first fortune thanks to these two people. This gave Lu Lishuan a headache. Moreover, these dealers have already obtained other products for sale and are unable to bear the sales of Shangshi Meiyan's products. After Lu Lishuan's investigation, he discovered that the latest sales products obtained by these dealers were all from Meihai Tianlan International Company. This forced Lu Lishuan to realize that he was in big trouble and the problem was very serious. If not handled properly, Shangshi Meiyan International will suffer heavy losses. Chapter 29 Han Tianlin. In the morning, Yi Juanhao got up early and exercised as usual. Yi Juanhao would run a few laps in the courtyard of the villa every morning to complete the daily task of the self-discipline motivation mode. But today Yi Juanhao plans to go to a different place. He has been living here for a week and has not yet been to the nearby Insha Bay. Looking out from my own villa, I can see the sea view of Silver Sand Bay, but I have only seen it and have never been there in person, which is a bit regrettable. Moreover, Insha Bay not only has a beach and sea, but also a coastal path. The path is shaded by trees and is perfect for running while enjoying the sea breeze. Yi Juanhao prepared himself and came to the coastal path of Insha Bay. Let us exercise here today. Just as Yi Juanhao was about to go jogging, his cell phone rang. So early? Who's calling me? It's only a little after 7 in the morning. With doubts, Yi Juanhao answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? Sorry to bother you so early. Who are you? Yi Juanhao asked. I am Li Yangzhou, the president of Hongfeng Group. Mr. Yi acquired 20% of the group's shares 2 days ago. I would like to ask if Mr. Yi has time now? I would like to send you the equity agreement. The person on the other end of the phone turned out to be Li Yangzhou, the president of Hongfeng Group. Li Yangzhou thought for 2 days before he decided what gift to give to Yi Juanhao. He took great pains to make friends with Yi Juanhao, the second largest shareholder, which delayed him for 2 days. Finally, he decided to give away a cake of top-quality Taiping Hokui tea, which was a gift from a tycoon who was once worth 8 billion, and was worth 3 or 4 million. Now, in order to make friends with Yi Juanhao, he could only reluctantly give up the top-quality Taiping Hokui cake that he had treasured for a long time to ensure his future career prospects. Oh, it's Mr. Li. I'm free at the moment. Yi Juanhao suddenly realized that it was the extra challenge reward for helping Tang Feier repair the laptop, 20% of the shares of Hongfeng Group. According to the previous system description, the equity agreement was sent out from within Hongfeng Group. 2 days later, Yi Juanhao almost forgot about it. Mr. Yi, please don't call me like that. Just call me Shaolia. Mr. Yi, please tell me your address and I will send the equity agreement to you right away. Li Yangzhou said hurriedly. Okay, you can deliver the things to Jinhui Tianxia Villa. Call me when you arrive and I will tell you the exact location. Yi Juanhao said. Jinhui Tianxia Villa? It seems that Mr. Han's residence is also there. Mr. Yi actually also lives in Jinhui Tianxia Villa? Could it be that Mr. Yi and Mr. Han know each other? Thinking of this, Li Yangzhou thought more and more that it was possible. Otherwise, why would Mr. Yi acquire shares of Hongfeng Group? This must be closely related to Mr. Han. Maybe Mr. Yi and Mr. Han have a special relationship. You know, Mr. Han is a wealthy tycoon with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan. He has his own main industry and is the largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group, holding 25% of the shares. Okay. Li Yangzhou said quickly. After hanging up the phone, Li Yangzhou immediately took the equity agreement and the top-quality Taiping Hokui tea and went to the Jinhui Tianxia Villa. There is no time to delay, it is urgent to make friends with Mr. Yi. After Yi Juanhao hung up the phone, he continued running along this coastal path. When he was halfway through the run, a scream attracted Yi Juanhao's attention. Not far in front of Yi Juanhao, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s fell to the ground and screamed. Seeing this, Yi Juanhao hurried to the middle-aged man. After walking closer and taking a look, Yi Juanhao discovered that the middle-aged man seemed to have fallen due to a sprained ankle, so he helped him up. Thank you, young man. The middle-aged man thanked. How do you feel? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yi Juanhao asked. It's probably just a sprained ankle. It's not serious. You just need to go home and rest. I was running too fast just now and couldn't stop. The middle-aged man said after feeling the injured area. Let me help you go back. Which house do you live in? Yi Juanhao guessed that the person who could get up early and jog along the Insha Bay Road should also live in Jinhui Tianxia Villa. The middle-aged man pointed in a direction and said, It's over there in Villa 777. Please help me, young man. Yi Juanhao was stunned. It turned out to be villa number 777, which was not far from his own villa. His own villa was number 888. The two villas were actually not far apart. Soon, Yi Juanhao helped the middle-aged man back to villa number 777. The middle-aged man simply treated his sprained ankle and invited Yi Juanhao to sit down. Yi Juanhao was also very curious about the identity of this middle-aged man. After all, he was his neighbor, so he sat down. The middle-aged man asked, "Young man, what's your name? Thank you so much today. You should also live in this Jinhui Tianxia villa, right?" Then the middle-aged man said his name first. "My name is Han Tianlin." Yi Juanhao nodded and replied, "My name is Yi Juanhao. Actually, I live next to you, in Villa 888. Han Tianlin was stunned for a moment. The owner of the villa number 888 was the young man in front of him? This shocked Han Tianlin a little. After all, the villa at number 888 is worth 80 million. It is not easy for a young man like Yi Juanhao to live in such a luxurious villa. Han Tianlin said with admiration, "Friend Yi is amazing." Just as the two were talking, the doorbell of Han Tianlin's villa number 777 rang and someone came over. Seeing that Han Tianlin had difficulty walking, Yi Juanhao took the initiative to get up and open the door of the villa. As the door of the villa opened, a middle-aged man in his 30s with a rough face came into view. The burly middle-aged man wanted to say hello, but when he opened the door, he saw a very young man. He was stunned for a moment, thinking he had come to the wrong place. The burly middle-aged man confirmed that he was in the right place and planned to ask who Yi Juanhao was. At this time, Han Tianlin in the villa recognized the burly middle-aged man who came to knock on the door, and he spoke. "Xiao Chen, why are you here? Come in." Seeing Han Tianlin calling him to come in, the rough middle-aged man walked around Yi Juanhao and entered the villa. Yi Juanhao closed the door and came in to sit down. The burly middle-aged man saw that Han Tianlin's legs and feet were bandaged, and asked with concern, "Boss Han, what's wrong with your legs and feet?" Han Tianlin smiled calmly and said, "Nothing, I just sprained my ankle accidentally." "What brings you here?" The burly middle-aged man looked at Yi Juanhao beside him, not knowing whether he should say it or not. Han Tianlin noticed this and immediately said, "It's okay, Yi Xiaoyu is one of us, you can talk." Seeing that Han Tianlin didn't care, the rough middle-aged man glanced at Yi Juanhao and reported to Han Tianlin, "Boss Han, someone acquired 20% of the shares of Hongfeng Group 2 days ago." That person officially became the second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group. Hearing the rough man's words, Yi Juanhao raised his eyebrows. Chapter 30 Offended. Acquired 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares? Han Tianlin said with some surprise. The market value of Hongfeng Group is about 5 billion. 20% of the shares of Hongfeng Group is equivalent to 1 billion. Those who can spend 1 billion at one time to buy shares are definitely not ordinary people. Therefore, even a billionaire like Han Tianlin was very surprised. Who on earth has this ability? Yes, just 2 days ago. I came here to inform you as soon as I received the news. The burly middle-aged man said respectfully. This rugged middle-aged man is Chen Changsheng, one of the vice presidents of Hongfeng Group, who owns 5% of the shares of Hongfeng Group. Yeah, do you know who that person is? What's his identity? Han Tianlin nodded and asked. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, "It's not clear yet. The only person who knows about it is probably President Li Yangzhou. He should have the equity agreement in his hand." Well, you should pay more attention to this matter. Han Tianlin said. Okay. Chen Changsheng also knew that President Han usually did not ask about the affairs of Hongfeng Group. He would only show up when something big happened in Hongfeng Group. This time, it was because a second shareholder who acquired 20% of the shares appeared that Chen Changsheng came to report. After all, Chen Changsheng is Han Tianlin's spy in Hongfeng Group, and he was promoted by Han Tianlin. After reporting the situation, Chen Changsheng turned around and saw Yi Juanhao still sitting there. He couldn't help but frown and asked Han Tianlin, "Boss Han, who is this? I forgot to introduce you to each other. This is Yi Juanhao. Young friend Yi helped me a lot this morning. He helped me get back home after I sprained my ankle while running. This is Chen Changsheng, a vice president of Hongfeng Group, of which I own a stake." Han Tianlin introduced them to each other one by one. After introducing the identities of both parties, Chen Changsheng looked at Yi Juanhao with some disdain. He understands this type of young people very well. Young people all want to take shortcuts, want to avoid 20 years of struggle, and are eager to succeed. The reason why Yi Juanhao happened to see President Han sprain his ankle was probably a long-planned event. Anyone who is familiar with Han Tianlin knows that Han Tianlin has the habit of getting up early and jogging in the morning. Knowing that Han Tianlin has the habit of jogging in the morning in his jogging route, Yi Juanhao will be the first to show up to help if any unexpected situation occurs to Mr. Han during the jogging, thus gaining Han Tianlin's favor. After gaining Mr. Han's favor, Chen Shangsheng has seen too many cases of people using this favor to make things easier for themselves later. Thinking of this, Chen Shangsheng looked down on Yi Juanhao even more. Chen Shangsheng sneered and said, "Xiao Yi, do you also have the habit of jogging in the morning? What a coincidence that you run into President Han." Hearing that there was something wrong with Chen Shangsheng's tone, which was obviously directed at him, Yi Juanhao frowned slightly. But I still replied politely, "Yes, I have the habit of jogging in the morning. I used to run in the courtyard at home. Today I feel like running, so I want to go to the coastal path near Insha Bay to exercise." After hearing Yi Juanhao's explanation, Chen Shangsheng realized that it was exactly what he thought. Why didn't he run on that coastal path before? Today, Mr. Han sprained his ankle, so Yi Juanhao showed up on that coastal path to exercise. Yi Juanhao's explanation made Chen Shangsheng more certain of his thoughts. This young man named Yi Juanhao is a person who only wants to take shortcuts. You can deceive Mr. Han, but you can't deceive me, Chen Shangsheng. So that's how it is. It seems that you, Xiaoye, are a person who likes to take shortcuts. Chen Shangsheng said meaningfully. Han Tianlin also heard that Chen Shangsheng was targeting Yi Juanhao in his words, and he scolded, "Xiao Chen, be more respectful to Mr. Yi." When Chen Shangsheng heard Han Tianlin speak for Yi Juanhao, he was immediately furious. He retorted, "Boss Han, don't be fooled by this kid. Young people nowadays have endless tricks to cheat people. You must be careful. He is deliberately taking advantage of your sprained ankle to show his affection to you. Don't let him use you as a tool." Chen Shangsheng spoke his mind directly and expressed his doubts about Yi Juanhao's purpose. Han Tianlin was also furious when he heard Chen Shangsheng say this about Yi Juanhao. Yi Xiaoyu lives in the number 888 villa in Jinhui Tianxia. Would such a person deliberately deceive him? There is no possibility at all. Just when Han Tianlin was about to teach Chen Shangsheng a lesson and said that Yi Juanhao was the big boss who lived in the number 888 villa in Jinhui Tianxia, Yi Juanhao's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Juanhao picked up the phone and answered it. "Boss Yi, I'm at Jinhui Tianxia villa. Where are you?" The person on the other end of the phone was Li Yangzhou, the president of Hongfeng Group. "Come over to Villa 777. Yi Juanhao said. After hanging up the phone, Li Yangzhou's heart skipped a beat. "ISNT Villa number 777 in Jinhui Tianxia, Mr. Han's home?" As expected, Mr. Yi and Mr. Han knew each other and had a good relationship, otherwise why would Mr. Yi be at Mr. Han's house? At this time, Li Yangzhou was somewhat glad that his decision was right. It was very important to make friends with Mr. Yi. On the other hand, because of Yi Juanhao's call, Han Tianlin did not bother with Chen Shangsheng for the time being. When he heard Yi Juanhao asking people to come to his villa, he was a little curious. "Friend Yi, who is coming?" After asking, the doorbell of the villa rang. Chen Shangsheng stood up with a suspicious look on his face and opened the door of the villa. "Chen Shangsheng, why are you here?" As the door of the villa opened, Li Yangzhou's surprised voice was heard. "Mr. Li?" Chen Shangsheng was also very surprised. "I'm here to report my work to President Han and tell him the news about the emergence of the group's second largest shareholder," Chen Shangsheng said after coming back to his senses. Could it be that Chen Shangsheng had met Mr. Yi earlier than himself and wanted to make friends with him in advance? Thinking of this, Li Yangzhou walked straight into the villa. Han Tianlin was also stunned when he saw Li Yangzhou suddenly coming. When Li Yangzhou saw Han Tianlin, he asked respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Han. Where is Mr. Yi?" "Mr. Yi? Which Mr. Yi?" Han Tianlin looked puzzled. "It's Yi Juanhao, the man who acquired 20% of the shares of our Hongfeng Group, Mr. Yi," Li Yangzhou replied. "What?" After hearing Li Yangzhou's answer, Han Tianlin and Chen Shangsheng both froze in place, especially Chen Shangsheng, who looked as if he had seen a ghost. Chen Shangsheng's face was full of disbelief. "Isn't Yi Juanhao the name of the young man sitting there?" Just now, Yi Juanhao received another call, asking someone to come to Villa 777. It just so happened that Li Yangzhou came at this time, and he specifically asked for Yi Juanhao. He also said that Yi Juanhao was the second largest shareholder of their Hongfeng group, who had just acquired 20% of the shares. At this moment, Chen Changxing suddenly felt frightened. It seemed that he had just offended the second largest shareholder of the group. Thinking of this, Chen Changxing couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 31 High-End Dinner. Seeing that Li Yangzhou had arrived, Yi Juanhao simply stood up and said to everyone, "Mr. Li, I'm here." After hearing this, Li Yangzhou respectfully walked over with the equity agreement and the gift in his hand. "Mr. Yi, this is your equity agreement. Here is the tea I gave you, the top-grade typing Hokue. I hope you like it." Yi Juanhao nodded and accepted the equity agreement and the cake of premium typing Monkey King. Li Yangzhou was shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that Mr. Yi was so young and already the second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group. As a billionaire, Han Tianlin has seen many storms and quickly regained his composure. He felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that Yi Juanhao, who helped him in the morning, was actually the person who had just acquired 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares. It was really hard to imagine. Han Tianlin thought about it and it was true. How could someone who could live in the number 888 villa in Jinhui Tianxia be a simple person? It was also easy to understand why he would spend 1 billion to acquire 20% of the shares of Hongfeng Group. It turns out that this person is the mysterious second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group. Chen Changsheng, who was standing by, was so frightened by the scene. He had never expected things to develop to this point. He had just spoken rudely to the second largest shareholder of his group and even accused him of trying to deceive President Han and take shortcuts. This is completely a path to death. Now he could only pray that Yi Juanhao would not bear grudge against him and forget what happened just now. But how could Yi Juanhao forget? Yi Juanhao turned his head and looked at Chen Changsheng, who was trembling at the moment. He said coldly, "Mr. Chen, you seem to be very dissatisfied with me just now. You can continue to talk. I am listening." When Li Yangzhou heard that Mr. Yi's tone was not right, he immediately understood what had just happened. Li Yangzhou asked sternly, "Chen Changsheng, what did you do to make Mr. Yi angry? You are so bold." Han Tianlin also cast an extremely dissatisfied look at Chen Changsheng at this time. Chen Changsheng couldn't stand the might of the three bosses. He fell to his knees with a plop and said with tears in his eyes, "Boss Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng hugged Yi Juanhao's thigh with tears and snot, begging for his forgiveness. Yi Juanhao pulled him away without giving him any chance. If apologies are useful, does that mean you don't have to take responsibility for what you've done or said? There is no such good thing in the world. Yi Juanhao didn't want to see this person again, and said to Li Yangzhou, "I don't want to see this person again." Li Yangzhou immediately understood and said coldly, "Chen Changsheng, in the name of the president, I dismiss you from all your positions in Hongfeng Group, starting today." "No, Mr. Li, Mr. Yi, I was wrong." Chen Changsheng regretted it so much at this moment. Why did he say such a mean thing? He looked at Han Tianlin for help again, as if grasping the last straw, and said, "Boss Han, please help me. I didn't mean to offend Boss Yi. You promoted me. Please help me. Humph, I feel ashamed to have a subordinate like you. You have to be responsible for what you say. Just obey the arrangements. At least you still have 5% of the shares in the group." Han Tianlin didn't give Chen Changsheng any chance. Finally, Chen Changsheng left with a distraught look on his face. From today on, he was no longer the high-ranking vice president of Hongfeng Group. After the matter was resolved, Han Tianlin said to Yi Juanhao apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I made a fool of myself." "It's okay," Yi Juanhao said with a smile. After this little episode, Yi Juanhao, Han Tianlin, and Li Yangzhou chatted for a while in Villa 777, then got up and left, returning to their own Villa 888. Chen Changsheng, who was still wandering outside with a distraught look on his face, saw Yi Juanhao enter the number 888 villa and was stunned where he stood. It turned out that Yi Juanhao, whom he looked down upon at first, was such a big shot. He was even the owner of the king-level villa at number 888 Jinhui Tianxia. At this moment, Chen Changsheng felt disheartened. He deserved to offend such a big shot. Yi Juanhao returned to his villa and was about to open his sports bracelet to enter the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. His cell phone rang. When Yi Juanhao looked at the caller ID, it turned out to be Su Yuantong, the general manager of Shangshi Meiyan. He immediately pressed the answer button, probably because it was something important. "Mr. Yi, are you free tonight?" Yi Juanhao thought about it and realized that he only had classes in the afternoon, and after class, he had nothing to do. "Are you free tonight? What's going on?" Yi Juanhao asked. "It's like this. There is a high-end dinner at the Lucille Hotel tonight. Our company has been invited to the dinner, and the company's leadership is required to attend. The guests invited to this dinner are companies with assets of over 100 million yuan, which are not small in scale," Su Yuantong said simply and clearly. But in fact, there is one very important thing that Su Yuantong did not say. That is, Shangshi Meiyan International Company is now facing an unprecedented crisis. The distribution network in the southeast region is basically paralyzed, and it has lost more than tens of millions in the past 2 days. Su Yuantong has been racking his brains these past 2 days trying to find a way to resolve this matter, but he is no match for Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu, as well as the Mei Hai Tianlan International Company behind them. This time, Mei Hai Tianlan International Company seems to be full of confidence and has enough confidence to completely destroy Shangshi Meiyan International Company. Through Su Yuantong's connections, he learned that there was a tycoon worth 5 billion standing behind Mei Hai Tianlan International Company. This tycoon was also exerting all pressure, causing all the methods Su Yuantong could think of to become ineffective. And tonight's high-end dinner was jointly organized by the tycoon with a net worth of 5 billion and Mei Hai Tianlan International Company. The purpose was to let many companies in Ningzhou City know that Shangshi Meiyan International Company would be defeated by Mei Hai Tianlan International Company. Su Yuantong, realizing the seriousness of the matter, had no way to hide it from Mr. Yi any longer. She had exhausted all her means, and now all she could do was see if Mr. Yi could turn the tide. "A high-end dinner? Okay, I get it. I'll go tonight." Yi Juanhao gave an affirmative answer. After getting Yi Juanhao's answer, Su Yuantong also sighed, hoping that when Mr. Yi knew about this matter tonight, he would be able to find a way to solve it. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuantong decided to wait until Director Yi came to the company tonight before telling him everything. Although the current situation is very dangerous, it is not yet a life or death situation, so there is no need to rush. Even if Mr. Yi has a way, he has to wait until tonight's high-end dinner. If they can't even survive this high-end dinner, then the situation that awaits Shangshi Meiyan International Company will be very dangerous. Chapter 32 Lu Group. In the afternoon, Yi Juanhao returned to school. After class, he drove a very ordinary 5-seater version of Rolls-Royce Cullinan to Shangshi Meiyan International Company. Not long after, Yi Juanhao arrived, parked the car, and went straight to the company. Walking in his company, the pretty young ladies coming and going all greeted Yi Juanhao enthusiastically. All of them said things like "Hello, boss," which made Yi Juanhao feel a little embarrassed. Arriving at Su Yuantong's general manager's office, Yi Juanhao knocked on the door directly. "Come in." Su Yuantong seemed to be busy with something and spoke without raising his head. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Su Yuantong raised his head and took a look. "Ah, Mr. Yi, you are here." Su Yuantong quickly stood up and came to greet Yi Juanhao. "What are you busy with? No matter how busy you are, you should make sure to rest." Yi Juanhao sat on the sofa in the office and asked with concern. Su Yuantong smiled bitterly and sighed. That's what a general manager is like. He has to take care of everything. Su Yuantong fell silent for a moment, with a rather unhappy expression on his face. Yi Juanhao noticed this. "General Manager Su, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to be secretive." At this point, Su Yuantong has no way to hide it anymore. Tonight is the high-end dinner, and she has to let Director Yi know the situation so that she can deal with what happens next. Su Yuantong then began to talk about the crisis that Shangshi Meiyan had encountered in the past 2 days, and Yi Juanhao listened carefully. After saying that, Su Yuantong breathed a sigh of relief, then stared at Yi Juanhao nervously. Director Yi would probably teach her a very harsh lesson, and she had already prepared herself mentally. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao smiled instead. It seems that it was not wrong to fire Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu. Keeping them in the company will be a disaster sooner or later. I know about this. You don't have to blame yourself. Leave the rest to me. Su Yuantong was stunned. She had thought of many reactions of Director Yi after he knew about this matter, but she did not expect such calm and composed performance. Could it be that Mr. Yi really has a solution? Okay, let's get ready. It's time to go to that high-end dinner. I want to see what tricks they can come up with. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Su Yuantong, who was originally wearing a professional OL outfit, didn't need to prepare anything and just followed Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao drove the 5-seater version of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan skillfully and took Su Yuantong to the Lucille Hotel. The Lucille Hotel is a 5-star hotel in Ningzhou City. Tonight, a high-end dinner will be held on the first floor to entertain many companies in Ningzhou City with assets worth hundreds of millions. The organizers are the Lu Group with a market value of 5 billion and Meihai Tianlan International Company with assets of 1 billion. Everyone knew that this was a dinner for Shangshi Meiyan International Company. It's time for these companies to choose sides. Anyone with a discerning eye knows who to choose. Backed by the Lu Group, which has a market value of 5 billion, Meihai Tianlan International can basically declare victory in advance. The assets of Shangshi Meiyan International Company are only around 10 billion, which is comparable to that of Meihai Tianlan International Company. There is no comparison between 5 billion and 1 billion. The strength is simply not on the same level. Moreover, they received news that Meihai Tianlan International Company had poached Shangshi Meiyan International Company's former Southeast Regional Distributor Manager. Currently, Shangshi Meiyan International Company's sales performance in the Southeast region is dismal and it has suffered heavy losses. This makes everyone feel that Shangshi Meiyan International Company is doomed and will soon be gradually devoured by Meihai Tianlan International Company. At this time, choosing to join Meihai Tianlan International Company is undoubtedly the right choice. At this time, many bosses and senior executives of companies or groups with assets worth hundreds of millions have arrived in the banquet hall. They come here to wait and see how the situation develops further so that it will be easier for them to take sides and gain more benefits. Just then, a group of people walked in, attracting the attention of all the guests present. Leading the group were a man and a woman. The woman was slightly fat and plump, wearing a mink coat and covered in jewels. She was none other than Meng Haiwei, the chairman of Meihai Tianlan International Company. At this time, Meng Haiwei walked in slowly arm in arm with a middle-aged man with a big belly. Looking at this middle-aged man with a big belly, most of the guests present showed flattering expressions and walked over to greet him enthusiastically. Mr. Lu, long time no see. You look good. Mr. Lu's face is beaming with joy. It's obvious that something good is going to happen. Mr. Lu is my idol in the business world. I have admired him for a long time. Mr. Lu is indeed worthy of being. Many guests kept trying to please and fawn on Mr. Lu in front of them, which made Mr. Lu feel a little elated. This Mr. Lu is none other than Lu Taihe, the president of the Lu Group that supports Meihai Tianlan International Company. Meng Haiwei was Lu Taihe's mistress. It was only with Lu Taihe's whispering and instigation that Meng Haiwei got the support of the Lu Group. Otherwise, even if Meng Haiwei took over the distribution network in the Southeast region, she would not dare to target Shangshi Meiyan International Company so wantonly. After all, the two companies are equally powerful, and Meng Haiwei would have to pay a heavy price for doing so. Lu Taihe seemed very happy with the flattery of so many guests. I asked everyone to come here today just to get together with everyone. I hope you can have fun tonight. Then Lu Taihe changed the subject. While you are having fun, don't forget who to side with so that you can gain greater benefits. This is the main purpose of tonight. As soon as Lu Taihe finished speaking, guests came forward to flatter him. Boss Lu is right. We are definitely on your side. You see, such a long time has passed and no one from Shangshi Meiyan International has come. They must be afraid of Boss Lu and dare not come. Someone spoke up, and someone immediately echoed him. Yes, I heard that the chairman of Shangshi Meiyan International Company has been replaced by a young man in his 20s. No wonder it is going downhill now. Suddenly the whole dinner scene became noisy, and people expressed their support for Mr. Lu. Looking at this scene, Meng Haiwei and Lu Taihe smiled knowingly. This effect is exactly what they want. From now on, Shangshi Meiyan International Company will have no chance of turning around. After all, even people don't dare to show up. Who would believe that Shangshi Meiyan International Company can make a comeback? I'm afraid that after this high-end dinner is over, there will be even more companies targeting Shangshi Meiyan International. This is the appeal of the Lu Group with a market value of 5 billion. Just as many guests were standing on the side of Lu Taihe and Meng Haiwei. A group of figures walked into the dinner party again. Some of the guests who maintained a neutral attitude noticed this group of figures with their sharp eyes. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "It's the people from Shangshi Meiyan International Company." Chapter 33 Perfect Solution. After hearing the exclamations of those guests, the banquet hall, which had been very noisy just now, suddenly became silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the entrance to the banquet venue. The group of people who came were Yi Juanhao, Su Yuanton, Lu Lishuan, and others. There might even be a big boss hidden behind, but the guests present focused their attention on Yi Juanhao and others for a while and ignored the people behind. They didn't expect that people from Shangshi Meiyan International Company would actually dare to come. One of the guests said in surprise, "Is the young man leading the group the new chairman of Shangshi Meiyan International?" As the intelligence said, he is very young, only in his early 20s. What a pity. He is too young and cannot grasp the situation. He has also offended Mr. Lu. Shangshi Meiyan International Company really has no chance this time. Lu Taiha and Meng Haiyue's expressions did not change much when the people from Shangshi Meiyan International Company arrived, as they had expected it. Because whether you come or not, the result will not change at all. Meng Haiyue took the lead and stepped forward, pretending to greet politely. "This must be Yi Juanhao, the new chairman of Shangshi Meiyan International Company, Mr. Yi. He is indeed a handsome young man. But as the saying goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. As a hero, Mr. Yi should be able to understand the situation." Meng Haiyue covered her mouth and chuckled. Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu were standing behind Meng Haiyue at this time, looking at Yi Juanhao in front of them with expressions full of smugness. "I asked you to fire us. Now you know you were wrong." Zhang Ping jumped out and said proudly, "Boss Yi, do you regret firing us? I told you that without us, the company would be ruined sooner or later." Huang Haitu agreed proudly, "That's right, Mr. Yi, be prepared to wander the streets, ha ha ha." Looking at the smug faces of the people from Mei Hai Tianlan International Company opposite him, Su Yuanton clenched his fists with a look of anger. It's all the fault of these two traitors. Just after the people from Mei Hai Tianlan International Company finished showing off, another guest exclaimed, "Isn't that Li Yangzhou, the president of Hongfeng Group, and Han Tianlin, the chairman of Han Group?" At this time, someone finally noticed the two hidden bosses standing behind Yi Juanhao. Everyone's eyes were focused behind Yi Juanhao. Suddenly, all the guests were shocked. Lu Taihan naturally also met these two hidden bosses. Not to mention Li Yangzhou for now, they are all presidents of a group with a market value of 5 billion and have equal status. However, Han Tianlin of the Han Group is the one that even Lu Taiha has to please, because the market value of Han Tianlin's Han Group has exceeded 10 billion yuan, and as the chairman, Han Tianlin's net worth has even ranked among the billionaires. 10 billion and 5 billion are like heaven and earth, they are not on the same level. In an instant, Lu Taiha, who was originally the protagonist of the entire dinner, suddenly showed a flattering and fawning expression on his face and ran to Han Tianlin. "Hello, Mr. Han. I am Lu Taiha, the president of Lu Group. I have heard about your achievements in the business world for a long time. After meeting you today, I find that you are indeed extraordinary." Lu Taiha had a very flattering look on his face. In front of Han Tianlin, a billionaire, he did not act like the president of a group with a market value of 5 billion at all. When the other guests saw that even Lu Taiha was so humble, they immediately ran over and knelt down to flatter Han Tianlin, hoping to show their faces in front of Han Tianlin, the billionaire. At this time, Han Tianlin spoke. "Mr. Lu, right? I heard that you recently teamed up with Mr. Meng to suppress a company, causing it to suffer heavy losses. Is that true?" Hearing Han Tianlin's questioning, Lu Taiha suddenly felt something was wrong, but he still told the truth. "Mr. Han, just call me Xiao Lu." "Yes, Mr. Han, but this is just a small fight. You won't like it," Lu Taiha said carefully. Lu Taiha, I advise you not to bring about your own destruction. You actually dared to mess with Mr. Yi's company." Li Yangzhou stood up and said. "Li Yangzhou, what qualifications do you have to criticize me?" Lu Taiha was afraid of Han Tianlin's identity, but he was not afraid of Li Yangzhou. The two had equal identities and status, so it was no wonder that no one was afraid of the other. To tell you the truth, Mr. Yi is the second largest shareholder of our Hongfeng Group, holding 20% of the shares. Li Yangzhou said calmly. "So what?" Meng Haiyue, who was standing by, saw Mr. Lu being criticized and immediately stepped forward to help. But when these words fell into Lu Taiha's ears, the meaning was completely different. He knew that there was definitely a reason why Li Yangzhou said such words at this time. Suddenly, a terrible situation came to his mind. When he looked up and saw Han Tianlin beside him, he immediately understood what was going on. It seemed like he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Lu Taiha understood instantly and slapped Meng Haiwei in the face. He said angrily, "Shut up, bitch. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Yi?" Meng Haiwei, who was slapped in the face, stood there in a daze, her mind blank, not knowing what was going on. Seeing Meng Haiwei standing there in a daze, Lu Taiha suddenly became anxious and slapped her again. "Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi." This slap made Meng Haiwei wake up. Seeing the angry expression of her backer Mr. Lu, she knew that she seemed to be in trouble. This Yi Juanhao seemed to be of great importance. So, Meng Haiwei quickly knelt down in front of Yi Juanhao and begged, "Boss Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted Shengshi Mei Yan. I was wrong. Please let me go." Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu, who saw this scene, wanted to slip away immediately, but were discovered by Lu Taiha, who scolded them, "And you too, you want to leave after offending Mr. Yi?" The two people who were discovered followed Meng Haiwei's example and knelt down in front of Yi Juanhao, begging for his forgiveness. Lu Taiha also put aside his pride and bowed to Yi Juanhao to apologize. He had to apologize. After knowing that Yi Juanhao was the second largest shareholder of Hongfeng Group, Lu Taiha instantly understood that Han Tianlin came here tonight to support Yi Juanhao, because Han Tianlin was not only the chairman of Han Group, but also the first shareholder of Hongfeng Group. The reason why Yi Juanhao arrived at the banquet venue late was to ask Han Tianlin for help. Han Tianlin felt very guilty because his subordinate Chen Changsheng had offended Yi Juanhao, so when he heard that Yi Juanhao needed help, he came without thinking. Han Tianlin looked at Yi Juanhao and asked with a smile, "Boss Yi, how do you want to deal with them?" Yi Juanhao had been watching coldly, witnessing the process of these people going from arrogance to fear. Starting tonight, Meihai Tianlan International Company must get out of Mingzhou City, and must also repay the losses caused to Shengshi Mei Yan International Company. Yi Juanhao said coldly. "And Mr. Lu, I will go and have a chat with the chairman of your Lu Group." Han Tianlin's simple words made Lu Taiha's heart fall to the bottom. He regretted it now. Why did he listen to that bitch Meng Haiwei and deal with Shengshi Mei Yan International Company? It was all her fault. Lu Taiha cursed Meng Haiwei's ancestors more than a dozen times in his heart. After hearing this way of handling the situation, Meng Haiwei fainted on the ground and lost consciousness. She was then carried away to the hospital on an ambulance stretcher. Zhang Ping and Huang Haitu lost their jobs again. After this incident, it is estimated that no company would dare to hire them. Su Yuantong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this dramatic scene. Fortunately, Director Yi was so capable, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. "Thank you so much this time, Mr. Han. Without you, this matter would have been difficult to resolve perfectly," Yi Juanhao said with a smile. When the guests saw this reversal, they changed from standing on Lu Taiha's side at the beginning to standing on Yi Juanhao's side to please him, which can be said to be a perfect demonstration of the nature of being a fence-sitter. Yi Juanhao was not used to the feeling of being surrounded and flattered by others, so he asked Su Yuantong, Lu Lishuan, and others to stay and deal with the matter, and he left first with Han Tianlin and Li Yangzhou. Not long after, he drove back to Jinhui Tianxia Villa. After saying goodbye to Li Yangzhou and Han Tianlin, Yi Juanhao returned to his villa. At this time, Yi Juanhao's cell phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Chen Yuning. Chapter 34 Tea Party. Yi Juanhao curiously clicked on the WeChat message sent by Chen Yuning. The content showed, "Brother Juanhao, the tea art club we are in is holding a tea party tomorrow morning. Do you want to attend?" Yi Juanhao thought about it and felt that there didn't seem to be anything to do tomorrow, except for a class in the afternoon, so he replied, "I'm free tomorrow morning, I'll go with you then." Not long after the message was sent, Chen Yuning quickly replied, "By the way, Juanhao, the theme of this tea party is to meet friends over tea and talk about everything, so you need to bring your own tea." "Okay, no problem." They actually had to bring their own tea. Yi Juanhao looked around and it seemed that the only tea here was the cake of premium Taiping Hokue tea that Li Yangzhou had sent. Yi Juanhao doesn't drink tea very often, so there is no tea prepared in the villa. This tea art club was a university club that Yi Juanhao signed up for blindly when he was a freshman. At that time, the counselor encouraged students to participate in more school club activities, and everyone should participate in at least one. Yi Juanhao was more of a homebody, and just as a senior student came to his dormitory and recommended this tea art club, he simply signed up to join it. The tea art club sounds very casual, with little to do and a relaxed feel. Later I learned that Chen Yuning also signed up for this tea art club. I don't know if she joined because Yi Juanhao joined. After washing up in the evening, it was almost 11 p.m., and Yi Juanhao quickly went to bed and prepared to rest. Before taking a break, Yi Juanhao turned on his sports bracelet and entered the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. I checked the balance of the self-discipline incentive model and found that it has now accumulated to about 30 million yuan, which is very close to the small goal of 100 million yuan. In fact, it is not that Yi Juanhao wants to quickly obtain 100 million yuan. He still has a 1,000-fold amount refund card that he has not used yet, which he obtained from a previous extra challenge. The upper limit of this 1,000-fold amount refund card is exactly 100 million yuan. Yi Juanhao plans to find a suitable opportunity to use this 1,000-fold refund card. After all, he now has more than 10 million in cash on hand, so he can maximize the limit of this card. The return is 1,000 times, which means spending $1 and returning $1,000. So to get this 1,000-fold refund card with a maximum limit of 100 million yuan, it would cost 100,000 yuan. For Yi Juanhao now, 100,000 yuan is like 10 yuan, which he can spend with his eyes closed. Soon, Yi Juanhao felt sleepy and successfully fell asleep before 11 p.m. Another perfect day passed. The next morning, Yi Juanhao got up at 7 o'clock on time, washed up and went to exercise, still going to the coastal path. As expected, I met Han Tianlin, who loves morning jogging, on the way. However, because Han Tianlin sprained his ankle, he did not run, but walked instead. The two greeted each other and chatted for a while, then Yi Juanhao continued running and ran back to the villa. After having a nutritious breakfast, he drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the garage and headed for school. It was already past 8 o'clock when they arrived at school. After picking up Chen Yuning from the girls' dormitory, the two of them walked to the tea art club with the tea they brought with them. The tea art club is located in a loft next to the west lake of the school. Surrounded by mountains and water, the scenery is quiet and elegant, making it the most suitable place for drinking tea and making friends. When the two arrived, most of the members of the tea art club had already arrived, including some young ladies wearing ancient costumes, who were all very beautiful. These beautiful young ladies in ancient costumes are surrounded by a group of boys taking photos, or tasting the tea they brought and discussing the tea ceremony. They said they were discussing the tea ceremony, but more often than not, the boys were actively trying to please these girls, which made some girls feel a little flattered. However, suddenly a boy spoke out in surprise. "Isn't that the beauty of Chen University? She actually came here to drink tea and make friends." Although they all knew that Chen Yuning was a member of the tea art club, not many people thought that she would come to participate in this event. She did not attend the previous welcome party for new members. Everyone thought she joined to fulfill her counselor's mission, but they didn't expect her to be here now. This shocked the boys present. In an instant, the attention of all the boys present shifted from the young ladies in ancient costumes in front of them to the beauty of Chen University. Among them was a young lady dressed in ancient style who was very dissatisfied. She was Yao Xiaolan, the vice president of the tea art club and a sophomore student. The reason why she became the vice president of the tea art club was because she admired the club's president, Zhang Jinli, a junior. Originally, Yao Xiaolan put on makeup and wore ancient costumes today just to win Zhang Jinli over in one fell swoop. But at this moment, Zhang Jinli seemed to have lost his soul after seeing the beauty Chen, which made her very unhappy. So she came to Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning in the name of the vice president, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Who are you two? Why haven't I seen you before?" This question made the two of them embarrassed. This was the first time for both of them to come to the tea art club, and they did not attend the previous welcome party for new members. But Zhang Jinli stood up at this time and resolved the embarrassment for the two. "Xiaolan, they are both members of our tea art club. They might have been busy before and didn't come to the new member welcome party. It's normal that you don't know them. Zhang Jinli has an elegant temperament, handsome appearance, and looks like a scholar. No wonder Yao Xiaolan is fascinated by him." Then Zhang Jinli introduced Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning to everyone in the tea art club. Yao Xiaolan felt even more unhappy at this time. Zhang Jinli actually spoke for the two of them and ignored herself. Especially when she thought of the threat posed by Chen Yuning's beautiful face, she was very jealous and unhappy. She decided to find an opportunity to teach Chen Yuning a lesson and let her know who the hostess of this tea art club was. Since her appearance is slightly inferior to Chen Yuning, the most beautiful girl in the department, she can start from other aspects. The theme of today's tea party is to meet friends over tea and chat about everything. Then they can compete in tea making. When it comes to tea leaves, she will definitely not lose to a newbie like Chen Yuning who knows nothing. The tea she brought today is very high-end green tea, a cake of the best Duyun Maojian, worth 800,000, enough to sweep the entire venue. So she spoke again, since you are here to attend the tea party, you should know to bring your own tea. I brought it. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning said at the same time. Just as the two were about to take out the tea they brought, Yao Xiaolan stopped them and said, you two are new here, how can you let the juniors make tea first? Drink the seniors' tea first. Yao Xiaolan did this with a purpose. She wanted to make Chen Yuning feel the gap between her and herself. She first showed off her top-grade green tea, Duyun Maojin. Then when Chen Yuning took out the ordinary tea, and compared the two, wouldn't it be Chen Yuning who was embarrassed? In this way, Chen Yuning, who is traumatized, will no longer come to the tea art club, and it will not affect her relationship with Zhang Jianli. Thinking of this, Yao Xiaolan quickly took out her cake of the best Duyun Maojian. As soon as it was taken out, members of the tea art club exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, isn't that the best green tea Duyun Maojian? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the cake of tea in Yao Xiaolan's hand. Chapter 35 The Ultimate Taiping Monkey King. It turned out to be the top-quality green tea, Duyun Maojian. Such a big pancake looks like it weighs at least 1 kilogram, and it might be worth hundreds of thousands. The tea art club members present all knew more or less the value of this Duyun Maojian tea cake, and they were all shocked. Senior Yao actually took out such a good cake of tea, it's so luxurious. Feeling the shocked gazes of everyone present, Yao Xiaolan felt very proud. This is the effect she wants. Yao Xiaolan pretended to be relaxed and said, as the vice president, of course I have to treat the newcomers with the best tea. Besides, this Duyun Maojian cake is not expensive, only 800,000 yuan. 800,000? Everyone present was shocked by the price. They had never drunk such expensive tea before. As she spoke, Yao Xiaolan broke off a piece of tea and put it into the teapot. After soaking it in boiling water, the unique aroma of Duyun Maojian tea emanated. Smells so good. Smelling the unique aroma of Duyun Maojian, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They also wanted to taste it. All of a sudden, the members of the tea art club present praised Yao Xiaolan's Duyun Maojian tea, with flattering and fawning expressions on their faces, and they all knelt down to lick Yao Xiaolan's tea. For tea lovers, the opportunity to taste the finest tea is something they will never miss. Therefore, at this time, Yao Xiaolan had become the protagonist of the whole venue. Any beauty from the Chen Dis series was not worth a second in front of the top-quality Duyun Maojian tea. No matter how good it looks, they can't eat it, and it's not as practical as tea. With everyone's flattery, Yao Xiaolan gave each person a cup to taste, and of course Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning also tasted a cup. After everyone had drunk the Duyun Maojian tea, Yao Xiaolan felt that the time had come and spoke at the right time. We've had our tea, junior brother Yi, junior sister Chen, you can take out your tea leaves now so that everyone can taste them. Yao Xiaolan felt as if her plan had succeeded, but she still pretended to be curious on her face, wondering what kind of good tea they would bring out. Since everyone present had just seen the top-quality Duyun Maojian tea, their horizons had been broadened, and ordinary tea could hardly arouse their interest. Therefore, no one cared too much about what kind of tea the two people brought. It is probably the kind of ordinary tea that can be easily bought on the market. For example, Tiguanyan, Pu'er, Jasmine, Dahongpo, and so on. Many people have drunk these, and many people brought them today, so the people present were not particularly looking forward to it. Everyone was quite curious about what kind of tea the beautiful girl from the Chun family brought, but they were not very optimistic about Yi Juanhao. It's a compliment to him to be able to bring out Tiguanyan. Okay, Sister Yao, please take a look at my tea leaves first. Yi Juanhao spoke first. Although Yao Xiaolan's main target was not Yi Juanhao, the process still had to be followed. It didn't matter if she slapped one more person in the face, especially since he took the initiative to come here first. As a senior student, this couldn't be blamed on me, Yao Xiaolan thought. Okay, no problem. Yao Xiaolan said very generously. As Yi Juanhao took it, he said, Senior Yao, I also brought a cake of green tea today. I heard others say it is the top-grade Taiping Hokue. I don't understand it either. Senior Yao, please help me take a look. When everyone first heard that Yi Juanhao brought a cake of green tea, they instantly felt it was boring. Even Yao Xiaolan almost couldn't help laughing out loud, but the next second when she heard Yi Juanhao's next words, she couldn't laugh anymore. What did she hear? The best Taiping Hokue tea? The members of the tea art club were also unable to react for a while. Did they seem to have heard something extraordinary? It was Zhang Jianli, the president of the Tea Art Society, who was the first to react. He looked at Yi Juanhao excitedly, grabbed his hand and said, you are talking about the top-grade typing Hokuei, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Yi Juanhao asked with a puzzled look. Isn't it just an ordinary cake of tea? Is it worth making such a fuss? Don't understand. Boss, please take it out and let me have a look. Zhang Jianli looked impatient. Then Yi Juanhao directly took out the top-quality Taiping Monkey King cake. Zhang Jianli took it carefully in his hand and began to examine it. Zhang Jianli took a deep sniff and said intoxicatedly, "It's this pure and fresh orchid fragrance, and it also has a sense of historical vicissitudes." Finally, he concluded, "Yes, it is the top-grade Taiping Hokuei, and it has been stored for a while. This cake is probably worth several million." Hearing the exclamation of President Zhang Jianli, the members of the Tea Art Club finally came to their senses. For a moment, everyone showed a look of disbelief. They were not optimistic about Yi Juanhao at first, but they didn't expect that he would produce the top-grade Taiping Hokuei, which was even better than the top-grade Duyun Maojian. Taiping Hokuei is the best among the top green teas. At this moment, all the members of the Tea Art Club showed ashamed expressions. They actually missed it. It turns out that the big boss was right next to me. In an instant, all the people who had gathered around Yao Xiaolan to please her ran over to kneel down and lick Yi Juanhao, calling him big boss over and over again. Yao Xiaolan was the only one left sitting there. This is different from her plan. Shouldn't my top-quality Duyun Maojian sweep the entire venue? What the hell is this Yi Juanhao who suddenly appeared? But Yao Xiaolan quickly recovered and smiled brightly again. It would be even better to have Yi Juanhao's Taiping Monkey King cake as a blockbuster. My target is Chen Yuning, not Yi Juanhao. In front is the top-quality Duyun Maojian, and behind is the top-quality Taiping Hokuei. Wait until Chen Yuning takes out ordinary tea and see how she ends. Yao Xiaolan regained her initial confidence and composure. Very good, Junior Yi, everyone has seen your tea leaves, what about you, Junior Chen? Yao Xiaolan took advantage of this opportunity to point the finger at Chen Yuning. As a result, Chen Yuning showed an embarrassed look on her face. Everyone thought that the tea Chen Yuning brought was very ordinary, and a boy hurriedly comforted her. Chen Shihua, it's okay. It doesn't matter if your tea is ordinary. Yeah. Many boys began to show sympathy and care for the girl. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Chen Yuning slowly took out the tea she had brought. Chen Yuning said weakly, "My tea is also green tea, but not as good as Juanhao's. I got it from my dad. It seems to be called the best Huangshan Maofeng." What? The best Huangshan Maofeng tea? After hearing this, Zhang Jianli carefully put away Yi Juanhao's top-grade Taiping Hokuei tea, and came to Chen Yuning again to observe the tea cake. He sighed again, "There's no mistake. This delicate and elegant aged aroma is the top-grade Huangshan Maofeng. Although it's not as good as the top-grade Taiping Hokuei, it's also worth about 2 million. After hearing the president's appraisal, the boys who had comforted Chen Yuning before suddenly blushed with shame. This time they were really embarrassed. The most shocked person was Yao Xiaolan. She never expected that the tea Chen Yuning brought was such good tea, the top-grade Huangshan Maofeng, which was much more valuable than the top-grade Duyun Maojian. At this moment, Yao Xiaolan's heart was filled with frustration. She was not as pretty as Chen Yuning, and even her most proud tea was defeated by Chen Yuning. She was severely humiliated. And he was slapped in the face not once, but twice. Originally, Yao Xiaolan was planning to slap both Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning in the face, but unexpectedly, she was slapped twice in the face in the end. Jealousy really makes people unrecognizable. Chapter 36 A Possibility. The Tea Art Club members present at the scene all felt great admiration and envy for Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning. He can easily take out millions of dollars worth of tea without batting an eyelid. Maybe this is what rich people are like, they are so inhumane. It is certainly not enough to just appreciate good tea. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning each brewed the tea they brought and shared it with everyone present for tasting. As soon as these two kinds of premium tea were brewed, the fragrance that overflowed directly covered Yao Xiaolan's premium Duyun Maojian tea. Suddenly the whole attic was filled with the clear and subtle fragrance of orchids, which made everyone who smelled it feel refreshed. Every member of the Tea Art Club who drank the tea praised it highly and tried to please Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning even more. Hearing that the two didn't know much about the tea ceremony, many people took the initiative to explain various tea ceremony knowledge to them, allowing Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning to learn a lot of tea ceremony knowledge in an instant. At this moment, the tea party has become a place for Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning to make friends and drink tea. This made Yao Xiaolan, who was standing by, very depressed. Just when Yao Xiaolan was feeling depressed, Zhang Jianli stood by and said with admiration, "Junior brother Yi and junior sister Chen are indeed a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman." Yao Xiaolan, who was hearing this, was stunned and a little confused. Because Yao Xiaolan hadn't paid much attention to the school's bulletin boards, forums, confession walls, and other places recently, she didn't know much about Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning's scandal. She asked Zhang Jianli in confusion. "Are they a couple? Even if we're not lovers yet, we will be lovers sooner or later," Zhang Jianli said with a smile. Yao Xiaolan carefully observed Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning again. Finally, she discovered that Chen Yuning's gaze always fell on Yi Juanhao inadvertently, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. At this moment, Yao Xiaolan realized how ridiculous what she had just thought was. She was actually worried that Zhang Jianli would be snatched away by Chen Yuning. It was ridiculous that she had such an unrealistic idea. The beauty from the Chen school already has someone in her heart. The morning passed quickly as members of the tea art club explained knowledge about the tea ceremony. At noon, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning came to the school cafeteria together. When entering the cafeteria, Chen Yuning suddenly wanted to go to the store next to the cafeteria to buy some snacks. So he asked Yi Juanhao to queue up for food first while he went to buy snacks. Yi Juanhao walked into the cafeteria, looked at the queues, and chose the one with the least people. Not long after, Yi Juanhao came to the dining table with 2 meals. At this moment, someone at the next table exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this Yi Juanhao? Are you helping your roommate get food again today?" Yi Juanhao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly boy calling him. Sitting opposite the burly boy was a girl of average appearance, obviously his girlfriend. "It's you, Su Yuhai? What a coincidence!" Yi Juanhao reacted and said. Su Yuhai was a friend of Yi Juanhao's roommate. He used to come to visit the dormitory often, and they became familiar with each other after a few visits. "Yeah, what a coincidence, I'm having lunch with my girlfriend." When saying this, Su Yuhai looked very proud and extremely happy. Then he proudly introduced his girlfriend to Yi Juanhao. "This is my girlfriend Huan Huan." Su Yuhai's girlfriend Huan Huan looked at Yi Juanhao in front of her and thought to herself, "What a handsome boy, much more handsome than her boyfriend." But she only thought so in her heart and didn't say it out loud. She is with Su Yuhai because Su Yuhai is a rich second generation and his father is the boss of a company with assets of over 100 million yuan. He also gave her a Lamborghini worth more than 2 million. "Hello." Yi Juanhao greeted politely. "By the way, your roommate hasn't arrived yet? Could it be my friend?" Su Yuhai said this deliberately as he looked at the second serving of food in front of Yi Juanhao. "Not your friend." Yi Juanhao shook his head. "Oh? No, that's another roommate." Su Yuhai felt a little regretful that he couldn't show off in front of his friends, but he could still show off in front of Yi Juanhao and other roommates. Thinking of this, Su Yuhai winked at his girlfriend. The girlfriend immediately understood and acted in a loving manner. She scooped some food with a spoon and blew on it to her lips. "Honey, the food is a little hot. Let me blow on it to cool it down." As she spoke, Su Yuhai's girlfriend fed the food on the spoon into Su Yuhai's mouth. Seeing this scene, the boys at the nearby tables suddenly widened their eyes and were extremely envious. They also wanted to enjoy the feeling of being fed by their girlfriends. Feeling the envious gazes of the boys around him, Su Yuhai suddenly felt extremely proud and looked at Yi Juanhao proudly. "Juanhao, now that we've met, I have to say a few words to you. You should leave the dormitory in college and stop hanging out with your roommates all day. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a girlfriend." Su Yuhai spoke in a teaching tone, but in fact he was showing off that he had a girlfriend. But the next second, a sweet female voice was heard. "Who said Juanhao couldn't find a girlfriend? I am the one." In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the direction where the sweet female voice came from. It didn't matter that they just took a look, but once they saw it, everyone present was stunned. Especially Su Yuhai, his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Who did he see? Of course, it was Chen Dashua, the beauty who was comparable to the 3 most beautiful girls on campus. Chen Yuning has a sweet appearance, an unparalleled beautiful face, a tall figure, and is a top beauty that is 1 in a million. At this time, she actually said that Yi Juanhao was her boyfriend? At this moment, the hearts of countless boys present were broken, and they could not believe what they saw. Su Yuhai's teeth were chattering, his face was full of disbelief, and he blurted out subconsciously. "Is Yi Juanhao really your boyfriend?" Chen Yuning did not answer him. She walked to Yi Juanhao, took his arm, tore open the ice cream she had just bought, and fed it to Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao didn't hesitate and started eating the ice cream that Chen Yuning fed him in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone was sure that the most beautiful girl in the school, Chen, had a boyfriend. Someone reacted immediately and took out their mobile phone to take pictures, preparing to post them to the school forum and other places. This is explosive news. Chen Da's beauty has a boyfriend. Su Yuhai suddenly felt that the food his girlfriend had fed him before was no longer delicious. Compared with the ice cream fed to him by Yi Juanhao's girlfriend, the school beauty, what he ate was just a pile of shit. Now he was forced to eat some dog food. Thinking of how he had just educated Yi Juanhao, Su Yuhai wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He was so embarrassed. However, when he thought about the fact that he was a rich second generation, Su Yuhai's expression recovered a lot. Although no one knows how Yi Juanhao managed to hook up with the most beautiful girl in the department, as long as he has no money, the most beautiful girl in the department will leave him sooner or later. Suddenly, because Yi Juanhao's trouser pocket was shallow, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan car key in his trouser pocket fell to the ground. At this moment, Su Yuhai was stunned when he suddenly saw the car keys. What did he see? Isn't that the key to a Rolls-Royce? How did Yi Juanhao get it? At this moment, Su Yuhai was struck by lightning, and he thought of a possibility. Chapter 37 Hugged Together. Could it be that Yi Juanhao is a hidden rich second generation? Compared with the Rolls-Royce, the Lamborghini worth more than 2 million yuan he bought for his girlfriend is not worth mentioning at all. Su Yuhai didn't have the courage to ask Yi Juanhao if he really had a Rolls-Royce, for he was afraid of being hit again. However, the fact that he could date the most beautiful girl in Chen University's department already explained a lot. There was no need for Su Yuhai to embarrass himself. Then he saw Chen Yuning eating the second meal that Yi Juanhao had ordered, and suddenly he felt a burning pain on his face. He still remembered the scene where he insisted on saying that Yi Juanhao was having dinner with his roommate. It was so embarrassing. So Su Yuhai didn't even bother to eat, and left dejectedly with his girlfriend. Finally, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning finished their lunch amid the envy of everyone. After lunch, I took a walk around the campus and rested for a while, and time quickly came to the first class of the afternoon. The two walked to the teaching building together, which was very convenient since they were classmates. Ever since Chen Yuning claimed to be Yi Juanhao's girlfriend at lunch, her face has been red. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time she was so bold as to take the initiative to say that she was someone else's girlfriend. This is so embarrassing. I don't know what brother Juanhao is thinking. Will he like me? Chen Yuning was lost in thoughts along the way. This was also the first time Yi Juanhao had experienced such a thing, and he had no experience. Yi Juanhao felt that things like confession should be done by boys. Since the relationship had not been formally established, Yi Juanhao felt a little uncomfortable. As a boy, Chen Yuning likes me so much, it would be unfair to her if I don't express my feelings. Yi Juanhao thought in his heart that he should give Chen Yuning a special confession. Yi Juanhao needs a confession to establish his relationship with Chen Yuning. Therefore, he needs to think carefully and plan how to express his feelings in the most special and romantic way. The two of them walked towards the teaching building in silence, each with their own thoughts in their minds. At this time, most of the students in the class have arrived in the classroom. The class is about to begin and the teacher is already preparing at the podium. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning came to the classroom door. Yi Juanhao went in first and Chen Yuning went in later. Suddenly, the teacher on the podium saw that the class was about to start and someone was walking in slowly, and he immediately urged in dissatisfaction. You two should hurry in and find seats. The class will start soon. The two people, who were still having their own thoughts in their minds, were suddenly shocked. As there was a vertical threshold on the ground at the entrance of the classroom, and Chen Yuning was the last one to come in, she was startled when she heard the teacher's urging voice. She tripped over the threshold without paying attention and instantly fell towards Yi Juanhao in front of her. Ah! Chen Yuning let out a cry of surprise. Yi Juanhao, who was also startled, recovered from his thoughts and suddenly heard Chen Yuning's exclamation behind him. Yi Juanhao subconsciously turned around to check the situation. The next second, Chen Yuning, who was tripped, fell firmly into Yi Juanhao's arms. Yi Juanhao instinctively hugged Chen Yuning and held her slender waist, which prevented Chen Yuning from falling to the ground. But this scene was not the same in the eyes of the students watching in the classroom. Suddenly, a burst of wow sounded in the classroom. They all opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. What did they see? Yi Juanhao actually hugged Chen Yuning openly in the classroom, in front of the teacher. What an incredible operation! Although the classmates in the class were the first to know that Chen Yuning and Yi Juanhao had a special relationship, they did not expect that the relationship would develop so quickly and they were already together. This is a critical hit to all the single people present. Could you please find a secret place to show your affection? Especially when she thought that the girl Yi Juanhao was hugging was the beauty of their School of Business Administration, she became extremely envious of Yi Juanhao. They never imagined that they would be forced to eat dog food while in class. This is unjust. At this time, Chen Yuning's face was flushed in Yi Juanhao's arms. Especially when he was hugged around the waist, Chen Yuning's whole body softened and she leaned in Yi Juanhao's arms. She also buried her face in Yi Juanhao's chest, lowering her head and not daring to raise it. I was so shy, in front of so many classmates and teachers. Ahem, students, please be aware of the impact. This is a classroom, not a place for romance. At this time the teacher spoke. Hearing the teacher's reminder, Yi Juanhao quickly helped Chen Yuning up and pulled her to the seat in the back row. There were envious, jealous, and hateful eyes everywhere along the way, and they all wished they were the ones hugging Chen Yuning. Soon, the class began and the teacher started teaching. Time passed slowly and the impact that had just been caused gradually faded away. But there are still many people paying attention to Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning. It was not until the second half of the class that Chen Yuning's complexion recovered and was no longer red. I blushed too many times today, Chen Yuning couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Yuning, are you okay? I saw you were about to fall just now, so I subconsciously hugged your waist. I definitely didn't mean to take advantage of you. Yi Juanhao said seriously. After all, the two have not confirmed their relationship yet and are not a real couple. It's okay. Thank you, Juanhao brother. It's thanks to you just now. When Chen Yuning heard Yi Juanhao mention what happened just now, her cheeks turned red again. What's wrong with me? Then the two fell into silence. Not long after, the bell rang and the afternoon class was finally over. Everyone felt that this class was much longer than usual. Chen Yuning needed to calm down because she blushed too many times today, so she talked to Yi Juanhao and followed her roommates back to the dormitory. Yi Juanhao shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had to prepare in advance to confirm the relationship. If they continue to be ambiguous like this, it might be very awkward for the two of them to meet in the future. As he was thinking, Yi Juanhao walked out of the teaching building, came to the parking lot, drove his ordinary Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and returned to his villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. He had been busy these past 2 days and hadn't opened his sports bracelet for a while. So Yi Juanhao opened the sports bracelet and clicked to enter the system software. Start self-discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. After this period of training, Yi Juanhao's comprehensive physical fitness at the novice level has reached 40%, and he only needs 60% to enter the entry level. Entry level is just around the corner. Of course, there is another very important thing for Yi Juanhao to do when he enters the system software this time, that is, he has to complete the 8th, 9th, and 10th novice level sports items at one time. Because there are only 10 sports at the novice level, once you complete the 10 sports, there are no more. You can only wait until you enter the entry level to have new sports to do. So Yi Juanhao didn't wait any longer and just decided to finish it all at once. Yi Juanhao first curiously clicked on the reward previews for the 8th, 9th, and 10th novice level sports. It doesn't matter if you just take a look, but after seeing it, Yi Juanhao became instantly excited. The rewards for these 3 novice level sports are so generous. Chapter 38 The last 3 novice level sports. Let us first look at the 8th novice level sport. Yi Juanhao clicked on the introduction of the 8th novice level sport. Complete the 400-meter swim and you will be rewarded with the ownership of Jixiangju, one of the top restaurants in Mingzhou worth 500 million yuan, and become the owner of Jixiangju, as well as a 10% bonus to your overall physical fitness. The rewards for this 8th novice level sport are pretty good. The reward was a top-notch restaurant worth 500 million. Previously, Yi Juanhao had awarded the Supreme VIP King card of Quixiangju, which is also a top restaurant in Mingzhou City, in the 2nd novice level sports event. Now I am about to become the boss of Jixiangju. This is very good, very good. The most important thing is the bonus to comprehensive physical fitness. This is related to the subsequent function of the system software as well as one's own physical health. The 8th reward was so luxurious that Yi Juanhao couldn't wait to look at the 9th and 10th ones. Yi Juanhao continued to click on the introduction of the 9th novice level sport. Complete the standing long jump and reach 2.3 meters, and you will be rewarded with ownership of Tianhong International Hotel, a 5-star hotel worth 1 billion in Mingzhou City, becoming the owner of Tianhong International Hotel, and a 20% bonus to your overall physical fitness. The rewards for this 9th novice level sport are even more generous, with even a 5-star hotel worth billions being given away directly. This is the industry with the highest reward value so far, except for Shangshur Meiyin International Company and 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares. Yi Juanhao discovered that the maximum upper limit of the rewards for novice-level sports and the corresponding additional challenge rewards was estimated to be 1 billion. If you want to acquire an industry worth more than a billion or something of equivalent value, you probably have to get into the entry level. The entry level is no longer far away for Yi Juanhao now, because he saw the introduction to the 10th novice level sport. Complete weightlifting of 70 kilograms and hold for 10 seconds, and be rewarded with an American Express Centurion Black Gold card and a 20% bonus to overall physical fitness. As long as Yi Juanhao completes the 8th, 9th and 10th novice level sports items, his novice level comprehensive physical fitness will reach 90%. Only 10% is needed to enter the entry level. Yi Juanhao thought of a way to make up for the remaining 10%. He still has a 1,000-fold return card that he hasn't used, and the upper limit of profit from this card is 100 million yuan. As long as Yi Juanhao spends 100 million yuan, he can get some godly rich points. 1 point of the God of Wealth points can be exchanged for 10% of the overall physical fitness. This is the 4th way to acquire comprehensive physical fitness. The first 3 are obtained through sports rewards, obtained through extra challenges, and obtained through daily exercise. After thinking about all this, Yi Juanhao smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at the rewards of the American Express Centurion Black Gold card and was shocked for a while. If he guessed correctly, this card was the legendary Black card. The American Express Centurion Black card is recognized worldwide as the king of cards. Only top groups can hold it, generally billionaires, celebrities, politicians and other figures. In addition, this card does not support online processing and must be processed through the invitation of other Black card holders. It is extremely strict. This is worthy of being the last reward of the novice-level sports event. It is truly extraordinary. Yi Juanhao was shocked for a long time before he came to his senses. Since the reward was so generous, Yi Juanhao had no reason not to take it, and immediately started with the 8th novice-level sport. Fortunately, swimming pools are standard features of luxury villas, not to mention Yi Juanhao's Jinhui Tianxia Villa No. 888, which is worth 80 million yuan and has a terrifyingly large swimming pool. The swimming pool of an ordinary luxury house may require one to swim back and forth to reach 400 meters, but in Yi Juanhao's swimming pool, one only needs to swim to the other side to reach 400 meters. Yi Juanhao took off his clothes, stood up, jumped into the water, and started swimming in the pool. Fortunately, Yi Juanhao learned to swim when he was a child, otherwise, if he was a landlubber, he would have been stuck in this 8th novice level sport. He will not be able to get the rewards later. Not long after, Yi Juanhao waved his arms and legs, exerted all his strength and finally swam to the other side. The moment he swam to the other side, the system software's prompt sound rang in Yi Juanhao's mind on time. Congratulations to the host for completing the 8th novice level sports event, swimming 400 meters, and receiving the reward of ownership of Jixiangju, one of the top restaurants in Mingzhou worth 500 million, becoming the owner of Jixiangju, and a 10% bonus to overall physical fitness. The rewards have all been received. Hearing the prompt sound of the system software, Yi Juanhao showed a satisfied smile, thinking that it was worth his effort to swim to the other side. After resting for a while and doing some stretching exercises, Yi Juanhao came to the standing long jump event. There is also a distance requirement for the standing long jump, which must reach 2.3 meters. 2.3 meters can be considered the level of a national third-level athlete. However, if it was his previous leg strength level, it would definitely be a challenge, but he just gained a 10% bonus to his overall physical fitness. Obviously, my leg strength has increased a lot, so it should be no problem to meet this condition. After some preparation, Yi Juanhao aimed at the 2.3 meter position, jumped up on the spot, and jumped to the 2.3 meter position accurately. He almost failed because of the short distance. The system's software prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the 9th novice level sport, the standing long jump, reaching 2.3 meters. The reward is the ownership of the 5-star hotel in Mingzhou City worth 1 billion Tianhong International Hotel, becoming the owner of Tianhong International Hotel, and a 20% bonus to the overall physical fitness. The rewards have all been received. Ignoring the reminder, Yi Juanhao walked straight to the fitness area of the villa. He selected a 70 kilograms barbell. The last exercise required him to lift 70 kilograms and hold the weight for 10 seconds. 70 kilograms is equivalent to a full gas cylinder. If an ordinary person wants to lift a gas cylinder, he can only use his shoulders to gain strength, instead of raising his hands high like weightlifting. There is a big difference between the two. But for Yi Juanhao, who had just gained an improvement in his overall physical fitness, this was not a big problem and was a simple one. He could already feel his arm and leg strength gradually increasing, and his body becoming more powerful. However, the body shape will not change due to the increase in strength. It will still be thin as before, and there is no need to worry about becoming a muscular man. After adjusting the barbell, Yi Juanhao lifted it up and counted to 10 seconds in his mind. Until the system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Juanhao was able to continue to hold on, and his strength increased again. Now lifting this 70-pound barbell is as easy as lifting a book. Congratulations to the host for completing the 10th novice level sport of lifting 70 kilograms for 10 seconds. You will be rewarded with an American Express Centurion Black Gold card and a 20% bonus to your overall physical fitness. The rewards have been received. Note, the American Express Centurion Black Gold card has been placed on the bedroom table in the host's villa, please check it. After finally completing the last 3 novice level sports events, Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief, having finally achieved his goal for a stage. Next, Yi Juanhao turned on the sports bracelet and couldn't wait to enter the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. He wanted to see how strong his arms and legs were. The next second, Yi Juanhao was stunned when he saw the data displayed in front of him. Chapter 39 Cousin Calls. Yi Juanhao unexpectedly discovered that the data in his height column had become 173.2 centimeters. He still remembered that the last data was 172.2 centimeters. Unexpectedly, this time it increased by 1 centimeter, reaching 173.2 centimeters. This is really a pleasant surprise. Yi Juanhao directly found a height measuring machine and stood on it. The test results came out very quickly, and the height was accurately displayed at 173.2 centimeters. This made Yi Juanhao completely believe it. It was incredible that he could actually grow taller. Yi Juanhao once again sighed that the software Start Self-Discipline, becoming the world's richest man is not a dream, is really an eternal god. I don't know where my mother bought the sports bracelet for me. I have to ask her when I have time. Then Yi Juanhao looked at the arm strength and leg strength columns. Arm strength, 290 caddies, leg strength, 490 caddies. The increase was also huge, with arm strength soaring from 100 caddies to 290 caddies, and leg strength soaring from 320 caddies to 490 caddies. No wonder Yi Juanhao felt full of strength. It turns out that his arm and leg strength are so terrifying now. After clenching his fists and feeling his own strength, Yi Juanhao smiled with satisfaction. After taking a look at the other physical data in the personal information column, all of them were good. Yi Juanhao exited the system software. At the same time, it was now evening and Yi Juanhao felt a little hungry. Just when he was about to go eat something, his cell phone rang. When Yi Juanhao saw the caller ID, he was stunned and muttered, "Cousin?" On the other side, Mingzhou No. 1 High School. Today is the day when the midterm mock exam results for senior high school students will be released. Wow, Siyu, you did really well on the test. Yes, Siyu, you have to treat us to a meal. You have already ranked in the top 10 in the grade. When Guan Siyu's 2 best friends saw her report card, they immediately expressed envy and amazement, and both wanted to take this opportunity to ask Guan Siyu to treat them to a meal. Since you did so well in the exam, it would be unreasonable not to treat you to a meal to celebrate. Guan Siyu is Yi Juanhao's cousin. She is a senior student at Mingzhou No. 1 High School. She is good-looking and has many suitors in school. Just when Guan Siyu and the other 2 were playing around, a loyal pursuer of Guan Siyu heard their conversation and was immediately delighted. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to perform? He had always wanted to find an opportunity to ask Guan Siyu out for dinner, but he had no suitable reason. Now I can take advantage of the fact that Guan Siyu has good test scores to invite her and her 2 best friends out for dinner, show my abilities, and it is not impossible to make Guan Siyu feel good about me. Thinking of this, he interrupted the conversation between the 3 people at the right time. Siyu, I know a top-notch restaurant that serves delicious food. You did so well in the exam, so let me treat you to a meal to celebrate for you. The 3 of them stopped playing around. Unexpectedly, someone actually offered to treat them, said one of Guan Siyu's best friends with a ponytail in surprise. Xin Shouji? You're so nice to treat us to a meal. Which one of us do you like? Ahem, isn't it evening now? I have to go out for dinner too. It's boring to eat alone. I just happened to hear you guys talking about having dinner to celebrate, so isn't it a good idea for us to go together? Xin Shouji's little trick was exposed, and he immediately took out a set of excuses he had prepared in advance. This isn't a good idea. I'm asking you to treat me. Guan Siyu said a little embarrassedly. Hearing Guan Siyu's words, Xin Shouji perked up and quickly said, "It's okay. The top restaurant I went to had very generous portions of food. I can't finish it all by myself. It's a waste." After hearing what Xin Shouji said, Guan Siyu's two best friends were a little moved. The short-haired best friend also said, "Siyu, let Xin Shouji treat us. We also want to see what the top restaurants have in common with what we usually eat." After hearing her best friend's persuasion, Guan Siyu thought about it for a while and finally agreed. Since the high school did not allow students to drive, Xin Shouji did not have a car either, so the four of them took a taxi to the top restaurant that Xin Shouji mentioned. Along the way, the three of them were curious about which top restaurant it was. It wasn't until they arrived at the place and saw the sign that the three of them knew where it was. The sign above the top restaurant clearly reads Jixiangju in 3 large characters. It turned out to be Jixiangju, one of the top restaurants in Ningzhou City. The three of them were stunned. They didn't expect that the top restaurant Xin Shouji was talking about would be here. I heard that the consumption here is ridiculously high. In fact, it was also Xin Shouji's first time to come to Jixiangju. In order to show off in front of a few girls, he said that he was going to have dinner at a top restaurant in the evening. The ponytailed girlfriend asked worriedly, "Xin Shouji, are you sure we want to eat here? I heard that the cost of living here is very high." Hearing the ponytail girl questioning him, Xin Shouji didn't want to lose face, so he said without thinking, "Of course, when we go in, you can order whatever you want, and I'll pay for it in the end." Xin Shouji looked very dignified. How high can the consumption be? Considering the appetite of 3 girls, Xin Shouji thinks that it will only cost hundreds of thousands of yuan at most. The consumption here is probably around 10,000 yuan per person. Xin Shouji doesn't care at all how much a meal costs. His father is the president of a company with tens of millions of assets. He gives himself 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and the meal expenses of more than 100,000 yuan can only be spent for 2 or 3 months. In order to hook up with Guan Siyu, Xin Shouji finally decided to have a meal at Jixiangju, so that he could spend less money in the next few months. Seeing Xin Shouji's indifferent look, the girls felt relieved. After all, their living expenses could not afford the high cost of meals here. They arrived at Jixiangju quite early and there were still some seats available, so they entered smoothly and found a place to sit down. The waiter handed over a menu and we started taking our order. "Just order whatever you want," Xin Shouji said casually. Seeing Xin Shouji's indifferent expression, the girls relaxed a little and ordered several dishes costing thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Finally, the menu was passed to Xin Shouji. Xin Shouji took a look at the names of the dishes ordered by the girls, such as braised lion head, steamed turbot, shredded pork with fish flavor, etc. These dishes looked very cheap. Xin Shouji suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He felt that he was being looked down upon. How could he have the nerve to order such an ordinary dish? Since the prices of the menu were displayed on the first few pages, Xin Shouji didn't pay attention to it. If Xin Shouji took a look at the prices, he would know that these dishes were very expensive, costing tens of thousands of yuan. And that was because they showed mercy and did not order dishes that cost hundreds of thousands or millions of yuan each. After all, it is a top-notch restaurant in a high-consumption environment, a place only frequented by the wealthy. It is normal for these ordinary dishes to cost tens of thousands of dollars. So Xin Shouji turned to the last few pages of the menu and ordered a dozen items including tomahawk steak, king crab, caviar, abalone, etc. Then he waved the menu in his hand and ordered, "That's it. Serve as soon as possible." When the waiter saw that this customer was so generous and ordered several of the most expensive items in their restaurant, a flattering look immediately appeared on his face and he quickly agreed to prepare to serve the dishes. Soon, all the dishes were served. So those who had never seen so many top-notch dishes immediately devoured the food in front of them. The people who were enjoying their meal didn't know what they were going to face next. Chapter 40 The new boss of Jixiangju is my cousin Yi Juanhao? Oh, it's so delicious, especially the king crab legs. The meat is so plump and fresh. The ponytailed bestie said with a sigh. Yes, I have never had such a delicious meal. The short-haired bestie agreed. Thank you so much, Xin Xiujie, you are a good person. Hearing the praises from Guan Siyu's two best friends, Xin Xiujie looked very proud and started to show off. Xin Xiujie immediately looked at Guan Siyu on the side, and saw that Guan Siyu only ate those ordinary dishes and did not eat the luxurious dishes he ordered. He thought that she felt that the portion was not enough and gave it to others first, so he immediately said generously. Siyu, don't eat those ordinary dishes yet. Eat these delicious dishes first. If they're not enough, you can order more later. Guan Siyu looked at the top-notch meal in front of her. She didn't let others eat first, nor did she not like it. She was just afraid that it was too expensive and it would be troublesome if they couldn't afford it later. Guan Siyu hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Xin Xiujie the prices of these dishes. She wanted to confirm whether Xin Xiujie really knew the prices, otherwise she really couldn't eat them. Xin Xiujie, do you know the prices of these dishes? Guan Siyu asked directly. Don't worry about the price. It's enough that you understand my intention. Xin Xiujie said indifferently. Hey, Siyu, don't worry about the price. This abalone is very fresh. You should try it. The friend with ponytail said while eating. The short-haired best friend next to her also joined in the persuasion. After all, one should be grateful for what one has received. They both knew that Xin Xiujie liked Guan Siyu, so they hurriedly helped Xin Xiujie persuade Guan Siyu to eat in peace. Seeing this situation, Guan Siyu didn't dare to ask any more questions. Besides, they had already eaten. Even if something happened, it was not something she could stop. She could only temporarily believe that Xin Xiujie could afford the meal. Soon, the food on the table was cleared away by several people, but most of it was eaten by Guan Siyu's two best friends and Xin Xiujie, while Guan Siyu only ate a little. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Xin Xiujie pretended to be a gentleman and asked, Is everyone full? If not, we can order some more. The two best friends quickly waved their hands, saying that they were already full. Guan Siyu also said no. Seeing this scene, Xin Xiujie didn't ask any more questions. The next step was for him to show his strength. He settled the bill in front of Guan Siyu and proved his ability. Thinking that he could show off in front of the person he liked, Xin Xiujie started to show off and shouted to the waiter to pay the bill. Please help me calculate how much this meal will cost? Just as Xin Xiujie was about to take out his bank card to pay the bill, he was stunned when he heard the waiter's offer. Immediately a look of horror appeared on his face. What did he hear? Afraid that he had misheard, he asked the waiter again, How much did you say? I didn't hear it clearly just now. The waiter politely replied again, Sir, your meal costs a total of 21,170,000 yuan. Xin Xiujie heard it clearly this time, but at the same time, the bank card with only 200,000 yuan in it that he had just taken out fell to the ground. The waiter bent down to help pick it up, but Xin Xiujie got the bank card back first. Sir, what is this for you? The waiter asked, puzzled. I think you miscalculated just now. How could such a small thing cost more than 20 million? Xin Xiujie still held on to the last glimmer of hope, hoping that the waiter had miscalculated. At the same time, he picked up the menu and looked at the price list. After taking a look, he was immediately disheartened. He thought he had really gone too far in pretending to be cool this time. He never expected that the things in Jixiangju would be so expensive. This was completely different from the average consumption of 10,000 yuan per person that he had thought at the beginning. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford the 20 million. Even his father's company only had assets of tens of millions. If his father knew about this, he would definitely sever the father-son relationship with him. It is not impossible. Sir, I've checked and it's 21,170,000 yuan, the waiter said with a smile. Xin Xiujie could only reluctantly hand over the bank card with the 200,000 yuan deposit in an attempt to delay time. Swipe this card first. The waiter took the bank card, swiped it on the machine, and successfully deducted 200,000 yuan. Sir, we still need 20.97 million. Xin Xiujie was in a dilemma at this moment, his face looked extremely ugly. He didn't have a penny on him now, and he was really finished this time. Guan Siyu, who was standing next to him, felt a jolt in her heart. She noticed the ugly expression on Xin Xiujie's face. It seemed that things were just as she had thought before. Xin Xiujie can't afford this meal. As expected, Xin Xiujie said to the waiter angrily, "Excuse me, can I write an IOU here? I don't have that much money on me at the moment." Xin Xiujie changed his approach. He planned to buy on credit first, pretending that he just didn't have enough money. After he went out and separated from Guan Xiyu and the others, he would go to his father to see how to resolve the matter. But things didn't go as Xin Xiujie expected. The waiter said decisively, "Sorry, sir, we don't support credit here. If you don't have enough money, you can call someone to pay first." This. Xin Xiujie was speechless for a moment. He looked at Guan Xiyu and the other two and said helplessly, "It's over this time. I can't afford the meal. Even if my dad comes, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do." After hearing what Xin Xiujie said, Guan Xiyu's two best friends turned pale and were extremely scared. They don't want to go to jail. They heard that eating and dashing is illegal, let alone such an astronomical figure of more than 20 million. They dared not even think about it. The waiter next to him also heard Xin Xiujie say that he had no money to pay, and his face suddenly changed. "How dare you guys eat and dine for free? Don't you even know where you are?" The waiter immediately turned around and informed the security guard and restaurant manager. At this time, the restaurant manager had just learned from the previous owner that Jixiangju had a new owner, and he was checking the information of the new owner Yi Juanhao in the office. Suddenly, the waiter rushed into the office and said quickly, "Oh no, manager, someone is eating a free meal, and it's worth more than 20 million. He wanted to scold the waiter for coming in without knocking, but after hearing the waiter's report, his face changed instantly. A free meal costing more than 20 million yuan? Who has such courage? The restaurant manager thought that Jixiangju had just had a new owner and this kind of thing happened. If the new owner knew about it, he would be in big trouble. How could he allow such a thing to happen at this time? The restaurant manager then quickly stood up and followed the waiter to the table where the guests who were eating and dashing were sitting. While the restaurant manager was on his way, the security guards had already surrounded Xin Xiujie and his four companions to prevent them from running away with the belle. Guan Xiyu's two best friends hugged each other and trembled, extremely scared. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in their lives. Guan Xiyu was equally scared, but she managed to maintain a calm demeanor on the surface for the time being. Xin Xiujie had already collapsed to the ground out of fear, completely losing the arrogance he had at the beginning. Now he was filled with endless regret, regretting why he had tried to pretend to be so cool. When the restaurant manager arrived, the security guards respectfully greeted him. The restaurant manager nodded, then looked at the four people in front of him who were eating and freeing, and gave instructions to the security guards. "Keep an eye on these four people, don't let any of them get away, call the police, and I just received news that our Jixiangju has a new boss, his name is Yi Juanhao. We have to properly resolve this matter before Boss Yi knows about it." Guan Xiyu, who was standing by, was stunned when she heard the name Yi Juanhao. After thinking for a while, she remembered that her cousin was named Yi Juanhao, and he was studying at the nearby University of Minnesota. Could it be that the new owner of Jixiangju that the restaurant manager mentioned is my cousin Yi Juanhao? At this moment, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Guan Xiyu's eyes. She picked up her mobile phone and called her cousin Yi Juanhao. Chapter 41 Cousin, how come you are so rich all of a sudden? Cousin? Looking at the name on the caller ID on his phone, Yi Juanhao murmured. "Isn't this girl in her senior year of high school now? How come she has time to call me?" Yi Juanhao answered the phone curiously. The call was connected, and soon Guan Xiyu's anxious voice was heard. The first sentence she said surprised Yi Juanhao very much. "Cousin, let me ask you something. Are you the new boss of Jixiangju?" Yi Juanhao was stunned. "Jixiangju? This seems to be a system reward that I just received not long ago. How did my cousin know about this? What's wrong, cousin?" Yi Juanhao asked puzzledly. "Cousin, answer me first, this is very important." Guan Xiyu still had a very anxious tone. Yi Juanhao noticed this and realized that something was wrong. Usually, this girl was very calm when doing things and rarely showed any impulsive emotions. So Yi Juanhao answered truthfully. "Yes, I just acquired Jixiangju, and now I am the boss of Jixiangju." Guan Xiyu was overjoyed to receive a positive response from her cousin Yi Juanhao. Her guess was true. "Great, cousin, you are my only savior now." If they weren't still in Jixiangju, Guan Xiyu would probably jump up with excitement. Yi Juanhao was still confused and didn't understand what was going on. So what exactly happened? Yi Juanhao asked seriously. Hearing her cousin's serious tone, Guan Siyu suppressed her excitement and told Yi Juanhao what had happened to her. After explaining the situation here, Guan Siyu waited for Yi Juanhao's reply anxiously. She guessed that she might be scolded by her cousin. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao on the other end of the phone laughed. So that's how it is, little girl. You've got to suffer this day too. Ah, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll rush to Jixiangju now. Hearing that her cousin did not blame her and would come to Jixiangju immediately, Guan Siyu breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone. Now we just have to wait for my cousin to deal with it. At Jixiangju, everyone present heard the content of the phone call made by Guan Siyu and couldn't help but stand there in a daze. After a while, the restaurant manager was the first to react. Who was that on the other end of the phone just now? The restaurant manager asked cautiously. That's my cousin Yi Juanhao. Guan Siyu said calmly. She no longer felt any fear in her heart. Your cousin is Yi Juanhao, the new owner of Jixiangju? The restaurant manager asked in disbelief. Yes, I just called him and he is on his way here now. Upon hearing Guan Siyu's answer, the restaurant manager immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could this be possible? If the new boss found out, he would stop his cousin here and not let her leave. He would be in trouble. Thinking that the new boss was on the way, the restaurant manager's mind was racing, thinking of ways to remedy the situation. The most important thing now is to apologize to the new boss's cousin and show enough sincerity. Thinking of this, the restaurant manager put on a flattering expression and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it was all our negligence. We didn't know you were our new boss's cousin, so this meal is free, and you and your friend don't have to pay." The restaurant manager then told the security guards to stand down. I stayed here to appease Guan Siyu and others. Now I can only try my best to please the new boss's cousin and her friends, so that I can have an explanation when the new boss arrives. Although Xin Xiujie was no longer in a limp state at this time, his face was still burning with pain. Xin Xiujie never expected that not only did he fail in pretending to be cool, but he also chose the wrong place to do so. This top-notch restaurant Jixiangju was actually opened by Guan Siyu's cousin. At this moment, Xin Xiujie felt a little suffocated. If Guan Siyu's cousin knew that he was the one who caused Guan Siyu to fall into this situation, I don't know what would happen. He no longer dared to think about it, and Xin Xiujie decided to give up pursuing Guan Siyu. After this incident, he realized that he had already lost. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked not far from the entrance of Jixiangju. Since Guan Siyu and the others were sitting by the window near the door, the restaurant manager also saw them. The person who can drive such a nice car must be the new boss. A handsome guy walked out of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Guan Siyu saw her cousin coming from the window and was delighted. She quickly walked to the door and shouted, "Cousin, you're finally here." When the restaurant manager saw Yi Juanhao's appearance, he looked exactly the same as in the photo sent by the previous owner. In addition, Guan Siyu called him cousin, so the restaurant manager confirmed that this was Yi Juanhao, the new owner of Jixiangju. He immediately went up to greet him. "Hello, boss. I'm the manager of Jixiangju." Yi Juanhao nodded. At this moment, Guan Siyu rushed up, hugged Yi Juanhao and began to complain. "Cousin, luckily I have you this time, otherwise I don't know what to do," Guan Siyu said with tears in her eyes. Yi Juanhao touched Guan Siyu's hair with a look of doting on his face. In fact, there is another point about Yi Juanhao. He is a protective person and is very nice to everyone around him. It's okay. If you want to come to Jixiangju for dinner, just come. You can eat whatever you want. Aha! Guan Siyu responded softly. When he entered Jixiangju restaurant, Yi Juanhao found Xin Xiujie whom Guan Siyu mentioned. "You are Xin Xiujie? You made my cousin suffer? And you even ate a free meal in my restaurant?" As soon as Yi Juanhao arrived, Xin Xiujie's legs went weak. Xin Xiujie immediately knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please let me go." Yi Juanhao hates people who like to pretend but have no ability the most, he said with disgust. "You are not allowed to appear in front of Siyu again, otherwise, you will still have to pay for the meal costing more than 20 million. Hearing Yi Juanhao's words, Xin Xiujie quickly agreed, Okay, I promise that I will never appear in front of Guan Siyu again. I will go to the school to apply for transfer tomorrow." Then Xin Xiujie kept apologizing, and finally Yi Juanhao said that he could leave, and Xin Xiujia left in a hurry. After thanking Yi Juanhao, Guan Siyu's two best friends did not have the face to stay here any longer and left first. Now only Yi Juanhao and Guan Siyu are left. The problem is solved. I'm a little hungry, Yi Juanhao said with a smile. The restaurant manager immediately understood, found a top-notch private room for the two of them, and then instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal. The food was served soon. At this time, Guan Siyu, who had no worries, drooled at the delicious food in front of her and swallowed hard. She had only eaten a little bit just now and was not full at all. Seeing this, Yi Juanhao smiled and said casually, "Eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, order more." Although Guan Siyu had just heard similar words before, it sounded so beautiful when it came from her cousin Yi Juanhao's mouth. At this moment, Guan Siyu put aside her usual burden as a girl and started to eat heartily in the box, which made Yi Juanhao smile. After eating, Guan Siyu burped without caring about her image. Then she asked curiously, "Cousin, how come you are so rich all of a sudden?" Chapter 42 Tianhong International Hotel. Yi Juanhao was not surprised at all when he heard his cousin's question. Other people don't know Yi Juanhao's family background, but his parents and relatives know it. Now that he has suddenly become rich, it will definitely arouse suspicion, and it is natural to be asked questions. Yi Juanhao has been prepared for this. When I first entered college, I invested in stocks and made a huge fortune. Now I have achieved financial freedom. Yi Juanhao took out a set of remarks that he had prepared long ago. So that's how it is. My cousin is so awesome, Guan Siyu exclaimed. It must be very expensive to acquire this Jixiangju, right? Guan Siyu asked curiously. It's not expensive, just 500 million. Yi Juanhao said calmly. 500 million? Guan Siyu was shocked by this astronomical figure. She couldn't imagine what 500 million meant. However, my cousin spent 500 million to buy a top-notch restaurant so easily and calmly. It seems that my cousin has really become rich and no longer lives a tight life like before. Does my aunt know about this? Guan Siyu asked again. She doesn't know yet. You're the only relative who knows about this. Yi Juanhao shook his head and said. Yi Juanhao decided that when he had time during the holidays he would go home and tell his mother about his sudden wealth, so that he would have no worries when spending money in the future. Is that so? Then I'm quite lucky to be the first one to know about my cousin, Guan Siyu said with a smile. By the way, where do you live now? Yi Juanhao asked. Of course I live in the school dormitory. I'm in my third year of high school and I don't have that much time to go home, Guan Siyu replied. Yi Juanhao nodded. Guan Siyu and Yi Juanhao came from the same place, their hometown Huzhou City, a third-tier city. The current Mingzhou City is a second-tier city. Then you can come and live in my villa when you have time. I have many rooms and a lot of space, Yi Juanhao suggested. Cousin, you also bought a villa? Guan Siyu asked in amazement. I bought it. Villas are quite cheap, so I just bought one. This way it's more convenient for me to use in my daily life, Yi Juanhao said casually. So how much does this villa cost? Guan Siyu was curious about the price. It seems to be 80 million, if I remember correctly. Yi Juanhao thought for a while before saying. 80 million? Guan Siyu felt that she shouldn't have asked about the price, and was impressed by her cousin's indifferent attitude. How could there be such a Versailles person? After eating, the two chatted for a while and then walked out of Jixiangju. The waiters and the restaurant manager respectfully saw them off. When she walked in front of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Guan Siyu realized that her cousin's car was actually a Rolls-Royce. She didn't notice it when she came before, but now that she saw it, she was shocked again. In the car, Guan Siyu felt that everything was too dreamy. She was actually sitting in a Rolls-Royce, which was something she had never dared to imagine before. Noticing Guan Siyu's shock, Yi Juanhao said casually, Cousin, just concentrate on studying hard in your senior year of high school. When you are admitted to university, I will buy you a car for transportation. You can choose whatever you want. After hearing this, Guan Siyu, who was standing by, almost threw herself into Yi Juanhao's arms again with joy. If Yi Juanhao hadn't been driving, she might have done so. Cousin, is this true? You are so nice to me. Guan Siyu looked incredulous. Of course it's true. When has your cousin ever lied to you? Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Okay, I will not let my cousin down and work hard to get into a good university. Guan Xiu said happily. Soon, Yi Juanhao sent Guan Xiu to the gate of Mingzhou No. 1 High School. After watching her enter the school, he drove away and returned to his villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Juanhao looked at his mobile phone and saw a WeChat message, so he clicked on it to check. It was sent by his best friend from high school, Zhou Hongji, who also got admitted to a university in Mingzhou City. The content of the message was roughly that Zhou Hongji found a girlfriend, who was a junior at the University of Minnesota where Yi Juanhao was studying, and they also organized a social event, inviting roommates from each dormitory to participate in the social event and get to know each other. But Zhou Hongji said that there were only 3 of his roommates and one was missing, so he thought of Yi Juanhao, who was also studying at the University of Minnesota, so he called him. It's just right for 4 people to play together, so we can chat and play together. Especially as Yi Juanhao's best friend, Zhou Hongji knew that his best friend was a otaku and probably still didn't have a girlfriend. Zhou Hongji decided to help his best friend and let him find a girlfriend. So the news was that Yi Juanhao was invited to participate in a social event, and the time was set for tomorrow night. Yi Juanhao thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do tomorrow night, so he replied to the message and agreed to attend the social event with his best friend. It is now evening. Yi Juanhao is lying on the bed, thinking that he only has 1 class tomorrow morning and there will be no more classes after that. He plans to go to the Tianhong International Hotel that he has just acquired. I went to Jixiangju tonight and had a very good overall impression of it. It is worthy of being a top restaurant worth 500 million. Yi Juanhao was a little curious about what the billion-dollar Tianhong International Hotel was like. Out of curiosity, Yi Juanhao fell asleep on time before 11 p.m. In the morning, Yi Juanhao got up at 7 o'clock on time to exercise. After having a nutritious breakfast, he drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan to school. Soon the morning class was over. Yi Juanhao drove to Tianhong International Hotel. Not long after, they arrived at the hotel parking lot. After Yi Juanhao parked the car, he walked straight into Tianhong International Hotel. Before coming here, Yi Juanhao did not inform any hotel executives. His main purpose today was to inspect Tianhong International Hotel. He wanted to experience the services of Tianhong International Hotel, a 5-star hotel, as an ordinary person to see if there were any areas that could be improved. On the other side, at this time, a female anchor came to the door of Tianhong International Hotel. Her name was Qingqing, and she was currently a popular store exploration anchor. At this time, she was holding a selfie stick and started the live broadcast. Hello, brothers. Haven't you guys been sending me private messages asking me to explore the 5-star hotels in Mingzhou City? Today I'm going to take you to see Tianhong International Hotel. Look, there are 2 large stone lion statues at the entrance of the hotel. This is the landmark of the entrance of Tianhong International Hotel and also a check-in point. As she spoke, the female anchor Qingqing took out her second mobile phone, posed in various postures, and took beautiful selfies. Instantly, the audience in the live broadcast room began to praise the female anchor Qingqing. The barrage floated up. Qingqing is so beautiful, she is worthy of being my goddess. The stone lions at the entrance of Tianhong International Hotel are a perfect backdrop for Qingqing. I want to join the fan club. While enjoying the audience's praise and taking beautiful selfies, the barrage of comments continued to float, asking the female anchor Qingqing to go into the hotel to take a look. Of course, the female anchor Qingqing had no problem and immediately entered the Tianhong International Hotel. She continued to introduce to the audience, Tianhong International Hotel is a luxurious business reception hotel in Mingzhou City. It is home to business elites, bosses, wealthy people, etc. Suddenly her camera turned to other places to continue the introduction, and the next second she saw a boy in casual clothes sitting in the hall. The female anchor Qingqing frowned immediately. She had just introduced this as a luxurious business reception hotel, and the next second she saw this casually dressed boy. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Wasn't this a slap in her face? Looking at the entire hall, it is basically filled with business elites in suits and ties, or noble ladies covered in jewels, and bosses and wealthy people who are dressed in a slightly wealthy manner. Only the boy in front of her was dressed casually, with no manners at all. The female anchor Qingqing complained wildly in her heart, looking unhappy. Chapter 43 Observation. The casually dressed boy sitting in the hall is naturally Yi Juanhao. He is an ordinary student, so of course he dresses casually. Although Tianhong International Hotel is a luxurious business reception hotel, not all people there are wearing suits and ties, nor are they all bosses, there are other groups of people as well. Obviously, the female anchor Ching Ching has a natural filter when looking at people, and thinks that this kind of place must be for business elites or wealthy bosses. Little did she know that she herself was also one of those people who dress casually. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also noticed the casually dressed boy in the hall, and immediately a large number of barrages of comments appeared. Why is this person dressed like this? This is a high-end place. He has no manners at all. I guess he just came in to use the air conditioning. How could Tianhong International Hotel let such a person in? It's really shocking. He should be kicked out. In order to prevent the audience in the live broadcast room from being distracted by the casually dressed boy, the female anchor Ching Ching moved the camera to other places. Then she walked to the center of the hall. In the center of the hall are placed many precious varieties of flowers, such as hydrangeas, roses, tulips, peonies, etc., which are presented in a combination that looks luxurious and elegant. These floral arrangements immediately attracted the attention of the female anchor Ching Ching. She took out her second mobile phone again, stood in front of the floral arrangements, made various beautiful poses, and took selfies. After taking the photo, she generously showed her selfie to the audience in the live broadcast room, hoping to get their praise. "Brothers, do the photos look good?" asked the female anchor Ching Ching with some pride. Then she looked at the comments for a long time, but the various praises she had imagined did not appear, which made her wonder. She read the barrage content carefully. I can't stand it. That uncultured person actually appeared in Ching Ching's selfie. What a beautiful selfie of Goddess Ching Ching, but it was ruined by this rat shit. I have already said that I would drive this uncultured person away. Otherwise, I would definitely give Ching Ching's selfie 100 points. Now it is at most 50 points. Looking at the content in the barrage, the female anchor Ching Ching's face changed instantly. She quickly looked at her selfie, and sure enough, the casually dressed boy appeared in it. She raised her selfie phone and changed the angles, and found that he could be photographed in every way. This immediately made the female anchor Ching Ching a little overwhelmed. Coupled with the current barrage, those viewers have been instigating the female anchor Ching Ching to ask someone to drive him away, which makes the female anchor Ching Ching feel confident. The female anchor Ching Ching immediately walked to the front desk of the hotel and shouted loudly, "Where is your hotel manager? How could he let that casually dressed person enter this hotel?" The girl at the front desk quickly comforted her. "Miss, what happened to the guest over there? What's wrong?" The female anchor Ching Ching was unhappy when she heard this. "Are you new here on your first day? Don't you know that Tianhong International Hotel is a hotel for business reception? People who dress casually and have no manners should be kicked out." The girl at the front desk was obviously not the first time to face such unreasonable guests. She responded politely, "Sorry, we don't have such a rule that prohibits people who dress casually from entering the hotel to consume. Call your manager here. I'm a store visitor with millions of fans. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, the people in my live studio will not give up." As she spoke, the female anchor Ching Ching handed the live broadcast phone to the girl at the front desk, so that she could see clearly the number of people in the live broadcast room and the number of her fans. Seeing the female anchor in front of her being so aggressive, the girl at the front desk had no choice but to call the hotel manager to come out and resolve the situation. Soon, the hotel manager came to the front desk. "What happened?" asked the hotel manager. The girl at the front desk briefly explained the female anchor Ching Ching's demands. When the hotel manager heard this, he also disagreed with what the female anchor Ching Ching said. Since its opening, Tianhong International Hotel has never sent away a guest because of the way they dress. It didn't happen before and it won't happen now. So the hotel manager said politely to the female anchor Ching Ching, "Dear guest, our hotel does not have this rule. I'm sorry we can't meet your request." After hearing what the hotel manager said, the female anchor Ching Ching's face looked extremely ugly. The audience in the live broadcast room also heard what the hotel manager said, and instantly a new round of barrage of comments started. It is hard to imagine that Tianhong International Hotel would allow such people to exist. Bah, what's the point of calling it a 5-star hotel? Even dogs won't go there. Brothers, let's not spend money at Tianhong International Hotel anymore. The audience in the live broadcast room enjoyed the fun and followed suit, saying that they would no longer spend money at Tianhong International Hotel. But in reality, they are all a bunch of losers who can't afford it at all and are now just following the crowd. But the female anchor Ching Ching got angry when she saw the comments from the audience fans, and she was going to kick that uncultured person out of the hotel today. "Since you allow this kind of person to be in the hotel, I will do a favor for your boss and drive this person away myself." After saying that, without waiting for the hotel manager to refute, the female anchor Qingqing walked straight towards Yi Juanhao. You, get out of Tianhong International Hotel right now. How dare someone like you dressed casually enter this hotel? The female anchor Qingqing pointed at Yi Juanhao arrogantly and spoke in a commanding tone. Yi Juanhao frowned. Where did this crazy woman come from? Who are you? Why are you kicking me out of the hotel? Yi Juanhao said puzzledly. You don't even know me, and you're an illiterate person who doesn't use the internet. Let me tell you, I'm Qingqing, a store exploration anchor with millions of fans. Now that you know my identity, you can get out of the hotel. The hotel manager hurried over at this time. Miss, if you continue to act like this, I will call security. I'm sorry, sir. I'm the manager of this hotel. I'm sorry to bother you. We will handle it as soon as possible. The hotel manager turned to Yi Juanhao and said apologetically. Is this how you treat your guests at Tianhong International Hotel? You want to use security to kick me out just for someone dressed casually like this? The female anchor Qingqing was not afraid at all. She was broadcasting live with hundreds of thousands of fans watching her. If she got hurt a little, Tianhong International Hotel would be cursed by everyone immediately. The hotel manager was looking at the female anchor Qingqing who was broadcasting live and felt a bit caught in a dilemma. He felt a bit at a loss for a moment. At this time, sitting in a seat not far from the hotel lobby, there was a top beauty whose appearance and figure were comparable to Tang Feier and Chen Yuning. The top beauty was observing the situation on Yi Juanhao's side curiously. She was a little curious about how this matter would end. Will the boy who was described as casually dressed by the female anchor be kicked out of the hotel? It's really worth looking forward to. Chapter 44. One of the three school beauties, Li Shui. The hotel manager has called security, but he doesn't dare to chase away the female anchor Qingqing at will. If things are not handled properly, Tianhong International Hotel may face pressure from public opinion. For a moment, the hotel manager was also overwhelmed. The female anchor Qingqing took advantage of this and became even more unscrupulous. She will definitely make this uncultured person get out of the hotel today. This is the influence of a host with millions of fans. During this time, Yi Juanhao also learned the cause and effect of the matter from the girl at the front desk. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but shake his head. There are really all kinds of people these days. These people have nothing to do, and just because they became famous on the internet, they think they are very capable and look down on others. Who stipulates that only business elites or wealthy bosses dressed in suits can consume in hotels? You should know that many wealthy bosses and tycoons are very low-key. They usually wear very ordinary clothes and shoes. For example, Ma, an e-commerce tycoon, likes to wear cloth shoes to attend high-end occasions. But this does not affect the status and position of others, and there are still many people vying to please him. I can only say that some of the hosts who have become famous on the internet are too short-sighted. Yi Juanhao didn't want to waste time with the unreasonable host in front of him, so he stood up from his seat. Just when Yi Juanhao stood up, the female anchor Qingqing thought that it was because of her influence, and Yi Juanhao was ready to leave the hotel. He immediately started to sneer at Yi Juanhao. In the future, be careful about what kind of clothes you wear to different occasions, and don't go to every occasion. People like you are not worthy of this. The female anchor Qingqing has a look of superiority on her face. Am I not worthy? Yi Juanhao smiled. Then what kind of person is worthy? Yi Juanhao asked back. Look at what others in the hall are wearing, and then look at yourself. The female anchor Qingqing said with a look of disgust. She didn't bother to answer. Yi Juanhao looked around and found that he was indeed the one dressed more casually and leisurely. Do you wear such formal clothes at home? Yi Juanhao asked again. Of course not, that's why I said what to wear for what occasion, got it? Then isn't it normal for me to wear such casual clothes in my own home? My own home? You don't think of Tianhong International Hotel as your own home, do you? I'm dying of laughter. Do you think you are the owner of Tianhong International Hotel? Only the boss dares to say this is his home. Even if you spend money, you are at most just a customer. The female anchor Qingqing burst into laughter. It makes me laugh to death, my family, he actually calls Tianhong International Hotel his home. The audience in the live broadcast room also posted comments to mock Yi Juanhao. But the hotel manager nearby felt something was wrong. He walked forward and asked politely, "Excuse me, sir, may I ask your name?" Yi Juanhao. After receiving the response, the hotel manager called his boss. It is possible that the boss knows this customer. But after the call, the hotel manager's face changed drastically. His boss actually said that Tianhong International Hotel is no longer under his name, but has been transferred to someone else, and that person's name is Yi Juanhao. At this moment, the hotel manager understood why Yi Juanhao said that Tianhong International Hotel was his home. Because Yi Juanhao is his new boss. The hotel manager said to Yi Juanhao respectfully, "So you are Boss Yi? Boss Yi, how do you think we should handle this matter?" "What do you mean? Why are you calling this guy boss?" The female anchor Qingqing looked puzzled. The hotel manager glanced at the female anchor Qingqing and said calmly, "The person you are talking about who is dressed casually and has no manners is the new owner of our Tianhong International Hotel." The scene suddenly fell into silence. After being stunned for a while, the female anchor Qingqing came to her senses with cold sweat all over her face. Are you really the owner of Tianhong International Hotel?" asked the female anchor Qingqing in a trembling voice. "Guaranteed authenticity. Do you still want to drive me away now?" Yi Juanhao asked calmly. Aye. The female anchor Qingqing was so frightened that she couldn't speak. The man she has always looked down upon, who dressed casually and had no manners, turned out to be the owner of Tianhong International Hotel? At this moment, the female anchor Qingqing was completely panicked and she did something very stupid. Especially since it is still being live streamed, this matter will soon be widely publicized by all the major editing accounts, and then her reputation will be ruined. After a moment of silence, the comments in the live broadcast room began to flood the screen. "Oh my god, I was wrong. It turns out that this is a low-key boss. Of course you can wear whatever you want in your own home. I actually met the owner of Tianhong International Hotel. I'm so excited." Seeing that his identity had been revealed, Yi Juanhao no longer pretended to be an ordinary person. "As the boss of Tianhong International Hotel, it is normal for me to drive away a troublemaker, and no one will question it." Yi Juanhao then ordered, "Kick her out and put her on the hotel's blacklist. She will not be allowed to enter here again." "Yes, boss." After hearing the new boss's instructions, the many security guards present quickly picked up the female anchor Qingqing, who was paralyzed by fear, and threw her out of the hotel. I believe that after this incident, this female anchor Qingqing will no longer be so popular, and the stupid things she did will be treated as jokes by the majority of netizens, and she will completely be unable to survive in the live broadcast circle. The top beauty sitting in a seat not far away in the hotel lobby looked at the scene in surprise. She had never expected things to develop in this direction. After all, no one would have thought that the owner of Tianhong International Hotel was so young, and he looked to be only about 20 years old. This surprised the top beauty very much. It seemed that Yi Juanhao was not an ordinary person. For a time, Yi Juanhao's background aroused strong interest and curiosity among the top beauties. However, the top beauty did not go forward to find Yi Juanhao. This matter had nothing to do with her. She was just a spectator watching the fun and was shocked at most. There are many rich and powerful people in this world, but she won't go up to get to know them all when she sees them. She is not the kind of person who flatters rich and powerful people. On the contrary, she is very principled and has her own bottom line. If there were anyone from the University of Minnesota here, they would be very surprised. Because this top beauty is Li Shuai, one of the 3 campus beauties at Minnesota University where Yi Juanhao is studying. Shuai Li is a junior student majoring in acting and theater at the University of Minnesota. Today she came to Tianhong International Hotel to interview for a role in a drama. When they reach their junior year, students majoring in performing arts drama will start to use their connections to get acting jobs. If you don't look for it in advance, it will be difficult to graduate successfully just by looking for roles to play in the last stage of your senior year. Even if I find one, the shooting period is so long that the internship time will be extended, and I won't be able to graduate on time. If you can't graduate on time, it will be very troublesome. At this time, Li Shuai was waiting for the director of the drama in the hotel lobby. After dealing with the female anchor who looked down on others, Yi Juanhao, accompanied by the hotel manager, visited the Tianhong International Hotel. After having lunch in the top private room of Tianhong International Hotel, Yi Juanhao left the hotel. After Yi Juanhao finished his walk and had lunch, Li Shuai was still waiting in the hotel lobby. She glanced at Yi Juanhao who was leaving the hotel and remembered his appearance. Then her cell phone suddenly rang. It was the director of the show calling. Chapter 45 Rejection. Li Shuai pressed the answer button and the director's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Li Shuai? It's me, Director Ma. Very good, you have arrived at Tianhong International Hotel, right? Yes. Well, please come to hotel room 1201A. Mr. Wan, the investor of our drama, is also here. I'll introduce him to you later. Director Ma said directly. When she heard that they were going to enter the hotel room, Li Shuai's expression changed. Can't we just talk in the hotel lobby downstairs? There's plenty of space here. It's quite spacious. Of course not. What we want to discuss involves commercial secrets. How can we discuss it in detail in a crowded place like a hotel lobby? Just come up directly. Director Ma urged impatiently. Li Shuai thought about it, but ultimately couldn't agree. I'm sorry, I can't go to the hotel room. If you have to go to the hotel room to talk, then, sorry, don't look for me for this show. After saying that, Li Shuai hung up the phone without waiting for Director Ma to reply. On the other side, in hotel room 1201A. Director Ma listened to the beeping sound of the phone being hung up and his face turned blue with anger. This bitch is so shameless. In the room, the investor Mr. Wan shook the red wine glass in his hand and said calmly. What's wrong, Director Ma, have you finished your work? Hearing this question from Mr. Wan, Director Ma immediately replied respectfully, the woman didn't want to come up to the hotel room and hung up the phone. There was nothing I could do. As expected, she is one of the 3 most beautiful girls at the University of Minnesota. She has a strong temper. I heard that she is still a virgin. It would be great to conquer such a top-notch student girl. It seems that she has been in the ivory tower environment of school for too long and thinks that there are many men out there who will worship her. Little does she know that she can only be my plaything. Yes, Mr. Wan is right. That woman is really ungrateful. Director Ma rushed to flatter him. Director Ma is a second-tier director who is not very popular. A drama he recently directed is in urgent need of investment. This is also the reason why he tries to please General Wan. Although he was disgusted by Mr. Wan's behavior, there was nothing he could do because the money he gave was too much. Besides, unspoken rules are very common in the entertainment industry, and Director Ma is no stranger to them, so he agreed to invite Li Shuai to meet Mr. Wan. Director Ma originally had his eyes on Li Shuai and wanted her to play a supporting actress role. However, General Wan accidentally saw Li Shuai's beauty, so he ordered Director Ma to call Li Shuai to the hotel, saying that she could play the role of the second female lead. That's why Li Shuai came to Tianhong International Hotel today. However, Li Shuai saw through Director Ma and the others' thoughts, so she directly refused to leave. I don't know how many women are lining up to get into my bed. Those who have been favored by me are all doing well in the entertainment industry. Giving Li Shuai the second female role is a compliment to her. After all, she is just a newcomer. Mr. Wan didn't understand Li Shuai's thoughts. If such a good opportunity were given to others, they would be eager to kneel down and lick his ass. I guess we don't have enough leverage to attract her. Maybe she is keeping us hanging and wants the leading female role. How about this, Director Ma, you go and tell her that as long as she can come to the hotel, it doesn't matter if you give her the leading female role. Mr. Wan said casually. He has decided to take advantage of Li Shuai. He wouldn't give up so easily unless he pinned Li Shuai under him. It's so hard to come across such a top-notch item, there's no reason to let it go. He felt an indescribable sense of pleasure when he thought that such a beautiful woman was about to be conquered by his fat body. Director Ma tried hard to hide his extremely disgusted expression and quickly agreed. While agreeing, Director Ma was complaining in his mind, this fat guy, if you didn't pay him so much, he would have kicked you out long ago and let a newcomer play the leading female role, he's trying to kill me. If a newcomer plays the leading role and the show gets bad reputation and loses money after its release, all problems will be blamed on the director. This is like putting yourself on the rack and roasting yourself. But Director Ma had no other options. The drama was in urgent need of money and there was a big hole that needed to be filled. Currently, only Mr. Wan from Tiancheng Entertainment Group was willing to invest money, so he could only try his best to please Mr. Wan. If it was one of those top-tier directors making a movie, there would be no need to go to such great lengths to curry favor with them, and naturally countless investors would pour in money. Because the dramas of big directors are guaranteed to make money, even if they don't make money, they can still break even. When they do make money, all parties can get good returns. This is what Director Ma pursues. He wants to become a first-line big director. Suddenly, Director Ma thought of something and said to General Wan. By the way, Mr. Wan, Li Shui's family seems to be well off. Her father seems to have opened a factory with assets worth tens of millions. It's possible that she has plenty of money to spend, and filming is just a hobby for her. That's why she can reject us so unscrupulously. Oh? Her father runs a factory with assets worth tens of millions? Interesting, and she's a rich girl. Mr. Wan took a sip of red wine and smiled playfully. If that's the case, even if I suggest that she play the leading female role, I'm afraid she may not agree to our request, Director Ma analyzed. Humph, it's just a factory with assets worth tens of millions. I can just find someone to destroy it. It's that simple. By then, she will no longer have the support of her family, and her family may even be in huge debt. I wonder if she can still be a proud phoenix. I want to make her a fallen pheasant, and let me trample on her at will, ha ha ha. Mr. Wan laughed triumphantly. He didn't think this was a difficult problem to solve at all. He even thought it was a good opportunity. Director Ma, who was standing by, got goosebumps all over his body after hearing this. This fat guy was really a lunatic. He actually wanted to destroy other people's factories for his own selfish desires. It's simply insane. On the other side, Li Shui had no idea what she would face next. After rejecting Director Ma's invitation, Li Shui took a taxi directly back to school and returned to her dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, her roommate told Li Shui about the social gathering in the dormitory that night. Shui, this is a plan organized by Mingxin's boyfriend Zhou Hongji, so that people from both dormitories can get to know each other and make friends. They all knew that Bai Mingxin had found a boyfriend who was a rich second-generation man, which was very enviable for them as they were majoring in performing arts drama. This means that Bai Mingxin doesn't have to look for roles to play in her junior year. With the support of a rich second-generation man, she doesn't have to go to great lengths to please the director to get an acting opportunity. Therefore, they also want to learn from Bai Mingxin and find a rich second-generation boyfriend, so that they don't have to work so hard to film. Thinking that Bai Mingxin's boyfriend Zhou Hongji is a rich second generation, and that he organized this social event, they simply agreed to participate. They wanted to see if there were any other rich second generations, and if there were, they would win them over in time. This was what they thought in their hearts. When she heard that she was going to participate in a dormitory social activity, Li Shui said that there was no problem with it. It was always good to make more friends. What's more, it was an event organized by her roommate's boyfriend, so she would never lose face and could just help her roommate to make some decisions. Li Shui also wanted to take advantage of this social event to go out and have some fun, relax, and vent the depressed mood she had in the morning. After waiting for a whole morning, she ended up watching a farce and encountered a rogue director. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 46 Nice to meet you. After inspecting Tianhong International Hotel, Yi Juanhao drove back to the villa. After taking a short rest in the afternoon, Yi Juanhao turned on his mobile phone when he woke up and found a WeChat message from his best friend Zhou Hongji. Zhou Hongji specifically sent a WeChat message to tell Yi Juanhao the location of tonight's social event and reminded him to come early. If Zhou Hongji hadn't sent a WeChat reminder, Yi Juanhao would have almost forgotten that there was a social event in the evening. When Yi Juanhao saw the location of tonight's social event, he was stunned. Is it such a coincidence? The venue of the social event was actually the Tianhong International Hotel, which was owned by the company. I didn't expect that I would have to go again tonight after having just been there this morning. Afterwards, Yi Juanhao simply tidied up his appearance and set off early in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The appointment was for 7:30 p.m. in the Hotel Box 1202B of Tianhong International Hotel. Although Tianhong International Hotel is a business reception hotel, there are actually many entertainment facilities and equipment to enjoy in the hotel's private rooms. Nowadays, people discuss business no longer just by drinking at the dinner table as they did in the past. Instead, they seek a comfortable and entertaining environment to discuss business. This is more efficient and also allows them to relax after work. It was only around 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Yi Juanhao arrived at Tianhong International Hotel. As you walk into Tianhong International Hotel, security guards, receptionists, front desk girls, etc. passing by will respectfully greet you with "Hello, Mr. Yi." Yi Juanhao responded politely one by one. Then he took the elevator to the 13th floor, which is the highest floor of the entire hotel. This entire floor is also the boss's exclusive area. Yi Juanhao planned to wait for their arrival here, so he started browsing on his phone. Time passed quickly and it was past 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Hongji made a voice call to ask if Yi Juanhao had arrived. They were already in the hotel box 1202B. Yi Juanhao replied immediately that he was almost there. Then Yi Juanhao took the elevator to the 12th floor and went straight to the hotel box 1202B. As soon as he entered the hotel box, Yi Juanhao was hugged tightly by a figure. Long time no see, Juanhao. Yi Juanhao was also caught off guard by the hug, but when he heard the voice, he reacted immediately. You are so good, Hongji. You scared me as soon as you came. Come in quickly. After entering the box and sitting down, the 3 people from Zhou Hongji's dormitory and the 4 people from Zhou Hongji's girlfriend's dormitory had already arrived. When Yi Juanhao sat down, Li Shuai opposite him was stunned. When Yi Juanhao came in just now, Li Shuai didn't see his appearance clearly. After he sat down completely, Li Shuai was surprised to find out. Isn't this the young owner of Tianhong International Hotel that she saw in the morning? Why is he here? Could she be the roommate of Mengxin's boyfriend? In an instant, Li Shuai's heart was filled with countless questions and curiosity. At this time, Zhou Hongji, the organizer of the group, stood up and spoke. Let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other first. As he spoke, Zhou Hongji introduced himself first. After that, he briefly introduced the other 2 people in the dormitory, and then focused on introducing Yi Juanhao. Zhou Hongji did not forget to help his best friend Yi Juanhao find a girlfriend. This is my best friend Yi Juanhao. He's tall and handsome. He's currently single. Welcome to harass me, the single ladies across the street. Besides, he is also a freshman at the University of Minnesota. You can communicate more with him in the future. Seeing Zhou Hongji focusing on introducing Yi Juanhao, the girls opposite also focused their attention on Yi Juanhao. My first impression of Yi Juanhao was that he was a very clean, refreshing and handsome guy. It must be difficult to be the best friend of Zhou Hongji, a rich second generation. I wonder if he is a hidden rich second generation. These girls all became curious about Yi Juanhao, and Li Shuai's eyes remained on Yi Juanhao and never left. Yi Juanhao is actually a freshman at the University of Minnesota? And he can become the boss of Tianhong International Hotel at such a young age. His background is definitely not simple. Li Shuai became more and more curious about Yi Juanhao. After introducing the boys, the girls started introducing Zhou Hongji's girlfriend by Mengxin. After the other girls had introduced themselves, it was Li Shuai's turn. Li Shuai was still looking at Yi Juanhao curiously at this time, and did not notice that it was her turn to introduce herself. A girl with long straight black hair next to Li Shuai poked her, and Li Shuai finally reacted. My name is Li Shuai, and I'm a junior at the University of Minnesota majoring in acting and drama. When Li Shuai introduced him, the 2 boys in Zhou Hongji's dormitory, including Zhou Hongji, stared at him in amazement. Li Shuai is so beautiful. She satisfies all boys' fantasies about top beauties. The long black wavy hair, the exquisite facial features, the slender waist, and the long white legs are all top-notch. This top-notch beauty probably cannot be conquered by those present. Even Zhou Hongji, a rich second generation, does not have the confidence to pursue her. Zhou Hongji had heard from his girlfriend that Li Shuai was one of the 3 most beautiful girls at the University of Minnesota. She had countless suitors, including some from the second generation of rich people, but none of them could win Li Shuai's heart. Brother Yi is also from the University of Minnesota. What a coincidence. Nice to meet you. After Li Shuai finished the introduction, she also specifically mentioned Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao was stunned, obviously not expecting Li Shuai to suddenly mention him. Moreover, Yi Juanhao felt that Li Shuai's appearance seemed a little familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere. After thinking about it, Yi Juanhao finally remembered that when he was looking up Tang Fei's information on the school forum, he accidentally found Li Shuai's information as well. It turns out that she is one of the 3 most beautiful girls at the University of Minnesota. Yi Juanhao replied politely, Hello, I'm glad to meet you too. Zhou Hongji and his roommates looked at Yi Juanhao with envy. Being noticed by the school beauty and having her say hello to you is not something that most boys can do. After introducing each other, Zhou Hongji took everyone to play in the hotel box and said that he would pay for the evening's expenses. Suddenly the whole box became lively. Some people were singing karaoke, some were playing board games, and some were chatting. During the game, a lot of delicious food was delivered to the box. Except for Bai Mengxin and Li Shuai, the other 2 girls did not forget what to do today. The 2 girls inquired about the background information of the remaining 3 boys except Zhou Hongji from all aspects. After inquiring, they were all disappointed without exception. Their parents just had ordinary jobs and were not rich second generations at all. When asked about Yi Juanhao just spoke casually and said that his family background was very ordinary and he was just an ordinary college student. After knowing the details of these boys, the two girls suddenly became a little listless. It seemed that apart from Zhou Hongji, there was no other rich second-generation boy here tonight. Suddenly, they lost interest in the enthusiastic communication shown by Zhou Hongji's two roommates. They chatted with them in a random manner, hoping that the social event could end as soon as possible so that they could leave. As their roommate, Li Shuai naturally knew very well what her roommates were thinking. It's just that I think the boy on the other side is not a rich second generation, so I think there is no need to continue chatting. Little did they know that they missed out on a low-key wealthy man like Yi Juanhao. Li Shuai really wanted to remind her two roommates of Yi Juanhao's true identity, but seeing that Yi Juanhao obviously didn't want to reveal his identity, she didn't say much. In this case, since you guys look down upon Yi Juanhao, I will take the initiative to attack him. After all, Li Shuai was really curious about Yi Juanhao's background. She wanted to find out how many secrets Yi Juanhao had to become the owner of Tianhan International Hotel at the age of 20. Chapter 47 Scared Away. Yi Juanhao sat in the hotel box for a while and felt a little bored. He is not very familiar with the others and he is just here to make up the numbers today. While Zhou Hongji started to have fun, he and his girlfriend stayed together, leaving him alone to face it. At this time, Zhou Hongji inadvertently noticed that his best friend was sitting there alone and seemed a little bored, so he came to Yi Juanhao and asked in a low voice. Juanhao, tell me, which one of the opposite sides do you like? What do you mean by that? I'm a serious person. It's okay, don't be shy, tell me secretly, with me as your wingman, I guarantee you'll get a girlfriend tonight. Go away, go play somewhere else, I don't need it. Yi Juanhao refused directly. Are you kidding me? Can these girls compare to Cheng Yuning? Only Li Shuai, the school beauty, can compare to her, but can she compare to me? Just as Yi Juanhao and Zhou Hongji were whispering to each other, a soft female voice was heard. Brother Yi, can I chat with you? Yi Juanhao turned around and was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be Li Shuai who called him. Zhou Hongji also looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief. That campus beauty actually took the initiative to chat with her best friend? At this moment, Zhou Hongji felt unwell. This is very typical. A brother can live well, but he cannot live better than him. It is obvious that the campus beauty is interested in Yi Juanhao. Everyone else was also surprised, especially Li Shuai's roommates, who were even more shocked. They had never seen Li Shuai take the initiative to ask a boy to chat. Of course, no problem, Senior Li, Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Seeing Yi Juanhao agree, Li Shuai showed a beautiful smile. This stunned all the boys present, and they looked at Yi Juanhao with envy and jealousy. Is Junior Yi also studying at the University of Minnesota? What's your major? Li Shuai asked curiously. Yes, majoring in business administration. Yi Juanhao replied. Where are you from? My hometown is Huzhou City. Yi Juanhao and Li Shuai were chatting enthusiastically, talking and laughing, completely ignoring the other people present. After chatting for a while, the two gradually showed signs of stopping. Through chatting, Li Shuai tried to find out Yi Juanhao's identity and background indirectly, but Yi Juanhao easily resolved all her questions. Li Shuai felt that Yi Juanhao must have some secret. This was a woman's sixth sense. After chatting for a while, Li Shuai said something and went to the bathroom. Sure, Juanhao, you've been chatting with the campus beauty Li Shuai for so long, it seems like she's very interested in you and has been trying to get information about you. Zhou Hongji came over and said in a mean tone. Perhaps. Yi Juanhao also felt very strange. It seemed that Li Shuai was chatting with him, but actually she was trying to find out about his background. Yi Juanhao's background and family circumstances were indeed as ordinary as he said, and there was no exaggeration. So Li Shuai couldn't find out any useful information. Everything Yi Juanhao has now comes from the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. Not long after, Li Shuai came back from the bathroom. However, there were two more people following behind Li Shuai. I'm having a party with my friends. I won't agree to your request. Please leave. Li Shuai said coldly. Unexpectedly, the two men did not listen to Li Shuai and walked straight into the box. These two people are Director Ma and General Wan. When they were about to leave the hotel, they happened to meet Li Shuai, who came out of the bathroom. "Student Li Shuai, we have made the biggest concession. We can let you play the leading female role in this drama as long as you agree to our request. Don't you want to become an overnight sensation?" Director Ma said seductively. "Sorry, I don't want to. Please leave." Li Shuai refused again. "Shuai, who are these two?" In the box, Zhou Hongjia's girlfriend by Mingxin asked curiously. "I'm a director, you can call me Director Ma, and this is Mr. Wan, the investor. We have found Li Shuai for a drama and would like her to play the leading female role, but she has refused. We are trying to keep her," Director Ma said first. When the other two girls heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. The black straight-haired girl couldn't help but walk up to the two of them and said excitedly, "Director, look at me. I can replace Shuai, as long as I can get the scene." Another tall girl followed and said, "Me too, Director, do you think I can do this?" Director Ma glanced at General Wan, wondering if he was interested in taking down these two. Director Ma thought that even if he couldn't win over Li Shuai, it shouldn't be difficult to win over the two naive girls. But Mr. Wan shook his head, and the meaning was very clear. Mr. Wan only wanted Li Shuai. Mr. Wan is not uninterested in the two naive characters in front of him. On the contrary, he has played many such roles before, but this time he wants to change his taste. Director Ma understood when he saw Mr. Wan shaking his head. "I'm sorry, both of you. Li Shuai is the most suitable for this drama at the moment. We can talk about it next time if we have the chance. But you can leave your contact information," Mr. Wan added. "These two naive people can be kept as backups. It's okay to call them over when needed. Mr. Wan won't waste them." "Thank you, Mr. Wan, and thank you, Director Ma." The two girls were immediately extremely happy and said gratefully. Then the two girls left their contact information. Li Shuai watched all this with a frown, but there were many people around now, so she would tell her two roommates to be careful of these two people after returning to the dormitory. Then Director Ma and General Wan started to harass Li Shuai again. "Student Li Shuai, your two friends are very smart and know how to seize opportunities. If you play the leading female role well, you will have a great chance of becoming a big star. You can save yourself a few years of detours in the entertainment industry. You should think carefully about this." Director Ma and General Manager Wan were trying to convince Li Shuai. This made Li Shuai impatient. Suddenly, Li Shuai turned her eyes and looked at Yi Juanhao beside her. Yes, she almost forgot that Yi Juanhao was the owner of Tianhong International Hotel. Li Shuai walked in front of Yi Juanhao. "Brother Yi, let's continue chatting. I don't want to be influenced by others." Yi Juanhao reacted very quickly and immediately understood what Li Shuai meant. Although he didn't know how Li Shuai knew his identity, he decided to drive these two people away first. If you want to avoid being affected, you have no choice but to reveal your identity. Yi Juanhao stood up, walked in front of Li Shuai, and said to the two of them, "Excuse me, I need to chat with Senior Li. You can talk to me later if you have anything to say." "Boy, who are you? How dare you talk to us like that?" Director Ma said angrily. "I am the owner of Tianhong International Hotel. You are not welcome here. Please leave." Yi Juanhao directly stated his identity. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned for a moment. You are the owner of Tianhong International Hotel?" Director Ma said in a trembling voice. "Yes." Yi Juanhao said with a smile. "So what if you are the boss of Tianhong International Hotel? I am the CEO of Tiancheng Entertainment Group. Tiancheng Entertainment Group has a market value of 6 billion, while your Tianhong International Hotel only has assets of 10 billion. Do you want to chase me away? If you are not afraid that your hotel will go bankrupt tomorrow, just try it." Although President Wan was shocked by Yi Juanhao's identity, he quickly realized that he was the president of Tiancheng Entertainment Group, which had a market value of 6 billion. A small hotel owner was not qualified to kick him out of the hotel. Yi Juanhao frowned slightly. He didn't expect that even after revealing his identity, he still couldn't let these two people leave. Moreover, if they forcibly drive these two people away, Tianhong International Hotel may be targeted by Mr. Wan in the future, which will not be worth the loss. Seeing that Yi Juanhao's identity was useless, Li Shuai panicked and suddenly felt at a loss. She didn't want to be harassed by these two people all the time. When Yi Juanhao saw Li Shuai's appearance, he was also overwhelmed. Suddenly, Yi Juanhao had an idea in his mind. Isn't this Mr. One trying to compete with him in terms of net worth? He just happens to have a trump card in his hand, and as long as he uses it well, he can successfully resolve the current situation. You think I have no right to kick you out? Are you sure? Yi Juanhao asked again. Of course you are not qualified. You are just a small boss in front of me. Mr. Wan said disdainfully. Hearing what Mr. Wan said, Yi Juanhao had no choice but to take out his wallet and took out a black card with a gold border. Am I qualified now? Yi Juanhao raised the black gold card and said calmly. What kind of rubbish card is this? How dare you come to scam Mr. Wan? Director Ma interrupted him directly, wanting to show off in front of Mr. Wan. Shut up. Hearing this voice, Director Ma was stunned. Director Ma turned to look at General Wan in confusion, only to see that General Wan's face was filled with fear. Is this your Centurion black gold card? Mr. Wan asked with a trembling voice. He was a little unsure. It's genuine. You can check online to see if there is any information about me. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. In an instant, Mr. Wan's face turned pale. He never expected that the young man in front of him actually possessed the legendary Centurion black gold card, which even he was not qualified to apply for. Those who can possess the Centurion black gold card are all powerful figures, and are definitely not people that a small entertainment group boss like me can afford to offend. Mr. Wan fell to his knees with a thud in an instant. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such rude words to you just now. It was my fault for being blind and offending you. Seeing Director Ma still standing there stupidly, General Wan kicked him down, and Director Ma fell to his knees instantly. Why don't you apologize to the boss quickly? If you offend him, you won't be able to be a director anymore. Director Ma was confused at first, but after hearing what President Wan said, he finally understood that he had hit a wall this time. It seemed that the identity and background of the young man in front of him was extremely terrifying. Even President Wan had to kneel down and apologize. Director Ma gave in instantly. I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. Get out of here now. Yi Juanhao said sternly. Yes, we'll leave right away. Mr. Wan responded quickly and left dejectedly with Director Ma. Watching these two annoying guys leave, Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was able to use the Centurion black gold card to bully others, otherwise he would be in real trouble this time. Only after leaving Tianhong International Hotel did Mr. Wan breathe a sigh of relief. Director Ma now looks puzzled. Boss Wan, what card did that guy take out that scared you so much? Idiot, that's the legendary Centurion black gold card that only the top rich people and politicians can hold. That guy might be a hidden boss. He almost killed me. Thinking of this, Mr. Wan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and has not recovered yet. After hearing Mr. Wan's explanation, Director Ma broke out in a cold sweat. That boy's identity and background are so terrifying? Then Director Ma asked hesitantly, what about Li Shuai? How do we deal with this woman? President Wan thought for a moment and said, from what Li Shuai and the boss said just now, it seems that they are just addressing each other as junior and senior students. Their relationship should not be very deep. Humph, this woman actually brought up that big boss just now. Let her enjoy herself for a few days. When her father's factory collapses, we'll see what she'll do. I want her to obey me obediently. Mr. Wan still refuses to give up on Li Shuai and is determined to get her. Mr. Wan didn't believe that the big boss would always be by Li Shuai's side. He guessed that Li Shuai and the big boss didn't have a close relationship. A big shot like this would have all the women he wanted and would never stay by Li Shuai's side all the time. Although he was temporarily scared off, his plan would not change. Mr. Wan is very confident that Li Shuai will not be able to escape from his grasp after all. Director Ma on the side could only agree and did not dare to express any opinions. Chapter 48 Diamond Mine. Seeing Director Ma and General Manager Wan finally leave, Li Shuai breathed a sigh of relief and said to Yi Juanhao with gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Yi. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Yi Juanhao said casually. Junhao, are you really the owner of Tianhong International Hotel? Zhou Hongji was still a little dazed from what had just happened. When did my best friend suddenly become the owner of a 5-star hotel? Yes, I also bought it recently. Yi Juanhao said truthfully. Zhou Hongji couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that his best friend was so hidden. Even he didn't know that Yi Juanhao was so rich. When Li Shui's two roommates learned of Yi Juanhao's identity, they immediately showed regret on their faces. They actually missed it. This clean and handsome junior turned out to be a low-key wealthy man. From the fact that he scared off General Wan and the other man just now, it can be seen that Yi Juanhao's identity and background are much more powerful than General Wan's. The attitudes of the two girls changed 180 degrees in an instant, from dealing with it casually at the beginning to now surrounding Yi Juanhao and fawning on him. They all want to fly to the tree and become a phoenix. Yi Juanhao didn't want to reveal his identity because he was afraid that people around him would be in awe of him and try to please him. He doesn't like this feeling, he prefers to get along with friends as an ordinary person. Li Shui saw Yi Juanhao's situation and spoke. "Brother Yi, it's getting late. I want to leave first. Can you see me off?" Hearing Li Shui's voice, Yi Juanhao cast a grateful look. "Of course." Then Yi Juanhao turned around and said something to his best friend Zhou Hongji. "Senior Li and I are leaving first. Hongji, you guys continue to have fun. Tonight's bill is free." Zhou Hongji returned a look, meaning, "I understand, you should just get along well with the campus beauty Li Shui." When Yi Juanhao saw this look, he immediately frowned. What is Zhou Hongji thinking? He and senior sister Li are innocent. After leaving Tianhong International Hotel, Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief as he was no longer pestered or asked to please. Then Yi Juanhao looked at Li Shui and asked curiously, "Senior Li, how do you know my identity?" When Li Shui was harassed by General Wan and Director Ma, Li Shui clearly knew that they had to ask me for help, which in itself explains the problem. Li Shui smiled sweetly and explained, "Because I was also in the hotel lobby this morning, and I happened to witness you dealing with that female anchor." So that's how it is. Yi Juanhao nodded, suddenly realizing. Soon, the two got into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and returned to school. In the car, Li Shui couldn't help but become curious about Yi Juanhao's identity and background again. Li Shui clearly remembered that Yi Juanhao took out a mysterious black card and shocked General Wan. It can be seen that the black card is very unusual, and the fact that Yi Juanhao is able to possess it shows, on the other hand, that Yi Juanhao's identity background is definitely not simple. Seeing Li Shui's curious look from the rearview mirror, Yi Juanhao smiled. "Senior Li, sometimes girls are too curious about something and they will get deeper and deeper into it. Then I just want to know." Li Shui moved closer to Yi Juanhao and whispered in his ear. Feeling the breeze beside his ears, Yi Juanhao's ears felt numb. In particular, Yi Juanhao saw the faint whiteness of Li Shui approaching him from the corner of his eye. "I immediately called her a witch in my heart and couldn't stand it. Senior Li, please don't test me. I'm just an ordinary college student," Yi Juanhao said with a wry smile. "Okay, I'll let you go. I didn't expect my junior to be so naive." Li Shui chuckled. As the two were joking, time passed quickly. Yi Juanhao drove back to the school, sent Li Shui back to the girls' dormitory, and then left. Yi Juanhao drove again and returned to his villa. This is how tonight's social event came to an end. After washing up, Yi Juanhao went to bed early and fell asleep before 11 p.m. The next day, Yi Juanhao got up early to exercise as usual. After eating a nutritious breakfast, he began to do nothing. Today's class is in the afternoon and the morning is free, so Yi Juanhao plans to work out in the villa's fitness area to kill time in the morning. 10 o'clock in the morning, at number 777 Jinhui Tianxia, Han Tianlin's villa. Several important guests came to Han Tianlin's villa today. There are 3 people in total, and their net worth is no less than Han Tianlin's. One of them is even worth as much as 20 billion. Today, it was this tycoon with a net worth of 20 billion who led the other 2 to Han Tianlin's villa to discuss a big project. They are all old friends of Han Tianlin. "What big project did you 3 bring today? It's so mysterious," Han Tianlin asked, puzzled. "Don't worry, Lao Han, I'll let you know." Lu Tianming, who was standing next to Han Tianlin and whose net worth was almost 10 billion, said with a smile. "Okay, stop keeping us in suspense, Lao Yan. Tell Lao Han about it. If you don't tell him, he'll probably be worried to death." Ha ha ha. Huang Zhenhai, who was also worth 10 billion, Mr. Huan followed up. The old yen that Huang Zhenhai mentioned was none other than Yan Wenyan, also known as Mr. Yen, who brought this big project and had a net worth of 20 billion. Yan Wenyan nodded and spoke. "It's like this. You know I'm in the jewelry processing business. Recently, my mining team overseas discovered a large diamond mine. I can't handle it with my current size, so I can only ask you old friends to partner up and help me digest it. After hearing what Yan Wenyan said, Han Tianlin was stunned. Even though the other two CEOs already knew it, they were still shocked when they heard it again. That's a diamond mine. If all of it could be mined, the value would be inestimable. Now that old Yen is sharing the profits, it may be difficult for him to finish them all by himself. The human, material, and financial resources required to mine diamonds are enormous, and it cannot be completed overnight. It takes years and months, and such consumption is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even Yan Wenyan, who is worth 20 billion, found it difficult. It is conceivable that the huge amount of financial resources required is beyond his ability to bear for the time being. You can invest and consider it as a share. You will get dividends when the time comes. This is a business that is sure to make money. Yan Wenyan continued. Are you sure it's a diamond mine? Han Tianlin wanted to confirm it again. Well, I flew abroad to check it out 2 days ago. It is undoubtedly a diamond mine. Yan Wenyan said with certainty. If it really is a diamond mine, I'll be included in the shares. I can invest 1 billion. Han Tianlin was not a person who liked to dwell on major issues, so he decided to invest immediately. 1 billion? Yan Wenyan frowned. What? How much gap is left? Han Tianlin asked curiously. There is still a funding gap of at least 5 billion. Yan Wenyan said after thinking for a while. So many? Looks like we need to find another partner. Han Tianlin thought about it, and then thought of someone who might be able to come up with a large sum of money. Chapter 49 Is 5 billion enough? I thought of someone who might be able to come up with a large sum of money to invest. Han Tianlin said to his 3 old friends with a smile. Who is it? Do we know each other? Yan Wenyan asked curiously. The other 2 also looked at him curiously. Who is the person Lao Han is talking about? Don't worry, that person lives next door to me, let's go over and ask him. Han Tianlin also kept the secret. Then the 3 curious people followed Han Tianlin to villa number 888 of Jinhui Tianxia. It was Yi Juanhao's king-class villa. The person Han Tianlin thought of was Yi Juanhao. Why did Han Tianlin think of Yi Juanhao? The reason is very simple. The fact that Yi Juanhao spent 1 billion at one time to acquire 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares is enough to show that Yi Juanhao definitely has more than 1 billion, or even more. In addition, the villa where Yi Juanhao lives is villa number 888, which is 1 level higher than his. This made Han Tianlin convinced in his heart that Yi Juanhao's identity and background were definitely not simple. Therefore, Han Tianlin immediately thought of Yi Juanhao. Arriving at the door of Yi Juanhao's villa, Han Tianlin pressed the doorbell. Yi Xiaoyu, are you there? At this time, Yi Juanhao, who was exercising in the fitness area, heard someone ringing the doorbell, so he temporarily stopped his self-discipline and went to open the door. When the door opened, Yi Juanhao was stunned to see 4 people coming. When Yi Juanhao saw Han Tianlin in front of him, he spoke. It's President Han. What's going on? Come in and talk. Yi Juanhao invited 4 people in. Then the 4 of them came to the living room and sat down. After sitting down, Han Tianlin began to introduce. Friend Yi, let me introduce you to these 3, they are my old friends. This is Yi Juanhao, friend Yi. After introducing each other, Han Tianlin's 3 old friends were a little disapproving. The Yi Juanhao in front of him was too young, just a junior. They don't need to be too enthusiastic towards the younger generation. They were all waiting for the real owner of the villa to come out. He thought that Yi Juanhao was just a junior of the villa owner, so he should just treat his junior like that. So when Han Tianlin introduced Yi Juanhao, they all just nodded, indicating that they understood. Yi Juanhao didn't care too much about the attitudes of these 3 people and asked Han Tianlin. Boss Han, what's the matter with you coming here today? Han Tianlin nodded and replied, it is true that we have something to do. We have a big project on hand. Before Han Tianlin could continue speaking, Lu Tianming on the side stopped him. Old Han, don't tell everyone everything. Where is the person who can pay a large sum of money? We are all here, why hasn't he shown up yet? Yeah, if he's not here, let's talk about it next time. Huang Zhenhai also echoed. Yan Wenyan didn't say anything, but his thoughts were the same as his 2 old friends. For a moment, Han Tianlin was stunned, and then he felt a little amused. Seeing Han Tianlin unable to hold back his laughter, Yan Wenyan couldn't help but speak out. Old Han, what on earth are you doing? Where is the person you are talking about? Yi Juanhao was also confused when he heard this. That person? Am I not the only one in this villa? Oh, it's all my fault for not making it clear. Mr. Yi is the person I mentioned who can pay a large sum of money. Han Tianlin scratched his head and said embarrassedly. What? At this moment, Han Tianlin's three old friends could hardly believe their ears. The person that Lao Han mentioned who could pay a large sum of money is the young man in front of him? Is this correct? Old Han, are you sure? There was a hint of disbelief in Yan Wenyan's tone. The Yi Juanhao in front of him was really too young, and it was hard to believe that he was someone who could come up with a large sum of money. Of course I'm sure. Han Tianlin nodded. Yi Xiaoyu is the owner of this villa. He also recently spent 1 billion to acquire 20% of the shares of Hongfeng Group. He can be said to be financially strong. There was praise in Han Tianlin's tone. He was not as outstanding as Yi Juanhao when he was young. After hearing Han Tianlin's reintroduction of Yi Juanhao, Yan Wenyan and the other two completely changed their impression of Yi Juanhao. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be able to acquire 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares at such a young age. I really admire him. Yes, this is better than many young people nowadays. Although Yi Juanhao was able to spend 1 billion to acquire 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares, this was just a surprise to Yan Wenyan and the other two, and it was nothing special. It's not that they can't come up with a billion, on the contrary, it's very easy for them to do so. If this is the only identity, it is obviously not enough. But Yi Juanhao's age is there, and he still has a long way to go in the future with a bright future, so their attitude is not as dismissive as before. But it has not received enough attention. But it seems that Yi Juanhao can still come up with some money to invest, Yan Wenyan and the other two thought. Since old Han recommended Yi Juanhao, it proves that he still has some ability. It doesn't matter if I tell him about the plan of the big diamond mine project, it just depends on how much he can come up with. Thank you for the compliment. Let's get down to business first. Yi Juanhao said directly. Well, this big project is a diamond mine. Han Tianlin briefly explained to Yi Juanhao the matters concerning the investment in the diamond mine, and Yan Wenyan beside him added some details at the appropriate time. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Yi Juanhao's reaction. Now it depends on how much money Yi Juanhao can invest. They all agreed that Yi Juanhao could only come up with 1 billion at most, which was already a very bold idea on their part. They estimated that Yi Juanhao could only come up with 200 to 300 million at most. Is there still a funding gap of 5 billion? Yi Juanhao murmured. Yi Juanhao fell silent. Everyone waited for 2 or 3 minutes, but Yi Juanhao didn't speak. They were immediately disappointed. It seemed that they had overestimated Yi Juanhao. I'm afraid that spending 1 billion to acquire 20% of Hongfeng Group's shares is already Yi Juanhao's limit. They guessed again that Yi Juanhao probably doesn't have much money now. After waiting for another minute, Yan Wenyan and the other two looked at Han Tianlin, wanting Han Tianlin to ask about the situation, but if that didn't work, then forget it. Han Tianlin nodded helplessly. It seemed that he had expected too much from Yi Xiaoyu. Just when Han Tianlin was about to speak and tell Yi Juanhao not to make things difficult for himself and to just let it go if it didn't work out, Yi Juanhao spoke slowly. It's not impossible to come up with 5 billion. Let me confirm, is 5 billion enough? For a moment, everyone thought they had heard it wrong again. Did Yi Juanhao just say that he could take out 5 billion? And he also asked if 5 billion was enough? Seeing that the four people didn't say anything, Yi Juanhao repeated it again. I can come up with 5 billion. I want to confirm, is 5 billion enough? After hearing Yi Juanhao say it again, they all heard it clearly. Yi Juanhao did say that he could come up with 5 billion, and also asked if 5 billion was enough. Yan Wenyan swallowed hard and said, yes, 5 billion is enough. Mr. Yi, can you really come up with 5 billion? This is not 50 yuan. Yi Juanhao nodded to show his confirmation. The next second, what Yi Juanhao said once again shocked Yan Wenyan and the other three. Chapter 50 Unlimited Overdraft Limit. No problem. If 5 billion is not enough, I can add a little more. Yi Juanhao said affirmatively. This scared Yan Wenyan and the other three very much. If 5 billion is not enough, can we add a little more? When did 5 billion become so worthless? Yi. Young friend Yi, have you thought it through? Han Tianlin said with a slightly trembling voice. Yeah, I've thought about it. If we spend 5 billion on investing in diamond mines, the future profits will definitely be higher than the current 5 billion. Yi Juwenhao nodded. That's true, but diamond mining is not a quick thing. It takes a certain amount of time and may not pay back that quickly. Yan Wenyan needs to make things clear to Yi Juwenhao. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Yi Juwenhao said casually. Well, Mr. Yi, we still have a few days, so go and prepare the funds during this time. Seeing Yi Juwenhao's calm expression, Yan Wenyan didn't know what to say. He believed that even if Yi Juwenhao was able to come up with 5 billion, it would definitely take him a few days to prepare, so he gave him enough time. Unexpectedly, Yi Juwenhao said something shocking again. It doesn't take a few days, it can be done now. The sooner you start mining, the faster you can get the benefits. Ah? Everyone was shocked to hear what Yi Juwenhao said. Before anyone could ask the questions in their minds, Yi Juwenhao pulled out his wallet and took out a black card with a gold border. It is the American Express Centurion Black Card awarded by the system software. Yi Juwenhao then took out his mobile phone and logged into the official website of the American Express Centurion Black Card. After entering a series of information, Yi Juwenhao received a text message. Yi Juwenhao took a look at the content of the text message, which was information about the arrival of money into his bank card. Yi Juwenhao immediately nodded with satisfaction. Boss Yen, give me your bank card number and I'll transfer it to you. Yan Wenyan was stunned for a moment when he saw the black gold card in Yi Juwenhao's hand. He seemed to have seen this card somewhere, but couldn't remember where. The other three felt similarly. Yan Wenyan immediately wrote down his bank card number on a piece of paper in a daze and handed it to Yi Juwenhao. After Yi Juwenhao took it, he quickly entered the transfer information. Not long after, Yi Juwenhao spoke. All right. Yan Wenyan looked suspicious and somewhat unconvinced. Yi Juwenhao just operated on his mobile phone and asked for a bank card number, and he successfully transferred 5 billion? This is hard to believe. Just when Yan Wenyan was puzzled, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was the text message alert tone of his cell phone. Yan Wenyan opened his phone curiously and took a look at the content of the text message. Then his eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Yi Juwenhao with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Tianming, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong with Yan Wenyan. He asked curiously, "What's wrong, old Yan? Is there something wrong?" The money has arrived. Yan Wenyan said with some stammering. What money? Huang Zhenhai didn't react for a moment. 50 billion has really arrived. Yan Wenyan said excitedly. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Juwenhao, all revealing a look of disbelief. Yi Juwenhao really transferred 5 billion to Yan Wenyan's account in a short while. Suddenly, Huang Zhenhai exclaimed, pointing at the black and gold card in Yi Juwenhao's hand, and said in a trembling voice. Could this card be the legendary Centurion Black Gold card? Hearing Huang Zhenhai's exclamation, others also looked at the black gold card in Yi Juwenhao's hand. Absolutely right, this is the Centurion Black Gold card. Only it can withdraw 5 billion so easily. Yan Wenyan said excitedly. Yi Juwenhao nodded and said with a smile, yes, this is indeed the Centurion Black Gold card. Even after hearing Yi Juwenhao confirm it in person, they were still unable to recover from the shock. At this moment, Yan Wenyan admired Yi Juwenhao very much in his heart. They all missed it. Yi Juwenhao turned out to be a hidden big boss. The Centurion Black Gold card can only be held by the children of top wealthy families or those in power. Ordinary people are not qualified at all and cannot even see it. Even Yan Wenyan, who is worth 20 billion, does not have this qualification. In an instant, except for Han Tianlin, who was already on good terms with Yi Juwenhao, the attitudes of the other three people suddenly changed 180 degrees. From the initial contempt to the changed impression, and then to the flattery now, only 1 hour has passed. Boss Yi, our attitude was a bit bad at first. Please don't be offended by us. Boss Yi, if you need us in the future, just let us know. We will never refuse. The three people's way of addressing Yi Juwenhao suddenly changed from you to you. He completely regarded Yi Juwenhao as a big shot of a higher level than himself. This is the change brought about by a strong identity and background. Yi Juwenhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. With Mr. Yi's 5 billion in funding, plus the 6 billion from the four of us, a total of 11 billion, we can start mining in 2 days once we're ready. Yan Wanyan said happily. Then the issue of shares was discussed. How about this? Based on the amount of money invested, Mr. Yi will have 46% of the shares with 5 billion, and the three of you will each have 9% with 1 billion. I will invest 3 billion, accounting for the remaining 27%. Yan Wanyan stated the final shareholdings of each person. No one had any objection to what Yan Wanyan said. Han Tianlin will also deliver Yi Juanhao's equity agreement when the time comes. After finalizing the matters concerning the diamond mine, the four chatted with Yi Juanhao for a while before getting up to say goodbye, fearing that they had disturbed Yi Juanhao for too long and made him dislike them. Now they dared not show any disrespect to Yi Juanhao. After the four people left, Yi Juanhao looked at the Centurion Black Gold card in his hand, thoughtfully. This time he used the function of the Centurion Black Gold card to withdraw the huge sum of 5 billion. As the legendary Centurion Black Gold card, it not only represents status, but also has one most important function: unlimited overdraft limit. It is precisely because of this card's unlimited overdraft limit that Yi Juanhao was able to take out 5 billion at one time. Otherwise, he would not have that much liquid cash on hand. Why does this card have such an amazing function? The answer is simple. People who own the Centurion Black Gold card have extremely high status and are not short of small amounts of money. The credit limit of a regular bank card cannot meet their needs at all, so the black card was born. The Centurion Black card is the king of black cards, with an unlimited overdraft limit. However, this unlimited overdraft limit does not mean that you do not have to repay. If you are overdue to a certain extent, it will still be very troublesome. It is not impossible that your credit report will be affected. At that time, your ability to take airplanes, high-speed trains and other means of transportation will be greatly restricted. Yi Juanhao doesn't want to be the first person to have his credit reported on the Centurion Black Gold card. That would be too embarrassing. The reason why Yi Juanhao took out 5 billion from the Centurion Black Gold card was because he saw the horrific profits that this diamond mine would bring in the future. That profit is definitely far more than the current value of 5 billion. It was because Yi Juanhao thought of this that he took out 5 billion. Otherwise, he would not have overdrawn so much of the credit limit so easily. After all, it was not given for free and had to be repaid. Yi Juanhao is not afraid of being cheated or anything like that, because he owns the system software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. Although 5 billion is a lot, it is definitely not the upper limit of the system software, and it will be easy to earn it back in the future. Yi Juanhao put away his thoughts and prepared to return to school as he had another class in the afternoon. Chapter 51 Don't go home this week. Yi Juanhao walked to the garage of the villa and looked at the Porsche 911 that had not been driven for a long time. On a whim, he got in this relatively ordinary Porsche 911 and went to school. Classes will officially begin soon. This class was about production and operations management, and it was all about factory management. Yi Juanhao wasn't very interested and was a little distracted. While daydreaming, Yi Juanhao looked at where Chen Yuning's roommates were sitting and found that Chen Yuning was not there. Yi Juanhao hadn't seen Chen Yuning for several days and couldn't help but miss her. He found that he really liked Chen Yuning. After just a few days of not seeing her, he became a little absent-minded. There is a feeling that I can't wait to see her right away. I don't know where Yuning has gone these days. I'll ask her roommate after class, Yi Juanhao thought. Time passed quickly and the afternoon class finally ended. When Chen Yuning's roommates walked out of the classroom, Yi Juanhao followed them and walked in front of them. Excuse me for disturbing you. I want to ask why Yuning hasn't come to class these few days? Hearing the question, Chen Yuning's roommates stopped and were a little surprised when they saw that it was Yi Juanhao. It's Junhao, didn't Yuning tell you? Said one of the roommates. Yi Juanhao shook his head. It's like this, I heard that Yuning was sick these days, so she asked for leave to go home and rest. Said another roommate. Are you sick? Is it serious? Yi Juanhao asked anxiously. Chen Yuning's roommates all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. She's taken a few days off. It must be a bit serious. A few of us are planning to find time to visit her tomorrow weekend. I see. Yi Juanhao thought for a moment and continued, okay, tell me if you have any news after your visit. Chen Yuning's roommates nodded. They all knew that the relationship between Chen Yuning and Yi Juanhao was not simple. Then Yi Juanhao left his phone number to Chen Yuning's roommates so that they could contact him. Chen Yuning's roommates wrote down Yi Juanhao's phone number and left. The reason why Yi Juanhao did not choose to visit Chen Yuning's home in person was that he had concerns. He didn't know what identity he should have when visiting. Classmate? Or boyfriend? If he is a classmate, then it would be a bit too deliberate. As a man, would you go to someone's home to visit just because your classmate is sick? Moreover, it was a male classmate visiting a female classmate, which could easily cause misunderstanding, especially since it was at Chen Yuning's home. Her parents must be there too, which was not good. If he is a boyfriend, it is also not good if I haven't officially confirmed the relationship with Yu Ning. After thinking it over, I decided to let Yu Ning's roommates go visit first. If there is any big problem, they will also inform me. When that time really comes, Yi Juanhao won't care about their status as classmates or boyfriends, he will just go for it first. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao stopped hesitating, and after sending some words of comfort to Chen Yuning on WeChat, he continued to drive his relatively ordinary Porsche 911 back to his villa. On the other hand, since tomorrow is the weekend, Li Shuai, a native of Minnesota, always goes home to stay at the weekend. Home is always much more comfortable than the school dormitory. After saying goodbye to her roommates, Li Shuai left the dormitory and prepared to go home. Not long after leaving the dormitory, Li Shuai's cell phone suddenly rang. Li Shuai looked at the caller ID and found that it was her mother calling. She was a little curious. She was getting ready to go home. Was there anything her mother couldn't tell her tonight? Without thinking any further, Li Shuai pressed the answer button. Xiaoi, you are coming back tonight, right? Asked Li Shuai's mother. Yeah, don't I come back every weekend? Li Shuai didn't quite understand what her mother meant. How about this, you don't go home this week? There are guests at home, and it's not convenient for you to go home. Li Shuai's mother said tactfully. There are guests at home? Who is it? Li Shuai asked curiously. Don't ask me any more questions. Just don't go home this week. I'll call you back after your dad and I finish entertaining the guests. There was a hint of unquestionable tone in Li Shuai's mother's tone, and she did not answer who the guest in Li Shuai's house was. Li Shuai was a little confused by her mother's tone. But my going home won't affect your reception of guests. Li Shuai still wants to go home. Xiaoi, why are you becoming more and more disobedient to your mother as you grow older? I told you that we have guests coming to our house and you should not come back this week. Can't you even do such a simple request? Li Shuai's mother said angrily. Mom, it's not like that. I just want to go home comfortably on the weekend. Seeing that her mother's tone was a little angry, Li Shuai hurriedly spoke. Then you should listen to your mother. Don't go home this week. Stay at school obediently. After your father and I have finished receiving these guests, you can stay at home comfortably. Otherwise. Li Shuai's mother was not paying attention and almost told the actual situation, so she stopped talking immediately. Otherwise? Li Shuai caught the last words in her mother's words. It seemed that there was some hidden secret? You have to know that Li Shuai has been a curious person since she was a child, otherwise she wouldn't have been so curious about Yi Juanhao's identity and background. Now, hearing her mother stop talking halfway, Li Shuai felt as if she had been scratched by a cat and felt itchy. Then, in order to change the topic of what she had almost told the truth about accidentally, Li Shuai's mother specifically asked about Li Shuai's studies in school this week. After chatting for a while, seeing that Li Shuai didn't ask any more questions, Li Shuai's mother once again reminded Li Shuai not to go home and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Li Shuai's curiosity not only did not decrease, but instead increased. Reason told Li Shuai that she should listen to her mother, but there was a voice in her heart telling her to go back and see what was going on. What kind of guest could make you have a home but not be able to return? Li Shuai was really curious and wished she could be at home and watch what was happening. After some ideological struggle, Li Shuai finally decided to go home and visit. She just needed to look around her home to see if there were any guests. If the guest is very important to her father's business, Li Shuai will be very sensible and leave and continue to stay in the school dormitory. But if something important happened and her mother hid it from her, Li Shuai could not accept it. She is an adult and can share any problems with her family. She is no longer a child. After making up her mind, Li Shuai still chose to take a taxi home. Not long after, Li Shuai returned to the outside of her villa. Li Shuai quietly walked to the windowsill of the villa and peeked at the situation inside the house. It didn't matter that she saw it. After seeing it, Li Shuai almost screamed in surprise. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time to prevent herself from making any sound. Chapter 52. I thought of someone. The reason why Li Shuai was surprised was because she saw two people. These two people were none other than Mr. Wan and Director Ma, who had been harassing Li Shuai before. Why are these two people in their own home? Li Shuai was so curious that she almost exclaimed out loud. Are they trying to convince their parents to let them star in that drama? If Li Shuai just starred in a drama, it would be nothing. But Li Shuai knew that the conditions that General Wan had mentioned before could only be met by her to play the leading female role, and one of the conditions was probably that she would have to sell her body, which was absolutely impossible. It is even more impossible to convince my parents now. She heard the sound of conversation coming from inside the villa and Li Shuai listened quietly. I wonder what brings you here today? Li Shuai's father asked directly. Boss Li, your factory must have been having a hard time these past 2 days. Mr. Wan had a calm look on his face, as if he was in control of everything, and spoke slowly. Li Shuai's father's face changed. How do you know that? This is easy, because your daughter has offended President Wan. President Wan is unhappy now and can destroy your factory at any time. Director Ma said on the side. You're the one who got my factory into trouble? Li Shuai's father pointed angrily at Mr. Wan in front of him. We just want your daughter to star in a drama I invested in, but your daughter refused to agree to my conditions, even though I offered her the opportunity to compete for the leading female role. I have no choice but to do this. Mr. Wan pretended to be helpless and said. After hearing what Mr. Wan said, Li Shuai's father was stunned for a moment, and then he understood everything. He knew that his daughter was studying acting and wanted to develop in the entertainment industry. She would never miss the opportunity to play the leading female role. The reason why my daughter refused was most likely that Mr. Wan's conditions were too unreasonable. Li Shuai's father also knew that there were unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, and he understood it in an instant. It's normal for your beautiful daughter to be coveted by others. I understand. You failed to get your hands on my daughter, so you bribed my partner and let him take away all the money and payments from the factory, right? Li Shuai's father asked angrily. Because the partner took away all the payment for goods and money of the factory, Li Shuai's father is now facing a huge debt. After discussing with Li Shuai's mother, he decided to sell the villa to repay the debts, so Li Shuai's mother called Li Shuai and asked her not to go home this week. Now Li Shuai's parents finally knew everything. Why did such a thing happen in the factory in the past 2 days? It turned out that it was all caused by this General Wan. Just so you know, if you want your factory to return to its original state, or even go one step further, then you have to convince your daughter to agree to my terms. Otherwise, you will have to wander the streets. At that time, your daughter will still be mine and will not be able to escape from my palm. Please think about it carefully. General Wan issued the final ultimatum and left with Director Ma. When Mr. Wan left, there was an indescribable sense of pride on his face, as if he had seen Li Shuai begging him obediently. After the two left, Li Shuai's father sighed deeply. It seems that he can no longer keep his factory and will face huge debts. He couldn't do anything like sacrificing his own daughter. In an instant, Li Shuai's father's hair turned a lot grayer. Li Shuai's mother was also crying sadly. She didn't understand why a good family had become like this. All the conversations inside the villa were known to Li Shuai, who was eavesdropping outside the villa window. Li Shuai was feeling very sad at this moment. Seeing her parents looking sad and worried in the villa, she felt very uncomfortable. After General Wan and Director Ma left completely, Li Shuai did not hide anymore. She ran into her home in an instant. When Li Shuai's parents saw someone coming in, they thought it was General Wan and his partner who had not left yet, so they looked over. Dad, Mom, I know everything. As soon as she entered the door, Li Shuai said directly. Li Shuai's mother was the first to react. Xiaoyi? Didn't I tell you not to go home this week? Why are you so disobedient? Mom, I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult, and this incident was caused by me. I can't let you face it alone. Li Shuai said with a firm look on her face. What can you do? You know, Mr. Wan is the CEO of Tiancheng Entertainment Group, which has a market value of 6 billion. We are just an ordinary family. How can we fight against him? Li Shuai's father sighed and said. Dad, I believe there will be a way to solve it. There's nothing I can do. I can't even keep my only factory, and I'm still in debt of tens of millions. Our family is finished. Li Shui's father seemed to have given up on himself. He lit a cigarette and started smoking. When he blew out the smoke rings, his whole body revealed the decadent aura of a middle-aged man. He is completely two different people compared to his usual confident and talkative appearance. Seeing the changes in her father, Li Shui felt even more upset. It's all my fault. Why did I want to learn acting? Why did I yearn for the entertainment industry? Okay, Shui, hurry up and go back to school. Mom has a little money here. It's enough for you to spend for a few years. Before I resolve this matter with your father, you should not come home. Mom and Dad will sell this villa to repay part of the debt, and we will find a way to deal with the rest. Don't worry about us having no place to live. Mom and Dad will move back to the old, run-down house we had before. Just study hard in school. Li Shui's mother told all her plans at once and arranged everything afterwards. No. How can people live in the old houses there? There are too many mosquitoes in the summer, the roof leaks, and it's not warm in the winter. Absolutely not. Li Shui does not agree with her mother's approach. Shui, don't be willful. This is the best way to deal with it right now. Li Shui's mother had no choice. They couldn't sacrifice their daughter, so they could only let them, as parents, suffer a little. As long as I can slowly pay off my debts, I can still live a normal life. Although it is not as good as before, it is still better than having a choice. Shui, just listen to your mother's arrangements, take the money, and go back to school now. Li Shui's father spoke with an unquestionable tone. At this moment, Li Shui burst into tears. Dad, Mom, I can't bear to leave you. Li Shui's parents were also reluctant to let her go. They turned their heads away and tried hard not to cry. I didn't expect that such a happy family would break up like this. Suddenly, Li Shui, who was crying, seemed to think of something. She thought of someone who could help their family solve the problem completely. Chapter 53 I'll give you 100 million. The person Li Shui thought of was Yi Juanhao. She was so anxious just now that she didn't think about it for a moment. Junior Yi's identity and background are such that even Mr. Wan is afraid of him, so there will be no problem asking him for help. But, will Junior Brother Yi help me? I have only met Junior Yi once, and we only met at a dormitory social activity, so we can't say we have a very deep friendship. If I rashly ask Junior Brother Yi for help, will he refuse outright? Although Li Shui thought of someone who could solve the problem at this time, she could not guarantee that the other party would help her. Li Shui fell into deep thought. What reasons could she have to ask Yi Shuedi to help her? Thinking of the end, Li Shui felt helpless. It seems that now only this body of mine can attract Junior Brother Yi to help me. Putting Yi Juanhao and Mr. Wan together, Li Shui would definitely choose Yi Juanhao without hesitation. Yi Juanhao is a clean-looking and handsome boy after all. On the other hand, Mr. Wan is a middle-aged man with bad character and a big belly. As they both sacrificed themselves, Li Shui felt that there was really not much to criticize about Yi Shuedi. If Yi Juanhao can help her family resolve this crisis, Li Shui is willing to hand herself over to Yi Juanhao. If Yi Juanhao doesn't have a girlfriend, then she will be his girlfriend. If Yi Juanhao has a girlfriend, then she will be his underground lover. Thinking of this, Li Shui made a plan. After all, she was very confident in her figure and appearance, and she was definitely able to win over Shuedi Yi. After making up her mind, Li Shui raised her head and said to her parents, Dad, Mom, you don't have to sell the villa. I have a way to solve this problem. After hearing what their daughter said, Li Shui's parents were not happy, but their faces changed suddenly. Shui, please don't do anything stupid. Don't put yourself in a difficult position to please that disgusting President Wan. Li Shui's mother said anxiously that she was afraid her daughter would sacrifice herself for them. After all, even they couldn't think of any good solution, so what could their daughter do? The only possibility is to agree to Mr. Wan's conditions. There is no other way. Mom, what are you talking about? Why would I cater to that disgusting President Wan? Li Shui was a little amused. So what's your solution? Now, even Li Shui's father asked curiously. Dad, Mom, I have a boyfriend. He has the ability to help us solve this problem. Li Shui said with a smile. What? Shui has a boyfriend? How come they didn't know about it before? If you have a boyfriend, do you still need to go home every weekend? Li Shui's parents expressed doubts. Seeing her parents' disbelieving expressions, Li Shuai had no choice but to explain, "It's my new boyfriend, Yi Juanhao, who I just started dating this week. He's very capable and can definitely help our family handle this matter." "Well, even if you have a boyfriend, how can you be sure that he can help us? You know, the other party is the president of Tiancheng Entertainment Group, and our family still owes tens of millions of debts. If your boyfriend knew about this, he would definitely run away. How can he help us without any reservation?" Li Shuai's father analyzed the situation rationally and helped his daughter see the current situation of her family clearly. No matter which boy encounters this kind of family situation, he will choose to run away. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. He is different from others. Just wait and see." Li Shuai is very clear about Yi Juanhao's abilities. As long as he is willing to take action, there will be no problem. Seeing that their daughter seemed to be in love, Li Shuai's parents didn't know what to say and decided to let their daughter give it a try. Then Li Shuai took out her cell phone, found Yi Juanhao's phone number and dialed it. This phone number was exactly the contact information that the two had left with each other during a chat at a dormitory social event. On the other side, Yi Juanhao was in his villa, staring blankly at Chen Yuning's WeChat message on his phone. The words of condolence he sent have not received a response yet. He was a little worried about Yuning's current condition. Was her illness serious? Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and Yi Juanhao, who was in a daze, was startled. Seeing a phone call coming in, Yi Juanhao answered it without even checking the caller ID. He guessed that it must be Chen Yuning's roommates calling. They must have just visited Chen Yuning and then called. "How is Yuning now? Is she okay?" Yi Juanhao asked the question in his mind without even thinking. Li Shuai, who had just got through the phone, had no time to be happy before Yi Juanhao's words poured cold water on her. "Yuning? Is this the name of Yi Shuai's girlfriend?" At this moment, Li Shuai suddenly felt a little sour. However, this was also within Li Shuai's expectations. Her plan would not change. At most, she would become Yi Shuai's underground lover. After being stunned for a while, Li Shuai spoke. "Brother Yi, it's me, Li Shuai." Yi Juanhao was a little embarrassed now, because the calls were not from Yuning's roommates. "Oh, is it Senior Li? What's the matter?" Yi Juanhao recovered quickly and asked. "It's like this, Junior Brother Yi, do you still remember that Mr. Wan who was driven away during the last social gathering?" "Remember. I didn't expect that Mr. Wan would not give up on me. He used his own resources to suppress my father's factory, causing our family to be on the verge of bankruptcy. We owe tens of millions of dollars, and we are really at our wits' end. Brother Yi, can you help me? You are the only one who can help me now." Li Shuai's voice was a little choked, as if she had found someone to talk to. Next to them, Li Shuai's parents felt a little disappointed when they heard their daughter addressing Yi Juanhao. Whose boyfriend or girlfriend calls each other junior or senior like this? After listening to Li Shuai's confession, Yi Juanhao fell into silence. Listening to the silence on the other end of the phone, Li Shuai's mood at this moment was like riding a roller coaster, up and down, and she could not find a foothold. A minute later, Yi Juanhao spoke. "How much debt do you owe now?" Li Shuai asked her father and he replied, "About 60 million. Hearing this amount, Yi Juanhao said without thinking, 60 million, right? Well, Senior Li, I'll give you 100 million. It's just enough to pay off the debt and have some left over to take care of the factory-related matters." After hearing Yi Juanhao's reply, Li Shuai hadn't reacted in time, but then she was overjoyed. These were definitely the most beautiful words she had ever heard. This is more beautiful than any love words. She couldn't believe what she heard and asked again. "Is this true, Yi Shuai?" "Of course it's true. It's just a piece of cake," Yi Juanhao said with a smile. "You're so nice to me." Li Shuai's heart was filled with sweetness at this moment. Junior Yi was indeed the person she had high hopes for. It would be difficult for her to repay this favor in her lifetime, so she could only give herself to him. Li Shuai has already decided on Yi Juanhao. "Yeah, but you have to wait for me for 10 minutes while I prepare something," Yi Juanhao added. "No problem, Brother Yi, I'll wait for you." Li Shuai's voice suddenly became gentle and pleasant. This was the first time she spoke to a boy in such a gentle tone. After hanging up the phone, Li Shuai looked very happy, and then boasted to her parents, "Dad, Mom, Junior Brother Yi agreed to lend us 100 million, but we need to wait 10 minutes. After hearing what their daughter said, Li Shui's parents were not happy, but rather a little bit unconvinced. No matter how rich Yi Juanhao's family is, it is impossible for him to take out 100 million yuan so easily to help other families. They still had to wait for 10 minutes, which made Li Shui's parents shake their heads. I'm afraid that in 10 minutes, we will no longer be able to contact Yi Juanhao. In the eyes of Li Shui's parents, this was just Yi Juanhao's delaying tactic. They all looked down upon Yi Juanhao and thought that he was just deceiving their daughter. Chapter 54 I'm just an ordinary college student. The reason why Yi Juanhao said he would wait 10 minutes before transferring the money to Li Shui was because he needed time to earn 100 million. When Li Shui said that their family owed 60 million yuan, Yi Juanhao had an idea. There is also a prop card in his system software backpack 1,000 times the amount returned card. The maximum amount that can be obtained from this 1,000-fold refund card is 100 million yuan, but it is limited to 1 day. That means Yi Juanhao has to spend 100,000 yuan a day. Before, Yi Juanhao was still worrying about how to spend 100,000 yuan, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come. And why should we give Li Shui 100 million instead of only 60 million? The reason is very simple. Yi Juanhao is still 10% short of comprehensive physical fitness, and only the novice level can reach 100%. The fastest way to advance to the entry level now is to spend 100 million and get some super rich points. Then use these points to get the last 10% of comprehensive physical fitness, thus reaching 100% and being promoted to the entry level. Suddenly, the system prompt sound appeared in Yi Juanhao's mind without warning. Host, please note that an additional challenge is coming. Help Li Shui's family pay off all debts, and ensure that Wan, the general manager of Tiancheng Entertainment Group, no longer harasses Li Shui. Successfully completing the challenge will reward you with the ownership of Huaniying Xinghue Cinema and becoming the boss of Huaniying Xinghue Cinema, which is worth 200 million. The arrival of the extra challenge made Yi Juanhao stunned. I didn't expect that this would trigger an extra challenge, and the reward for this extra challenge was also very good, and I got the ownership of Huaniying Xinghue Cinema. However, in order to help Li Shui's family out of the predicament as soon as possible, Yi Juanhao did not immediately check the relevant information of the Huaniying Xinghue Cinema. What he has to do now is to achieve the small goal of earning 100 million. Soon Yi Juanhao had an idea. Yi Juanhao walked to the study room of the villa and turned on the desktop computer. After turning on the computer, Yi Juanhao downloaded Orca Live and successfully registered an account. His account name is I'm just an ordinary college student. After filling in various personal authentication information, Yi Juanhao can watch the live broadcast. Currently his level is LV.0. Then Yi Juanhao turned on the sports bracelet, entered the software Start Self-Discipline, becoming the world's richest man is not a dream, went to the backpack, and activated the 1,000-fold amount refund card. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the 1,000-fold amount refund card. The remaining time is 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, and the upper limit is 100 million. Okay, activation is successful. Now you only need to spend 100,000 yuan to get 100 million yuan. That's right, the way Yi Juanhao thought of to spend 100,000 yuan was very simple, which was to give rewards through live broadcast. He calculated that the most expensive gift on Orca Live is the Ultimate Treasure Map. An Ultimate Treasure Map gift is worth 5,000 yuan. He only needs to buy 20 of them to reward the anchor. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao found the game column and the killer whale live, and then clicked on one of his favorite game sections. His favorite game is the popular 5v5 mobile battle game Armed Battle. The mobile game of Armed Battle is a game in which 5 players control heroes, buy equipment, and fight against 5 opposing players, and fight together until victory. Yi Juanhao doesn't just give rewards to any host casually. He will definitely choose the host he likes and feels is pretty good to give rewards to. Although we are not short of money, we can't spend it recklessly, right? Yi Juanhao opened each live broadcast one by one to watch, but he couldn't watch most of them after just one glance. The hosts were shouting louder than each other, screaming like ghosts. Even though this is a team game, there's no need to shout so loudly. Yi Juanhao personally prefers anchors who play games quietly, as this allows him to immerse himself in the game and feel like he is playing it himself. It just so happened that the live broadcast that Yi Juanhao entered at this time was of this type. It was a female anchor wearing Lolita clothing. She was playing the game quietly, occasionally speaking to command her teammates or asking them to pay attention to enemy heroes. Her voice is very sweet and lovable, but unfortunately, only a dozen people are watching her live broadcast. Yi Juanhao saw someone in the barrage saying that the female anchor was not passionate enough when playing games and should be more passionate. The Lolita female anchor responded that she was just broadcasting casually during the school holidays and she was not a professional game anchor. Please forgive her if her broadcast was not good. But that person was obviously a hater, and he continued to talk about the Lolita female anchor. You're just being lame by broadcasting like this. I guess you were a bad student in school. Playing games is about being passionate and shouting out loud. What are you doing whispering like this? You are not deliberately making your voice sound soft and sweet, thinking that you can attract a big brother and get him to pay you? It's really hilarious, ha 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 ha. The black fan became more and more excited as he spoke, and said with great pride. Clearly a keyboard warrior. But the Lolita female anchor was not angry. Instead, she explained everything back in a good temper. The black fans looked at the humble appearance of the Lolita female anchor and said more and more unpleasant words, which were out of control and almost made the Lolita female anchor cry. When Yi Juanhao saw this scene, he couldn't help but speak up for the Lolita female anchor. He thought the Lolita female anchor did a great job. I think the female anchor is doing a great job, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just an ordinary college student, speaking within a minute. When the black fan saw someone speaking for the Lolita female anchor, he was stunned for a moment, and then looked at that person's account name and account level. Upon seeing this, the black fan immediately looked very disdainful. It turned out to be a low-level user of level 0. How dare such rubbish interrupt him? Don't you know that he is a distinguished LV.10 user? Although this black fan is at level 10, he actually gained this level through free gifts he receives every day, which only amount to a few dozen dollars in total. However, this does not affect the black fan's proud mentality at all. LV.10 is countless times more noble than LV.0, and is always much better than people with zero charge. After knowing that the other party was a low-level user at LV.0, the black fan continued to show off. You are a low-level user with a leopard head and zero charge. How dare you speak? Get out of here. You have no right to speak here. This black fan even added my ID, saying that I am just an ordinary college student, implying that this sentence is directed to you. Yi Juanhao frowned. It seemed that there was no way to make this black fan shut up unless he showed his strength. Yi Juanhao immediately recharged 100,000 yuan into his account. During Yi Juanhao's recharging process, the black fan saw that Yi Juanhao's ID did not speak again and immediately became satisfied. LV.10 is really awesome. It seems like I'll have to get more free gifts every day to keep raising my level, the black fan couldn't help but think. Just when the black fans were feeling smug, the next second, a series of amazing world-class scrolling lights appeared in the live broadcast room of the Lolita female anchor. This scene shocked the hater so much that he was speechless. Chapter 55 Give someone a taste of their own medicine. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the Lolita female anchor was filled with world-class marquee special effects, blinding the eyes of everyone in the room. This world-class marquee special effect can only be summoned by the most expensive ultimate treasure map gifts of Killer Whale Live. This world-class status means that all live broadcast rooms of the entire Orca live broadcast will produce a marquee special effect. The marquee will also include the sender SID and the corresponding live broadcast room number. In an instant, half of the Killer Whale Live was shocked. What's going on? What happened? All the viewers in the live broadcast room had this question. Then, a steady stream of people began to pour into the live broadcast room of the Lolita female anchor. These people all want to know which big boss gave away so many ultimate treasure maps at one time. As more and more people flocked into the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments also increased, and the words spoken by the previous black fan were completely drowned out. When the black fan looked at the account ID that sent the ultimate treasure map, he was speechless and was stunned. The person who gave away so many ultimate treasure maps turned out to be the low-level user of LV.0 whom he had looked down upon before. I'm just an ordinary college student. I saw the level information of I'm just an ordinary college student suddenly increased from LV.0 to LV.40. LV.40 is the level that can be reached by recharging and giving away gifts worth 100,000 yuan. At once, the audience that poured into the live broadcast room were all cheering. I'm just an ordinary college student. Big shot, invincible. The boss actually upgraded from LV.0 to LV.40 in one go. That would cost $100,000. It must be some big shot who was here to practice his trumpet. He must be a hidden rich man. Looking at the ID name, it seems that he is a college student. Really amazing. I must pay attention to this rich guy. Seeing the screen full of people worshipping I'm just an ordinary college student, the black fan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be dragged out by this big shot and publicly executed, so he quickly left the live broadcast room in disgrace and ran away. He didn't dare to stay any longer. The Lolita female anchor was about to cry because of the scolding from the black fans. Now she was stunned when she saw the special effects brought by the ultimate treasure map that filled the whole screen. It took a while for the Lolita female anchor to recover. She seemed very nervous. There had never been so many people visiting her live broadcast room before, but it did not affect her gratitude. Thank you very much for sending me 20 ultimate treasure maps, even though I am just an ordinary college student. I wish you a successful love and career, and a smooth life from now on. Because of the 20 ultimate treasure maps sent by Yi Juanhao, a large number of people were attracted to the live broadcast room to watch, resulting in the number of people in the live broadcast room of the Lolita female anchor instantly exceeding 100,000 plus. After delivering the gift, Yi Juanhao received a prompt from the system in time. The host has successfully spent 100,000 yuan. With the 1,000-fold amount return card increase, 100 million yuan has been returned to the host's account. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Juanhao nodded with satisfaction. He finally earned the 100 million yuan. Back in the live broadcast room, Yi Juanhao looked at the Lolita female anchor who was still thanking him, and couldn't help but say, "Little sister, you play the game well. Don't pay attention to what the black fans say in the future. Keep up your live streaming style. I like it very much, but at the same time I hope you don't neglect your studies. I'm just an ordinary college student, speaking within 1 minute. It's the boss who spoke. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome." Seeing Yi Juanhao's speech, the Lolita female anchor quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. She was very happy and felt that she was understood by this person, and that this person was a big shot. She immediately followed Yi Juanhao's account and sent him her own green bubble, hoping that this big guy would look for her to play games in the future. Because Yi Juanhao was generous, many people followed Yi Juanhao's account and this Lolita female anchor, and the number of fans on both sides skyrocketed. After watching the live broadcast for 2 minutes, Yi Juanhao left the live broadcast room. He turned around, picked up his cell phone and dialed Li Shui's number. On the other side, Li Shui, who was anxiously waiting, heard her cell phone ringing and quickly looked at the caller ID. When she found out it was Yi Juanhao calling, she immediately answered the phone happily. "Hey, Yi Shuedi, how are you?" "Yes, I'm ready. Give me your bank card number and I'll transfer it to you." "Okay, Junior Yi, I'll tell you my father's bank card number." Knowing the bank card number, Yi Juanhao put the call on the background and started the transfer. After a while, 100 million yuan was transferred into the bank card number of Li Shui's father. "Okay, Senior Li, can you ask your uncle to check if the money has arrived?" Yi Juanhao said with a smile. Li Shui immediately said to her father excitedly, "Dad, Junior Yi has transferred the money to your bank card, please check it quickly." Hearing what his daughter said, Li Shui's father took out his mobile phone with a suspicious look on his face. As soon as Li Shui's father turned on his mobile phone, he received a text message. This is actually true. It really is 100 million. Looking at the 8 zeros at the end of his bank card balance, Li Shui's father said in disbelief. Li Shui's mother also looked at her husband's mobile phone and was also shocked. Li Shui puffed out her chest with some pride, with an indescribable look of satisfaction on her face. It seems to be saying, "Look, this is the man your daughter has her eyes on." Before hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhao continued speaking. "And seniorly, you don't have to worry about that boss one pestering you in the future. I will find someone to teach him a profound lesson." "Yeah, all up to you." Li Shui felt very safe at this moment. With junior brother Yi around, it seemed that there was nothing that could not be solved. He told me not to worry about Mr. Wan's harassment anymore, and there would be no problem. Li Shui now wished she could be by Yi Juanhao's side, hug him tightly, and thank him for helping her family. After this incident, she probably couldn't think of any other man in her heart except Yi Juanhao. After saying some comforting words to Li Shui, Yi Juanhao hung up the phone, turned around and walked out of his villa, and came to Han Tianlin's villa. After meeting Yi Juanhao, Han Tianlin welcomed Yi Juanhao into his villa. In the villa, Yan Wenyan, Lu Tianming, and Huang Zhenhai were also there. They were drafting the details of the equity agreement and preparing to sign them respectively. Seeing Yi Juanhao coming, Yan Wenyan said happily, "Mr. Yi, you came at the right time. We were just about to bring your equity agreement over." Thank you, Mr. Yen. I'm here to ask for your help with something, Yi Juanhao said seriously. Seeing Yi Juanhao's serious look, Han Tianlin asked curiously, Friend Yi, what happened? Hearing Han Tianlin's question, Yan Wenyan and the other two were also very curious about what exactly had happened that required President Yi to come to them in person. It's like this. Yi Juanhao recounted everything that Mr. Wan of Tiancheng Entertainment Group had done, probably meaning that he wanted to teach Mr. Wan a lesson and make him remember it. Doesn't Mr. Wan like to destroy the factory of senior sister Li's father? Then Yi Juanhao will use his own method to retaliate and destroy Tiancheng Entertainment Group as well. No problem, Mr. Yi, this is just a small matter. A small Tiancheng Entertainment Group actually dared to provoke the people around Mr. Yi. They really don't know how to live or die. Yan Wenyan and 3 others agreed to the task at the same time, promising that they would thoroughly rectify the Tiancheng Entertainment Group. At this time, Mr. Wan, who was still enjoying himself in the villa, didn't know what he was going to face. Chapter 56 Huanying Xinghui Cinema is in hand. Tianhai Villa, Mr. Wan's home. It's Saturday, and Mr. Wan is particularly relaxed today, taking a rare day off. For this purpose, he also called 2 female students and prepared to do some pleasant things in the villa. Mr. Wan held the slender waists of 2 schoolgirls, one on the left and one on the right. One of them was responsible for massaging their legs, and the other was responsible for massaging them. It was so comfortable. Mr. Wan, have you arranged for me to play the second female lead in a drama? The student girl who was massaging her legs asked cautiously. No problem. A female student like you who is so dedicated and hardworking should get more opportunities, Mr. Wan said with satisfaction while enjoying his legs being massaged. What about me? What about me? What President Wan said before. When the female student who was doing the massage saw that Mr. Wan agreed to let her legs be massaged, she also quickly followed suit. Don't be anxious, baby. Everyone will have a share. As long as you serve me well, you will have everything you want, General Wan said generously. Thank you, Mr. Wan. The 2 female students said with tears of gratitude and put more force on their hands, fearing that Mr. Wan would not be satisfied. Both of these female students are juniors majoring in performing arts drama, and they have reached the stage where they need to find acting jobs. However, their families are average and they have no connections, so it is impossible for them to find acting opportunities on their own. Mr. Wan has his eyes on this type of female students and uses the resources at his disposal to attract them, a tactic that has proven to be effective time and time again. The only failure was Li Shui, which is why President Wan was so angry and wanted to make life difficult for Li Shui's family. So in order to ease the unpleasantness of being rejected by Li Shui 2 days ago, Mr. Wan specially found 2 female students on his day off to let them comfort his injured heart. Just when Mr. Wan was feeling ecstatic, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Mr. Wan frowned. Who is so tactless as to come to me on his day off? Mr. Wan answered the phone cursing. Who is it? Don't you know I'm taking a day off today? Oh no, Mr. Wan, something went wrong. The voice of General Wan's secretary came from the other end of the phone. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly, don't waste time, Mr. Wan said impatiently. Mr. Wan didn't think anything serious could happen. This secretary really didn't know how to deal with things. He would definitely replace him later. Boss Wan, the theater construction plan that we had agreed with Shanghai Real Estate Group has now fallen through. Shanghai Real Estate Group has withdrawn its investment, and all the dramas and activities that the group's celebrities and anchors had taken on have been postponed. The cultural tourism project that we were cooperating with Zhongbin Entertainment Group has also fallen through, and... Listening to the secretary's report on the phone, General Wan instantly perked up, with a look of horror on his face. What on earth is going on? Why do all the projects involving my group go wrong? He hasn't offended anyone recently. Who is messing with him? After hurriedly hanging up the phone with his secretary, Mr. Wan called the president of Shanghai Real Estate Group. Who is it? I am Mr. Wan from Tiancheng Entertainment Group. Mr. Fong, why do you want to withdraw your investment? We have already discussed the construction of the theater. Beep beep beep. Before Mr. Wan could finish his words, the call was hung up. Fuck, this bastard hung up on me. Mr. Wan did not give up and called the chairman of Zhongbin Entertainment Group. Hey, Lao Guan, we have been partners for many years. How can you stop this cultural tourism project? You have to give me an explanation. Alas, Lawan, I have no choice. There are big guys putting pressure on me, and I don't want my group to be affected, so I'm sorry. Director Guan said helplessly. Who is messing with me? La Guan, please tell me so that I can know how to make up for it. Director Guan thought for a moment and said, have you offended a certain Mr. Yi recently? I heard that it was this Mr. Yi who teamed up with several billionaires to put pressure on your group. We dare not wade into this muddy water and can only withdraw. That's all I can say. After saying that, Director Guan hung up the phone. Mr. Wan fell into deep thought. Mr. Yi? Offended a Mr. Yi? How come I have no memory of that? Mr. Wan thought about some of the things he had done recently. As I thought about it, I thought of Li Shui's family who were bullied by me. It seems that he has only targeted a small factory recently and has not done anything else. Mr. Wan was a little confused. Li Shui? Mr. Yi? Mr. Wan thought for a long time, and suddenly a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Could it be that Mr. Yi was the big boss who took out the Centurion Black Gold card at Tianhong International Hotel? He seemed to remember that the big boss was named Yi. Thinking of this, Mr. Wan's face was suddenly covered with cold sweat. He originally thought that the big boss had no close relationship with Li Shui, so he tried his best to destroy Li Shui's father's factory in order to force Li Shui's parents to hand Li Shui over to him. Now it seems that Li Shui has a very special relationship with that big boss. Mr. Wan immediately sat up from the bed, scaring the two female students. Mr. Wan ignored them, put on his clothes, hurried out of his villa, got in his car and left. He now had to rush to Li Shui's home to beg for forgiveness from Li Shui's family. Because he didn't have the contact information of the big boss, he could only look for Li Shui. While things are just beginning, Mr. Wan wants to remedy the situation immediately. Soon, Mr. Wan arrived at the door of Li Shui's villa and rang the doorbell. When Li Shui's parents opened the door and saw that the person coming was Mr. Wan, they were immediately shocked. But then Li Shui's parents were shocked by the next scene. They saw General Wan fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. At this time, Mr. Wan was constantly begging for forgiveness from Li Shui's parents. Boss Li, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied your factory. I deserve to die. Please ask Boss Yi to let me live. Just at this moment Li Shui heard some noise outside the door and came to check. When Mr. Wan saw Li Shui, he felt like he had seen a savior. He wanted to walk over and talk to her, asking Mr. Yi to let him go. But Li Shui's father stopped him directly and did not let him get close to his daughter. Li Shui looked at Mr. Wan in front of her and her face changed, but when she saw Mr. Wan kneeling on the ground at this time, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it was junior brother Yi who took action, and Mr. Wan came to apologize. Li Shui immediately called Yi Juanhao. Brother Yi, this Mr. Wan came to my house and begged us to forgive him and let him live. How do you think we should deal with this? There's no need to forgive this kind of scum. I've already hired a lawyer and I believe the law will punish him. Yi Juanhao said calmly. He's at your doorstep now, right? Just call the police and have him arrested. The lawyer I arranged will take care of him. Thank you, junior brother Yi, I don't know how to thank you. Li Shui said with emotion. It's okay, senior Li, it's just a small matter, nothing. Yi Juanhao said casually. Not long after, Li Shui called the police, and a police car arrived quickly and took Mr. Wan away. At this time, Mr. Wan regretted very much why he had to get Li Shui. If not, his life would be very comfortable now. On the other hand, with the arrest of General Wan, his use of resources to play with female students and destroy the factory of Li Shui's father was exposed, and he was eventually punished by law. Tiancheng Entertainment Group also went downhill completely, and its collapse was only a matter of time. Of course, there was also Director Ma. Yi Juanhao also arranged for a lawyer to handle the case. From then on, Director Ma's dream of becoming a director was shattered. The perfect resolution of the matter indicated that Yi Juanhao's additional challenge was successfully completed. Congratulations to the host for helping Li Shui's family pay off all their debts, and for ensuring that Mr. Wan of Tiancheng Entertainment Group would no longer harass Li Shui. The challenge was successfully completed, and the reward was the ownership of Huanying Xinghui Cinema, becoming the owner of Huanying Xinghui Cinema, worth 200 million. Yi Juanhao heard the prompt sound of the system software and nodded with satisfaction. Huanying Xinghui Cinemas is now available. Chapter 57 Lovesickness. After this incident, Yi Juanhao deeply understood the importance of personal connections. If Yi Juanhao had not met Han Tianlin, a billionaire by chance, and if he had not been recommended by Han Tianlin, he would not have been able to meet the other 3 billionaires. The reason why Tiancheng Entertainment Group collapsed so quickly was entirely because of the pressure from Han Tianlin and 4 others behind the scenes. The billionaires with a net worth of tens of billions are considered to be the top figures in Mingzhou, a second-tier city. If they join forces, it would be easy for them to bring down Tiancheng Entertainment Group, whose market value is only 6 billion. No one would refuse to give them this face. Then Yi Juanhao thought of the newly acquired Huanying Xinghue cinemas. He didn't have time to learn about its information before, but now he has time. Yi Juanhao took out his mobile phone and looked up some relevant information about Huanying Xinghue Cinema. Huanying Xinghue Cinemas is a new cinema that has emerged in recent years. These cinemas are located in multiple shopping malls, commercial plazas, etc. The total assets of these cinemas are worth 200 million. The value is so-so. This is like having your own private cinema. If there is a popular movie in the future, you don't have to buy a ticket, you can just go in and watch it, and you can even book the entire theater. Pretty good. Just when Yi Juanhao wanted to open his sports bracelet and enter the system software Start Self-Discipline, becoming the world's richest man is not a dream to check whether his rich points had arrived. Yi Juanhao's cell phone rang. Yi Juanhao was a little puzzled, but had no choice but to give up for the time being and answered the phone first. After the phone was answered, a sweet female voice was heard. Is that Juanhao? I'm Liqing. The owner of this sweet female voice is Gu Liqing, Chen Yuning's roommate and dormitory head. When Yi Juanhao heard that it was Gu Liqing calling, all the confusion in his heart disappeared and he quickly spoke. I am. May I ask what happened to Yuning now? Is she seriously ill? Gu Liqing hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say because the disease was a little strange. Seeing that Gu Liqing didn't say anything, Yi Juanhao's heart rose to his throat. What happened? Yi Juanhao could only ask again. After thinking for a while, Gu Liqing organized her words and said, Juanhao, the doctor said that Yuning's disease is called lovesickness, and no medicine can cure this disease. We can only treat it from the root cause of the disease. Lovesickness? Yi Juanhao was stunned and didn't understand. Hearing Yi Juanhao's question, Gu Liqing knew that Yi Juanhao didn't understand, so she spoke again. To put it simply, there is something in Yuning's heart that she has been longing for but cannot get. Over time, it becomes lovesickness, and when the obsession is too deep, it becomes a disease. The doctor said that this disease cannot be cured by any medicine for the time being. The only way is to put the thing that Yuning wants most in front of her, so that she can slowly recover. There is no other way. So serious? Yi Juanhao said in surprise. If you don't get what you want, you can't recover, and even current medicine can't treat it with drugs. This lovesickness is too unbearable. However, although there is no medicine to cure lovesickness, as long as we can find the root cause of the disease, it is very easy to recover. Young man, you are Yi Juanhao, right? At this time, the voice on the other end of the phone was no longer Gu Liqing's, but the voice of a middle-aged man. Who are you? Yi Juanhao asked puzzledly. I am the private doctor who treated Yuning. I am a friend of Yuning's father and the uncle who watched her grow up. My name is Mai Zhangping. Oh, hello, Uncle Mai, what should we do now? Yi Juanhao asked seriously. Well, after observing Yuning while she was sick these past few days, I found that she kept calling out someone's name in her sleep. I guess this person is the reason why Yuning is suffering from lovesickness. Mai Zhangping analyzed. Whose name is being called? Yi Juanhao asked curiously. Guessing that Yi Juanhao would ask this question, Mai Zhangping smiled calmly and replied, Yi Juanhao. Boom! At this moment, Yi Juanhao's mind seemed to be hit by something, and his head fell into a blank. It took a long time for Yi Juanhao to recover. Is it because of me that Yuning is suffering from lovesickness? Why is this? Yi Juanhao couldn't wait to ask, what's going on? Uncle Mai? Don't you understand the literal meaning of the word lovesickness? I don't think you need to teach you. Mai Zhangping said with a smile. Mai Zhangping originally only knew that the person Yuning was thinking of was Yi Juanhao, and he guessed that there was a high possibility that she was trapped in love. It was not until Yuning's roommates came to visit and Gu Liqing told him about the unusual relationship between Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning that he officially confirmed that Yuning was trapped in love. When Mai Zhangping knew that Yuning was trapped in love, he was no longer worried. He directly asked Gu Liqing to call Yi Juanhao. The purpose is to let Yi Juanhao know Yuning's feelings, and Mai Zhengping also believes that with Yuning's conditions, there will be no problem in winning Yi Juanhao. Mai Zhengping is not worried about Yuning's situation at all now, but is more concerned about Yi Juanhao's attitude. Therefore, when Gu Liqing called Yi Juanhao and said that Yuning was suffering from lovesickness and that her condition was very serious, Mai Zhengping wanted to see how Yi Juanhao would react. The result made Mai Zhengping very satisfied, and the worry in Yi Juanhao's tone was not false. This is a pair of lovers who have feelings for each other, and now all they need is an opportunity to be together. As a person who has experienced this, Mai Zhengping knows this very well. After a moment of silence, Yi Juanhao spoke firmly. I understand, Uncle Mai. Leave Yuning to me from now on. I promise to make her healthy again. Very good, it's up to you now. Mai Zhengping nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, Uncle Mai, do you have any way to cheer up Yuning temporarily? Yi Juanhao asked. I understand what you mean. This can be done. Just arrange your affairs. Then Mai Zhengping handed the phone back to Gu Liqing. After Gu Liqing picked up the phone, Yi Juanhao on the other end of the phone said, Liqing, my plan is this. Okay, I get it. Don't worry, Junhao. Gu Liqing agreed. Okay, that's it for now. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhao's eyes showed a determined look. Yuning was lovesick because of him, he would never let Yuning down, he wanted to make Yuning the happiest woman. The romantic confession that you wanted to plan earlier can be brought forward. Yi Juanhao plans to express his feelings to Yuning, confess his love to her, and confirm their relationship as a couple. Confession requires Yuning to be in a state of energy, so Yi Juanhao asked Mai Zhengping if there was any way to make Yuning temporarily energetic. If Yuning is not in spirits, then it will be useless no matter how hard he tries to express his feelings. As the new Huaniying Xinghui cinema happened to be acquired, Yi Juanhao planned to make a romantic confession in the cinema and confirm his relationship with Yuning. In this way, Yuning's lovesickness will disappear on its own and will no longer be a big problem. Chapter 58 A billionaire family, the Huang family. Gu Liqing and the others stayed for a while, and then left Chen Yuning's home after the visit. At Chen Yuning's home, Chen Yuning's parents looked worried. Mai Zhengping looked at Chen Yuning's parents, especially Chen Yuning's father, who looked worried, and immediately laughed. I didn't expect that a big boss like you with a net worth of 50 billion would show such emotions. In the past, you were so calm and composed in the business world. What you said is true. Yuning is my only daughter. How can I not be nervous and worried? I don't know what kind of person Yi Juanhao is. Why does Yuning like him so much? Chen Yuning's father said puzzledly. I think Yi Juanhao is a good guy. When he heard that Yuning was seriously ill, his nervousness and concern were real. Mai Zhengping is very optimistic about Yi Juanhao. And if you want Yuning to fully recover, you can only rely on Yi Juanhao. Once their relationship is confirmed, Yi Juanhao will be your future son-in-law. Ha! Mai Zhengping felt like he was just enjoying the fun. Speaking of this, Chen Yuning's father had a headache. In addition to Yi Juanhao's reason, there was another very important reason why Chen Yuning suddenly fell in love with lovesickness. That was a few days ago when Chen Yuning returned home and accidentally overheard her parents' conversation. During the conversation, Chen Yuning learned that her parents had arranged a marriage for her 2 years ago. The person she had engaged to was the Huang family, a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions in Guangzhou. Not long after learning about this, Chen Yuning fell ill and had to rest at home. The Huang family and Chen Yuning's family have a deep connection. The reason why Chen Yuning's father could become a tycoon in Mingzhou City with a net worth of 50 billion was inseparable from the support of the Huang family in Yangchang. When Chen Yuning's father just graduated from university in his early years, he went to Yangchang for an internship, and the internship place was the Huang group of the Huang family. During this period, Chen Yuning's father performed outstandingly and soon became a senior executive of the group, gaining the appreciation of Mr. Huang. Later, Chen Yuning's father went out on his own and founded a business in Mingzhou City. Some of the resources were introduced by Mr. Huang, so Chen Yuning's father's business was able to grow rapidly and gradually became the Chen Group in Mingzhou City with a market value of 50 billion. When Chen Yuning's father worked for the Huang family was not yet a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions in Guangzhou, but just a group with assets of tens of billions. But after more than 10 years of development, the Huang family's assets have reached 100 billion yuan, successfully becoming one of the wealthy families in Guangzhou. At a party 2 years ago to celebrate the Huang family's advancement into a wealthy family, Chen Yuning's father and Mr. Huang had a great conversation and talked about the marriages of each other's descendants. The two of them arranged a marriage for their daughter and grandson on the spot, hoping to strengthen the relationship. The two of them hit it off and settled the matter. So when Chen Yuning's father thinks about this matter now, he feels a bit overwhelmed. He has no idea what to do and feels a bit of a headache. He shouldn't have made a rash decision about his daughter's marriage. Refusing now would very likely offend the entire Huang family in Yangcheng. It would not just be a matter between him and old Master Huang. Breaking off an engagement is a shameful thing for a wealthy family. The standard for a wealthy family is total assets of over 100 billion. Those in the range of 5 billion to 100 billion can be called a group, and those below 5 billion are collectively referred to as enterprises, and some are also called groups. That is, enterprises groups wealthy families. This is how the upper class is divided. Above the wealthy families are capital, conglomerates, chaebols, and the most terrifying financial level that can influence the economic lifeline of a country. The world's richest man is at the financial level, with assets worth hundreds of trillions, enough to rival a country. If you can reach trillions of assets, you will be the richest man in the world. So the real division is enterprise group wealthy family capital consortium chaebol finance, and the higher you go, the more powerful it is. Brother Chen, you don't have to worry so much. It's still early. Isn't the Huang family kid still studying abroad? It is said that he will return to China in a year or so. You can discuss it with the Huang family during this time and handle it privately. Mai Zhengping gave a suggestion. It can only be like this, but I will examine Yi Juanhao. How can he steal my daughter's heart like this? Chen Yuning's father pretended to say this hatefully. Brother Chen, you have come to this day. I advise you to show mercy and not scare Yi Juanhao away, otherwise Yuning will suffer. Mai Zhengping laughed. Mai Zhengping was a high school classmate of Chen Yuning's father and also a good friend for many years. Now one is in business and the other is in medicine, and both have achieved remarkable results in their respective fields. Mai Zhengping is an outstanding attending physician in both internal medicine and surgery. He has won many awards and treated countless patients. Therefore, Mai Zhengping is also the personal doctor of Chen Yuning's family. After continuing to chat with Chen Yuning's father for a while, Mai Zhengping returned to his workstate. He wanted to prepare some medicine to cheer up Yuning temporarily. On the other side, Yi Juanhao drove to the Huaniying Xinghui cinema, the cinema closest to Yuning's home. Yi Juanhao's purpose of coming here is very simple, which is to arrange the confession of tomorrow in advance and let the staff here cooperate. As soon as he came up, Yi Juanhao revealed his identity and said, I am the big boss of Huaniying Xinghui Cinema. After some verification, the manager of the Huaniying Xinghui Cinema politely received Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao told the manager about some matters that needed to be arranged in advance for tomorrow. After the manager knew about it, he quickly agreed, and then Yi Juanhao left. Then Yi Juanhao called Gu Liqing and told her the address of the cinema tomorrow. Gu Liqing needs to invite Chen Yuning to the cinema in the capacity of roommate. The movie will then be arranged to be watched in a hall prepared in advance. This hall is reserved, and there are only some staff members disguised as audiences and Chen Yuning and her group on the scene. The reason for the date was simple, to help Yuning recover and watch a movie to relax. This is what Yi Juanhao needs Gu Liqing and the others to do. It's very easy. The movie I chose is also very thoughtful, and contains a classic confession plot. By the time the movie reaches this plot, the atmosphere must have been set. At this time, if Yi Juanhao appears at the right time, holding flowers and making a sincere confession, Yuning will definitely be very moved. What's more, Yuning likes me very much. When she sees that I have expressed my feelings to her, she will definitely agree to my confession. As long as I confirm my relationship with Yuning, I won't have to worry about falling in love with her anymore. This is Yi Juanhao's plan. Although simple, it is very effective. Now, all we have to do is wait for tomorrow to come. Yuning, wait for me, I will definitely give you the most romantic confession. Yi Juanhao thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 59 Young Master Zhao. Soon it was the next day. Today was Sunday and the weather was good, indicating that it would be a beautiful day. After Mai Zhengping's drug treatment yesterday, Chen Yuning's mental state slowly recovered, but this was only temporary. Chen Yuning made a series of lazy sounds in her sleep, and finally woke up. What's wrong with me? After getting up, Chen Yuning felt weak all over, as if she had slept for a long time. She stretched lazily, and the charming curve of her waist was immediately revealed. If Yi Juanhao saw this scene, he would probably have a nosebleed on the spot. Definitely say one. It's so big. I like it so much. Because stretching is the best time to show whether a woman has breasts. After stretching her body, Chen Yuning slowly recovered her strength, got out of bed, washed up simply, and then walked out of her room. Chen Yuning's parents, who were eating breakfast in the living room, couldn't help but feel happy when they saw Chen Yuning walk out of the room in high spirits. Chen Yuning's mother said happily, "Yuning, I'm glad you're okay. Come sit down and have breakfast." Good. It so happened that Chen Yuning, who had just recovered her strength, also felt a little hungry. She sat down and started eating breakfast without caring about her image. Eat slowly, Chen Yuning's mother reminded her. At this time, Chen Yuning's father did not forget that Chen Yuning's current mental state was temporary. If the lovesickness was not completely resolved, Chen Yuning would fall into a deep sleep again before long. This was what Mai Zhangping specifically said when he left yesterday. "Yuning, your roommates came to visit you yesterday. Now that you're better, call them later," Chen Yuning's father said. "Okay, Dad." Chen Yuning agreed while eating. After breakfast, Chen Yuning called the dormitory head Gu Liqing. "Yuning, you're feeling better now, that's great." Gu Liqing's happy voice came from the phone. "Yeah, I've been so tired since I was sick these days that I haven't had much time to go out and play," Chen Yuning complained. "That's perfect. Let's go to the movies together in our dormitory today. I heard there's a new movie that's really good." "Yuning, you've been at home for so many days, come along and get some fresh air." Hearing Gu Liqing's invitation, Chen Yuning's eyes lit up and she quickly agreed. Okay. Then it's settled. Let's watch it at the Huaniying Xinghui Cinema, which is not far from your home. Okay, no problem. After the two of them made an agreement, Chen Yuning happily turned around and went into her room, preparing to change clothes and go out. Chen Yuning's parents were relieved when they saw that she agreed to go to the movies. This most critical step was no problem, and the next step was up to Yi Juanhao. Chen Yuning originally wanted to take a taxi, but her father was worried about his daughter, so he drove her to the shopping mall where the agreed cinema was located and stopped. At this time, Chen Yuning's roommates had already arrived early. Then they went to the cinema of Huaniying Xinghui Cinema together, and used the movie tickets prepared in advance to successfully enter the number 1 screening room reserved by Yi Juanhao. They sat in the best viewing area, and there were other staff members sitting around disguised as audience members. These fake audiences are surrounded by small props, such as glow sticks, salutes, etc., which will be needed for confession later. However, Chen Yuning didn't know all this. She was still excitedly waiting for the movie to begin. Soon the movie began. The entire screening room was dark, with only the large screen in the front playing a movie, a romantic love movie that had been prepared in advance. Now we just need to wait until the movie reaches the scene where the hero and heroine make a romantic confession, and Yi Juanhao will come out at the right time. Yi Juanhao was hiding among these fake audiences at this time, waiting. It can be said that Yi Juanhao was very nervous and excited now, as this was something he had never done before. Just 10 minutes before the confession scene in the movie, an inopportune voice was heard in screening room number 1. Stop, don't look anymore. Clear the place. Young Master Zhao has reserved the place. Everyone inside must leave immediately. Young Master Zhao will compensate you for all your expenses." Then someone quickly turned on the lights in screening room number 1. In an instant, the originally dim viewing environment was destroyed and the entire screening room number 1 regained its brightness. Then the film was also forced to stop. The moment the light in screening room number 1 was restored, 5 figures appeared in the room. It was these 5 people who destroyed the originally good viewing environment. Among the 5 people, the fair-skinned young man in the middle was the leader. He had a rebellious look on his face, as if he didn't take the people in theater 1 seriously. He is the Master Zhao that the young man just mentioned. Seeing this scene, Yi Juanhao felt terrible. Didn't he already arrange to book the entire theater? Where did these 5 people come from? How can I express my feelings when these 5 people are doing this? Yi Juanhao was filled with anger at this moment, and he wanted to see what these people were going to do. Since everyone present was cinema staff, no one left screening hall 1. Chen Yuning's roommates would not leave either. A staff member immediately sent a message to the cinema manager via mobile phone. Seeing that no one left the scene, Mr. Zhao's younger brother continued to yell. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear that this place has been reserved by young Master Zhao? Our Master Zhao is going to confess his love to his goddess here. Can you take responsibility for delaying Master Zhao's good deeds? Seeing that these people were still unmoved, Mr. Zhao's younger brother continued. It seems that you don't know Mr. Zhao's identity. Mr. Zhao is the son of the chairman of the Zhao Group, which has a market value of 20 billion. If you offend Mr. Zhao, you will have no place to stay in Mingzhou. When the cinema staff heard the identity of Mr. Zhao, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale, but because their boss was still there, they did not choose to leave. Young Master Zhao looked at the people in front of him who were still unmoved, and an unhappy look suddenly appeared on his face. You four, drive these people away. Master Zhao gave orders to his 4 younger brothers. The 4 younger brothers who received the order each pulled out a baton from their waist and walked towards the people in cinema room number 1. This scene looks very much like a gangster seizing someone else's territory. Seeing the 4 men pulling out batons, everyone in cinema number 1 trembled with fear. One of the younger brothers walked to the best viewing area and found Chen Yuning and her roommates. When this little brother saw Chen Yuning, his eyes suddenly lit up and a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. What a gorgeous chick, so pretty. The little brother slowly walked towards Chen Yuning, swinging the stick in his hand as he walked and spoke. Little sister, come to your brother, I promise not to hurt you. Watching the other person approaching step by step, Chen Yuning trembled with fear. She grabbed the arm of the dormitory head Goliching tightly and said, Brother Juanhao, come and save me, woo-woo. Just when the other party's dirty hands were about to touch Chen Yuning, a big hand grabbed the arm of this little brother, and the owner of this big hand spoke. Try to touch her once, and I promise you'll regret it. Chen Yuning was overjoyed when she heard this voice. Chapter 60 The power of arm strength is revealed. The younger brother whose arm was grabbed was stunned. He obviously didn't expect that there was someone here who dared to resist. Who is it? You want to die? The younger brother shouted angrily. It's you who wants to die. The owner of the big hand pulled the younger brother back, away from Chen Yuning and the others, and then snatched the baton from the younger brother. When Chen Yuning saw this timely figure, she was overjoyed and exclaimed in surprise. Brother Juanhao. Yi Juanhao nodded, turned around and said with a smile, Yuning, wait for me for a moment, I will take care of it. Looking at Yi Juanhao's thin and tall back, Chen Yuning felt an unprecedented sense of security at this moment. Chen Yuning's memory seemed to go back to the time when Yi Juanhao rescued her in front of a speeding truck regardless of danger. At that time, his back was the same as it is now. Aha! Chen Yuning nodded obediently. The younger brother whose baton was taken away was full of anger at this time. When the other 3 younger brothers saw this, they also surrounded him. Boy, you are so brave. Before the younger brother whose baton was taken away could finish his words, the scene he saw almost made him drop his jaw. Snap! Yi Juanhao broke the baton into 2 halves with his bare hands. It wasn't over yet, and a few more cracking sounds were heard. The baton that was split into 2 halves was then broken into 4 or 5 pieces by Yi Juanhao with his bare hands. Then Yi Juanhao threw it casually and threw it on the ground like garbage. The power of arm strength is beginning to show. This scene scared the 4 younger brothers so much that they kept swallowing saliva from their throats. This is too awesome. He broke a baton into 5 or 6 pieces with bare hands. Is he still a human being? At this moment, these younger brothers didn't dare to step forward at all, they were all frightened. This guy's arm strength is so amazing that they don't want to feel his terrifying power like that baton. When the atmosphere was quiet, the manager of the cinema finally arrived. When the cinema manager saw Mr. Zhao, he secretly thought something was wrong. Mr. Zhao, why are you here early? You booked the next game, and it's not time yet. The cinema manager said puzzledly. His boss also booked the entire place today, and he wanted to confess his love to the girl he loved, so all his plans were disrupted. The time that Mr. Zhao booked the theater is the boss's next show, so logically it shouldn't be affected. Mr. Zhao spoke only when he saw the cinema manager coming. I'm going to confess my love to my goddess later, so I'm here to prepare the scene in advance. You've come just in time. Please clear these people out. I'll cover their expenses. Young Master Zhao still had that rebellious look on his face. This put the cinema manager in a difficult position, as his boss was still here. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, this request is impossible. I don't have the power to drive away guests. Seeing that the cinema manager rejected his request, Mr. Zhao felt a little embarrassed, so he changed his words. Young Master Zhao pointed his finger at Yi Juanhao. There is a violent person here. He just broke his stick on purpose to scare us. With such a dangerous person, are you sure we can still watch the movie? As the manager of the cinema, you have to ensure the safety of the guests, so you should clear the theater. Mr. Zhao thought this reason was sufficient and there was no possibility of being rejected again. A smug look appeared on Mr. Zhao's face. The cinema manager took a look at the person Mr. Zhao was pointing at and was immediately shocked to find that it was Boss Yi. Seeing that Boss Yi had a grim expression on his face, the cinema manager gritted his teeth and continued. Sorry, it's impossible to clear the theater. The movie has been booked out. When Mr. Yao learned that this movie was also booked out, he looked surprised. Who booked the place? I'll pay him double the price as compensation. It's me. Yi Juanhao stood up and said directly. It's you? Mr. Zhao had never expected that the place was actually booked by the violent elements he mentioned. Tell me, how much does it cost? After knowing that it was Yi Juanhao, Mr. Zhao still wanted to solve the problem with money. He thought that Yi Juanhao stood up at this time just to get more money. No need, you can just go away. Huaniying Xinghui Cinema does not welcome you. You have been blacklisted. Yi Juanhao said lightly. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to get out? Even if the owner of this cinema came, he wouldn't dare to chase me away. Young Master Zhao said this in a very arrogant manner. Manager, call the security guards to get these people out. They will no longer be guests of Huaniying Xinghui Cinema. After hearing what the boss said, the cinema manager didn't want to offend Mr. Zhao, but he had to do as he was told. After all, he was just an employee. Yes, boss. Then the cinema manager made a phone call and the security captain immediately brought people over. When Mr. Zhao heard the cinema manager address Yi Juanhao, his face changed and he spoke in a trembling voice. Are you the owner of this cinema? Yes, that's right, he is the owner of our cinema. The cinema manager revealed Yi Juanhao's identity. So now you want my people to kick you out, or you want to leave on your own? It's your choice. Yi Juanhao said coldly. As the original confession environment was ruined by Mr. Zhao in front of him, Yi Juanhao has tried his best to restrain his anger. Otherwise, Yi Juanhao would have knocked them all down long ago. After being shocked for a moment, Master Zhao recovered. Very good boy, I missed it. What's your name? Yi Juanhao. Okay, I'll remember you, but don't forget that I'm backed by the Zhao Group, which has a market value of 20 billion. If you offend me, you won't have an easy life in the future. Let's go. After Master Zhao made some harsh remarks, he left in disgrace with his 4 younger brothers. He also knew that he had no advantage in someone else's territory, so he could only leave first and then find a way to slowly deal with Yi Juanhao later. After Mr. Zhao and others left, the cinema manager quickly apologized, saying that he was negligent in his work and failed to ensure a good viewing experience for the guests. Yi Juanhao directly stated that if he encounters such people in the future, he should just ask the security guard to chase them away, and if there is any problem, he can come to him. The cinema manager quickly assured that this situation would never happen again. After everything was settled, Yi Juanhao felt a little headache when he saw his ruined confession plan, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Yi Juanhao felt something soft wrapped around his back without him noticing. Yi Juanhao was stunned and didn't react. By the time he reacted, the soft owner behind him spoke. It was Chen Yuning. Brother Juanhao, I know everything. I learned from leeching everything you prepared for me. I am very touched. Feeling the softness on his back, Yi Juanhao said softly, Silly boy, you are worth it. Then Yi Juanhao turned around and hugged Chen Yuning tightly. Upon seeing this, a staff member immediately turned off the lights in screening room number 1, and then fast-forwarded the unfinished movie to the confession scene. Suddenly the whole scene returned to its previous state, and this time no one would come to disturb. Chapter 61 Romantic Confession. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning hugged each other for a long time. At this time, the movie plays the confession scene. Then, I don't know when Yi Juanhao had a bouquet of bright red roses in his hand. If you count carefully, you will find that there are 99 roses in this bouquet. 99 roses represent eternity and forever, and are the ultimate expression of deep affection. It took a long time for the two to separate. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and each other's eyes were filled with infinite tenderness. Yi Juanhao took out the rose from his back and handed it to Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning accepted it without hesitation. After Chen Yuning accepted the roses, Yi Juanhao gathered his emotions and spoke slowly. Yuning, I'm a homebody. I'm not good at talking, and I've never been in a relationship. But after meeting you, I realized that it's not that I can't, but that I've never met someone as wonderful as you. I really want to be with you. I like you not because you are beautiful, but because you can give me a special feeling that no one else can give me. Why do I like you? I don't know the answer. I only know that when you are around, I am happy. When you are not around, I am upset. Maybe this is what it feels like to like someone. In short, 1,000 words can be summed up in one sentence. Yuning, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? After saying this, Yi Juanhao's face had turned red. He looked nervous and stared at Chen Yuning, watching her reaction. Even though he knew that Chen Yuning also liked him and was unlikely to reject him, this was Yi Juanhao's first confession after all, so he was very nervous. He had been brewing these words of confession in his mind for a long time last night, and now he said them out in one breath. Success or failure depends on this one move. The entire number 1 screening room was filled with the sound of a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the final result. After listening to Yi Juanhao's confession, Chen Yuning's eyes were full of tenderness, and tears were almost coming out of them. A certain knot in her heart was quietly untied, which meant that her lovesickness was completely resolved. Chen Yuning gently reached out her hand and stroked Yi Juanhao's face, then whispered the final result. I do. I want to be your girlfriend. With Chen Yuning's agreement, Yi Juanhao picked up Chen Yuning without hesitation and spun her around in his arms. It can be seen how excited Yi Juanhao was at this moment. At the same time, the staff also fired the salutes at the right time, spraying fireworks all over the sky, which scattered around the two people. Everyone took out their glow sticks and cheered excitedly for the two of them, as if they had successfully confessed their love. Chen Yuning's roommates were also very happy to see the two of them looking so happy. After picking up Chen Yuning and spinning her around a few times, Yi Juanhao put her down. At this time, someone shouted loudly. Kiss her. Hearing this person shout, more and more people at the scene gradually echoed him. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. The whole place started to make a fuss, asking Yi Juanhao to kiss Chen Yuning. After hearing this, Chen Yuning's face turned red, like a ripe red apple, all the way to her ears. Chen Yuning slowly closed her eyes. Looking at Chen Yuning's bright red lips and being influenced by the atmosphere on the scene, Yi Juanhao, who was also a young man full of vigor, immediately let go. Yi Juanhao put his arms around Chen Yuning's slender waist and leaned over to kiss her. Wow! There were exclamations again at the scene. After kissing for 2 or 3 minutes, there was no sign of the two separating. At this time, everyone realized something was wrong. The two of them were deliberately showing their affection. How could they kiss for so long without letting go? Wouldn't this make the singles present feel uncomfortable? Their mouths are stuffed with dog food, and they still have to pretend to be very happy. As for the person who had instigated the two to kiss each other at the beginning, he now looked regretful. He was a real single guy, and now seeing the loving appearance of the two, his heart suddenly suffered 10,000 points of critical damage. After another 2 or 3 minutes, the two slowly separated. But it was obvious that both of them felt a sense of wanting more. The dormitory head Go Liqing couldn't bear it anymore, walked over to the two of them and said helplessly. You two have been showing off your affection for 5 or 6 minutes. That's enough. After hearing Gu Liqing's words, both of them felt a little embarrassed. Thinking about it now, I was really too shy, especially in front of so many people. Chen Yuning lowered her head shyly, not daring to look up at the people present. Although there were some unexpected events before this confession, it went smoothly overall. The two finally successfully confirmed their relationship as a couple. It's not an exaggeration to call it a romantic confession. After the confession, everyone dispersed and the staff returned to their posts to work. Chen Yuning's roommates completed their task and did not want to disturb the two, so they said something and left. Now only Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning are left. The two of them found a random seat in Cinema Hall number 1 and sat down. They had just confessed their love and confirmed their relationship, and neither of them wanted to separate so soon. The two snuggled together tightly. Then Chen Yuning suddenly thought of something and her face turned a little unhappy. Yi Juanhao, who had been paying attention to Chen Yuning, soon discovered that there was something wrong with Chen Yuning's expression. Yi Juanhao thought that Chen Yuning's lovesickness had not been completely resolved, and said anxiously, "Yu Ning, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Yuning shook her head. "I'm not feeling unwell, I'm just thinking about some unhappy things." Hearing that it was not a physical problem, Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We are boyfriend and girlfriend now. You can tell me anything that makes you unhappy." Chen Yuning responded obediently and continued. "When I went home this time, I overheard my parents' conversation. I heard that at a party 2 years ago, my dad and Mr. Huang from the Huang family, a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions in Yangcheng, had arranged a marriage. The people they were engaged to were me and his grandson." "What?" Hearing this, Yi Juanhao's expression changed slightly. Seeing Yi Juanhao's intense reaction, Chen Yuning was delighted. It turned out that in Brother Juanhao's heart, he cared about me so much. "Brother Juanhao, don't worry. I won't agree. I will tell my dad and ask him to cancel the engagement with the Huang family in Yangcheng. My only worry now is that there might be a lot of obstacles in canceling the engagement. After all, the other party is a wealthy family in Guangzhou worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Such families usually attach great importance to reputation." Chen Yuning expressed her concerns. "The billionaire family in Yangcheng, the Huang family?" Yi Juanhao repeated the name silently in his heart, and then a determined look appeared in his eyes. "So what if he is from a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions? He is the owner of the system software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. It is only a matter of time to reach assets of 100 billion. From now on, Yi Juanhao has a new goal, which is to increase his assets to over 100 billion. Only in this way will Yuning not be afraid of the Huang family, a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions in Guangzhou, causing trouble in the future, and only in this way can she be truly safe." Chapter 62 Promoted to Entry Level. "Don't worry, Yuning. I will face any problems with you," Yi Juanhao said firmly. "Yeah, but there is still time. Mr. Huang's grandson is still studying abroad and it will take at least a year for him to come back," Chen Yuning added. "There is still more than a year left, which is enough time for me to reach assets of 100 billion through the software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream." After the two continued to stay in the cinema for a while, Yi Juanhao drove Chen Yuning back to her villa and did not go in himself. Although Yuning's lovesickness had been resolved, her body still needed rest and recovery, so Yi Juanhao did not continue to accompany her. And Chen Yuning's parents were also there. It wasn't good to go to his girlfriend's house empty-handed for the first time. Yi Juanhao plans to visit again when he has prepared the gift and Yuning is in better health. After watching Chen Yuning walk into her home, Yi Juanhao slowly withdrew his gaze and drove back to his villa. Back in the villa, Yi Juanhao fell into thought. He was summing up the value of everything he currently owned. If we don't count cars and villas, and only look at the properties, Shangshur Meiyan International Company holds a 51% stake. After defeating Meihexianlin International Company, its current market value is around 1.2 billion, and its share is around 600 million. The ownership of Tianrun Shopping Plaza is worth 300 million, and Hongfeng Group's 20% stake is worth 1 billion. The ownership of Jixiangju Top Restaurant is worth 500 million, and the ownership of Tianhong International Hotel is worth 1 billion. The ownership of Huaniying Xinhui Cinema is worth 200 million, and the newly added Diamond Mine project accounts for 46% of the shares, which is temporarily calculated to be 5 billion. All these add up to about 8.6 billion. If we add in the income from the self-discipline incentive model, cars, real estate, and other things, it can barely reach 9 billion. This is the benefit brought by the novice-level system software, which has transformed Yi Juanhao from an ordinary college student to a wealthy man with assets of 9 billion. It can be said that a net worth of 10 billion is within reach. 9 billion? This is still far from the 100 billion assets. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, there is still more than a year left, and Yi Juanhao is confident that he can increase his net worth to hundreds of billions during this period. After all, he had only had the system software for more than 20 days, almost a month. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao no longer worried about it. The most important thing now was to develop steadily. After thinking some things through, Yi Juanhao turned on his sports bracelet and entered the system software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. After using the 1,000-fold amount refund card, he had received a system prompt that he had spent 100 million yuan to obtain some Xinhao points. Now is the time to use these points of the rich man. Yi Juanhao wants to upgrade the sports level of the system software to the entry level. Soon Yi Juanhao clicked on the personal information panel. The comprehensive physical fitness of the novice level is shown as 93%. After this week, through self-training, I increased my progress by another 3%. After taking a look at the current value, Yi Juanhao clicked the plus sign at the back. Suddenly a pop-up window popped up. Directly improving the comprehensive physical quality of the novice level requires consuming a little godly points. After consumption, you can get a 10% bonus. Does the host confirm the consumption? Confirm cancel. Yi Juanhao clicked the confirm button without hesitation. Successfully consume 1 point of godly points to gain a 10% bonus to your overall physical fitness. It is detected that the host's novice level comprehensive physical fitness has reached 100%, and now it is ready to update to the next version of the system, entry level. Upgrading. 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system to entry level. Note, a new sports mall has been added to the entry level store. Special products or skills will be refreshed in the mall from time to time. Please explore on your own. System software has officially been promoted to entry level. The current entry level comprehensive physical fitness shows 3%. Similarly, to advance from the entry level to the next level, mastery level, you need to reach 100%. It seems that the extra 3% of the novice level comprehensive physical fitness has also been inherited to the entry level. That's great. Looking at the prompts after the system update, as expected, Yi Juanhao saw an additional option called Sports Mall in the selection bar below. Out of curiosity, Yi Juanhao clicked directly to enter in check. There are only 2 items that come into view, and a countdown to the next refresh displayed above, 23 hours 48 minutes and 23 seconds. There is also an exclamation mark button on it, which seems to be an introduction to the rules. Yi Juanhao clicked on the rules introduction. The current level of the sports mall is entry level. 2 items will be refreshed each time. The refresh time is not fixed. It may be 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, or 10 hours, 1 hour, or even a few minutes. The host needs to buy the items when the next refresh time comes, otherwise the items will be refreshed. After reading this introduction to the rules, Yi Juanhao understood how to play Sports Mall. To put it simply, you have to buy the product before the next refresh time, otherwise it will be overwritten by the new product refresh. I am now at the entry level, and the mall will refresh 2 items at a time. If you enter the next level, mastery level, it will become 3 items. Then Yi Juanhao looked at the 2 items and his eyes suddenly lit up. Top electrician skills, purchase method, complete squat jumps for 30 seconds function, perfectly master all knowledge about circuits and operation methods, and comes with the highest level electrician certificate. Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk Formula, how to buy, complete the plank for 30 seconds effect, extreme hydration and moisturizing effect, extreme oil control effect, can repair a certain degree of skin damage. Although these 2 items did not have a clear value, Yi Juanhao knew that he absolutely could not miss them. First of all, it's about skills. Yi Juanhao acquired a top basketball skill a long time ago. He is very clear about the effect of the skill. It is an ability that allows people to master a field without any side effects. It is extremely terrifying. This top electrician skill must be acquired. The second thing is the formula of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk, which is a must-have. It plays a vital role for Shangshi Meiyan International Company owned by Yi Juanhao. Shangshi Meiyan International Company, Limited is a medium-sized cosmetics sales company in Mingzhou City. Its main selling product is a highly moisturizing facial cream. However, this product is not developed by the company itself, but purchased wholesale from others. This is very bad and it is easy to be restricted by others. Now, with the formula of Shihua Water Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk in Sports Mall, Shangshi Meiyan International Company will have a product that is unique to it and will no longer be restricted by others. Seeing how awesome the products in the entry-level sports mall were, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but become curious about the rewards for the first entry-level sports project. Chapter 63 Going to Tang Feier's house for dinner. Yi Juanhao clicked on the entry-level tab above and checked the first entry-level sports item. Complete 5 kilometers of cycling and be rewarded with 10% of Tianlong Group's shares and become one of the vice presidents of Tianlong Group. Note, Tianlong Group has a market value of 12 billion, and 10% of the shares are worth about 1.2 billion. Yi Juanhao was very surprised when he saw this reward. Just now he was still worrying about the fact that he only had 9 billion in assets and that he still had a long way to go before he could reach a net worth of 10 billion. The next second, the system software rewarded him with 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group, which were worth 1.2 billion. Now, as long as he completes the first entry-level sports project, Yi Juanhao's net worth will exceed 10 billion. Previously, the rewards for both novice-level sports and additional challenges did not exceed 1 billion. But now the rewards for entry-level sports have exceeded the 1 billion limit, but I don't know what the upper limit of entry-level rewards is. There are currently no conditions for cycling in the villa, so Yi Juanhao plans to put it aside for the time being. It's a good opportunity to find some time to go cycling with Yuning to relax her body and mind, which will help her further recover. So Yi Juanhao decided to buy these two products from the sports mall first. Moreover, the purchasing conditions for these two items are also very simple. Do squat jumps for 30 seconds and planks for 30 seconds. With Yi Juanhao's current arm and leg strength, it can be accomplished easily. Yi Juanhao entered the sports mall again and clicked the purchase buttons for the top electrician skills product and the Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk Formula product respectively. Note, the host has clicked the purchase button of the product. Please complete the purchase conditions when the next refresh time comes, otherwise the selected product will be refreshed and overwritten by the new product. Okay, all ready. Yi Juanhao started by doing squat jumps. Soon 30 seconds passed and the system prompt sounded in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the top electrician skill product. The highest level electrician certificate attached has been placed on the table in the bedroom of the villa. Please check it carefully. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of memories flooded into Yi Juanhao's mind. After a while, Yi Juanhao slowly digested it. Now, Yi Juanhao is a top-level electrician. After feeling the newly acquired memory, Yi Juanhao nodded with satisfaction and then started doing plank exercises. 30 seconds later, the system prompt sound rang in Yi Juanhao's mind again. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk Formula product. The formula-related information has been placed on the desktop of the villa bedroom, please check it out. Yi Juanhao stretched his muscles briefly and came to the bedroom of the villa. Sure enough, there was a certificate and a large stack of paper documents on the table. Yi Juanhao casually put the electrician's certificate into his wallet, then put away the formula information, and planned to find a time to hand the formula to Su Yuantong and ask her to find someone to make a sample first. After the samples are prepared, they are sent to the quality inspection department to verify the clinical effects. Then, a patent is applied for. After completing a series of procedures, production can be planned. Overall, it is not easy and I have to run a lot, but this can be left to the general manager Su Yuantong. I am still a college student and it is not convenient for me to manage so many things. Yi Juanhao thought as a matter of course. After finishing these things, Yi Juanhao picked up the mobile phone placed aside, intending to see if anyone was looking for him. Coincidentally, a call came in at this time. Yi Juanhao looked at the caller ID, a little dazed. It turned out to be Tang Feier calling. He still remembered the selfie he saw on Tang Feier's laptop last time. It was really beautiful. It has been more than a week since I last helped Tang Feier fix her laptop. I didn't expect her to come to me again today. Is something broken again? If that's the case, then that's a good thing, maybe it can trigger an extra challenge. After all, Yi Juanhao's two extra challenges were both related to Tang Feier. Although it is a bit unkind to think this way, Yi Juanhao is still a little bit looking forward to it, just in case it really exists. Thinking this in his mind, Yi Juanhao answered the call. Then Tang Feier's sweet voice came. Hello, is this Junior Yi? I'm Tang Feier, I want to ask if you are free tonight? Are you free tonight, Sister Tang? Is there anything going on? Yi Juanhao asked expectantly. It's like this. Last time, you helped me fix my laptop and gave me a lot of cosmetics and skincare products. I would like to invite you to my house for dinner tonight to thank you. Is that so? Yi Juanhao felt a little disappointed after hearing this. Just then, Yi Juanhao's stomach growled. Gulu, gulu. Tang Feier on the other end of the phone heard the voice clearly and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Yi, it seems your stomach has made the decision for you. Let's meet tonight. I'll send you the navigation address of my home through WeChat. Now that things have come to this, Yi Juanhao has no reason to refuse. Okay, no problem, I'll be leaving in a minute. Not long after hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhao received a WeChat message from Tang Fei, who sent him the navigation address of her home. Suifeng Garden Community? Looking at the name of the community where Tang Fei lived, Yi Juanhao was a little surprised. Yi Juanhao had the impression of passing by this community. It was an old community that had been built for a very long time. He didn't expect that senior sister Tang actually lived there. I heard that it is called a poverty-stricken area, and those living there are from families with financial difficulties. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but admire Tang Fei. To be able to become a top student in such a difficult environment, the effort she put in must be unimaginable for ordinary people. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao didn't dare to delay Tang Fei's kindness, so he drove a Porsche 911 and went to Suifeng Garden Community where Tang Fei lived. Not long after, Yi Juanhao arrived. Walking into Suifeng Garden Community, the street lamps emit dim lights, illuminating the community which is full of ruins and overgrown weeds. There are also the sounds of construction from some construction sites around and the smell of dust in the air. The electrical wires and circuits above the community are crisscrossed, and it is very likely that a power outage will occur if you are not careful. Moreover, the property management of this community is very chaotic, and maintenance and cleaning are not done properly at all. Yi Juanhao found it hard to imagine that Tang Fei, one of the 3 most beautiful girls at the University of Minnesota, would actually live in such a place. It is not an exaggeration to say that Tang Fei is like someone who has panned gold out of the sand. Arriving at Tang Fei's house, Yi Juanhao pressed the doorbell. After a while, Tang Fei came over to open the door. Seeing that it was Yi Juanhao who came, Tang Fei happily invited him to come in and sit down. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The environment is not very good," Tang Fei said apologetically. "It's okay, I think it's great," Yi Juanhao said quickly. Just as the two were chatting, the doorbell of Tang Fei's house rang again. Tang Fei was a little surprised. Her parents were out visiting relatives this week. Who would come at this time? Tang Fei walked to open the door with a puzzled look on her face, wanting to see who was coming. Chapter 64 Power Outage. When the door opened, I saw a tall and thin man in his 20s standing outside, holding a cardboard box in his hand. Looking at the man, Tang Fei was a little surprised. "Cousin? Why are you here?" It turned out that this tall and thin man was Tang Fei's cousin, Tang Jingqi. Tang Jingqi raised the cardboard box in his hand and said with a smile, "My uncle and aunt came to visit my relatives. I happen to have some freshly picked longans at home, so I plan to bring some over to you. So that's how it is. Come in and tell me, cousin." Tang Fei asked her cousin Tang Jingqi to come into the house and sit down. Tang Jingqi came to the living room and put away the box of longan. Then he saw Yi Juanhao sitting there. He asked curiously, "Cousin, who is this?" "Oh, this is Yi Juanhao, my junior from college. He helped me fix my laptop last time. This time I invited him to dinner to express my gratitude." After listening to this, Tang Jingqi nodded and introduced himself. Yi Juanhao greeted politely. After knowing that Tang Fei had cooked dinner, Tang Jingqi shamelessly sat down to eat as well. "Cousin, your cooking skills are still so good." Yi Juanhao tasted it and his eyes lit up. It was indeed very delicious. It is said that children from poor families grow up early, and it is indeed true. Senior sister Tang's cooking skills are enough to beat many chefs outside in seconds. Hearing the praises from Yi Juanhao and her cousin, Tang Fei blushed a little embarrassedly, but she was very happy in her heart. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The 3 people who were enjoying their meal encountered an embarrassing problem. The power went out due to a circuit breaker. Ah! The sudden power outage frightened Tang Fei and she couldn't help but scream. Although Tang Fei has lived in Suifeng Garden Community all year round, there has always been electricity supply and there has never been a power outage. The room was suddenly dark and Tang Fei, the little girl, was at a loss for words. She couldn't help but scream out, which was normal. In addition to screaming, Tang Fei subconsciously pounced on Yi Juanhao, who was closest to her. Girls usually get scared when they encounter dark places. The next second, Yi Juanhao felt something soft in his arms. This made Yi Juanhao a little distracted for a moment, but he quickly stopped himself. His current girlfriend is Yuning, and he must not cross the line. Yi Juanhao reluctantly helped Tang Fei up and comforted her. "Senior Tang is fine, it's just a power outage." Just as Yi Juanhao was comforting Tang Fei, Tang Jingqi found a few candles and a flashlight in Tang Fei's house. After the candles were lit, the whole room was filled with a faint light. Don't worry, cousin, I'm here today and I promise that electricity will be back soon, Tang Jingqi said with a proud look on his face. The candles were lit, and Tang Feier came back to her senses from her panic and asked in confusion, Cousin, can you repair circuits? Of course. After I entered society, your cousin learned a skill, which was electromechanical maintenance. I just got the intermediate electrician certificate not long ago. Tang Jingqi was very proud at this time, as he finally had the opportunity to demonstrate the skills he had learned. Moreover, I can show off my skills in front of my beautiful cousin, and I can brag about it for a long time. Afraid that his cousin would not believe him, Tang Jingqi took out an ID from his wallet. Tang Jingqi took the ID in his hand and waved it in front of Tang Feier, as if to show off. It was the intermediate electrician certificate he had just obtained. After seeing the ID her cousin took out, Tang Feier finally believed that he had the ability to repair circuits. That's great, cousin. I'll trouble you this time, Tang Feier said happily. It's no trouble, just a small matter, Tang Jingqi said confidently. Tang Jingqi walked out of Tang Feier's house and came to the corridor. There was an electrical box at the corner of the corridor stairs. This electrical box is the electrical box for all residents on the floor where Tang Feier lives. After opening the electrical box, Tang Jingqi saw a problem at a glance. He immediately had an idea in his mind and said with some pride, I already know what's going on. Really? That's great. Tang Feier looked very happy. Of course. Come, cousin, I'll give you some basic knowledge. Also, that Junhao, right? Come over and listen too. At this moment, Tang Jingqi looked like a master and seemed quite arrogant. He saw that neither of them had any knowledge of circuits, so he could take the opportunity to show off his professional knowledge. Look, among the residents on this floor, only my cousin's house has its power switch tripped. Then I'll try to pull it up. As soon as Tang Jingqi turned on the power switch of Tang Feier's house, his back foot immediately bounced back. See? It bounced back immediately, and the entire casing felt very hot. I guess this was a short circuit caused by overload. After saying this, Tang Jingqi looked very proud. He felt that he had found the root cause of the power outage. Overload? What does that mean? Tang Feier asked curiously. To put it simply, the circuit breaker tripped because you used high-power electrical appliances in your home, Tang Jingqi explained. So that's how it is. As a top student, Tang Feier quickly understood it. But at this time Yi Juanhao had a different opinion. He did not think that it was as simple as a short circuit caused by overload. I think it's necessary to examine it carefully before drawing any conclusions. Yi Juanhao opened his mouth, wanting to remind Tang Jingqi to confirm more details. Tang Jingqi, who was feeling very proud of himself, suddenly changed his expression when he heard Yi Juanhao's words. Young man, are you questioning my professionalism? You have to know that I am the holder of an intermediate electrician certificate. Do you know how difficult it is to pass the intermediate electrician certificate exam? That's not what I meant. I just think that such a simple judgment is not rigorous, Yi Juanhao explained. Tang Jingqi was unhappy about this, and he said in a sarcastic tone, Young man, being able to repair a laptop does not mean being able to read or repair a circuit. These are two completely different things. Since you don't believe it, let's cut off the power to Feier's high-power appliances and then turn them on to see if we can restore the power supply. Tang Jingqi is very confident in his judgment and does not allow an outsider to question him. After saying that, he walked directly to Tang Feier's house, intending to turn off all the high-power electrical appliances inside. Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier could only follow. After Tang Jingqi asked Tang Feier what high-power electrical appliances there were in the house, he unplugged all of them. Then he walked to the electrical box at the corner of the corridor stairs again and turned on the power switch of Tang Feier's house. This time the power switch did not bounce back and remained stable. Then the lights in Tang Feier's house came on, which meant that the power supply was restored. Seeing this scene, Tang Jingqi glanced at Yi Juanhao with a smug look on his face. However, the smug look on his face did not last long, as the power switch in Tang Feier's house bounced back and fell, and the lights quickly went out. The sudden situation made Tang Jingqi a little unbelievable. Was his guess wrong? What is going on? Chapter 65 Boss, please accept my greetings. How is this possible? It was clearly a short circuit caused by overload, so how could it trip again? The power supply was restored just now. Logically speaking, it was a problem with the use of high-power electrical appliances. Tang Jingqi did not give up. He still felt that his judgment was correct, so he asked, "Cousin, did you really mention all the high-power electrical appliances? Think about it and see if there is anything you missed." It may be that the missing high-power appliance caused the short circuit and tripped the circuit breaker. After hearing what her cousin said, Tang Feier really thought about it seriously again. Not long after, Tang Feier shook her head. "I have mentioned all the high-power electrical appliances I know of, without any omissions." Tang Jingqi was a little confused now. Even he didn't understand what was going on this time. The symptoms of this tripping are what he learned from books, that is, a short-circuit tripping caused by overload. Could it be that there is something wrong with the knowledge in the books? It turns out that Tang Jingqi obtained his intermediate electrician certificate through an examination. The types of questions he faced in the examination were very routine and did not involve any actual complex scenarios. It can be said that although Tang Jingqi has an intermediate electrician certificate, his practical ability is seriously insufficient. It is useless to have only professional theoretical knowledge in your mind. You must transform the knowledge in your mind and apply it to practical life. An electrician who can solve practical problems in life is a qualified electrician. Just when Tang Jingqi and Tang Feier were in distress, a sudden voice was heard. "Let me try." The person who spoke was Yi Juanhao. The two siblings looked at Yi Juanhao in surprise, especially Tang Jingqi, with a look of disdain. Even Yi Juanhao, a layman, wants to solve a problem that even he, the holder of an intermediate electrician certificate, cannot solve? Still want to try? Just don't blow up the electrical box. Young man, you have to be down to earth. If you have a problem that I can't solve right now, you should just stay away. I'd better consult my senior electrician colleague, who will be more reliable. Tang Jingqi didn't believe in Yi Juanhao's ability at all. Just now, Tang Feier saw with her own eyes that even her cousin, a mid-level electrician, was unable to solve this problem. Although she is optimistic about Junior Yi, this is after all a more professional issue. She knows very well that professional matters should be left to professionals, which is more appropriate. "Shouty Yi, thank you for your kindness, but repairing the circuit is too dangerous. You are not an electrician, so I don't recommend you to take the risk." Now the two siblings are not very optimistic about Yi Juanhao, thinking that he is just talking casually and joking. Yi Juanhao looked at this scene, feeling somewhat helpless. He really has the ability to fix it, why doesn't he believe me? Alas, I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but there is no way. Now I have to reveal my identity, otherwise these two siblings will not let me operate. Fortunately, I brought my highest level electrician certificate with me when I went out, and it comes in handy now. Yi Juanhao took out his wallet and slowly took out an ID from it. The two siblings looked at Yi Juanhao's actions with some confusion. How come he took out his ID while talking? However, as Yi Juanhao slowly took out his ID, when Tang Jingqi saw clearly the ID in Yi Juanhao's hand, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. What kind of identification is this? Tang Jingqi was already stuttering when he spoke. Even though he recognized the document, he asked it anyway. Yi Juanhao smiled slightly and said, "This is my highest level electrician certificate, which is the first level electrician certificate." Hiss. Tang Jingqi took a deep breath. Hearing what Yi Juanhao said, Tang Jingqi still couldn't believe what he heard and saw. This is amazing. The Yi Juanhao in front of him is my cousin S. Jr., a freshman in college, only about 19 or 20 years old, but he is actually the holder of a first-level electrician certificate? This is too outrageous. If he told it to others, no one would believe it, but now the facts were in front of Tang Jingqi and he had no choice but to believe it. Tang Jingqi hurriedly and carefully took the electrician's certificate from Yi Juanhao and checked it. The name and the seal of the relevant authority all indicate the authenticity of this first-level electrician certificate. Besides, no one would be so bored as to deliberately get a first-level electrician certificate and put it in their wallet. It is very easy for others to know your ability. They can find out by just testing you. It's actually true. This time Tang Jingqi really believed it. In an instant, Tang Jingqi's attitude changed 180 degrees. "Boss, please accept my greeting. I just bumped into you, please forgive me." As he spoke, Tang Jingqi bowed directly to Yi Juanhao to express his admiration. Tang Feier was confused and asked curiously, "Cousin, is this certificate powerful?" "Of course it is amazing, cousin. Let me tell you, this is the highest honors certificate in our electrical industry, a first-class electrician certificate, which means that the holder is a top electrician. Tang Jingqi could not hide his excitement in his tone. He was really lucky today to have met a top electrician. You have to make good friends. After hearing her cousin's explanation, Tang Feier opened her red lips and looked at Yi Juanhao in disbelief. Okay, don't be too surprised, both of you. Let me solve the problem at hand first. Yi Juanhao said helplessly. Okay, big guy, please help me find out what the problem is. At this time, Tang Jingqi had completely lost the pride he had at the beginning as a mid-level electrician. In front of the big boss Yi Juanhao, he was just a little apprentice. Yi Juanhao first borrowed some tools from Tang Feier's house, and then came to the electrical box at the corner of the corridor stairs again. Without saying a word, Yi Juanhao directly removed the casing of the switch, and immediately the problematic scene appeared in front of Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao turned to look at Tang Jingqi and analyzed. Look, the circuit inside this switch has short-circuited. The live wire and the neutral wire are in direct contact. Without passing through any electrical appliances, an extremely large current is generated first, which is why it keeps tripping. After listening to Yi Juanhao's explanation, Tang Jingqi suddenly understood. Then Tang Jingqi understood why Yi Juanhao asked him to check it again carefully at the beginning. Thinking of his attitude at that time, he couldn't help but blush and feel ashamed. I am really not a qualified electrician. This kind of mistake should not be made. If not handled properly, it may cause a serious accident. Thinking of this, Tang Jingqi admired Yi Juanhao even more. He surrounded Yi Juanhao like a fanboy and asked him for advice on circuits. After a while, Yi Juanhao straightened out the circuits and the switch through various magical operations and finally closed the outer casing. Then Yi Juanhao turned on the power switch and waited for nearly 10 minutes. The switch did not bounce back and fall, which indicated that the power outage problem had been perfectly resolved. Yi Juanhao successfully found the root cause of the power outage and repaired the circuit. This is the power of top electrician skills. However, while repairing the circuit, Yi Juanhao discovered another problem. Chapter 66 To win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. The problem is that the wires in the circuit are old and damp, and it seems that they have not been replaced for a long time. This is a big hidden danger. Yi Juanhao briefly talked to Tang Feier and Tang Jingqi about the possible hidden dangers involved. Tang Jingqi immediately expressed his willingness to help run errands and notified the property management to come and handle the matter. After dealing with these things, the three of them returned to the dinner table to eat. While eating, Tang Feier kept thanking Yi Juanhao for his help again and put a lot of dishes into his bowl. Even Tang Jingqi started to make fun of it. Boss Yi, I have high hopes for you. I hope you will become my future brother-in-law, ha ha ha. Tang Jingqi's words made Tang Feier's face turn red to her ears instantly, and she was extremely shy. Cousin, what are you talking about? Junior Yi and I are just friends. Yes, senior sister Tang and I are just friends, please don't misunderstand. Yi Juanhao said quickly. Looking at the reactions of his cousin and boss Yi, Tang Jingqi burst into laughter. The three of them finished their dinner amidst laughter. Yi Juanhao said that Senior Tang's cooking skills were really great and he was very full. He had never eaten such delicious home-cooked meals before. If you like it, Junior Brother Yi, you can come again next time. You are welcome anytime. Tang Feier said with a smile. Cousin Tang Jingqi also whispered to Tang Feier, Cousin, you are right. To win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Cousin, I'm going to ignore you if you keep saying that. Tang Feier became shy again. Okay, I won't say any more. Ha ha ha. Tang Jingqi quickly laughed and said nothing more. After chatting for a while, it was getting late, so Yi Juanhao stood up to say goodbye. Tang Jingqi also happened to leave with Yi Juanhao. After all, Tang Jingqi did not live here. Before leaving, Tang Jingqi watched Yi Juanhao driving away in a Porsche 911, and couldn't help but sigh, a big boss is a big boss, he drives a luxury car. After this incident, Tang Feier felt even more fortunate to have gotten to know Junior Brother Yi. She still remembered that the reason she initially wanted to add Junior Yi as her friend was because she wanted Junior Yi to teach her more about life. Because I usually only focus on studying and ignore many details in life, I really hope someone can guide me. It seems that she made the right decision. She will have to trouble Junior Brother Yi more in the future. On the other side, Yi Juanhao had returned to the villa. After washing up, he successfully fell asleep before 11 p.m. The next day, Yi Juanhao got up early to exercise, and after eating a nutritious breakfast, he drove to school as usual. Yu Ning still didn't come to class today, but this was within Yi Juanhao's expectations. After returning home last night, Chen Yuning called to check on him via video. Fortunately, Yi Juanhao had already returned to his villa from Tang Feier's house. Otherwise, Yu Ning might misunderstand me, and it would be difficult to explain. After all, Yu Ning had been jealous before because of the photo of Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier walking and talking and laughing on the campus. Yi Juanhao still remembered it clearly. During the video call last night, Yi Juanhao learned that Yu Ning was still on leave and stayed at home today. This was also the request of her parents. They wanted Yu Ning to have one more day to rest and recover better, and then return to school as usual the next day. Yi Juanhao expressed his understanding and, in a straightforward manner, told Chen Yuning to drink more hot water, which made Chen Yuning laugh for a while. For this reason, Chen Yuning said that she would educate Yi Juanhao more in the future to make her boyfriend less straight. Yi Juanhao had no choice but to agree. It was his first time in love and he didn't understand many things. There was nothing he could do. Soon, all the classes for the day were over. Today, Yi Juanhao also took the Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk formula that he had purchased from the sports mall before, and planned to send it to Shangshi Meiyan International Company, and let Su Yuantong find someone to make a sample first. Yi Juanhao drove to Shangshi Meiyan International Company. After arriving, Yi Juanhao went straight to Su Yuantong's general manager's office with the formula information. When Su Yuantong saw Mr. Yi coming, she immediately warmly entertained Yi Juanhao. If it weren't for Mr. Yi's help last time, Shangshi Meiyan would probably have been unable to survive, and he would not have been able to continue as the general manager, so Su Yuantong was very happy to see Yi Juanhao coming. Mr. Yi, do you have any instructions for me today? Su Yuantong asked. Why, can't I come and see you if I have nothing to do? Yi Juanhao teased. Of course not. I'm really happy that Mr. Yi is coming. Su Yuantong said quickly. Seeing Su Yuantong looking nervous and afraid of doing something wrong, Yi Juanhao stopped teasing her and started talking about business. I came here today because I have something for you to do. Please speak, Mr. Yi. I have an exclusive formula for a moisturizing essence milk in my hand. It's very effective. I want you to find someone to make this sample first, then send it to quality inspection and go through the process, and finally enter production. As Yi Juanhao spoke, he handed the formula information of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion to Su Yuantong. After hearing what Yi Juanhao said, Su Yuantong took the recipe information and looked at it curiously. After taking a quick look, Su Yuantong's eyes lit up. The recipe records the various ingredients and proportions of the ingredients needed in great detail, especially the efficacy description at the end, which surprised Su Yuantong greatly. The ultimate hydrating and moisturizing effect, the ultimate oil control effect, can repair a certain degree of skin damage. If these three effects are true, once they are produced, they will definitely be able to beat the highly moisturizing and hydrating cream that Shangshi Meiyan is currently selling. The more Su Yuantong looked at it, the more excited she became. This recipe was an absolute treasure. Mr. Yi, where did you get this formula? Su Yuantong asked curiously. I asked a friend to develop this for me, in order to solve the current dilemma that Shangshi Meiyan does not have a product of its own. Yi Juanhao made up a reason and started to make friends out of nothing. So that's how it is. I understand, Mr. Yi. Leave this to me. I'll find someone to make the sample as soon as possible. Su Yuantong agreed immediately. Okay, let me know when the sample is ready. I also want to see the actual effect of this product. After continuing to chat with Su Yuantong about the details for a while, Yi Juanhao left Shangshi Meiyan International Company and returned to his villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Juanhao turned on his sports bracelet and entered the system software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. When he was promoted to the entry level, Yi Juanhao forgot to check his body's data. Now that he has time, he plans to see to what extent he has improved. Clicking to enter the personal information panel, the physical data information presented once again made Yi Juanhao sigh. Chapter 67 The most expensive bicycle in the world. Yi Juanhao clicked on it and immediately noticed the height column. It was 173.2 centimeters before, and now it has increased to 173.8 centimeters. It has increased by a full 0.6 centimeters, an extremely terrifying improvement. Yi Juanhao looked at the data in the arm strength and leg strength columns again. Arm strength, 310 caddies, leg strength, 500 caddies. The improvement is acceptable, pretty good. Yi Juanhao thought of the last time when he broke a baton with his bare hands in the cinema and divided it into 5 or 6 pieces, and realized the importance of arm and leg strength. The improvement of these two values can not only help Yi Juanhao complete various sports events more easily, but also enhance his own strength and gain the ability to protect himself. In the future, if you encounter any gangsters or thugs, you can easily deal with them. After all, once people have huge wealth, they will easily be coveted by some people. This is why many wealthy people spend money to hire bodyguards to protect themselves, and the annual expenditure on bodyguards is not low. Rich people are afraid of death. They are afraid that their money will be eaten away by someone with ulterior motives before they spend it all. But now Yi Juanhao can protect himself, which is very powerful. It is equivalent to holding a life-saving trump card. Just as Yi Juanhao was daydreaming, he calculated the time and found that the refresh time of Sports Mall should be approaching. Yi Juanhao clicked to enter the Sports Mall, and found that there was about 30 seconds left in the countdown. This couldn't help but make Yi Juanhao curious. What would the 2 items that were refreshed this time be? After about 30 seconds of refresh time, 2 brand new products came into Yi Juanhao's sight. Yi Juanhao checked the first item. Trek Madun Bicycles 2, worth 64 million, purchase method, complete a 30-second mountain run. The first item surprised Yi Juanhao greatly, for it turned out to be the ceiling among bicycles the Trek Butterfly. Although Yi Juanhao is not a cycling enthusiast, it does not affect the fact that he has heard of the luxury bicycle Trek Butterfly. Trek Madun Bicycle is the most expensive bicycle in the world, with one bicycle worth up to 32 million yuan and only 10 units sold worldwide. It incorporates butterfly elements into its design, implying the beautiful vision of emerging from a cocoon and becoming a butterfly. It not only has outstanding performance, but also symbolizes ultimate luxury and artistic value. Now there are 2 cars in the Sports Mall at once, and there is no reason for Yi Juanhao not to buy them. It just so happens that the first entry-level sport is cycling 5 kilometers, and Yi Juanhao was planning to buy 2 mountain bikes, one for himself and one for Yuning. But for now, it seems that these 2 Trek Madun bikes are enough. I believe these 2 Trek Madun bicycles are enough to beat other brands of mountain bikes, so there is no need to buy any other ones. The first item after the refresh was so awesome that Yi Juanhao looked at the second item with anticipation and started checking it out. 5% of Tianlong Group's shares, worth 600 million. How to buy? You need to complete the first entry-level exercise and complete kneeling push-ups for 30 seconds. It turned out to be shares of Tianlong Group again. This was something Yi Juanhao had never expected. The first entry-level sports reward is 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group, worth 1.2 billion. Now there is another 5% stake in Tianlong Group. Together, the 2 together make up 15% of the shares. Pretty good. This item must be obtained as well. But looking at the purchase conditions below, Yi Juanhao felt helpless. It seems that I need to hurry up and complete the first entry-level sports project, otherwise, if this product is refreshed and taken away, I will be in tears. Fortunately, the refresh time this time is relatively long, and the countdown to the next refresh is now shown as 1 day, 11 hours, 23 minutes, and 45 seconds. In this case, Yuning will be back for class tomorrow, so she can do the cycling project first, so that the second item will not be wasted. If you want to ride a bike, you definitely need a bicycle. Yi Juanhao looked at the purchase conditions of the Trek Madun bicycle and smiled. Let us start with you. Yi Juanhao clicked the buy button first. Note, the host has clicked the purchase button of the product. Please complete the purchase conditions when the next refresh time comes, otherwise the selected product will be refreshed and overwritten by the new product. Then, after checking the correct posture of mountain running on his mobile phone, Yi Juanhao started to do it. It's actually very simple. Just support yourself with your hands on the ground like you would do push-ups, push your legs backwards, and move like running. 30 seconds later, the system prompt sounded in Yi Juanhao's mind on time. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 2 Trek Madun bicycles. They have been placed in the courtyard of the villa. Please check them carefully. After receiving the system prompt, Yi Juanhao immediately came to the courtyard of the villa. Sure enough, 2 beautifully shaped, stylish and luxurious bicycles appeared in the courtyard. They were the Trek Madun bicycles. As you get closer, you'll notice that the bike looks very elegant and dynamic with its streamlined body lines and butterfly wing shape. For a moment, Yi Juanhao couldn't let it go. Yi Juanhao is also a car lover. He originally thought that he only liked cars, but now after seeing this Trek Madun bicycle, he has changed his mind. Bicycles are also very nice. After touching the entire body of the bike, Yi Juanhao couldn't wait to ride it on and rode around his yard a few times before stopping. After riding for a few laps, Yi Juanhao felt very good. There was no bumpy feeling at all, and it didn't feel painful to sit on. Instead, it was very comfortable. It is a very suitable bicycle for outdoor cycling. After getting enough of the feeling, Yi Juanhao returned to the villa and sent a WeChat message to Chen Yuning. Tell her that we can go cycling together after class tomorrow to relax. Not long after the message was sent, Chen Yuning replied. Chen Yuning naturally agreed very happily without any hesitation. After all, she was eager to go out and play with her brother Juanhao, and she wished there were more activities like this. Soon, the night passed. In the morning, Yi Juanhao got up early to exercise as usual. After eating a nutritious breakfast, he drove straight to school. Yi Juanhao specially arranged a private truck driver today to transport the two Trek Madun bicycles. He agreed on a time with the truck driver, and the luggage would be delivered shortly after their classes were over, so as not to delay their riding time. When he arrived at the school and entered the classroom, Yi Juanhao indeed saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. Chapter 68 Self-Knowledge. The first thing Yi Juanhao saw when he entered the classroom was Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning also happened to look at Yi Juanhao. The two people's eyes were filled with deep longing, and they understood each other's thoughts. Yi Juanhao walked over and sat next to Chen Yuning. Seeing this, Chen Yuning's roommates smiled secretly with their hands covering their mouths, and consciously moved to other seats to leave the two young lovers some private space. Her roommate's actions made Chen Yuning's face turn red instantly, and she looked extremely shy. While Chen Yuning was shy, Yi Juanhao was not idle. He directly took Chen Yuning's delicate little hand under the desk. When the boys in the class saw this scene, they all became envious and jealous. It seems like Yi Juanhao has really seduced the pretty girl from Chen University. It seems that the rumor that Chen Yuning claimed to have a boyfriend, which was previously circulated on the school forum, BBS and confession wall, was true. It turned out to be Yi Juanhao from their class. After a few minutes, the class started. However, the students in this class were not paying attention to the class at all. They all focused most of their attention on Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning, who were sitting in the front row. Yes, the front row. Unlike other young couples, these two did not sit in the back row during class. Instead, they sat in the front row. It doesn't matter if they sit in the front row, but the two of them often whisper to each other, and there are smiles on their faces from time to time. This made the students behind them curious about what they were talking about. What is even more terrible is that the two of them were holding hands, looking so sweet, which made the group of single classmates behind them scream that they couldn't stand it and their mouths were full of dog food. After the whole class, they were so full of dog food that they felt they didn't need to eat lunch. Finally, the bell rang and the class was over. They breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled their roommates out of the classroom, unwilling to be forced to feed them dog food anymore. After class, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning walked hand in hand on the school road, attracting many people's attention along the way. But neither of them cared about the looks of these people, as they only had each other in their eyes at this moment. Now that the lesson is over, they are getting ready to go for a ride. The time agreed upon by Yi Juanhao and the truck driver has almost arrived, and the two are now heading towards the school gate. After the truck driver delivers the two Trek Madun bicycles, you can start riding. When Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning walked to the school gate, they met a boy wearing professional equipment and riding a cool mountain bike. The boy rode this cool mountain bike and slowly stopped in front of Chen Yuning. Then the boy took off his cycling goggles, smiled, thinking he was very handsome, and said, "Sister Yuning, why are you here? Are you interested in riding with me?" Chen Yuning looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of her, a little surprised. She couldn't remember who the boy was for a moment. The boy noticed that Chen Yuning seemed to have forgotten who she was, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. The smile on his face could not be maintained and turned into a bitter smile. "Junior Sister Yuning, I am Yuan Haoming, the director of the sophomore publicity department. I met him before at the freshman welcome party." Ever since Yuan Haoming saw Chen Yuning's beautiful appearance at the freshman welcome party, he has been deeply fascinated by Chen Yuning and has become one of her suitors. After hearing the other party's introduction, Chen Yuning finally had a slight impression of him. "Oh, it turns out to be Senior Yuan Haoming." Chen Yuning agreed politely. "Well, Junior Sister Yuning, do you want to go cycling together?" As he spoke, Yuan Haoming patted his bicycle to show off, wanting Chen Yuning to notice the uniqueness of his bicycle. Before Chen Yuning could say no, several girls walked out of the school. One of them exclaimed when she saw Yuan Haoming's bicycle. The girl walked up excitedly and asked Yuan Haoming, "Excuse me, is this bike from Trek's Super Caliber SLR series?" When Yuan Haoming saw a girl coming up to him and asking about his bicycle, he felt proud, but on the surface he pretended to be indifferent. "Yes, the bike I have is Trek's Super Caliber SLR series 9.9XXAXS Gen 2. Yuan Haoming said with great pride. After hearing Yuan Haoming's confirmation, the girl became even more excited. It turned out to be Trek's Super Caliber SLR series. Then this bicycle must be very expensive. Can you tell me how much it costs? The girl asked curiously. It's not expensive. All the stuff together cost about 150,000 yuan. When Yuan Haoming said this, he did not forget to look at Chen Yuning, wanting to see her reaction. Seeing that Chen Yuning's reaction was very indifferent, Yuan Haoming found it a little hard to accept. Could such an expensive bicycle not attract her attention? For this reason, Yuan Haoming specifically added, "I bought more than one of this bicycle. I bought two at once because I really liked it." After saying this, Yuan Haoming's face was full of pride. This time, schoolmate Yuning would not remain indifferent. As expected, when Chen Yuning heard that Yuan Haoming bought two cars at once, she was indeed a little surprised, but she quickly recovered. How many cars to buy is other people's business, and Chen Yuning only had a slight reaction. But this meant something different to Yuan Haoming, and he instantly became a little proud. Wow, this bicycle is so expensive, worth 150,000 yuan, and he bought two of them, that's amazing. Yeah, I've never seen such an expensive bike before. It looks so cool. Next to them, the female companions who recognized the model of Yuan Haoming's bicycle were all shocked. They all showed flattering expressions and came forward to please him. Didn't they say there was another bicycle? Why didn't I see it? One of the girls asked curiously. Oh, that one. I left it in the school parking lot. No one wants to ride with me, so it's just sitting there. Yuan Haoming pretended to look regretful and said, I can. I also want to try what it feels like to ride such an expensive bike." The girls volunteered one after another, all wanting to experience the feeling of riding a luxury bicycle. The girl who recognized the model of Yuan Haoming's bicycle stepped forward to stop her crazy sisters and gestured to Chen Yuning's location with her hand. "You mean you didn't see Chen Daxiaowai here?" After receiving the signal, the sisters restrained themselves temporarily. With Ms. Chen around, they are indeed not qualified to experience luxury bicycles first, and they are aware of this. Seeing this scene, Yuan Haoming confidently invited Chen Yuning to go cycling again. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuning's answer made Yuan Haoming stunned. Chapter 69 The jealous jar is about to fall over. No need, senior. I've already made an appointment with someone to go riding together. Chen Yuning politely refused. Already made an appointment to go cycling together? Who is it? At this time, Yuan Haoming noticed Yi Juanhao beside Chen Yuning. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he looked at Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning in shock. The two of them were actually holding hands, and Chen Yuning didn't show any intention of resisting. How is this possible? In his impression, the most beautiful girl in Chen University's department is a holy and beautiful goddess who can only be admired from afar. How could she be holding a boy's hand now? He was a little bit unbelievable. Junior sister Yuning, who is this person next to you? Yuan Haoming couldn't help but ask. This is my boyfriend, Yi Juanhao. Chen Yuning said with a smile. Boyfriend? Yuan Haoming felt like the sky was falling. My goddess actually has a boyfriend. Could it be that the person Chen Yuning mentioned about making an appointment to go cycling together is this so-called boyfriend in front of her? This made Yuan Haoming unacceptable. Why did Yi Juanhao take Chen Yuning to ride together? Did he have a bicycle? Even if there are any, they are probably some unknown brand mountain bikes that are not presentable. How can my goddess ride on such an unknown brand mountain bike? I have a Trek Super Caliber SLR 9.9XXAXS Gen 2 worth $150,000. For a moment, Yuan Haoming thought about a lot of things. So what if I have a boyfriend? There is a saying that goes, if the person you like has a boyfriend, it means you only have one opponent, and as long as you defeat him, you can get to the top. Looking at the Trek Super Caliber SLR 9.9XXAXS Gen 2 worth 150,000 renminbi next to him, Yuan Haoming regained his confidence. Brother Yi, I want to ask if you have a bicycle? Without a bicycle, there is no way to ride. How about this, since I only have 2 bicycles, let me take junior sister Yuning for a ride today, and you go back to school and wait. Yuan Haoming's kind advice to Yi Juanhao. No, I have 2 bicycles too. Yi Juanhao replied calmly. Where is it? I can't see it. Yuan Haoming looked around and didn't see any other bicycles. I called a truck and it will be delivered shortly. Oh, so that's the case. But I still suggest you ride my bike. You know, the most important thing about cycling is the comfort of the bike. Ordinary, off-brand mountain bikes are not suitable for a delicate girl like Yuning. Yuan Haoming was sure that Yi Juanhao's bicycle must be a very ordinary, unknown brand mountain bike. Judging from Yi Juanhao's appearance, he doesn't look like someone who can afford a luxury bicycle. Now this is Yuan Haoming's advantage, he must seize it firmly, and today he must let his junior sister Yuning go cycling with him. As for Yi Juanhao, if he wants to follow, let him do it. That kind of unknown brand mountain bike will just collect dust behind him. After Yi Juanhao's unknown brand mountain bike is delivered and then compared with her own luxury bike, it will be clear at a glance which bike Yuning will choose to ride. Thinking of this, Yuan Haoming couldn't help but reveal a winner's smile in advance. Yi Juanhao smiled. Yuan Haoming thought that his 2 bicycles were of unknown brands, but he was afraid to scare Yuan Haoming if he told him the actual situation. When your own bicycles arrive, everyone will be able to tell which one is better without you having to explain. Okay, then wait until my bike arrives and then we'll see whose bike is more comfortable. Yi Juanhao was too lazy to waste words with Yuan Haoming. Everything would be solved once his Trek Madun bicycle arrived. Hearing Yi Juanhao's agreement, Yuan Haoming showed an expression of success on his face and seemed extremely proud. After a while, a large truck slowly drove to the school gate, and finally stopped steadily near the school gate. After the truck stopped, the truck driver got out quickly, walked up to Yi Juanhao, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'm a few minutes late. I hope you don't mind." "It's okay, the time difference is not much, I understand, just move my 2 bicycles down." Yi Juanhao didn't care about such a small matter. He knew that being a truck driver was hard work and not easy, so he didn't say anything. Okay. The truck driver responded and opened the truck's compartment, revealing 2 beautifully shaped bicycles. Because they were inside the truck, everyone couldn't see clearly. When the truck driver unloaded the 2 bicycles, everyone saw it clearly. Wow, these 2 bikes are so cool and beautiful. I think they look better than the 150,000 yuan bike. Yes, the shape is very beautiful. It feels like there is a butterfly embedded in it. The group of girls screamed in surprise at once. Hearing the exclamations of the girls, Yuan Haoming shook his head and laughed. How could Yi Juanhao's bicycle be better looking than his own? So Yuan Haoming turned his head and looked. For a moment, Yuan Haoming froze in place, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? Yuan Haoming muttered to himself, looking as if he had lost his soul due to fear. He thought he was dazzled and had an illusion. How could such a legendary bicycle appear here? It's a Trek Madun bicycle. Is this true? The girl who recognized the style of Yuan Haoming's bicycle also realized the origins of the 2 bicycles and asked subconsciously. Yes, these 2 bicycles are Trek Madun bicycles. After Yi Juanhao confirmed with the truck driver that the goods had been received, he said as he pushed 2 bicycles over. When the girl heard Yi Juanhao's confirmation, she was even more excited than when she first saw Yuan Haoming's bicycle. She immediately stepped forward to take a closer look. On the side, Yuan Haoming confirmed his guess through the conversation between the 2. It turned out to be the legendary Trek Madun bicycle. At this moment, Yuan Haoming's face was pale, as if his whole body was hollowed out, and he fell to the ground. Thinking about how he had just compared a 150,000 yuan bicycle with Yi Juanhao's Trek Madun bicycle, Yuan Haoming wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. One of the girls couldn't help but ask, "How much are these 2 bicycles?" "They are so beautiful. I want to buy one to ride, too." "You can't buy it. This bicycle is worth 32 million. 2 bicycles are worth 64 million. The girl who knew what was going on spoke up and interrupted the girl's fantasy. These 2 bikes cost 64 million. The group of girls were shocked again, and the girl who wanted to buy one to ride was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. This is too extravagant, spending 64 million to buy 2 bicycles. It seems that Yi Junhao in front of him is the truly rich and inhumane one. The Trek Super Caliber SLR 9.9XXAXS Gen 2 worth 150,000 yuan cannot compare with it at all. In an instant, all the girls present surrounded Yi Junhao and began to flatter him. They wanted to experience Yi Junhao's Trek Madun bicycle. Seeing this, Chen Yuning pretended to cough a few times. After hearing Chen Yuning's cough, the group of girls came back to their senses from their madness. This was the boyfriend of the most beautiful girl in Chen University's department. They had just crossed the line. Yi Junhao quickly took advantage of the gap between these girls to escape and returned to Chen Yuning. He knew that Chen Yuning was a real jealous person. With so many girls surrounding him just now, she must be very jealous. Yuan Haoming had already taken advantage of the girls' craziness and left in a hurry when no one was paying attention to him. He was so embarrassed that his face was burning with pain. He had no face to stay any longer. Even though he really wanted to take a look at the 2 Trek Madun bicycles, he just couldn't bring himself to stay here. Yi Junhao looked at Chen Yuning's angry look and immediately thought something was wrong, but the next second, Chen Yuning's action made Yi Junhao unable to react. Chapter 70 The Crazy Demon Who Protects Her Husband. Boo! Chen Yuning stood on tiptoe and kissed Yi Junhao on the face, then separated. Then she arrogantly took Yi Junhao's arm to declare her sovereignty. I'm going cycling with my boyfriend, sisters, do you want to come too? Although Chen Yuning said the invitation, everyone could tell that she was telling others that this was her boyfriend and they had to get her permission before doing anything. Upon seeing this, the group of girls quickly said no, they would talk about it next time, and finally they all left in embarrassment. They didn't expect that Chen Da's beauty was actually a husband-protecting devil. After all the girls had walked away, Chen Yuning imitated the tone of those girls and spoke. Brother, can you take me for a ride? Your bicycle is so beautiful, can you let me ride it? Brother. After hearing this, Yi Junhao shuddered all over and spoke quickly. Yuning, I was wrong. I didn't know these girls would be so crazy. I promise I won't do this again next time. Seeing Yi Junhao's nervous look as he was anxious to admit his mistake, Chen Yuning burst out laughing. All right. I was just teasing you. Look how nervous you are. Yi Junhao wiped the cold sweat from his face and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Yuning was really angry. That's good. Humph, forget it this time, but next time I see you flirting with other women, you'll be on your knees at the keyboard. Chen Yuning pretended to be vicious and said this, which was very cute. After hearing this, Yi Junhao imagined himself kneeling in front of the keyboard if he did something wrong in the future, and he suddenly felt extremely happy. But this also made Yi Junhao feel warm in his heart. It felt good to have a girl taking care of him. After this little episode, the two did not forget the main purpose of the trip and the ride officially began. Yi Junhao helped Chen Yuning adjust the bicycle to the most suitable sitting height for her, and after teaching her some things to pay attention to when riding, they set off. The location of this cycling trip is in Xiangshan Park, not far from the school. The trail in Xiangshan Park is 14.5 kilometers long and the road is flat, which is very suitable for walking and cycling. During the ride, the two talked and laughed, and when they saw beautiful scenery along the way, they would stop and take photos together. The whole process was very joyful, and the relationship and tacit understanding between the two were once again enhanced. However, due to frequent stops and starts, Yi Junhao's 5-kilometer cycling mission was always forced to pause. So when they were almost at the end, Yi Junhao suggested not to stop halfway and ride to the finish line in one breath. After riding for a while, they finally barely met the standard and completed the first entry-level sports project of cycling 5 kilometers. After Yi Junhao finished riding for 5 kilometers, the system software's reminder sound appeared in Yi Junhao's mind on time. Congratulations to the host for completing the first entry-level sports project of cycling 5 kilometers. The reward is 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group and becoming one of the vice presidents of Tianlong Group. This has been achieved. The relevant share agreement contract has been placed on the desktop of the villa bedroom. Note, Tianlong Group has a market value of 12 billion, and 10% of the shares are worth about 1.2 billion currently. Tianlong Group and the host also have a vice president with 10% of the shares, who is temporarily also the first vice president. After receiving the prompt from the system software, Yi Junhao was very satisfied, but at the same time he had doubts. Tianlong Group has another vice president who holds 10% of the shares, and is temporarily sharing the position of first vice president with himself? This was something Yi Juanhao had not expected. But on second thought, Yi Juanhao felt that it didn't matter, because he could immediately obtain another 5% of Tianlong Group's shares, and then he would definitely be the first vice president. After the ride, return to your villa and complete the purchase conditions for the second item in the sports mall. After riding to the end of the trail in Shangshan Park, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning rested for a while and then returned the same way. The return journey was much faster than the hike up, and before long, we were back to school. Chen Yuning hadn't been to school for a few days, and her roommates missed her very much, so they asked her to have dinner together tonight. This was a private party for her and her sisters, so Yi Juanhao did not go with them. After all, he and Yuning had already had a great time in the afternoon, so he asked her to get together with her roommates and chat in the evening. So after Yi Juanhao sent Chen Yuning back to the girls' dormitory building, he left. Yi Juanhao got in the car and returned to his villa. As soon as Yi Juanhao returned to the villa and wanted to complete the purchase conditions of the second item in the sports mall, as soon as possible, his cell phone rang. In desperation, Yi Juanhao could only give up temporarily and answer the phone. When the phone was picked up, the voice of my best friend Zhou Hongji was heard. Juanhao, are you free tonight? Come to my house for dinner. Yi Juanhao was stunned. What are you planning? Why are you suddenly inviting me to your house for dinner? Yi Juanhao knew his best friend too well, and he must have invited him to dinner because of something. Juanhao, you understand me. I told my dad about the time you took out the mysterious black card at Tianhong International Hotel to scare off Wan, the president of Tiancheng Entertainment Group. My dad is very interested in you, so I invited you to my house for dinner tonight. My dad wants to meet you and get to know you. Zhou Hongji explained. So that's how it is. Uncle wants to see me. No problem. I'm free tonight. I'll get ready and go to your house. Yi Juanhao agreed. Great, Juanhao, you are worthy of being my best friend. I'll wait for you to come tonight. Zhou Hongji said excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Yi Juanhao went to the bathroom to tidy up his appearance, then drove his Rolls-Royce Cullinan straight to the home of his best friend Zhou Hongji. Half an hour later, Yi Juanhao arrived at the home of his best friend Zhou Hongji. After ringing the doorbell and the door opened, Zhou Hongji saw Yi Juanhao. He first gave his good brother a bear hug, and then warmly invited Yi Juanhao in. At this time, sitting on the sofa in the living room was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, who must be Zhou Hongji's father. Hello uncle, I came here in a hurry today and didn't bring any gifts, please forgive me. Yi Juanhao said embarrassedly. Oh, it's Mr. Yi, you're here. You're welcome. I invited you to be my guest tonight. Besides, you're Zhou Hongji's best friend. You don't have to be so polite. Just treat this place as your own home. Zhou Hongji's father was very approachable and warmly invited Yi Juanhao to sit down. After Yi Juanhao sat down, he chatted politely with Zhou Hongji's father for a while. At this time, the doorbell of Zhou Hongji's house rang again. Zhou Hongji, who was sitting on the sofa, was a little puzzled and asked, Dad, have you invited anyone to our house tonight? Hearing his son's words, Zhou Hongji's father said, No, I just invited Yi Xiaoyu tonight. Hearing his father's words, Zhou Hongji ran to open the door in confusion. Who is coming? Chapter 71 Provocation. Zhou Hongji opened the door and what came into view was a middle-aged man with a big belly, who looked about the same age as Zhou Hongji's father. The middle-aged man with a big belly was followed by a secretary who helped him carry his bag and documents. It's Hongji. Thank you for opening the door for me. I'm going in. Then the pot-bellied middle-aged man and his secretary walked around Zhou Hongji and entered the house. Zhou Hongji looked grim. He didn't expect that the person who came was him, his father's business rival. If Zhou Hongji knew that it was him who was coming, he would never open the door. But it was too late now, they had already reached the living room. Then the pot-bellied middle-aged man sat down on the sofa in the living room without any hesitation, as if he was back home, looking down on everyone. When Zhou Hongji's father saw the person coming, his face turned extremely ugly and he started scolding. Wu Yanghua, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Old Zhou, why are you so angry? As an old friend, isn't it normal for me to come and see you? Wu Yanghua crossed his legs and said nonchalantly. Who said you were an old friend? Tell me what you want to do here. Then leave immediately. Zhou Hongji's father didn't give Wu Yanghua any face at all. Zhou Hongji's father's company and Wu Yanghua's company have been rivals for many years. The two companies are involved in similar fields and the competition among them is extremely fierce. They often compete with each other for a project. They can be said to be mortal enemies. Originally, this was nothing, just normal business competition, but Wu Yangbo was a cunning person. In order to obtain a project, he sent a commercial spy to steal the ideas of Zhou Hongji's father's company and used them in his own company. In the end, he successfully won the project. This made Zhou Hongji's father's company's several months of hard work and efforts go to waste. From then on, Zhou Hongji's family never treated Wu Yangbo well. That's why Zhou Hongji's father was so disrespectful when Wu Yangbo said that they were old friends. Now he was being very polite by not immediately chasing him away with a broom. Ha, Lao Zhou, this time our two companies are going to compete with each other for a big project again. Wu Yangbo said meaningfully. Zhou Hongji's father thought about what major projects his company had recently, and then his face changed. Are you talking about the outsourced design project of Tianlong Group? Yes, my company is also involved in the competition for the outsourced design project of Tianlong Group. Wu Yangbo said with a proud look on his face. That's impossible. I've already discussed it with the general manager of Tianlong Group. This outsourced design project will be given to my company. How could you possibly compete for this project? Zhou Hongji's father didn't believe Wu Yangbo's words at all. He had just had a dinner with the general manager of Tianlong Group 2 days ago and had given many benefits to get this project. Now that Wu Yangbo's company is competing for this project, doesn't it mean that the best company will be chosen based on their capabilities? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Old Zhou, you can get to know the general manager of Tianlong Group, but why can't I, Wu Yangbo, get to know the vice president of Tianlong Group? Wu Yangbo began to show off his relationship with the vice president of Tianlong Group. Vice president? When Zhou Hongji's father heard Wu Yangbo say that he knew the vice president of Tianlong Group, he could no longer remain calm. Zhou Hongji's father finally understood why Wu Yangbo came here today. Wu Yangbo came here to show off. He knew the vice president of Tianlong Group and even said he wanted to compete with his own company for this project. What a joke. No matter how well your company is doing, it will all depend on what the vice president says. They specifically want Wu Yangbo's company, so no matter what you do, it will be useless. This is the importance of personal connections. Obviously, the vice president position that Wu Yangbo knew was higher than the general manager position that Zhou Hongji's father knew. Wu Yangbo is deliberately targeting his own company. At this moment, Zhou Hongji's father felt extremely angry, but he could do nothing about it. What can you do? People have openly said that there is still a chance to compete. What can you say? This is just a show for outsiders to see, so as not to affect the reputation of Tianlong Group. Multiple companies are interested in a project at the same time, and they call it an opportunity to compete, but in fact, the winner has already been decided based on personal connections. This is the struggle in the business world, and if you want to go far you can only rely on your connections. Yi Juanhao, who was sitting quietly on the sofa, listened to their conversation for a while and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Isn't Tianlong Group one of the industries that he just acquired? He seemed to be the first vice president, although there was another person who was also the first vice president, but he didn't know if the vice president Wu Yangbo knew was the other one. If not, Yi Juanhao could help Zhou Hongji's father immediately. After all, he is the father of his best friend, and he is currently a guest at his home. Facing provocations from others with ill intentions, Yi Juanhao will not stand idly by. What Yi Juanhao wants to confirm now is whether the vice president Wu Yangbo mentioned is the one with the same status as himself. If so, Yi Juanhao would wait until he returned to his villa and obtained the second item from the sports mall before helping Zhou Hongji's father. If not, then Yi Juanhao can come forward to resolve it now. So, while Zhou Hongji's father and Wu Yangbo were still talking, Yi Juanhao's voice suddenly interrupted. I want to ask, how much shares does the vice president own in Tianlong Group? The sudden interruption of the voice startled Zhou Hongji's father and Wu Yangbo. They obviously didn't expect Yi Juanhao, who was sitting next to them, to ask. Wu Yangbo had actually noticed Yi Juanhao a long time ago, but because Yi Juanhao looked so young, he subconsciously thought that he was a junior of Zhou Hongji's father and ignored him. But now Yi Juanhao suddenly interrupted and asked. Although Wu Yangbo didn't want to pay attention to Yi Juanhao, the questions Yi Juanhao asked were really to his liking. Yi Juanhao was asking for the information of the vice president he knew. In order to show that he had a close relationship with the vice president, Wu Yangbo did not refuse Yi Juanhao's question. Wu Yangbo said with a proud look on his face, "The vice president I know is the second vice president of Tianlong Group and owns 6% of the shares." Only 6% of the shares? So little. Yi Juwenhao muttered. Since Wu Yangbo was not far from where Yi Juwenhao was sitting, he could clearly hear Yi Juwenhao's muttering. Wu Yangbo immediately scolded him in dissatisfaction. "What do you know as a young man? You should know that the market value of Tianlong Group is as high as 12 billion. 6% of the shares are worth 720 million, which is already a lot." After scolding Yi Juwenhao, Wu Yangbo really wanted to see the shocked and frightened expression on Yi Juwenhao's face. As a result, what Yi Juwenhao said next was completely unexpected to everyone present, and some of them couldn't believe it. Chapter 72 Competition Project. "No, I mean that the vice president you know doesn't own as many shares as I do. I own 10% of the shares in Tianlong Group, which is a little more than him." Yi Juwenhao gave a brief explanation. After Yi Juwenhao finished speaking, the whole place fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, everyone's expressions were very interesting and full of disbelief. After more than 10 seconds, Wu Yangbo burst into laughter, as if he had heard some huge joke. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. You own 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group? You are such a boaster. Lao Zhou, where did this kid come from? He succeeded in making me laugh, ha 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 ha." Wu Yangbo laughed out loud and asked Zhou Hongji's father, who was sitting opposite him. Zhou Hongji's father had heard his son talk about Yi Juwenhao before. It was said that he took out a mysterious black card and scared away Mr. Wan, the general manager of Tiancheng Entertainment Group, with a market value of 6 billion. Although this incident can prove that Yi Juwenhao's identity and background are not simple, Zhou Hongji's father also finds it hard to believe that he owns 10% of the shares in Tianlong Group. "Friend Yi, are you sure you own 10% of the shares in Tianlong Group?" "Of course I am sure. Could it be that there is another Tianlong Group in Mingzhou City?" Yi Juwenhao asked back. "No." Zhou Hongji's father shook his head. Later, Zhou Hongji's father realized that if Yi Juwenhao really owned 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group, then the outsourced design project of Tianlong Group would not be able to fall to Wu Yangbo's company. After all, the vice president that Wu Yangbo knew only owned 6% of the shares, while Yi Juwenhao owned 10%, a difference of 4%. It is obvious that Yi Juwenhao has more say than the vice president that Wu Yangbo knows. Wu Yangbo also realized this, but he didn't believe what Yi Juwenhao said at all. According to his understanding, the first vice president is the only one who owns 10% of the shares in Tianlong Group. Except for the president, no one else owns more than 10% of the shares or is equal to 10% of the shares. The second vice president he knew was a close confidant of the first vice president. If there was a second person who owned 10% of the shares, he would have known it long ago. Therefore, he concluded that Yi Juwenhao was lying and was just pretending. This is what young people are like, huh? Their minds are only thinking about showing off. Wait for me to expose your tricks and see how you step down. Wu Yangbo had a look as if he saw through everything and thought with great pride. "Ha, as far as I know, the only one who owns 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group is the first vice president, and I have met him once." "It's not you at all. How do you explain this?" Wu Yangbo asked this question in a calm and confident tone, as if he had seen through everything. He looked at Yi Juwenhao with a playful expression, wanting to see how he would step down after his lies were exposed by him. "I'm sure I don't have the face to stay here anymore. I just acquired 10% of Tianlong Group's shares today. It's normal that Mr. Wu doesn't know about it," Yi Juwenhao said lightly. Wu Yangbo frowned as he imagined that Yi Juwenhao would be panicked after his lies were exposed. This kid is really good at pretending. Even after it has come to this, he can still make up for it. "But it doesn't matter, don't you own 10% of the shares in Tianlong Group? I'll find out if I try it out." "So that's how it is, Mr. Yi. If that's the case, Mr. Zhou really wants this outsourced design project. If you can get it for him, my company will voluntarily withdraw from the competition. How about that?" After saying that, Wu Yangbo crossed his arms across his chest, ready to watch a good show. "Of course, that's no problem. I had this idea in mind." Yi Juwenhao nodded in agreement. Then Yi Juwenhao took out his mobile phone and called the general manager of Tianlong Group. On the way to Zhou Hongji's house, he received a call from the general manager of Tianlong Group. The other party came to please Yi Juwenhao in advance and said a lot of flattering words. It's a good opportunity to call him now and ask him to hand over the outsourced design project to Zhou Hongji's father's company. The call was answered. The general manager, who was working in the office, immediately put down his work and answered the call when he saw Yi Juanhao's call. This is one of the newly promoted vice presidents of their Tianlong group. His status is equivalent to that of the first vice president. The general manager dare not neglect him in the slightest. "Hello, Mr. Yi, what can I do for you?" The general manager's tone was full of flattery. "Do me a favor and hand over the recent outsourced design project of our Tianlong group to Zhou Creative Company." Yi Juanhao gave the order directly. The general manager was stunned. He didn't expect that Mr. Yi would call about this matter. Originally, at a social gathering 2 days ago, he had agreed to let Zhou Creative Company be responsible for the outsourced design project. But unexpectedly, the second vice president came up to me yesterday and said that another creative company also wanted to compete for this outsourced design project. The general manager had no choice but to do as he was told. After all, the vice president's position was higher than his own, so he could only follow his orders. The creative company that the second vice president mentioned was Wu Yangguo's company. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, the general manager chose to obey Yi Juanhao's orders. After all, Yi Juanhao holds 10% of the shares, which is equivalent to the first vice president's status. He, a mere general manager, cannot afford to offend him. Moreover, if the second vice president blames the general manager for this matter, Mr. Yi is not at fault either. Mr. Yi owns more shares than the second vice president, so he can only obey the other party's orders. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange it right away." After hearing the general manager's affirmative reply, Yi Juanhao hung up the phone with satisfaction. It's been done. From now on, Uncle Joe's company will be responsible for Tianlong Group's outsourced design projects. Yi Juanhao said casually. In Yi Juanhao's opinion, this is a very easy thing. Is it done? Wu Yangbo still didn't believe it. How could it be so simple to just make a phone call? Wu Yangbo was just about to mock Yi Juanhao. The secretary behind Wu Yangbo suddenly received a call. The secretary walked aside and answered the phone. After hanging up the phone, the secretary's face was full of disbelief. Then the secretary leaned over and whispered something in Wu Yangbo's ear. After hearing this, Wu Yangbo's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Is the news confirmed? Wu Yangbo questioned the secretary. The news is confirmed. Tianlong Group's outsourced design project is officially in the hands of Zhou Creative Company. I heard the secretary's affirmative response again. Wu Yangbo's face turned pale instantly, and a feeling of powerlessness emanated from his whole body. Then Wu Yangbo collapsed on the sofa and slowly slid to the ground. Wu Yangbo could no longer sit still. He looked at Yi Juanhao, who was smiling in front of him, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. This young man actually owns 10% of Tianlong Group's shares. Otherwise, how could the outsourced design project fall into the hands of Zhou Creative Company? To accomplish this, only someone with a higher status than the second vice president can do it. Thinking of this, Wu Yangbo felt extremely regretful. Why did he come to Zhou Hongji's house to show off? Now, the big project that was originally the responsibility of my company has returned to someone else. At this moment, Wu Yangbo wanted to die. How could this happen? Chapter 73 Breaking the Rules for One Day. At the same time, Zhou Hongji's father's phone rang. It was the general manager of Tianlong Group who called. After Zhou Hongji's father answered the call and listened to the content on the phone, he was immediately overjoyed. What Yi Juanhao said turned out to be true. He actually helped Zhou Creative Company win the outsourced design project from Tianlong Group. Zhou Hongji's father hung up the phone and said to Yi Juanhao very happily, "Friend Yi, thank you so much this time. You helped me a lot." The general manager of Tianlong Group just called and said that the contract can be signed tomorrow. That's good, Uncle Zhou, you're welcome. Hongji and I are close friends and this is just a piece of cake. Yi Juanhao said modestly. Wu Yangbo, who was standing by, was already shocked by Yi Juanhao's identity. Wu Yangbo said with a trembling voice, "Boss Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you. I shouldn't have questioned your identity. Now that you know my identity, your purpose of coming here today is meaningless. Why don't you get out of here now?" Now it was Yi Juanhao's turn to scold Wu Yangbo. Yi Juanhao's status and position are far superior to Wu Yangbo's. Wu Yangbo doesn't dare to contradict Yi Juanhao now, for fear of completely offending him. Okay, I'll leave right away. Then Wu Yanghua happily took his secretary and fled from Zhou Hongji's home. When walking out of Zhou Hongji's house, Zhou Hongji said loudly, "Goodbye, don't come here to embarrass me again." Then he slammed the door. This scared Wu Yanghua so much that he almost lost one of his shoes. The problem was solved perfectly. At this time, Zhou Hongji's mother had prepared a large table of food and started to call the three of them to come and eat. At the dinner table, Zhou Hongji's father kept praising Yi Juanhao. "Friend, I'm glad I invited you to dinner tonight. Otherwise, the outsourced design project of Tianlong Group would have fallen into the hands of Wu Yanghua. My son Hongji is so lucky to have a friend like Yi Xiaoyu. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate." As he spoke, Zhou Hongji's father filled Yi Juanhao's glass with wine. Then Zhou Hongji's father stood up first, raised his glass, and the others followed suit. Only Yi Juanhao was somewhat reluctant. Drinking a glass of wine will result in a fine under the self-discipline incentive model. Seeing this, Zhou Hongji hurriedly picked up Yi Juanhao's wine glass and handed it to him. "Juanhao, when did you become so shy? Come on, have a drink. I saw that you could drink a lot when you were hanging out with me before." Yi Juanhao couldn't help but roll his eyes at his brother, but he couldn't say it out loud. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Everything is different now. After drinking this glass of wine, you will lose at least hundreds of thousands of dollars in profit. This made Yi Juanhao complain in his heart, "What a guy, I came to your house for dinner, not only did I help you solve a troublesome problem, but I even had to pay you hundreds of thousands of dollars." Faced with the enthusiastic invitations from everyone at the dinner table, Yi Juanhao could no longer continue to avoid them. Besides, he had been wanting to break the rules for a day. It is not a human thing to be self-disciplined every day. Although self-discipline can make you rich, you can't bear the suffering every day. Life needs a little romance occasionally, and beautiful things should be enjoyed. So, Yi Juanhao ignored the crazy prompts from the system software in his mind and started showing off his drinking. "Come on, let's have a good drink today." After thinking it through, Yi Juanhao no longer held back and started drinking. "Okay, Mr. Yi has a huge capacity." Zhou Hongji's father also drank a glass. Happy times are always short. After dinner, Yi Juanhao entered a state of moderate intoxication, which is between being tipsy and drunk. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Juanhao said something to Zhou Hongji and others, then got up and said goodbye and left. Yi Juanhao thought that he was no longer fit to drive in his current condition, so he simply called a designated driver. Soon the designated driver arrived. The designated driver looked at Yi Juanhao, who was a little drunk, in front of him and asked, "Hello, sir, is this the designated driver you called?" Although Yi Juanhao looked a little drunk, he was actually quite sober. "Yes, I called," Yi Juanhao replied. Then the designated driver looked around and saw that there seemed to be no cars, so he asked, "So, sir, where's your car?" Yi Juanhao felt a little nauseous at this time and didn't want to talk, so he pointed in a direction. The designated driver looked over and found a black car. The car was parked on the road opposite Zhou Hongji's house. After seeing the car, the designated driver helped Yi Juanhao walk over. When he arrived in front of the car, the designated driver was dumbfounded. He didn't see the brand of the car clearly from a distance, he just knew it was a black SUV, and he thought it was an ordinary SUV. Now, when I get closer, I realize that this is not an ordinary SUV at all. This is clearly a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The designated driver's body trembled instantly. He had never driven such a nice car in his life. Then the designated driver thought of a possibility. Just now, Yi Juanhao obviously looked like he wanted to vomit, and then he pointed in a direction. What if the direction Yi Juanhao pointed was wrong? In fact, Yi Juanhao's car was not this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, but another car nearby. Thinking about it this way, the designated driver felt that it made sense. When people are drunk, they tend to point in the wrong direction, which is normal. As a designated driver, he has experienced many such customers. So the designated driver asked again, "Sir, please take another look. Where is your car?" Yi Juanhao was stunned. He obviously didn't expect the designated driver to ask this. Hadn't he already walked in front of the car? "Are you still asking this?" But Yi Juanhao just wanted to go home and sleep, so he pointed at the Rolls-Royce Cullinan in front of him and said, "The car in front of you is my car." For a moment, the designated driver was speechless. It seemed that the customer was seriously drunk and he had taken the wrong car again. "Sir, please wake up a little." The car in front of you is a Rolls-Royce. The designated driver didn't think that the young man in front of him could be the owner of this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Of course I know it's a Rolls-Royce. This is my car. Yi Juanhao smiled helplessly, then took out the car key of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan from his pocket and handed it over. Here are the car keys, go start the car. Looking at the car keys handed over by the customer, the designated driver was dumbfounded and could hardly believe what he saw. The logo on the car key is Rolls-Royce, which means that the unimaginably young guy in front of him is the owner of this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. At this moment, the designated driver finally believed that Yi Juanhao had not pointed to the wrong car. The designated driver instantly felt a burning pain on his face. It was so embarrassing that he actually didn't believe that the customer in front of him could afford a Rolls-Royce. He is looking down on others. He really wants to slap himself in the face to wake himself up. The designated driver felt a little ashamed and lowered his head to take the car keys from Yi Juanhao. But when the designated driver just took the car keys of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he discovered a serious problem. Chapter 74 Encouragement. The serious problem is that he has never driven a Rolls-Royce. The guy who has been working as a designated driver for many years has driven basically all types of cars, but this is limited to brands below luxury cars. This was the first time he received an order for a top luxury car like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Often the owners of these luxury cars are wealthy bosses or tycoons, and they are accompanied by a driver, so there is no need to call for a designated driver. Guests like Yi Juanhao are indeed rare. Seeing the designated driver standing there in a daze after receiving the car keys, Yi Juanhao urged him. Go up and start the car first. I'm in a hurry to go home. After being reminded by Yi Juanhao, the designated driver came to his senses. No, sir, I've never driven such a nice car before. I'm afraid it might get scratched. Why don't you find another designated driver? The designated driver said tactfully. Although the designated driver really wanted to drive this Rolls-Royce Cullinan, this was not his car after all, but the customer's. If something scratched it, he would not be able to afford the compensation of several thousand yuan a month. Yi Juanhao could tell from the driver's words what he was worried about. It's okay. If you break down, it's my fault. As long as you are an experienced driver with many years of experience, you will be able to get the hang of it quickly. This is true. Even a novice like Yi Juanhao, who just got his driver's license a few months after the college entrance examination, can drive easily. As for designated drivers, they drive a lot of cars on a daily basis, so they can probably get familiar with it quickly after a little trial and error. In order to prevent Yi Juanhao from saying this while drunk, the designated driver asked again. Sir, let me confirm again, if there is any scratch or something, I really don't have to be responsible? I'm sure I'm telling you this now when I'm sober. Yi Juanhao barely stood up straight and spoke in a very serious tone. Seeing Yi Juanhao's serious look, the designated driver finally put aside his last bit of worry. He quickly took the car key, opened the door, plugged in the car, and started it. Moreover, this designated driver is very well-mannered. He brings his own seat covers and gloves so as not to dirty the car itself. At this time, the driver sitting in the driver's seat had his hands trembling slightly. This is the luxury car that ordinary people dream of, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's okay. You can get familiar with it first and drive slowly. It's only a dozen kilometers anyway. Yi Juanhao gave the designated driver some buffer time. Thinking back to when he first got this car, he was so excited that his body was shaking uncontrollably, and it took him a while to recover. But now, after driving it for a long time, it just feels ordinary. Yi Juanhao was wondering when the system software would reward him with a more luxurious car. He was looking forward to it very much. Yi Juanhao briefly explained to the designated driver how to drive the car and how to adjust the various driving modes through buttons, etc. With the help of Yi Juanhao, the designated driver figured it out after a few minutes of searching. Then the car started up slowly, but I won't mention the speed, it was very slow, comparable to the speed of practicing Subject 2 in a driving school. Yi Juanhao was not in a hurry. As long as the car was driving, it would be fine. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, he would be able to get home in more than an hour even if he drove slowly. He could get back before 11 p.m. Slowly, the designated driver relaxed his body and increased his speed to around 40 km/h. On the way home, Yi Juanhao's car happened to encounter a traffic police checking for drunk driving. This scene made Yi Juanhao secretly feel lucky. Fortunately, he called a designated driver. It was worth it that he had taught the designated driver for so long. After the traffic police inspection, the designated driver has completely adapted to this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. His speed is no longer very slow, but has risen to about 80 km/h. It can be seen that the designated driver has sufficient driving experience. Finally, before 10:30 in the evening, the designated driver successfully drove the car back to Jinhui Tianxia Villa and parked it in the garage. After getting off the car, the designated driver was covered in cold sweat. It was so exciting and thrilling. He had never driven such a good car before. This experience would probably be unforgettable for him. So the designated driver said gratefully, "Thank you, sir. It is because you trust me that I can experience such a good car and successfully reach the destination. Thank you so much. It's nothing. You've worked hard. I'll give you a 5-star rating." Yi Juanhao waved his hand and said casually, "Really? Thank you so much, brother. If you need me to drive you in the future, just come find me. Here is my contact information." Hearing the driver's words, Yi Juanhao had an idea and accepted the driver's contact information. These words reminded Yi Juanhao that he might be able to hire a driver or something in the future, but that was all in the future. The designated driver thanked Yi Juanhao and left. As soon as Yi Juanhao returned to the villa, he walked into his bedroom in a daze, fell asleep, and the alcohol finally started to take effect. One night passed and the next day came. Yi Juanhao woke up at around 10 o'clock in the morning. This was the first time he woke up late since he started the self-discipline motivation mode. Fortunately, school classes are in the afternoon today, otherwise I would be late. Just when Yi Juanhao was about to see how much the benefits in the self-discipline incentive model had been reduced, his cell phone rang. After Yi Juanhao answered the phone, it was Zhou Hongji's father who called. He told Yi Juanhao that his company had successfully signed the outsourced design project of Tianlong Group and thanked Yi Juanhao for his help again. Yi Juanhao said it was okay and you were welcome. He chatted with Zhou Hongji's father for a while and then hung up the phone. On the other side, at Tianlong Group, Mo Jianzhong, the second vice president whom Wu Yangbua knew, came to the general manager's office. Mo Jianzhong wanted to inquire about the progress of the Wu Creative Company, which he had arranged, in competing for the outsourced design project. After all, Mo Jianzhong received a considerable amount of benefits from Wu Yangbua, so things still had to be done well. "What? You handed over the outsourced design project of Tianlong Group to Zhou Creative Company? Who gave you the authority?" Mo Jianzhong angrily questioned the general manager. As a result, the general manager's expression was very calm and he was not afraid of Mo Jianzhong's questioning at all. "I'm sorry, Vice President Mo, it was Vice President Yi who asked me to do this." "Vice President Yi? Who is this?" The general manager's words left Mo Jianzhong confused for a moment. Vice President Yi is one of the newly promoted vice presidents of our Tianlong Group. He owns 10% of the shares and has the same status as the first Vice President Zhang Liqiang and Vice President Zhang. If Vice President Mo has any opinions, you can go and ask Vice President Yi. I am only responsible for executing orders," the general manager said calmly. After hearing the general manager's answer, Mo Jianzhong realized that it was the newly promoted Vice President Yi who ruined his good fortune. Although Mo Jianzhong was very angry, the other party was, after all, the first vice president with the same status as Zhang Liqiang, and he could not defeat him with his own status. But then Mo Jianzhong thought that although he could not defeat Vice President Yi, his elder brother Zhang Liqiang was qualified, as they both own 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group. Vice President Yi is suppressing himself like this, which is obviously not giving face to Zhang Liqiang. After all, he is Zhang Liqiang's confidant, and this is something everyone in the group knows. Thinking of this, Mo Jianzhong walked out of the general manager's office and went to find his elder brother Zhang Liqiang. Mo Jianzhong wanted to instigate his elder brother Zhang Liqiang to deal with Yi Juanhao. This matter cannot be let go so easily. Chapter 75 Bidding Project. Soon, Mo Jianzhong came to the office of his elder brother Zhang Liqiang. As soon as he entered Zhang Liqiang's office, Mo Jianzhong began to complain. "Brother Zhang, you have to make the decision for me. I really can't stand this tone. The newcomer Yi Juanhao wants to suppress us in the company. He wants to use the two of us to establish his own prestige in advance so that he can become the real first vice president of the group." After listening to Mo Jianzhong's report and complaints, Zhang Liqiang fell into deep thought. "That's impossible. Yi Juanhao and I both own 10% of the shares. He can't threaten my position. At most, his position in the group is equal to mine. That's the case now, but it may not be the case in the future. He personally arranged the ownership of the group's project this time. Isn't it to prove to the people in the company that he is not afraid of you, big brother? If this continues, over time, when encountering the same thing, people in the group will no longer ask for your opinion, big brother, but will ask Yi Juanhao's opinion first. He is trying to weaken your position in the group in disguise. Yi Juanhao definitely has this plan. Mo Jianzhong began to make a random analysis in order to arouse his elder brother's dissatisfaction with Yi Juanhao. Listening to Mo Jianzhong's analysis, Zhang Liqian thought more and more that it was very likely. Could it be that Yi Juanhao really wanted to weaken his influence in the group and become the real first vice president of the group? No, this is absolutely not allowed. Zhang Liqian thought for a while and decided that he absolutely could not allow this to happen and must eliminate this possibility in advance. So what do you say we should do? Zhang Liqian asked. It's very simple. The two of us will jointly file a complaint with the president, saying that Yi Juanhao privately abused his power and arbitrarily arranged the group's project ownership, affecting fairness and preventing other companies from competing for this outsourced design project. Using this reason, they claim that Yi Juanhao has affected the reputation of the group and caused a serious fault, so that the president can remove Yi Juanhao from his position in the group. This is the best way to do it. Without his position, Yi Juanhao can no longer threaten your position, big brother. Mo Jianzhong finished speaking his thoughts in one breath. Zhang Liqian carefully analyzed the possibilities and finally felt that this method was indeed the best way to deal with it at present. Okay, I'll do as you say. Zhang Liqian agreed to Mo Jianzhong's proposal to join forces to deal with Yi Juanhao. Hearing his elder brother agree, Mo Jianzhong couldn't help but smile proudly. Yi Juanhao, if I let you ruin my good deeds, I will remove you from all your positions in the group. They acted as soon as they said it. After they had discussed it, they went to the office of President Gao Menchu. In the president's office, Gao Menchu fell into silence as he listened to the two people's reports. I know everything you said, but this matter is neither big nor small. Are you sure you want me to remove Yi Juanhao from all his positions in the group with this reason? Gao Menchu glanced at the two of them and asked back in a flat tone. Listening to the president's tone, the two seemed to think that this reason was not sufficient. Mo Jianzhong didn't believe it and spoke again. President, what Yi Juanhao did is detrimental to the reputation of the group and seriously affects fairness, causing other companies to lose the opportunity to compete for this outsourced design project. Don't use this as an excuse. Do you dare to say that you two have never done similar things? Do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Gao Menchu said jokingly. After hearing what the president said, their faces changed. The two of them have held high positions in the group in recent years. Whenever there are any major projects outsourced, many company representatives will immediately give them many benefits, hoping that they will assign the projects directly to their own companies. If we really want to talk about this in detail, I'm afraid the two of them were dismissed from their positions first. Gao Menchu looked at the two people's nervous and frightened expressions, and he knew that his goal had been achieved. Next, Gao Menchu changed the subject and said, It's not impossible for you to ask me to remove Yi Juanhao from his position, but I want you to make the decision based on your professional ability. Business ability? The two were a little confused and didn't quite understand what Gao Menchu meant. It's very simple. Our group has recently taken a fancy to a bidding project. You and Yi Juanhao will have a business ability competition. Whoever loses will be dismissed from his position. Gao Menchu stated the conditions. Hearing this, both of them fell silent, and Mo Jianzhong looked at his elder brother Zhang Liqian. It means that you have to follow your elder brother's arrangements. This period of time made Zhang Liqian feel conflicted. Originally, he just wanted President Gao Menchu to remove Yi Juanhao from his position, but he didn't expect that the president was not so easy to use. Instead, he now knew that the president had something on them. If they agreed, once their side lost, both of them would be dismissed by the president. If Yi Juanhao lost, the president would also immediately dismiss Yi Juanhao from his position. In this situation, only if Yi Juanhao loses can the two achieve their original goal. If he doesn't agree, the situation he will face in the future is likely to be just as Mo Jianzhong said. Yi Juanhao will continue to weaken his influence in the group, and may eventually become the real first vice president of the group. After hesitating for about 2 minutes, Zhang Liqian finally gritted his teeth and agreed. If Yi Juanhao cannot be removed from his post, then I am afraid that I will not be able to eat or sleep peacefully in the future, and I must always pay attention to Yi Juanhao's actions. Okay, we agree. Very good. I will ask Yi Juanhao to come to the group later to discuss this matter. Gao Menshu was not surprised by this result. The two then left the president's office. After they left, President Gao Menshu called Yi Juanhao's cell phone number. In Yi Juanhao's villa. Just now Yi Juanhao checked the benefits of the self-discipline incentive model. It turned out that more than 10 million yuan in profits had been deducted, which was very scary. But at the same time, Yi Juanhao also received a message. That is, the total daily income of the self-discipline incentive model has increased. When you are at the novice level, you can earn up to 5 million per day. Now I have been promoted to the entry level. I just checked and the maximum daily income has become 10 million. In other words, it would only take a little over a day to make up for this breaking of the rules. This is really good news and one of the benefits of being promoted to entry level. But at the same time, facing the punishment of breaking the rules, Yi Juanhao also felt a little painful. It feels like I didn't do anything, but I lost more than 10 million yuan for nothing. It's even more terrifying than loan sharking. Yi Juanhao was now imagining whether the system software would reward a special item in the future that could exempt him from the punishment of the self-discipline incentive mode. It would be awesome if there was such a prop. In that case, Yi Juanhao can do whatever he wants without being restricted or fined, which is very cool. After exiting the system software and preparing to take over the 5% of Tianlong Group's shares in the sports mall, Yi Juanhao's cell phone rang again. It's an unfamiliar phone call. I wonder who is calling. Chapter 76 will definitely be very exciting. The call was connected and a man's voice was heard, someone Yi Juanhao didn't recognize. Hello, is this Vice President Yi Juanhao? I'm Gao Menshu, the president of Tianlong Group. The person who called was Gao Menshu. Yes, I am. Yi Juanhao replied. It turned out to be the president of Tianlong Group calling. I wonder what he wanted to talk to me about. It's like this, Vice President Yi, the group has set its sights on a bidding project and would like you to come to the group to discuss some details. We'll need your help when the time comes. Yi Juanhao was stunned. Need his help? I have just joined the group, how can I help? However, I have never been to Tianlong Group, so it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to take a look. What time? Yi Juanhao asked. Vice President Yi can come over now if he has time. Yi Juanhao thought about it and realized that he only had classes in the afternoon, so he still had time to check it out in the morning. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. After agreeing on a time with Gao Menshu, he hung up the phone. Before going over, Yi Juanhao wanted to first complete the purchase conditions of 5% of Tianlong Group's shares in the sports mall and do kneeling push-ups for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, the system software's prompt sound rang in Yi Juanhao's mind on time. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 5% of Tianlong Group as shares, worth 600 million. Now Yi Juanhao's share in Tianlong Group is no longer 10%, but 15%, making him the undisputed first vice president of Tianlong Group. After taking a look at the sports mall, Yi Juanhao saw that there were still 5 hours before the next refresh, so he exited the system software with satisfaction. After tidying up his appearance a little, Yi Juanhao set off. Not long after, Yi Juanhao drove to the location of Tianlong Group. Gao Menshu just sent a message saying that the relevant personnel are already waiting in the conference room on the 3rd floor, and asked Yi Juanhao to go directly to the conference room on the 3rd floor after arriving. When Yi Juanhao arrived at the conference room on the 3rd floor, he saw 3 people sitting inside. Vice President Yi is here, please take a seat. Gao Menshu spoke. Yi Juanhao nodded and sat down. As soon as Yi Juanhao sat down, he felt the hostile gazes of the 2 people opposite him. Just now, they didn't say anything when they saw him come in, which shows that they have some different opinions about him, but Yi Juanhao hasn't figured out what it is yet. When everyone was present, Gao Menshu first asked everyone to introduce themselves to each other and get to know each other's identities. After the introduction, Yi Juanhao finally understood. It turns out that these 2 people were the first and second vice presidents of the group, but that was in the past. Now they are the second and third, but they don't know it yet. Gao Menshu then talked about the theme of this meeting, the bidding project. This bidding project was issued by Yan's group. Gao Menshu explained the details of the bidding project. Yan Group? Yi Juanhao remembered that this was Yan Yen's jewelry processing group? If it is the Yen group, then there won't be any problem. Yi Juanhao knows Yen Wenyan and has also invested in his diamond mine project. I believe it won't be too difficult to get Yen Wenyan to win the bid for Tianlong Group. After talking about this bidding project, Gao Manchu changed the subject. And this bidding project involves the job changes of the three of you in the group. Next, Gao Manchu repeated the conditions he had previously mentioned to Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong in front of Yi Juanhao. It was not until Gao Manchu finished speaking that Yi Juanhao understood why the two people opposite him looked at him with hostility. It turned out that these two people had joined forces to get the president to remove him from his position in the group. Thinking that one of the two people opposite was the former second vice president, Yi Juanhao recalled that this Mo Jianzhong was the senior executive of Tianlong Group that Wu Yanghua had known before. I didn't expect that I would be hated by others just because I helped my best friend Zhou Hongji's family with a small favor. But it doesn't matter. If this bidding project was issued by another group, Yi Juanhao would have to work harder and it would be possible for these two people to succeed. But now that he knew it was a bidding project launched by Yan's group, Yi Juanhao was almost 100% sure that he could win it. Gao Manchu then sent a project proposal to both parties with the same content to ensure fairness. Whoever could represent Tianlong Group to win the bidding project of Yen Group would be the winner, and the loser would be dismissed from his position by the president. Vice President Yi, I'm sorry, you will be the only loser this time. Zhang Liqiang spoke up, wanting to put pressure on Yi Juanhao first. That may not be the case. Yi Juanhao replied calmly. Zhang Liqiang frowned when he saw Yi Juanhao being so calm. In the past, except for the president, no one else in the group dared to talk to him like this. Now with Yi Juanhao, I feel really uncomfortable. This made Zhang Liqiang even more certain that Yi Juanhao really wanted to stand above him and become the real first vice president of the group. Finally, Gao Manchu said that the bidding project would start tomorrow morning and the meeting ended. Since this was Yi Juanhao's first visit, Gao Manchu, the president, personally took Yi Juanhao on a tour of the group and had a brief meeting with each of the group's leaders to get to know them. It was noon, and I had a simple meal in the group's restaurant and took a rest. In the afternoon, Yi Juanhao returned to school for classes as usual. During this class, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning were much more restrained and sat in the back row of the classroom. The students in the class were somewhat relieved that they no longer had to eat a mouthful of dog food. Soon after class, Chen Yuning told Yi Juanhao that her parents wanted Yi Juanhao to come to their house for a meal. Yi Juanhao thought about it and decided that it was indeed time to visit Yuning's parents. After all, Yuning and I are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so meeting my girlfriend's parents is very important. Okay, let's arrange it this weekend. Yi Juanhao agreed and planned to visit Chen Yuning's parents at her home on the weekend. Very good. Chen Yuning said happily. I need to think about what gifts to bring to your parents. I can't leave empty-handed on my first visit. Yi Juanhao thought about it and said seriously. Then Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning walked and talked, discussing some matters regarding the weekend visit. Then he went to his own top-notch restaurant, Jixiangju, had a simple dinner with Chen Yuning, and then sent her back to the girls' dormitory. Yi Juanhao drove back to his villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Juanhao took out the Tianlong Group's business plan and began to look through it. This kind of business plan was the first time Yi Juanhao had seen it, and it was very helpful to him. After all, my major in college was business administration, and sometimes I had to write business plans, but what I learned in school was very superficial, not as detailed as what these big groups do. After watching carefully for about an hour, Yi Juanhao had a general understanding and gained a lot. I am more confident about winning the bidding project tomorrow. In addition to his relationship with Yen Wenyan, chairman of Yan's group, it would probably not be so easy for Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong to make him lose tomorrow's bidding. Yi Juanhao is now looking forward to what expressions the two will have after the bidding ends tomorrow. It will definitely be exciting. If they found out that Yi Juanhao had acquired another 5% of Tianlong Group's shares, would they regret what they had done? Chapter 77 Getting to know each other. Not long after Yi Juanhao left Tianlong Group. As soon as Gao Manchu returned to the president's office, his secretary knocked on the door. Boss Gao, there is new and important news. The secretary said. Oh, what's the new important news? Gao Manchu asked curiously. Our newly promoted Vice President Yi has acquired another 5% of the group's shares and has now officially become the group's first vice president. The secretary broke the news. Another 5% of the group's shares? Gao Manchu was stunned. This was something he had never expected. Yi Juanhao could actually acquire another 5% of the group's shares. It seemed that this Yi Juanhao was not simple. Then Gao Manchu shook his head and laughed. Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong were in trouble this time. It's obvious at first glance that Yi Juanhao has an extraordinary background. He's so young, looks only 19 or 20 years old, but he can come up with nearly 2 billion in cash to buy shares of Tianlong Group. Gao Manchu doesn't believe that he has no background or connections to support him. It seems that the results of this competition have been announced in advance. Gao Manchu guessed in his heart that Yi Juanhao would definitely win this time. If Yi Juanhao wins, Gao Manchu will also try his best to make friends with Yi Juanhao. Although Gao Manchu now knows that Yi Juanhao has become the first vice president of the group, he did not inform Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong. Because Gao Manchu had long been fed up with the little tricks these two people were playing in the group, he could just take advantage of this incident with Yi Juanhao to kick these two people out of the group. Soon it was the next morning. Today is the day for bidding for the Yen Group's tender project, and representatives from several companies or groups arrived at the site early. The market capitalization of these companies or groups is not as high as that of Tianlong Group. After all, Tianlong Group is a large group with a market capitalization of 12 billion and is very powerful. These companies or groups can only rely on the excellent business plans on hand to fight for it. Although they all feel that it is unlikely to win, they still want to try. After all, with the billion-dollar Tianlong Group around, the Yen Group will definitely give priority to partners with strong capabilities, and they are most likely here to accompany them. Therefore, the representatives sent by these companies and groups are not the leaders of their companies or groups, but just some executive-level people. Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong also arrived at the bidding site early. The representatives of these companies or groups actually felt that they had no chance of winning the bid, but they were unwilling to return empty-handed, so they chose to please Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong of the Tianlong Group. If I can make friends with the top executives of Tianlong Group, which has a market value of tens of billions, this trip will not be in vain. Seeing Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong sitting in the front row, representatives of the company or group immediately came forward to flatter them. I didn't expect that the Tianlong Group would actually send you two big guys this time. With President Zhang and President Mo taking action, you will definitely win the bidding project of the Yen Group this time. I heard that Tianlong Group recently promoted a new vice president, whose last name is Yi. It is said that he wants to compete with Mr. Zhang and Mr. Mo for who can sign the project first. He really has no vision. Everyone knows that Mr. Zhang and Mr. Mo are veterans in the business world. That guy named Yi is just a young man. How can he beat the two of them? These representatives took advantage of Yi Juanhao's arrival and, using Yi Juanhao's reputation, flattered Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong. After hearing the flattering words from the representatives, the two were in high spirits and became more confident, thinking that they had a sure win for the project. Moreover, they have a trump card. They found out that the person in charge of the bidding project this time is Ding Haiping, the general manager of Yan's Group. This Ding Haiping happened to be a very good friend of Zhang Liqiang. After learning that Ding Haiping was in charge of this bidding project, Zhang Liqiang informed him in advance that this time, the bidding project of Yan's Group could only be signed with himself and not with Yi Juanhao. Ding Haiping certainly would not refuse such a small matter, especially since the other party was his old friend. So Zhang Liqiang is full of confidence this time, and now listening to the praises from these representatives, he feels even more elated. He couldn't wait to see Yi Juanhao's embarrassed expression. Just when those representatives were still talking about stepping on Yi Juanhao and flattering Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong, Yi Juanhao walked in. When they saw Yi Juanhao coming in, the representatives shut up immediately and returned to their seats awkwardly. They didn't dare to say bad things about Yi Juanhao in front of him. After all, Yi Juanhao is a person of the same level as Zhang Liqiang, and these representatives cannot afford to offend him. Especially now that it is still uncertain which side will win in the end, in this situation, they wisely chose to remain silent. When the final result comes out, they will officially stand on the side of the winner and try to please him. Yi Juanhao came in and found a seat to sit down. Zhang Liqiang never forgot to mock. Vice President Yi, cherish your last position as vice president. After today, you will no longer be the vice president of the group. Let's wait and see who loses in the end. Yi Juanhao responded indifferently. Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong both thought that Yi Juanhao was just being stubborn and refusing to admit defeat even when facing death. After a while, the person in charge of the bidding project from Yan's Group arrived. It was Zhang Liqiang's old friend Ding Haiping. As soon as Ding Haiping came in, Zhang Liqiang looked at him and gave him a wink, and Ding Haiping nodded slightly. It means no problem. Ding Haiping first introduced himself, then briefly talked about the process of the next bidding project, and then the bidding officially began. Representatives from each company or group began to introduce their business plans that they had prepared in advance. Soon the representatives finished speaking, because they also knew that the protagonist of this bidding was not them, but the Tianlong Group. It was Tianlong Group's turn to present its business plan. Zhang Liqiang spoke passionately for more than 10 minutes about how perfect Tianlong Group's plan was and how suitable it was for this bidding project. After finishing his speech, Zhang Liqiang suddenly changed the subject and pointed the finger at Yi Juanhao. I have finished my introduction. Vice President Yi, if you have anything to add, please speak up now. Zhang Liqiang said jokingly. No need, Vice President Zhang's introduction was very good. Yi Juanhao originally wanted to explain it seriously, but when he saw Ding Haiping's eye contact with Zhang Liqiang after he came in, he understood everything instantly. Ding Haiping and Zhang Liqiang must know each other, so no matter how well Yi Juanhao speaks, it will probably be of no use. Well, after the plans presented by the representatives of various companies or groups, Yan's group finally decided to cooperate with Tianlong Group. Ding Haiping announced. The people present were not surprised by this result and they all applauded. However, just when Ding Haiping was about to sign a contract with Zhang Liqiang in the name of Yan's group, a figure suddenly walked into the bidding site. Chapter 78 successfully taken. Ding Haiping, who was about to sign the contract in Zhang Liqiang's hand, paused for a moment. Looking at the figure who suddenly walked in, a flattering expression instantly appeared on Ding Haiping's face. Director Yan, why are you here? Ding Haiping asked respectfully. Nothing, I just finished a small meeting and passed by here, so I came to see the bidding situation. The figure who suddenly walked in was Yan Wenyan, chairman of Yan Group. He wasn't here to inspect the work, he just dropped in to take a look. Director Yan, the bidding went smoothly and we are planning to sign the contract now. Ding Haiping answered quickly. Well, that's good. Which company did you choose to cooperate with this time? Yan Wenyan asked curiously. Ding Haiping glanced in the direction of Zhang Liqiang and replied. This time, our Yan Group has chosen Tianlong Group as our partner and is planning to cooperate with Zhang. Before Ding Haiping could finish his words, he was shocked by the scene before his eyes. Yan Wenyan walked away slowly without waiting for Ding Haiping to finish speaking, and finally came to a person. This person is Yi Juanhao. Just now, when Yan Wenyan was talking to Ding Haiping, his eyes inadvertently looked at the people sitting in the front row, and happened to see Yi Juanhao sitting there. So Yan Wenyan immediately left Ding Haiping and walked up to Yi Juanhao in surprise. Boss Yi, why are you here? I'm bidding on behalf of the Tianlong Group. I own some shares in the Tianlong Group, so I'm here to help. Yi Juanhao said with a smile. So that's how it is, Xiao Ding, what did you say just now? Our partner is the Tianlong Group, right? Yan Wenyan turned his head to look at Ding Haiping and asked. Seeing Director Yan and Yi Juanhao talking and laughing, Ding Haiping was totally frightened. What is going on? Judging from the tone of voice between Director Yan and Yi Juanhao, there seemed to be a hint of flattery in Director Yan's tone. This is crazy. Who is Yan Wenyan? That's the high and mighty chairman of Yan S Group, a tycoon with a net worth of 20 billion. Ding Haiping really couldn't think of the reason why Director Yan was so polite and flattering to Yi Juanhao. The only explanation is that Yi Juanhao's status and background are higher than Director Yan's, which is why Director Yan could treat a young man so politely. Thinking of this, Ding Haiping shuddered all over. He almost did something wrong, and almost missed something, and offended a hidden and low-key big boss. If he signed the contract with Zhang Liqiang, he would have completely offended Yi Juanhao. But not yet, Ding Haiping feels he still has a chance to make amends. I was almost badly harmed by my bad friend Zhang Liqiang. Faced with Director Yan's current question, Ding Haiping tactfully changed what he was about to say. Yes, Director Yan, our partner this time is Tianlong Group, and I am planning to sign a contract with President Yi. Originally, Ding Haiping wanted to sign a contract with Zhang Liqiang, but now seeing this situation, Ding Haiping consciously changed his mind and signed a contract with Yi Juanhao. The attitude changed so quickly that Zhang Liqiang, who was standing by, was stunned. He couldn't believe what he heard. His old friend actually chose to sign a contract with Yi Juanhao? For a moment, Zhang Liqiang cast a puzzled look at Ding Haiping, wanting to ask why his old friend suddenly changed his mind. Unexpectedly, Ding Haiping ignored Zhang Liqiang's gaze, picked up the pen and walked straight towards Yi Juanhao. Seeing this scene, Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong's faces turned pale instantly. If Ding Haiping and Yi Juanhao signed the contract, the two of them would be dismissed from their positions by the president. But they were helpless, as they had just seen the chairman of Yen Group talking enthusiastically with Yi Juanhao. They never expected that Yi Juanhao actually knew the chairman of Yen Group. If they had known this in advance, they would never have accepted this competition. But it's too late now. In the moment when Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong were distracted, Ding Haiping had already signed Yi Juanhao's contract with a pen. This means that Yi Juanhao has officially won the bidding project for Tianlong Group. The final winner of this competition was Yi Juanhao. When the representatives of the surrounding companies or groups saw this scene, they immediately abandoned Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong and ran to kneel down and curry favor with Yi Juanhao. Congratulations, Mr. Yi, for successfully helping Tianlong Group win such an important bidding project. Yes, with President Yi here, the Tianlong Group will surely prosper. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for becoming the real first vice president of Tianlong Group. Faced with everyone's enthusiastic compliments and flattery, Yi Juanhao remained calm and thanked them one by one. Looking at Yi Juanhao, who was in the limelight, Zhang Liqiang and Mo Jianzhong looked as pale as death. After this incident, they were no longer vice presidents of Tianlong Group and could not participate in any affairs of the group. You can only use your shares to collect dividends and cannot use your position to earn extra income. At this time, Zhang Liqiang's cell phone rang. It was his secretary calling. The call is connected. Vice President Zhang, this is bad. Please stop targeting Vice President Yi. I received news today that Vice President Yi has acquired another 5% of the group's shares. Now Vice President Yi owns 15% of the group's shares and is already the group's first vice president. There is no need for you to fight with Vice President Yi. Hello, Vice President Zhang, can you hear me? Hello? Listening to what the secretary on the other end of the phone said, Zhang Liqiang felt as if his throat was being pinched and he couldn't utter a word. By the end, Zhang Liqiang couldn't even hold the phone in his hand steadily. With a clang, Zhang Liqiang's cell phone fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Mo Jianzhong next to him also received a message from his secretary. At this moment, the expressions of the two people were as if they had lost their parents, and they felt extremely regretful. When the two looked in Yi Juanhao's direction, deep fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment they were extremely regretful. Why did they go against Yi Juanhao? They have brought themselves to this state entirely through their own fault and cannot blame anyone else. The two of them knelt directly in front of Yi Juanhao, begging for his forgiveness. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we were wrong. Please don't blame us and don't let the president remove us from our positions. Please forgive us. As long as Mr. Yi forgives us, we are willing to work like slaves for you. The two men begged Yi Juanhao for forgiveness with tears and snot, and they looked nothing like the vice president of a billion-dollar group in the past. Everyone present sighed. I don't want to see you again, go away. Yi Juanhao showed no mercy at all. Yi Juanhao would never show mercy when facing two people who wanted to harm him. Yan Wenyan watched this scene. Although he was not quite clear about the ins and outs of the matter, he knew that these two people had offended Yi Juanhao. So Yan Wenyan gave the order. Xiao Ding, call the security guards to kick these two people out. Ding Haiping quickly followed the order and called the security guard, fearing that Zhang Liqiang would reveal their previous plan. When the security guards arrived, they directly picked up the two men and threw them out of Yan's group. The entire bidding site finally returned to silence. The work was done and the bidding project was obtained. After Yi Juanhao handed the signed contract to the person accompanying him from Tianlong Group, he planned to say goodbye and leave. Yan Wenyan personally sent Yi Juanhao downstairs and watched him drive away. However, when Yi Juanhao drove back to the villa, a beautiful figure stood in front of the door of his villa, as if she had been waiting here for some time. Chapter 79 Throwing oneself into the arms of a man. Who is coming to see me? In fact, not many people know that they live in villa number 888 Jinhui Tianxia. The number can be counted on one hand. Yi Juanhao drove close to the door of his villa, wanting to see who was looking for him. The sound of the car's engine caught the attention of the beautiful figure. She turned her head to check the situation. The moment the other person turned his head, Yi Juanhao clearly saw the appearance of that beautiful figure and was stunned. It turned out to be Li Shuai who came to see me? How did she know she lived here? Yi Juanhao was a little confused. After slowly parking the car in front of his villa, Yi Juanhao opened the door and walked out. When Li Shuai saw Yi Juanhao coming out of the car, her eyes lit up. She had finally waited for Yi Juanhao to come back. Senior Li, why are you here? And Senior Li, how did you know I live here? Yi Juanhao asked all the questions in his mind directly. Li Shuai showed a beautiful smile and said with a smile, Brother Yi, why don't you invite me in first? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Looking at the smile on Li Shuai's face, Yi Juanhao was stunned for a moment. It took a few seconds for Yi Juanhao to come back to his senses. Oh, okay, Senior Li, then come in and talk. Senior Sister Li is worthy of being one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. Her every frown and smile is so attractive to all men. She is really a little devil, Yi Juanhao thought in his heart. Looking at Yi Juanhao's out-of-control appearance, Li Shuai smiled with some satisfaction. It seems that I am still very attractive to junior brother Yi. After entering the villa, Li Shuai looked around curiously. This was the first time she took the initiative to come to a boy's home, so she seemed very curious. Senior Li, please sit down. I'll get you a glass of water. With that, Yi Juanhao went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, and then returned to the living room. Li Shuai sat on the sofa and took a sip of water. Senior Li, what on earth do you want to talk to me about? Yi Juanhao went straight to the point. I came to thank you for helping our family solve a big problem last time. The big trouble that Li Shuai mentioned was exactly the thing that Yi Juanhao had done to help her family get rid of the entanglement of Mr. Wan from Tiancheng Entertainment Group. Oh, that's just a piece of cake. It's the best thing I can do to help Senior Li. Yi Juanhao said very easily. By the way, how did you know I live here? I learned this from your best friend Zhou Hongji. Li Shuai explained. So that's how it is. Yi Juanhao suddenly realized that he had indeed told Zhou Hongji after the last social event that he was now living in villa number 888, Jinhui Tianxia. The atmosphere then became a little awkward, and Yi Juanhao didn't know what to talk about with Li Shuai. Seeing that Li Shuai had already drunk half a cup of water, Yi Juanhao offered to add some more water for her. Then Yi Juanhao added water, walked out of the kitchen with the cup and handed it to Li Shuai. At this moment, I don't know whether Li Shuai didn't catch it or Yi Juanhao let go too quickly, the cup fell to the ground. The water splashed all over the two of them. Seeing this scene, Yi Juanhao quickly said sorry and bent down to pick up the water cup. Suddenly, a soft hug hugged Yi Juanhao from behind. Yi Juanhao suddenly felt like he was electrocuted, and he froze, then his face was full of disbelief. Senior Li, what are you doing? Just as Yi Juanhao bent down to pick up the water cup, Li Shuai hugged him from behind. Brother Yi, I am very grateful for your help to our family last time. We cannot pay back the 100 million you gave us, but I can follow you in the future. Please accept me. Li Shuai said this with a flushed face and in an extremely shy state. You don't have to be like this, Senior Sister Li. I said you don't have to pay back the 100 million. Besides, it's just a small thing for me. It's nothing at all. Yi Juanhao said quickly, then tried to push Li Shuai away. Unexpectedly, Li Shuai hugged him even tighter, and the fullness of her breasts pressed directly against Yi Juanhao's back, making Yi Juanhao a little distracted. It may be a piece of cake for you, but it is a great favor to our family. Without you, my family would fall apart. From the moment you decided to help me, I swore to follow you for the rest of my life. Brother Yi, please accept me, otherwise I won't let you go. Li Shuai said stubbornly. Senior Li, why are you doing this? Yi Juanhao sighed. Then Yi Juanhao released his arm strength and easily got rid of Li Shuai's entanglement. Caught off guard, Li Shuai fell on the soft sofa without suffering any actual injury. When Yi Juanhao forcibly broke free from her, Li Shuai only felt a powerful force pushing her away. But now Li Shuai had no time to pay attention to this aspect. She only knew that she was ruthlessly pushed away by Yi Juanhao. Is it because I'm not charming enough? This thought flashed through Li Shuai's mind as she fell on the sofa. In the past, other boys would be attracted by her beauty and figure when they saw her, and some even gave her the title of school belle. This made Li Shuai always confident about her appearance. She had imagined many scenarios before coming here. For example, after I throw myself into his arms, Yi Juanhao will not be able to control himself and do something excessive to me. Or maybe Yi Juanhao would be more reserved and wouldn't do anything excessive to her, but would confirm the relationship with her, etc. Li Shuai had thought about all these and was even prepared for them, but the only thing she had never thought of was that she would be rejected. But the next second, after hearing Yi Juanhao's words, Li Shuai suddenly realized. Senior Li, please respect yourself. I have a girlfriend and I love her very much. I would never do anything to let her down. Yi Juanhao said firmly. It's okay, Junior Yi, I can be your secret lover. You can come to me whenever you think of me. After hearing that Yi Juanhao had a girlfriend, Li Shuai still did not choose to give up. Becoming Yi Juanhao's underground lover was something she had thought of a long time ago. She doesn't pursue status, she just wants to be with Yi Juanhao. She believes that Yi Juanhao is a responsible man. Senior Li, please stop teasing me. My girlfriend is a jealous person. She gets jealous whenever a girl approaches me. Yi Juanhao smiled bitterly. I'm not kidding you, Junior Yi. I'm serious. I hope you can consider it. Li Shuai said seriously. It's out of the question. Yi Juanhao shook his head. Just when Li Shuai wanted to continue speaking, the ringtone of the WeChat video call on Yi Juanhao's phone rang. Because the bell rang, Li Shuai stopped talking for the time being, wanting to wait until Yi Juanhao had finished dealing with the matter before speaking. Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone came to find him, otherwise he would continue to be harassed by Li Shuai. But the next moment, after Yi Juanhao saw clearly the WeChat nickname of the person who made the video call, his relieved expression immediately tensed up. Oh no, it's Yu Ning calling me via video to check on me. For a moment, Yi Juanhao was a little panicked. Chapter 80 was kissed by force. Looking at the video call from Yu Ning, Yi Juanhao panicked for a moment. Yi Juanhao quickly looked at Li Shuai beside him and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. Li Shuai didn't understand for a moment who could make Junior Yi so nervous. Although she didn't understand it, she still nodded to indicate that she would not say anything. After seeing Li Shuai nod and promise not to make any sound, Yi Juanhao answered the video call. Brother Juanhao, what are you doing? As soon as the video call was connected, Shen Yuning's sweet and lovely face came into Yi Juanhao's eyes. But at this time Yi Juanhao felt a little guilty and did not appreciate it as usual. No, I didn't do anything. Yi Juanhao responded hurriedly. Really? Then why do you look a little nervous? Shen Yuning looked suspicious. No, I just couldn't think of what to say at the moment. Yi Juanhao hurriedly explained. Li Shuai, who was standing by, reacted immediately when she heard the sweet female voice on the other end of Yi Juanhao's video call. It turned out that it was Yi Shuai's girlfriend who called. No wonder he was so panicked. Suddenly, Li Shuai came up with a plan. She could take this opportunity to ask Shuai Yi to accept her. After figuring out the key point, Li Shuai went to pick up the water cup that had just fallen to the ground, making some noise. Shen Yuning on the other end of the video call heard the sounds caused by these movements. Brother Juanhao, do you have any guests at home? Shen Yuning asked curiously. When Shen Yuning asked this, Yi Juanhao subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Li Shuai. Li Shuai looked at Yi Juanhao with a sly smile on her face. And she slowly walked towards Yi Juanhao. Li Shuai thought to herself that she had only promised Yi Shuai not to make any noise, but she never said that he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Yi Juanhao was overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. Seeing that Yi Juanhao did not answer her but looked elsewhere, Shen Yuning became even more suspicious. Brother Juanhao, you are not hiding a woman at home from me, are you? Shen Yuning's tone suddenly sounded a little aggrieved, with a sour taste. I have to say, girls' sixth sense is really powerful and they can guess most of it. How is this possible, Yuning? How could I do anything to let you down? Yi Juanhao quickly denied it. While Yi Juanhao was speaking, Li Shuai was almost walking towards him. Especially when seeing the cunning look on Li Shuai's face at this time, Yi Juanhao also understood her intention. Senior sister Li is trying to force herself to submit. I guess if I don't agree to her, she will come over and appear on camera and let Yu Ning see it. Yi Juanhao would never allow this kind of situation to happen. So Yi Juanhao quickly made an okay gesture, meaning I agree, don't come over here again. Seeing Yi Juanhao's gesture, Li Shuai showed a triumphant smile on her face. This time, I finally have Junior Brother Yi in my grasp. I didn't expect that Junior Yi was so afraid of his girlfriend. It's really interesting. Seeing that Li Shuai was no longer coming over, Yi Juanhao waved his hand again and asked her to hide aside. Li Shuai naturally understood what Yi Juanhao's gesture meant. Then Li Shuai consciously found a place to hide. Seeing that Li Shuai was hiding, Yi Juanhao felt more confident. I really didn't lie to you, Yu Ning. Let me show you my house. There are no women there. Yi Juanhao quickly pointed his phone screen at his home. After looking around, Yi Juanhao pretended to be relaxed and said, "How about it, Yuning? Now you should finally believe me, right?" Shen Yuning stared with wide eyes and looked around carefully, and indeed did not find anything unusual. "Okay, I'll believe you for now, but if I find out you're lying to me, you'll have to kneel down in front of the keyboard, hee." Shen Yuning pretended to be angry and warned Yi Juanhao, and she looked extremely cute. "I will never lie to anyone else, but I will never lie to you, Yuning. I promise," Yi Juanhao said seriously. After chatting with Chun Yuning for a while, I ended the video call. The checks from my girlfriend have finally come to an end. Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. But then Yi Juanhao thought of the big trouble Li Shuai and couldn't help but have a headache. I had no choice but to agree to Li Shuai's conditions in order to prevent her from doing anything wrong. I don't know how this will end. Seeing that Yi Juanhao had finished the video call with his girlfriend, Li Shuai walked out from the side and walked to Yi Juanhao's side. She smiled, blinked her beautiful big eyes, and said playfully, "Xiao Yi, your words will count, right? From now on, I will be yours." "Seniorly, I just did that out of helplessness. Don't take it seriously," Yi Juanhao explained. "I don't care about that. I take it seriously anyway. You have to be responsible for me." Without waiting for Yi Juanhao to refute, Li Shuai quickly stepped forward, kissed Yi Juanhao on the cheek lightly, and then ran away with a red face. She was extremely shy at this time. This was the first time she was so proactive towards a boy and even kissed him. If this had happened in the past, Li Shuai would never have thought that the day would come when she would do this. After doing all this, Li Shuai's purpose of coming to see Yi Juanhao today has been achieved. Then I'm leaving first. Don't miss me too much, brother Yi. Then Li Shuai giggled, walked out of Yi Juanhao's villa with her long legs and left. After Li Shuai left, Yi Juanhao was still in a daze. Yi Juanhao couldn't believe it. He was actually kissed by a girl? How is this possible? Shouldn't boys take the initiative in this kind of thing? It took a long time for Yi Juanhao to come back to his senses. It seems that I owe a debt of love, and I have no idea how to deal with this relationship. Are you really going to let Li Shuai be your secret lover? Thinking of Li Shuai's soft lips kissing his cheek just now, Yi Juanhao began to recall the feeling just now. It seems that I will have to kiss her back next time, Yi Juanhao thought. But as soon as this thought came up, Yi Juanhao slapped himself. He was somewhat annoyed at his own incompetence. Yi Juanhao, what are you thinking about? You have a girlfriend, you can't do anything to let Yuning down. Yi Juanhao quickly ran to the bathroom to wash his face and calm down his desire. After a while, Yi Juanhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally recovered. It almost broke my own determination. It seems that I still need to be self-disciplined. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao opened the sports bracelet and clicked into the system software. Start self-discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. He has to complete some of the next entry-level sports. He has only just finished the first one and the progress is too slow. Also, the sports mall should have updated its products. Yi Juanhao was very curious about what he would get next. Chapter 81 The sample is made. Yi Juanhao first looked at the second entry-level sport. Click on the introduction information. Complete the colorful sunshine radio gymnastics once and be rewarded with ownership of the largest cosmetics production base in Mingzhou City, becoming the owner of the Sulayer Cosmetics production base, worth 2 billion. The reward for this second entry-level sports project was beyond Yi Juanhao's expectations. It turned out to be a beauty and cosmetics production base worth 2 billion. Not to mention its value, this production base itself is what Yi Juanhao needs. I believe there must be many factories in this production base that produce various beauty products. These production factories are just what Yi Juanhao can use. Previously in the sports mall, Yi Juanhao obtained a formula for Shihua water reservoir moisturizing essence lotion. I'm worried that when the inspection passes there will be no place to mass produce. This system software is very considerate to reward this beauty production base. In order to verify his idea, Yi Juanhao took out his mobile phone to check the relevant information about the Solaire Cosmetics production base. At first glance, it was exactly as Yi Juanhao had expected. This Solaire Cosmetics production base does have many factories. Yi Juanhao was also very surprised to find that more than 1/3 of the beauty and cosmetics sales companies in Mingzhou City source their goods from here. Among them is Shangshur Meiyan International Company. No wonder this Solaire Cosmetics production base is worth 2 billion. You know, in today's society, it is very difficult to run an industrial factory. The difficulties lie in the high investment threshold, high operating costs, high business risks, and rapid market changes. As a result, it is actually very difficult for many industries to make money, and many people engaged in industry fail due to lack of funds. Therefore, it is not easy for the Solaire Cosmetics production base to develop to such a large scale and be worth 2 billion. After reading the relevant content of the second entry-level sports project, Yi Juanhao did not rush to look at the third entry-level sports project, but looked at the sports mall. Opening the sports mall interface, Yi Juanhao couldn't wait to look at the two new products that had been refreshed. First item. 1 Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 astronomical tourbillon watch, worth about 39.54 million yuan, purchase method, complete the 40-second hand joining dance. The second item. A top-level Aston Martin Valiant supercar, worth about 24 million yuan, purchase method, complete the horse stance for 1 minute. Sports Mall is worthy of being a new function opened after entering the entry level. These two new products made Yi Juanhao's eyes light up. These two items are pure luxury goods, a watch and a supercar. Very good. And these two items are Yi Juanhao's favorites. Famous watches are standard equipment for successful men, needless to say. Supercars are Yi Juanhao's favorite. Yi Juanhao has been very fond of various luxury cars and supercars from the beginning, but his previous system software was at the novice level and the level was too low. You can only get ordinary, unremarkable models like the Porsche 911 and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Yi Juanhao has been tired of driving it for a long time, so now is a good time to switch to a new one. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao decided to take them all down, leaving no one behind. Anyway, you can achieve it by doing some simple exercises, and you can also exercise self-discipline, so why not do it? Yi Juanhao started with the purchasing conditions for the two items in the sports mall. The purchase of these two items is relatively simple and not time-consuming, so Yi Juanhao chose to do it first. After learning the standard movements of the Gasso jump from the internet, Yi Juanhao clicked the purchase button of the product and started doing it. Soon 40 seconds passed and the prompt sound of the system software sounded in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing a Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon tourbillon watch. It has been placed on the table in the bedroom of the villa. Please check it carefully. Great, the first item was purchased successfully. Next, Yi Juanhao clicked the purchase button of the second item and began to stand in horse stance. A minute later, the system software prompt sound rang again in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing an Aston Martin Valiant top-level supercar. It has been stored in the garage of the villa. Please check it carefully. The second supercar item has also been obtained. Yi Juanhao was very satisfied, but it was not over yet. There is a second entry-level sport that has not been completed. Yi Juanhao found the video of the colorful sunshine radio gymnastics on his mobile phone, and then projected it onto the TV in the living room. This makes it easier to do as you watch, and it's less likely to make mistakes. At the beginning, he made several mistakes because he was not used to it, but after remembering the places where mistakes were easy to make, Yi Juanhao performed a set of colorful sunshine radio gymnastics perfectly when he did it for the 10th time. As expected, the prompt sound of the system software appeared in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the second entry-level sports project Colorful Sunshine Radio Gymnastics once, and be rewarded with ownership of the largest beauty production base in Mingzhou City, becoming the owner of the Solaire beauty production base, worth 2 billion, which has now been realized. Very good, I got them all. Just when Yi Juanhao was about to complete the third entry-level sports project in one go, his cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Oh, is this what it's like to be rich? There were people looking for him all the time, and Yi Juanhao felt helpless. When he had no money, Yi Juanhao was a stay-at-home and his phone hardly rang all day. Of course, it was impossible to make Yi Juanhao go back to the days when he had no money, so he was just complaining a little. I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was from Su Yuantong, the general manager of Shangshur Meiyan International Company. Yi Juanhao's heart moved and he answered the phone. Mr. Yi, the sample you asked me to get has been produced and is now being tested for clinical effects. Would it be convenient for you to come over? Su Yuantong's slightly excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Previously, Yi Juanhao had given Su Yuantong a copy of the formula of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion and asked her to find someone to make a sample as soon as possible and send it for quality inspection. At the same time, he reminded Su Yuantong that when the samples came out, he should notify himself so that they could see the results together. It seems that just as Yi Juanhao thought, the sample of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion has been produced. And listening to Su Yuantong's slightly excited voice on the other end of the phone, I think the effect is quite good. After all, it is a product of system software. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but be curious about the specific effects of this Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion. Okay, I'll be right there. After Yi Juanhao agreed, he hung up the phone. After tidying up his appearance, Yi Juanhao walked to the garage of the villa, ready to drive to Shangshi Meiyan International Company. After arriving at the garage of the villa, a brand new supercar came into Yi Juanhao's sight. When Yi Juanhao saw this supercar for the first time, he was shocked. Chapter 82 The Powerful Effect of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk. This Aston Martin Valiant is golden in color, with an avant-garde overall shape, a strong racing style, and a streamlined body shape. Yi Juanhao was shocked when he saw him for the first time, he was so handsome. You can find out by looking up information on your mobile phone. Aston Martin Valiant is limited to 38 units worldwide, equipped with a 5.2-liter twin-turbocharged V12 engine with a maximum power of 745 horsepower and a 6-speed manual transmission. In terms of appearance, the front grille is large in size, and the headlights on both sides retain the retro round headlight design. On the side of the car body, heavy-duty fan-shaped side fenders are used to make the side airflow smoother and smoother, reducing turbulence, resistance and lift. The rear of the car features a sharp comb tail and a protruding fixed wing on top of the upward flashing deck lid. This design is not only eye-catching but also surprisingly effective. After admiring the Aston Martin Valiant for a while, Yi Juanhao sat directly in the driver's seat. After adjusting the seat height to suit himself, Yi Juanhao slowly drove out of the villa garage and officially headed to Shangshi Meiyan International Company. Along the way, Yi Juanhao only needed to step on the accelerator slightly to accelerate very quickly, easily surpassing various models of vehicles on the road. As expected of a racing-grade supercar, it is indeed very powerful. After actually driving it on the road, Yi Juanhao has completely fallen in love with this Aston Martin Valiant. It would have taken more than 10 minutes to reach Shangshi Meiyan International Company, but driving this Aston Martin Valiant reduced that time by a lot. After parking his car, Yi Juanhao walked to Shangshi Meiyan International Company with satisfaction. Came to the office of General Manager Su Yuantong. Mr. Yi, you are here. Well, take me to see the finished samples. Okay. Then Su Yuantong took Yi Juanhao to a large room in the company. As soon as I entered the room, there were already several people there. Su Yuantong explained to Yi Juanhao, some of these people are staff members, and some are external personnel specially hired to test new products. Yi Juanhao nodded to show that he understood. When the staff saw Su Yuantong and Yi Juanhao arriving, they all greeted them. Hello, Mr. Yi, and General Manager Su. Su Yuantong nodded and said, you can start testing the effects of the new product. Okay. After the staff member agreed, he took a bottle from the side and walked towards the first tester. The bottle contained some milky liquid, which I guess was the sample of the finished Shihua Water Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion. Mr. Yi, General Manager Su, this first test subject is a patient with extremely dry skin. He often has peeling skin on his face. We are using this to verify the extreme hydration and moisturizing effect of the sample. The staff first explained what was to be tested, then took out a clean cotton swab, dipped it in a little lotion, and smeared it on the face of the first test subject. Yi Juanhao clearly saw that the first test subject's cheeks were full of peeling skin. It was shocking and very serious. It was obvious that the skin was very dry and dehydrated. After the staff covered the first subject with lotion, they moved on to the second subject. After applying the lotion, you need to wait for a while for it to take effect. Don't be too anxious. You can choose to deal with the situation of the next tester. The staff member continued to explain. The second test subject was a patient with extremely oily skin, used to verify the extreme oil control effect of the sample. Following the staff's explanation, Yi Juanhao looked at the second subject. He clearly saw that the second subject's face was very greasy, as if he had not washed his face for a very long time. However, the subject said that he washed his face with facial cleanser and other skin care products as soon as he got up in the morning, but it only took 3 or 4 hours for his face to look like this. The tester admitted that he had to wash his face at least 4 or 5 times a day and suffered from oily face, so he agreed to try this new product, hoping that it would be effective. Then the second test subject also had lotion smeared on his face by the staff and needed to wait for a while. The staff member then walked between the third, fourth, and fifth test subjects and continued to explain. Next are these 3 test subjects. All 3 test subjects have scars of varying degrees on their faces. They are mild, moderate, and severe. Since it is not clear what the actual effect of the new product is in repairing a certain degree of skin damage, for the sake of insurance, we found 3 test subjects with different degrees of skin damage to verify this effect. Yi Juanhao nodded. They were very thoughtful, which was very good. It was seen that the faces of the 3 test subjects indeed showed scars of varying degrees. The third subject suffered minor injuries, which she said were caused by scratches from a pet cat. The fourth subject suffered moderate injuries due to an allergic reaction to eating crayfish. She now has local swelling on her face, accompanied by some bruises, etc. The fifth subject suffered the most serious injury. He was scalded directly on the face by boiling water, resulting in severe burns. He has already developed symptoms such as local numbness, muscle atrophy, and joint adhesion, which is very painful. The staff also applied lotion to the injured parts of the faces of the 3 people one by one, and then they had to wait for a while to see the effects. According to the recipe information, you need to wait 10 to 15 minutes after application for it to take effect. So Yi Juanhao and others sat in the room and waited quietly for these 15 minutes. Soon, 15 minutes passed. The first test subject's time was up, and the staff instructed her to wash her face and remove the lotion in order to see the final effect. When the first subject finished washing his face and returned to his original position, everyone present was shocked and stood there with disbelief on their faces. The areas on her face that were originally severely peeling and extremely dry now became very round and smooth, without any of the severe dehydration and peeling that they had in the beginning. This result made everyone drop their jaws in shock. The ultimate hydrating and moisturizing effect of this new product is amazing. In just 15 minutes, the symptoms of dry and dehydrated skin, which are difficult to treat medically, were perfectly solved. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one present would believe it was true. The staff took out the photos taken before the experiment started and placed them next to the first experimenter so that everyone could compare them carefully. Sure enough, the dry and peeling areas were no longer found on the subject's face. The first experimenter looked at the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, somewhat confused, and asked aloud, "Excuse me, what happened to my face?" At this time, everyone came to their senses, and the staff quickly took out a mirror and handed it to the subject, allowing her to see for herself. The subject looked at his face in the mirror in confusion. The next second, the subject froze in place like a stone sculpture, his face full of disbelief. Is this really my face?" The subject was so shocked that he felt like his face had undergone a face-changing surgery and was completely unrecognizable. There is no more serious skin peeling, and everything is just incredibly round, smooth and tender. Seeing that the first verification of this new product was so good, everyone couldn't help but look forward to the next verification results. Will the next check be as good as the first one? Everyone suddenly became extremely excited. Chapter 83 An Unexpected Surprise? Seeing that the first experimenter's test results were so good, everyone couldn't wait to look at the second experimenter. Soon, the second subject finished washing his face. Everyone present looked over there. The second test subject originally had a greasy face, but after washing his face, his entire face looked very dry and clean. Everyone subconsciously became happy in advance. It seems that the oil control effect of this second item is also great. Only Yi Juanhao shook his head and said, "Don't get too happy yet. The real oil control effect cannot be seen now. We have to wait for a while." After hearing Yi Juanhao's reminder, everyone finally reacted. They recalled the symptoms previously described by the second experimenter. He used other brands of facial cleansers to wash his face and his face was as dry and clean as it is now. The key point here is how long it can control oil. The second tester was able to maintain the oil control effect for up to 3 hours after using another brand of facial cleanser. Therefore, if you want to prove that the oil control effect of Shihua Water Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk is better than other brands of facial cleansers, you have to wait at least 3 hours. So Su Yuantong stood up and said to the second experimenter, "Excuse me, sir. I'm afraid you will have to stay at our Shengsher Mei Yin for a while, so that it will be more convenient for us to record more accurate data." The test subject waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's okay. I understand. For people like me who suffer from oily skin, if I can witness the emergence of an ultimate oil control product, it will be a blessing for people like us. I am willing to cooperate with your company." "That's great, sir. Thank you for your company's understanding. Su Yuantong said gratefully. Since the oil control effect is not yet visible, everyone focused their attention on the last 3 test subjects. To see the effect of repairing skin damage, you don't need to wait for a while to see the results, but you can see the results immediately. Finally, the 3 subjects washed their faces one by one and then returned to their original positions. Everyone first looked at the test subjects with mild skin injuries. The subject's face was scratched by his pet cat, and there were originally 3 thin line-like scars on his face. Now, after washing their faces, everyone was shocked to find that the 3 thin scars had disappeared. You know, that's a scar. Even if it's just a thin scar, it will take at least a week for a normal person to fully recover. Even after natural recovery, scars may still be left. But now, it has completely disappeared. How can this not be surprising? It's simply magical. The staff took out a mirror and let the subject look at himself. She was very happy to find that her face had returned to normal. She originally had deep anxiety about her appearance, and by chance she heard that Shengshi Meiyan's new product had the function of repairing skin damage and needed test subjects. I came here with the attitude of giving it a try, and I didn't expect that it would really restore her original appearance, and her skin condition is even better than before. She is one of those delicate girls who often uses cosmetics. Long-term use of cosmetics will inevitably make the skin quality deteriorate, but now, her skin quality is surprisingly good, as smooth and tender as that of a newborn baby. This surprised her very much. The female subject quickly stood up, bent down and bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yi, and thank you, General Manager Su. Your company's new products are amazing. Thank you so much. During this time, everyone carefully compared the photos taken before the test with the current situation. Everyone has also discovered this. It can actually repair the problem of deteriorating skin quality caused by excessive use of cosmetics. This is a complete surprise. Yi Juanhao was very satisfied with the result, which could be said to be beyond his expectations. Next, everyone looked at the subjects with moderate injuries. When they saw the experimenter, their expressions froze like stone statues, and they couldn't believe it at all. If the fact that the thin scars just now were repaired was a surprise, then at this moment, everyone was completely frightened. This is too outrageous, is this true? The staff member said tremblingly. Originally, this moderately injured subject had local swelling on his face due to an allergic reaction to eating crayfish, accompanied by some bruises and other symptoms. But at this moment, there was no sign of allergic symptoms on her face. It looked exactly like a normal person's face, even better. Seeing everyone's frightened reactions, the subject who was allergic to crayfish suddenly lost his composure. She thought she was disfigured and anxiously picked up a mirror to check her face. Upon seeing this, her originally extremely anxious and nervous expression suddenly turned into a stone sculpture like everyone else's, and she froze and did not move. After a long moment, she cried out in surprise. Oh my God, is this really me? Did you guys tamper with the mirror? The girl suspected that the problem was with the mirror, so she took out her mobile phone, turned on the front camera, and started taking pictures. Now, she was completely sure. My face has really returned to its original state, and it has even become more beautiful. Then, like the girl just now, she was very grateful to Yi Juanhao and others. The repair results achieved by 2 consecutive experimenters were so good that everyone subconsciously looked at the last experimenter. Could it be? Unfortunately, the results were not what everyone expected. The last test subject was a patient with severe skin damage. His face was directly scalded by boiling water, and he had already developed symptoms such as local numbness, muscle atrophy, and joint adhesion. The effect after washing the face was not as good as that of the previous 2 subjects. But it's not completely ineffective. At this moment, there were still a lot of scars on his face, but they were no longer shrunk and stuck together as before. The effect is very good. After seeing this scene, everyone had a general understanding of the function of this new product in repairing skin damage. For users with mild to moderate skin damage, using this new product can achieve 100% immediate results. However, users with severe skin damage cannot recover immediately after using it, it only has a certain repair effect. If you want to completely repair severe skin damage, you may have to use this new product for a long time. The subject with severe skin damage was not discouraged after learning about the experimental results. He felt very good about the result. At least now he felt that his face was no longer numb as before, but instead felt that it was gradually getting better. I believe that as long as I can continue to use this new product for a period of time, the recovery effect will be better. There's even a chance of recovery. After looking at the results of the entire experiment, Yi Juanhao was quite satisfied. It was worthy of being a product of system software. It was really awesome. Chapter 84 Yuning, please listen to my explanation. Since the test results of this new product were very good, the test subjects wanted to continue using it after tasting the benefits, so one of the test subjects said, "Director Yi, General Manager Su, I wonder if I can spend money to buy some new products. The effect of this new product is really great. I want to buy some and store it for use slowly." After hearing what this experimenter said, other experimenters also echoed it and expressed their willingness to spend money to buy some new products to use. This is also normal. There are really few products with such good effects on the market, or even none at all. Understanding the feelings of these experimenters, Su Yuantong spoke up. "Don't worry, our company has only made some samples of this new product and we don't have much stock. Once the subsequent procedures are completed and we enter mass production, you can easily buy it on the market." After hearing Su Yuantong's answer, the subjects felt a little regretful, but they could only accept it temporarily. Su Yuantong also said that as long as the new products are mass-produced, a portion of them will be given priority. This made them completely relieved and they expressed their gratitude. Seeing that the sample effect inspection was almost finished, Yi Juanhao planned to leave first as he had classes at school in the afternoon. Yi Juanhao instructed Su Yuantong to let him know when the oil control effect was effective. Another thing is to send the samples to the relevant departments as soon as possible to go through various formalities, and then start mass production after completing the formalities. Mr. Yi, I understand. But there is one more crucial thing. Where should we mass produce this new product? Su Yuantong raised a question. I was just planning to tell you. After the formalities are completed, we will give the relevant formula information to the person in charge of the Solaire Cosmetics production base and let him arrange the production matters. Solaire Cosmetics production base? Mr. Yi, do you have connections there? Can you arrange for some factories to produce this product for our company? Su Yuantong said with some surprise. If that's the case, it would be amazing. That is the largest beauty and cosmetics production base in Ningzhou City. Even many of the products currently being sold in Shangshi Meiyan are purchased from there. But the next second, Yi Juanhao's answer made Su Yuantong dumbfounded. It's not really a connection. I just acquired the Solaire Cosmetics production base. Yi Juanhao replied calmly. Acquired the Solaire Cosmetics production base? Now Su Yuantong admired Yi Juanhao even more. He was worthy of being called Mr. Yi. He was so amazing that he could even acquire the largest beauty and cosmetics production base in Ningzhou City so easily. Moreover, Yi Juanhao looked very relaxed, as if the acquisition of the Solaire Cosmetics production base was nothing in his eyes. Su Yuantong's eyes suddenly sparkled and she looked at Yi Juanhao with admiration. Mr. Yi, you are amazing. Su Yuantong exclaimed sincerely. Yi Juanhao calmly said that this was normal and nothing to worry about. After instructing Su Yuantong about these things, Yi Juanhao drove his Aston Martin Valiant away from Shangshi Meiyan International Company and headed straight for school. When they arrived at the classroom, Yi Juanhao sat with Chen Yuning as usual. Yi Juanhao's former roommate once told him that the two of them should not sit in the front row and show their affection during class, as this would affect everyone's studies. In order to encourage everyone to study seriously, Yi Juanhao followed the advice of his roommate and sat in the back row with Chen Yuning during class. The classmates in the class consciously gave the seats in the back row to the two of them, believing that out of sight, out of mind. During class, Yi Juanhao wanted to hold Chen Yuning's hand, but Chen Yuning dodged him. She looked obviously a little angry. This made Yi Juanhao a little puzzled. What happened today? In the past, Yuning would never refuse when I took the initiative to hold her hand. Yuning, what's wrong with you? Yi Juanhao asked in confusion. You know it in your heart. Chen Yuning deliberately didn't say anything, wanting Yi Juanhao to figure it out on his own. I know it in my heart? I don't know. Yi Juanhao thought about it over and over again, and realized that he had indeed not done anything to make Yuning angry. Seeing that Yi Juanhao couldn't figure it out after a long time, Chen Yuning rolled her eyes at Yi Juanhao and said, I am very dissatisfied with the results of this morning's inspection. I feel that you did not tell the truth. Then Chen Yuning sniffed the scent on Yi Juanhao's body and continued. You smell like another woman's perfume. Hiss. Yi Juanhao took a deep breath in his heart. He was in such a hurry to go to Shangshi Mei Yan to check out the samples of the new product that he forgot to change his clothes. There is still the smell of Li Shui's perfume on my body. Yu Ning, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I am a serious person and I won't do anything to let you down. Yi Juwenhao said quickly. Really? Then tell me why you smell like a woman's perfume. Chen Yuning didn't intend to let Yi Juwenhao pass so easily. She had to keep a close eye on her boyfriend and not let other little fairies seduce Juwenhao away. She wanted to let brother Juwenhao know where her bottom line was. She does not allow other girls to share brother Juwenhao with her. This is Chen Yuning's bottom line. Faced with Chen Yuning's fatal question, Yi Juwenhao's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about how to give a more reasonable answer. Finally, he thought of a pretty good reason. Yu Ning, do you remember what I told you before? I have an industry that sells cosmetics and skin care products, called Shangshi Mei Yan. I just went to Shangshi Mei Yan this morning. The company has a new product that needs me to be there to see the effect. You know, in this kind of company, most of the employees are female, so it's normal to have a little perfume on them. Yi Juwenhao explained seriously. Is that true? Chen Yuning looked at Yi Juwenhao suspiciously, trying to find signs of lying on Yi Juwenhao's face. But Yi Juwenhao did go to Shangshi Mei Yan in the morning, so his expression was relatively natural and Chen Yuning couldn't notice anything unusual. Of course it's true. All the employees in my company can vouch for me. Yi Juwenhao was not panicked at all, hee. Okay, I wronged you, brother Juwenhao. I just wanted to let you know where my bottom line is. I don't want you to be taken away by other women. Chen Yuning started to act coquettishly, feeling aggrieved. No, the only person I like is you. Yi Juwenhao put his arm around Chen Yuning's shoulders and comforted her. How about this, after class, we go eat hot pot? Yi Juwenhao changed the subject and suggested. When she heard that there was food to eat, Chen Yuning's previous unhappy mood was swept away and her eyes suddenly brightened. Okay. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. Seeing that he had successfully changed the topic, Yi Juwenhao breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally passed this hurdle. Then the two began to resume their previous sweet actions. Soon after, the bell rang and the class ended. The two left the classroom hand in hand and walked towards the parking lot. Then Yi Juwenhao took Chen Yuning into the Aston Martin Valiant and went to the hot pot restaurant that they had booked in advance. Chapter 85 Old Cow Eating Young Grass. The hot pot restaurant was not far away, and Yi Juwenhao arrived there in a short while driving his Aston Martin Valiant. This hot pot restaurant is one of the ones with the highest ratings recently, so the two came here with the attitude of giving it a try. After parking the car, the two walked towards the hot pot restaurant. Since they arrived early, there was only one person in front of them in line before they got there. When it was their turn, the waiter led them to a table for two in the hall. This hot pot restaurant has private rooms, but when eating hot pot, Yi Juwenhao always feels that the atmosphere is missing if there are no people around. So I asked the waiter to find a table for two in the hall, because the private room was too quiet and there was no atmosphere. Soon, all the side dishes were served. I ordered a Shuang Yuan hot pot. One side had a clear soup base, the other side had a red oil chili soup base. This is more convenient. You can just put the side dishes where you want to eat. There is no such thing as taste conflict. This can also take care of Yu Ning. She likes to eat lighter food and dip it in the sauce herself. Yi Juwenhao, on the other hand, prefers spicy food, which makes the food taste more refreshing. The two of them ate and talked, laughing, just like any other couple in love. As time passed, more and more people came into the hall, and some people were full and ready to leave. At this time, Yi Juwenhao and Chen Yuning were also full. They sat for a while to rest and then prepared to leave to pay the bill. Just as the two of them got up from the hall to pay the bill, someone in the box came out after eating. Hey, Yu Ning, are you eating hot pot here too? Chen Yuning, who was about to follow Yi Juwenhao to pay the bill, heard someone calling her and turned to look behind her. What I saw was a man and a woman, and the one who called me was actually my high school classmate Sun Rongrong. It's you, Sun Rongrong? Chen Yuning was a little surprised that she could meet her high school classmate here. Then Chen Yuning replied. Yes, we just finished eating hot pot and are ready to leave. Hearing Chen Yuning say the word we, Sun Rongrong looked curiously at Yi Juwenhao beside Chen Yuning. Yu Ning, who is this? Sun Rongrong asked. Hearing Sun Rongrong's question, Chen Yuning stepped forward, took Yi Juwenhao's arm, and said with a smile. This is my boyfriend, Yi Juanhao. Sun Rongrong showed surprise on her face. She didn't expect that a school beauty like Chen Yuning would find a boyfriend so quickly. After knowing Yi Juanhao's identity, Sun Rongrong looked him up and down, wanting to see carefully what attracted Chen Yuning to this boy. But then a hint of disdain flashed in Sun Rongrong's eyes. This guy was dressed so ordinary, and he didn't look like a rich man at first glance. There was nothing outstanding about him, except that he was handsome. What's the use of being handsome? Can it make a living? Moreover, it seemed that this guy had just eaten hot pot with Chen Yuning in the hall. He was unwilling to even spend money for a private room, yet he dared to ask a girl out. Thinking of this, Sun Rongrong felt even more disdainful of Yi Juanhao. She didn't expect Chen Yuning to have such poor taste in choosing a boyfriend. My boyfriend is different, he is a real rich man. Seeing that Chen Yuning's boyfriend was so ordinary, Sun Rongrong immediately felt like showing off. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Sun Wenlin. He is the director of a cosmetics factory with an annual income of over 10 million yuan. He is very impressive. When talking about her boyfriend, Sun Rongrong looks very proud. When Sun Wenlin heard his girlfriend talking about him, he immediately knew that his girlfriend wanted to compare him with her boyfriend, so he naturally cooperated with her and spoke in a humble manner. Yes, I just became the director of a factory in the Solaire Cosmetics production base by chance. Just now, Yi Juanhao had learned from Chen Yuning that the girl was her high school classmate. When she heard that Yuning's high school classmate's boyfriend was actually the factory manager of the Solaire Cosmetics production base, she was immediately very surprised. I didn't expect to meet my subordinates here. And looking at this Sun Wenlin, he seems to be in his 30s or 40s. Yuning's high school classmate must be a college student now. So, isn't this the legendary old cow eating young grass? The age difference between them is at least a dozen years. How could Yuning's high school classmate stand this kind of middle-aged man? Chen Yuning was also very surprised when she heard Sun Rongrong introduce the man as her boyfriend. At first, Chen Yuning thought that this was Sun Rongrong's uncle or some elder. Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, Sun Rongrong thought that they were frightened by the identity of her boyfriend. Sun Rongrong's expression became even more proud. This is my vision, much better than Yuning's. Yuning is still too young and only likes handsome guys. She doesn't understand that a rich man is the best destination for a woman. Back then, when she was in high school, Chen Yuning was the campus belle with countless suitors, some of whom even had better academic performance than her. Now that she can surpass Chen Yuning in terms of boyfriend, Sun Rongrong seems extremely happy and a little proud. Yuning, if you want to find a boyfriend, you have to find someone like Wenlin, a rich and attractive man. Being handsome is useless. Sun Rongrong said with great pride. As soon as Sun Rongrong said this, Chen Yuning became unhappy. Doesn't this mean that brother Juanhao is not worthy of me? Wouldn't it be more painful for her to find a middle-aged man like this as her boyfriend than to kill her? I don't agree with this statement. I think Juanhao is the best man in the world. Chen Yuning retorted. Seeing Chen Yuning's love-brained look, Sun Rongrong had no choice but to continue persuading her. Your boyfriend can only sit in the hall when he invites you to eat hot pot, but Wenlin can take me to the private room with his eyes closed. This is the difference between the two. That's because the private room is too quiet. Eating hot pot needs to be lively, so that it can create an atmosphere for eating. Yi Juanhao stood up and said. Sun Rongrong ignored Yi Juanhao, thinking he was making excuses, and changed the subject. How are you going to get back? Are you going to take a taxi? How about this, we'll pay for your meal. We'll just save you some taxi fare and treat it to a meal as a reunion between high school classmates. Originally, I wanted Wenlin to give you a ride, but unfortunately Wenlin's car is a Ferrari SF90, which only has 2 seats and can't accommodate 4 people. No, we came here by car. Yi Juanhao refused the other party's offer to pay for the meal for both of them. Sun Rongrong was a little surprised to hear that Yi Juanhao also came by car. She didn't expect that Yi Juanhao also had a car. But it couldn't be a good car, probably just a commuter car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan at most, Sun Rongrong thought. Her boyfriend's Ferrari SF90 is a top-of-the-line version worth more than 9 million yuan. No matter what car Yi Juanhao drives, it can't compare to her boyfriend's. In this way, both parties paid for their meals and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Yi Juanhao and Sun Wenlin drove their own cars over. Sun Rongrong didn't plan to leave in a hurry. She wanted to see what car Yi Juanhao was driving so that she could take this opportunity to show off again. This kind of opportunity is very rare, and she can't wait to see Yi Juanhao make a fool of himself later. In this way, Shen Yuning will know what kind of boyfriend is the best. Chapter 86 Frog in the Well. Sun Rongrong and Shen Yuning were waiting at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant for their boyfriends to drive over. Among them, Sun Rongrong secretly reminded Sun Wenlin to drive the car over as soon as possible to prevent Yi Juanhao and Shen Yuning from leaving first. Sure enough, not long after, the first person to drive over was Sun Rongrong's boyfriend, Sun Wenlin. At this time, a red supercar slowly drove out of the parking lot and drove to the door of the hot pot restaurant, attracting a large number of customers queuing at the door of the hot pot restaurant along the way. The guests were all amazed. It turned out to be a red Ferrari SF90. Many customers took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the Ferrari SF90 so that they could show off on their moments. Sun Wenlin enjoyed the attention of the people around him and walked out from the driver's seat of the car. At this moment, when Sun Rongrong saw her boyfriend driving such a cool Ferrari SF90, she instantly felt very proud and honored. Sun Rongrong looked at Shen Yuning in a boastful manner, as if to say, "Look, this is the man I chose. He is not only rich but also very charming." The cars they drive are all luxury sports cars worth tens of millions. Shen Yuning didn't care at all. When Brother Juanhao drove over later, Sun Rongrong would naturally know how powerful Brother Juanhao was. Seeing Shen Yuning silent, Sun Rongrong thought she was very embarrassed and was afraid that she would lose face when Yi Juanhao drove over in a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. This made Sun Rongrong even more proud. There are not many opportunities like this to show off in front of Shen Yuning, so Sun Rongrong must seize it. Just as Sun Rongrong walked over and was about to continue explaining to Shen Yuning the criteria for finding a boyfriend, before she could even finish her words, the guests queuing around her suddenly exclaimed in amazement. "Wow, another supercar is coming. This supercar is so cool, it seems to be even more handsome than that red Ferrari." "Yes, but what brand is this supercar? Its logo doesn't seem to be common." As soon as this supercar appeared, it overshadowed the Ferrari SF90 in terms of momentum. It immediately caused a sensation at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. The people present could intuitively feel that these two supercars were completely of different classes. It is obvious that the supercar that appeared later is more advanced and cooler. What's more, this supercar is completely golden in color, which makes it even more domineering. For a moment, the guests who were originally taking pictures around Sun Wenlin's red Ferrari SF90 were all attracted by the golden supercar that appeared behind. The only two lonely figures left were Sun Rongrong and Sun Wenlin. Sun Rongrong was dumbfounded. What was going on? She finally had a chance to show off, but someone else actually drove out in a supercar? This made Sun Rongrong a little angry. They were both selling supercars, so why was she being left out? Sun Rongrong didn't recognize the logos of these luxury top-level supercars. She only knew the prices of the cars. She didn't believe that the supercar that came out later could be more expensive than the Ferrari SF90 worth more than 9 million yuan. So Sun Rongrong asked her boyfriend Sun Wenlin, who was standing next to her. "Wenlin, what kind of supercar is that? Why is it that it steals the show when all the others are supercars?" After Sun Rongrong asked the question, she didn't see any response from her boyfriend, so she looked at him. At this moment, Sun Wenlin's expression was very shocked. He stared at the golden supercar and was speechless for a long time. It was not until Sun Rongrong shook his arm that Sun Wenlin reacted. "This supercar is an Aston Martin. I can't tell what model it is, but I can be sure that it costs at least tens of millions." "What? That golden supercar costs over 10 million? After learning the approximate price of the supercar from Sun Wenlin, Sun Rongrong was also shocked and speechless. At this time, the guests gathered around the golden supercar and took pictures. Sun Rongrong and Sun Wenlin were curious about who the owner of this supercar was. "Look, this supercar is also parked in front of the hot pot restaurant. I guess the owner of the supercar is also waiting for someone here. Maybe I can get a glimpse of the owner of this supercar later." Just as Sun Rongrong and Sun Wenlin were waiting for the owner of the supercar to get out of the car, something unexpected happened to the two. Shen Yuning, who was standing not far from Sun Rongrong, saw the golden supercar parked in front of the hot pot restaurant and actually walked straight over. As Shen Yuning walked towards the golden supercar, at the same time, the driver's door of the supercar was opened and a figure walked out of the car. Sun Rongrong looked at the figure walking out of the golden supercar and her jaw almost dropped to the ground in shock. What did she see? Shen Yuning's boyfriend, Yi Juanhao, actually walked out of the golden supercar. This means that this sports car worth over 10 million yuan belongs to Yi Juanhao, and Yi Juanhao's car is not the kind of commuter car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan as she thought. Faced with the scene happening before her eyes, Sun Rongrong simply couldn't believe it was real. Yi Juanhao is dressed so ordinary and looks so young, but he can afford a sports car worth tens of millions? And he is so handsome. At this moment, Sun Rongrong looked at Sun Wenlin, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, standing next to her. No matter how rich and charming he was, he could not compare to Yi Juanhao, a young, promising and wealthy hunk. Originally, Sun Rongrong wanted to suppress Chen Yuning through her boyfriend, but now she is the one who got hit hard. Yes, how could a school beauty like Chen Yuning find just a pretty boy as her boyfriend? I am the frog in the well. She thought she had found a rich and charming man as her boyfriend, and kept persuading Chen Yuning to find a boyfriend like Sun Wenlin. I'm afraid Chen Yuning looked down on me at that time. Thinking of this, Sun Rongrong felt a burning pain on her face. Today was really a very embarrassing day. But Sun Wenlin felt okay. After all, he was the director of a factory and had seen a lot of ups and downs. The rich second generation had also seen a lot. Sun Wenlin believes that Yi Juanhao is such a rich second generation, no wonder he can get such a beautiful girlfriend. Out of work habit, Sun Wenlin wanted to go up and get to know Yi Juanhao again so as to broaden his network and facilitate his future career advancement. Just as Sun Wenlin was about to walk up to Yi Juanhao and prepare to say hello, the cell phone in Yi Juanhao's pocket rang. Taking out his cell phone, Yi Juanhao glanced at the caller ID. The call was from the person in charge of the Solaire Cosmetics production base. He had greeted Yi Juanhao before, so he left a note. Wang Zhanlong? Yi Juanhao muttered. Sun Wenlin was not far from Yi Juanhao. When he heard Yi Juanhao's muttering, he was stunned for a moment. Who was Yi Juanhao talking about just now? Wang Zhanlong? Isn't that the name of the person in charge of the Solaire Cosmetics production base? He is the second most important person besides the boss, and the boss of his boss. Now that Wang Zhanglong called Yi Juanhao personally, how could Sun Wenlin not be surprised? But at the same time, Sun Wenlin was not sure whether the person who called Yi Juanhao was the person in charge of the Solaire Cosmetics production base. It might be a coincidence, Sun Wenlin thought. But when he heard what Yi Juanhao said, Sun Wenlin lost his composure. Could it really be that the person in charge of the Solaire Cosmetics production base called Yi Juanhao? Chapter 87 Boss, can we be friends? Yi Juanhao answered the phone. Wang Zhanglong must have something to ask him since he called. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you. I have something I need you to confirm. Wang Zhanglong said respectfully. Okay, go ahead. Yi Juanhao gestured to Wang Zhanglong to continue. It's like this, Mr. Yi. Su Yuantong from Shengshe Meiyan International Company just called and said that she has a new product that will require the assistance of the factory here at Solaire in production in the near future. She also said that this is authorized by you, so I took the liberty to call and confirm it again. Wang Zhanglong explained the reason for his call. After hearing this, Yi Juanhao understood. Well, you were right to do that. You were very cautious. Yi Juanhao praised and then continued. However, all future requests from Shengshe Meiyan International Company can be given priority. Okay, Mr. Yi, I understand, but I still have a question. Why does Mr. Yi support Shengshe Meiyan International Company so much? Wang Zhanglong was a little puzzled, but due to his cautious nature in the business world, he could only ask this question. This is very simple. Shengshe Meiyan International Company is one of my businesses. Yi Juanhao's answer stunned Wang Zhanglong for a moment. It took him a while to come back to his senses, and then he exclaimed in admiration. Mr. Yi is amazing. After continuing to instruct on some details regarding the subsequent production of new products, Yi Juanhao hung up the phone. Seeing Yi Juanhao hung up the phone, Sun Wenlin asked uncertainly. Excuse me, is the person who just called you Wang Zhanglong, the person in charge of the Solaire Cosmetics production base? After hearing what Yi Juanhao had just said on the phone, Sun Wenlin now addressed Yi Juanhao as you. He is now about 60% to 70% sure that the person who was talking to Yi Juanhao is most likely Wang Zhanglong, the person in charge of the Solaire Cosmetics production base. Yes, it's him. Yi Juanhao did not hide anything and spoke calmly. After receiving Yi Juanhao's affirmative answer, Sun Wenlin's legs felt a little weak. He just clearly heard the tone of Yi Juanhao's voice when speaking to Wang Zhanglong. It was completely commanding. It can be imagined that Yi Juanhao's status is higher than Wang Zhonglong. When Sun Wenlin thought about the fact that Wang Zhonglong was the second in command of the Solaire Cosmetics production base besides the boss, he made a bold guess. It was this speculation that caused Sun Wenlin to tremble all over. He almost lost control of his body and fell to the ground. At this time, Sun Rongrong also came to her boyfriend Sun Wenlin, looked at Sun Wenlin's body trembling strangely, and asked worriedly, "Wenlin, what's wrong with you?" Unexpectedly, Sun Wenlin ignored Sun Rongrong's worried question, and instead asked Yi Juanhao in a trembling voice, "May I ask again, are you the owner of the Solaire Cosmetics production base?" After asking the question, Sun Wenlin looked nervous, waiting for Yi Juanhao's answer. Sun Rongrong was very shocked when she heard what her boyfriend asked. She knew very well where the Solaire Cosmetics production base was. It was the largest base for producing beauty products in Ningzhou City. At the same time, her boyfriend Sun Wenlin was the director of one of the factories. Now her boyfriend asked Yi Juanhao if he was the boss of the Solaire Cosmetics production base. How could she not be surprised? The next second, Yi Juanhao's words exploded in their minds like thunder. "Yes, I just acquired the Solaire Cosmetics production base not long ago. Now I can be said to be the boss." Yi Juanhao nodded and answered Sun Wenlin's question. "It's actually true?" Sun Wenlin couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was actually his boss. Sun Rongrong's face turned pale, and she was frightened to the point of being at a loss. Yi Juanhao, whom she just looked down upon, has refreshed her cognition time and time again from the beginning to now. Originally, people thought Yi Juanhao was a gigolo who relied on his looks, so Sun Rongrong kept persuading Chen Yuning to find a rich and attractive man as her boyfriend. It was not until Yi Juanhao later drove out a top-of-the-line supercar that her previous opinion of Yi Juanhao was overturned. Only now could Sun Rongrong truly realize how powerful Yi Juanhao was. At this moment she regretted it very much. What she said before could be said to have offended Yi Juanhao seriously, and it was very likely to affect Sun Wenlin's work. Sun Wenlin naturally thought of this, and hurriedly pulled Sun Rongrong along, and fell to his knees on the ground with a plop, begging for Yi Juanhao's forgiveness. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, we were disrespectful to you just now. Please forgive us and don't take it personally. Yes, since I am Yuning's high school classmate, please forgive me and let us go." The two men knelt on the ground and kept begging Yi Juanhao for forgiveness. Watching this scene, Chen Yuning showed an expression of pity on her face. After all, Sun Rongrong was her former high school classmate. Yi Juanhao noticed the expression on Chen Yuning's face and knew how to deal with it. Then Yi Juanhao put his arm around Chen Yuning's shoulders and gave her a reassuring look. "For Yuning's sake, I won't bother with you about this matter. Go away." Yi Juanhao waved his hand and said coldly, thank you, Mr. Yi, we will leave right away, right away." The two of them kept thanking Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning, then rolled dejectedly into the Ferrari SF90 and fled in embarrassment. This scene was captured on mobile phones by the onlookers. I'm afraid that in the near future, there will be some hot searches in the city, such as the Ferrari couple offended a mysterious boss and were forced to kneel down and apologize and so on. After the farce, the guests took all the photos they needed to take and returned to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant to continue queuing. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning were also ready to leave. Just then, a dandy young man walked out of the hot pot restaurant. He was about to leave after eating when he accidentally glanced at the supercar parked in front of him. His eyes suddenly widened and his face was full of disbelief. This is actually the latest Aston Martin Valiant released this year? In order to see more carefully, the playboy walked forward and kept looking at it. Yi Juanhao was planning to leave, but when he saw someone blocking the way in front of his car, he rolled down the window and said, "Brother in front, please move aside. We are leaving now." The dude has already confirmed that the supercar is the Aston Martin Valiant. That is a top-of-the-line supercar worth more than 20 million. Even he doesn't dare to buy it easily, not to mention that this Aston Martin Valiant is a limited edition, with only 38 units in the world. Now hearing what the supercar owner said, the playboy reacted immediately, showing a fawning expression and walked over. "Boss, can we be friends? I am Shen Zipping, and I really like your Aston Martin Valiant." "Oh?" Upon hearing that Shen Zipping actually recognized his supercar, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but become curious about him. Chapter 88 What's going on? "You can recognize my supercar, which means you have some knowledge about supercars," Yi Juanhao exclaimed. "Thank you for the compliment, sir. I just happen to know a little bit about this," Shen Zipping said modestly. By the way, I still don't know what to call the boss. Shen Ziping asked curiously. Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao replied. It's Brother Yi, Boss Yi. One more thing. I'm a member of a luxury car club in Ningzhou City. I'd like to invite you to come and have a chat when you're free. Most of the people here are young men and women who own supercars. Shen Ziping revealed his identity and wanted to invite Yi Juanhao to visit this circle of luxury car owners. After all, there are not many people in Minnesota who can own a supercar worth more than 20 million. Most people's supercars are worth several million, more than 10 million, etc. And if Shen Ziping could bring a big shot who drives a supercar worth more than 20 million to visit the luxury car circle, he could also benefit from it. He could tell others that this was a big shot he knew. Then these young men and women would be extremely envious of him. Thinking of this, Shen Ziping tried even harder to please Yi Juanhao. Luxury car circle? Yi Juanhao thought about it and thought it was pretty good. Maybe he could go take a look when he has time. It just so happened that he also liked all kinds of supercars, so he could go and have some exchanges and meet more people at the same time. Okay, no problem, I'll go take a look when I have time. Yi Juanhao said. Shen Ziping was very happy to hear that Yi Juanhao agreed. He quickly asked Yi Juanhao for his contact information and then left with satisfaction. After dealing with this little episode, Yi Juanhao drove away in his Aston Martin Valiant amid the envious eyes of everyone. Yi Juanhao first sent Shen Yuning back, watched her enter the school, and then turned around and drove back to his villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Juanhao simply washed up and went back to his bedroom. At this time, Yi Juanhao remembered the top-level watch he had bought from the sports mall before, the Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 astronomical tourbillon watch. Now this top-notch watch is quietly placed on the table in the bedroom. Yi Juanhao took this Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon tourbillon watch in his hand and played with it for a while, and felt it was very good. Yi Juanhao found out from the information on his mobile phone. This Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon tourbillon watch has a diameter of 44 mm and is made of 18K white gold. The watch is equipped with a R227QR SID LUCL manual winding movement with 12 complex functions, including cathedral gong minute repeater, tourbillon, perpetual calendar, retrograde calendar, moon phases, leap year display, sidereal time, sky map, and moon trajectory. In general, this Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon tourbillon watch is the most expensive among the top watches. Yi Juanhao originally wanted to wear this watch on his left wrist, but he thought of something. That is, he is now wearing a sports bracelet on his left wrist, which has the system software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. There is no extra space on my left wrist to wear another watch. You can only choose to wear it on the right wrist. Yi Juanhao once went to a watch shop outside and found a watch repairman to remove the sports bracelet. However, the watch repairman tried various methods to remove it but failed, and even tried to cut the strap directly. Finally, I was surprised to find that the strap of this sports bracelet could not be cut at all and the material was extremely strong. Only then did Yi Juanhao realize that this sports bracelet had been tied to his body and could no longer be taken off. As a result, Yi Juanhao never thought about taking off the sports bracelet again. Now Yi Juanhao likes this Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon tourbillon watch very much and wants to wear it. Normal people would choose to wear it on their left wrist, but Yi Juanhao only wore it on his right wrist. So Yi Juanhao put on this Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon tourbillon watch on his right wrist. I walked to the mirror, looked at myself, and felt that it suited me well. Yi Juanhao nodded with satisfaction. Yi Juanhao didn't plan to take it off tonight. It was still new and he could wear it to school tomorrow. By then he would be too lazy to wear it again. After browsing his phone on the bed for a while, Yi Juanhao turned off the lights and went to bed before 11 p.m. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Yi Juanhao got up on time for his morning run. On the coastal path of Yinsha Bay, he met Han Tianlin, who also got up early for his morning run. Han Tianlin sprained his ankle some time ago and has only recently recovered fully. Brother Han, why don't you take a break for a while before going out to exercise? Yi Juanhao asked with a smile. Hey, I've been resting at home for a while, and I'm so bored. If I don't get out and exercise, my body will age again. Han Tianlin complained. That's true, but Brother Han has just recovered, so he shouldn't exercise too vigorously. Yi Juanhao reminded him. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your concern. In this way, the two chatted while jogging in the morning, and soon ran back and forth along the coastal path, ending their morning jogging exercise. After finishing his morning jog, Han Tianlin suddenly thought of something and said to Yi Juanhao, "By the way, Mr. Yi, there is an auction tonight. Are you interested in participating?" "Auction?" Yi Juanhao was stunned. "Yes, there is a new auction house in Mingzhou that is holding an auction and invited me. I suddenly remembered it and wanted to ask if Mr. Yi is interested in going with me to take a look," Han Tianlin explained. "Moreover, this is an auction held by a newly opened auction house. Generally, in order to build their reputation, they will put out their better collections for auction, so it should be very lively at that time." Han Tianlin continued to say that he wanted Yi Juanhao to accompany him to take a look so that he would have company. "Oh, I'll see if I have time tonight. If it's not urgent, I'll give you an answer this afternoon." Yi Juanhao did not refuse outright. Instead, he thought about it seriously and said he didn't know yet if there would be anything else happening in the evening, such as a date with Yu Ning. Can attending an auction be more important than going on a date with your girlfriend? It must be more important to accompany my girlfriend on a date, Yi Juanhao thought to himself. Okay then. I'll wait for news from Mr. Yi this afternoon. After chatting with Han Tianlin for a while, Yi Juanhao said goodbye and returned to his villa. He still needs to get ready and go to school. By the way, I want to ask Yu Ning if she has any plans tonight. If there is nothing planned tonight, Yi Juanhao would like to go and see the auction. After all, he had never attended an auction and had only seen relevant information on TV or in the news. I am still quite curious about the auction. After tidying up his appearance in the bathroom, Yi Juanhao glanced at the time displayed on the Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon Tourbillon watch on his right wrist. It was almost time to go out, so Yi Juanhao drove his Aston Martin Valiant to school. After parking the car, Yi Juanhao quickly came to the teaching building, but was surprised to find that there was no one in the classroom. What's going on? Chapter 89 Women who know how to act coquettishly have the best fate. Just when Yi Juanhao was puzzled, his cell phone rang. It was a WeChat call from Chen Yuning. Yi Juanhao was just looking for someone to ask what was going on when Chen Yuning called him on WeChat. After the call was connected, Yi Juanhao asked the doubts in his mind without waiting for Chen Yuning to speak. Yu Ning, isn't it almost time for class? Why is there no one in the classroom? Did they change classrooms temporarily? Hearing Yi Juanhao's question, Chen Yuning on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. Then Chen Yuning chuckled and then spoke. Brother Juanhao, are you still sleepy? This class is physical education, you don't need to go to the classroom. I was wondering why you hadn't come to the playground yet. After being ridiculed by Chen Yuning, Yi Juanhao finally remembered that this class was indeed a physical education class. Last night he took a look at the class schedule on his phone and only knew that he had classes in the morning, but he didn't pay close attention to what the classes were. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a physical education class. He habitually went to the classroom where he often took his professional courses. Yi Juanhao slapped his forehead, thinking how careless he was. I only knew there was a class during this time period, but I didn't see it was a physical education class. I'll go to the playground now. Yi Juanhao hung up the WeChat call awkwardly and hurried to the playground. Fortunately, Yu Ning called him on WeChat to remind him, otherwise he would be late and would have his credits deducted. After a while, Yi Juanhao successfully arrived at the playground when the class bell rang. The roll call was being taken at this time. The physical education teacher was Xiao Mingyu, Teacher Xiao, who had previously taken Yi Juanhao to high school for exchange and study. Xiao Mingyu originally wanted to record Yi Juanhao's lateness, but unexpectedly he arrived just in time for class, so the roll call session went smoothly. Xiao Mingyu was still wearing pink casual sportswear and a sun hat, a standard ensemble for a physical education teacher. This kind of casual sportswear for women is usually slim-fitting, which perfectly outlines Xiao Mingyu's figure, a standard S-shaped beauty figure. Compared with the three most beautiful girls in the school, the only difference between Xiao Mingyu and her is that she is 3 or 4 years older. It can be seen that Xiao Mingyu is very beautiful and is loved by many male classmates. Whenever Xiao Mingyu formed a school sports team, countless male students would rush to sign up after a short period of time, just to get Xiao Mingyu's personal guidance. All the male classmates in Yi Juanhao's class who usually liked to skip classes were here at this moment. In addition to the fact that Xiao Mingyu called their names in class, they came more because of Xiao Mingyu's appearance. After the roll call session, Xiao Mingyu led the classmates to do warm-up exercises. Especially when Xiao Mingyu led everyone to do various stretching exercises, all the male students in the class stared at Xiao Mingyu's movements in front of them. Especially the warm-up exercises that stretch the leg muscles and back muscles, which are very figure-enhancing, made the male students in the class reluctant to blink, for fear of missing any details. Yi Juanhao was naturally no exception. Why not look at a beautiful woman? So Yi Juanhao naturally looked at her with a gentleman's eye. But Yi Juanhao forgot one thing: he had a girlfriend and could not do whatever he wanted like before. Chen Yuning naturally saw Yi Juanhao's gentlemanly eyes and immediately felt jealous. "Brother Juanhao, does it look good?" Yi Juanhao answered without thinking. "Of course it looks good, I'm not blind." Yi Juanhao regretted it as soon as he said it. He recalled the resentful question just now, and suddenly his whole body shuddered. He was doomed. Yi Juanhao thought it was one of his good friends who came to question him, so he subconsciously told the truth, but he didn't expect it was Chen Yuning. Now Yi Juanhao felt like crying but had no tears. When Chen Yuning was about to get angry, Yi Juanhao quickly changed his words. "I'm talking about how beautiful you are, Yuning. You were also so beautiful when you were doing warm-up exercises. I was addicted to it and couldn't help myself." Yi Juanhao immediately started praising Chen Yuning incessantly to cover up the truth he had just said. The male classmates standing next to Yi Juanhao couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. "I told you to have your fill while you're still looking at the pot. You already have the most beautiful girl in Chen University, but you're still thinking about teacher Xiao Mingyu. You deserve it." But the next second, the boys couldn't laugh anymore. Instead of being angry, Chen Yuning spoke in a coquettish manner. "Brother Juanhao, since you like watching me do warm-up exercises so much, why don't you help me press my legs and stretch my leg muscles?" As she spoke, Chen Yuning walked to Yi Juanhao and started stretching her legs. Yi Juanhao had no choice but to listen to his girlfriend and reached out to help Chen Yuning stretch her legs. Seeing Yi Juanhao touching the slender and white legs of Chen Da's beauty, the male classmates felt as if their hearts were blocked and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Oh my god, the two of them actually started to show their affection openly and sprinkle dog food. In an instant, the male classmates who laughed at Yi Juanhao went from gloating to envy and jealousy, and then after being fed with dog food, they began to stay away from the two people. Dog food really doesn't taste good. It's really harmful to single people. Looking at the male classmates who hurriedly ran away, Yi Juanhao was puzzled, but at this time Yi Juanhao also began to enjoy the process of stretching Chen Yuning's legs. "Well, my girlfriend is still more fragrant." This is the method that Chen Yuning asked her mother for advice on how to win a man's heart. Chen Yuning's mother told Chen Yuning that you should not be too assertive when dealing with a boy you like. The more assertive you are, the further away the boy will be from you. On the contrary, what boys can't stand the most is girls who act like a spoiled child. As long as you act like a spoiled child, boys will only listen to you in the future. This is what they call women who know how to act coquettishly have the best life. Therefore, when Chen Yuning found out that Yi Juanhao was staring at teacher Xiao, although she was very jealous, she also knew that this was a common problem among most boys. Only by guiding boys in a way that they prefer can you make them focus only on you and no longer pay attention to other women. It seems that this method is very useful. "Humph, brother Juanhao, you can't escape from my grasp." Chen Yuning thought very proudly. Soon, the warm-up exercise session was over, and then Xiao Mingyu announced that everyone could move freely and play basketball, football, etc. After helping Chen Yuning to stretch her legs, Yi Juanhao wanted to play some basketball, so he told Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning naturally had no problem with that, so she let Yi Juanhao play basketball and went to chat with her roommates. The weather was a bit hot today. After Yi Juanhao finished playing a game of basketball, he walked aside, picked up the bottle of mineral water bought by Chen Yuning, and started drinking it. When Yi Juanhao picked up the bottle of mineral water to drink, a girl from the next class happened to pass by and accidentally saw the watch on Yi Juanhao's right wrist as he picked up the bottle of mineral water. The girl's eyes immediately lit up, and she thought the watch was very beautiful. So I walked up and asked curiously, "Hello classmate, what kind of watch is this? It looks very nice. It should be very expensive, right?" Chapter 90 An ordinary mechanical watch. Hearing someone asking about his watch, Yi Juanhao said casually after drinking some water, "Oh, it's just an ordinary mechanical watch. The price is not very expensive. It's just average. Can I see it?" the girl asked. "Sure." Yi Juanhao nodded in agreement. When the girl leaned closer to look at the watch on Yi Juanhao's right wrist, a boy from the next class saw this and immediately became unhappy. This boy happened to like that girl. When he saw that the girl was attracted by the watch on Yi Juanhao's right wrist, he immediately couldn't sit still. However, the boy quickly remembered that he also had a watch, but he did not wear it because of physical education class. He immediately took it out from the bag he was carrying, put it on his left wrist, and then walked towards Yi Juanhao. He just heard clearly that the watch on Yi Juanhao's right wrist was an ordinary, inexpensive mechanical watch, while his was a Rolex, a real big brand. Therefore, he had absolute confidence that he could overpower Yi Juanhao and make the girl focus on him. So he walked up to Yi Juanhao proudly and spoke as if he knew a lot. "Brother, your watch is really ordinary. It's not as good as the Rolex Submariner Date M126613LN0002 automatic mechanical watch I just bought recently." After hearing the boy say that he was wearing a Rolex, the students nearby couldn't help but come over. Rolex, that is a truly world-famous watch brand. Many of the students present could not afford it, but had only heard of it. Now when they hear someone say that he is wearing a Rolex, they all walk over curiously, surround the boy and look at his watch. "Is this really a Rolex? I heard Rolexes are ridiculously expensive." A classmate asked in amazement. "Of course it's a real Rolex. This Submariner Date M126613LN0002 automatic mechanical watch cost me nearly 140,000 yuan. The boy said this with great pride. Of course, it was more for the girl to hear, so as to attract her attention. Sure enough, when the girl heard the boy behind her say that he was wearing a Rolex, her attention was briefly drawn to it, and she followed everyone's gaze and looked at it curiously. The boy who noticed this scene was immediately surprised. It seemed that he was right. Compared with his Rolex, Yi Juanhao's ordinary mechanical watch could not compare at all. In order to let the girl see more clearly, the boy deliberately got closer to her and raised his left hand to show off his Rolex. Now the girl saw it clearly, but the curious light in her eyes quickly disappeared. The boy, who was always paying attention to the girl's expression, was stunned for a moment. He noticed that the light in the girl's eyes was gradually disappearing. So the boy finally couldn't help but ask directly out of curiosity. "Lily, what do you think of my Rolex Submariner Date automatic watch M126613LN0002? Hearing the boy's question, the girl named Lily was visibly stunned. She obviously didn't expect the other party to ask her directly. She had no choice but to tell the truth. "It's quite ordinary. I don't think it's as good looking as the watch this classmate is wearing," Lily said as she pointed at the watch on Yi Juanhao's right wrist. After hearing what the girl said, the crowd that was originally looking at the boy's Rolex instantly shifted their attention to the watch on Yi Juanhao's right wrist. "Wow, this watch is indeed better looking. Yes, I feel this watch is more advanced and better looking than his Rolex. I just don't know what brand or model it is, which makes me want to buy a watch like this to wear." Everyone started talking about it, and everyone agreed that Yi Juanhao's watch was better looking and more advanced than the boy's Rolex. Hearing the discussions of his classmates, the boy immediately became dissatisfied. Yi Juanhao's watch was obviously a very ordinary mechanical watch. How could it be comparable to his Rolex Submariner Series Calendar M126613LN0002 automatic mechanical watch, which cost him 140,000 yuan? He didn't believe it, so he also walked closer and observed Yi Juanhao's watch. "The workmanship of this watch is indeed good, and the style is also beautiful, but I don't know if it is a silver-plated gun head, which is only good-looking but not practical. Watches are about durability and collection value, not just about looking good." The boy did not recognize the brand of Yi Juanhao's watch, but he always thought that it was just a very ordinary mechanical watch. Just as the boy was about to retort that his Rolex was better, a serious voice came. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you all gathered here? It's free time now. Why are you all gathered together instead of exercising?" The person who spoke was Xiao Mengyu. As a physical education teacher, Xiao Mengyu always pays attention to the conditions of students on the playground to prevent any accidents from happening to them. After a while, Xiao Mengyu came over to check the situation. The students who were watching immediately dispersed and made way for Xiao Mengyu. "What's good to see here? Can anyone tell me?" A classmate stood up and said. "Teacher Xiao, we are discussing which of these two students' watches is better looking." Xiao Mengyu was stunned when he heard this classmate's speech. She thought something had happened. So many people gathered together, and it turned out they were just looking at their watches. But if it was just to look at the watch, there wouldn't be so many people watching. Everyone present is college students, not worldly wise. So Xiao Mingyu's eyes followed the two places pointed by the classmate who had just spoken. Xiao Mingyu first looked at the male classmate wearing a Rolex watch. Seeing teacher Xiao looking at him, the male student began to show off his Rolex with great pride, fearing that Xiao Mingyu couldn't see it. Xiao Mingyu's family is quite well off, and she could tell at a glance that the classmate was wearing a Rolex. No wonder these students are gathered here. But unfortunately, this should be a low to mid-end Rolex with a price range of over 100,000 yuan, which is quite average. Then Xiao Mingyu looked at the watch Yi Juanhao was wearing. Upon seeing it, Xiao Mingyu was shocked. It turned out to be a Patek Philippe watch, and its appearance and condition were quite good. Xiao Mingyu knew that Yi Juanhao was a relatively wealthy student. He successfully started a business and bought a luxury car when he was just a freshman. I guess this watch is definitely not an ordinary Patek Philippe, and the price should be quite high. Xiao Mingyu looked at the two watches. Comparing the two, it was obvious that the watch worn by Yi Juanhao was more fashionable, advanced, and better looking. I think Mr. Ye's watch is better looking, Xiao Mingyu commented. The boy was stunned. How could even teacher Xiao say that? Is it true that my Rolex is not as good as Yi Juanhao's ordinary mechanical watch? Why? But soon, what Xiao Mingyu said next made the boy stunned and he couldn't believe his ears at all. Chapter 91 Surrounded. This watch of Mr. Yi should be a limited edition Patek Philippe. The price is estimated to be around several million to tens of millions. Xiao Mingyu expressed his own judgment. Xiao Mingyu's words immediately made the students present explode, especially the boy wearing the Rolex, who opened his mouth wide with disbelief on his face. That's great, Mr. Xiao. It seems that Mr. Xiao knows a little about watches. Yi Juanhao exclaimed. I can only give a rough idea. You, Mr. Yi, need to explain the details in person to clear up the confusion for everyone. Xiao Mingyu smiled and said. Sure, this is a Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Sky Moon Tourbillon watch, which is worth about 39.54 million. Seeing that everyone was curious, Yi Juanhao simply said it out loud. After Yi Juanhao finished speaking, the whole audience fell into silence, and you could hear a pin drop. It was a long time before the sound of people gasping for air was heard. Afterwards, these students started to criticize the national quintessence. Fuck, this is great. This watch is actually worth nearly 40 million. Oh my god, I didn't hear it wrong. The students present couldn't believe this was real and thought they were dreaming. One of the boys said to his friend next to him, pinch me, I'm afraid I'm dreaming, it's too unreal. So the friend actually pinched the boy hard, and the boy screamed in pain, with a bit of personal grudge involved. Only after seeing this did everyone believe that this was all true. They actually saw a limited edition Patek Philippe watch worth nearly 40 million. Even Xiao Mingyu was shocked. She had never expected that this Patek Philippe watch was so expensive. She still underestimated Yi Juanhao. When the boy wearing the Rolex heard Yi Juanhao tell him the real price of the watch, he was shocked and his mind went blank. Thinking of the scene where he pretended to be knowledgeable and showed off his Rolex in front of Yi Juanhao, the boy's face felt hot and he was instantly filled with shame. He silently took off the Rolex in his hand, hid it in his trouser pocket, and dared not take it out again. This time he was really embarrassed. From now on, this boy probably won't dare to show off his Rolex anymore. So the boy took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Yi Juanhao's watch and quietly moved away from here and slipped away before the class was over. The girl at the beginning had shining eyes and kept chattering around Yi Juanhao, expressing her love for the watch. Not to mention the other students, they directly surrounded Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao was trapped in the encirclement for a while, and he couldn't even see a ray of light shining in, as it was all blocked by the figures of these students. This time, the students were even crazier than when they first learned about Rolex. They completely ignored Xiao Mingyu, who was still there, and surrounded Yi Juanhao, just to take a close look at this Patek Philippe watch worth nearly 40 million yuan. But these students were all very sensible and just looked without touching. They dare not touch it. If they break it or a part falls off, ordinary families like them cannot afford to compensate even if they spend all their money. On the other side, Chen Yuning chatted with her roommates for a while and felt a little thirsty, so she wanted to ask Yi Juanhao for some water to drink. She had just bought some water, and Yi Juanhao happened to have just finished playing basketball, so she brought it to him. If Chen Yuning wants to drink water now, she can only ask Yi Juanhao to get it. But Chen Yuning looked around the playground but couldn't find Yi Juanhao, which made her a little confused. Where did brother Juanhao go? As a last resort, Chen Yuning could only ask Xiao Mengyu to see if teacher Xiao knew where Yi Juanhao had gone. Faced with Chen Yuning's question, Xiao Mengyu finally came back to his senses from his shock, and then he realized that Yi Juanhao was surrounded by a group of people and couldn't get out at all. As a result, Chen Yuning couldn't find where Yi Juanhao was. Ahem, students, calm down. After you're done, continue with your class. This is a physical education class, and you're not allowed to look at your watches here. Xiao Mengyu said loudly. As Xiao Mengyu spoke, the originally crazy students finally noticed their own gaffe and began to disperse. It was at this time that Chen Yuning saw Yi Juanhao's figure. She hurried over and asked worriedly, "Brother Juanhao, are you okay? Why did they surround you?" Yi Juanhao smiled bitterly, shook the Patek Philippe Ref 6002 G001 Skymoon tourbillon watch on his right wrist, and said, "It's all because of this watch. I guess I can't wear it easily during class next time. These people are too crazy." After listening to Yi Juanhao's explanation, Chen Yuning suddenly realized and then burst out laughing. "You deserve it. Who told you to wear a watch during physical education class? Let's see if you dare to do it again next time." Looking at Chen Yuning's sweet smile, Yi Juanhao subconsciously reached out and held her in his arms. Then he gently scratched her nose with his hand and chuckled. "I dare you. Also, you are not allowed to laugh at me in the future. Do you understand?" Being held in Yi Juanhao's arms, Chen Yuning's face instantly turned red, and she responded in a weak voice. "Okay, got it." Those students who didn't have time to disperse were forced to eat another wave of dog food, and their defenses were immediately broken. "No way, this is how you can show affection. I can't live like this." These students fled away and did not dare to stay with Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning. The students' original idea of viewing the Patek Philippe watch from a distance was instantly shattered. Now they didn't dare to look at Yi Juanhao at all, for fear of being fed dog food again. That feeling was really unbearable. Xiao Mengyu was the closest to the two of them, and completely benefited from this wave of dog food. But she had no way to refute it. In college, dating is not prohibited and is even encouraged. The school also has a policy that allows extra credits for students who complete the tasks of getting married and having children while in school. So Xiao Mengyu had to leave quietly, otherwise she, a single dog, could not stand such love between the two. After the two of them were sweet for a while, Chen Yuning reluctantly got up from Yi Juanhao's arms and went to get some water to drink. Before long, the morning physical education class came to an end. At noon, Yi Juanhao drove Chen Yuning to Jixiangju for dinner, during which they talked about visiting Chen Yuning's home on the weekend. Yi Juanhao had already thought about what gift to bring to Chen Yuning's mother, which was a sample of the Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion produced by his own company. "I believe that every woman will love this cosmetics." But Yi Juanhao had not decided what gift to bring for Chen Yuning's father. So Yi Juanhao asked, "Yuning, what does uncle like more?" Chen Yuning thought about it and replied, "As far as I can remember, my father was more interested in antiques and the like." "Antique?" Yi Juanhao muttered. Then Yi Juanhao thought of something and immediately had an idea in his mind. He knew how to prepare a gift for Chen Yuning's father. Chapter 92 Radio Gymnastics Sports Event. Since Yuning's father likes antiques, that will be easy. Didn't Tianlin just say this morning that a newly opened auction house was holding an auction tonight? I guess this kind of auction will definitely include items like antiques. When the time comes, I can take pictures of these antiques and bring them over as gifts. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao planned to go find Han Tianlin after lunch and talk to him about accompanying him to the auction tonight. Yi Juanhao told Chen Yuning about this idea. After hearing this, Chen Yuning thought this was a very good idea and nodded in agreement. "Then Yuning, will you accompany me to the auction tonight?" But Chen Yuning shook her head and said, "I don't really like going to these events, so I won't go tonight." "All right." Yi Juanhao was a little disappointed. It would have been better if Yuning could come along. Seeing that Yi Juanhao was a little disappointed, Chen Yuning took the initiative to step forward and gently kissed Yi Juanhao on the cheek and spoke to comfort him. "I really don't like this kind of social occasions. This is my way of making up for it to you." With Chen Yuning's kiss, the slight sense of loss in Yi Juanhao's heart was instantly swept away and he recovered. After the two finished lunch at Jixiangju, Yi Juanhao drove Chen Yuning back to school, and then drove back to his villa. After returning, Yi Juanhao first went to villa number 777, told Han Tianlin that he would accompany him to the auction tonight, and then returned to his own villa. he still needs to make a little preparation. Yi Juanhao had already seen what the reward for the third entry-level sport was, and it happened to be useful in tonight's auction. It's a very practical reward. So Yi Juanhao turned on the sports bracelet and entered the system software. Start self-discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. Then I clicked on the introduction of the third entry-level sport and confirmed it again. Complete the Hope Sale radio gymnastics once, and be rewarded with 3 billion in working capital and 10% bonus to overall physical fitness. Yi Juanhao smiled with satisfaction, realizing that he was not mistaken. Although this sports event did not reward anything industrial related, it did reward two very practical things. First of all, there is 3 billion in working capital, which to a large extent solves the problem that Yi Juanhao does not have sufficient funds on hand. The next thing is to improve the system level and physical data of the necessary things, the overall physical quality bonus, which is also a very important thing. Originally, after completing the colorful sunshine radio gymnastics and obtaining the Solaire Cosmetics production base, Yi Juanhao had planned to do the next few sports projects in one go. However, the sample of Sherhua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk had just been produced at that time, and he had to go to the site to see the effect, so he had no choice but to put it aside. Yi Juanhao had taken a quick look before and found that the following few sports were all types of radio gymnastics and could be done at home. Now I have a lot of free time in the afternoon, which is a good time to complete these sports. Yi Juanhao searched for the Sale of Hope radio gymnastics video on his mobile phone as he did before, and then projected the video onto the TV in the living room. This way you can learn and do it while watching, which is very convenient. These radio gymnastics are not easy to do. They include a combination of large and small movements. If you are not careful, you may make mistakes and have to start over. It took an hour and nearly 10 rehearsals. On the 11th rehearsal, Yi Juanhao finally completed the Sale of Hope radio gymnastics in one go. After finishing, Yi Juanhao began to sweat. Obviously he had done a lot of exercise. What followed was the prompt sound of the system software, which rang in Yi Juanhao's mind very punctually. Congratulations to the host for completing the third entry-level sports project Hope Sale radio gymnastics once, and be rewarded with 3 billion in working capital and 10% bonus to comprehensive physical fitness. It has been received, please check it. Note, this 3 billion in liquid funds has automatically generated a bank black card for the host to store. The black card has been placed on the table in the villa bedroom. The password is 888,888. Very good, with this 3 billion in liquid funds, Yi Juanhao will be more confident about tonight's auction. Yi Juanhao was completely confident about the antiques at the auction this time, and he was sure of getting them. He didn't believe that any antique could be worth more than 3 billion. After resting for a while, Yi Juanhao decided to continue. Then Yi Juanhao clicked on the introduction of the fourth entry-level sport. Complete the Let Your Dreams Fly radio gymnastics once and be rewarded with a Nanyuan Garden residential building, worth 1.7 billion yuan. Looking at the rewards for the fourth entry-level sports event, Yi Juanhao was very surprised. The reward turned out to be an entire residential building, and it was also the South Edge Garden. According to Yi Juanhao's understanding, Nanyuan Garden is a high-end residential area in Mingzhou City, divided into 4 buildings, A, B, C, D. Yi Juanhao just didn't know which building the system software would reward him, which made him a little curious. It seems that we will only know after completing the fourth entry-level sports program. So Yi Juanhao couldn't wait to find the video of the Let Your Ideals Fly radio gymnastics on his mobile phone and projected it onto the TV in the living room. Nearly another hour passed, and with the lessons learned from previous experiences, Yi Juanhao perfectly completed the Let Your Ideals Fly radio gymnastics for the 8th time. Similarly, the prompt sound of the system software sounded again in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the fourth entry-level sports project Let Your Ideals Fly radio gymnastics once, and you will be rewarded with a residential building in Nanyuan Garden, worth 1.7 billion. It has been realized, please check it out. Note, the awarded Nanyuan Garden residential building is Building D, and the relevant property ownership contract has been placed on the desktop in the villa bedroom. From now on, Yi Juanhao is the landlord of Building D in Nanyuan Garden. Very good, very nice. But it's not over yet. Yi Juanhao's goal today is to complete all the radio gymnastics exercises, and there is only one left. So, Yi Juanhao looked at the introduction of the fifth entry-level sport. Complete the Dancing Youth radio gymnastics once and be rewarded with ownership of the largest amusement park in Mingzhou City and become the owner of Huanzhugu Amusement Park. The overall value of Huanzhugu Amusement Park is 3 billion. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but sigh that the rewards were becoming more and more abundant. Even the largest amusement park in Mingzhou City, worth 3 billion, has come out. The Huanjugu Amusement Park is a famous tourist attraction in Mingzhou City. Many foreign tourists who come to Mingzhou City will choose to visit this amusement park first. The passenger flow ranks at least among the top 3 of all the famous attractions in Mingzhou City, and its development potential is extremely terrifying. With the ownership of this Huanjugu Amusement Park, Yi Juanhao's overall net worth has risen to a new level. Looking at the reward from Huanjugu Amusement Park, Yi Juanhao suddenly thought of something important. Chapter 93 Goodbye Mr. Zhao. The important thing is that since confirming my relationship with Yuning, I have never gone out to play with her formally. The last ride doesn't count, it can only be said to be relaxing, not going out for fun. Now that I am about to acquire the largest amusement park in Mingzhou City, I will definitely go and see it when the time comes. It's a good opportunity for me to go to the Huanjugu Amusement Park with Yuning and enhance our relationship. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao was filled with energy. He hadn't even rested for long after finishing the Let Your Ideals Fly radio gymnastics when he began looking for the teaching video of Dancing Youth. After a while, the teaching video of Dancing Youth started playing on TV, and Yi Juanhao was particularly serious this time. In order to go to the amusement park with Yuning, Yi Juanhao's mind is now extremely excited and he doesn't feel tired at all. With full concentration, Yi Juanhao perfectly performed the entire process of the Dancing Youth radio gymnastics on the 5th time, and it only took more than 30 minutes. At this moment, the prompt sound of the system software arrived in Yi Juanhao's mind as expected. Congratulations to the host for completing the 5th entry-level sports project Dancing Youth Radio Gymnastics once, and the reward is the ownership of the largest amusement park in Mingzhou City, becoming the owner of Huanjugu Amusement Park. The overall value of Huanjugu Amusement Park is 3 billion, which has been realized. Please check it out. Note, the relevant property rights contract of Huanjugu Amusement Park has been placed on the table in the bedroom of the villa. From then on, this Huanju Valley Amusement Park officially belonged to Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao was very satisfied. He then walked towards the bedroom of his villa and looked at the things he had just received on the table. A black bank card, as well as relevant property rights information of Building D of Nanyuan Garden and Huanjugu Amusement Park, are all lying here quietly. Yi Juanhao stuffed the bank black card into his wallet in case he forgot to bring it tonight, and then put the property contract documents into a safe in the villa. After doing all this, Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. Today's exercise was indeed enough. It took more than 3 hours to complete the 3 sets of radio gymnastics, during which I did them nearly 30 times in total, which was a very sufficient amount of exercise. After recovering a little, Yi Juanhao did not forget to take a look at the sports mall to see the current refresh time. The refresh time above shows that there are still 12 hours left. The previous Patek Philippe watches and Aston Martin supercars are shown as sold out, and no new products have appeared yet. It seems that we will have to wait until tomorrow to see the new products. I looked at the time and it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was time to get ready for tonight's auction. Tonight's auction starts at 7:30 p.m. Yi Juanhao went to the bathroom to wash off the smelly sweat on his body, changed into dry clothes, tidied up his appearance, then left his villa to find Han Tianlin. It happened that Han Tianlin was about to go out, so the two of them set off together. Han Tianlin's car drove in front to lead the way, and Yi Juanhao's car followed behind, and they drove to the auction together. Not long after, we arrived at the venue of the auction Xianbali Auction House. Xianbali Auction House was recently opened in Minnesota. In order to increase its popularity, it specially invited wealthy and prominent people in Minnesota to hold an auction tonight. These wealthy people who participated in the auction all received invitation letters from the Xianbali Auction House and had noble status. Before Yi Juanhao set off, his businesses also received the invitation letter from Xianbali Auction House and informed Yi Juanhao. But Yi Juanhao was too lazy to pick up the invitation letter and planned to just follow Han Tianlin in when the time came. Arriving at Xianbali Auction House, Yi Juanhao and Han Tianlin walked to the door together. There are staff on duty at the door to check the status of the guests' invitation letters. Han Tianlin had previously asked Yi Juanhao whether he had brought an invitation letter. When he found out that Yi Juanhao did not bring one, he stood in front very consciously. He planned to show his invitation letter and take Yi Juanhao in with him. The staff checked Han Tianlin's invitation letter, confirmed that there was no problem, and then gestured to invite Han Tianlin to enter. Han Tianlin walked forward, and Yi Juanhao followed him. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao was stopped by the staff. Sir, please show us your invitation letter. You can only enter the auction venue with an invitation letter, the staff member said politely. Yi Juanhao was stunned and was about to explain when Han Tianlin in front of him spoke. Mr. Yi came with me, so there's no need to show the invitation letter. However, this staff member was stubborn. I'm sorry, Mr. Han, the auction house has a rule that only people with an invitation letter can enter. Han Tianlin frowned immediately. Why is this person so stubborn? He said they are from the same industry, but he still refuses to let them go. Isn't this bringing bad luck to his own auction house? Han Tianlin was just about to scold the staff member and ask him to call the person in charge here. The staff member spoke first, but the person he was talking to was the person who had just arrived behind Yi Juanhao. Mr. Zhao, you are here. After hearing what the staff said, Han Tianlin looked at Mr. Zhao and was shocked. It turned out to be Zhao Qiming, the son of the chairman of Zhao Group. The Zhao Group is a large group with a market value of 20 billion, which is 10 billion more than Han Tianlin's Han Group. No wonder the staff are so enthusiastic. Yi Juanhao also turned his head to look curiously. Upon seeing this, Yi Juanhao and Zhao Qiming were both stunned. They obviously didn't expect to meet here. Yi Juanhao remembered Zhao Qiming the first time he saw him. This Zhao Qiming was the same Mr. Zhao who disrupted Yi Juanhao's confession at Huanying Xinghui Cinema. Even his younger brother wanted to tease Yu Ning. This left Yi Juanhao with a deep impression of him. The same was true for Zhao Qiming. He also remembered that Yi Juanhao was the owner of Huanying Xinghui Cinema who had made him suffer before. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene became wrong. Zhao Qiming walked forward and handed over his invitation letter. After the staff member checked it and confirmed that it was correct, he invited Zhao Qiming in. But Zhao Qiming was not in a hurry to go in, but asked instead, "Are you coming to this auction too?" However, before Yi Juanhao could answer, the staff member answered first in order to please Mr. Zhao. "Mr. Zhao, this gentleman doesn't have an invitation, so he can't come in at the moment." Hearing the staff's words, Zhao Qiming's eyes flashed with disdain and he smiled jokingly. "So you can't get in without an invitation? No wonder you've been standing at the door for so long." "Of course I have an invitation, but I just didn't bring it with me," Yi Juanhao said calmly. Then Yi Juanhao looked at the staff member and asked, "I want to know, besides an invitation letter, is there any other way to enter the auction venue?" "Another way is to verify capital, which requires proof that one has assets or deposits of more than 1 billion yuan. The staff member replied politely. "Don't pay attention to him. He's just a small movie theater owner. His net worth can't possibly exceed 1 billion. Zhao Qiming said to the staff. Zhao Qiming had long wanted to get back at Yi Juanhao. Now that he had encountered such a thing, Zhao Qiming naturally had to give the fallen dog a good beating and severely humiliate Yi Juanhao. Chapter 94 Capital Verification. Okay, let's verify the capital, Yi Juanhao said. As long as there is another way to enter the auction venue, there is no need to waste time having someone deliver the invitation. Isn't it just capital verification? This was not difficult at all for Yi Juanhao, who had just completed his third entry-level sports project. Combined with the benefits of the self-discipline incentive model, Yi Juanhao now has more than 3 billion in liquid funds in his bank card, which is not a waste at all. Zhao Qiming on the side didn't believe that Yi Juanhao could produce assets or deposit certificates of more than 10 billion yuan, and thought he was just delaying time. He wanted to delay the auction until it started and everyone entered the auction venue, then he could leave without any impact. Zhao Qiming would not let Yi Juanhao get his way so easily. Even if he did not enter the auction venue today, he would have to see Yi Juanhao's shameful and embarrassed appearance with his own eyes. This way I can finally let out a sigh of relief and get back the favor I had last time. Zhao Qiming looked at Yi Juanhao with a joking expression, ready to see him make a fool of himself. Ever since Zhao Qiming suffered a setback last time, he asked someone to investigate the Huanying Xinghui Cinema when he returned. The Huanying Xinghui Cinema was only established 2 or 3 years ago. Including cinemas in various places, the total output value is only 200 million. When Zhao Qiming knew the total value of Huanying Xinghui Cinema, he was too disdainful to personally teach Yi Juanhao, the small boss, a lesson, thinking that it was a demotion of his status, so the matter was left unresolved afterwards. But now that he sees Yi Juanhao again, Zhao Qiming naturally will not let Yi Juanhao go easily. Zhao Qiming believed that even if Yi Juanhao sold all of the Huanying Xinghui cinemas, it would be impossible to reach the figure of 1 billion. Therefore, Zhao Qiming was very confident that Yi Juanhao would definitely make a fool of himself and would be unable to save face later, so he just had to wait and watch the show. Since Boss Yi is so confident, let him verify his credentials and give him a chance to get in, Zhao Qiming said with a sneer. When the staff saw this, they had no choice but to ask the manager of Xianbali auction house to come over. As a small employee, he was not qualified to verify the customer's funds. After a while, the staff invited the manager of Xianbali auction house over. After the manager came over, he first greeted Han Tianlin and Zhao Qiming warmly, then looked at Yi Juanhao and said, "Sir, do you want to verify your capital?" "Yes." Yi Juanhao nodded. "Okay, I wonder how you would like to verify your capital, sir?" The manager inquired. "Deposit it. It will be faster this way." As he spoke, Yi Juanhao took out the bank black card that was rewarded from the system software and handed it over. "Yes, sir, please follow me." The manager carefully took the black bank card, led the way, and took Yi Juanhao to an ATM machine. Han Tianlin and Zhao Qiming naturally followed. After the manager inserted Yi Juanhao's bank black card into the ATM, he asked Yi Juanhao to enter the password. After entering the password, the manager performed some inquiries on the ATM machine. Not long after, the query results came out. Looking at the many zeros behind the bank card balance, the manager showed an expression of disbelief on his face. In order to avoid making a mistake, the manager carefully read it several times before confirming it. Zhao Qiming naturally saw the expression on the manager's face. He subconsciously thought that Yi Juanhao's bank card balance was too low, and the manager felt that he was being tricked, which was why he showed such a surprised expression. Just as Zhao Qiming was about to see how the manager would get furious and kick Yi Juanhao out of Xianboli auction house, the next second, the manager's reaction caught him off guard. "Hello, sir, what's your name?" The manager asked very politely, with a flattering tone in his voice. "My last name is Yi." Yi Juanhao replied. "Hello, Mr. Yi, your capital verification has been passed. You are now the most distinguished guest of our Xianbali auction house." Zhao Qiming on the side couldn't believe what he heard. Yi Juanhao's capital verification actually passed? How is this possible? How could a small movie theater owner like him have 10 billion in savings? Zhao Qiming still didn't believe it. After all, he hadn't seen Yi Juanhao's bank card balance with his own eyes. So Zhao Qiming questioned the manager. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Did you miss an extra zero? He actually only has 10 or 20 million in savings." Hearing Zhao Qiming's question, the manager answered very confidently. "Yes, Mr. Zhao, in order to prevent misreading, I carefully read it several times before finally confirming that Mr. Ye's deposit amount is more than 1 billion. After receiving the manager's affirmative response, Zhao Qiming could no longer maintain his previous calm expression. Because even his own bank card balance barely reached 10 billion in deposits, and he was the son of the chairman of the Zhao Group, so he had such a deposit. But Yi Juanhao in front of him actually had 10 billion in savings, which made Zhao Qiming doubt his life. When did movie theaters become so profitable that Yi Juanhao could earn 10 billion? At this moment, Zhao Qiming felt a little embarrassed. He was defeated by Yi Juanhao again. Thinking of the words he had just used to mock Yi Juanhao, Zhao Qiming felt extremely embarrassed. He dug his toes into the ground and his face turned red. After the capital verification was passed, Yi Juanhao didn't even look at Zhao Qiming. Under the guidance of the manager, he and Han Tianlin officially entered the auction venue. After seeing Yi Juanhao enter the auction venue for a while, Zhao Qiming's mood gradually calmed down. "Yes, there will be an auction next, and it's not that I can't get back my position. After all, he is the son of the Zhao Group, and the money he has is definitely more than that of Yi Juanhao, a small cinema owner. At that time, as long as Yi Juanhao likes any item, he will bid for it and ensure that Yi Juanhao will not win anything in this auction." Thinking of this, Zhao Qiming regained his confident and calm demeanor, took a step forward, and also walked into the auction venue. On the other side, the manager had brought Yi Juanhao and Han Tianlin to the first 3 rows of seats at the auction venue. The first 3 rows of seats are reserved for guests whose net worth exceeds 10 billion or who have extremely distinguished status. Only these people can sit in the first 3 rows. Because Yi Juanhao's deposits reached more than 3 billion, Yi Juanhao was naturally regarded by the manager as a guest of extremely distinguished status. Yi Juanhao was directly seated in the first 3 rows. Given Zhao Qiming's status, it was natural for him to sit in the first 3 rows. When Zhao Qiming saw Yi Juanhao also sitting in the first 3 rows of seats, he was startled for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Zhao Qiming sneered inwardly. Is Yi Juanhao also sitting in the first 3 rows? That would be convenient for me to always observe what items Yi Juanhao is going to bid for, so as to prevent Yi Juanhao from bidding for the items I like because I wasn't paying attention. If Yi Juanhao was sitting in the back row with seats for ordinary guests, it would be difficult for Zhao Qiming to notice Yi Juanhao's movements. Now it's even better, Zhao Qiming thought to himself. Just as Zhao Qiming was thinking about how to target Yi Juanhao, an important person arrived at the first row of seats. As soon as this important person appeared, everyone's attention was focused on him. Chapter 95 The auction begins. As soon as this important figure appeared, the whole audience was in an uproar. I didn't expect that the organizer of Xianboli auction house would even invite this big shot. Yeah, it's incredible. It is said that this tycoon is very fond of antiques. He might have come for the grand finale item. Everyone was guessing what the big boss's intention was. While these people were still guessing the purpose of this big guy's visit, more people came forward with flattering expressions and greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. These wealthy people all want to show their faces in front of this big boss. Maybe there will be a chance to cooperate with him in the future. In response to everyone's enthusiastic greetings, Mr. Chen responded politely one by one. Mr. Chen was naturally invited by the manager of Xianboli auction house to sit at the first seat in the first row. It can be seen that Mr. Chen is the person with the highest status tonight. Han Tianlin also walked forward and greeted everyone enthusiastically before returning to his seat. Yi Juanhao was somewhat curious about Mr. Chen's identity, so he asked Han Tianlin. Brother Han, who is this Mr. Chen? How could he please so many wealthy people here? Han Tianlin was stunned, obviously not expecting Yi Juanhao to ask this question. He thought Yi Juanhao knew Mr. Chen. This Mr. Chen is very powerful. He is the most outstanding entrepreneur in Mingzhou City, the founder of Chen Group, Chen Gaoi, a top boss worth 50 billion. Worth 50 billion? This scared Yi Juanhao. Chen Gaoi could be said to be the most valuable person Yi Juanhao had ever met. The total wealth of his various industries was only about 20 billion, while this Chen Gaoi's was 50 billion, a difference of 30 billion. With a net worth of 50 billion, one is already at the top of the pyramid in Mingzhou, a not very developed second-tier city. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but sigh that there are still many rich people in this world, and he has to work harder, be more self-disciplined, upgrade the level of the system software as soon as possible, acquire more assets, and increase his worth. What Yi Juanhao didn't know was that Mr. Chen Gaoi, who was worth 50 billion, was actually Chen Yuning's father. If Yi Juanhao knew this, he would be shocked. Yi Juanhao actually only knew that Chen Yuning's family background was very good, but he didn't know to what extent. Soon, people in the auction venue arrived one after another. The time came to 7:30 in the evening, and as the host on the stage finished speaking, the auction officially began. After the auction started, the host first explained the rules for 2 or 3 minutes and then went into the topic of the auction. The first auction item is launched. A staff member walked up to the auction table holding an exquisite brocade box. The host took it, opened the box and introduced it. The first auction item is this natural imperial green jadeite gourd pendant. The starting price is 5 million. You can bid as much as you want. I look forward to your performance. As soon as the first auction item came out, many wealthy people sitting in the back row began to sigh. It seems that this time, Xuanbali auction house spent a lot of money to quickly gain popularity. The first auction item is such a precious pendant made of natural imperial green jadeite. As soon as the host finished his introduction, many wealthy people raised their number plates to bid. But most of these bids were made by the wealthy people sitting in the back rows, while the big guys in the first 3 rows did not make any bids. Although the natural imperial green jadeite gourd pendant is very precious, it is just an ordinary item for the wealthy people sitting in the first 3 rows. In daily social life, many people have given them gifts in exchange for doing things for them, so there is not much demand for this natural imperial green jadeite fortune melon pendant. But they were also surprised by the generosity of the Xianboli auction house, which made them look forward to the subsequent auction items even more. Yi Juanhao was actually quite interested in this first auction item. After all, it was jade, and he had never played with anything like jade before. But after thinking about it, Yi Juanhao decided not to take a picture. First of all, this jade is a pendant, which Yi Juanhao cannot wear. Secondly, if he gives it to Chen Yuning, Yi Juanhao feels that the green jade pendant is a bit old-fashioned and not suitable for Chen Yuning's sweet and lovely personality. After comprehensive consideration, Yi Juanhao did not intend to take action. While Yi Juanhao was thinking, the host had already dropped the bidding hammer, and the first item was successfully bought by a wealthy man in the back row for 23 million. This price is within everyone's expectations. It is similar to the market price, a little more expensive, but acceptable. As the first auction item was sold perfectly, the second auction item came up right after, and the atmosphere on the scene gradually began to get back on track. The host continued the introduction. The second lot is. The starting price is 15 million, and each bid increment must not be less than 100,000. 16 million. Someone immediately raised his number plate and shouted, "I'll pay 17.5 million. Don't fight with me, I'll." This second auction item was also a very good item, even better than the first one. There were more people competing for it this time, and the competition was even more intense. Yi Juanhao also did not make a move. He did not forget his goal for tonight, which was to buy a suitable antique and give it to Chen Yuning's father. Yi Juanhao is waiting for the next items to be auctioned and is not in a hurry for now. After the second lot was auctioned, the third, fourth, fifth and sixth lots were successively bought by some wealthy people at high prices. Even when the fifth and sixth lots were released, there were still wealthy people in the first 3 rows bidding for them, and the competition was extremely fierce. The auction items that came out later were all luxury items. Although Yi Juanhao was tempted, he still did not make a purchase. After all, his system software has a place called Sports Mall, so he has no shortage of luxury goods. Yi Juanhao was not in a hurry at all and acted very calm. But compared to Yi Juanhao's calmness, Zhao Qiming was a little restless. Since the auction began, Zhao Qiming's attention has been on Yi Juanhao, with the aim of intercepting Yi Juanhao's bid as soon as possible and preventing him from buying the items he likes. But now, after waiting for a long time, Zhao Qiming still hasn't received any bid from Yi Juanhao. He suddenly began to doubt whether Yi Juanhao was simply here to take a look and had no intention of buying anything. This won't work. If Yi Juanhao doesn't shoot anything, there is no way to get back at him. When I go back, I will definitely feel miserable. Zhao Qiming is now extremely anxious, which is in sharp contrast to Yi Juanhao's calmness and composure. At this moment, the sixth auction item was successfully sold by a top wealthy man sitting in the first 3 rows. Basically, as long as the rich people in the first 3 rows of seats make a bid, there will be no item that cannot be taken, unless the rich people in the first 3 rows of seats compete with each other. The sixth lot was bought by a wealthy man sitting in the first 3 rows, which immediately brought the atmosphere of the entire auction venue to a climax. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to the 7th auction item. Soon, under the introduction of the host, the staff brought the 7th auction item. When Yi Juanhao saw the 7th auction item, his eyes suddenly lit up. I wonder if Yu Ning's father will like this auction item. Chapter 96 Targeting. When the 7th item was brought to the auction table, the host continued to introduce it. The 7th lot is a painting called Autumn Mountain and Quiet Temple, which was created by Wang Meng, one of the 4 masters of the Yuan dynasty. It is a painting from the Yuan dynasty. As we all know, very few Yuan dynasty paintings have survived to this day, and this masterpiece has very important historical significance in the history of Chinese painting. Moreover, Wang Meng's work is full of dense lines and dots, and is vast and boundless. He uses a brushstroke that curls like cow hair to express the texture structure of the rocks, and uses a bold brush and heavy ink to express the different textures of the moss, such as dry, wet, thick, light, bright, and hairy. It can be said to be meticulous. Therefore, the starting price of this painting is 30 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. The bidding begins now. When this calligraphy and painting was first unveiled, Yi Juanhao's heart moved. In Yi Juanhao's impression, calligraphy and paintings are a particularly delicate category among antiques and are pure works of art. I just don't know if Yu Ning's father will like this calligraphy and painting. After thinking for a while, Yi Juanhao decided to bid. The reason is very simple. Yi Juanhao now has sufficient cash flow. Bidding one more painting will not affect the bidding for the finale item. Moreover, it can be prepared in case the finale item is not what Yu Ning's father likes. It would be nice to give her a painting as a gift. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao raised the number plate in his hand and started bidding as soon as the host finished speaking. 40 million. The moment Yi Juanhao made his bid, most people's eyes in the audience were cast on Yi Juanhao. When the wealthy people in the back row saw that Yi Juanhao, who made the bid, was sitting in the 3rd row, they all gave up the idea of bidding. Although they didn't know Yi Juanhao was so young that these wealthy people naturally thought that he was the descendant of a top boss. So the rich people in the back row gave up the idea of bidding. The wealthy people in the back row gave up bidding, but that doesn't mean the big guys in the first 3 rows will give up. Especially when Zhao Qiming saw Yi Juanhao bidding, he almost jumped up with excitement. Here it comes, this guy finally bids. Zhao Qiming was extremely excited. The time to get back at his old self had finally come. When Zhao Qiming was excited, some big shots also made bids for the seats in the first 3 rows. This big boss directly added 5 million, bringing it to 45 million. Seeing someone raising the price, Yi Juanhao was not panicked at all and continued to bid calmly. 60 million. The big boss was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Yi Juanhao to bid so much at once. It seemed that the other party liked it very much. The big shot was just randomly bidding a price. It would be the best if he could get it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. He just wanted to take it home and hang it on the wall as a decoration. Seeing that Yi Juanhao seemed to like it, he stopped bidding. But when Zhao Qiming saw Yi Juanhao continue to raise the price, he became more certain that this calligraphy and painting was the item Yi Juanhao liked. Zhao Qiming stopped hesitating and made an offer immediately. I'll give you 100 million. When Zhao Qiming finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on him. As expected of Master Zhao, he is so bold and domineering when he strikes. The wealthy people in the back row were all amazed. Zhao Qiming raised the price by 40 million with just one move. It was really terrifying. After Zhao Qiming called out the price of 100 million, he immediately looked in the direction of Yi Juanhao with great pride, his face full of satisfaction. If you go against me, you will have no chance of buying the item you like tonight, Zhao Qiming thought viciously in his heart. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao didn't care about Zhao Qiming's price increase at all and continued to bid. 110 million. Zhao Qiming was not willing to be outdone and started bidding immediately. 160 million. Seeing the extent of Mr. Zhao's price increase, the host on the stage became excited. Is there a higher price than 160 million? 200 million. Yi Juanhao spoke again. The gentleman at number 305 offered 200 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Although the host on the stage was speaking to everyone in the audience, his eyes were looking in the direction of Zhao Qiming. Now only these 2 people are fighting for this calligraphy and painting, and no one else has taken action. Zhao Qiming also felt the host's gaze. He didn't want to bid with Yi Juanhao bit by bit. He wanted to directly cut off Yi Juanhao's thoughts, so he increased the price again. 300 million. Zhao Qiming raised the number plate and shouted out this astonishing price, then looked at Yi Juanhao with a smug look on his face. I guess Yi Juanhao can't afford this price. Zhao Qiming began to show off, as if he had already seen Yi Juanhao's frustrated look when he couldn't buy the item he wanted. At this time, the wealthy people present also reacted. Zhao Qiming's price increase was too wrong. It seemed like he was maliciously raising the price. The price of 300 million exceeds the value of the painting itself. The value of Wang Meng's painting Autumn Mountain and Quiet Temple itself is about 180 million yuan, and now it has exceeded 120 million yuan. Moreover, any discerning person could see that Zhao Qiming's bidding was aimed at the person with the number 305, that is, Yi Juanhao. Suddenly, the wealthy people present became interested and curious about Yi Juanhao's identity. And will Yi Juanhao bid again, exceeding the price of 300 million, to surpass Zhao Qiming? Upon hearing the price, Yi Juanhao raised his eyebrows. It seems that Zhao Qiming is targeting me. As soon as I make a bid, he will follow suit. However, Yi Juanhao still needs to confirm it again. He is not sure whether Zhao Qiming bought it because he also likes this calligraphy and painting. Yi Juanhao needs to try it again. 350 million. Because he was not sure whether Zhao Qiming was targeting him, Yi Juanhao simply added 50 million to the amount. As soon as the price of 350 million was announced, the wealthy people present became completely interested. It seemed that there was going to be a good show to watch. They were very curious as to what price this painting would eventually fetch. Zhao Qiming didn't feel proud for too long as he heard Yi Juanhao bidding again. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. Humph, since you like this painting so much, you can forget about buying it and taking it away today. 500 million. Zhao Qiming shouted out the highest auction price so far tonight, shocking the entire audience. Seeing the extent of Zhao Qiming's price increase and the playful smile he showed him after the price increase, Yi Juanhao was sure this time Zhao Qiming was specifically targeting me. After realizing this, Yi Juanhao smiled. This painting was not something he was determined to get tonight, it was just a candidate. Since Zhao Qiming wanted to play, Yi Juanhao didn't mind letting him bleed heavily this time. The next second, Yi Juanhao called out a higher price again. Chapter 97 Finale of Top Antiques Auction. 600 million. Yi Juanhao made another bid, but this time his expression seemed a little painful. Zhao Qiming noticed the subtle change in Yi Juanhao's expression. Zhao Qiming was immediately overjoyed. It seemed that Yi Juanhao was almost reaching his limit. He had to hold on a little longer and bid higher to suppress Yi Juanhao. Zhao Qiming spoke again regardless of everything. 700 million. At this moment, the entire auction venue has become a battle arena for the two, determined to see who is the better of them. This price has already scared the rich people in the back row. As expected of the big shot in the front 3 rows, he was very generous when he raised the price, starting from 100 million each time, which was amazing. It's like a fight between gods. Seeing Zhao Qiming bid again, Yi Juanhao's face showed an extremely uncomfortable expression, as if he couldn't breathe. When Zhao Qiming saw Yi Juanhao's extremely uncomfortable look, he felt even more proud. It seemed that he would be the final winner soon. However, it was not over yet. Yi Juanhao immediately made a difficult expression as if he was trying his best and shouted out the final bid. 900 million. After shouting out the price, Yi Juanhao felt exhausted all over. He leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands together and prayed non-stop. He looked like a gambler who had spent all his money and was hoping for a final comeback. Seeing Yi Juanhao like this, Zhao Qiming was completely excited. Victory was just around the corner, and he only had to make a bid. He had to crush Yi Juanhao. Excitement constantly filled Zhao Qiming's mind. Next to them, some top bosses who were very familiar with Zhao Qiming's father wanted to persuade Zhao Qiming. Unexpectedly, before they could say anything, Zhao Qiming called out the extremely shocking price. I'll offer 1.2 billion, and this painting will be mine, ha ha ha, you can't snatch it from me. Zhao Qiming laughed wildly and said to Yi Juanhao with great pride. At this moment, Zhao Qiming is the most handsome guy in the audience. Soon, the host saw that Yi Juanhao had no intention of bidding again, so he quickly counted to 3, and the hammer fell, indicating that Wang Meng's Autumn Mountain and Quiet Temple was officially bought by Zhao Qiming at a high price of 1.2 billion. The premium is about 1 billion. All the wealthy people present were shocked. It was unbelievable that a painting was sold at a sky-high price of 1 billion. Faced with Zhao Qiming's arrogant look, Yi Juanhao swept away his previous dejection and a calm and composed expression appeared on his face again. Congratulations to Mr. Zhao for winning this painting. Actually, I don't have to get this painting. I just want to see how much Mr. Zhao will bid for it. Now I know Mr. Zhao's strength. I really admire him. Since Mr. Zhao likes this painting so much, I will give it to you. Yi Juanhao smiled. Hearing Yi Juanhao's words, Zhao Qiming stood there in a daze for a moment, unable to react. By the time Zhao Qiming reacted, he almost collapsed and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the people next to him helped him and he did not fall. Only then did Zhao Qiming realize that he might have been tricked by Yi Juanhao, and he was so angry that his body began to tremble. You. After saying you for a long time, Zhao Qiming was so angry that he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Then Zhao Qiming began to regret it. He actually spent 1.2 billion to buy a painting that was worth no more than 180 million. If his father knew that he spent money like this, he would definitely break his legs. Thinking of this, Zhao Qiming hated Yi Juanhao to death. Since you don't really need it, why are you bidding? This time I have really screwed myself. Zhao Qiming fainted directly at the auction venue, and was then carried to the backstage lounge by the manager of Xianboli Auction House to find a private doctor for treatment. The reason for the treatment by a private doctor was to prevent Zhao Qiming from running away with the bill. After all, Zhao Qiming had just spent 1.2 billion to buy a painting from their auction house, so Xianboli Auction House would naturally give him some special care. Seeing this scene, many wealthy people present sighed. I thought Zhao Qiming was the final winner of this fight, but I didn't expect that Yi Juanhao was the real final winner. The wealthy people who were closer to the two of them naturally heard what Yi Juanhao said, and their faces immediately became very interesting. This young man who was bidding against Zhao Qiming actually asked for a high price on purpose. It's really scary. Perhaps Yi Juanhao originally intended to take a picture of this calligraphy and painting. After all, Yi Juanhao made the bid first, and Zhao Qiming made the bid later. But knowing that Zhao Qiming was deliberately targeting his bid, Yi Juanhao was able to quickly adjust his strategy and successfully trick the other party back. This was truly amazing. It takes bold and careful people to play like this. Yi Juanhao's move also successfully made the wealthy people present remember his appearance, and they had to be more careful when bidding with Yi Juanhao afterwards. Even Yi Juanhao's clever response attracted the attention of Chen Gaoi, who was sitting in the first seat in the first row. Chen Gaoi also looked back in the direction of Yi Juanhao and became curious about Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao noticed Chen Gaoi's gaze, so he looked back at him without fear, appearing extremely calm and composed. Oh! Chen Gaoi was a little surprised to see that Yi Juanhao, a young man, behaved so calmly under his gaze. This young man is not simple. Chen Gaoi looked for a while, then looked away and silently memorized Yi Juanhao. After the bidding storm over the 7th auction item passed, the host continued to introduce the 8th auction item, the 9th auction item, and so on. The later the auction items come out, the more valuable they are. Basically, the top bosses in the first 3 rows of seats are competing for them. The wealthy people in the back row can't get involved at all, as their financial resources are far less than those of the big guys in the first 3 rows. Before long, all the items prepared for the auction were sold out and the auction entered its final stages. Since this is the first auction held by Xian Boli Auction House in Minnesota, in order to quickly increase its popularity, each auction item tonight has been carefully selected by the organizer, and each one is more precious than the other. Therefore, at the end, every item that had been auctioned before was not left unsold, and all were won by the wealthy people present. This auction was a great success. However, in order to maximize the effect of the first auction, Xian Boli Auction House announced that before the end of this auction, there will be a finale of top-level antique items that are extremely precious. Many wealthy people were attracted by this finale of top-quality antiques. They all wanted to see what the finale of the top antique auction item was. The reason why Chen Gaoi was here today was precisely for this finale of top-level antique auction items. As the host began to introduce the final top-notch antique item, all the wealthy people in the audience sat up straight and became fully alert, looking forward to the appearance of the last item. Yi Juanhao is no exception and is also very much looking forward to it. Is it finally coming? This last top antique lot. Chapter 98 Chen Gaoi takes action. I'm sure everyone here is looking forward to this moment, so let's get straight to the point and present tonight's finale. The host knew that the wealthy people present could not wait any longer, so without any further ado, he asked the staff to bring up the last item. Soon, 2 or 3 staff members wearing gloves carefully presented a white porcelain bottle with a rosy glow. As soon as the porcelain vase appeared, all the wealthy people in the audience focused their attention on it, trying to figure out the origin of this finale item. Only a small number of wealthy people who have some knowledge of antiques can see that this porcelain vase is special. After all, red is very rare in porcelain, because it is difficult to fire porcelain with red, as anyone who knows a little about the manufacturing process will know. Chen Gaoi, who was sitting in the first seat in the first row, couldn't remain calm when he saw this item. Chen Gaoi seemed to have figured out the origin of this item, which was similar to the information he had known in advance, that it was an extremely precious antique. For a veteran antique collector like Chen Gaoi, this is extremely attractive, even more so than Wang Meng's previous painting Autumn Mountain and Quiet Temple. Chen Gaoi came here today for this purpose. This finale item has been on display for some time. The host deliberately didn't say anything at first, and only spoke up to introduce the company when the curiosity of the wealthy people present had been aroused. I'm sure everyone is curious about the origin of this antique auction item, so I won't keep you in suspense. This antique porcelain vase is from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. It is called an underglaze red plum vase with a pattern of waves and a blue dragon teaching his son. This porcelain vase is made by the underglaze red process. You know, even with the current technical means, firing underglaze red porcelain is like dancing on the tip of a knife. The firing difficulty is extremely high and the yield rate is low. It is extremely difficult to make an underglaze red porcelain with pure color and clear patterns. But the underglaze red plum vase in front of me with a pattern of waves, a cone-shaped arch, and a blue dragon teaching his son has superb craftsmanship, with finely carved and painted seawater dragon patterns, precise and delicate lines, and meticulous depiction. The color is perfect. It is a top-grade underglaze red porcelain vase from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. It is very precious and will have greater room for appreciation in the future. In view of the preciousness of this underglazed red plum vase with waves and a tapered arch and a blue dragon teaching his son, the starting price is set at 40 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 1 million. The bidding is now officially open. The host explained in one breath the origin and preciousness of this finale item, allowing the wealthy people present who had no idea about it to have a preliminary impression of this antique auction item. The host then announced the starting price and the bidding began. From then on, the final fierce competition of this auction officially began. The host's introduction opened the eyes of many wealthy people who knew nothing about antiques. Xiaohu bot file protection, piracy, look for book robots and choose Xiaohu, it is stable and reliable, no pitfalls. As expected, it was the final item, a very precious underglazed red porcelain from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. Go ahead, you will definitely not lose out by buying this antique. This is what most of the wealthy people think at this time. The same is true for Yi Juanhao, he doesn't know much about antiques. But since it was chosen as the finale item by the Xian Boli auction house, it must be something extraordinary, so you can just go for it without any hesitation. Yi Juanhao thought that if he took a photo and gave it to Yu Ning's father, his uncle would definitely be very happy. This time, he must get this underglazed red porcelain vase no matter what. Even if Chen Gui, who is worth 50 billion, offers it, Yi Juanhao will not make any concessions. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao's eyes revealed a determined look. In just a short while, the bidding price for this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of wavy waves and a blue dragon teaching his child was called up to more than 80 million yuan, and there was no sign of stopping. The competition was extremely fierce. At present, the bidders are still the wealthy people in the back row, and the top bosses in the first 3 rows are not in a hurry to bid. If they bid so quickly, the wealthy people in the back row would lose all sense of participation. It was okay to let these people bid for a while, which would also allow them to observe the situation. The bid at this time reached 150 million, and finally a top boss in the first 3 rows of seats couldn't help but make a bid. 200 million. The boss knew whether it was possible or not with just one move, and he raised the bidding price by 50 million in one go. With this big boss's action, the passion of the rich people in the back row faded away in an instant. Only then did they realize that this finale item was not something they could get their hands on. Unless they spent all their money, there was no way they could compete with the top bosses sitting in the first 3 rows. After the first big guy made a bid, the second one followed suit, and the bidding situation became fierce. Soon the price reached 400 million, which was offered by a fat middle-aged boss sitting in the first 3 rows of seats. This fat middle-aged boss is worth nearly 20 billion and is very powerful. After he called out the price of 400 million, a smug expression immediately appeared on his face. At this price, I guess no one will compete with me. After all, no matter how precious this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of waves and a cone-shaped blue dragon teaching his child is, its actual value is at most more than 200 million yuan, and the current price of 400 million yuan is already a lot more than that. The other big guys are all old foxes who put profit above all else and are unlikely to choose to continue bidding. Therefore, the fat middle-aged boss had already revealed a winner's smile in advance. It seems that I will win the finale of the antique auction tonight, and I will become the focus of the whole audience, the fat middle-aged boss thought with great pride in his heart. Just when the fat middle-aged boss thought he would be the final winner and began to feel proud, Chen Gui, who had been sitting motionless in the first seat in the first row, spoke. 500 million. In an instant, the smile on the fat middle-aged boss's face froze. He looked at the person who had just started bidding with some dissatisfaction, but when he saw who was speaking, he instantly lost his temper. It turned out that it was Mr. Chen Gui, who was worth 50 billion, who made the bid. The fat middle-aged boss had no choice but to accept it. After all, he was the top boss. Even if the fat middle-aged boss could afford a price of more than 500 million, he would not dare to bid more. Chen Gui made his move at this time, proving that he really liked this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of waves and a cone-shaped blue dragon teaching his child. The fat middle-aged boss was well aware of the ways of the world. If he made another offer at this time, he would be going against this top boss, and he didn't dare to do that. The fat middle-aged boss was still hoping to have a chance to cooperate with Chen Gui, so how could he be so ignorant as to make another bid? The other wealthy tycoons present had the same idea as the fat middle-aged boss and had no intention of making any more bids. If you make a bid at this time, you will be going against Chen Gui, the top boss. No one will do such a stupid thing. The host also saw the current situation. Although he still wanted to raise the price, there was no way. Since Chen Gui had made his bid, no one else would bid. It is estimated that 500 million is the final bidding price for this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of waves and a cone-shaped blue dragon teaching his child. Just as the host was about to call out the number and make the final decision, a sudden bidding voice was heard. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the figure who continued to bid. Who was so bold as to continue raising the price after Chen Gaoi made his bid? All the wealthy people present were extremely stunned. Chapter 99 successfully bids for antiques. I'll give you 600 million. The figure who was bidding was Yi Juanhao. When this sudden bidding voice was heard, the whole place fell silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes fell on the owner of the bidding voice. After everyone saw the figure clearly, the expressions on their faces were all extremely wonderful. It's the person with the number 305 again? Who is this person? Dare to continue to state the bidding price after Chen Gaoi made his bid. He is a ruthless person. No wonder this guy attracted Zhao Qiming's attention earlier. There is some reason for this. Should we say this guy is young or stupid? Compared with Zhao Qiming and Chen Gaoi, they are completely two people of different levels, one on the earth and the other in heaven. It would not be a bad thing to offend Zhao Qiming. Yi Juanhao himself was sitting in the first 3 rows of seats, proving that even if his status and position were not as good as Zhao Qiming's, they were not much different. But Chen Gaoi is different. He is the real top boss in Mingzhou City, with a net worth of 50 billion and the founder of the famous Chen Group. Now he is the only person sitting in the first seat in the first row in the entire auction venue, with an extraordinary status and position. Yi Juanhao's bid this time is likely to offend this top tycoon worth 50 billion. Even Chen Gaoi was very surprised. He really didn't expect that someone would raise the price. This is not because Chen Gaoi feels that he is superior to others and others dare not continue to raise the price. Instead, he felt that the price of 500 million was already very high for this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of wavy waves and a cone-shaped arch with a blue dragon teaching his child. Most people will never continue to pay more unless they like it as much as I do. Chen Gaoi looked back at Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao was also not afraid. He looked into his eyes with a smile. It's him again, Chen Gaoi muttered in his heart. However, what Chen Gaoi was thinking in his heart was, would this kid deliberately raise the price of the item again like he did to Zhao Qiming last time? It shouldn't be the case. After all, I didn't provoke this young man. Forget it, I'll continue to raise the price and see what happens next. If anything goes wrong, I'll quit immediately, so that I won't be fooled by Yi Juanhao. Chen Gaoi had an idea in mind, so he spoke again. 700 million. The bidding price for the finale lot was raised again, reaching a staggering 700 million. The host on the stage was almost laughing so hard that he couldn't stop. After Zhao Qiming spent 1.2 billion to buy Wang Meng's Autumn Mountain and Quiet Temple, can this underglazed red plum vase with a picture of wavy waves and a blue dragon teaching his child also break the 1 billion mark? All this is thanks to Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao had expected Chen Gaoi to continue raising prices. Yi Juanhao was not panicked at all. He was confident because he had savings in his hands. He continued to raise the number plate and bid. 800 million. Seeing Yi Juanhao bidding again, many wealthy people present agreed that Yi Juanhao was absolutely crazy. He provoked Chen Gaoi, a top boss, twice in a row. Did he really think that Chen Gaoi was a second-generation rich man like Zhao Qiming? Even in the end, some wealthy people still believed that Yi Juanhao might be a shill arranged by Xian Boli auction house to sit in the guest seat. After all, most of the people present didn't know Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao's further price increase made Chen Gaoi alert. Could it be that this guy was really deliberately raising the price of the item? This made Chen Gaoi start to feel a little uncertain. But he really liked this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of wavy waves and a blue dragon teaching his child. It was hard for Chen Gaoi to accept that it had fallen into the hands of someone else. Chen Gaoi decided to make the final bid. If it didn't work this time, he would leave immediately. He absolutely could not let Yi Juanhao continue to raise the price of the item. Thinking of this, Chen Gaoi raised his number plate and made the final bid. I'll pay 900 million. After bidding, Chen Gaoi turned to look at Yi Juanhao and said with a smile. My dear brother, can you please give me a favor and let me have this item? You see, the price has reached 900 million, which is far more than its original value. If we continue to fight, it will not benefit either of us. It is better to give me a favor and I will owe you a favor afterwards. Chen Gaoi's words shocked the wealthy people present. This kid is so lucky. If he gives up bidding, he can get a favor from Chen Gui, a tycoon worth 50 billion. This is something that many people would never dare to dream of, but it is actually happening now. Moreover, it was said in front of so many people, which shows how valuable it is. Most people would not refuse it. These wealthy people were so eager to swap identities with Yi Juanhao that they quickly agreed to it on his behalf. This is a rare opportunity. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao shook his head and said with the same smile, "Mr. Chen, what you said is wrong. This is an auction, so naturally the highest bidder wins. I also like this finale item very much. I'm sorry I can't give you this face. Let's proceed with the auction as usual." Chen Gui was stunned when he heard Yi Juanhao's answer. This was totally beyond his expectation. This young man is very different from the people he usually comes into contact with. If it were anyone else, they would have rushed to agree to what I just said. There would be no possibility of rejection. But when it comes to young man Yi Juanhao, it doesn't seem to work. Then Chen Gui could only smile helplessly. "Well, this is my last bid. If you can offer 1 billion, I'll give it to you." "Then thank you Mr. Chen for your generosity. I'll pay the 1 billion price." Yi Juanhao held up the number plate and said the astonishing price. Seeing this scene, all the wealthy people who had previously suspected that Yi Juanhao was a shill of Xian Bali auction house shut up, and now only had disbelief on their faces. Since Yi Juanhao chose to continue bidding 1 billion, it means that Yi Juanhao has successfully won the bid for this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of waves and a cone-shaped blue dragon teaching his child. The host tactfully counted to 3 quickly, and the hammer fell. The finale of the antique auction was officially bought by Yi Juanhao. The focus of the whole audience was on Yi Juanhao for a moment. While everyone was curious about his identity, they also thought that he was too young to refuse a favor from Chen Gui for an antique. Yi Juanhao will definitely regret the decision he made now in the future. This is the unanimous thought in the minds of these wealthy people at this moment. Those wealthy people who originally wanted to come forward and make friends with Yi Juanhao gave up the idea at this moment. Although Yi Juanhao was the final winner of the auction, he also offended Chen Gui, a tycoon worth 50 billion. These wealthy people did not want to be hated by Chen Gui just for making friends with Yi Juanhao, so they naturally chose to stay away from Yi Juanhao. If Yi Juanhao knew what they were thinking, he would definitely find it ridiculous. "I don't want to be disturbed by you." Yi Juanhao just wanted to pay the money, take the items and leave directly, so as to save trouble. After the auction ended, an unexpected scene occurred. Chen Gui actually took the initiative to walk towards Yi Juanhao. Could it be that Chen Gui is here to settle accounts with Yi Juanhao? The wealthy people who were originally planning to leave stopped and prepared to watch the show. Chapter 100 Visiting Chen Yuning's home. Chen Gui came and stood in front of Yi Juanhao. He did not say harsh words to Yi Juanhao as those wealthy people thought, but instead smiled and said, "Congratulations, little brother, for successfully bidding on this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of waves and a cone-shaped arch and a blue dragon teaching his child. I believe you are also a person who likes antiques. May I know your name, little brother?" "My last name is Yi." Yi Juanhao answered politely. "It turns out to be Mr. Yi. I also like this underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of waves and a cone-shaped blue dragon teaching his child. I wonder if I can come to Mr. Yi's house to see it when I am free in the future." Yi Juanhao was stunned. He didn't expect that Chen Gui came for this reason. He thought that the other party came to settle accounts with him. Facing Chen Gui's question, Yi Juanhao spread his hands helplessly and answered, "I'm afraid this is a bit regrettable. I don't know much about antiques. I bought it to give to my future father-in-law. My girlfriend said she likes antiques." After hearing Yi Juanhao's reply, a hint of disappointment appeared on Chen Gui's face, but he quickly recovered. "So that's how it is. It seems that Yi Xiaogo's future father-in-law is blessed. Okay then, I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, Chen Gui left the auction venue with the secretary beside him. When the wealthy people who had been prepared to watch the show saw this scene, they were all shocked and some could not believe it. Chen Gui just let Yi Juanhao go like that? Those wealthy people who have cooperated with Chen Gui's Chen Group know that Chen Gui has always been famous for his swift and decisive approach in the business world. They would never show mercy to those business groups that resorted to trickery and conspiracies. It was really unexpected for these wealthy people that they let Yi Juanhao off so easily today. Maybe they felt that Yi Juanhao was just a junior and not worth taking action against. These wealthy people could only think so in their hearts. Seeing that there was nothing interesting to watch, the wealthy people did not stay and left the auction venue. Those who stayed at the scene were some wealthy people who successfully bought the items, as well as Yi Juanhao. Han Tianlin was terrified sitting next to Yi Juanhao tonight. First, he confronted Zhao Qiming, and then he competed with Chen Gaoi for the finale item. Both of these items gave Han Tianlin a completely new understanding of Yi Juanhao. As expected of Mr. Yi, you are really amazing. Afterwards, Yi Juanhao and others who had won the auction items went to the backstage. Pay the money and get the goods. Since the antique porcelain that Yi Juanhao had bought was not easy to carry, he negotiated with the staff of Xian Bali Auction House and asked them to deliver it to the designated location around 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. This designated location is naturally Chen Yuning's home. After finishing all this, Yi Juanhao and Han Tianlin left the auction venue. Since then, the auction has come to an end. Not long after, Yi Juanhao drove back to the Jinhui Tianxia villa area. After saying goodbye to Han Tianlin, he went straight back to his villa. After returning to the villa, Yi Juanhao took out his mobile phone and made a video call to Chen Yuning. After a while, Chen Yuning answered the video call. "Brother Juanhao, have you finished the auction?" "Yes, I just got home. I successfully bought an antique at the auction this time. I will bring it to my uncle when the time comes. I think he will like it," Yi Juanhao said excitedly. "That's great, Juanhao brother is awesome." Chen Yuning praised and then asked, "By the way, how much did this antique item cost? It should be very expensive, right?" "It's not expensive, just 1 billion. I'll be happy if my uncle likes it when the time comes," Yi Juanhao said casually. "Ah, 1 billion? Chen Yuning was shocked. She had guessed that this antique was worth a lot, but she didn't expect it to be so expensive. Which boyfriend brings a gift worth 1 billion when visiting his girlfriend's house for the first time? I'm afraid it's only Yi Juanhao. After a brief shock, a happy smile appeared on Chen Yuning's face. Brother Juanhao is so good to me. If he didn't care about me enough, how could he spend so much money to buy gifts for his father? The gift is not important, what matters most is the thought behind it. Now Chen Yuning truly felt Yi Juanhao's love for her, so the look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Juanhao became more gentle. Thank you, Juanhao brother, you are so kind to me. At this moment, Chen Yuning's feelings for Yi Juanhao warmed up again. After continuing to chat with Chen Yuning for a while, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. In order not to disturb Yuning's rest, Yi Juanhao said good night and ended the video call. Then Yi Juanhao simply washed up and lay down on the bed to rest. Tomorrow is Friday. We have an appointment to go to Chen Yuning's house on Friday night to have dinner and visit her parents. This will be the first time I meet her parents. This is a new experience for Yi Juanhao. He wonders whether Yuning's parents are easy to get along with and whether they are satisfied with him. He will know the answer tomorrow. Yi Juanhao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Faced with a tension that even a top boss like Chen Gaoi, who is worth 50 billion, has never shown before, he couldn't help but feel it at this moment. Amidst such tense thoughts, Yi Juanhao successfully fell asleep before 11 o'clock in the evening. At 7 o'clock on Friday morning, Yi Juanhao was awakened on time by the reminder of the self-discipline motivation mode. He started to get up early and exercise as usual. After eating a nutritious breakfast, Yi Juanhao drove to school. This Friday is the only day with full classes, so time is tight as I have to go to class at 8 a.m. When Yi Juanhao hurried to school, it was almost 8 o'clock when the class started. Yi Juanhao hurried into the classroom and sat in the seat in the back row that Chen Yuning had reserved for him. Finally made it to class. Yi Juanhao breathed a sigh of relief. I let you sleep in, and now you're almost late for class. Chen Yuning smiled. Nonsense, I have the habit of getting up early and exercising every morning. If you don't believe me, try touching my abdominal muscles. Yi Juanhao said unconvinced. Hearing Yi Juanhao's words, Chen Yuning's face turned red, and then her eyes glanced at Yi Juanhao's abdomen for some unknown reason. Ah, what was I thinking about? Chen Yuning was extremely shy. I spent a day happily studying in class with Chen Yuning, and all the classes for Friday were completed. It's time to go to Chen Yuning's home and visit her parents. During class today, Yi Juanhao did not forget to ask Su Yuanton to bring a sample of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion. This was a gift for Yuning's mother. Yi Juanhao specially asked Su Yuanton to pack it and send it over. He took it back during the break. Looking at the beautifully packaged Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion in his hand, Yi Juanhao has full confidence that Yuning's mother will definitely like this product. After putting it in the car, Yi Juanhao drove Chen Yuning straight to her home. This will be Yi Juanhao's first time to go to his girlfriend's house, and he can't help feeling a little nervous and expectant. Chapter 101 Gift. On the other side, Chen Yuning is home. Chen Yuning's home is located in the most prosperous villa area in Mingzhou City Tianyue County Villa area, and it is a top-notch villa. Overall, the Tianyue County Villa District is better than the Jinhui Tianxia Villa District where Yi Juanhao lives. The main reason is that the location of Tianyue County Villa District is relatively prosperous. It is a comprehensive community that integrates natural beauty, high-quality life services and rich social activities. Here, there is nothing that doesn't exist, only things you can't think of. It's so exaggerated. At this time, Chen Yuning's mother was waiting in the living room of the villa for her daughter and her boyfriend to arrive. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. Chen Yuning's mother was startled. Did they come so soon? This is the first time my daughter's boyfriend comes to visit, so I have to make a good impression on him. So after calming down her thoughts, Chen Yuning's mother went to open the door of the villa with a smile. The door opened, but the imagined scene of the daughter coming with her boyfriend did not appear. Instead, a slightly plump middle-aged woman appeared in front of Chen Yuning's mother. "Akin, I'm here to chat with you again." Then, without waiting for Chen Yuning's mother to speak, the middle-aged woman walked in on her own. This slightly plump middle-aged woman is Wu Mingxia, Chen Yuning's neighbor, and also a resident of the Tianyue County Villa District. Wu Mingxia would often come over to chat and talk about family matters with Chen Yuning's mother Yang Suqin. But Chen Yuning's mother didn't expect Wu Mingxia to come today. She wanted to say that there would be guests coming to her house later, but seeing that Wu Mingxia had already walked in, Chen Yuning's mother couldn't just order her to leave, so she could only let her in temporarily. See what Wu Mingxia wants to talk about. If it's nothing important, just chat with her for a while and then send her away. After all, tonight is the day when my daughter's boyfriend comes to visit, and it would be inconvenient if other people are present. Thinking of this, Chen Yuning's mother spoke. "Sister Xia, what do you want to talk to me about today?" "Hey, Akin, look at what you said. Can't I come to you to chat if I have nothing to do? Besides, I do have something good I want to share with you today," Wu Mingxia said mysteriously. "What good stuff?" Chen Yuning's mother asked curiously. "That's it." As she spoke, Wu Mingxia took out the things from the bag in her hand. Could this be? When Chen Yuning's mother saw this thing, she was so shocked that she stood there. Yes, this is CLE Depot Beauty's luxurious beauty cream. The international price is 780,000 yuan per piece. My son-in-law brought this back with the help of someone he had contacted abroad. When talking about her son-in-law, Wu Mingxia looked very proud. "My son-in-law is good at everything. He can even get this world's top limited edition luxury cream, and this is the gift he brought me when he first came to my house. My daughter has really good taste. She was able to find such an outstanding boyfriend. Qin, your daughter Yuning should learn from her and find a better boyfriend in the future." Wu Mingxia kept praising her son-in-law and even talked about Chen Yuning, asking her to find a boyfriend like her in the future. The more Chen Yuning's mother listened, the more she felt something was wrong. It seemed that Wu Mingxia came here today just to show off her son-in-law to her. Where is there really any good stuff to share? This made Chen Yuning's mother depressed. "Our daughter Yuning already has a boyfriend, and I believe in my daughter's judgment." Chen Yuning's mother spoke. "Oh? Yuning already has a boyfriend?" Wu Mingxia was a little surprised, and then continued to ask. "What gift did Yuning's boyfriend bring when he first came to visit?" Before Chen Yuning's mother could answer. At this time, the doorbell of the villa rang again. Chen Yuning's mother's heart moved, and she quickly walked to the door of the villa and opened it. Sure enough, just as Chen Yuning's mother expected, the person who came this time was the protagonist of the night. The people who came were his daughter and her boyfriend. "Mom, this is the brother Juanhao I told you about." Chen Yuning began to introduce. "Hello, Auntie." Yi Juanhao continued. "It's Xiaoye, please come in." Chen Yuning's mother warmly invited Yi Juanhao in. To protect Xiaohu's documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot without pitfalls. "Thank you, Auntie." Yi Juanhao thanked. After seeing Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning come in, Wu Mingxia walked over. "Yuning is back, who is this?" Chen Yuning was a little surprised to see Wu Minxia in her home. When she heard the other party's question, she answered politely. It's Anxia, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Yi Juanhao, today is his first time to come to my house. Oh, so that's how it is. Wu Minxia suddenly understood. Then Chen Yuning also introduced Wu Minxia to Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao greeted Wu Minxia politely. Wu Minxia simply nodded. Yi Juanhao didn't care about the other party's attitude, he was just a neighbor. When Wu Minxia heard Chen Yuning introduce Yi Juanhao as her boyfriend, she began to look Yi Juanhao up and down. He looks very ordinary. Apart from being a little more handsome, he is completely incomparable to her son-in-law, Wu Minxia thought to herself. Then Wu Minxia noticed the information in what Chen Yuning had just said. This Yi Juanhao was actually coming to Chen Yuning's house for the first time? Since it's my first time visiting my girlfriend's house, I can't come empty-handed. Immediately, Wu Minxia looked at Yi Juanhao's hands. Sure enough, I saw Yi Juanhao holding something in his hand. When Wu Minxia saw clearly what Yi Juanhao brought, she almost laughed out loud. Yi Juanhao was seen holding a fruit basket in his hand. Although the basket was very big, there were a lot of fruits in it. But when Wu Minxia saw it for the first time, she still felt it was too shabby. Didn't Yi Juanhao think about what Chen Yuning's family environment was like? Would they lack a few rotten fruits like you? The first time I went to my girlfriend's house, I just brought a fruit basket. That was so insincere. Sure enough, not everyone is as good as his son-in-law, who can bring him the CPB luxury beauty cream that sells for 780,000 yuan per piece internationally. Thinking about how Chen Yuning's mother's daughter had such a bad boyfriend, Wu Minxia started to show off. It seemed that she could use this matter to overpower Chen Yuning's mother in the future. Just when Wu Minxia was feeling proud, Yi Juanhao spoke. Auntie, this is some fruit I brought. Then Yi Juanhao put the fruit basket on the table in the living room. Xiaoya, it's good that you're here. You don't have to buy anything. It's a waste of money. Not only did Chen Yuning's mother not dislike the fruits brought by Yi Juanhao, but she spoke enthusiastically. But Wu Minxia on the side didn't think so. Young man, it's your first time to visit your girlfriend's house and you only bring a fruit basket. That's a little bit lacking in meaning. Wu Minxia said meaningfully. Chen Yuning's mother was a little dissatisfied and was about to refute, but Yi Juanhao continued. Aunt Xia is right. A fruit basket certainly cannot represent my sincerity. I also brought another gift for you. Yu Ning, bring it here. Hearing Yi Juanhao's words, Chen Yuning obediently handed the bag in her hand to her mother. Chapter 102 Removing Freckles. Looking at the bag handed over by her daughter, Chen Yuning's mother was stunned. Wu Minxia also did not expect that Yi Juanhao brought not only a fruit basket, but also other gifts. She didn't notice what Chen Yuning was holding in her hand just now, which was a miscalculation. Wu Minxia began to feel uneasy. Could the bag contain something valuable? It's impossible. Yi Juanhao looks so ordinary, and the gift he gave wouldn't be too expensive. It would definitely not be as good as the CPB luxury beauty cream given by his son-in-law, which is priced at 780,000 yuan per piece internationally. Chen Yuning's mother took the bag from Chen Yuning and took out the contents of the bag curiously. A beautifully packaged cosmetic appeared in Chen Yuning's mother's hands. The moment the item was taken out, Wu Minxia's entire attention was instantly focused on this beautifully packaged cosmetic. The name of this cosmetic is clearly written on the packaging: Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk. What brand of cosmetics is this? How come I've never heard of it? Wu Minxia became confused for a moment. Rich wives like them have nothing to do on weekdays, so they like to study various cosmetics and other beauty things. Wu Minxia had heard of all brands, whether low-end, medium-end or high-end, but she had never heard of the Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion. The same was true for Chen Yuning's mother, she had never heard of this cosmetics. Yi Juanhao saw the confusion in Chen Yuning's mother's eyes and took the initiative to step forward to help her clear up her confusion. Auntie, this cosmetic is a new product developed by a cosmetics company under my control. Its main function is to control oil, moisturize, and repair certain skin damage. The effect is very good, you will definitely be satisfied after using it. As early as a few days ago, after testing that the oil control effect of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Milk could reach an astonishing 12 hours, this product was sent to the relevant department for quality inspection by Su Yuantong. The day before yesterday, this product officially entered the Solaire Beauty production base for initial production. What Yi Juanhao got was the first batch of products produced. The packaging was also newly designed and had not yet been put on the market. It was normal that others had not seen it. Yi Juanhao plans to create some momentum at that time and then take the opportunity to launch it into the market. In this way, he believes that this product will soon become popular in the entire market and become the undisputed #1 cosmetic. So that's how it is. Thank you, Xiaoye. I'll try it tonight and see the effect. Chen Yuning's mother said happily. Wu Mingxia on the side sneered. What? After all this time, it turns out that this is just a new product produced by their own company. They are using it to use their mother-in-law as a guinea pig. I got it from my own company. I really couldn't bear to spend a penny on buying gifts. Although Yi Juanhao is young and can own a cosmetics company, it is probably a very small company, otherwise how could he not even know the brand? This made Wu Mingxia very disdainful of Yi Juanhao. It's really embarrassing to bring these things when I visit my girlfriend's house for the first time. Akin, I heard that you have some freckles on your face in the past year. You have consulted many doctors but none of them could remove them. It just so happens that my Cle de Pobut luxurious beauty cream can reduce freckles. I recommend you to use it. This essence lotion from Xiaoye is definitely not as effective as my Cle de Pobut luxury beauty cream. After all, the price is there. The international price is 780,000 yuan per piece. Wu Mingxia said this in a sarcastic tone, almost saying that the product Yi Juanhao gave her was rubbish. Chen Yuning's mother couldn't stand Wu Mingxia's gossip here, and when she was about to order her to leave, Yi Juanhao's chuckle was heard. Aunt Xia, you underestimate my company's new product. This new product can not only reduce the appearance of freckles, but actually remove them. It's just right for Auntie's current skin condition. After hearing what Yi Juanhao said, Chen Yuning's mother and Wu Mingxia were both stunned. They couldn't believe what they heard. What did Yi Juanhao just say? He actually said that his product can really remove freckles? Can it do something that even the Cle de Pobut luxury beauty cream, which sells for 780,000 yuan per piece internationally, cannot do? Is this possible? Wu Mingxia didn't believe what Yi Juanhao said at all and thought he was bragging. Of course, Yi Juanhao had certain reasons for saying this. It's very simple. Last time, Yi Juanhao witnessed the powerful effect of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion with his own eyes, and he has a general understanding of the efficacy of this product. Even patients with mild or moderate skin damage can restore their original appearance after using it, and it even has a certain effect on patients with severe skin damage. What is more, there are some small freckles problems now. It's just a piece of cake. Yi Juanhao was very confident about this, so he said this. Are you kidding? Even doctors in many big hospitals can't really remove freckles. The best they can do is lighten them. It's impossible to really get rid of freckles. The best you can do is to lighten them like I do with this Cle de Pobut luxurious beauty cream. Wu Mingxia directly questioned Yi Juanhao. Let Auntie try it now and you will know if what I said is true. Yi Juanhao smiled calmly. In this situation, only facts would work. Moreover, Yi Juanhao had anticipated this situation a long time ago. He was even afraid that the product would be questioned by countless people when it was launched on the market. This was very normal and Yi Juanhao could understand it. After all, when faced with something new, people always look at it with suspicion. Chen Yuning also stood up to speak for Yi Juanhao at this time. Mom, just go and try it. Brother Juanhao won't lie to you. If you don't believe me, look at my face. As a school beauty, Chen Yuning uses a lot of cosmetics, which will leave some small blemishes on her skin. But later Chen Yuning also used this Shihua Water Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion. Then Chen Yuning was surprised to find that the small blemishes on her face caused by using cosmetics had disappeared. Chen Yuning was so excited at that time that she kissed Yi Juanhao hard on the face. Looking at her daughter's cheeks, Chen Yuning's mother unexpectedly discovered that her cheeks were now extremely round and smooth, and looked better than before. Could it be the credit of Xiaoye's product? Seeing this scene, Chen Yuning's mother was also tempted and wanted to give it a try. Following everyone's advice, Chen Yuning's mother decided to try out the effects of the Shihua Water Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion now. Chen Yuning took the initiative to help her mother apply lotion on the freckles on her face. Seeing that the lotion had been applied, Yi Juanhao smiled. Auntie, just wait 15 minutes and then wash it off, your cheeks will definitely be refreshed. Chen Yuning's mother nodded and became a little expectant. Wu Minxia was the only one who was skeptical at the scene, and she sneered inwardly. After 15 minutes, everyone will realize how ridiculous Yi Juanhao's words are. Can freckles be removed by just applying lotion? Wu Minxia didn't believe it at all. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Chen Yuning's mother went to the bathroom to wash her face. After a while, Chen Yuning's mother came out of the bathroom. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yuning's mother's face. Chapter 103 Chen Yuning's father is back. Chen Yuning's mother, who had just washed her face in the bathroom, couldn't believe what she saw. Chen Yuning's mother had just washed her face, and in order to see the effect, she took a look at herself in the bathroom mirror. The result shocked her. Touching her cheek, Chen Yuning's mother found that the freckles on her face had completely disappeared, and her skin condition had become better than before. It's like being a dozen years younger. Chen Yuning's mother came out of the bathroom in surprise, and everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on her. Before Chen Yuning's mother could speak, Wu Minxia, who was standing by, was so shocked when she saw Chen Yuning's mother's face that she stood there in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Akin, your face." "Yes, all the freckles on my face have disappeared and I feel much younger. This is all thanks to the gift Xiaoye brought. Thank you so much," Chen Yuning's mother said happily. "Auntie, it's too formal to say thank you. This is what I should do." Yi Juanhao smiled. Chen Yuning was also very happy standing next to Yi Juanhao. "Seeing my mother so happy, I guess she must have a very good impression of brother Juanhao." This made Chen Yuning feel very good. Now the only one missing is the father. Thinking of her father, Chen Yuning asked, "Mom, where is Dad? Since I came in, I seem to have never seen my father come out." "Your father will be back an hour later. Something happened at the group and he should be back soon," Chen Yuning's mother replied. Then Chen Yuning's mother warmly invited Yi Juanhao to sit down, and the three of them chatted together, waiting for Chen Yuning's father to come back. Looking at the three people in front of her having fun and being extremely happy, the only person who felt uncomfortable was Wu Minxia. It was only now that Wu Minxia recovered from her shock. Yi Juanhao's company's new product actually achieved the effect of removing freckles, and even more than that, it also made the skin condition of Chen Yuning's mother's face better. It has done what the world's top limited edition luxury beauty creams cannot do. At this moment, looking at the CPB luxury beauty cream in her hand, which is priced at 780,000 yuan per piece internationally, Wu Minxia suddenly felt that it was not fragrant anymore. Compared with the Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion brought by Yi Juanhao, except for its high value, it is completely inferior to the other in terms of practicality and effect. This made Wu Minxia feel that she was a complete victim. "Oh no, my son-in-law is the real enemy. The limited edition luxury cosmetics that I spent such a high price and used a lot of connections to get from abroad now seem like a waste of money. What is the use of having a high value? If the effect is not good, everything is in vain." Thinking about how she had just been bragging about the CLE de Pobut luxurious beauty cream, Wu Minxia felt a burning pain on her face. "My toes were touching the ground, it was so embarrassing." Although Wu Minxia really wanted to ask Yi Juanhao for a bottle of Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion, she didn't dare to say it out loud when she thought about her sarcastic attitude towards Yi Juanhao just now. Now she just wanted to get out of here quickly. Just as Wu Minxia was about to say goodbye to Chen Yuning's mother and leave, Yi Juanhao's cell phone rang. Yi Juanhao answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi?" "It's me." "Hello, Mr. Yi, the antique porcelain you bought at the auction has now been delivered to the designated location in the Tianyue County Villa District. Do you have time to come out and check it now?" The staff of Xianbali Auction House asked Yi Juanhao very politely. "Okay, wait for me, I'll come out now." After Yi Juanhao hung up the phone, Chen Yuning's mother asked curiously, "Xiaoye, what happened?" "Aunt, it's nothing, it's just that the gift I brought to uncle has arrived, and I have to check it now." Yi Juanhao smiled. "A gift for Chen Yuning's father?" After hearing this, Wu Minxia originally wanted to leave, but now she thinks she can wait and see. She wanted to know what gift Yi Juanhao would bring to Chen Yuning's father. "Anyway, I'm already embarrassed enough, so I might as well stay here a little longer." Then Yi Juanhao stood up and opened the door of Chen Yuning's villa. As the door opened, what came into view was an exclusive transport vehicle with the logo of Xianbali Auction House. Seeing Yi Juanhao coming, the staff of Xianbali Auction House first greeted him warmly, and then asked, "Mr. Yi, do you need our help to bring it in?" "Sure, just put it on the table in the living room." Yi Juanhao nodded in agreement. After obtaining Yi Juanhao's consent, two staff members wearing white gloves carefully moved the antique porcelain to the table in Chen Yuning's living room. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuning's mother and Wu Minxia were both stunned. What kind of thing requires two people to carry it in so carefully? They couldn't figure it out. After placing the antique porcelain on the table in the living room, one of the staff members asked Yi Juanhao again. Mr. Yi, do you need to unpack it for inspection? Can. Yi Juanhao nodded. After a while, the protective layer wrapped around the antique porcelain was removed by two staff members, revealing the antique porcelain with a white and red color, which was presented to everyone. After the staff removed the protective layer, they took out a camera to take pictures to prove that the goods had been safely delivered to the owner. Yi Juanhao checked and found no problems, so he thanked the two staff members for their hard work. After finding no problems, the two staff members said goodbye and left. Looking at the antique porcelain in front of her that was white with a hint of red, Chen Yuning's mother asked. Xiao Yi, is this the gift you gave to Yuning's father? Yes, auntie. I heard from Yuning that uncle likes antiques and the like, so I bought this antique porcelain at the auction yesterday and gave it to uncle. Yi Juanhao replied. Xiao Yi is very thoughtful. How much money will this cost? Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Chen Yuning's mother began to consider Yi Juanhao. Auntie, this is not worth much, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Yi Juanhao said easily. Mom, don't listen to what Juanhao said. He is just being modest. He spent 1 billion to buy this antique porcelain. Chen Yuning rolled her eyes at Yi Juanhao, then told him the auction price of this antique porcelain. What? Wu Minxia on the side was completely frightened. She was relieved when she heard Yi Juanhao say it was not worth much money. But in the blink of an eye, Chen Yuning said that Yi Juanhao spent 1 billion to buy it. Wu Minxia's heart suddenly couldn't bear it. This Yi Juanhao was a guy who was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. The first time I visited my girlfriend's house, I brought gifts worth 1 billion. How could I be so extravagant and inhumane? And there is also that cosmetic product that works amazingly well. It can be seen that Yi Juanhao came to visit with full sincerity this time. Now, Wu Minxia will never dare to brag about the fact that her son-in-law gave her a limited edition luxury beauty cream that cost 780,000 yuan internationally. As expected of being the daughter of a tycoon with a net worth of 50 billion, Chen Yuning has such a good eye for finding a boyfriend. Now Wu Minxia is completely convinced. Wu Minxia felt embarrassed to stay any longer, so she said goodbye to Chen Yuning's mother and hurriedly left Chen Yuning's house. Chen Yuning's mother was also shocked for a while, and she didn't know what to say now. Xiao Ye is really polite. I think her husband will definitely like this antique gift. Not long after Wu Minxia left, the sound of a key turning was heard at the villa door. And there are only 3 people who have the key to the villa door. Chen Yuning and her parents. It seems that Chen Yuning's father must have returned. All of a sudden, Yi Juanhao became a little nervous, wondering if his uncle was as easy to get along with as his aunt. Chapter 104 Chapter 10 For the little cotton padded jacket is leaking air. It should be my father who is back. Chen Yuning said as she stood beside Yi Juanhao. Chen Yuning also took the initiative to hold Yi Juanhao's hand, so that he wouldn't be so nervous. With Chen Yuning's encouragement, Yi Juanhao relaxed a lot. Then the 3 of them looked towards the door of the villa together, waiting for Chen Yuning's father to open the door and come in. The door of the villa opened, and a thin, middle-aged man with a slightly serious face walked in slowly. After the middle-aged man walked into the villa, Yi Juanhao saw his appearance clearly. For a moment, Yi Juanhao froze in place, unable to believe what he saw. Yuning's father is actually the top boss worth 50 billion, Chen Gaoi? Chen Gaoi, he also has the same surname as Yuning. Chen, why didn't I think of it? Yi Juanhao thought in great confusion. After Chen Gaoi came in, he saw Yi Juanhao at the first moment, and then his face showed a look of surprise. Isn't this Yi Xiaoyu? Why is he in his own home? Chen Gaoi didn't quite understand what was going on. Then Chen Gaoi was about to ask, but unexpectedly discovered that his daughter was holding Yi Juanhao's hand at this moment. This made Chen Gaoi look incredulous. How could this happen? Then Chen Gaoi thought of a possibility. Today was originally the day when my daughter's boyfriend came to visit. I heard from my daughter before that her boyfriend's name seemed to be Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao? The Yi Xiaoyu in front of me also has the surname Yi, could it be? Chen Gaoi didn't dare to think further. This world is too small. Yi Juanhao, whom I just met at the auction yesterday, has become my daughter's boyfriend today? No one who writes a book would dare to write like this. Seeing her husband standing at the door of the villa for a long time without any movement, Chen Yuning's mother spoke. Husband, why are you still standing at the door? Your daughter is back with her boyfriend, come over here quickly. Oh, okay. Chen Gaoi walked over in a daze and came in front of the three people. Yi Juanhao's expression was a little embarrassed. Just yesterday, he bought the antique at the auction without giving Chen Gaoi any face. But now, he was told that Chen Gaoi was his future father-in-law. Isn't this a joke? After all this time, yesterday it was just one's own people fighting against each other. Chen Gaoi had already come in front of him, and Yi Juanhao couldn't let the other party say hello first, so he said shamelessly. Mr. Chen, oh no, hello Uncle Chen. I didn't expect it to be you, Yi Xiaoyu. You are actually my daughter's boyfriend Yi Juanhao. I really didn't expect it. Chen Gaoi is now gradually recovering and slowly accepting this fact. I didn't know it was Uncle Chen yesterday. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought with you for that antique. Yi Juanhao smiled bitterly. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Yuning's mother and Chen Yuning looked puzzled. It seems that Yi Juanhao and Chen Gaoi have known each other for a long time? Hubby, what's going on? Did you know Xiaoye before? Chen Yuning's mother asked. Well, I didn't know Xiaoye much earlier than you did. I also met her at the auction last night. Chen Gaoi said with a look of regret. Auction? So, doesn't this mean that what Brother Juanhao told her during the video call last night was that someone was bidding against him, which caused the antique to be priced at 1 billion? Could that person be her father? Thinking of this, Chen Yuning burst out laughing. Ha ha, Brother Juanhao, it turns out that you and my dad were competing for this antique last night. No wonder it cost 1 billion to buy it. I am dying of laughter, ha ha ha. Chen Yuning laughed so hard that her stomach hurt a little, but she couldn't stop laughing. After a while, Chen Yuning's mother thought of the same situation and laughed out loud along with Chen Yuning. Seeing the mother and daughter laughing at them, Yi Juanhao and Chen Gaoi both scratched their heads in embarrassment. This is what we call no friendship, no acquaintance? In order to ease the awkward atmosphere between him and Chen Gaoi, Yi Juanhao took the initiative to change the subject. Uncle Chen, do you remember what I said at the last auction? What did you say? Chen Gaoi recalled it carefully in his mind. Then he looked at Yi Juanhao with surprise. Xiao Yi, what you said, could it be? Yes, Uncle Chen, I said that I bought this antique porcelain with the intention of giving it to my father-in-law as a gift. Then Yi Juanhao pointed in a direction and motioned Chen Gaoi to look over there. Chen Gaoi looked in the direction of Yi Juanhao's gesture, and sure enough, on the table in the living room, he saw a piece of antique porcelain with a white tint and a hint of red. It was the top antique item that was the highlight of the auction last night, an underglazed red plum vase with a pattern of wavy waves and a cone-shaped arch with a blue dragon teaching his child. Seeing this antique porcelain, Chen Gaoi showed an excited expression on his face and walked over quickly. Chen Gaoi couldn't let go of the antique porcelain. Thank you so much, Xiaoye. This is the kind of antique made of underglazed red that I need. I have long wanted to collect one. Chen Gaoi said happily to Yi Juanhao while stroking the antique porcelain. Seeing her father so happy now, Chen Yuning's heart moved and she asked at the right time. Dad, what's your impression of Juanhao? Is he qualified to be my boyfriend? Immersed in the joy of obtaining antique porcelain, Chen Gaoi didn't think too much and answered directly. Okay, very good. Hearing her father's words, Chen Yuning almost jumped up with excitement. Brother Juanhao, you have been recognized by my parents. No, I mean this antique is very good. As for Xiao Yi, I need to observe him for a while longer. Only then did Chen Gaoi realize that his daughter had set a trap for him and he had jumped into it. It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. She spoke up for her boyfriend so quickly. It is said that daughters are the little cotton padded jackets of their parents, but now the little cotton padded jackets are leaking. Start digging a hole for parents to jump into. All of a sudden, Chen Gaoi looked at Yi Juanhao unfriendly. This guy is really good at it. He has charmed his daughter to this extent. Seeing Chen Gaoi's unfriendly expression, Yi Juanhao spoke quickly. I think Uncle Chen is right, Yuning, we can't be too hasty, we need to investigate more. Uncle, aunt, don't worry, I will definitely treat Yuning very well in the future and try my best to make her the happiest girl in the world. After hearing what Yi Juanhao said, Chen Gaoi, who had just pretended to be serious, relaxed his expression. This kid can talk. Okay, be a real man and keep your word. I hope we won't see Yuning cry in the future. Otherwise. Chen Gaoi didn't say anything else, and everyone understood what he said next. Something like, don't blame him for being ruthless when the time comes. No problem, I promise. Yi Juanhao said this solemnly, and then held Chen Yuning's hand tightly. Chen Yuning was also moved by Yi Juanhao's words. The two held hands tightly. If her parents had not been here, Chen Yuning would have gone forward and hugged Yi Juanhao. And so, the four of them sat down in the living room and started chatting. During the chat, Chen Gaoi's cell phone rang. Chapter 105. I actually slept in Chen Yuning's boudoir? Chen Gaoi answered the phone, and it turned out that the table of delicious food he had ordered earlier was ready. The restaurant manager called to ask Chen Gaoi if he could serve the food. Chen Gaoi nodded in agreement. This restaurant is the supporting living service of Tianyue County Villa District. Its taste, quality, service, etc. are not inferior to the 5-star restaurants outside. It also supports pre-orders. After the food is ready, a dedicated person will be responsible for delivering it to your door, which is very convenient. Aside from the high price, there are no other disadvantages. But the thing that people who live in top-notch villa areas like Tianyue County Mansion have the most is money. The high price is not really a drawback at all. After hanging up the phone, Chen Gaoi walked over and opened the door of the villa. After a while, the restaurant staff came in with a food cart and placed the delicious dishes on the table. After placing all the dishes on the table, the restaurant staff said, "Enjoy your meal," and left. The dishes are here, let's go to the table and eat and chat. Chen Gaoi suggested. Naturally, everyone had no objection. Soon, the four of them were drinking and chatting happily at the dinner table, getting along very harmoniously, almost like a family. For today's meal, Yi Juanhao was ready to be fined under the self-discipline incentive model. Because Chen Gaoi was also a wine lover, Yi Juanhao was forced to drink a lot with him. But for Yi Juanhao now, losing this little money is nothing. What's more, this was the first time he had dinner at his girlfriend's house, so Yi Juanhao was willing to be fined. During the meal and conversation, Chen Gaoi asked about all kinds of information about Yi Juanhao, such as what his family did, who were in his family, what plans he had for the future, and so on. Yi Juanhao knew that Chen Gaoi was asking this question as his future father-in-law, so he did not hide too much. The only thing concealed is the system software starts self-discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. When Chen Gaoi asked why he was so rich, Yi Juanhao used the same old reason as before. He insisted that he made his first fortune through stock trading, and then started businesses and acquisitions, etc., before slowly accumulating his current wealth. Chen Gaoi is an old fox in the business world, but unfortunately he doesn't know much about stock trading and was successfully fooled temporarily by Yi Juanhao. But this was actually an idea that Chen Gaoi did not want to delve into further. He just needed to understand what kind of person Yi Juanhao was. After all, this concerns his daughter's future happiness, and as a father, he needs to keep a close eye on it. Through chatting with Yi Juanhao, Chen Gaoi admired this young man more and more. He felt that Yi Juanhao was very much like himself when he was young. Both of them were brave and hardworking. They started from scratch and built their careers on their own. He admired this very much. After all, Yi Juanhao's current achievements are not low. When Chen Gaoi learned that Yi Juanhao's current net worth was around 20 billion, he was shocked on the spot. You know, when Yi Juanhao was so young, he was still in college and had no idea what making money was. He only knew how to play. But Yi Juanhao, who is now a freshman in college, is already a billionaire with a net worth of 20 billion. Chen Gaoi was immediately very satisfied with his daughter's taste in choosing a boyfriend. Chen Gaoi felt extremely proud when he told others that such an outstanding young man was his future son-in-law. Especially since Yi Juanhao is still so young, if given enough time, it is not impossible for him to reach his own level in the future. Besides, now she knows that Yi Juanhao is her daughter's boyfriend, and her future son-in-law. If Yi Juanhao encounters any difficulties in his career in the future, Chen Gaoi doesn't mind personally helping Yi Juanhao solve them. In this way, Yi Juanhao will grow faster. Originally, Chen Gaoi was still struggling over whether or not to tell the wealthy Huang family in Yangcheng to cancel the engagement. Now that he saw that Yi Juanhao was so outstanding, Chen Gaoi felt relieved. Chen Gaoi decided that after a while, he would go to Yangcheng in person to talk to Mr. Huang about the cancellation of the engagement. After thinking these things through, Chen Gaoi was in a good mood and drank 3 more glasses of wine with Yi Juanhao. It was not until Yi Juanhao said he couldn't drink anymore that Chen Gaoi let him go. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was very late, around 9 o'clock in the evening, and Shen Yuning's parents, Shen Yuning and Yi Juanhao, were all full. The 4 of us sat together tonight to have dinner and chat and had a great time. Shen Yuning's parents are very satisfied with Yi Juanhao, their future son-in-law. It can be said that Yi Juanhao's first visit to his girlfriend's home was done perfectly and he successfully gained the approval of Shen Yuning's parents. Yi Juanhao drank too much tonight, more than ever before. It was difficult for him to stand up, let alone walk or drive. If she called for a designated driver, Yi Juanhao would be the only one there, and Shen Yuning was worried that it would be unsafe. So Chen Yuning suggested to her parents that Yi Juanhao stay at home for one night. Chen Gaoi thought about it. Although he felt that it was not good for Yi Juanhao to live in his girlfriend's house on his first visit, he felt a little guilty because he was the one who got Yi Juanhao drunk. After thinking about it, Chen Gaoi finally agreed. Chen Yuning's mother Yang Suqi naturally had no problem with this and wished Yi Juanhao could spend more time with her daughter. Chen Yuning's mother was the first one to recognize Yi Juanhao as her future son-in-law. After meeting him tonight, she had a very good impression of Yi Juanhao. After getting her parents' consent, Chen Yuning helped Yi Juanhao upstairs. As soon as she reached the 2nd floor, Chen Yuning felt a little exhausted. Then Chen Yuning saw that the guest room was still some distance away, and had no choice but to help Yi Juanhao to her own boudoir. In terms of distance, Chen Yuning's boudoir is closer to the stairs. After entering the room, Chen Yuning put Yi Juanhao on her bed. I took a breath, exhausted. It seems that I lack exercise in my daily life. I am tired after helping brother Juanhao for such a distance. But in the blink of an eye, when she saw Yi Juanhao sleeping on her bed, Chen Yuning's face turned red. Brother Juanhao is sleeping in my bed. How should I tell him then? And how should I explain it if my parents find out? So shy. It was the first time that Chen Yuning let a boy into her room, and she felt a little overwhelmed. Only my father had been there before. Shaking off the complicated thoughts in her mind, Chen Yuning covered Yi Juanhao with a quilt with a blushing face, then hurried out of the room, fearing that she would be discovered by her parents. Soon, the next day arrived and the weekend arrived as promised. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into Chen Yuning's boudoir. Not long after, Yi Juanhao was awakened by the heat. Yi Juanhao opened his eyes dazedly, his head a little dizzy. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, he was a little dazed. Where is this? What caught Yi Juanhao's eyes was a pink-themed room with various cute dolls placed beside the bed, and a bunch of women's cosmetics and skin care products on the table. When Yi Juanhao saw the environment here for the first time, he felt that this was a very girly room. He could feel that the owner of this room was a very sweet and lovely type. Ha! No, wait a minute. When thinking of sweetness and cuteness, Yi Juanhao's first reaction was to think of Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning is just that sweet and lovely top-notch beauty. Yi Juanhao patted his head and began to recall some of the things that happened last night. Finally, he came to a bold conclusion. Last night, I actually slept in Chen Yuning's boudoir? Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Two Skill Goods. As soon as this bold idea came up, Yi Juanhao became a little uneasy. I shouldn't have done anything rude to Yuning last night, right? Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao quickly lifted the quilt covering him. Fortunately, the clothes are still there. This proves that I didn't have sex while drunk last night. But why did I fall asleep in Chen Yuning's boudoir? Yi Juanhao couldn't figure it out. Just as Yi Juanhao was wondering, a beautiful figure carefully opened the door and walked into the room. When the beautiful figure saw Yi Juanhao wake up and sit on the bed, she exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Juanhao brother, are you awake so early? The person who came in was Chen Yuning. She didn't sleep the whole night in the guest room because she was too shy and had all kinds of thoughts in her mind all night, so she got up early this morning. After getting up, she wanted to go back to her room to see if Yi Juanhao was sleeping well. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came in, I saw Yi Juanhao woke up. Yuning, why did I sleep in your bed last night? What happened? Yi Juanhao asked in confusion. When Chen Yuning heard Yi Juanhao's question, her face turned red instantly. Seeing Chen Yuning's blushing face, Yi Juanhao was shocked. Did he really do something to Yuning last night? Then Yi Juanhao spoke quickly. Yuning, did I do anything bad to you last night after drinking? If so, you can hit me or scold me, I will accept it. Ah. Just as she was thinking about how to tell brother Juanhao, Yi Juanhao's words made Chen Yuning a little confused. No, brother Juanhao, you misunderstood. The truth is this. Chen Yuning quickly explained. After listening to it, Yi Juanhao suddenly understood. It turned out that Yuning didn't have enough strength, so she had to support herself to the room closest to the stairs, and that room happened to be Chen Yuning's boudoir. I was thinking too much, Yi Juanhao scratched his head in embarrassment. Suddenly, Yi Juanhao had an idea in his mind. Yuning just said that she didn't exercise much and got tired easily. Well, it's the weekend now, so I can take her out to play. Going out to play is a very physically demanding activity. Walking and running can also exercise the body. It is much better than just doing boring exercise. Yuning, how about we go to the amusement park during the weekend? We can also exercise our physical fitness at the same time. Yi Juanhao suggested. Yi Juanhao's suggestion made Chen Yuning's eyes light up. It seemed that she had never gone out to play alone with brother Juanhao, so she could give it a try. Yes. Chen Yuning agreed excitedly. Okay, after we finish breakfast, tell uncle and auntie, and then we'll set off for the amusement park. Yi Juanhao smiled. Then Yi Juanhao got up from Chen Yuning's bed reluctantly. Chen Yuning's bed smells very good, with a light floral scent, which makes people feel peaceful and comfortable when sleeping. Yi Juanhao became addicted to this feeling. After a long while, Yi Juanhao finally got up from the bed, and then he and Chen Yuning sneaked out of the room. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by Chen Yuning's parents, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. If they were discovered, it would be difficult for them to explain. But the good times didn't last long, as a voice suddenly came from behind them. Xiao Yi, Yuning, what are you two doing? The two were startled and turned around to see that it was Chen Yuning's mother Yang Suqin who called them. Mom, it's nothing. Brother Juanhao just got up and doesn't know where the bathroom on the second floor is. I'll take him there. Chen Yuning explained hurriedly. Is that so? Chen Yuning's mother looked at her daughter with some confusion. Of course it is, Mom, what do you want us to do? Chen Yuning changed the subject and asked. Oh, I was just about to ask you to get up and have breakfast. I've already prepared breakfast. Just take care of your own things and come downstairs to eat later. Chen Yuning's mother told them the reason why she came to see them. Got it, Mom. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning answered, and then Chen Yuning's mother turned around and went downstairs. Phew, I was almost discovered. Both of them felt fortunate at the same time that they had walked out of the room early, otherwise they would have been discovered by Chen Yuning's mother. Afterwards, Yi Juanhao went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, Yi Juanhao suddenly remembered something important. That means the sports mall should have been refreshed. Yi Juanhao is looking forward to what kind of products will be released this time. With this idea in mind, Yi Juanhao turned on the sports bracelet on his left wrist and clicked on the system software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. I couldn't wait to find the function tab of Sports Mall and clicked in. Sure enough, brand new products have been refreshed in the Sports Mall. First item. Top rock climbing skills, purchase method, complete the front and back cross jump for 35 seconds. The second item. Top shooting skill, purchase method, complete squats and alternate knee lifts 15 times. After seeing these two new products, Yi Juanhao was very surprised. Two extremely rare skills appeared at the same time. You know, every skill is very valuable. It can allow a person with no basic knowledge to quickly transform from a novice into a master in a field. It must be one. This was Yi Juanhao's first reaction. But then Yi Juanhao became nervous. He saw that there were only 10 minutes left before the next product refresh. In other words, Yi Juanhao must complete the purchase conditions of the corresponding product within 10 minutes in order to successfully purchase it. Otherwise, these two extremely rare skill items will be swept away and replaced by new items. There is no other way, I have to start now, otherwise it will be too late. Time was running out, so Yi Juanhao quickly clicked the purchase buttons of the two items and prepared to complete the purchase conditions in the bathroom. After watching a 2 or 3 minute action instructional video on his mobile phone, Yi Juanhao started with the purchase conditions for the first item. Soon 35 seconds passed, and the purchase of the first item was completed perfectly with small cross jumps back and forth. As the action was completed, the system software's prompt sound came as expected, and at the same time, a huge memory of top-level rock climbing skills flooded into Yi Juwenhao's mind. Another 3 minutes passed before Yi Juwenhao slowly absorbed the memory of this top-level rock climbing skill. Looking at the time, there were about 2 minutes left before the next refresh, and Yi Juwenhao suddenly became extremely nervous. We need to hurry up. Fortunately, Yi Juwenhao had already watched the relevant action teaching videos before, so he could start doing it immediately. More than a minute later, Yi Juwenhao successfully completed the purchase conditions for the second item in the last 10 seconds, squatting and alternating knee lifts 15 times. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sound continued to sound, and another huge amount of memory flooded into Yi Juwenhao's mind. This time it was top-level shooting skills. When Yi Juwenhao was receiving the memory of the top shooting skill, an unexpected situation occurred. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Ticket Purchase Troubles. The bathroom door was pushed open. The person who came in was Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning had been waiting outside the bathroom door for a long time. It has already taken more than 10 minutes. Logically speaking, it shouldn't take that long to wash. But it is also possible that she was doing something else. Chen Yuning asked this question specifically when she pushed the door and entered the bathroom. But unfortunately, when Chen Yuning asked, Yi Juwenhao had just received the memory of the top shooting skill. His head was dizzy and he couldn't hear her question at all. Since Yi Juwenhao didn't answer after asking several times, Chen Yuning couldn't help but feel worried. So he pushed the door and entered the bathroom. As soon as she entered the bathroom, Chen Yuning's face turned pale. She saw Yi Juwenhao squatting on the ground with a painful expression, covering his head with his hands, and she panicked for a moment. Chen Yuning hurried over, hugged Yi Juwenhao, and asked worriedly, "Brother Juwenhao, what's wrong with you?" Only then did Yi Juwenhao slowly absorb the memory of the top shooting skills. But Chen Yuning didn't know, and she kept asking worriedly, almost crying, "Brother Juwenhao, please don't be in trouble, woo woo. Brother Juwenhao, if you can recover, I will agree to whatever you say, woo woo woo." As soon as Yi Juwenhao received the huge amount of memories, he felt himself being wrapped in something soft. As soon as I saw clearly that the person in front of me was Chen Yuning, I heard what she said. Then Yi Juwenhao smiled evilly. Really? Of course it's true. Only then did Chen Yuning realize that Yi Juwenhao had recovered. Brother Juwenhao, did you do this on purpose? Chen Yuning let go of Yi Juwenhao and said angrily. I just heard you say that as long as I can recover, you will agree to whatever I say, right? Yi Juwenhao smiled. That's not true. Chen Yuning retorted with a proud look on her face. I can't go back on my word. I take it seriously. Then Yi Juwenhao went over and wanted to hug Chen Yuning, but Chen Yuning dodged him. Seeing that he couldn't hug Chen Yuning the first time, Yi Juwenhao continued to move forward, but was still nimbly avoided by Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning stuck out her tongue cutely. Brother Juwenhao, you can't catch me. Really? Look at me. Just like that, the two of them flirted in the bathroom, and after a while, Yi Juwenhao finally hugged Chen Yuning. Humph, let's see if you're convinced or not. You have to keep your word. When being hugged by Yi Juwenhao, Chen Yuning's face quickly turned red, and then she still said unyieldingly. That depends on my mood. Just when Yi Juwenhao wanted to continue to educate Chen Yuning that one should keep one's word, the voice of Chen Yuning's mother came from downstairs. Xiao Yi, Yuning, are you guys done? The breakfast is getting cold. After hearing Chen Yuning's mother's urging, the two gave up and responded quickly. Here I come, Auntie Mom. Then the two of them went downstairs and had breakfast with Chen Yuning's parents. While having breakfast, Yi Juwenhao told Chen Yuning's parents that he would take Chen Yuning to the amusement park today. After hearing this, Chen Yuning's parents both agreed. They also agreed that Yi Juwenhao should take Chen Yuning out to play more often, which would also enhance the relationship between the two. After breakfast, Chen Yuning's father Chen Goi left first. After all, as he was in charge of a large group with a market value of 50 billion, he must be very busy at work. After resting for a while and saying goodbye to Chen Yuning's mother, Yi Juwenhao drove his Aston Martin Valiant, took Chen Yuning, and headed straight for the amusement park. The amusement park that Yi Juwenhao chose this time was the Wanzhou Valley Amusement Park that was previously rewarded by the system software, with a total value of 3 billion. In addition, Huanzhugu Amusement Park is one of the top 3 famous attractions in Ningzhou City and one of the must-visit spots. It would be a great idea to take Chen Yuning to the Huanzhugu Amusement Park that he had just acquired. It would also be very convenient to do anything there. After a while, Yi Juanhao drove to the Huanjugu amusement park. After finding a place to park the car, he took Chen Yuning's hand and went to the ticket office. As it is the weekend, there are a lot of guests visiting Huanjugu amusement park today, and there is a long queue at the ticket office. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning also lined up at the back of the team. In fact, if Yi Juanhao revealed that he was the owner of Huanjugu amusement park, he would probably be able to get the ticket easily. However, Yi Juanhao came to Huanjugu amusement park today to have fun, not to inspect work, so he did not reveal his identity. After all, once he revealed his identity, it would definitely attract the attention of the top management of Huanjugu amusement park. Yi Juanhao doesn't want to attract attention. He just wants to take Yuning out to play as ordinary people so that he can experience real happiness. When they were almost in line to buy tickets, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind. Make way, don't hinder our boss from bringing his lover to buy tickets." I saw a fat middle-aged man in the back hugging a young woman in her 20s, and walking slowly towards me with a few people who looked like bodyguards around him. Several people who looked like bodyguards surrounded the fat middle-aged man and the young woman, and were using words to drive away the tourists who were queuing around them. Finally, they came to the ticket office in the front. After arriving at the ticket office in front, the fat middle-aged man unceremoniously cut in front of Yi Juanhao and the other man, wanting to buy tickets first. It was Yi Juanhao and his friends' turn to buy tickets, but now they were cut in line by this fat middle-aged man. Yi Juanhao frowned immediately and spoke. "Sir, please go to the back and line up. It's our turn to buy tickets now." "Queue?" The fat middle-aged man looked at Yi Juanhao with disdain, as if he had heard a huge joke, and then said arrogantly, "It's impossible to queue. The word queue doesn't exist in my dictionary. Queuing is just a rule for poor people like you. Rich people like me never queue." After saying that, Chen Yunjie no longer paid attention to Yi Juanhao and continued to line up in front of Yi Juanhao, ready to start buying tickets. The young woman next to Chen Yunjie also looked at Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning with disdain. When the young woman's eyes swept over Chen Yuning, a look of jealousy appeared on her face. This girl is so beautiful, but unfortunately, what is the use of being beautiful? She still ends up following a useless poor man. Seeing that Yi Juanhao was ordinary in every other way except being handsome, the young woman felt even more superior. Poor people are poor people, they only know how to queue. Unlike me, I found a rich man and don't even need to queue. Thinking of this, the young woman felt a little proud and held Chen Yunjie's arm a little tighter. In order to prevent anyone from interfering with Chen Yunjie's purchase of tickets, the people who looked like bodyguards around him stopped tourists who might come forward to buy tickets. When the tourists saw this scene, they were angry but dared not say anything. They did not dare to step forward to argue with them. In the end, they could only sigh helplessly and think that they were unlucky. Seeing this scene, Yi Juanhao couldn't bear it no matter how good his temper was. Today, he will definitely not let Chen Yunjie enter the gate of Huanjugu amusement park. Chapter 108 Accepting Bribes. Yi Juanhao stepped forward and walked towards the ticket window. The bodyguard-like people around Chen Yunjie immediately stopped Yi Juanhao. This distance is enough to see clearly inside the ticket window. If you want to work at the ticket office, then stop selling tickets to these guys. Yi Juanhao's words were obviously directed to the staff at the ticket office. There are only 2 staff members at the ticket office here, 1 man and 1 woman. It was precisely because there were only 2 people that there was a long queue in front of the ticket office. Just now, when Yi Juanhao came closer, he even discovered a scene that made him extremely angry. He discovered that the male staff member actually accepted bribes and took a full 10,000 yuan from Chen Yunjie. The female staff member next to him was better. She did not accept the bribe and kept persuading and stopping the male staff member. If the female staff member had not stopped him, Chen Yunjie would probably have bought the ticket already. Hearing Yi Juanhao's words at this moment, the male staff member sneered. "Who are you and why do you want to interfere with our work? We are the ticket sellers and we can sell tickets to whoever we want." During this time, the male staff member had already accepted the 10,000 yuan that Chen Yunjie had stuffed into his pocket. "Lekun, have you forgotten what the manager said to us during the on-the-job training? No matter who you are, you need to queue up to buy tickets when you come here. No tickets will be sold to those who jump the queue." The female staff is still trying to persuade her. "Chelan, rules are dead, but people are alive. We need to be more flexible in doing things. Why not make money if there is money to be made?" The male staff member Su Leking tried to persuade the female staff member Ng Chelan. "Well said. I admire guys like you, ha ha ha. Xian Yunjie laughed triumphantly, then glanced at Yi Juanhao. See, boy, in the world of the rich, there is no such thing as queuing. Okay, give me the ticket quickly. I'm waiting to go in and play. Yes, I'll issue you a ticket right away. Su Lekang said with a flattering look on his face. Lekang, we should issue the ticket to this gentleman first, he arrived first. Ying Xiaolan pointed in Yi Juanhao's direction and said. Xian Yunjie became somewhat dissatisfied when he heard Ying Xiaolan's words. I'll give you an extra 20,000 yuan, but you are not allowed to issue a ticket to him today. Xian Yunjie added more money to order Su Lekang not to issue a ticket to Yi Juanhao. When Su Lekang heard this, his eyes lit up, but his expression became a little embarrassed. This is probably a bit difficult. If my superiors knew that I didn't issue tickets to tourists, I would lose my job. Then I'll add another 100,000, which is enough for your annual salary. Xian Yunjie said with great wealth. As he said that, Xian Yunjie handed over a check for 120,000 yuan to Su Lekang. Su Lekang was immediately bribed by the money and immediately made the promise. Thank you, boss. I agree to your request. This person will not be able to buy a ticket to enter today. Very good. Xian Yunjie said with satisfaction. Ying Xiaolan looked at the situation in front of her. As a woman, she couldn't change anything. She could only secretly send a message to the manager of Huanjugu Amusement Park and tell him what happened there. Are you sure you want to do this? Yi Juanhao asked. There's nothing certain about it. If you want to buy it, just spend $200,000 on the tickets. With this check for hundreds of thousands of dollars, Su Lekang was not afraid of offending the tourist Yi Juanhao. The worst that could happen was that he would lose his job and be fired. With these hundreds of thousands of dollars, he would have enough time to find other jobs, so now he is not afraid of Yi Juanhao at all. I just saw you taking the money, aren't you afraid that I will complain to you? Yi Juanhao was puzzled. Are people nowadays accepting bribes so openly and not afraid of anything? Go ahead and file a complaint. The number to file a complaint is here. Call me. The worst that can happen is that you'll be fired. What's the big deal? Su Lekang pointed to the tourist complaint hotline posted on the wall without any panic. Being fired was the worst outcome he could think of. Well, that's what you said. Just as Yi Juanhao was about to take out his cell phone to call the tourist complaint hotline, a man in a suit walked over from a distance, accompanied by a few people who looked like security guards. What happened? Seeing the man in the suit, Ying Xiaolan stood up and shouted. Manager, you are finally here. The man in a suit who came over was the manager of Huanjugu Amusement Park. Yes, Xiaolan, please tell me in detail what you just messaged me. The manager said. When Su Lekang saw the manager coming, he was a little flustered at first, but then he thought of the check in his hand and he didn't care anymore. Afterwards, Ying Xiaolan told the manager of Huanjugu Amusement Park exactly what had happened. After listening to this, the manager understood what was going on. Su Lekang, you are so bold. Not only did you dare to collect money from customers, you also violated the rules of Huanjugu Amusement Park by letting others cut in line to buy tickets. Don't you want to do this anymore? The manager yelled at Su Lekang loudly. Hearing the manager's scolding, Su Lekang felt a little guilty, but still spoke with a stiff neck. If I don't want to do it, then don't do it. You will just fire me, right? I'm not afraid of you. I only listen to people who pay me. If you have the ability, you should give me hundreds of thousands of dollars. You. The manager was pissed. You must be the manager of Huanjugu Amusement Park. Your people took my money. Now give me a ticket. I want to go in and play. Xian Yunjie urged. I'm sorry, sir. There is a rule in Huanjugu Amusement Park that you cannot cut in line. Please get in line again. The manager said politely. What did you say? You asked me to line up? Do you know who I am? Can you take responsibility for interrupting my time? I can make hundreds of thousands of dollars every minute. Believe it or not, I will buy out your entire Joy Valley amusement park and then fire you. Chen Yunjie said very arrogantly. Sir, please watch your attitude. The manager's face turned ugly. He had never seen such unreasonable tourists. This is my attitude. What can you do about it? I'm telling you, I'm Chen Yunjie, the chairman of TNN Group. When the manager heard the other party reveal his identity, his expression changed suddenly. Tianan Group is one of the top 10 large security companies in Ningzhou City, with a market value of more than 9 billion, which is very terrifying. No wonder Qian Yunji always brings a few bodyguards with him when he goes out. Yi Juanhao, who was standing by, laughed when he heard that Qian Yunjie wanted to buy his Huanjugu amusement park. You want to buy this Happy Valley amusement park? Yi Juanhao asked. When asked by Yi Juanhao, Qian Yunjie, who had just said it casually, naturally did not want to lose face, so he answered. Of course, if I could meet the owner of Huanjugu amusement park, I would definitely buy it. It would be very easy for me, Qian Yunjie said with great pride. In fact, Qian Yunjie couldn't afford to buy this Huanjugu amusement park at all, he was just talking. As one of the top 3 famous check-in tourist attractions in Ningzhou City, it would definitely cost a lot of money to buy it, which Qian Yunjie simply couldn't afford. Yi Juanhao was happy when he heard Qian Yunjie say that it was easy to buy the Huanjugu amusement park. What Yi Juanhao said next shocked everyone around him and they couldn't believe it at all. Chapter 109 Chen Yuning is angry, the consequences are serious. Okay then. I'm the owner of Huanjugu amusement park. I'm right here. Can you afford 3 billion to buy it? Yi Juanhao asked back. What? When Yi Juanhao said this, everyone around him was shocked. Is this young man in front of me the owner of Huanjugu amusement park? Chen Yunjie was frightened and stared at Yi Juanhao blankly. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Then he laughed out loud. You are kidding me. If you really are the owner of Huanjugu amusement park, why do you have to queue up here in person? After Qian Yunjie said this, the people around him also recovered from their shock. They all agreed with Qian Yunjie's words. If this young man is really the owner of Huanjugu amusement park, then why is he still queuing? If this point is not explained clearly, people really won't be able to believe it. Su Leking echoed, that's right, if you were really the boss, you wouldn't have to queue at all. I think you are just bragging, trying to follow Mr. Qian's lead and say that you are the owner of Huanjugu amusement park. You think you can scare us by doing this? It's ridiculous. Then Su Lekang looked at the manager beside him and continued. Besides, our manager is still here. We'll soon find out whether you are the boss or not. Get out of here now before your lie is exposed. The manager of Huanjugu amusement park glanced at Su Lekang, and Su Lecheng's head shrank, not daring to continue. However, when he thought about how Yi Juanhao's lies would be exposed later, he became confident again. Yi Juanhao dared to impersonate their boss. Even if this matter was resolved, I'm afraid Yi Juanhao would be added to the blacklist and would never be able to enter the Huanjugu amusement park again. In this way, he can still hold the check for $120,000 firmly in his hand. This was all Yi Juanhao's own fault. Su Leking suddenly felt grateful to Yi Juanhao for allowing him to get the 120,000 yuan safely. Unexpectedly, the imagined scene of the manager scolding Yi Juanhao did not appear. Instead, the manager walked up and asked politely. Sir, may I ask your name? The reason why the manager asked so politely was because Huanjugu amusement park had indeed recently changed its owner. The manager only knew the new boss's name from the previous boss and nothing else. So the manager has been waiting for the new boss to come during this period, but unfortunately he has never waited for him, which makes him extremely puzzled. Just at this time, Yi Juanhao said that he was the owner of Huanjugu amusement park, which made the manager immediately take it seriously. Of course, my name is Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao replied. When the manager heard the name Yi Juanhao, his mind buzzed. Isn't Yi Juanhao the name of the new boss? At this moment, the manager was the first to react and said respectfully. Hello, Boss Yi. I didn't know you were coming today. I apologize for the delay. Seeing the manager's respectful look and hearing him address Yi Juanhao as Boss Yi, everyone around was shocked. This young man turned out to be the owner of Huanjugu amusement park. In an instant, Su Lecheng's face turned pale, as if he had just crawled out of a grave. It's over. It's completely over. He just talked back to his boss and accepted a bribe in front of him. Su Lekang didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him next. Qian Yunjie was also shocked. Who could have thought that the owner of Huanjugu amusement park would actually hide in the ticket queue? Qian Yunjie broke out in cold sweats. He had actually made a mistake. Even though he is the chairman of Tianan Group with a market value of more than 9 billion, the other party is only the owner of Huanjugu amusement park with a total value of 3 billion. But Qian Yunjie did not dare to offend the owner of Huanjugu amusement park. The fact that Hwangjugu Amusement Park has become one of the top 3 famous check-in attractions in Ningzhou City must be complicated and involves many interests. Especially since Hwangjugu Amusement Park is a key government project, as the owner of Hwangjugu Amusement Park, Yi Juanhao's identity, background, and connections are definitely not simple. If it was the owner of any other amusement park, Chen Yunjie would not be afraid at all, but it was different for Hwangjugu Amusement Park. Chen Yunjie's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. He came to Yi Juanhao and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was blind and didn't recognize you. I shouldn't have cut in line. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Chen Yunjie was very sensible and apologized immediately after knowing Yi Juanhao's identity. But how could Yi Juanhao easily forgive someone like Chen Yunjie at this moment? Yi Juanhao looked at the manager and said calmly, "I don't want to see these people again, and they will be permanently blacklisted by Hwangjugu Amusement Park." The manager understood what was happening and immediately ordered the security guards to take action. After the security captain learned of Yi Juanhao's identity, he immediately called more people over, who were needed at this moment. More than a dozen security guards surrounded Chen Yunjie and others. The young woman among them still had an expression of disbelief on her face. Until this moment, she couldn't believe that this ordinary boy whom she looked down upon except for being a little handsome was actually the owner of this Hwangjugu Amusement Park. At this time, the young woman finally understood why such a beautiful girl like Chen Yuning would be willing to be with Yi Juanhao. Seeing the obese Chen Yunjie next to her, the young woman's face was filled with despair and helplessness. Why did I find such a man, while Chen Yuning found such a young and rich man? The world is so unfair. After a dozen security guards fought with several bodyguards around Chen Yunjie for a while, they finally succeeded in subduing them and took them away from the entrance of Hwangjugu Amusement Park. And this Su Lekeng, who accepted bribes of over 100,000 yuan, call the police. Yi Juanhao said lightly. "Okay, boss Yi." The manager immediately called the police to handle the matter. After a while, the police took away Su Lekeng, who looked regretful. Originally, Su Lekeng thought that the worst outcome would be being fired, but he never expected that what awaited him was imprisonment. From then on, this farce officially ended. The manager immediately led people to reorganize the line in front of the ticket office and let the tourists line up in an orderly manner again. Yi Juanhao also instructed the manager to add more staff at the ticket office, especially during weekends and holidays when there are many people. After receiving the instructions, the manager immediately arranged more staff to assist Ding Xiaolan in selling tickets. In the end, Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning successfully got the tickets for free, and they were the top-level tickets that included all the rides in Hwangjugu Amusement Park. Just when Yi Juanhao was about to take Chen Yuning into the Huanju Valley Amusement Park, Chen Yuning said, "Brother Juanhao, wait a moment, I'm going to make a phone call." Yi Juanhao naturally had no problem with that and waited for Chen Yuning there. Chen Yuning walked aside, called her father, and told him everything that Chen Yunjie, chairman of Tianan Group, had just done. Chen Yuning had finally had the chance to happily hang out with Yi Juanhao, but her mood was ruined by Chen Yunjie. Chen Yuning naturally wouldn't just let it go. Chen Yuning was angry, and the consequences were serious. She wanted to find her father to teach Chen Yunjie a lesson. It was too easy for Chen Yunjie to just drive him away. Chen Yunjie? Humph, this guy is so bold that he dares to bully my daughter and future son-in-law. I know how to deal with him. Afterwards, Chen Yuning chatted with her father for a while before hanging up the phone and returning to Yi Juanhao. At this moment, someone at the ticket office called out to Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning looked back and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Chapter 110 Water Climbing Project. Yi Juanhao also looked over curiously. I found that the person who called Chen Yuning was a girl with long hair. She was pretty and looked somewhat like Chen Yuning. At this moment, the girl with long hair was walking over with 2 boys and 2 girls. "Cousin, are you coming to the Joy Valley Amusement Park today?" As soon as the long-haired girl came over, she blinked her big watery eyes and asked happily. "Yu Yan, I didn't expect to meet you here. I did come to the amusement park today." Chen Yuning also said happily. It turns out that the girl with long hair is Chen Yuning's cousin Chen Yuyan. Chen Yuyan and Chen Yuning have a very good relationship and often make appointments to meet and play together when they are free. But now Chen Yuyan is a sophomore in high school and can go out to play less often. That's why Chen Yuning was so surprised to meet her cousin Chen Yuyan here. "That's great, cousin, let's team up and play together." Chen Yuyan invited, and then began to introduce the people around her. These guys are all my classmates. We just happened to meet up to hang out this weekend. They are. After introducing her classmates, Chen Yuyan also introduced her cousin Chen Yuning to her classmates. After Chen Yuyan introduced her cousin, she stopped and looked at Yi Juanhao standing beside her. She didn't know Yi Juanhao, so she stopped when she introduced him. Yi Juanhao saw this and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Yi Juanhao. Chen Yuyan looked at Yi Juanhao in front of her, then looked at her cousin Chen Yuning next to her, and suddenly understood something. Chen Yuyan couldn't help but asked in surprise, "Cousin, is this yours?" Of course Chen Yuning understood what her cousin wanted to say. She took the initiative to hold Yi Juanhao's arm and smiled sweetly. Yeah, Juanhao is my boyfriend. Wow, cousin, you actually have a boyfriend. Doesn't that mean he is my brother-in-law? Chen Yuyan said with some excitement. The classmates behind Chen Yuyan were also surprised. They didn't expect that Yi Juanhao in front of them was actually Yuyan's brother-in-law. Seeing that cousin Yuyan was even more beautiful than Chen Yuyan, the two male classmates couldn't help but envy Yi Juanhao. In fact, this is just because Chen Yuyan has not fully developed yet. If she is fully developed, Chen Yuyan will probably be a beauty of the same level as Chen Yuning. Among those two male classmates, one of them was a tall boy named Fan Haodong, who was Chen Yuyan's suitor. Seeing Chen Yuyan being happy because of a boy like Yi Juanhao, Fan Haodong felt a little jealous of Yi Juanhao. Hello, brother-in-law. I am your sister-in-law, Chen Yuyan. Please take good care of me in the future. Chen Yuyan took the initiative to show her goodwill to Yi Juanhao. Of course. Yi Juanhao smiled and nodded in agreement. Then they discussed it and decided to team up and go into the Huanjugu amusement park to play, which would make it more lively. After officially entering the Huanjugu amusement park, everyone was dazzled by the dazzling array of rides inside. The first thing that catches your eye is the thrilling vertical roller coaster, the pendulum, the pirate ship, etc. There is also a water park next to it, which offers whitewater rafting, water rock climbing, and other activities. There are so many things to play. For a moment, several people didn't know what to play. After several people discussed, they finally decided to try all the regular must-try attractions in the amusement park first, and then choose those that they had not tried before. As soon as the proposal was made, everyone agreed. Afterwards, everyone went to play various must-see attractions such as roller coasters, pirate ships, bumper cars, bungee jumping machines, carousels, etc. At noon, several people went to the restaurant in the amusement park to have lunch. During lunch, everyone started discussing what activities to play in the afternoon. We have already played all the must-see attractions in the amusement park this morning. What attractions should we play in the afternoon? Chen Yuyan raised a question. Faced with this difficult decision, everyone present looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. Seeing this scene, Fan Haodong couldn't wait any longer. He was just waiting for this moment to come. Next, he can suggest going to those activities that he is familiar with, so that he can take the opportunity to show off in front of Chen Yuyan and prove his charm. Seeing that no one said anything, Fan Haodong waited for a while and felt that it was about time. He cleared his throat and took the initiative to speak. Let me tell you what I think. Seeing Fan Haodong speaking, the eyes of several people present instantly focused on him. Fan Haodong enjoyed the feeling of being in control of the overall situation and deliberately slowed down for a few seconds before continuing. We played all the ground activities in the morning, so why don't we play some water activities in the afternoon? I think the water rock climbing activity is pretty good. The reason why Fan Haodong chose this project is because it is very physically demanding. This is a challenge for both boys and girls. But this is no problem at all for a sports student like Fan Haodong. Moreover, water rock climbing is somewhat difficult for girls. If Chen Yuyan wants to climb to a higher place, she will naturally need help from others. At that time, Fan Haodong can take the opportunity to have an intimate contact with Chen Yuyan on the pretext of helping Chen Yuyan climb, and maybe he can win Chen Yuyan's favor. Thinking of this, Fan Haodong was a little impressed by his own intelligence. When they heard about the water rock climbing project, everyone present was excited. One of the round-faced girls immediately agreed. I think this is a good idea. I have never tried water climbing before, so I think I can give it a try. As soon as the first person spoke up, a second person immediately followed suit. Soon 4 people agreed, leaving only Chen Yuyan, Chen Yuning, and Yi Juanhao who did not express their thoughts. Fan Haodong couldn't help but ask, Yuyan, what do you think? Chen Yuyan was a little unsure and looked at her cousin Chen Yuning. Chen Yuning was also thinking about it, and finally looked at Yi Juanhao, meaning to let Yi Juanhao make the decision. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Yi Juanhao. Fan Haodong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He must agree, otherwise his plan cannot be implemented. Yi Juanhao thought about it and felt that water rock climbing was indeed a good activity, but it would consume a lot of physical energy for girls. But then Yi Juanhao thought of the purpose of bringing Yuning to the amusement park today. Wasn't it to let Yuning exercise her physical fitness? It just so happens that this water rock climbing project can do this very well. Besides, even if Yuning can't climb up, don't she still have herself? At that time, I will assist and climb with Yuning, and I can also achieve the goal of physical exercise. After thinking it through, Yi Juanhao nodded and said, "You can go." Hearing that Yi Juanhao agreed, Fan Haodong immediately showed a smug smile on his face. Very good, as long as you agree, then he can find a way to have an intimate contact with Chen Yuyan. Yi Juanhao agreed, and naturally the two sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan had no problem with it. So after lunch, they rested for a while and waited until they had enough energy again. Several people headed towards the water park together, ready to try the water rock climbing activities. Chapter 111 I accept the challenge. After a while, they arrived at the water park. After speaking to the staff at the water park, they brought a few people to the site of the water rock climbing project. The staff brought the professional equipment needed for the water rock climbing project and began to explain various precautions to the people. Because everyone was very excited, they didn't hear very clearly when the staff was explaining. I just have a general understanding of the specific gameplay. Soon, the staff put on professional equipment for everyone. When putting on the professional equipment, they also put on a layer of raincoat inside, so everyone was not afraid of getting their clothes wet. After everything was ready, everyone was eager to try and wanted to start climbing. Fan Haodong was not in a hurry at all. He had tried water rock climbing before, and the climbing here was not as easy as he had imagined. It is very different from normal rock climbing because there are turbulent water flows here, which makes it quite difficult. Moreover, he just noticed that several people did not listen to the staff's explanation carefully. Fan Haodong knew without thinking that the probability of their failure was very high. He is waiting for everyone to fail. At that time, he will stand up and say that he is very good at this project and can teach everyone. In this way, he would have enough reasons to teach Chen Yuyan and give her hands-on instruction. Thinking of this, Fan Haodong felt a little proud and smiled brightly. Several girls soon couldn't resist their curiosity and started climbing the rock wall. When several girls started climbing, rapid water began to pour down from the top of the rock wall. When these water flows hit the rocks on the rock wall, the stepping stones here become very slippery. When the round-faced girl stepped onto the third stone, she was accidentally tripped by the slippery stones and fell directly into the water. Fortunately, there were ropes pulling us up from above, so we didn't suffer any actual injuries. But this also made the round-faced girl feel scared. It seems that this water rock climbing project is not as simple as she imagined. Following closely behind the round-faced girl, another slightly plump girl was also tripped by the slippery stones and fell into the water. Chen Yuyan was still climbing, but now she was facing a difficult problem. The stepping stone to her upper right was a little far from the stepping stone for her right foot. Apparently, there was a mistake in choosing the climbing route, which made it impossible to continue climbing. Just as Chen Yuyan was retreating and preparing to find a new route to climb, a torrent of water suddenly rushed down above her head. Chen Yuyan was not paying attention and was accidentally washed down by the current, falling into the water and failing. Chen Yuning was the only girl at the scene who had not yet started climbing. But seeing three girls failing one after another, she became a little worried whether she could climb up. After the three girls failed, there was still a boy who was still climbing, but unfortunately, he ran out of strength halfway through the climb and had no choice but to return the same way he came. During the first climb, 3 girls and 1 boy failed one after another. This indirectly proves that it is quite difficult and challenging to reach the finish line of this water rock climbing project. At this moment, the mood of everyone present was a little low, and they all began to doubt themselves. Seeing this situation, Fan Haodong felt that the time was almost right, so he took the initiative to step forward and speak in front of everyone. "Don't worry, I'm very good at this project. I can teach you how to climb to a high place." Hearing Fan Haodong's words, everyone's eyes fell on him. "Is this true?" the slightly plump girl asked. "Of course, have you forgotten? I'm a sports student, so this event is so easy for me. Besides, I've played this before," Fan Haodong said confidently. When everyone heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. It would be great if Fan Haodong had played it before. Maybe he can really teach everyone how to climb so that they can reach higher places more easily. At this time, Chen Yuyan casually asked Yi Juanhao, who was next to her. "Brother-in-law, can you play this water climbing project?" Yi Juanhao was stunned. He didn't expect Chen Yuyan to suddenly ask him, but he still answered. "I know a little bit. At least it's not difficult to get to a high place." This is not Yi Juanhao bragging, he is really sure. Although Yi Juanhao has never tried this water rock climbing project, he is a man who has just mastered top-level rock climbing skills. It's so simple to play this water climbing project. "That's great, brother-in-law, you can teach me," Chen Yuyan said excitedly. Chen Yuyan didn't want Fan Haodong to teach her, as she was not very interested in sports students. When Fan Haodong heard Yi Juanhao say that it was not difficult for him to climb to a high place, he was immediately happy. He didn't believe that Yi Juanhao could climb to such a high place and thought that Yi Juanhao just wanted to show off in front of the two sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan. Hearing that Chen Yuyan ignored him and chose to let Yi Juanhao teach her, Fan Haodong couldn't bear it for a moment. Fan Haodong walked up to Yi Juanhao and said seriously, "I want to challenge you." "Challenge what?" Yi Juanhao was puzzled. "I challenge you to climb to the top of this rock face first." Fan Haodong stated the content of the challenge. Just when Yi Juanhao was about to say that he was not interested, the prompt sound of the system software suddenly appeared in his mind. "Extra challenge coming, compete with Fan Haodong in the water rock climbing event and win the final victory. Reward, 20% bonus to overall physical fitness." After reading the content of the additional challenge, Yi Juanhao was somewhat surprised that the reward turned out to be an extremely precious bonus to overall physical fitness. "This is great, it is a must-have for advancing the system software to the mastery level, you must get it." Just as Yi Juanhao was thinking about the content and rewards of the additional challenge, Fan Haodong thought Yi Juanhao was scared and spoke. "What's wrong? Is there any difficulty?" Fan Haodong couldn't help but reveal a look of disdain on his face. Sure enough, Yi Juanhao was lying, he just wanted to show off. When Chen Yuyan saw that Fan Haodong was going to challenge Yi Juanhao, she immediately became playful. She also wanted to see who was more powerful between her brother-in-law and Fan Haodong, and who could reach the higher place first. "Brother-in-law, just agree. I want to take a look." Chen Yuyan grabbed Yi Juanhao's arm and shook it, saying coquettishly. Fan Haodong saw the scene and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. "No, how can my goddess touch other boys?" Fan Haodong now extremely hopes that Yi Juanhao can accept this challenge, so that he can make Yi Juanhao embarrass himself in front of Chen Yuyan. At the same time, vent your dissatisfaction. Hearing Chen Yuyan acting coquettishly towards him, Yi Juanhao came back to his senses from his thoughts and smiled. "Okay, I accept the challenge." "That's great. I knew my brother-in-law would agree." Chen Yuyan almost jumped for joy. Hearing Yi Juanhao agree, Fan Haodong smiled proudly and said, "Just wait and see how I torture you." When everyone saw this scene, they all became excited. Who between Yi Juanhao and Fan Haodong can reach the top first? This is going to be a good show. Chapter 112 The Destruction of a Group. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Yi Juanhao and Fan Haodong walked to the starting point of the rock wall. After standing still, the two checked whether their professional equipment was worn properly. Then the two of them made an OK gesture. Chen Yuyan, the referee of this event, spoke after seeing the OK gestures from the two people. "The game begins." After hearing Chen Yuyan's command to start the competition, the two rushed over immediately and stepped onto the first climbing rock. Fan Haodong is worthy of being a sports student, he has strong physical fitness, and he has previous experience in water rock climbing. Therefore, at the beginning of the climb, Fan Haodong was ahead of Yi Juanhao by 3 climbing rock points. Seeing that Yi Juanhao was temporarily behind, sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan began to cheer for him. "Brother Juanhao, brother-in-law, come on." On the other side, other students were also cheering for Fan Haodong. But what Fan Haodong really wanted to hear was Chen Yuyan's encouragement, but what he heard now was Chen Yuyan cheering for Yi Juanhao. Fan Haodong's face suddenly turned dark. So Fan Haodong turned his grief and anger into strength, and his feet became stronger and his movements became faster. Fan Haodong wanted to crush Yi Juanhao with absolute advantage. In this case, after this incident, Chen Yuyan would probably no longer have any expectations of Yi Juanhao. He can still teach Chen Yuyan rock climbing techniques hand in hand. But immediately, Fan Haodong's expression changed, and he was a little bit unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, Yi Juanhao surpassed him and reached a higher place. The reason why Yi Juanhao lagged behind Fan Haodong at the beginning was entirely because of his lack of experience. Since this was his first time rock climbing, and more difficult water climbing, Yi Juanhao was unable to adapt for a while. After Yi Juanhao climbed several rock positions, he gradually adapted and began to truly demonstrate the effectiveness of his top-level rock climbing skills. Seeing Yi Juanhao overtake Fan Haodong, the two sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan below were immediately surprised and cheered for him. "Brother Juanhao, you are awesome, keep it up." "Brother-in-law, that's great. I'm optimistic about you. You must defeat the athlete Fan Haodong." After hearing Chen Yuyan's words, Fan Haodong almost stumbled and lost his balance. The implication of this statement is that it sounds as if my identity as a sports student is some kind of villain. At this moment, in Chen Yuyan's eyes, Fan Haodong had become a clown, jumping around on the rock wall, setting off the great hero Yi Juanhao. Not long after, Yi Juanhao successfully climbed to the top of the rock wall and defeated Fan Haodong, the sports student. It took Fan Haodong 2 or 3 minutes to climb up, breathlessly. When Yi Juanhao was the first to reach the highest point of the rock wall, the system software's prompt sound rang in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the extra challenge, competing with Fan Haodong in the water rock climbing event and successfully winning the final victory. Reward, 20% bonus to overall physical fitness. The money has been received, please check it carefully. Very good, the overall physical fitness bonus has increased by 20%, and the next level of system software, the mastery level, is not far away. Yi Juanhao smiled with satisfaction. It was all thanks to the challenge proposed by Fan Haodong. The result of this competition is obvious and there is no need for referee Chen Yuyan to say much. Everyone already knows the result. Yi Juanhao won the competition and Fan Haodong lost. At this time, Fan Haodong, who had successfully stood on a high place, did not feel happy at all. He felt like he had been hit. Only after competing with Yi Juanhao in person did I realize how powerful he was. Except for the time when Yi Juanhao fell behind at the beginning, he completely beat him unilaterally at other times. Whether it's climbing routes, avoiding water impacts, or movements and body techniques, they are not inferior to those of professional rock climbers. It can be said that the whole process was smooth and completed in one go. Fan Haodong was defeated so completely that he sat slumped on the top of the rock wall in a daze. He failed in front of Chen Yuyan, which meant that his hands-on teaching plan was ruined. Everyone below was cheering for Yi Juanhao. After resting for a while high on the rock wall, Yi Juanhao and Fan Haodong returned to the starting point and walked back to the crowd. "Brother-in-law, you are so amazing, can you teach me?" Chen Yuyan asked hopefully. "Of course, I'll take care of both your and your sister's teaching." Yi Juanhao smiled. "Yeah, that's great, my brother-in-law is really good, and my sister has really good taste." Chen Yuyan quickly praised him sweetly. Chen Yuning's face suddenly turned red, like a ripe red apple. "What nonsense is this girl Yuyan talking about?" "Fan Haodong, I'll leave the teaching of the others to you." Chen Yuyan said something, and followed Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning towards the rock wall. Yi Juanhao officially began to teach the two sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan the skills of rock climbing. Seeing this scene, Fan Haodong's face looked as if he had eaten shit and he felt extremely uncomfortable. But he had to accept the result and could only teach several other students reluctantly. After an hour, with the instruction and assistance of Yi Juanhao, a top rock climbing master, sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan finally succeeded in climbing to the top of the rock wall. "Finally I have reached the top of this rock wall. Thanks to my brother-in-law for his help. I have achieved another goal today," Chen Yuyan said very happily. Chen Yuning was also very happy, and her eyes looked even gentler when she looked at Yi Juanhao. Next, the three of them climbed here several times, and finally they were too tired to continue. "I have no choice but to take a break." The three of them found a place to sit down and rest. While the three were resting, none of the students taught by Fan Haodong had successfully climbed to the top of the rock wall. Besides the fact that there was one more person teaching, what was more important was that Fan Haodong had no intention of teaching. His skills were just average to begin with, and coupled with his lack of dedication in teaching, it was impossible for any of them to reach such a high position. Seeing that the people on the opposite side were unable to reach the top, Yi Juanhao said something to the two sisters and took the initiative to help teach them. Soon, with the help of Yi Juanhao, several students were able to reach higher places one after another. On the other side, after receiving a call from Chen Yuning, Chen Goi immediately started to make arrangements. Shen Yunjie, the chairman of Tianan Group, actually dared to bully his own daughter and future son-in-law. This was something Chen Gaoi could not tolerate. Therefore, Chen Gaoi made several phone calls during this period. With these phone calls, I'm sure the Tianan Group will have a very hard time in Ningzhou City. After being driven away by the security guards of Huanzhugu Amusement Park, Shen Yunjie had no choice but to get in the car and leave. Shen Yunjie was sitting in the back seat of the car with his eyes closed, when his cell phone suddenly rang. When Shen Yunjie saw the caller ID, he immediately perked up. It was a call from the chairman of a billion-dollar group. "Hello, Mr. Tang, what's going on?" "Old Xian, our group's security will no longer cooperate with your Tianan Group." That's it. Before Qian Yunjie could react, the phone was hung up. Damn, this guy is sick. Qian Yunjie cursed. Qian Yunjie's phone rang again immediately afterwards. This time the person who rang was even more important, a wealthy tycoon with a net worth of 20 billion. "Hello." Before Qian Yunjie could say any words of greeting, the big boss spoke directly. "Qian Yunjie, you have offended a big shot. From now on, my cooperation with your Tianan Group will end. We will no longer have any dealings. You can take care of yourself." After saying that, the phone was hung up quickly. Qian Yunjie was confused and didn't react. Then another phone call came in, and Qian Yunjie's heart was in his throat. No way, is it another call to terminate the cooperation with Tianan Group? When the call was connected, it turned out to be just as Chen Yunjie expected. It was indeed another call to terminate the cooperation with Tianan Group. As soon as this call ended, another call came in. Qian Yunjie was completely numb. It took a full half hour before all the calls were answered, and without exception, all of them were about terminating cooperation with Tianan Group. It's over, completely over, Tianan Group is finished. This was Qian Yunjie's first thought at this moment. Qian Yunjie suddenly recalled what the tycoon worth 20 billion had said. He said that he had offended a big shot, which led to the current situation. So Qian Yunjie began to think about what big shot he had offended recently. After thinking for a long time, the figure of a young man emerged in Qian Yunjie's mind. Could it be the owner of Huanzhugu Amusement Park, Yi Juanhao? Thinking of this, Qian Yunjie's face turned completely pale, without a trace of blood, as if he had just crawled out of a grave. Now Tianan Group is completely hopeless, and Qian Yunjie is in despair. He now regretted offending Yi Juanhao very much. If he had known this would happen, why did he cut in line? After all, who could have thought that something as seemingly small as cutting in line would lead to the destruction of an entire group? At this time, Chen Yunjie was extremely regretful and fainted in the back seat of the car in anger. He was discovered by the driver shortly afterwards and rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. When he was rescued, Chen Yunjie could no longer get out of bed. "I will probably have to spend the rest of my life in bed." From then on, Tianan Group ushered in its true destruction. Another hour passed, and with the help of Yi Juanhao, the remaining students successfully reached the highest point of the rock wall of the water rock climbing project. Then everyone took a collective rest for a while before leaving the water park, getting ready to find the next activity. On the way out of the water park, Fan Haodong accidentally discovered a place. Suddenly, Fan Haodong's eyes lit up. Just because he couldn't beat Yi Juanhao in rock climbing, that didn't mean he couldn't do this. So Fan Haodong prepared to call everyone and express his thoughts. Chapter 113 sets a new historical record. Just as Fan Haodong was about to speak, unexpectedly, the round-faced girl next to him spoke first. "I found a fun place." Hearing the round-faced girl's words, everyone looked at her. "What fun places are there?" Chen Yuyan asked curiously. "Look, it's right there." The round-faced girl pointed in a direction and continued. "There's an arcade over there. We're all a little tired from playing water rock climbing just now. Why don't we go play some video games to take a break before setting off again? What do you think?" The round-faced girl's suggestion instantly brightened everyone's eyes. It didn't take long for everyone to agree. Although Fan Haodong didn't have time to say what he was thinking, he was not in a hurry. It would be the same if he waited until he finished playing video games. Besides, speaking of video games, there is also a project in it, and Fan Haodong is confident that he can beat Yi Juanhao. Soon, everyone came to the video game arcade, bought a large amount of game coins, and started playing video games. They planned to play all the way and try to play all the video games. First there was the claw machine, then fishing, King of Fighters, racing, and dancing machine. The last few people were exhausted when they left the dance machine. I originally wanted to relax and unwind, but I didn't expect to consume my energy again. Then everyone came to the last shooting machine. Since the people who were playing the dance machine just now were mostly girls, they all said they were tired and didn't want to play the basketball machine anymore. The venue was left to Yi Juanhao, Fan Haodong, and another boy. Fan Haodong was waiting for this moment, and at this moment, his face regained its confident look. He just lost to Yi Juanhao in the water rock climbing competition because he was careless. But it should be Fan Haodong's turn to win this shooting machine. As a sports student, basketball is a must-practice item for him every day. Fan Haodong is confident that he can surpass Yi Juanhao in basketball shooting. Since there were only 2 basketball machines, Fan Haodong first competed with another boy and successfully crushed the boy with a difference of 200 points. This made Fan Haodong regain his confidence in himself. After all, this was his strong point. Since this boy lost, Yi Juanhao came over to play next. Seeing Yi Juanhao coming on the field, Fan Haodong took the initiative to say, "Want to have a match?" "Sure." Yi Juanhao agreed readily. Yi Juanhao was in a good mood because he had just won a 20% bonus to his overall physical fitness in the water rock climbing competition with Fan Haodong. Yi Juanhao naturally would not refuse such a small request from Fan Haodong, a good man. Seeing that Yi Juanhao was going to compete with Fan Haodong again, Chen Yuyan suddenly became excited and shouted, "Come on, brother-in-law. I'm rooting for you." Hearing Chen Yuyan's encouragement, Yi Juanhao turned around, gave a gesture that it was okay, and prepared to put in the coins to start. Fan Haodong's face looked grim, and he swore that he would definitely defeat Yi Juanhao this time. He also wanted to hear Chen Yuyan cheering him on. Both sides completed the coin toss at the same time, and the shooting officially began. The rule is to shoot the ball within 60 seconds. Each successful shot will get 2 points, and the one with the highest score at the end wins. As the 60-second countdown began, the net blocking the basketballs opened, and the basketballs rolled out one by one. Fan Haodong was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He grabbed a basketball and threw it accurately into the basket, winning 2 points. Then the process is repeated until the 60 seconds are up. The 60 seconds were over and Fan Haodong's hands were sore. This time he performed above his level. Looking at the 480 points displayed on the shooting machine, Fan Haodong smiled with satisfaction. "Am I not the winner this time?" 480 points means making 240 basketball shots in 60 seconds, a result that is far beyond what most ordinary people can achieve. Fan Haodong turned around with great pride and looked expectantly at Chen Yuyan and her group who were watching the game from behind. But Fan Haodong unexpectedly discovered that Chen Yuyan and her group were not looking at him. Instead, they looked in Yi Juanhao's direction and fell into a daze. Seeing the strange behavior of Chen Yuyan and her group, Fan Haodong thought of a possibility, that is, Yi Juanhao's pitching must be very bad. Otherwise, if a normal person pitched the ball, they wouldn't have had this expression. Thinking of this, Fan Haodong began to show off. It seemed that he was sure to win this time. So Fan Haodong put on a winner's smile, turned his head and looked at Yi Juanhao's shooting machine, wanting to see how many points he had scored. Upon seeing this, Fan Haodong was completely stunned. Just like Chen Yuyan and her group, he fell into a daze, with disbelief on his face. He was shocked to see that the score displayed on Yi Juanhao's shooting machine was 850 points. And he also noticed one place. That is, there is a historical record on the far left of the shooting machine, which is now displayed as 850 points. This means that Yi Juanhao has broken the historical record of the shooting machine. 850 points means making 425 shots in 60 seconds. My God, how did Yi Juanhao do that? His hand speed is so fast. At this moment, Fan Haodong began to doubt his life. He felt that this world was too crazy and that he could encounter such outrageous things. After a while, everyone came to their senses and walked to Yi Juanhao's shooting machine to check it carefully. "I am sure you read it right, it is 850 points." A staff member who happened to see the scene quickly told the boss. After a while, the boss came to Yi Juanhao. "Sir, congratulations on breaking the record for the basketball machine. I hereby declare that all purchases made by you and your companions at the arcade will be free of charge." Hearing the boss's words, everyone was immediately delighted. The reason why Yi Juanhao is so good at shooting is entirely because of the top basketball skills he acquired a long time ago. With this top basketball skill, it will be easy to play with such a small shooting machine. "Brother-in-law, you are awesome. From now on, you are my idol." Chen Yuyan said admiringly with her beautiful big eyes flashing. Brother Juanhao is really amazing. Nothing can stump you. Chen Yuning also praised her boyfriend with great pride. When everyone was happy, only Fan Haodong was left out and stood alone on the side. Today he lost to Yi Juanhao twice in a row, which was a huge blow to him. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Who would have thought that Yi Juanhao is actually a hidden basketball expert? However, there is a saying that goes, 3 times the limit is enough. Fan Haodong still has one last trump card to use, so he has not completely lost yet. Thinking of the last project, Fan Haodong cheered up a little. He didn't believe that Yi Juanhao could also perform well in that project. After playing in the arcade for a while, the few of them left and continued to look for other games. It's quite late today, already past 4 p.m., but we can still play one last activity. Everyone started discussing what the last activity should be. It's time. Fan Haodong wanted to recommend everyone to play that project earlier, but the round-faced girl interrupted him. So this time, Fan Haodong took advantage of the fact that everyone had not yet made up their minds and shamelessly expressed his thoughts once again. Chapter 114 Hitting the bullseye continuously. I think we can try some shooting as the last activity. As he spoke, Fan Haodong took out the tour guide and pointed to a place. This place is an amusement shooting experience center. Shooting? Everyone was stunned when they heard Fan Haodong's suggestion. Apparently no one had thought of shooting. Immediately, the slightly plump girl hesitated and expressed her concerns. Isn't this real-life CS? If it's a real-life CS, it would be too tiring to play with our current physical condition. The slightly plump girl's words reminded everyone. They had been playing for almost a day and were no longer fully energetic. If you play a real-person CS game that requires constant running, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. No, this is not real-life CS. The real-life CS project is not in this amusement shooting experience hall, but in another place. Fan Haodong hurriedly explained. So how do you play this shooting event you mentioned? The slightly plump girl asked curiously. It's very simple. You don't need to run around. The equipment is fixed. You just need to shoot at the target and see how many rings you hit. After Fan Haodong explained the specific rules of the game, everyone understood it instantly. If you don't have to run, then this shooting game is really good. It just so happens that no one has played it before, so it's a good last activity for today. It was getting late and there was not much time for everyone to think, so after discussing it, everyone finally agreed to Fan Haodong's suggestion and went to the Amusement Shooting Experience Center. As soon as they entered the Amusement Shooting Experience Hall, everyone was completely attracted by the scene before them. All the fixed tables were filled with various types of air cannon guns. Although these air cannon guns are simulated, their workmanship is as good as those you usually see on the internet. They are very realistic, so they attract many tourists to visit. These people had never seen such realistic prop guns before, and they couldn't help but come forward out of curiosity, wanting to experience them. After discussing the price with the staff next to him, Yi Juanhao paid 10,000 yuan directly. 10,000 yuan is enough for the people present to have fun for a while. Faced with such a generous guest like Yi Juanhao, the staff immediately took a few people to a place with fewer tourists to shoot. This place is specially used for those guests who spend lavishly, in order to provide them with better service. And the types of air cannon guns here are more complete. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning found a position and prepared to start the first shooting. Chen Yuyan naturally followed her cousin and brother-in-law, wanting to see how they played first. Fan Haodong learned his lesson this time and challenged Yi Juanhao directly without being stubborn. He planned to first see Yi Juanhao's strength before making a judgment. Yuning, let me try it first, wait for me for a while. Yi Juanhao wanted to try out the top shooting skills he had just acquired not long ago. He knew that he would be unfamiliar with shooting for the first time, so he asked Chen Yuning to wait a moment. Yeah, Juanhao brother, you go first. Chen Yuning gave up her seat to Yi Juanhao. After putting on the safety goggles, Yi Juanhao picked up the air cannon gun in front of him and aimed at the target in the distance. Feeling that it was about time, Yi Juanhao pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet from the air cannon gun shot rapidly towards the target in the distance. The two sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan and Fan Haodong nearby were staring at the target in the distance. The three of them wanted to see how many rings Yi Juanhao hit in his first shot. After the smoke cleared, the three of them saw it clearly. The bullet shot by Yi Juanhao successfully hit the 9th ring of the distant target. What? Seeing this scene, Fan Haodong's pupils shrank and he couldn't believe what he saw. Yi Juanhao hit the 9th ring of the target in his first shooting? This is so awesome. The two sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan beside him looked at Yi Juanhao with admiration. Brother Juanhao, brother-in-law, is really omnipotent. He is even good at shooting. But Fan Haodong still had a lucky mentality in his heart, thinking that Yi Juanhao was just lucky this time, so he took the initiative to talk to Yi Juanhao. The first result is not very accurate, let's try a few more shots to see. You're right. Yi Juanhao nodded, agreeing very much with what Fan Haodong said. Just now, Yi Juanhao did feel a strange feeling in his hands. When he pulled the trigger, Yi Juanhao realized that the shot was not perfect. After readjusting his posture, Yi Juanhao aimed at the target in the distance again and tried his second shot. The results of the second shooting came out, and this time it was much better than the first. Although it is still 9 rings, it is very close to the 10 rings in the center. But Yi Juanhao still felt it was not perfect, so he continued to adjust his position and posture. Yi Juanhao started the third shooting. This time, after pulling the trigger, Yi Juanhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. This time the feeling was right, Yi Juanhao was almost 100% sure that he could hit the bullseye. The smoke cleared, and as expected, in the third shooting, Yi Juanhao's bullet accurately hit the center of the bullseye in the distance, reaching the first 10 rings. Seeing this scene, Fan Haodong's mouth opened so wide that it was almost big enough to fit an egg. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that he did not challenge Yi Juanhao again. Otherwise, he would definitely be crushed by Yi Juanhao again, which would not be a pleasant feeling. At the same time, only now did Fan Haodong finally understand why Yi Juanhao could get a girlfriend as beautiful as his cousin Yuyan. It turns out that Yi Juanhao is such an almighty man. Thinking about himself again, Fan Haodong suddenly felt that he was not worthy of Chen Yuyan. It is estimated that after this trip to Huanjugu amusement park, Chen Yuyan will have one less suitor in school. After hitting the 10 rings once, Yi Juanhao's next few shots were all 10 rings without any mistakes. This shocked the staff nearby. They didn't expect that this young man was actually a shooting expert. The staff member wanted to see Yi Juanhao challenge a higher level of difficulty, so he stepped forward and asked, "Sir, you are so good, are you interested in trying the moving target?" Moving target? Yi Juanhao was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and felt that it was worth a try. After all, in a real life and death shooting situation, the enemy will not stand still and wait for you to shoot them, they will move randomly. Can. Yi Juanhao replied. Seeing that Yi Juanhao agreed, the staff walked to the operating table and pulled down the operating lever. In an instant, the target outside the field began to move. But the speed was not very fast. It was obvious that the staff wanted to see Yi Juanhao's strength first before making further adjustments. Faced with this speed, for Yi Juanhao, who had just mastered top-level shooting skills, it was as slow as a turtle and did not pose any difficulty. With several shots in a row, Yi Juanhao successfully hit the bullseye of the moving target. This scene made the staff member a little unbelievable, and he subconsciously increased the speed again. But Yi Juanhao was still very calm and hit the bullseye with several consecutive shots. The staff didn't believe it, so they increased the speed of the moving target to the maximum. The next second, everyone present was stunned by Yi Juanhao's operation. Chapter 115. A fire broke out in Suifeng Garden community. As the staff increased the speed of the moving targets to the maximum, these moving targets began to move at a relatively high speed. Basically, if you don't look carefully, it's hard to see clearly. After the staff gradually increased the speed of the operation, Yi Juanhao has completely mastered the top shooting skills. Yi Juanhao is now a real sharpshooter, and hitting the target every time is a piece of cake. In front of this high-speed moving target, Yi Juanhao remained calm and pulled the trigger continuously, with bullets flying forward one after another. At this speed, ordinary people can't see whether Yi Juanhao hit the target or not. Just as everyone was curious, a sound came from the target outside the field. Everyone was a little confused, and Yi Juanhao had already taken off his safety goggles and didn't plan to continue shooting. The staff thought Yi Juanhao could not hit the target and gave up. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao's words stunned everyone present. "You can stop shooting at this target now. I have already shot through the bullseye of this target." Shot through? The staff didn't believe it. How could it be shot through? Unless Yi Juanhao can hit the bullseye with every shot. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Could it be that the noise just now coming from outside the stadium was? The staff did not dare to think further and quickly stopped the operating lever. When the moving target slowly stopped, everyone looked closely and gasped. What Yi Juanhao said turned out to be true. Yi Juanhao really shot through the bullseye of this moving target, and at such a high speed. The staff members' faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Yi Juanhao. He has been working here for so long, but this is the first time he has seen such an awesome person. He was able to actually shoot through the center of a moving target when it was moving at its highest speed. He is simply a sharpshooter in the world. Fan Haodong was so frightened at this moment that his mind went blank. Now, even if someone gave him 100 times the courage, he would not dare to compete with Yi Juanhao in shooting. Even many shooting experts do not have the skills that Yi Juanhao has. Originally, Fan Haodong wanted to compete with Yi Juanhao in shooting because Fan Haodong was a shooting enthusiast. Fan Haodong often goes to a shooting club to practice shooting when he is free on weekends. He is considered to be a relatively good amateur, so he dared to choose shooting as the last activity. But looking at Yi Juanhao's feat at this moment, Fan Haodong didn't even have the slightest thought of competing with Yi Juanhao. So Fan Haodong hurriedly ran away in shame and went to play shooting by himself, not daring to think about any competition anymore. Since he shot through the bullseye of someone else's gun and caused damage, Yi Juanhao did not hesitate to compensate according to the price. Afterwards, Yi Juanhao started playing shooting with the two sisters Chen Yuning and Chen Yuyan. But more importantly, it taught the two sisters how to operate and the techniques to hit the target. It truly achieved the hands-on teaching that Fan Haodong had always wanted to do. After Yi Juanhao taught for a while, the two sisters performed quite well and could hit the target. It's just that the accuracy deviation is quite large, in the range of the third or fourth ring. But for beginners, being able to hit the target is already considered entry-level, which is very good. After playing for more than an hour, the sky outside gradually darkened, which meant that today's trip to Huanjugu Amusement Park was about to end. After having fun, the group packed up their things and left the Amusement Shooting Experience Center. After leaving the Amusement and Shooting Experience Hall, everyone went to the restaurant of Huanjugu Amusement Park for a simple dinner. During the meal, everyone talked about various interesting things that happened during the day's outing and seemed very happy. After eating and resting for a while, everyone planned to leave Huanjugu Amusement Park and go home. Cousin, brother-in-law, I had a lot of fun playing with you today. I will come to play with you next time when I have time. Before leaving, Chen Yuyan said this to Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning. No problem, I'll contact you anytime. Yi Juanhao smiled. Chen Yuyan and a few others took taxis and went home. Yi Juanhao and Chen Yuning went to the parking lot. In the parking lot, Yi Juanhao drove out the Aston Martin Valiant, picked up Chen Yuning, and went to Chen Yuning's house first. Soon, Yi Juanhao sent Chen Yuning back home. We did too much exercise today, Yuning must be very tired. Before getting off the car, Yi Juanhao told her to go to bed early tonight. Before leaving, Chen Yuning quickly kissed Yi Juanhao on the cheek in the car, then got out with a blushing face. Touching the place where Chen Yuning kissed him, Yi Juanhao began to reminisce a little. My girlfriend is still very sweet. After watching Chen Yuning return to her home, Yi Juanhao restarted the car and drove towards his villa. After playing all day, Yi Juanhao was a little tired. In order to avoid driving while fatigued, Yi Juanhao turned on the radio in the car. Not long after, some news reports came on the radio. The news report at the beginning was normal, but at the end, a piece of news successfully caught Yi Juanhao's attention. Next, we will insert a piece of news that our station has just received. According to our reporters on-site investigation and confirmation, a fire has just broken out in Suifeng Garden community, which is known as a poverty-stricken area. Fortunately, the people in the community were evacuated in time, and no casualties were found. Preliminary police investigations have shown that the fire was caused by aging electrical wires. The fire is still ongoing and firefighters are on their way. But after this fire, can the century-old residential area still exist safely? This must be a question that everyone is concerned about. Was there a fire in Suifeng Garden community? Yi Juanhao fell into deep thought. He always felt that the name Suifeng Garden community was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. After a long while, Yi Juanhao finally remembered. Isn't Suifeng Garden community where Tang Feier lives? Yi Juanhao had been to Tang Feier's house for dinner once before, and even helped Tang Feier's family deal with the problem of power outage. But now the news says that the fire was caused by aging electrical wires? Yi Juanhao felt a little guilty for a moment. He had indeed reminded Tang Feier before that the electrical wires in her community were aging and damp, and he suggested talking to the property management to have them all replaced. But later, Tang Feier's cousin Tang Jingxi said that he would take care of the matter, so Yi Juanhao never asked about it again. Unexpectedly, a fire was caused by aging electrical wires. This must have been caused by the lack of negotiation between Tang Jingqi and the property management. This was a little hard for Yi Juanhao to accept. It was all his fault that he did not continue to follow up on this matter, which led to the big problem now. Oh no, senior sister Tang. Considering that Tang Feier might go home on the weekend, there is a high possibility that she is also in Suifeng Garden community at this time. Xiaohubo T-file anti-piracy, search, book, robot choose Shou, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. I wonder if she is injured now. Yi Juanhao was very worried for a moment, so he turned the steering wheel in his hand, turned around and headed towards Suifeng Garden community. I hope Tang Feier is okay. Senior sister Tang, you must wait for me, Yi Juanhao thought in his heart. Chapter 116 Interview. After a while, Yi Juanhao drove to Suifeng Garden community. On the way here, Yi Juanhao discovered that there were 3 fire trucks parked around Suifeng Garden community. The firefighters were holding the water gun on the fire truck and spraying it towards the fire. The scene was filled with smoke and was in a mess. After Yi Juanhao parked the car on the side of the road not far away, he got out quickly and rushed towards Suifeng Garden community. The entrance to Suifeng Garden community was cordoned off and no one else was allowed to enter. The area was crowded with people watching the show, some reporters, and some residents who had been evacuated from Suifeng Garden community. A reporter is interviewing the evacuated residents of Suifeng Garden community. After Yi Juanhao came here, he began to look around, looking for that beautiful figure. And Tang Feier was indeed among the residents of Suifeng Garden community who had been evacuated. At this moment, Tang Feier is with her parents. Coincidentally, at this time, a female reporter was looking for the next resident of Suifeng Garden community who could be interviewed. The female reporter began to look for targets. Soon, she saw a beautiful young lady from the evacuated crowd. It was Tang Feier. The female reporter's eyes lit up and she walked over. Hello, young lady, are you available for an interview? Faced with the female reporter's question, Tang Feier was stunned. If you observe carefully, you will find that Tang Feier's eyes are a little red at this time. Obviously she has just cried. But the female reporter obviously didn't notice this and continued to ask. Can I be interviewed? Tang Feier didn't want to be interviewed at first, but she couldn't resist the repeated inquiries of the female reporter and had to agree. Seeing that Tang Feier was willing to be interviewed, the female reporter gave her a wink. The cameraman understood and immediately raised the video camera to start filming. Then the female reporter began to interview Tang Feier. Excuse me, are you a resident of Suifeng Garden community? Yes. How long have you lived in Suifeng Garden community? I have lived here for as long as I can remember, about 20 years. What do you think about the fire in Suifeng Garden community? When asked this question, Tang Feier became a little sad and spoke with a sob. All I know is that my home is gone and now I'm homeless, woo woo. The female reporter was stunned. Looking at Tang Feier's beautiful face, she found it hard to believe that Tang Feier only had one residence, Suifeng Garden community. Would such a beautiful girl be willing to live in Suifeng Garden, which is known as a poverty-stricken area by the outside world? Is this possible? So the female reporter continued to ask. You just said that you have lived in Suifeng Garden community for 20 years. Didn't your parents earn enough money for the down payment of a house in these 20 years? Tang Feier didn't know how to answer the female reporter's sharp question for a moment. My parents are not well educated, and the jobs they found are not very good, and the salary is not high. Besides, I am still in college and have not been able to go out to work and earn money. Plus, housing prices are getting more expensive every year. This was the only explanation Tang Feier could give. But the female reporter obviously had no intention of letting Tang Feier off the hook for this explanation. That's not possible. Don't your parents' combined salary even make 5,000 yuan? Maybe you were careless and spent money lavishly when you were in college. And the housing prices are not expensive at all. They have been this price for many years. Don't say anything nonsense with your eyes open. When you have time, ask your parents if they have worked hard over the years and why their salary has not increased. As the female reporter spoke, her tone changed to one of teaching, completely forgetting that she was currently interviewing the victims of the Suifeng Garden fire. Seeing this, the cameraman nearby quickly pulled the female reporter aside, and she stopped talking. But at this moment, the female reporter's eyes revealed a strong disdain. What's the point of being good-looking? You will only be a burden to the family and parents. Now that something has happened, she can only cry with red eyes. It's really useless. After hearing the female reporter's soul-searching question, Tang Feier was speechless for a moment. Even if Tang Feier had 100 reasons to refute, she was just an injured little girl at the moment. How could she possibly win an argument over someone as eloquent as the female reporter? For a moment, Tang Feier's eyes became moist, with tears welling up in them, and she was about to cry. It was just because there was a camera filming that Tang Feier was trying hard not to cry. Seeing this, the female reporter still did not intend to give up interviewing Tang Feier. After all, her interview task for today had not yet been completed. Just as the female reporter was about to ask the next question, a figure appeared in front of Tang Feier. Tang Feier looked at the figure and her face suddenly lit up with joy. The female reporter was stunned. Why did someone suddenly come to steal the camera? So she asked subconsciously. Who are you? Don't you know that I'm interviewing this young lady? The figure was Yi Juanhao, who came to find Tang Feier. He happened to hear the whole process of the female reporter interviewing Tang Feier. Yi Juanhao did not answer the female reporter's question, but asked back. Can't you see she's about to cry? Also, she is a victim of the Tsuweifeng Garden fire. What she needs most is sympathy, not poking at someone's pain points like you did. You are not qualified as a reporter. Yi Juanhao's words were broadcast in full by the cameraman. It immediately caused a heated discussion among netizens. What this guy said is really good. This female reporter really doesn't know how to talk. Yeah, when I heard this female reporter say that housing prices are not expensive, I wanted to scold her. Can she still be a reporter? This female reporter not only doesn't care about the victims, but also mocks other people's parents for not working hard. This is looking down on us, the lower class people. The threshold to become a journalist is too low now. Complain about her, you must complain about her. Many netizens were outraged at once and blamed the female reporter and the TV station behind her. However, the female reporter was completely unaware of all this. What did you say? You said I'm not qualified as a reporter? The female reporter continued as if she had heard some joke. Then tell me what I said just now is wrong. If her parents worked hard, why couldn't they even afford the down payment for a house in 20 years? Or maybe she spent all her parents' money on maintaining her face and figure, so there's no extra money left. In the final analysis, this is all my own fault. I adhere to the attitude of seeking truth from facts as a journalist and report the most realistic side of the news. Isn't it ridiculous that you say I'm not qualified to be a journalist? The female reporter refuted Yi Juanhao's questioning with a clear excuse. Who said she spent all her parents' money on maintaining her face and figure? Yi Juanhao asked back. Otherwise, can you explain why her family has not been able to buy a house in the past 20 years? The female reporter determined that her guess was the fact. Hearing this, Yi Juanhao smiled. The next second, Yi Juanhao's words left the female reporter dumbfounded. Chapter 117 Tang Feier bought a house in Nanyuan Garden. Don't you want to know who I am? Now I'm telling you, I'm the landlord of Building D in Nanyuan Garden. Yi Juanhao revealed one of his insignificant identities. What? The female reporter was immediately shocked by the identity Yi Juanhao revealed. As a reporter, she certainly knew about South Edge Gardens and had even been there several times before for interviews. Nanyuan Garden is a top-notch, high-end residential area in Minnesota City, and most of its residents are corporate executives or white-collar workers. The cheapest house there costs $5 million. When I heard Yi Juanhao introduce himself just now, he said that he was the landlord of Building D, not the landlord of a certain house. Doesn't this mean that Yi Juanhao owns the entire residential Building D? The female reporter couldn't imagine how much it would cost to own a residential building in South Edge Gardens. I'm afraid more than $1 billion is inevitable. At this moment, the female reporter's eyes when she looked at Yi Juanhao completely changed. She never expected that the young man in front of her was actually a super rich man. When netizens heard Yi Juanhao's identity, they were instantly excited and sent out various comments. Basically, they all said that Yi Juanhao was too strong and too awesome. Some netizens with more explosive tempers, after seeing Yi Juanhao stand up and speak for Tang Feier, directly posted on the barrage that this brother deserves to make a lot of money, and he really does it when there is a problem, which is awesome. Are you really the landlord of Building D in Nanyuan Garden? The female reporter asked again to avoid misunderstanding. Of course it's true. I dare say this in front of the camera. Yi Juanhao smiled and continued. I came here today to sell one of my houses to Senior Sister Tang, so what you just said about Senior Sister Tang not having the money to buy a house is wrong. How is this possible? She can't possibly afford to buy a house in South Edge Gardens. The female reporter couldn't believe what she heard. She was sure that Tang Feier's family definitely couldn't afford to buy a house. Immediately, Yi Juanhao turned around, looked at Tang Feier, and smiled casually. Senior Tang, do you have any money? Tang Feier was stunned when she heard Yi Juanhao say that he was going to buy a house in Nanyuan Garden. There is no way she could come up with millions to buy a house. Now when Yi Juanhao asked her if she had any money on her, Tang Feier subconsciously shook her head. Seeing this scene, the female reporter sneered in her heart. As expected, Tang Feier couldn't afford to buy a house. It's okay, Senior Sister Tang, just feel how much money is in your pocket and give it all to me. Yi Juanhao was not in a hurry and continued. Although she didn't know what Yi Juanhao wanted to do, Tang Feier believed that Yi Juanhao would not harm her, and that was enough. So, Tang Feier searched through all the money she had on her, and finally got a total of 135 yuan, which she handed all to Yi Juanhao. Very good, Senior Sister Tang, you have already bought a house in South Edge Garden with this $135. After hearing Yi Juanhao's words, everyone present was stunned and did not react. The female reporter who was the first to react shouted with a look of disbelief on her face. How could this be possible? You actually agreed to let her buy a house in South Edge Gardens for $135? The female reporter's words awakened everyone present. Spending 135 yuan to buy a house is just an excuse. In fact, it is no different from giving it away as a gift. Why not? Business is all about willingness. Money and goods are exchanged. As long as I can accept the price she offers, that's fine. Yi Juanhao said lightly. Okay, now I say you are not a qualified reporter, do you accept that? Yi Juanhao questioned the female reporter. Just now, the female reporter said with certainty that Tang Feier's family could not afford to buy a house. They also falsely accused Tang Feier, saying that it must be because Tang Feier spent money lavishly and used it on her face and figure that her family became so poor. However, this is not the case at all. I don't accept it. This doesn't mean anything. Just when the female reporter was about to throw a tantrum and refused to admit defeat, the cameraman next to her pulled her and handed her a mobile phone. The female reporter immediately said impatiently, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy? It's the director's call." After hearing what the cameraman said, the female reporter immediately restrained herself, took the phone, and then spoke in a flattering tone. "Master, why are you calling me now? I'm live streaming." Without waiting for the female reporter to finish speaking, the director on the other end of the phone started cursing. "You still know you're live streaming? Look at what you've done. The hot searches online are all about condemning you. You've also implicated the TV station. Why don't you turn off the live streaming right now? Also, before you shut down the live broadcast, you must apologize. This incident has a very serious impact. You are fired." Then the director hung up the phone. Hearing the beep on the other end of the phone, the female reporter was stunned for a moment before reacting. She quickly opened her phone and started looking at the trending searches. At first glance, the female reporter discovered that the topic of her live broadcast discussion had already topped the trending search list. Before the female reporter could be happy, when she saw the comments from netizens below, her face turned as pale as paper in an instant, bloodless, as if she had just crawled out of a grave. Clang! The female reporter's cell phone fell to the ground involuntarily, and the screen shattered. Then the female reporter hurriedly walked in front of Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier, and knelt on the ground with a plop. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at your family for being poor and unable to buy a house. I shouldn't have slandered you. I was wrong. Please forgive me, or I will lose my job." "Humph, you just realized your mistake now, but it's too late. You are not a qualified reporter at all. It's good that you lost your job." After saying this, Yi Juanhao took Tang Feier's hand, took her parents, and left without looking back. Seeing that the female reporter had knelt down to apologize, and that Yi Juanhao, Tang Feier and others had walked away, the cameraman quickly cut off the live broadcast. When Yi Juanhao and his companions were leaving, they heard the crying of a female reporter behind them. However, no one present sympathized with her, because she brought this upon herself. From now on, the person who is jobless and cannot afford a house will become this female reporter. Yi Juanhao led Tang Fei and her family away from the crowd and came to his car before stopping. Shouty Yi, thank you for this time, but I really can't keep the Nanyuan garden house you just mentioned that I bought for 135 yuan. Tang Fei is a well-educated and cultured girl. She definitely couldn't accept something as valuable as the house from junior brother Yi. Junior brother Yi only came to help her out, and she couldn't let junior brother Yi down. Unexpectedly, Yi Juanhao smiled. It's okay, senior sister Tang, just accept it. This house is nothing to me. Besides, if you don't accept it, where will you and your parents stay tonight? You have to know that a night in a hotel here costs at least 200 or 300 yuan, which is not cheap. After hearing Yi Juanhao's analysis and looking at her parents, Tang Fei thought for a long time and finally made up her mind and agreed to let Yi Juanhao give her a house. But what Tang Fei said afterwards made Yi Juanhao stunned. He couldn't believe that these words came from Tang Fei's mouth. Chapter 118 Promise yourself. I may never be able to earn enough money for this house in my lifetime, and I have nothing to repay you, junior brother Yi, so I can only pledge my love to you. At the end of her speech, Tang Fei's voice became smaller and smaller, her face flushed, and she was extremely shy. Tang Fei thought about this decision for a long time before making it. First of all, she didn't dislike Yi Juanhao. Secondly, Yi Juanhao had helped her many times, and now he was giving her a valuable house. Tang Fei has always remembered all these things. In the ears of other boys, Tang Fei's words were extremely hurtful. Considering that Tang Fei is a school beauty and she is willing to marry him, I am afraid that not many boys can resist. But for Yi Juanhao, it was a headache. This thing is not going in the right direction. I just gave a house to Tang Fei, but I didn't expect that this would also lead to a debt of love. First, Li Shui wanted to be his secret lover, and then, Tang Fei wanted to marry him. Among the 3 most beautiful girls in school, 2 of them have already been conquered by Yi Juanhao. There is also Chen Yuning, the beauty of the department, who is not inferior to the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. She is currently Yi Juanhao's official girlfriend. With Chen Yuning now around, Yi Juanhao wouldn't dare to mess around with other girls anymore, he said quickly. Senior Tang, you don't have to be like this. I told you, this house is nothing to me. It's just a drop in the bucket. It's nothing to you, but it's a great favor to my family. Tang Fei said stubbornly. Seeing that Tang Fei was so stubborn, Yi Juanhao estimated that she would not change her mind easily, so he had to look to Tang Fei's parents for help. Tang Fei's parents felt Yi Juanhao's gaze, so Tang Fei's father stood up and spoke. Xiao Yi, our education level is not high. Fei has been in charge of this family for a long time, and we all listen to her. Tang Fei's mother also echoed. Xiao Yi, Fei mentioned you at home before, saying that you are a good person and have helped Fei a lot. After seeing you today, we are very satisfied with you and feel relieved to leave Fei to you. This. Yi Juanhao was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. He never expected that Tang Fei's parents were so easy to talk to, nor did he expect that Tang Fei was the one who made the decisions in her family now. For a moment, Yi Juanhao was a little at a loss. Seeing Yi Juanhao hesitate, Tang Fei became a little nervous. Could it be that junior brother Yi looks down on me? If someone asked Tang Fei which part of her body she was most confident about, Tang Fei can confidently tell others that her appearance and figure are her most important qualities, followed by her academic performance. But now, facing Yi Juanhao's hesitation, Tang Fei became a little uncertain. He already had low self-esteem due to family reasons, and now he lowered his head very low, not daring to look at Yi Juanhao. After a long while, Yi Juanhao thought about it, and in order not to undermine Tang Fei's self-confidence, he could only say this temporarily. I think it's too quick to commit yourself to someone. Relationships need to be nurtured. Why don't we start by being good friends and slowly get to know each other better? Tang Fei felt very disappointed after hearing the first paragraph, but her eyes lit up after hearing the second paragraph. Junior Yi did not completely reject me, so I still have a chance. Tang Fei subconsciously thought that Yi Juanhao was a very conservative boy who could not accept fast food love. He wanted to start by being good friends, slowly develop feelings, and finally formally establish a romantic relationship. Tang Fei's parents were also very pleased to hear this, and they looked at Yi Juanhao as if he were their future son-in-law. That's great, brother Yi. Tang Fei happily stepped forward and took Yi Juanhao's arm. Ahem. Yi Juanhao was a little embarrassed. The reason why Yi Juanhao didn't tell Tang Fei that he already had a girlfriend was that he didn't want to undermine Tang Fei's self-confidence. He knew what it meant for a girl like Tang Fei to say that she would pledge herself to him. It means that Tang Fei has real feelings for him. Yi Juanhao couldn't bear to hurt a girl as innocent as Tang Fei, so he could only give her a good expectation so that she would have a glimmer of hope in her heart, so that the psychological gap would not be too big and she would not be unable to accept it. I can only explain it to Tang Fei slowly later, Yi Juanhao thought to himself. After staying here for a while, Yi Juanhao couldn't stand the way Tang Fei's parents looked at their future son-in-law, so he took the initiative to speak. Uncle and aunt, it's getting late. I'll take senior sister Tang to choose a house in Nanyuan Garden first, and then I'll pick you up to rest. Since the Aston Martin Valiant that Yi Juanhao drove was a two-seater and could only seat 2 people, Yi Juanhao planned to take Tang Fei to choose a house first. Okay, you and Fei go choose a house first. We'll wait here and take a look at the damage at home, Tang Fei's father said. What Tang Fei's father was talking about was naturally the damage to his home and Suifeng Garden community. They would have to wait until the fire was under control to count the specific losses and see what was left. After saying goodbye to Tang Fei's parents, Yi Juanhao drove his Aston Martin Valiant, took Tang Fei with him, and headed straight to Nanyuan Garden community. In the car, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but ask, "Didn't I ask your cousin to negotiate with the property management to replace all the wires in the community? Looking at the fire that's happening now, it's the fire caused by aging wires that was mentioned in the news. What on earth is going on?" Hearing Yi Juanhao's question, Tang Fei said helplessly. My cousin did discuss this issue with the property management, but their attitude was very perfunctory and they didn't take it seriously at all. They also arrogantly said that there had been no problems with the wires over the years, proving that there was no need to replace them. Hearing what Tang Fei said, Yi Juanhao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Too many people have such a property. This issue, which concerns the safety of life and property, should not be ignored. When something goes wrong, it's too late. No wonder Suifeng Garden community has not changed at all over the years. It turns out that this kind of inaction by the property management exists. Speaking of this, a hint of inferiority flashed across Tang Fei's eyes. I have been living in a poor area like Suifeng Garden community. I don't know if my junior brother Yi will look down on me. For a moment, Tang Fei's mind began to wander. At first, it was nothing when Tang Fei treated Yi Juanhao as an ordinary friend. But now that Yi Juanhao is her future boyfriend, Tang Fei is a little concerned about this. Realizing that Tang Fei stopped talking, Yi Juanhao also stopped talking, thinking that Tang Fei was sad because her house was on fire. After all, he was the one who brought up the fire incident just now. Yi Juanhao felt a little guilty. Wasn't this just exposing someone's scars? So Yi Juanhao drove quietly. Just like that, the two of them didn't speak anymore. After a while, Yi Juanhao drove to Nanyuan Garden community. After parking the car, Yi Juanhao and Tang Fei walked towards Building D of Nanyuan Garden. As I was walking there, a man and a woman came towards me. Chapter 119 No need to rent a house. The girl who was walking towards them called out uncertainly after seeing Tang Fei. Tang Fei? Tang Fei, who was still daydreaming, came back to her senses when she heard someone calling her. Zheng Sisi, is that you? Fei, I didn't expect to see you here. It really surprises me. Zheng Sisi said in disbelief. Who is this? Looking at Tang Fei's face opposite her, which looked like a disaster, the boy next to Zheng Sisi asked. She is my classmate Tang Fei. Fei, this is my boyfriend Xuanping. Zheng Sisi began to introduce. Then Zheng Sisi looked at Yi Juanhao beside Tang Fei and asked curiously. Fei, who's next to you? He is my male, good friend, Yi Juanhao, a freshman. Tang Fei almost accidentally called Yi Juanhao her boyfriend. Although she really wanted Yi Juanhao to be her boyfriend, she remembered what Yi Juanhao said, that they should start by being good friends. Hello. Hello. A few people greeted each other and got to know each other. Then, Zheng Sisi continued the previous topic. Fei, why are you here? Isn't your home in Suifeng Garden community? Zheng Sisi knew that Tang Fei was a common campus beauty and her family was not well off. How could she appear in Nanyuan Garden, a high-end residential area? I'm here to look at the house. Tang Fei told the truth. Looking at a house? Zheng Sisi was stunned. This is Nanyuan Garden, the top-notch high-end residential area in Minnesota City. Tang Feier came here to look at houses. Is this a joke? With Tang Feier's family financial situation, there is no way she could afford to live in the house here. When Chu Anping heard his girlfriend Zheng Sisi say that Tang Feier lived in Suifeng Garden Community, he suddenly thought of something and said it subconsciously. Suifeng Garden Community? Isn't this the old community where the fire just happened? Chu Anping accidentally saw the news about a fire in Suifeng Garden Community while watching videos not long ago. After hearing what her boyfriend Chu Anping said, Zheng Sisi suddenly understood. No wonder Tang Feier said she came here to look at houses. But unfortunately, she found the wrong place. This is a top-notch high-end residential area, not something that ordinary people can afford. Yes, unfortunately my house was affected by the fire, so I had to find a new house to live in. Speaking of this, Tang Feier felt a little sad. After all, this was the place where she grew up. Now that it is gone, she is also very sad. So that's how it is. Zheng Sisi felt a little sympathy for Tang Feier. Then Zheng Sisi did not forget to remind Tang Feier. Feier, if you're looking for a house, you've come to the wrong place. This is the top-notch upscale community in Ningzhou City. Whether you want to rent or buy a house, the prices are very expensive. It's not something an average family like yours can afford. However, fortunately, you happen to run into us. My boyfriend Chu Anping happens to have 2 houses here. Maybe he can rent one to your family at a cheaper price. Zheng Sisi said this with a bit of boasting on her face. The boyfriend she found, Chu Anping, came from a wealthy family. In order to pursue her, Chu Anping's family specially bought him 2 houses in Building C of Nanyuan Garden. Now she happened to meet her classmate, and the other party was the famous civilian campus beauty Tang Feier. How could Zheng Sisi miss such an opportunity to show off? I can only say that Tang Feier took the initiative to show off, so it's not my fault, Zheng Sisi thought to herself. Dear, please rent one of the 2 houses to Feier at a low price, considering that she just lost her home. Zheng Sisi pretended to be concerned about Tang Feier, but in fact she still couldn't help wanting to show off. Chu Anping cooperated and said, of course, no problem. I will do whatever my girlfriend asks me to do no matter how difficult it is. Then Chu Anping said in a pretentious manner. How about this, I'll rent one of the 200 square meter houses to you at a lower price. If someone else were to rent it, it would cost at least 10,000 yuan a month. Now that you're Cici's friend, I'll give you a 50% discount. Just give me 5,000 yuan a month. 5,000 yuan a month? Tang Feier was shocked. This is already very cheap. Just ask other tenants and you will know. Afraid that Tang Feier wouldn't believe it, Chu Anping added this. Yes, Feier, 5,000 yuan a month is very little, and it's a 200 square meter Nanyuan garden house. You can't find one outside. Seeing Tang Feier's shocked expression, Zheng Sisi started to show off. So what if she's the school belle? She still has to live under someone else's roof. Before Zheng Sisi could show off for long, she saw Tang Feier slowly shaking her head. No, thank you. I'd better go and find a house myself. 5,000 yuan a month is too expensive. Tang Feier spoke. Feier, you don't believe us. If you look here now, you will never find a house that costs less than 5,000 yuan a month. Zheng Sisi was a little angry. She believed that Tang Feier didn't believe her. No, you misunderstood Sisi. What I meant was that I already have a house here and don't need to rent another one. Tang Feier quickly explained. What? For a moment, Zheng Sisi and Chu Anping both felt that they were hallucinating and couldn't believe what they heard. Tang Feier actually said that she already has a house of her own in Nanyuan Garden? Can a poor household living in Suifeng Garden Community own a house in Nanyuan Garden? The two didn't believe it at all. If you have a house here, why do you still live in Suifeng Garden Community? Why did you only come here to live after the fire happened? There is no one in the world who likes to be abused. They like to live in old places and only move to new places when they are worn out. A thought flashed through Zheng Sisi's mind. Could it be that Tang Feier felt it was embarrassing to rent her house and made up an excuse on purpose? Very likely. Thinking of this, Zheng Sisi regained her composure and continued. Feier, don't I know what your family background is like? You can't possibly afford a house in South Edge Gardens. Don't make excuses to shirk your responsibility for the sake of face. We won't laugh at you. That's really not necessary. Tang Feier continued to refuse. Just as Zhang Sisi was still trying to persuade Tang Feier to rent her boyfriend's house, Yi Juanhao became impatient and spoke. Senior Tang does have her own house in Nanyuan Garden, and I sold it to her. You can rest assured about that. You? Zhang Sisi and Xu Wanping looked at Yi Juanhao in surprise and doubt. Yi Juanhao sold his Nanyuan Garden house to Tang Feier? If you don't believe it, you can watch the latest live news broadcast and then you will know what's going on. That's it. We're leaving now. No more chatting. Goodbye. After Yi Juanhao said goodbye, Tang Feier also said goodbye politely. Then Yi Juanhao took Tang Feier's hand and left here, continuing to head towards Building D. Hearing Yi Juanhao's words, Xu Wanping quickly took out his mobile phone and wanted to check the latest news. Before he could check the news, the cache of the video he had just refreshed was refreshed, and the next video appeared. It was the scene of the female reporter interviewing Tang Feier at that time. Seeing this, Xu Wanping and Zhang Sisi looked at it curiously. Soon after, when the video reached the second half, the expressions of the two people gradually became very interesting. Chapter 120. A few more people. The two of them were shocked to see the scene where Yi Juanhao claimed to be the landlord of Building D in Nanyuan Garden. This Yi Juanhao is actually the landlord of Building D in Nanyuan Garden? This is incredible. Oh my god, it turns out that the person next to them just now was actually a super rich man. At this moment, Xu Wanping and Zhang Sisi were both stunned. The video then shows Tang Feier successfully buying Yi Juanhao's house in Building D of Nanyuan Garden for only 135 yuan. It turned out that Tang Feier did not lie, she really bought a house in Nanyuan Garden. But this is different from what they imagined, that it would cost a huge amount of money to buy. Tang Feier only spent 135 yuan to buy a house in Nanyuan Garden. For a moment, Xu Wanping and Zhang Sisi began to doubt their lives. Zhang Sisi, in particular, was full of disbelief at this moment and was extremely envious of Tang Feier. At the same time, when Zhang Sisi thought of the scene where she had just boasted about her boyfriend having 2 houses in Nanyuan Garden, she felt a burning pain on her face. It's shameful, so shameful. She even wanted Tang Feier to rent her boyfriend's house, but she didn't know that others didn't even think highly of it. At the end of the video, Xu Wanping and Zhang Sisi saw the female reporter kneeling down to apologize to Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier, and they could not calm down for a long time. Xu Wanping swallowed and said with some emotion, "This freshman is a brilliant guy. We just misjudged him. Your classmate is so lucky to have met such a great person." Looking at the way the junior student just left holding her hand, the two of them are most likely a secret couple. Zhang Sisi's eyes were a little complicated, she had also thought of this situation. I didn't expect that Tang Feier, who only cared about studying on weekdays, could find such a good boyfriend. It seems that civilian school beauties are no longer civilians in the future. Zhang Sisi looked at Tang Feier and the other person walking away, feeling filled with emotion. Afterwards, Zhang Sisi and Xu Wanping left here silently, feeling quite dejected. Soon, Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier arrived at Building D of Nanyuan Garden. Building D has a total of 12 floors, with 4 apartments on each floor, and the area of each apartment is no less than 200 square meters. In addition, Building D is surrounded by lush greenery, has convenient transportation, and has all the necessary living service facilities nearby, making it worthy of being a top-notch high-end residential community. Before coming, Yi Juanhao informed the property management here and learned about the current situation of Building D. Some of the houses in Building D have been rented out. Therefore, the properties that Yi Juanhao showed Tang Feier were all those that were not rented out and were located in locations with good ventilation. After looking at them for a while, Yi Juanhao asked with a smile, "How about it, senior sister Tang, have you decided which one to choose?" Tang Feier was a little conflicted. In fact, she thought every house was good, so she said weakly, "I don't know which one to choose. I think every house is good. Why don't you help me choose one?" Yi Juanhao was stunned, and then he thought that it was Tang Feier's first time to come to such a high-end community, so she would inevitably be dazzled by the choices. "Okay, I'll help you choose one then." At this moment, the prompt sound of the system's software sounded in Yi Juanhao's mind. Additional challenge is coming, help Tang Feier and her family move into the best house in Building D of Nanyuan Garden. Reward, the remaining 49% ownership of Shangshur Meiyan International Company and a 10% bonus to overall physical fitness. When this challenge came out, Yi Juanhao's eyes lit up. Previously, he only held a 51% stake in Shangshur Meiyan International. Although he was still the boss of the company, he still did not own the remaining 49% of the shares, so he could not truly and perfectly control the company. Now the system software has given away the last 49% of the shares of Shengshi Meiyan International. In this way, Shengshi Meiyan International Company completely belongs to Yi Juanhao. And the current market value of Shengshi Meiyan International Company is not low, having reached 1.5 billion. I believe that if the Shihua Reservoir Moisturizing Essence Lotion is successfully launched on the market value of Shengshi Meiyan International will continue to rise. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao knew which house to take Tang Feier to choose. Then Yi Juanhao took Tang Feier back to one of the houses they had just viewed. That's it. Yi Juanhao smiled. Looking at this minimalist, luxurious, low-key and generous house, Tang Feier had never expected that Yi Juanhao would choose this house for her. This house is not only luxurious and generous, but also has a good overall orientation, facing due south, with good lighting and ventilation. Most importantly, it covers an area of 400 square meters, making it one of the largest houses in Building D. When Tang Feier was choosing for herself just now, she ruled out this house at the first opportunity. The reason is very simple. She doesn't want Yi Juanhao to lose too much. Yi Juanhao is so good to her, so she also has to consider Yi Juanhao. So her plan was to find a more ordinary house. No, this one is too luxurious and too big. I can't have it. Tang Feier quickly shook her head and said, Senior Tang, I told you that you can choose any house in Building D, and this one is of course included. Besides, this is what you asked me to help choose. Now I've chosen this one. I think it suits you very well. Yi Juanhao seized on this point and wanted Tang Feier to accept it. No, my family of 3 doesn't need such a big house. Just find me a smaller house that's more ordinary. Tang Feier still couldn't accept it. She couldn't convince herself to accept such a valuable thing from Yi Juanhao. It took a lot of determination for her to accept Yi Juanhao's offer of a house, and she struggled mentally for a long time before agreeing. If she were asked to take over the largest house in Yi Juanhao's house now, she would feel guilty. Seeing that Tang Feier refused to accept it, Yi Juanhao felt a little headache. What should he do? How could he make Tang Feier accept this house? Yi Juanhao fell into deep thought. After a long time, Yi Juanhao finally thought of a solution that was not a solution. Yi Juanhao didn't know whether it would work, but he might as well give it a try. So, Yi Juanhao continued. Senior Tang, you can't just look at what's in front of you. Although there are only 3 people in your family now, who can be sure that there won't be more people in your family in the future? A few more people? Tang Feier didn't understand what Yi Juanhao meant for a moment. Why will there be more people in my family in the future? Just when Tang Feier wanted to ask Yi Juanhao what this meant, Tang Feier suddenly thought of something. The meaning of having more people here, does it mean? Thinking of this, Tang Feier's face suddenly turned red. I don't think that Junior Yi means that he will have several babies in the future. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the meaning of Yi Juanhao's words. Seeing Tang Feier's face flushed, Yi Juanhao knew that Tang Feier had guessed the meaning of his words. In order to get Tang Feier to accept the house, Yi Juanhao could only continue to tell white lies. Yi Juanhao's subsequent explanation further confirmed Tang Feier's thoughts. Chapter 121 Important Things. What I mean is, even though you are a family of 3 now, Senior Sister Tang, once you get married and have children, this space won't be very big. If it is a smaller house, although people can live in it, the range of activities for children in the future will become much smaller, which is not conducive to the growth of children's nature. Yi Juanhao explained it, but as for where Tang Feier wanted to go, Yi Juanhao had no idea. Now, Tang Feier's pretty face turned even redder. Has junior brother Yi thought about something so far ahead? Even future children are thought of. I would feel shy if I said it so bluntly. Junior brother Yi is really a straight man. However, Yi Juanhao's statement made Tang Feier think seriously. In the end, Tang Feier also felt that Yi Juanhao was right. When I have children with my junior brother Yi in the future, we will indeed need a bigger place. This will only benefit the child's future development, not harm it. Besides, if I get together with junior brother Yi in the future, won't this house be their home? It is indeed worth considering. Thinking of this, Tang Feier was frightened by her own bold idea. What am I thinking about? Right now, I am just good friends with junior brother Yi, and we are not really together yet. After shaking off the complicated thoughts in her mind, Tang Feier finally gave in and said, Okay, since junior brother Yi said so, I'll accept it. If junior brother Yi wants to take it back in the future, he can do so at any time. Tang Feier added. Okay, from now on, this house belongs to you, senior sister Tang. Yi Juwenhao breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Feier finally agreed. One more thing. Tang Feier said quickly. What is it, senior sister Tang? Just tell me. As long as I can do it. Yi Juwenhao smiled. Just now, Yi Juwenhao had received the prompt sound of the system software. The remaining 49% ownership of Shangshur Meiyan International Company and a 10% bonus to comprehensive physical fitness have already been received as rewards. This means that Yi Juwenhao has officially become the actual controller of Shangshur Meiyan International Company. Yi Juwenhao is in a good mood now, so it's okay for him to agree to one more thing from Senior Tang. Brother Yi, can you stay tonight? Tang Feier asked. Yi Juwenhao was shocked. Afraid that Yi Juwenhao might misunderstand, Tang Feier continued. It's like this, I want to cook for you myself and treat you to a meal as a thank you. I see. Yi Juwenhao was shocked just now, and thought that Tang Feier was going to give herself to him so soon. Fortunately, it's not what I thought. Of course, but I've already had dinner, so I'll probably just have a little as a midnight snack. Yi Juwenhao agreed. He had already had dinner in the restaurant of Huanjugu Amusement Park. Very good. Tang Feier said excitedly. Tang Feier still remembers what her cousin said, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Afterwards, Yi Juwenhao and Tang Feier went downstairs together to buy groceries at a nearby supermarket. After the fire, Tang Feier and her family hadn't had dinner yet. While accompanying Tang Feier to the supermarket to buy groceries, Yi Juwenhao did not forget to pick up Tang Feier's parents. It just so happens that Suifeng Garden Community is only a few kilometers away from Yi Juwenhao's Tianhong International Hotel. Yi Juwenhao called the manager of Tianhong International Hotel and asked him to send a car to pick up Tang Feier's parents to Nanyuan Garden. After finishing this matter, Yi Juwenhao continued to select ingredients in the supermarket with Tang Feier. After a while, the two of them walked out of the supermarket carrying large and small bags and returned to Nanyuan Garden Community. After returning home, Tang Feier began to busy herself with processing the ingredients she had just bought, while Yi Juwenhao was responsible for helping her. Soon, Tang Feier started to heat the oil in a pan and put the ingredients in one by one. After a while, bursts of fragrance wafted from the kitchen. This reminded Yi Juwenhao of the last time he went to Tang Feier's house for dinner. At that time, Yi Juwenhao thought that the home-cooked meals made by Tang Feier were delicious. Now smelling the fragrance, Yi Juwenhao, who was not very hungry originally, began to saliva in his mouth and slowly developed an appetite. When Tang Feier was halfway through, Yi Juwenhao's cell phone rang. It was the driver who was responsible for picking up Tang Feier's parents. He had already sent them to the entrance of Nanyuan Garden. After saying something to Tang Feier, Yi Juwenhao took the elevator downstairs and came to the entrance of Nanyuan Garden. Then Yi Juwenhao led Tang Feier's parents to take the elevator back. As soon as I entered the door, I saw that Tang Feier had already prepared the dishes and brought them to the table. When Tang Feier's parents learned that Yi Juwenhao had chosen such a big house for their family, they began to thank Yi Juwenhao. Xiao Yi, you made us feel so embarrassed. We don't know how to thank you. Tang Feier's mother said. Look at what you said. Xiao Ye is half our family. It would be too distant to say thank you. We can only ask Feier to take care of Xiao Ye more in the future. Tang Feier's father taught her. After hearing what Tang Feier's parents said, Yi Juwenhao felt a headache. But fortunately, Tang Feier started to invite everyone to come for dinner, which resolved Yi Juwenhao's embarrassment. After washing their hands, they came to the dining table, sat down together and started eating. During this period, Yi Juwenhao tasted the food made by Tang Feier and his eyes immediately lit up. Tang Feier's cooking skills were indeed good, and Yi Juwenhao ate with gusto. In the end, Yi Juwenhao, who originally said he was not hungry, forced himself to eat 2 large bowls of rice and was full. Seeing that Yi Juwenhao liked the food she cooked so much, Tang Feier showed a satisfied smile on her face. As long as you like it, junior brother Yi, I'll make more for you when I have time. Tang Feier smiled. Yi Juwenhao naturally said no problem, such delicious home-cooked meals cannot be eaten outside. Then I'll come and eat more often when I'm free. Yi Juwenhao touched his full stomach and spoke. After dinner and clearing the table, they sat in the living room and started chatting. During the conversation, when Yi Juwenhao asked Tang Feier's parents about the previous losses in their home, Tang Feier's parents expressed regret. Most of the things inside were burned, and there are few usable items. I just got back some important things. Fortunately, the house that Yi Juanhao gave was fully furnished and had everything, so the lost items were not important. Just as Yi Juanhao was about to leave, he was stopped by Tang Feier's parents. They began to persuade Yi Juanhao to stay and rest for a night before leaving since it was so late today. After trying for a long time and failing to convince Tang Feier's parents, Yi Juanhao had to rest here for a night. Anyway, I will be alone when I return to my villa at night, so there is nothing wrong with staying here for a night. There are plenty of rooms anyway. Then they continued chatting in the living room for a while, and then they each found a room to wash up and prepare to rest. Yi Juanhao also found a room. After entering, he did not rush to wash up. Instead, he turned on his sports bracelet and entered the system software Start Self-Discipline. Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream. Tonight, Yi Juanhao plans to do something important. Chapter 122 Advance to the mastery level ahead of time. This important thing is actually very simple. That means Yi Juanhao wants to upgrade the system software level to the mastery level. After entering the system software Start Self-Discipline, Becoming the world's richest man is not a dream, Yi Juanhao clicked on the Personal Body Data tab. Suddenly, some personal physical data information about oneself was completely presented in front of him. First of all, the total bonus of comprehensive physical fitness has reached 52% after this period of accumulation and daily exercise. There is still 48% left to upgrade to the next level of mastery of the system software. As for height, it has now reached 174.5 centimeters, which is 2.5 centimeters higher than Yi Juanhao's initial height of 172 centimeters. Maybe when I advance to the mastery level, I will be able to truly reach 175 centimeters, Yi Juanhao thought. Next, Yi Juanhao looked at arm strength and leg strength. Arm strength, 405 caddies, leg strength, 550 caddies. The data is also quite good. Yi Juanhao looked at other aspects of his physical data again. Overall, they were very good and he was quite satisfied. But now Yi Juanhao wants to go one step further. The only way is to improve your overall physical fitness, raise the entry level to 100%, and then advance to the mastery level. However, at present Yi Juanhao only has 52% of the entry-level comprehensive physical fitness bonus, which is still missing a big piece. According to Yi Juanhao's original estimate, in order to obtain the last 48%, it would take at least 1 month of daily exercise. If there were some challenges along the way, maybe it would be faster. But when Yi Juanhao went to the Huanjugu amusement park today and was resting after feeling tired, he accidentally thought of something. Last time, at the Xuanbali auction house, Yi Juanhao spent 1 billion to buy the last top-notch antique item. Correspondingly, spending 1 billion should earn you 10 points as a rich man. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao quickly took a look at the balance of the Xinhao points in the system software. Sure enough, the rich man's points showed 10 points. Don't forget, when Yi Juanhao was at the novice level, he still lacked the last 7% bonus to comprehensive physical fitness to be promoted to the entry level. At that time, he used 1 point of the godly rich points to exchange for a 10% bonus to comprehensive physical fitness, and then he was successfully promoted to the entry level. But now Yi Juanhao has 10 points of super rich points. In other words, even if Yi Juanhao does nothing, he can still enter the mastery level with these 10 points. Of course, it is unlikely to do nothing. After all, if Yi Juanhao did not complete various sports events, he would not be able to obtain these wealth. After all, the acquisition of super rich points is still based on completing these sports events. At this moment, Yi Juanhao felt a little excited. Although I still have the last 5 sports to complete at the entry level, even if I advance to the mastery level, I won't be able to do the first mastery level sports right away. However, the sports mall function does not have this limitation. In other words, as long as Yi Juanhao's system software reaches the proficiency level, even if his entry-level sports program is not completed, his sports mall will not be affected. He can be the first to purchase proficiency-level products, and can purchase 3 items at a time. However, before using his rich points to upgrade to the mastery level, Yi Juanhao first went to the sports mall to check out the current products. What if there are any good products in the current entry-level sports mall, and Yi Juanhao doesn't notice them, and they are swept away when he advances to the proficiency level sports mall, and he misses out on them? That would be bad. So, Yi Juanhao first checked out the entry-level sports mall. Yi Juanhao took a look and felt a little disappointed. They were just 2 small commodities worth several million. To him now, they did not have much appeal. Although the purchase conditions are simple, Yi Juanhao wants to advance to the mastery level and wait for a new round of products to be refreshed before purchasing. If I buy it now, I'm afraid that I won't be able to buy it in the sports mall when I advance to the master level, and that would be a big loss. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao exited the sports mall and returned to his personal body data information panel. Now is the time to advance to the mastery level. Yi Juanhao looked at the plus sign behind the entry-level physical comprehensive quality bonus. Then Yi Juanhao clicked without hesitation. In an instant, a pop-up window appeared to give a prompt. It is detected that the host currently has 10 points of godly rich points. Do you want to directly consume 5 points of godly rich points to increase the entry-level comprehensive physical quality to 100%? Confirm cancel. Yi Juanhao directly chose to click the OK button. Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming 5 points of godly rich points and obtaining a 50% bonus to comprehensive physical quality. It is detected that the host's entry-level physical comprehensive quality has reached 100%, and now it is ready to be updated to the next version of the system, proficient level. Upgrading. 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 100%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system to the mastery level. Note, the mastery level adds a new blind box prize pool function, please explore it on your own. Yi Juanhao's system software has been advanced to the mastery level ahead of schedule. Very good, I finally reached the mastery level, and new functions appeared. Yi Juanhao was very excited at this time. Let us put the new features aside for now and study them when we have time. Yi Juanhao then checked his personal body data information panel. Currently, the mastery level comprehensive physical fitness bonus is 2%, which is expected. Thinking that he still had the last 5 points of the super rich points, Yi Juanhao planned to improve all the data. So Yi Juanhao continued to click the plus sign at the back. Another pop-up window appeared. It is detected that the host currently has 5 points of godly rich points. Do you want to convert these 5 points of godly rich points into a 40% bonus to the mastery level of comprehensive physical quality? Confirm cancel. When Yi Juanhao saw the content of this pop-up window, he was stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't 5 points of the super rich be converted into a 50% bonus to overall physical fitness? Now it has shrunk to 40%? This is such a rip-off. From 1 point of super rich points being exchanged for 10%, now it has become 1 point of super rich points being exchanged for 8%. A reduction of 2%. It seems that it will become more and more difficult to upgrade the system software in the future, Yi Juanhao complained in his heart. Although the total amount of improvement has been reduced, the money still needs to be spent. So Yi Juanhao finally clicked the confirm button and spent the last 5 points of the rich man. Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 5 points of godly rich points to obtain a 40% bonus to the mastery level of comprehensive physical quality. Looking at it again at this time, as expected, the position of the mastery level comprehensive physical quality bonus is displayed as 42%, which is only 58% away from the next level of the system software, the excellence level. Well, it's acceptable. Then Yi Juanhao continued to look at the personal physical data that he was most concerned about. The height increased to 175.5 centimeters, the arm strength increased to 480 kilograms, and the leg strength increased to 600 kilograms. The improvement is huge, especially in height, which Yi Juanhao is most concerned about, reaching an astonishing 175.5 centimeters. Yi Juanhao was very surprised. Not to mention his arm and leg strength, Yi Juanhao felt that he had even more power. The improvement in his personal physical data was so huge that Yi Juanhao couldn't help but look forward to the master level, sports mall. I wonder what eye-catching products will be available in this master level, sports mall. Chapter 123 Entry Level 5 and 1 Sports Program? Do it as soon as you think of it. Yi Juanhao clicked on the Master Level, Sports Mall, with curiosity. As soon as he entered, as expected, there were 3 brand new products presented to Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao also noticed that the time from the next product refresh was quite long, a full 7 days, or a week. This is the longest refresh time Yi Juanhao has ever encountered. Since the next refresh time is so long, the goods this time should be better, Yi Juanhao thought to himself. So Yi Juanhao looked at the first item. Bugatti Chiron, a top-level supercar worth about 45 million, purchase condition, complete 30 burpees. This turned out to be a Bugatti top-of-the-line supercar worth 45 million. Yi Juanhao was stunned. Although Yi Juanhao had never heard of the Bugatti Chiron supercar, he had heard of the Bugatti Veyron. Since this top-level supercar is produced by Bugatti, it must not be too weak. Without thinking too much, Yi Juanhao knows that this Bugatti Chiron must be extremely luxurious. With this expectation, Yi Juanhao took out his mobile phone and looked up some relevant information about Bugatti Chiron. Soon, Yi Juanhao found out that a photo of Bugatti Chiron showed its aesthetic, sporty, and luxurious feel. Looking further down, the information shows the Bugatti Chiron is a limited edition top-level supercar, with only 500 units available worldwide. It is equipped with an 8.0-liter W16 quad-turbocharged engine with a maximum power of 1,500 horsepower and a maximum torque of 1,600 Nm. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds and has a top speed of 350 km/h. The front face adopts the classic horseshoe-shaped air intake grille, with matrix LED headlights on both sides. The side of the car body adopts a streamlined design and is equipped with large size wheels and brake discs. The rear of the car adopts a through-type taillight design. In terms of interior, the car uses a lot of carbon fiber and leather materials. The seats are wrapped in Nappa leather. It is also equipped with a multi-function steering wheel, LCD instrument panel and central control touchscreen. In general, the Bugatti Chiron is a truly unrivaled top supercar at the price of 40 million. After reading the information, Yi Juanhao couldn't calm down for a long time. For a car-loving boy like him, this Bugatti Chiron is really impeccable and amazing. As expected of a proficient level, Sports Mall, the first item caught Yi Juanhao's eyes. Then, Yi Juanhao suppressed his excitement and looked at the second item. Top badminton skills, purchase conditions, complete 1 minute of leaning mountain climbing action. Another extremely valuable skill item. Yi Juanhao is very familiar with skill products. Basically, no matter what skill it is, as long as it appears, Yi Juanhao must get it. In Yi Juanhao's view, every skill is a priceless treasure that cannot be replaced by any amount of money. Now that it has appeared, and it is an extremely practical sports skill such as badminton, Yi Juanhao naturally has no reason to let it go. Very good, really worthy of the mastery level, Yi Juanhao exclaimed. After looking at the second item, Yi Juanhao looked at the last item. After reaching the mastery level, 3 different items will appear each time the game is refreshed, which means that Yi Juanhao can buy 3 items each time and can get more things. The third item. A private manor in Tianuzali, with an area of about 2,200 square meters and a value of 80 million. Purchase condition, complete 50 push-ups. The last item turned out to be a private manor. This was something Yi Juanhao never expected. Private estates are usually purchased by super rich people for living in, and ordinary people dare not even think about it. Like Han Tianlin, a billionaire whom Yi Juanhao knew, Yi Juanhao once heard him say that he had his own private manor worth 50 or 60 million yuan. At that time, Yi Juanhao was also a little envious, wondering if the system software could give him a private manor one day. Unexpectedly, the proficient level, Sports Mall, has now realized my little idea. After advancing to the proficiency level this time, there are so many better products that Yi Juanhao can't help but look forward to the excellence level that will come later. Putting aside his fantasies about the excellent level behind for the time being, Yi Juanhao decided to start buying these 3 items. Since Yi Juanhao had never done the actions in the purchase conditions of the first 2 items, he was not very familiar with them. Therefore, Yi Juanhao first pressed the purchase button for the third item of Tianuzali Private Manor. After clicking to confirm the purchase, Yi Juanhao started doing push-ups, a classic fitness exercise. After a few minutes, Yi Juanhao successfully completed 50 push-ups and met the purchase conditions for the third item. As the purchase conditions were completed, the prompt sound of the system software rang in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing a private manor in Tianuzali, located in the XX suburb of Mingzhou City. Note, the relevant property rights contract of Tianuzali Private Manor has been placed on the bedroom desk of the host Jinhui Tianxia Villa, please check it. Seeing that the Tianuzali Private Manor had been successfully purchased, Yi Juanhao smiled with satisfaction. Then Yi Juanhao searched the internet for some instructional videos on burpee squats and mountain climbing. After studying for a while and feeling that he had almost mastered it, Yi Juanhao immediately pressed the purchase button for the 2 items. In a short while, Yi Juanhao completed 30 burpees and 1 minute of mountain climbing. Sure enough, the prompt sound of the system software sounded again in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the top supercar Bugatti Chiron. The supercar has been placed in the garage of Jinhui Tianxia Villa. Please check it carefully. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the top badminton skill. The relevant memories are being transferred to the host. The familiar feeling of massive memories pouring in came again. Yi Juanhao was familiar with it, so he just relaxed his body and mind and slowly took in these memories. 5 minutes later, Yi Juanhao opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed across the depths of his eyes, and then gradually returned to normal. This means that top badminton skills have officially been mastered by Yi Juanhao. Yi Juanhao shook his head, stretched his muscles, and began to look at the remaining entry-level sports. If Yi Juanhao doesn't complete these last 5 entry-level sports, he won't be able to do master-level sports. Each level of the system has 10 sports. Yi Juanhao only completed the first 5 at the entry level, so he still had to complete the last 5 to unlock the subsequent mastery-level sports events. When Yi Juanhao clicked to enter the entry-level sports program, suddenly, a pop-up prompt popped up. It has been detected that the host has been promoted to the proficient level. The remaining 5 entry-level sports can be combined into one, becoming a 5-in-1 sports program, or the host can still choose to complete the last 5 entry-level sports programs separately. Should the remaining 5 entry-level sports be combined into one? Whether. After seeing this pop-up prompt, Yi Juanhao was stunned and muttered. An entry-level 5-in-1 exercise program? Chapter 124 Luxury Car Friends Circle. When Yi Juanhao saw this pop-up prompt for the first time, he was stunned. What is the 5-in-1 exercise program? This has never happened before. Fortunately, Yi Juanhao found the note information on this pop-up prompt. Yi Juanhao clicked on the pop-up prompt and started reading. The 5-in-1 sports program combines the 5 sports programs after the entry level into one sports program. The overall difficulty of this sports program is more difficult than a single sports program, but the final reward will generate the sum of the values of the rewards of the 5 single sports programs. After reading this note, Yi Juanhao suddenly understood. This means that as long as you complete this 5-in-1 exercise program, you can completely pass the entry level. It's just that this 5-in-1 sport is more difficult than any single sport. In addition, Yi Juanhao noticed that the final reward for the 5-in-1 sports event was the sum of the values of the last 5 sports events. Based on the value of the 5 entry-level sports projects that Yi Juanhao had completed previously, on average, the reward value of each sports project is about 2 billion. Now combine 5 into 1, that is to say, as long as Yi Juanhao completes this entry-level 5-in-1 exercise program, the system software will reward him with something worth tens of billions. The thought of a reward of hundreds of billions is exciting enough, and Yi Juanhao is no exception. Yi Juanhao does not have a single asset worth tens of billions in his hands now. Basically, Yi Juanhao's industries are separated, and when combined here and there, his net worth barely reaches nearly 20 billion. If he could win this 10 billion reward, Yi Juanhao would not only be able to enter the ranks of those with a net worth of 30 billion, but would also have an industry with assets potentially worth 10 billion. By then, when you introduce yourself to others, you will have a main industry that you can show off. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao became a little excited. Looking at the 2 buttons, yes and no, in the pop-up window, Yi Juanhao has now made a decision. Without thinking too much, he definitely chose yes, and then Yi Juanhao pressed the yes button. Congratulations to the host for successfully combining the remaining 5 entry-level sports into one. A new entry-level 5-in-1 sports program is being generated for the host. Ding, a new entry-level 5-in-1 exercise program has been successfully generated for the host. The host can view it at any time. Hearing that the system software had completed the generation, Yi Juanhao couldn't wait to check it. An introduction to the entry-level 5-in-1 exercise program. Complete a high-quality badminton game and be rewarded with ownership of Xingwei Meichuang Brokerage Group and become the president of Xingwei Meichuang Brokerage Group, with a total value of 15 billion. 15 billion? Yi Juanhao was deeply shocked. This was somewhat different from what he had expected, and the value was beyond his expectations. Originally, Yi Juanhao thought it would be good enough to acquire a company with assets of 10 billion, but now it has exceeded 5 billion. It was a big surprise for Yi Juanhao. But after thinking about it, Yi Juanhao felt that it was reasonable. After all, the total value of the 5 sports after the entry level might be higher, so the final entry level 5-in-1 sports reward could reach the terrifying value of 15 billion. After a brief shock at this value, Yi Juanhao gradually calmed down. The reward this time was given to a brokerage group, but Yi Juanhao didn't quite know what it did specifically. So Yi Juanhao took out his mobile phone to check. Soon, the information was found. Xingwei Meichuang Brokerage Group is one of the largest brokerage companies in Minnesota. The main businesses include celebrity artist management, event planning, marketing, and advertising agency. Among them, Xingwei Meichuan Agency Group is best at training celebrity artists. It will start with the selection of new talents and provide artists with comprehensive training and management, including the improvement of performing skills and the shaping of personal image. After a general understanding, Yi Juanhao finally understood what the Xingwei Meichuan Brokerage Group, with a market value of 15 billion, does. Very good, my industry has entered a new field. However, when Yi Juanhao saw the requirements of this 5-in-1 sports program, he began to have a headache. Where can he go to play a high-quality badminton game? Even though I have mastered top-level badminton skills, it's useless if I don't have a place to display them. High quality certainly doesn't mean you can just play a game of badminton and get away with it. Yi Juanhao felt that the system software meant for him to play a real badminton game himself. As expected of a 5-in-1 sport, the difficulty level required to complete it is indeed different from the usual ones. Since it cannot be completed for now, Yi Juanhao can only put this matter aside for now. However, Yi Juanhao plans to ask Xiao Mingyu, the physical education teacher, when he goes to school on Monday to see if she can help him find an opportunity to play badminton. Having almost finished what he needed to do tonight, Yi Juanhao exited the system software with satisfaction and went to wash up and rest. One night passed, the next day came, and today is Sunday. Yi Juanhao was still awakened early by the reminder sound of the self-discipline motivation mode. Then he got up, washed up briefly, and walked out of the room. Yi Juanhao found that Tang Feier and the others were still asleep. So Yi Juanhao quietly went out and went downstairs for a morning run. Nanyuan Garden is indeed a top-notch high-end residential area. It has a special road for morning jogging, which is very convenient, and the green environment along the way is very good. The air is very fresh in the morning. After exercise, Yi Juanhao looks particularly energetic. Then Yi Juanhao returned upstairs. As soon as he came in, Yi Juanhao saw that Tang Feier had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Xiao Di, where did you go? Breakfast is ready, you can come and eat now. Tang Feier said. I have the habit of jogging every morning. Yi Juanhao replied. So that's how it is. Tang Feier nodded and poured a glass of milk for Yi Juanhao. When I just left, you weren't awake yet. In just a short while, you've already prepared breakfast. Yi Juanhao said while eating. I heard you open the door and go out. I thought you would be back soon, so I prepared breakfast in advance. Tang Feier smiled. Yi Juanhao was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Feier to be so thoughtful. For a moment, Yi Juanhao felt a little emotional, thinking that Tang Feier would definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. It's a pity that Yi Juanhao already has someone he likes, and that is Chen Yuning. It's impossible for him to do anything to let Chen Yuning down. Yi Juanhao ate for a while, and Tang Feier's parents got up soon after to have breakfast. Since it was Sunday, after breakfast, Yi Juanhao sat in the living room and chatted with Tang Feier's family. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Juanhao received a call. Hello, is this Brother Yi? I'm Shen Zipping, I wonder if you still remember me. Shen Zipping? Yi Juanhao fell into deep thought and it took him a while to remember. This Shen Zipping was the dandy young man who recognized Yi Juanhao as Aston Martin Valiant at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. I remember now. Yi Juanhao replied. Great, Brother Yi, I was afraid you couldn't remember it. It's like this. I wonder if you are free today to take a look at our luxury car circle and exchange ideas with each other. A circle of luxury car friends? Yi Juanhao muttered. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Go with Tang Feier. Yi Juanhao had indeed heard Shen Zipping talk about the circle of luxury car owners before. It seemed that I had promised him that I would go and see it when I had time. Now that it's Sunday, I can go and have some conversation, see what kind of luxury sports cars those rich boys and girls drive, and get to know more people. Okay, I'm free today, please tell me a specific time. Yi Juanhao agreed. That's great, Brother Yi. Let's set the time at 2:30 this afternoon at the Jingsheng Luxury Car Club. Shen Zipping told Yi Juanhao the time and place in detail. Okay, I understand. Yi Juanhao remembered the time and place and replied. Okay, Brother Yi, don't forget to drive your Aston Martin Valiant over when the time comes. Shen Zipping specifically reminded Yi Juanhao. The reason why Shen Zipping asked Yi Juanhao to drive the Aston Martin Valiant over was because he had boasted to his companions that he knew a big brother who drove an Aston Martin Valiant worth more than 20 million. In order to prove to his companions that he was not bragging, Shin Zipping specially invited Yi Juanhao today. The purpose was to get Yi Juanhao to drive the Aston Martin Valiant over to prove that he was not bragging. This would prove that he really knew such a big brother. Okay, I'll take a look then, Yi Juanhao said. After continuing to chat with Shin Zipping for a while, Yi Juanhao hung up the phone. Brother Yi, what's the matter? Tang Feier asked with concern. Although Tang Feier and Yi Juanhao are still good friends, Tang Feier has already begun to consider Yi Juanhao in everything. Nothing. A friend invited me to a luxury car club this afternoon. I had nothing to do anyway, so I thought I'd go take a look, Yi Juanhao said casually. Luxury car circle? Can you take me with you? Tang Feier asked expectantly. Yi Juanhao was stunned. He didn't expect Tang Feier to be interested. Sure, it's nothing. Brother Yi is so nice. Having said that, Tang Feier went over and hugged Yi Juanhao, saying happily. Even though the soft jade and warm fragrance touched his arms, Yi Juanhao did not dare to have any thoughts at all. It took a while before Tang Feier let go of Yi Juanhao. In just this moment, Yi Juanhao almost lost control of himself. Tang Feier was indeed the school belle, her figure was really top-notch. Soon it was noon, and Tang Feier went into the kitchen again, preparing another table full of sumptuous home-cooked meals. Yi Juanhao ate too much again. The dishes cooked by Tang Feier really increased his appetite and he couldn't stop eating. After helping to clear the table and resting for a while, Yi Juanhao prepared to take Tang Feier with him. The reason why Tang Feier wanted to go to this luxury car circle with Yi Juanhao was not because she liked luxury cars, but because she wanted to spend more time with Yi Juanhao. Such words may help to quickly enhance the relationship between each other. Only then can Tang Feier get rid of the identity of good friend and become Yi Juanhao's real girlfriend. For this reason, before leaving, Tang Feier deliberately changed into the clothes that she thought were the most beautiful at the moment, and put on a simple light makeup using the cosmetics that Yi Juanhao had given her before. Yi Juanhao was ready and waiting for Tang Feier in the living room. Just as Yi Juanhao was scrolling through his phone out of boredom, Tang Feier walked out of the room. Brother Yi, I'm ready. Hearing Tang Feier's voice, Yi Juanhao put away his phone and looked up. For a moment, Yi Juanhao stood there in a daze. At this time, Tang Feier was wearing a light blue dress. The delicate fabric and crisp tailoring perfectly outlined her figure. Looking at her makeup again, just a quick glance, she looks like a goddess walking out of a painting, enough to make any boy fall for her. Seeing Yi Juanhao's stunned look, Tang Feier chuckled. Brother Yi, does it look good? Good, it looks good. It's so beautiful. At this moment, even if Yi Juanhao was a gentleman who could remain calm in the face of temptation, he could not resist Tang Feier, who was exuding charm. Tang Feier is worthy of being the most beautiful among the three campus beauties. It took Yi Juanhao a while to come back to his senses. Only then did Yi Juanhao realize that he had lost his composure. Then let's go. In order to hide his embarrassment, Yi Juanhao quickly said. Aha! Then Tang Feier followed Yi Juanhao obediently and set off with him. This time, Yi Juanhao deliberately set out a little earlier in order to go back to his villa first. This time, Yi Juanhao does not plan to drive this Aston Martin Valiant to the luxury car circle. He plans to drive the newly acquired Bugatti Chiron. After all, he had just obtained it last night and it was very fresh. Yi Juanhao wanted to open it right away and have some fun. After saying something to Tang Feier in the car, Yi Juanhao drove to his villa first. When Tang Feier heard Yi Juanhao say that he wanted to go back to his home to change a car, she didn't think about why he wanted to change the car, but focused her attention on Yi Juanhao's home. That's great. This way, she will know where Junior Yi's home is, and it will be convenient for her to find him in the future, Tang Feier thought happily in her heart. But Yi Juanhao had no idea what Tang Feier was thinking at the moment, and still drove to his villa. After a while, Yi Juanhao drove back to his villa and parked the car in the garage. After getting off the car, Yi Juanhao immediately saw the newly acquired Bugatti Chiron top-of-the-line supercar. The overall color of the car is blue, and the body shows an extreme sense of lines. Yi Juanhao fell in love with it at first sight. Then Yi Juanhao walked over quickly, sat in the driver's seat, and felt it carefully. After trying every operation and getting familiar with the Bugatti Chiron, Yi Juanhao started the car. Yi Juanhao reminded her when he noticed that Tang Feier was still looking around and curiously examining the place where he lived. Senior Tang, hurry up and get in the car. We are about to set off. Hearing Yi Juanhao's shout, Tang Feier hurriedly sat in the passenger seat. Tang Feier had already memorized the location of Yi Juanhao's house. It would be much more convenient to come here next time, Tang Feier thought. Just like that, Yi Juanhao drove this brand new Bugatti Chiron, took Tang Feier, and went straight to Jingshang Luxury Car Club. On the other side, Shen Ziping drove his beloved McLaren P1 to Jingshang Luxury Car Club in advance. The total price of Shen Ziping's McLaren P1 is 12.6 million yuan, which is considered a relatively high-end luxury supercar in this circle of luxury car enthusiasts. Generally speaking, the supercars owned by the rich young men and daughters in Minnesota are mostly worth several $1,000,000, and those that are priced in the tens of millions are rare. Therefore, Shen Ziping's McLaren P1, which is priced at 12.6 million yuan, is considered to be in a high-end position in this circle of luxury car enthusiasts. After Shen Ziping stopped the car, those rich young men and daughters who were on good terms with Shen Ziping immediately ran over and began to flatter him. These people are considered Shen Ziping's lackeys and younger brothers, which shows that Shen Ziping's status in this circle of luxury car owners is not ordinary. Just when Shen Ziping was surrounded and flattered by these younger brothers, a disdainful voice sounded. "Shen Ziping, why do you still drive this McLaren P1? It's been a long time, and you haven't bought a new car yet?" Hearing this voice, Shen Ziping's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 126 Heavyweight Young Master. Xiao Yucheng? Why are you here to join in the fun? Shen Ziping said with a dissatisfied tone. Why, am I wrong? You have been a member of the Jingshang Luxury Car Club for so long, but you are still showing off with this McLaren P1. You who follow Shen Ziping have really poor eyesight. Xiao Yucheng sneered with disdain on his face. Those rich young men and daughters who tried to please and fawn on Shen Ziping immediately became angry, and one of them couldn't help but speak out. Xiao Yucheng, what are you so proud of? You have been driving that Lamborghini Aventador for a long time. Yes, and that Lamborghini Aventador is only priced at 10 million, which is a far cry from Brother Ziping's McLaren P1. Another rich girl standing next to Shen Ziping said. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yucheng shook his head, and then he said proudly. No, that's all from the past. It's time for you to have a new impression of my car. Then Xiao Yucheng pointed in a direction proudly and continued. Did you see that car over there? This is my favorite car now. It is the latest model of Pagani Utopia this year, priced at 15 million. Everyone looked in the direction Xiao Yucheng pointed. Sure enough, I saw a brand new silver supercar parked there. Shen Ziping's face suddenly turned ugly. He was the first to recognize this year's latest model of Pagani Utopia. Shen Ziping loves luxury cars very much and he would study them whenever he has free time. This can be seen from the fact that he saw Yi Juanhao's latest Aston Martin Valiant. So now he could recognize at a glance that this Pagani Utopia was the latest model of this year. Shen Ziping and Xiao Yucheng are sworn enemies in this circle of luxury car owners, and they often compete with each other. But Shen Ziping was always better, which made Xiao Yucheng very unhappy with him. So this time, Xiao Yucheng spent a huge amount of money and used his connections to find someone to buy this year's latest Pagani Utopia. The purpose is to defeat Shen Ziping today to relieve the previous frustration. Xiao Yucheng is very confident that his Pagani Utopia will be one of the most eye-catching luxury cars today. The reason why it is one of them is that Xiao Yucheng also invited a heavyweight young master today. The young master's car is a real top supercar, and its value is much higher than his Pagani Utopia. Seeing the expression of Shen Ziping, the luxury car expert, the faces of the rich young men and daughters who followed him changed slightly. Needless to say, this brand new silver supercar must be, as Xiao Yucheng said, the latest model of Pagani Utopia priced at 15 million. It's actually true. In this way, Shen Ziping's McLaren P1 priced at 12.6 million yuan was outshined by Xiao Yucheng's Pagani Utopia priced at 15 million yuan. How about it? Are you convinced, Shen Ziping? This time you are finally going to lose to me. Xiao Yucheng said with a proud look on his face. However, Xiao Yucheng saw that Shen Ziping's face only looked ugly for a while, and then quickly returned to normal. The imaginary angry and shocked expression of Shen Ziping did not appear, which made Xiao Yucheng puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that Shen Ziping has something else to rely on? Sure enough, Shen Ziping spoke with a calm expression. Xiao Yucheng, you beat me this time, but you can't beat my elder brother. As long as my elder brother wins, then I won't be completely defeated. Big brother? Not only the rich young man and daughter next to Shen Ziping were surprised, but even Xiao Yucheng looked incredulous. Shen Ziping actually recognized someone else as his big brother? Who has such great ability? Looking at the incredible expressions on the faces of the people present, Shen Ziping smiled slightly. Yes, it's my eldest brother. I once said that I knew a brother Yi. That brother Yi owned this year's latest Aston Martin Valiant, which is worth 24 million. An Aston Martin Valiant worth $24 million? Hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. In their Jingsheng luxury car club, the number of people who own top-of-the-line supercars worth more than 20 million can be counted on one hand. At this moment, brother Yi mentioned by Shen Ziping actually owns an Aston Martin Valiant worth 24 million. How can this not be amazing? Humph, I don't believe it. Where is the brother Yi you mentioned? Why can't I see him? Xiao Yuqing said this in a stubborn manner. Brother Yi is on his way now. You will know soon. Shen Ziping was somewhat relieved that he had called brother Yi over, otherwise Xiao Yuqing would have succeeded. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuqing said in the same tone, unwilling to be outdone. Shen Ziping, don't think that you are the only one with a big brother. Today, I have also called a heavyweight young master. The car of that young master is definitely 100 times better than that of your brother Yi. A heavyweight? Just as everyone was puzzled, a unique roar that only top supercars could make suddenly sounded in the Jingsheng Luxury Car Club. Hearing the roar of the supercar, everyone present instantly focused their attention on the direction where the sound came from. I saw a cool black supercar slowly stop, and then a young man in his 20s walked out from the driver's seat. When he saw this young man, Xiao Yuqing's eyes suddenly lit up. A flattering expression immediately appeared on his face and he walked towards him. Mr. Su, you are here. The young man named Su Xiao nodded and answered calmly. When they saw this young Master Su, the people present finally knew what kind of heavyweight young Master Xiao Yuqing had invited today. The father of this Mr. Su is the famous nightclub king in Mingzhou City. He owns a large number of bars, discos, KTVs, and various entertainment clubs. He is worth about 30 billion and has terrifying strength. And this Mr. Su is called Su Chenming. Facing Su Chenming's arrival at this moment, everyone showed a flattering expression and came forward to greet him. Even Shen Ziping and others were no exception. After all, the other party's identity and background were not simple. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Su. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, Su Chenming responded briefly one by one. After greeting Su Chenming, everyone turned their attention to his car. Looking at the logo and exterior features of the supercar, Shen Ziping exclaimed. It turned out to be the Koenigsegg Agera R. The price of this supercar after optional equipment should be around 30 million. 30 million? These wealthy young men and daughters were shocked by the price Shen Ziping said. Hearing what Shen Ziping said, Su Chenming nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuqing was overjoyed. Su Chenming's supercar was actually worth 30 million. Doesn't that mean Su Chenming's car is more expensive than brother Yi's 24 million Aston Martin Valiant? All of a sudden, Xiao Yuqing started to show off and glanced at Shen Ziping triumphantly. Shen Ziping also thought of this and his face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that even though he called brother Yi today, he was still defeated by Su Chenming called by Xiao Yuqing. It seems that I am destined to be defeated by Xiao Yuqing today, Shen Ziping sighed in his heart. However, at this moment, another roar unique to top supercars was heard. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Boom boom boom. The roar of the engine of this top supercar was even more domineering, crisper, and more imposing than the engine sound of Su Chenming's Koenigsegg Agera R just now. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone present, including the young master Su Chenming. I saw a blue, extremely cool luxury supercar slowly driving in from the entrance. Moreover, this blue luxury supercar was approaching them, proving that the owner of the car drove over here because he saw someone he knew. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, wanting to know from the people around them who the owner of this blue luxury supercar was. Unfortunately, after looking around, no one took the initiative to say who the owner of this blue luxury supercar was. It was Shen Ziping and Su Chenming, two knowledgeable people, who were the first to break the silent atmosphere and exclaimed in unison. It turned out to be a Bugatti Chiron. At this moment, Shen Ziping's expression was even more surprised than when he saw Su Chenming's Koenigsegg Agera R just now. It is not difficult to tell from Su Chenming's equally surprised expression that the blue supercar in front of him is a true top-level supercar. But Xiao Yuqing didn't understand all this. He only knew to buy expensive luxury sports cars to show off, and he didn't know what the blue supercar in front of him was. So Xiao Yuqing moved closer to Su Chenming and asked in a low voice. Mr. Su, Which car is better, this one or your Koenigsegg R? But this simple question made Su Chenming look a little ugly. Did Xiao Yuqing want to embarrass him on purpose? Is there any need to ask? The blue supercar in front of me is definitely better. If you can't talk, just shut up. This blue supercar is a Bugatti Chiron, which costs about 45 million yuan. It's 15 million yuan more expensive than my Koenigsegg R. What do you think? Su Chenming glanced at Xiao Yuqing and said lightly, 45 million? When Xiao Yuqing heard this number, he was immediately dumbfounded. A top-of-the-line supercar worth 45 million, which even the entire Jingsheng Luxury Car Club does not own, now appears in front of Xiao Yuqing. This made Xiao Yuqing a little unbelievable. The rich young man and daughter next to them were also shocked and dazed when they heard Su Chenming's words. Afterwards, the blue Bugatti Chiron luxury supercar stopped next to Su Chenming's Koenigsegg R. For a moment, the two formed a sharp contrast. Anyone with a discerning eye can easily tell that the blue Bugatti Chiron is more luxurious and more imposing. Then everyone present held their breath, curiosity and anticipation filling their hearts. Who on earth could drive a luxury supercar worth 45 million? The answer will be revealed soon. Soon, the driver's door of the blue Bugatti Chiron was opened, and a young and handsome figure stepped out. When this figure appeared, a big question mark appeared in everyone's head. Who is this big guy? Why don't I know him? There was only one person at the scene with his mouth wide open, and that was Shin Zipping. His mouth was so wide open that an egg could almost fit in it. Isn't this brother Yi? How could this be? At this moment, Shin Zipping stood there in a daze, with a look of disbelief on his face. Shouldn't Yi Juanhao's car be the Aston Martin Valiant worth around 24 million? While everyone was shocked and confused, this young and handsome figure walked to the passenger door and opened it. Then an even more shocking scene occurred. A girl came out from the passenger seat, and when everyone saw the girl's face clearly, they were all fascinated by her. Is this a fairy? I have never seen such a beautiful girl in my life. A rich young man sighed. Many people nodded in agreement with the words of the rich young man. At this moment, even many rich girls who had dressed up carefully could not help but feel ashamed in front of this incredibly beautiful girl. She is so beautiful. Then, this young and handsome figure stood with the incredibly beautiful girl and slowly walked towards them. In an instant, a word came to everyone's mind. That's a perfect match. Seeing this big guy walking towards them, everyone started to get nervous. Suddenly, Shin Zipping, who was standing in front, finally came to his senses and spoke hurriedly and respectfully. Brother Yi, you are finally here. That's right, the people who came were Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier. Brother Yi? In an instant, everyone's expressions became extremely interesting. This big boss turned out to be the brother Yi that Shin Zipping mentioned. When Xiao Yuqing heard Shin Zipping calling the big boss in front of him brother Yi, his face instantly turned pale, as if he had just crawled out of a grave. This is bad. Xiao Yuqing collapsed to the ground. This time, he lost to Shin Zipping again. Originally, Xiao Yuqing really thought that brother Yi was just driving over in an Aston Martin Valiant worth 24 million. In this case, he called over young master Su Chenming, and the Koenigsegg R he drove could still easily beat the opponent. But Xiao Yuqing never expected that brother Yi mentioned by Shin Zipping could actually drive a top-of-the-line supercar worth 45 million. Anyone who can drive such a top-level supercar must have an extraordinary background, possibly even higher than Su Chenming's. Now Xiao Yuqing just hopes that brother Yi will not blame him. So Xiao Yuqing quickly hid behind the crowd and dared not show his head again. Well, here I am. I'm not driving that Aston Martin Valiant this time, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Juanhao asked casually. Of course, no problem, brother Yi. Fortunately, you didn't listen to me. Brother Yi is really amazing. He even owns a top supercar like the Bugatti Chiron. Shin Zipping quickly praised Yi Juanhao and secretly rejoiced at the same time. Then Shin Zipping faced everyone and formally introduced Yi Juanhao. This is the brother Yi I mentioned, Yi Juanhao. You have all seen brother Yi's strength, right? I didn't lie to you at the beginning. Now it is Shin Zipping's turn to be proud. This is the benefit of following the right person. After listening to Shin Zipping's introduction, these rich young men and daughters gradually came to their senses, began to surround Yi Juanhao, flattering him, and greeted him enthusiastically. On the contrary, Su Chenming's side seemed unusually deserted. This made Su Chenming unable to accept this huge psychological gap for a while. Before Yi Juanhao arrived, he was the most eye-catching person in the whole audience, but now he has become Yi Juanhao's foil. Su Chenming looked unconvinced. No one has ever dared to steal my face in public, Yi Juanhao is the only one. Even if his car is a Bugatti Chiron worth 45 million. Thinking of this, Su Chenming planned to meet Yi Juanhao. Chapter 128 Top Driving Skills. Su Chenming walked towards Yi Juanhao. Seeing this, the rich young man and daughter next to him quickly made way for him. Everyone was curious about what kind of confrontation would happen between the two big guys, Su Chenming and Yi Juanhao. Su Chenming walked up to Yi Juanhao, forced a smile, and spoke. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Su Chenming, and I'm the owner of that Koenigsegg Agera R. Oh? Hearing Su Chenming's self-introduction, Yi Juanhao was slightly stunned. It turned out that the black Koenigsegg Agera R belonged to the person in front of him. It's worthy of being a circle of luxury car fans. I saw this kind of top-level supercar as soon as I came in, Yi Juanhao thought to himself. Little did he know that there were only a few top-level supercars like the Koenigsegg Agera R here, and this was why Yi Juanhao didn't understand since he had just arrived. After seeing Su Chenming briefly introduce himself, Shen Ziping whispered Su Chenming's identity and background to Yi Juanhao so that Yi Juanhao could know more. His father is actually the nightclub king in Minnesota, worth more than 30 billion? Interesting. Then Yi Juanhao also gave a brief introduction. Hello, my name is Yi Juanhao, I'm the owner of that Bugatti Chiron, and the person next to me is my good friend Tang Fair. Hearing the word good friend, the rich young men present breathed a sigh of relief. It is best for girls like fairies in paintings not to have boyfriends, so that they will not feel envious, jealous, or hateful. Su Chenming raised his eyebrows, he also heard the word good friend. Just now, Su Chenming, like everyone else present, was deeply attracted by Tang Fair's stunning beauty. I originally thought she was Yi Juanhao's girlfriend, but now it seems that's not the case. This means that I also have a chance to win this beautiful girl, Su Chenming couldn't help but think in his heart. Originally he just wanted to dampen Yi Juanhao's enthusiasm, but now Su Chenming has changed his goal. He wants to perform in front of Tang Fair to prove that he is better than Yi Juanhao. Then snatch the beautiful girl Tang Fair away from Yi Juanhao. I believe there is no better way to frustrate Yi Juanhao's arrogance than this. As he thought about it, Su Chenming revealed a smug smile. He had already thought of a way to show off in front of Tang Fair. Just as Su Chenming was lost in thought, Shen Ziping took the lead in flattering him. Brother Yi is too modest. This Miss Tang must be my sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Shen Ziping greeted Tang Fair. But in fact, Shen Ziping had some doubts in his heart. The last time he met Yi Juanhao at the door of the hot pot restaurant, the passenger seat was not the beautiful girl in front of him. But it was another girl who was also very beautiful. The person Shen Ziping was thinking of was Chen Yuning. Shen Ziping immediately dispelled this doubt. How could a big shot like Yi Juanhao have only one beautiful girl by his side? This is normal. Hearing this name, Tang Fair's face instantly turned red, and she looked even better. The rich young men and daughters nearby reacted immediately and spoke up. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Ahem, okay, everyone stop making a fuss. Yi Juanhao felt a little embarrassed and quickly spoke up to stop him. After hearing Yi Juanhao's words, everyone present stopped. It was at this moment that Su Chenming thought of how to dampen Yi Juanhao's arrogance and show off in front of Tang Fair. So Su Chenming looked at Yi Juanhao and said in a provocative tone. It's brother Juanhao. I wonder how you are as a driver besides being a good driver. Do you dare to compete with me in a car race? Racing? Yi Juanhao was stunned. This guy wants to race with me right from the start? What's the idea here? Seeing that Yi Juanhao didn't understand, Su Chenming continued. Everyone who comes here knows some driving skills. Brother Juanhao is new here, so it would be unreasonable if he doesn't show off his skills. Looking at Su Chenming's aggressive posture, the rich kids present all felt a chill in their hearts. Sure enough, Su Chenming wanted to give Yi Juanhao a warning. It must be that Su Chenming felt that Yi Juanhao's Bugatti Chiron worth 45 million yuan stole the limelight from his Koenigsegg Agera R worth 30 million yuan. Therefore, he was unwilling to accept the defeat and wanted to save face by improving his driving skills. Everyone knows that Su Chenming's racing level ranks among the top 3 in the entire Jingsheng Luxury Car Club. Everyone could tell that Su Chenming had come with ill intentions and was clearly trying to teach Yi Juanhao a lesson. Shen Ziping briefly told Yi Juanhao about Su Qinming's racing skills. When Yi Juanhao heard this, he was immediately happy. It looks like this guy wants to hit me in the face with his driving skills. At this moment, the prompt sound of the system software appeared in Yi Juanhao's mind. Extra challenge coming, agree to compete in a car race with Su Qinming, and get a reward, top driving skills. Oh no. Yi Juanhao was delighted, it was worthy of being a system software, really thoughtful. Wouldn't this reward come in handy right now? Very good, very nice. After Yi Juanhao received the challenge prompt from the system software, he immediately felt confident and said with a smile. There's no problem with testing driving skills, but since it's a competition, there has to be some stakes, otherwise it would be boring. Seeing that Yi Juanhao had taken the bait, Su Qinming smiled proudly and said, Of course, there must be a bet. Let me put it this way. If I win, your Bugatti Chiron will be mine. If I lose, then my Koenigsegg Agera R will belong to you, and I will recognize you as my big brother. In fact, there was one thing Su Qinming didn't dare to say, which was that if I win, Tang Feier will belong to me. It would obviously not be a good idea to use Tang Feier as a bet in front of her, as this would damage his image in Tang Feier's heart, so Su Qinming placed the bet on Yi Juanhao's Bugatti Chiron. This bet is fine. I agree to compete with you in a car race. Yi Juanhao nodded in satisfaction and agreed. Now, there will be another top-level supercar in my garage. It seems that it was right to come to this luxury car circle today. There is actually a kind person who is willing to give me a top-of-the-line supercar. Just when Yi Juanhao agreed to compete in a racing game with Su Qinming, the prompt tone of the system software rang in Yi Juanhao's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the extra challenge. You have agreed to compete with Su Qinming in a car race. The host is being transferred the relevant memories of top-level driving skills. When the memory transmission began, Yi Juanhao said something to Tang Feier beside him. Help me for a moment. When transferring memories, Yi Juanhao's head became very dizzy. He was afraid that he would not be able to stand later, so he said this to Tang Feier. Upon hearing this, Tang Feier quickly stretched out her hand to support Yi Juanhao. Although Tang Feier didn't understand why she had to be supported, since this was what Yi Shuedi asked, Tang Feier naturally had no problem with it. When Su Qinming saw this scene, his eyelids twitched suddenly. Tang Feier actually held Yi Juanhao's arm. Humph, I'll let you enjoy yourself for a while, you will cry later. After the racing is over, Tang Feier will know who is better between you and me, Su Qinming thought in his heart. Everyone present couldn't help but look forward to seeing the two of them about to have a racing competition. Who will win the final victory in this racing competition? Chapter 129 Racing Competition. Most people are optimistic about Su Qinming. After all, everyone knows that Su Qinming's racing level is enough to rank among the top 3 in the entire Dingsheng Luxury Car Club. Only a few people were optimistic about Yi Juanhao, thinking that since Yi Juanhao dared to place a bet, he might be a hidden master. The venue for the competition between the two sides was set at the exclusive racing road behind the Dingsheng Luxury Car Club, which is considered to be a relatively famous racing track in the area. This racetrack is 2.9 kilometers long, with a total of 13 bends, a straight line length of 720 meters, and a track width of 12 to 15 meters. Su Qinming has run on this track several times, and he is quite confident about this competition. Before the competition, you need to choose 2 identical cars to ensure fairness. What Dingsheng Luxury Car Club has the most is luxury cars. Soon, the two of them jointly selected a supercar Ferrari 12 Cilindri. The Ferrari 12 Cilindri is worth about 7 million, which is considered to be average and just right for a racing competition. During the process of selecting supercars, Tang Feier supported Yi Juanhao all the way, while Yi Juanhao was concentrating on absorbing the memory of top driving skills. It was said that the two of them made the selection together, but in fact Su Qinming asked Yi Juanhao for his opinion after making the selection. Yi Juanhao felt dizzy and didn't want to talk, so he just answered casually. As long as he learns the top driving skills, Yi Juanhao is confident that he can beat Su Qinming no matter what car he uses. After choosing the supercar, a gleam of light flashed across Yi Juanhao's eyes. This means that the memory of top-level driving skills has been completely transferred into Yi Juanhao's mind. After saying thank you to Tang Feier, Yi Juanhao got into the red Ferrari 12 Cilindri and went to the starting point of the racetrack to prepare. Su Qinming was sitting in a white Ferrari 12 Cilindri. The two cars were ready at the starting line at the same time, and the next second, the referee waved the flag in his hand. This means the game has officially begun. At the same time, 2 Ferrari 12 Cilindri rushed out. But it was obvious that the white Ferrari 12 Cylindri at the start was faster. It was Su Chenming's car. Seeing that Yi Juanhao's car was temporarily behind, Tang Feier couldn't help but feel nervous. Junior Yi, you must win. Humph, as expected, your true colors were exposed as soon as you stepped onto the field. You started so much slower than me, so I'm sure to win this time. Su Chenming thought with great pride in his heart. Thinking that after the game, Yi Juanhao's Bugatti Chiron worth 45 million will belong to him, and Tang Feier's admiring eyes on him, Su Chenming felt secretly happy. But the next second, Su Chenming realized something was wrong. Su Chenming saw that Yi Juanhao's car was slowly catching up with his, and the distance was gradually narrowing. It's not that easy to surpass me. Su Chenming stepped on the accelerator, and in an instant, the speed of the car increased to a higher level, once again creating a distance between the car and Yi Juanhao's car. The road at the beginning is a straight road, and the data of the two cars are similar. In addition, Yi Juanhao is still honing his top driving skills, so it is normal to fall behind for a while. But when this scene fell into the eyes of the rich young men and girls who were watching the game, they no longer thought it was a normal thing. They all agreed that Yi Juanhao was going to lose. Even some people who initially supported Yi Juanhao thought so. Sure enough, Su Chenming's driving skills are better. Moreover, Su Chenming had run on this track several times, but it was the first time for Yi Juanhao. Everyone really couldn't figure out how Yi Juanhao could win when he was so far behind. Perhaps Tang Feier was the only one at the scene who firmly believed that Yi Juanhao would win. In a blink of an eye, the straight road at the beginning was almost finished and we started to enter the first bend. It was at this first bend that things started to change. Now, after Yi Juanhao's practice with top-level driving skills, he has now completely mastered this skill. When passing the first corner, Su Chenming used the method of slowing down to pass the corner. When Su Chenming steered the car halfway through the first bend, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was full of disbelief. It was seen that the red Ferrari 12 Cylindri driven by Yi Juanhao showed no signs of slowing down when passing the first bend, but instead accelerated. Is this guy crazy? He didn't slow down when turning. Is he trying to kill people? Su Chenming cursed in the car. Then, Su Chenming shut his mouth and looked at the car Yi Juanhao was driving towards him in surprise. How is this possible? When Yi Juanhao stepped on the accelerator to turn, not only did he not make any control errors, but he also performed a perfect drift. That's right, drift. This is also the reason why Su Chenming was surprised. This scene was completely beyond his cognition. Su Chenming had only seen this kind of drift in professional racing drivers. In just a short while, Yi Juanhao's red Ferrari 12 Cylindri and Su Chenming's white Ferrari 12 Cylindri were driving side by side and moving forward together. Immediately afterwards, Yi Juanhao, who had just finished drifting, stepped on the accelerator again to speed up. Without any delay, it was like loading nitrogen, and he rushed forward with a whoosh. In contrast, Su Chenming's car was a little slow because he had just slowed down to pass the curve and the car was still at a relatively low speed. At this time, when he stepped on the accelerator hard, the acceleration was not as fast as Yi Juanhao's at high speed, so there was a certain delay. It is this kind of attention to detail that has led to the current situation in the race where Yi Juanhao's car has overtaken Su Chenming's car and is leading by a distance. Everything that had just happened stunned all the spectators. They simply could not believe what they saw. Yi Juanhao actually caught up with and surpassed Su Chenming with just a perfect drift. There is actually no need to watch too much of the rest of the race, as there are still 12 turns. Yi Juanhao surpassed Su Chenming in the first turn alone, let alone the next 12 turns. The strength is there, unless Su Chenming can also achieve perfect drift like Yi Juanhao. Otherwise, the gap between the two will only get bigger and bigger, and there will be no suspense. As expected, the first person to reach the finish line was Yi Juanhao. At this moment, his red Ferrari 12 Cylindri was the first to cross the finish line. Yi Juanhao got out of the car and sat aside to rest. After waiting for a few minutes, I saw Su Chenming's white Ferrari 12 Cylindri cross the finish line. The result is self-evident. Yi Juanhao won this competition. Everyone came to the finish line together and congratulated Yi Juanhao on winning the competition. However, at this moment, Su Chenming got off the car and walked straight towards Yi Juanhao. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Su Chenming couldn't afford to lose the game and wanted to settle the score with Yi Juanhao? Chapter 130 Badminton School Team. Su Chenming walked up to Yi Juanhao and spoke. I lost this time, and I accept the loss. From today on, my Koenigsegg Agera is yours. As he spoke, Su Chenming handed the car keys to Yi Juanhao, which was the Koenigsegg Agera R. After seeing Yi Juanhao take it, Su Chenming continued. Also, from now on you are my big brother. After hearing Su Chenming's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just now they thought Su Chenming was going to do something irrational. Seeing Su Chenming's distraught look, Yi Juanhao smiled indifferently. I'll take your car, but if you don't really want to recognize me as your big brother, then forget it. No, you are my brother Yi. I admire your driving skills very much. This time I did it willingly. Su Chenming quickly explained. Brother Yi, this is my contact information. You can call me if you have any problems in the future. Su Chenming handed Yi Juanhao something that looked like a business card. Yi Juanhao nodded and accepted it. Brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Although he had already acknowledged Yi Juanhao as his elder brother, Su Chenming had just lost to Yi Juanhao in the competition. Su Chenming was also a man who cared about his reputation. He needed some time to relax, so he said hello to Yi Juanhao and left in a hurry. After Su Chenming left, Shen Ziping stepped forward and spoke. Brother Yi, let me show you around the entire Jingsheng Luxury Car Club. Can. It just so happened that Yi Juanhao also wanted to see what luxury cars there were in the situation inside the club, so he agreed. So Shen Ziping took Yi Juanhao to visit the entire Jingsheng Luxury Car Club, and Tang Feier followed closely beside Yi Juanhao, and behind them followed a large group of rich young men and daughters, making for a very grand occasion. After walking around for a while, Yi Juanhao had a general understanding of the entire Jingsheng Luxury Car Club. Most of the luxury cars here are priced at several million. The Ferrari 12 Cilindri used in the competition just now is one of the representatives. There are relatively few luxury cars worth tens of millions. It seems that my guess when I first came in was too high. It is almost impossible to find a second Koenigsegg Agera R like Su Chenming's, which is worth 30 million. For a moment, Yi Juanhao felt a little bored. It seemed that the Jingsheng Luxury Car Club was just a small or medium-sized club. Yi Juanhao had already seen this. After watching, it was getting late, so Yi Juanhao said something to Shen Ziping and others and planned to leave with Tang Feier. As for Su Chenming's Koenigsegg Agera R, Yi Juanhao asked Shen Ziping to help drive it back to Jinhui Tianxia Villa. Brother Yi, take care. Come visit us often when you have time. Everyone enthusiastically said to Yi Juanhao, take care. And come and play again next time. Yi Juanhao smiled and nodded in response, then started the car and left the Jingsheng Luxury Car Club with Tang Feier. Not long after, Yi Juanhao and Tang Feier returned to Nanyuan Garden. After having dinner at Tang Feier's house, Yi Juanhao got up and said goodbye and left. Under Tang Feier's reluctant gaze, Yi Juanhao drove the Bugatti Chiron alone and returned to Jinhui Tianxia Villa. After returning to his villa, Yi Juanhao lay lazily on the sofa. Only then did Yi Juanhao have time to look at his mobile phone. After opening WeChat, Yi Juanhao found that many people had sent him messages. Among them, Yi Juanhao saw the WeChat message sent by Xiao Mengyu, Teacher Xiao. Yi Juanhao was just planning to visit Teacher Xiao Mengyu tomorrow, Monday, but he didn't expect her to send him a WeChat message right now. That's great, it saves me some trouble. By the way, I'd like to ask if there are any badminton competitions in the near future. Thinking of this, Yi Juanhao clicked on Xiao Mengyu's WeChat message and started checking. The message sent by Xiao Mengyu is as follows. Student Ji, I'm planning to form a badminton school team recently. I wonder how good you are at playing badminton. Are you interested in badminton? Yi Juanhao glanced at the time and saw that the message was sent in the afternoon. School badminton team? Yi Juanhao muttered softly. Teacher Xiao is actually going to form a badminton school team? This was something Yi Juanhao had not expected. Immediately, Yi Juanhao's eyes lit up. So, if I can join the badminton school team, will I have the opportunity to play a formal badminton game? In the past, Yi Juanhao had heard that a certain school team formed by the school participated in some competition and won the first prize or something. I think this badminton school team should also have corresponding competitions. As long as he can play a regular badminton game, Yi Juanhao can obtain the ownership of Xingwei Meichuan Brokerage Group worth 15 billion. In that way, his net worth would reach more than 30 billion. Very good. With this thought in mind, Yi Juanhao replied to Xiao Mengyu's WeChat. Teacher Xiao, I would like to ask, after the badminton school team is formed, will there be any subsequent competitions? After the message was sent, Xiao Mengyu did not reply immediately. Yi Juanhao guessed that teacher Xiao might be busy, so he replied to the messages from other people on WeChat first. Among them was a WeChat message from Chun Yuning, asking what he had done today. Yi Juanhao replied that he was invited by a friend to go to Jingsheng Luxury Car Club and took a look around. After chatting with Chun Yuning for a while, Yi Juanhao continued to reply to other people's WeChat messages. After replying to other people's messages, after a while, Xiao Mingyu finally replied. Yes, Mr. Yi, if you successfully join the school badminton team, you will have a great chance to represent the school in international competitions. When Yi Juanhao saw Xiao Mingyu's reply, he almost jumped for joy. It was really effortless. Just when I was about to fall asleep, someone brought me a pillow. It seems that I need to join the school badminton team. With top-notch badminton skills in hand, Yi Juanhao is not worried at all that he will not be able to join the school badminton team. Then, Yi Juanhao replied. Teacher Xiao, I'm interested in joining the badminton school team. What are the conditions for joining? After a second or two, Xiao Mingyu replied quickly this time. Great, classmate Yi. Tomorrow afternoon, Monday, I will hold a tryout to select suitable candidates to join the school badminton team. Your class should have no classes tomorrow afternoon, so you can come and participate in the tryout. Still need to conduct selection? But after thinking about it, Yi Juanhao felt that it was normal. It was impossible that any unlucky person could join the school team after signing up. It still depends on personal strength, otherwise you will be doomed when you really get on the field. Okay, Mr. Xiao, I will go to the selection tomorrow afternoon. Yi Juanhao replied. Okay, then you can just come to gymnasium number 1. The badminton school team selection will be held there. Xiao Mingyu added. After continuing to chat with teacher Xiao Mingyu about the details of the selection, Yi Juanhao put down his phone, washed up simply, and lay down on the bed to rest. At this moment, Yi Juanhao is looking forward to tomorrow's badminton school team selection.